Chapter 1 Against Entropy. Bang bang bang. Accompanied by the sound of gunshots echoing through the shooting hall, one by one, the white disc targets flying in mid-air were pierced through and landed on the ground one after another. Lin Cheng stopped and holstered the empty black pistol in his hand, took off his shooting glasses and earplugs again, and waited for the shooting instructor to pick up all those disc targets. Lin Cheng. Not long after, a young woman with a high ponytail, wearing a small jacket and a revealing undershirt, walked over quickly with the disc targets. That hot slim body, especially the white and slender legs under the shorts, made the coaches and trainees in the nearby rest area all unable to stop themselves from giving frequent side glances. One of the major reasons why this shooting hall was hot was because of these beautiful coaches. Coachin. Lin Cheng handed both the pistol and the shooting equipment to the other party and smiled. That's it for today's training, I'm going back. Lin Cheng, you're too good. Coachin couldn't help but exclaim, there aren't many in our shooting gallery whose marksmanship can be compared to yours. Even Team Chu of the criminal police and your cousin, the captain of the inspection team, aren't as good as you in terms of marksmanship. After all, they are strong in their own right and don't really need to practice their guns. Lin Cheng shrugged. Don't you also not use a gun? Coachin lamented, you really are a genius, you're still so young, how can you shoot so accurately? Lin Cheng smiled noncommittally and added, right, Coachin, I'll come back tomorrow to practice one last time, and I won't be coming anymore. Not coming? Coachin was slightly stunned, a trace of loss showed in his eyes, but he still reluctantly smiled. That's right, your marksmanship has already progressed to its limit the other day, and unless the basic quality of your body improves and your nerve reaction speed becomes stronger, there will be no progress in your shooting level, and continuing to train is also really a waste of time. It's not like I shoot guns for training, it's just a hobby. Lin Cheng took off the jacket of his shooting suit and said in a warm voice, I still have to go out on duty tonight, so I'll leave first. Okay, see you tomorrow. Only after seeing Lin Cheng's back disappear in the doorway did Coachin turn around and start packing up Lin Cheng's shooting equipment. Mu Shi. A tall, short-haired female coach walked over with a smile. I just heard Lin Cheng say that he's coming for the last time tomorrow? Coachin nodded slightly helplessly. Then won't you have no chance? The short-haired female coach sked, I see that he's such a good shot, but he still spends all day in this shooting gallery, wasting so many bullets. I thought this little brother was just trying to get close to you. Coachin was silent for a moment and shook his head. His cousin is the captain of the inspection team, he uses his own cousin's shooting training quota, he leaves after shooting 100 rounds a day, and he never gets in touch with me privately. However, don't you think this person is a bit strange? The short-haired female trainer said, at least the inspection division level has the right to bear arms, right? I've heard that he's a temporary inspector who goes through the back door to get by, not even an official inspection, and he's still in his senior year of high school, so what's the point of practicing with a gun? Maybe it's a hobby? Coachin hesitated, and maybe one day he'll be transferred. If he's promoted to the rank of inspection division, won't he also have to be tested on his marksmanship? Promoted to inspection division? The short-haired female coach was dumbfounded. You really are a hero in the eyes of a lover. I admit that his marksmanship is great, and maybe he can pass the professional exam, but I've also brought a few inspection divisions of the inspection bureau, so I still know a few things. It is said that if you want to be promoted to the inspection division, the most important requirement is to practice the 4-6 version of the sunrise practice method. Think about how many people have that much of a practice? She shook her head and said, if he really has hope, his cousin wouldn't just let him muddle through as a temporary inspector, would she? At least the transition is easy. Then he's just a hobby, right? Coachin shook his head slightly. Change your target. The short-haired female coach advised, although this kind of handsome brother with strong marksmanship is rare, it's not like having only good marksmanship in this era is of much use. I always feel that he's not quite the same as the others. Coachin hesitated for a moment and helplessly said, you can laugh if you want to, but I really have this feeling that he's obviously only 18 years old, but sometimes I feel like he's more mature and stable than most people. Oh? The short-haired female coach thought for a moment and said, then try again? When Lin Cheng walked out of the gate of the shooting hall, it was already nighttime outside, and a dim streetlight was lit up along the road. Not far outside the gate was parking an off-white unmanned smart car. Looking at the license plate, he had just made an appointment online. He immediately walked over quickly, and after passing facial and iris recognition, he got into the car. Confirmed to receive the passenger with the tail number 1585, destination Ironstone Street, Junyuan West Gate, has planned the route, now departing. The whole journey is 7.9 kilometers, is expected to arrive in 3 minutes and 45 seconds. Please sit firmly, fasten your seatbelt. When the unmanned car accelerated onto the road, Lin Cheng glanced at her cell phone and realized that she had just received a micro message from Coachin. There's a shooting competition next month, do you want to participate? I can help you sign up. I'll help you familiarize yourself with the competition system lately, just treat me to dinner when you get a ranking naughty. Lin Qing thought about it and replied to her. No, I'm busy lately, thanks. Although he was only 18 years old in this life, he had also lived for more than 20 years in his last life, so naturally it was impossible for him not to see that this female coach wanted to eat young grass. After all, in this life, his face value was still quite online, and it happened to be the other party's favorite type, young and a good shot, so even if he didn't have any money, it didn't affect anything. For this female coach who was quite attractive and had long legs, it wasn't that he wasn't interested, but he was simply guarding against her. A woman couldn't affect the speed of his gun draw, but it was possible that she could pour her heart out to him and teach him how to be a man. And then chop him up for stew and soup. That was the conclusion he had learned with blood in his previous life. One more shot tomorrow should be enough to pay off the gunmaster debt. Lin Qing pondered thoughtfully for a little while, and silently called out in his mind. Order. In the next moment, only a line of small words in the quality of light appeared before his eyes. All things tend to be chaotic, but only order is eternal. When you hold order in your hands, the future is clearly visible, so you can reverse the consequences and take the fruits, anticipating the future. The reverse entropist is activating. In the next moment, a sea of unreadable symbols, words, and other information washed over him like a waterfall in a frenzy. Eventually, it coalesced into a panel-like light screen. Current order level, 0.3. Number of advanceable items, 01. Advance item, Master Gunsmith 99.7% completed, advance items available, 466. Advanceable items, for 6 version of Sunrise Practice, Military Combat Arts, Sketching, Calligraphy, Cooking, Street Dance, Room. Mastered programs hidden. 99.7%, the math is almost done. Lin Qing secretly muttered. This panel called Reverse Entropist was a hang that he had awakened in his previous life, or it could be his own talent, but it was actually of little use and insignificant. It mainly relied on his own efforts. The method of use was also simple. But any skills and such that he could theoretically master in the future could be mastered directly to achieve the goal. But the price is that after achieving the goal, one has to make up the process required to achieve it. In a word, get on the bus first, then make up the ticket. One word, advance the future. One life, spending. Others are 10 years off stage, 1 minute on stage. And he can choose to be on stage for a minute before he makes up for 10 years off stage. That was how the skilled master gunsmith came about. In his previous life, many years after the outbreak of Armageddon, on his way to be chased by his enemies, he got a pistol and a small bag of bullets from an abandoned police car, and in order to kill his enemies back, he had to use the reverse entropist to advance the gunmaster. With his shooting talent in his previous life, according to the deduction of the anti-entropist, for him to reach the level of gunmaster, he would need to shoot accurately at least 4,700 times before he could shoot like a god. Therefore, after prepping the gunsmith master with the anti-entropist, he still had to make up for it and shoot precisely 4,700 times. Although with the level of the gunmaster, it was possible to do precision shooting every time, as long as the theoretical minimum of 4,700 rounds was enough. But after many years of the end times, where would he find so many bullets to practice with? Boxing and fitness were skills that didn't require much outside, and he could make up for them later, but the bullets needed for marksmanship, he really couldn't do anything about. Until he died at the end of the world, he hadn't been able to find so many bullets, and was still nearly 2,800 rounds short. The number of advance items was suspected to be related to the order level, but the order level couldn't be raised, so he could only advance one skill so far, and it had been occupied by the gunsmithing master, causing him to never be able to advance any other items. Now that he had traveled to the future era, he naturally tried to find a way to make up for the gunsmithing master at the first opportunity. Fortunately, his cousin was the captain of the inspection team, and by borrowing her quota, he could practice in the shooting gallery for free, and he had the right to use 100 rounds of bullets per day for free. 27 days down the line, the gunsmithing master was almost done mending. Sure enough, it all depends on my own efforts. Lin Chang was somewhat looking forward to getting up. After I make up the gunsmithing master tomorrow, I'll be able to master the 4-6 version of the Sunrise Practice method in advance. He would be able to achieve it sooner or later anyway, and he was just enjoying the results in advance, so how did it not count as his own efforts? Chapter 2 Memory Master. Getting out of the unmanned car, Lin Lightweight quickly walked into the Junyuan neighborhood and headed towards his house. All along the way, he was constantly on guard, observing his surroundings without a trace. This was more than just a habit left over from surviving the end times. The key was because the current order level was only 0.3. He was also puzzled. In this life, his circle of life was clearly in a social environment that still had regulations and order, but as a result, the order level was only 0.3? The item of order level was entirely dependent on whether his life was stable and peaceful. In his previous life, after the outbreak of the apocalypse, he had been at around level 0.2 for a long time. After all, there were crises everywhere, either explicitly or implicitly, and it was impossible for his life to be stable and peaceful. And now it was actually no better than the end times? With such a low order level, it was always like a boulder hanging in his heart, and he didn't dare to let his guard down at all. But there was no way for him to move to a safer place, so he could only try to be as careful as possible. After returning home, Lin Cheng habitually entered the house in the dark, and after walking into the bedroom, the screen of his cell phone suddenly lit up and started charging automatically. The bedroom was half bright, half dark, and that half of the light came from outside the window. He subconsciously looked up and couldn't help but be slightly stunned, his eyes drawn to the light outside the window. It was a city that never sleeps. The distant skyline was made up of towering skyscrapers and streamlined, massive buildings, and that one brilliant and colorful advertising screen and light show flashed high above the city, so that even if one was on the fringes of this city beyond, one could still see it clearly. Even if the night flooded half of the planet, it could not spread over the embankment made by the city's light. This was the most eye-catching metropolitan area of Marina in the year 2120. Lin Cheng had already been in this era for a month, so naturally this wasn't the first time he had seen this scene. What attracted him was the huge stereoscopic projection that was playing at the highest point in the center of the metropolitan circle. It was a white-haired man dressed in luxurious clothes, looking like an earthling, but with a half-open vertical eye at the center of his brow, with electric flashes within his pupil, giving him an ineffable and mysterious aura, and in the midst of thousands of glowing lights, he was like a giant god sitting in the skies above the city, enjoying the gazes of countless people. Just sitting there and speaking eloquently was enough to take one's breath away. Although he was outside of the metropolitan area, Lin Cheng couldn't hear what this white-haired, three-eyed man was saying. There were also lines and lines of gorgeous stereo subtitles constantly surfacing below the massive projection. I, the Wise Star Group, have always been very optimistic about the future of Earth. That's why I developed the metropolitan area, and this time I'm adding more investment because I also hope that more elite talents like the founder of the Sunrise Martial Arts School will appear on Earth. Lin Cheng opened his cell phone to take a picture, expanded that line of projected subtitles to 3 times, and slowly read it out. Then, he put down his cell phone somewhat out of breath. Earth has really taken over the extraterrestrial civilization. After experiencing the end of the world, the nascent civilization has actually developed so fast? He muttered, and slightly lowered his head again, looking at this dim and dilapidated neighborhood below the window. It was also the year 2120. Most of the buildings here maintained the appearance of the previous century, with mottled walls and peeling paint, experiencing the ravages of age and doom, leaving only the uncertainty of being abandoned by the times. The remaining neon lights flicker with a faint glow, sometimes on, sometimes off, as if telling of their once glorious past. This neighborhood was like an outcast of time, forgotten by the rapidly developing city. Lin Cheng knew very well that the dazzling metropolitan area was nothing more than an unattainable mirage, while this dilapidated neighborhood in front of him was the reality of his life. As for what connecting to the stars, the Starry Sky Mutual Aid Association, gene optimization technology, high-tech intelligent life, had half a penny to do with him? Compared to the superior and developed environment of the metropolitan area, the places outside the metropolitan area are actually just like slums. Not only is the law and order management weak, but the flow of people is also very mixed, so night robberies and burglaries are not a new thing here, and there are gangs entrenched everywhere, making the situation quite chaotic. Moreover, with an order level of only 0.3, there must be more than just this chaos on the surface. There must be some more serious potential dangers. There's definitely something wrong with this era. Lin Cheng had a sense of uneasiness like walking on thin ice. I can't wait for the danger to find me before I think about dealing with it. I have to have the ability to defend myself as soon as possible. He was used to thinking of danger in peace and security and responding to potential crises in advance. It might seem like persecution paranoia to others, but without such a mindset, he wouldn't have been able to survive for many years in the post-apocalyptic world. Ding! Suddenly, Lin Cheng's cell phone let out a soft beep. It was a micro-telecommunication message. Cousin, there's a temporary operation in the team tonight, the danger level is high, so don't come, I've already asked for leave for you. Lin Cheng thought for a moment and replied back with a good word. Then, he put down his cell phone and shook his head slightly, as soon as you run into an operation with danger, just give me leave directly. Cousin Shen Yanan was the head of the inspection team of the inspection branch of this Shaoshan district. Ever since his parents were killed in the line of duty, his cousin's family had always taken good care of him, and his cousin was better than his own sister. Since he was 18 years old, he could no longer receive the monthly allowance of 1,000, so his cousin played a role in letting him enter the inspection team as a supernumerary temporary inspector. In this era, the government purposely created the system of inspection independently from the security system. Its main function, besides cooperating with the police in terms of law and order, was to search for suspicious anomalies. However, the work of the inspection team was easy most of the time. Lin Qing could receive a salary of $2,600 a month just by muddling through. Although there was no 5 insurance or 1 pension, this kind of easy and money-earning job was still not bad. Moreover, once there was a dangerous operation, his cousin was adamant that he would not be allowed to participate, and had already helped him take a vacation before he could even show up for work. In response, the predecessor often felt embarrassed. Lin Chang, on the other hand, felt very good. He was a senior student, or mixed into the inspection team, neither establishment nor benefits, $2,600 a month to fight what life ought. But when we wait until after the transfer, we won't be able to be like this. Lin Qing sighed slightly. The best way out he could think of at the moment was an inspector. Not only did they have the big tree of the world government at their back, but they also had many benefits, such as the chance to learn the sunrise martial way for free, or even the chance to learn battle techniques. For ordinary people whose qualifications were not enough to be recruited by the Sunrise Martial Arts School, this was the best way to raise their strength as soon as possible. Most importantly, the occupation of inspector happened to be a better match for his talent reverse entropist. He could only advance 1 skill right now, which was really stretched, and this was because the order level was too low, otherwise advancing even 1 more would be much better. Moreover, his cousin Chen Yanan was the captain of the inspection team of the Shaoshan District Inspection Sub-Bureau, and he was considered to have that much of a background. First, I'll be converted, then I'll be promoted to the inspection division, and I'll get the right to bear arms. Lin Cheng had planned this out a long time ago, and it was considered a goal that could be achieved in the near future. As long as one practiced the 4-6 version of the Sunrise practice method, both the transfer and promotion to the inspection division were actually not difficult. Read the book. Lin Qing flipped open the inspection specialty book that had long been prepared on his phone and flipped through it quickly. There was a written part in the exam for promotion to inspection division, and it was quite troublesome. Back then, his cousin had taken the exam for more than a year, but she hadn't passed it, and in the end, it was only because she had gotten extra points for meritorious service that she was able to barely pass it. However, this kind of exam was not that difficult for him. In his previous life before the outbreak of Armageddon, he was also just a high school student, and after the awakening of the reverse entropist, he thought twice, and first advanced to the memory master after the great success of the systematic memory training method. Although not to the point of unforgettable, but if you study liberal arts, you can be a school bully. Normally to exercise from 0 to a memory master, I'm afraid it would take as long as 10 years of exercise, and he later used 2 years just to make up for the process of a memory master. It was a pity that Lin Qing hadn't even shown in the college entrance exams before the end came. The skills that reverse entropist advance had seemed to be something that wouldn't go away, even in this life. He hadn't lost the ability to be a memory master. With this kind of learning ability, in a month or 2 at most, he would be sure to pass the inspection specialty exam. Time passed by minute. Buzz. Suddenly, the cell phone vibrated, and the caller ID was Cousin. It was so late, and Cousin suddenly called? Lin Cheng was a bit puzzled and immediately picked up. Hello, Cousin? What? Cousin, how come she's? People's Hospital of Shaoshan District? Okay, I'll rush over right away. After ending the call, Lin Qing couldn't help but frown slightly. Tonight's impromptu action. Cousin was even seriously injured and in the emergency room? Even though it was already 1 in the morning, he couldn't afford not to go out after such a big incident with his cousin. Walking over to the coat rack, after thinking about it, Lin Qing still didn't pick up the black uniform of the temporary inspector, but instead picked up the old coat next to it. This neighborhood wasn't very stable at night, it was a time when darkness was rampant. Although the inspection team had the backing of the officials, temporary inspectors like him had neither the establishment nor the power to enforce the law, and with not a single star on his shoulder, the gangsters and outlaws were not afraid of his skin. In the case of being alone, it was instead easier to be bullied, and it was better not to wear it at all. After putting on his jacket, covering his face with the collar, and putting on a hat, he took out a chopper from the kitchen and hid a fruit knife in his pocket by the way. Habitually arming herself, Lin Qing then went out the door. Chapter 3 Resignation? Shaoshan District People's Hospital. When Lin Qing rushed to the ward, her cousin Chen Yanan had already come out of the operating room and was now lying on the hospital bed. In the past, she was tall, strong and robust, but at this time, she was obviously weak. Not only was her face pale, but her short hair, which was always fresh and sharp, was also a bit messy and sticky, and her body was wrapped in thick gauze everywhere. Auntie sitting beside the bed, eyes still red and swollen after crying, hand is holding an apple peeling. Cousin Chen Ruasia, on the other hand, his back to the door, standing in front of the window, silently looking out the window at night in the distant metropolitan area. The suit on the body has not yet taken off, apparently directly from the company over. There was silence in the ward, and the atmosphere seemed a bit depressing. Sister. Lin Cheng closed the door to the room and walked to the hospital bed, frowning. How are you? How come you're hurt so badly? Cousin Chen Ruasia turned around, glanced at Lin Cheng, sighed silently, and did not speak. It's nothing. Cousin Chen Yanan frowned slightly and said, It's you, why did you run over alone in the middle of the night? All right. Auntie said with slightly reddened eyes, What's your own situation and you still care about Xiao Cheng? Lin Cheng knew that his cousin had always managed him as her own brother, and now saying this was just a diversion, so he naturally didn't care in his heart. He frowned and asked, Sister, you're so strong, and you've learned the battle method, and you're even equipped with a gun. Tonight is just a temporary mission. How could this happen? The Sunrise Martial School's sunrise practicing method, as the foundation of martial arts for exercising physical fitness, had spread tremendously, and it was so hated that the entire population had gone to learn it. On the other hand, the battle technique that was truly used for fighting was rarely spread. There were regulations in place. No one who was not a student of a martial arts school, the security system, the military, or anyone else within the scope of the law was allowed to learn battle techniques. Otherwise, they would have to go in and step on the sewing machine. The main reason for this was because battle techniques were too powerful and could easily threaten social security. As the captain of the inspection team, Chen Yannan, who had learned battle methods, had no difficulty in dealing with the average armed thugs, and it wasn't difficult for one person to fight 100 of them. And now it was injured like this? Chen Yannan was silent for a moment and said, Tonight's inventory mission was quite smooth, but I didn't expect to happen to dig out a fugitive who escaped from Qinghu Island prison. A fugitive from Qinghu Island prison? Lin Qing's eyes changed slightly. Qinghu Island Prison was one of the 3 major prisons in the country at the highest supervisory level, with high walls, tight security, and countless armed forces and high-tech facilities. Today's era is not 100 years ago. Prison breaks have long become a nonsense that only appears in movies and TV dramas. Not to mention the Green Lake Island Prison, even if the supervision level of the prison is low, only with some bare hands inmates, it is unlikely to break out of prison. There were actually prisoners who were able to escape from Green Lake Island Prison? It's different from what you imagined. That fugitive didn't escape by himself. Chen Yannan leaned back and sat on the hospital bed, shaking his head slightly. But he's really powerful. I'm far from being a match for him. If it wasn't for the team's fire support, I would have more than just this injury on me. Lin Qing knew that some of the things within the security system were confidential to the outside world, and his cousin was definitely not in a position to talk about them. Moreover, it was also evident from the 0.3 level of the order level that this world was definitely many times more dangerous than what he had seen. This much injury? Auntie, however, couldn't help but look at her own daughter, looking somewhat agitated, sobbing uncontrollably. She said, You were injured like that last night. The doctor said that if you were sent in later, I'm afraid it would be too late to resuscitate, and you don't know if your legs can recover now, but you're still not being taken seriously here? Mom! Chen Yannan was somewhat helpless, but had nothing to say. Only then did Lin Qing realize that at this time, at Chen Yannan's right leg, the white quilt was flatly covered without a single wrinkle, and the outline of the right leg was completely invisible, this empty quilt, as if it was just trying to hide the limb that no longer existed. Sister, your leg. Lin Qing couldn't help but ask. Although he had only inherited his predecessor's memories, it was naturally impossible for all of them to have no effect on him after they were fused. The predecessor's feelings towards Chen Yannan were very deep. Even now it was normal to cry out on the spot. This leg was kicked to slag by that fugitive, but that person also hit me twice. Even if he didn't die, it wasn't easy. Chen Yannan shook his head. Just replace it with a mechanical leg in the future. Lin Qing frowned tightly. Right now, the prosthetic limb technology is still immature, right, and the neuron splicing rate is also generally not high, which cousin was someone who aspired to martial arts. Once she changed her mechanical leg, it was hard to say how much strength would be left, but it was unlikely that she would want to progress any further. What are you thinking about? Even if the golden chicken stands on its own, sis can still hang you. Chen Yanan glanced at him and revealed a hint of a smile again, but little light has indeed grown up, much more stable. Well, I thought you would cry. Sister. Lin Qing was somewhat helpless. You'd better think about your legs. Try to get a better pair of mechanical prosthetics. At this time, cousin Chen Ruizha frowned and spoke. I have a classmate who studied medicine who works at the Third People's Hospital in the coastal metropolitan area. I can find him to ask about the situation. He glanced at his sister's broken leg and said in a deep voice, and you were injured because of the mission this time. I just checked. Your workers' compensation insurance cap line is 800,000, plus the inspection system's disability allowance benefit is a maximum of 60 months' salary, so we'll scrape it together again and we should be able to exchange it for a pair of high-grade mechanical prosthetic limbs. Lin Chang was puzzled. Cousin's salary was 12,000 per month. If she could get the highest disability allowance, 60 months' salary would be 720,000, plus if she had work injury insurance, she could indeed exchange for a better mechanical prosthetic limb. However, I heard that those really high-grade mechanical prosthetics are millions or even tens of millions of dollars to start with. It's just that the cousin's family can't get that much money either, or the economic situation has gradually gotten better in the past few years because the cousin was promoted to become the captain of the inspection team. It's not over. Chen Yannan laughed. Relax, nowadays science and technology is changing rapidly. In a few more years, maybe the mechanical prosthetic limbs will be no different from the real one. Even like salamanders, the regeneration of broken limbs is not impossible. Yules greatly grinning. Aunt wiped her tears, helplessly glaring at her daughter. You do have to pay attention. Chen Ruizha also lowered his voice. Mechanical prosthetics to change a new one is also troublesome. I heard that readaptation may lead to neuropathy, so try to change a good one at a time. It just so happens that I still have more than 300,000 deposits here that can be used. Brother, isn't that for you to marry your wife? Chen Yannan couldn't help but frown. Just replace it with a similar one for me. Haven't you seen how high the divorce rate is these days? What's the point of getting married? Chen Ruizha glanced at her. Shut up and listen to me. Chen Yanan scratched her head helplessly. Lin Chang watched silently from the side, understanding that her few $1,000s wouldn't help much at all. Right, Xiao Chang. Chen Yanan suddenly turned her head to look at him and said, the day after tomorrow. Oh, it's already early Sunday morning now. Anyway, it's Monday morning. You remember to go to the inspection bureau to apply for resignation. Resignation? Lin Qing couldn't help but be slightly stunned. I won't be able to hold the position of captain for a while. Chen Yannan said, there's no suitable candidate for captain in the team either, and it's 80% likely that a newcomer will be parachuted in from above to temporarily take over the position of captain. She sized up Lin Qing and said, as you know, even as a supernumerary temporary inspector, you're still unqualified. When I was around, I was able to let you tag along in the team for a bit. Now once the new acting captain comes, most likely he'll be thinking of sitting down completely, then he'll probably catch me out of commission. Do you understand? Lin Chang nodded thoughtfully. Chen Yannan had already been injured and was temporarily unable to assume the position of captain, and even if the mechanical prosthetic limb recovered well, it would still be at least a few months from now. During this period of time, if the acting captain performed well, it would be normal for him to be transferred. It could be said that the two were in competition. Captain Dai's own merits, or finding Chen Yannan, the captain's mistakes, were all favorable to the transfer. And he, the temporary inspector who was forced into the inspection team, was a mistake. But I'm already in the inspection team, even if it's supernumerary, there's a record after I resign, right? Lin Qing couldn't help but ask. There is a file record. Chen Yannan nodded, but you're only temporary after all. It's not that big of a deal. As long as you resign before the new captain takes office, and you don't get caught in the act by him, it's not a big deal, and it'll also prevent you from being embarrassed by the acting captain. Lin Chang drifted off. But he knew in his heart that the file records were all there. This problem already existed and was destined to not be able to run away. So, his cousin was mainly trying to avoid him being embarrassed by the new captain. It's just that. He had already decided to take the road of inspection. I know. Lin Cheng nodded slightly, but he didn't refuse. Even if he said right now that he could be converted and that he had the certainty of being promoted to the inspection division level, with his cousin's current tragic situation, his cousin's family would only advise him to give up. It wasn't like he was going to reveal the existence of the reverse entropist, so there was no need to open his mouth to oppose it. Right. Chen Yannan suddenly said, recently a new Black Force gang came to Ironstone Street, called the Blue Scarf Gang. it's quite active. The inspection bureau and the police side have kept an eye on it, and I heard that the leader of this gang is still a bit of a real talent, so you should try not to go out alone at night." Lin Cheng nodded slightly. He also asked, "Right, sis, you're in this situation now, if your previous work enemies?" "No need to worry." Before he could finish, Chen Yanin interrupted him and pointed upwards, saying with hidden deep meaning, "There is already protection." Lin Cheng somewhat didn't understand what she meant, but it should involve the secrets of the inspection system, presumably something he didn't have the authority to know. "Alright, you go back." Chen Yanin closed her eyes. "I've just finished surgery here, I need to rest, so don't think too much, and do well in school." Chapter 4 Metamorphosis. The night was deep, and on the dimly lit road, an unmanned car kept speeding by, streaming by. Aunt stayed in the hospital to accompany her. Cousin Chen Ruizha happened to return to the Ironstone neighborhood, so he took Lin Qing back with him, just to save some cab fare. Inside the car, Chen Ruizha finished the command "Go home." The intelligent driver planned the route, and then quickly drove to the Ironstone neighborhood, and he also picked up his cell phone, began to send messages to his old classmates. Lin Qing, on the other hand, sat quietly next to him, looking at the images of the neighborhood that flashed by outside the car window. Not long after, Chen Ruizha finished sending the message, and while waiting for a reply, he casually asked, "When Yanin asked you to resign just now, I saw that you seemed a bit hesitant? Want to take the path of an inspector? Have thought about it?" Lin Cheng nodded, "But I haven't thought about it either. How dangerous this job of inspecting is, you've seen it today." Chen Ruizha frowned. "Cousin doesn't want to interfere with your life choices, but still wants to advise you, when you enroll as a martial arts specialty student, you can take the public security exam or military school in the future, and if you can't, it's fine to repeat the exam." Saying this, he shook his head slightly. Yanin just ate the loss of education, that's why she went to the inspection team. If her high school entrance exam score is high enough, she will directly take the public security or military school. Not only is it more secure, the welfare benefits are actually better, it's just a slower climb. Lin Cheng naturally understood what her cousin meant. Although the security outside the metropolitan area of major cities was relatively chaotic, the police didn't have to go around looking for trouble like the inspectors. Not to mention the military, in this era where there wasn't much war around the globe, the military was rarely mobilized. But because of that, the path of the inspector was more suited to the reverse entropist talent. "I'm still considering it." Lin Cheng coped, "There's still half a year before the college entrance exams anyway." "That's also true, think about it." Chen Ruizha nodded, "But practicing martial arts is right." The next morning, inside the shooting hall. Bang! Accompanied by the 81st precise shot of the day, a line of small light quality characters suddenly appeared in front of Lin Cheng's eyes. "Finished, Master Gunsmith?" "Finally." A hint of a smile spread across the bottom of Lin Cheng's eyes as he pretended to be looking at the target, while in his heart, he called out the reverse entropist panel to take a look. The number of advanceable items had been restored to 1-1. "It's ready." Lin Cheng placed the pistol on the table, took off his goggles and earplugs, and turned his head to Kochin. "Let's call it a day." "So soon?" Next to her, Kochin, who was still dressed boldly and provocatively, was a bit surprised. Suddenly remembered that there's something else at home. Lin Cheng casually made an excuse, "Coach, I'll go back first." Then. "Well." Kochin nodded and couldn't help but ask again, "Will you come back later?" "Maybe." Lin Cheng took off his shooting suit jacket, then left without looking back. Returning home. After confirming that the security door was locked and all the curtains were drawn, Lin Cheng then called out the reverse entropist panel. The 4/6 version of the sunrise practice method had long been included by the panel, right in the advanceable items. Advance 4/6 version of the sunrise practice method. With a movement of his mind, a large amount of inexplicable messages instantly surfaced in his mind as he was in a trance. According to the reverse entropist's deduction, theoretically, in order for him to practice the 4/6 version of the sunrise practice technique to its limit, he would need to at least perfect the 24 movements and breathing techniques of the practice technique, ensure that the mysterious energies that he had absorbed were thoroughly integrated into every part of his body, and practice it 65 times before he would be able to do so. The next moment, Lin Cheng's mind steeply surfaced memories of his repeated practice of the sunrise practice method over and over again. As he tried again and again, from his initial rustiness, this practicing method gradually became more skillful and even approached perfection, as if every tiny detail was impeccable. At the same time, his breathing and blood circulation began to change instinctively, and even more, a stream of mysterious energy merged into his entire body, being devoured by every cell. This mysterious energy kept pouring in, instantly causing his body to start metamorphosing at a terrifying speed. As if his heart was beating a drum to encourage him, it beat crazily with a frequency never seen before in his life, constantly transporting a large amount of blood to all parts of his body. Under the trembling skin, it was as if there was a giant earthworm constantly swimming. Lin Qing's pupils suddenly shrunk, and he only felt a shocking and intense pain coming from all over his body, so he couldn't help but slowly clench his teeth, close his eyes, and sit on the ground, silently enduring. A moment. After all the vision stopped and calmed down, Lin Qing finally opened his eyes. At this moment, the world in front of him became much clearer, and his sense of hearing seemed to be different as well. He could even hear the subtle movement of sweat dripping onto the ground, only to feel more energized and refreshed than ever before. Although he was covered in sweat and was in a sorry state, he was also filled with exuberant vigor. This is the state after thoroughly practicing the 4-6 version of the practice method? Lin Qing stood up and tried a few airstrikes, accompanied by the sound of wind as the air was squeezed at extreme speed. He also tried the military combat technique stance firing, and the feel of his hands was indeed a lot stronger than before. He couldn't help but reveal a reassuring smile. Not only the improvement in explosive power, but also the control of the body's muscles was also a great deal stronger than in the past. As for exactly how much it had improved, Lin Qing immediately used the exercise equipment at home to accurately test his current strength. The others weren't clear, but in terms of strength, it was at least twice as strong as in the past. This gave him a sense of metamorphosis. There was even a sense of reassurance. I heard that even if you practice the sunrise practice method, you have to practice it over and over again, gradually adjusting it to a perfect state before you can really get close to your body's first limit. In the bathroom, Lin Qing stood under the shower and tilted his head up, letting the water flow wash away the sweat on his body. According to the description on the official website of the Sunrise Martial Arts Center, this practice method was mainly about stimulating the body's potential as much as possible by adjusting the breathing and blood circulation, thereby mobilizing a certain mysterious energy that was dormant in the body. It was rumored that this mysterious energy was the root of evolution. Only when one really finds the trick and enters that wonderful state can one mobilize the sleeping mysterious energy in the body through the 24 movements and breathing techniques of this practice. It would all be very raw in the beginning, and most of the mystical energy mobilized would dissipate, and only through trying again and again could it be gradually adjusted to perfection. I can practice perfectly every time, 65 times shouldn't take too long, Lin Qing secretly estimated. Before this, he hadn't even practiced the 4-6 version of the sunrise practice. Now it was a leap to practicing to the limit. This kind of improvement was too great. And it was an all-round improvement in basic physical quality. Together with the combat arts that he had advanced and made up for in his previous life at the outbreak of Armageddon, his actual combat ability was now much stronger than before. This is still just the most simplified version of the sunrise practice method. It's worthy of being the Sunrise Martial Arts Center. Lin Qing marveled a little in his heart. Nowadays, there were many martial arts schools around the world, but it could also be said that there was only one martial arts school around the world, called the Sunrise Martial Arts School, with branches opening up in almost every city around the world. Moreover, in the public security system, the inspection system, the military, the security industry, and other organizations and industries involving force, when it came to job promotions, most of them were also based on the grading of the Sunrise Martial Arts Hall as the standard. It was a near-complete monopoly and had a ridiculously high status. Even a huge plutocracy from an extraterrestrial civilization like the Smart Star Group would invest in the Chaoyang Martial Arts School. This was all because of the founder of the Sunrise Martial Arts School, who was known as the Hero of Earth, and the creator of the globally recognized strongest martial arts. Even the original sunrise practice method is just the foundation of martial arts. The more Lin Qing thought about it in detail, the more alarmed he became. I wonder just how strong that founder is? It was said that the original version of the Chaoyang practicing technique consisted of 72 movements and a set of extremely complicated and tedious breathing techniques, and once it was thoroughly practiced, it would allow the human body to approach its true limits. However, in order to practice the original version of the sunrise practice, the prerequisite was to first practice the 77 version of the practice. Learning the 4-6 version of the practice method is cheap, but to learn the 7-7 version of the practice method, you have to spend money. It's just a little bit expensive, at least $20,000 to $30,000. Lin Qing casually turned off the faucet. However, tomorrow you can go to the inspection bureau to apply for a transfer, and after that, you can completely apply directly to learn the 7-7 version of the practice method for free. There's no need to waste money. This was one of the inspector's benefits. Even if we don't talk about the battle method, we can save a lot of money just by saving money. After blow-drying his hair and tying it casually behind his head, Lin Bian walked to the living room and picked up his cell phone. Lin Qing suddenly realized that a message had been sent from the Inspection Bureau system half an hour ago. All inspectors of the Shaoshan District branch are to gather at the Inspection Bureau auditorium at 10 a.m. on Monday morning for the swearing-in ceremony of the new captain? A new acting captain has been finalized so quickly? Lin Qing decided to go to the Inspection Bureau early tomorrow and apply for a transfer before saying anything, lest he run into the new officer. Chapter 5: Outstanding Talent. The Shaoshan District Inspection Branch was located on Dongmen Street, right near the center of the entire Shaoshan District, very close to the transportation hub. 8 o'clock in the morning. After Lin Qing passed through the iris recognition of the access control system and entered the gates of the Inspection Bureau of Shaoshan District, he went straight to the political engineering section, which was responsible for assessing titles. Transfer? Inside the office, the middle-aged man wearing silver-framed glasses sized up Lin Qing standing across from him, his eyes a little puzzled. He pushed up his glasses and said, "I remember you're Captain Chen's cousin, right? You've only been in the team for a few months, you don't have enough years of experience, you haven't accomplished any great feats, and the professional exams haven't even begun yet, and you're going to be converted?" "Right." Lin Qing said, "Section Chief Gao, I've heard that outstanding talents, it's possible to make exceptions for special recruitment to regularization, right? Normally, if a temporary inspector wanted to be regularized, in addition to having worked for 5 years, having excellent performance, and having no criminal record, they also had to pass a professional exam held by the inspection authority. The examination was more troublesome as there were several written exams in addition to physical fitness and professional skills. Otherwise, it will have to rely on merit, but it is rare. However, the least seen were the outstanding talents that were exceptionally recruited. Excellent talents? Section Chief Gao was first slightly stunned, then he looked at Lin Qing in surprise and couldn't help but ask, "Your sunrise practice method, it worked?" "It's been a while, I haven't wanted to switch before." Lin Qing nodded. According to the regulations, as long as one practiced the 4 or 6 versions of the sunrise practice method, he would be considered an outstanding talent. With the reverse entropist in place, his future progress would be very fast, so as long as he pretended to have succeeded a long time ago, he wouldn't look so strange even if he made further progress next. "You didn't think of converting before?" Chief Gao was even more surprised, and suddenly sized him up and said indistinctly, "I see, you came to transfer because of your sister's matter?" He naturally knew about the matter of Chen Yannan, the captain, being seriously injured. This cousin of Captain Chen, I'm afraid that it was because a new acting captain was about to be parachuted in, and he didn't want to leave words behind for Captain Chen, so Captain Chen had just had an accident, so he came to turn around. Sort of. Lin Cheng knew that the other party had misunderstood, but there was no need for him to deny it. "Looks like you're quite talented." Section Chief Gao looked at Lin Cheng with a little more kindness in his eyes and nodded. "In that case, you can indeed be specially recruited to transfer, and after verifying that there are no errors, you can be directly given the rank of first-class inspector. Then I'll trouble Section Chief Gao to help with the process." Lin Qing said. No trouble, it's just a small matter." Section Chief Gao shook his head with a smile. If it was a normal regularized or meritorious inspector, there was no need for him to have such a good attitude, but Lin Chang was an outstanding talent specially recruited for regularization, which was completely different. Even if the former was regularized, his rank was usually just a second-level inspector. But once the 46th version of the sunrise practicing method was completed, it would be a direct start as a first-level inspector, and the rank would soon be promoted to third-level inspector, and in the future, after meritorious service, there would be hope for a first-level inspector. This is potential. The 6 group leaders in the inspection team are all excellent talents who have practiced the 4 or 6 versions of the sunrise practice method, and the most difficult requirement for the position of group leader is to practice the 4 or 6 versions of the practice method. The most difficult requirement for the position of group leader is to practice the 4 or 6 versions of the practice method. As for the professional exams and simmering qualifications, as long as you are willing to put your heart into it, you can usually make it. It can be said that once the practicing method is accomplished, it has basically been predetermined that the future group leader is naturally different. All right. After finishing the process on the work computer, Chief Gao immediately took out a simple blood collector from the cabinet next to him and handed it to Lin Cheng. Just take a drop of blood, anyway, it's just testing whether your blood contains the mysterious energy mobilized by practicing magic. I'll help you send it to the testing center later, the report will be synchronized soon. Good. Lin Qing took the blood collector and clamped it to his fingertips to collect blood, casually saying, I thought the bureau had a detector right there. Section Chief Gao was dumbfounded. This kind of advanced high-tech instrument is produced by the SmartStar Group, and there are only a limited number of them around the world, so how could it be possible to equip a single district precinct with just one for us? Lin Ching drifted off and said, I thought technology was already very advanced now. If we only look at the metropolitan area, it is indeed very advanced. Chief Gao shook his head and said, but the metropolitan area that's invested and built by the extraterrestrial civilization SmartStar Group, even the temporary residents have to be the true social elites, and it has nothing to do with the vast majority of the people, huh? Our current social standard of living probably isn't even that different from 100 years ago, before the outbreak of the apocalypse. Lin Ching pondered. He was the one who was born at the beginning of the 21st century and had experienced the era before the doomsday, so he was naturally clear about this. Excluding the metropolitan area, compared to 2025 before the outbreak of Armageddon, 2120 was indeed not much ahead. By the way, Section Chief Gao. Lin Ching asked, you're in charge of personnel changes in the bureau, do you know who the new acting captain is? The one who's been reassigned is a deputy captain from the White Heron District Inspection Branch, surnamed Shao. Section Chief Gao said, after all, our branch's inspection team doesn't have a deputy captain, and can only be transferred from other districts. Lin Chang was a bit puzzled and couldn't help but ask, why don't we have a vice captain in our bureau? In order to be assessed as a deputy captain, the rank level must be at least a third-level inspection officer. Section Chief Gao shook his head and said, vice captain equals to captain candidate, merit and seniority aside, the key is that the strength must be like your sister. Not only must you practice the 7-7 version of the sunrise practice method, but you must also practice at least 2 battle methods to a certain degree before you are qualified to assess the vice captain. Lin Chang drifted off. As far as he knew, in the entire Shaoshan District branch's inspection team, only his cousin had reached the standard. Once one practiced the 7-7 version of the practice method, even if one didn't use the battle method, the speed, strength, reaction and other aspects of physical quality were several times that of a normal person, and it was even more terrifying than that of a soldier king from 100 years ago. However, cousin had this kind of strength and was actually still seriously injured by that fugitive. How terrifying should that fugitive be? The new captain is a year younger than your sister, only 25 years old. Chief Gao instructed, he has a broad future, and may have a higher heart, you can pay attention, after all, your sister's current situation. You should understand. 25? Lin Cheng nodded slightly. At this age to be the captain of a district's inspection team, it was indeed a broad future. Alright, you go out and wait first. Section Chief Gao stood up and said, I'll have someone send it over right now, you don't have to worry. The results will come out soon from the testing center side. After leaving the political engineering section, Lin Ching glanced at the time. It was only 8:16, so he planned to go to the library on the second floor to read a book. In the future, in order to go farther down the road of the inspection system, although one's own force is the focus, various professional exams can't be avoided, and sooner or later one will have to learn anyway, so naturally one has to take time to read books. Compared to struggling to survive in the end of the world, this difficulty is really too easy. Just as he walked to the stairway on the first floor, he heard footsteps coming, only to see several people walking down from the top of the stairs. Lin Ching looked up and realized that the one walking in front of him was a young man in sportswear, his hands in his pockets, his pace calm, and a smile at the corner of his mouth. Behind him, several people were all wearing neat and straight inspection uniforms, following closely behind, and compared to the youth, their pace clearly revealed a hint of caution and obedience. Lin Ching basically had an impression of the people walking behind him. They should all be the team leaders of the inspection team. However, he was a temporary inspector who was mingling in the inspection team, not belonging to any group, almost going to whichever group needed someone, and there was not much communication with the several group leaders. This youth had a higher status than the several group leaders? Could it be that? Lin Ching had a hint of speculation in his heart, and was not in a hurry to go upstairs, and immediately moved a few steps to the side. At this time, behind that sportswear youth, one of the dark-skinned middle-aged men also saw him, and immediately opened his mouth. Lin Ching, how is your sister? Team leader Liang. Lin Ching did not expect this Group 3 leader to strike up a conversation, so he said, my sister is still in the hospital, but she is no longer in any serious condition. The middle-aged man nodded and said nothing more. The young man at the head of the group glanced at Lin Chang with interest and didn't say much, so he led several group leaders in the direction of the conference room on the first floor. Not long after, the group of people walked through the corridor and entered the conference room. After closing the door, the sportswear youth glanced at the leader of Team 3 and spoke with a smile, Team leader Liang, that young man just now is related to Captain Chen? Right. Team leader Liang nodded slightly. That's Captain Chen's cousin, called Lin Qing, because his family's situation is rather difficult, so Captain Chen deliberately took care of him and let him work as a supernumerary temporary inspector in the team, just muddling through. A temporary inspector, and you need Captain Chen to take special care of him? The sportswear youth raised his eyebrows slightly, then smiled meaningfully. It seems like he didn't even meet the basic requirements of an inspector? After all, it's just a senior. Team leader Liang nodded. It's good enough to have attended a few trainings, and there's no time to learn that much specialized knowledge. That's not good. The sportswear youth shook his head. Even if it's a temporary inspector, that's still a part of the inspection work. It can't be ignored just because the problem is small. If the temporary inspectors are all like this, how can we start our inspection work? Captain Xiao is right, it's our negligence. Team leader Liang nodded solemnly. He hesitated for a moment and asked, since Captain Xiao said so, then clear out these temporary inspectors whose basic qualities don't match today? Check the facts clearly, record the files, and make sure to avoid any more mistakes like this. The sportswear youth said with a straight face. Yes. Team leader Liang responded. Anyone could see what this acting captain was really up to, but with such a crowning statement, no one could say anything. It really was the new officials, new officials, new officials, new official. Chapter 6, Changing Face. After finding a random seat in the library on the second floor and holding the tablet and flipping through it for more than an hour, Lin Cheng then stopped. Memory seems to have gotten a lot better too. Lin Cheng put down the tablet, a hint of a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. This 4 or 6 version of the sunrise practice method was very comprehensive in terms of physical quality, muscle tissue strength, bone hardness, nerve reaction speed, eyesight and hearing, memory. And even the sixth sense were rumored to have the potential to be improved. Coupled with the ability to be a memory master, he is not too far away from being unforgettable. At this rate, it wouldn't take long before the written exam aspect wouldn't be a problem. Although the inspection system's written test covered a wide range of content and there were many books to read, the part involving logical thinking was very little, and most of them only required rote memorization. It's almost 10 o'clock. Lin Qing glanced at the time, and without delay, he rushed downstairs. The swearing-in ceremony for the new acting captain was about to begin. Inside the auditorium, in addition to the 6 groups of inspectors and temporary inspectors, members of the division's command center, political department, and logistics department were also present. As Lin Light had guessed, the new acting captain was indeed the tracksuit youth he had met at the stairway in the morning. It was just that the other party had now changed into an inspection uniform, with 2 pairs of feathers and a star visible on the shoulder badge, marking the rank of a 3rd-level inspection officer. After the international anthem was sung by all, this new Captain Xiao, as the oath leader, then led the 16 leaders to start taking the collective oath. As a member of the Earth Alliance's inspection system, I hereby swear to resolutely uphold the absolute leadership of the world government, to be loyal to the First Charter, to uphold the authority of the Constitution, to fulfill my legal duties, and to dedicate myself to the noble cause of inspection. Also sitting on the stage were the division chief and the leader from the city council as the oath taker. After the oath was over and the leaders had finished their speeches, the new acting captain's inauguration ceremony was finally over. After announcing the end, the leaders all left first. Not long after, except for a few people in the auditorium, most of them were inspectors from the 6 groups of the inspection team and a bunch of temporary inspectors. Captain Chen has been hospitalized with an injury, so I will lead the inspections for the time being. Captain Xiao stood on the stage, his eyes swept over the inspectors below, and sincerely said, I'm not as experienced as Captain Chen, but the inspection task doesn't allow me to take my time to learn, so I can only work hard for my fellow colleagues to function more and actively cooperate with the work, and I'll definitely do my best to abide by my duties. Under the stage, I don't know which ass-kisser who wanted to get ahead applauded first, followed closely by a group of people who all applauded. When the applause stopped, Captain Xiao added, the inspection work is vital, there is no room for sloppiness and haste, whether it's me, the acting captain, or the temporary inspectors, all of them should be scrupulously diligent and disciplined. Saying this, he swept his gaze and said, but I also know that any organization can't be perfect, there will eventually be some omissions, there are also temporary inspectors in our team that do not conform to the rules of admission, which not only affects the discipline, but also the lack of professional qualities, and in the future when carrying out the task, perhaps it will affect the inspection work. I believe that this is something that everyone does not want to see. The moment this new Captain Xiao said this, several inspectors subconsciously turned their gazes towards Lin Cheng. If one wanted to mix into the inspection team, even if it was only a temporary inspector, then at least they had to have the group leader's connections. Several team leaders had arranged for their relatives or friends to be temporary inspectors. After all, there was no establishment and no access to any secrets, and the work was simple and easy to do, even without professional training, so it was tacitly recognized. Normally, as long as it is not too much, even the leadership of the municipal bureau will not care about this kind of small matter. And this Shao captain just came, to be so fair and honest to liquidate this kind of small matter. Discerning people can see, this is obviously rushing to the Chen captain to go. In the end, everyone else was just being affected. I won't name names. Captain Shao calmly said, you all take the initiative to come forward and resign, go back and write a review, and the punishment will be waived. Among the ranks of temporary inspectors on the stage, there was first a moment of silence, and then a few people hesitated for a little while, but still came forward one after another. In a short while, there were 5 temporary inspectors who stood out. In addition to being helpless, a few of them all gave Lin Qing a somewhat indignant look. If it wasn't because of Lin Qing, they wouldn't have lost this job of easily mixing money. Nothing? Captain Shao spoke in a low voice. Several of the inspectors couldn't help but look at Lin Qing. The words had been said. Did this cousin of Captain Chen still think that he hadn't been discovered? Do I have to be asked to name names? Captain Zhao's gaze slowly swept over the temporary inspectors, and finally his eyes stopped on Lin Qing, saying, Lin Qing, you? Captain Shao. Captain Shao had only just uttered the name, but he heard a voice suddenly ring out. He turned his head to look, and found that it was Chief Gao of the political engineering section, who hadn't left, and was smilingly looking at him from a short distance away, and also pointed to his cell phone screen, signaling him to look at the message. Captain Zhao's heart was a little strange, but he still took out his cell phone and looked at the message from Chief Gao. With that, he narrowed his eyes slightly. Lin Qing quietly stood in the line of temporary inspectors and also glanced at Section Chief Gao when he saw this. It seemed that Section Chief Gao had reminded this Captain Shao? Go on, just now, it's about Lin Qing. Captain Shao put away his cell phone with an unchanged face, as if he had never received any news, and continued to look at Lin Qing, saying solemnly, Lin Qing, I didn't want to talk about you, but since you've been silent, I have to talk about it. Don't you think that your work in the inspection team is inappropriate? Section Chief Gao's eyes changed slightly. It was quite timely for him to raise his voice to remind him that this Captain Shao was clearly not in a dilemma, but he actually wasn't going to give up. Lin Qing, don't blame me for talking about you either. Captain Shao said in a deep voice, such an outstanding talent like you, yet you're only working as a temporary inspector in the team, you don't even have an establishment, it's really a case of burying the talent. If I were Captain Chen, I'm afraid that I'd want to promote you to be the team leader, don't you feel aggrieved? The stage was silent. Everyone was stunned as they looked at Captain Shao on the stage and couldn't help but look at Lin Qing again. Outstanding? Burying talent? Still being a team leader? Just now, wasn't this Captain Shao still looking like he was going to use the opportunity to lash out? How did he suddenly start to speak up for Lin Qing? Even the well-informed Lin Qing and Section Chief Gao could not help but be stunned. I have to admit, Captain Chen really is impartial. Captain Shao sighed, his own cousin is clearly such an outstanding talent, and just because he hasn't passed the professional assessment yet, in order to avoid suspicion, he won't even give him an official establishment. It's really too bright and open-minded. Lin Qing was stunned. This Captain Shao is really a talent. Gao Section Chief watched Captain Shao change his face on the stage, and couldn't help but secretly sigh. I thought it was a high-minded young man, but I didn't expect it to be an old grease man. On the stage, Captain Shao was secretly relieved. Only 18 years old, the practice of the law is successful. Maybe in the future as my vice captain, the future may not be worse than me. I have a disease to offend him. Chapter 7, Battle Methods. The lecture of the new Captain Shao Peidong was over. He had thought that it was the new officer who was going to burn the fire from Lin Qing to Captain Chen, but he hadn't expected the final result to be the opposite. In the end, it was only a few temporary inspectors who had mixed in through the back door who were dismissed. However, this also allowed the inspectors of the Shaoshan district branch to understand that this Lin Qing, who appeared to have gone through Captain Chen's back door, had definitely succeeded in practicing the method. Otherwise it couldn't be called an outstanding talent. Ever since the Sunrise Martial Arts School had received investment from the Zhixing Group, and that founder had been held up on the altar, I don't know how many people had been trying out the Sunrise practicing method that had been passed out from the Sunrise Martial Arts School. However, even the simplest 4-6 version of the practice method had only been practiced by such a small group of people. Throughout the Shaoshan district branch, the official inspectors and temporary inspectors added up to nearly 100 people, and only a handful of them succeeded in practicing the method. Once accomplished, the status would naturally be different immediately. Lin Qing, you've only just been regularized, your experience is too shallow, you can't lead group inspections yet. Xiao Peidong said, you should learn from the group first. When you have experience, pass the inspection test, and make 1 or 2 achievements, you'll be able to take charge of the group, then I'll let you lead the group again. Lin Cheng originally didn't want to lead a group either, and immediately nodded. As for which group to be with, Xiao Peidong swept his gaze over the group leaders and pondered for a while. Finally his eyes stopped on one person and said, Group Leader Han, you're experienced and rigorous, you'll be the one to lead Lin Cheng. Although Team Leader Han was close to 40 and had a relatively high hairline, he could also see that he was probably a handsome man when he was young. His complexion always remained cold, his posture stood upright at the front of the team, he was silent and didn't have any small movements, the uniform on his body was straight and tidy without a single wrinkle. When he heard Captain Zhao's arrangement, he only nodded without much expression. Lin Cheng couldn't help but glance at this Team Leader Han. It didn't look like he was too easy to get along with. He only knew that this Team Leader Han was the leader of the second team, and had barely come into contact with him, so he didn't understand the specifics. However, he would know if he went to the hospital later and asked his cousin. After dismissal, Lin Cheng also followed Team Leader Han to the office of Team 2, just to get to know the other 4 team members who were also in Team 2. Walking into the spacious and bright office, Lin Cheng found that all the items and furnishings were placed in an extremely neat and orderly manner. Team Leader Han surveyed the office, seemingly considering where to place Lin Cheng's desk, and quickly said to Lin Cheng, you'll sit across from Xiao Qin, and I'll have logistics move a new desk over later. Lin Cheng nodded. Next to him, a short-haired girl with a clear appearance smiled and waved at him, obviously she was Xiao Qin. Also, the logistics side will customize a new uniform for you, just send the size data over, and you'll be able to receive a new uniform and shoulder badge tomorrow. Team Leader Han said. Lin Cheng nodded and said, good. As for duty. At your age, you should be practicing martial arts as a priority, right? Team Leader Han sized up Lin Cheng, and suddenly frowned slightly, reaching out to run his hand along the collar of Lin Cheng's uniform, so that the collar was aligned before stretching his brows with a slight sense of satisfaction. Obsessive-compulsive disorder is it? Lin Cheng was stunned, no wonder this office is neat and tidy as if it was measured by a ruler. Team Leader Han withdrew his hand before continuing, normally you don't have to come to the precinct on duty specifically, when there's a mission, I'll notify you, but you have to keep your cell phone open, and work hard on your martial arts training so that you don't fail to live up to your natural talent. Lin Cheng's eyes brightened slightly, and he immediately said, thank you, Team Leader. It seemed that this Team Leader Han wasn't as difficult to get along with as he seemed. Team Leader Han thought for a moment and said, if there's anything you don't know about work, just ask Xiao Qin. Lin Cheng nodded and added, Team Leader, I heard that after inspectors are regularized, as long as they have practiced the 4-6 version of the practice method, they can learn the 7-7 version of the practice method for free? Team Leader Han glanced at him and said, I'll apply for you later, and the bureau will arrange a suitable coach for you at that time. Thank you, Team Leader. Lin Cheng immediately thanked him. When the other group members heard this, they couldn't help but have some envy in their eyes. The official inspectors all had this privilege, but it had to be used after practicing the 4-6 version of the practice method, otherwise it was the same as nothing. Right, Group Leader. Lin Cheng took the opportunity to ask, it said that formal inspectors are allowed to learn battle techniques? What conditions are required? He had heard too many times about the power of battle techniques, and in all the rumors, battle techniques could literally turn a person into a half-superhuman, which was the key reason why he had entered the inspection system. Right now, although his physical quality had improved quite a bit, he would still have to flee if he was surrounded by a group of people with weapons. After all, practicing methods were only used to improve basic qualities, and battle methods were truly used for fighting. Want to learn battle techniques? Team Leader Han glanced at him and said, there are only 2 requirements, first, practicing the 4-6 version of the practice method, and second, making a merit. As long as you meet these 2 points, you can try to learn the battle method. Establishing merit? Lin Cheng looked at Team Leader Han. Accumulate 3 third-class merits and you can try to learn 1 battle method, or make 1 second-class merit and you can try to learn 2 battle methods. Team Leader Han said. After saying that, he added, if you make a first-class merit, you can try to learn all of the battle techniques in the Inspection Bureau's inventory. Lin Cheng raised his eyebrows slightly. First class, second class, and third class, these 3 levels of merit were not convertible to each other. However, when converted into the opportunity to learn battle techniques, 1 second-class merit was able to compare to 6 third-class merits? There was no need to think about first-class merit, the entire City Inspection Bureau only issued first-class merit that once in a long time. Either in a major disaster to make a miraculous achievement, to save huge losses, or to solve the key evidence of a mega crime syndicate, or to catch those vicious and wanted criminals. That was the only way it could be a first-class merit. With this ability of his now, the second-class merit is very difficult. It is better not to be so overambitious. Thinking about how to gather enough third-class merit 3 times was more reliable. Since he didn't need to be on duty, after adding team leader Han and the 4 inspectors in the same team as his microphone friends, Lin Lightweight left the precinct and went to the People's Hospital of Shashan District to visit his cousin. You transferred? Just as he walked into the ward, before he could make a sound, Chen Yanin on the hospital bed had already opened her mouth. Sister, you know? Lin Chang was not surprised. Chen Yanin was still the captain now after all. It wasn't like she was in a coma, so how could she not know if there were any movements in the inspection team? You still want to hide it from me? Chen Yannan sized him up and said, not bad, when did you practice? It's been a while. Lin Qing said as usual. Anyway, as long as you don't deliberately reveal it, it's hard to tell if you've practiced or not from the outside, and you'll have to use a tester to confirm it. Then why didn't you tell me before? Didn't you say you were quitting last night? Suddenly you turned around without saying a word today? Chen Yanin frowned and looked at him. Because I hadn't thought about entering the inspection system before. Lin Cheng took out the rhetoric he had prepared long ago. If I had said last night that I was planning to switch, you might not have agreed, sis, right? Chen Yanin glanced at her missing right leg and fell silent. Indeed. She was injured like this because of last night's mission, and this kind of near-death danger scared her even now. If Lin Qing had said last night that she wanted to go on this path of inspection, she most likely wouldn't have agreed. Chen Yanin sighed and said, since you didn't want to take this path before, why do you suddenly want to go again now? Sense of crisis. Lin Qing seriously said, I want to learn battle techniques, but I can't get into a martial arts school. The military and public security system both take a long time to climb up. It's hard to learn battle techniques, and when I think about it, the only way to learn battle techniques in a short period of time is the inspection system. Chen Yanin was silent. A sense of crisis? It was also true that in the past, she had protected Lin Qing too well, so much so that Lin Qing had never experienced any danger. It was only natural that she had been stimulated by her serious injuries last night. Perhaps this child still wanted to help her take revenge in his heart? Alright, since you've already decided, I won't stop you. Chen Yanin took a deep breath, looked at Lin Qing, and said in a deep voice, but you have to remember that no matter how important the mission is, it's not as important as life, and you must always be alert to the smell of danger. I know. Lin Qing nodded. His alertness to danger couldn't be compared to him no matter how battle-hardened he was. It wasn't just because he had the experience of surviving in the end times, it was also because the item, current order level, on the reverse entropist's panel was able to warn him in advance. He, an ordinary person, was able to survive for so many years in the end times mainly because of this. Chapter 8 Transfer of Merit. In the future, if you have any tasks, come and ask me first, I'll help you keep an eye on them. Chen Yannan sat on the hospital bed and instructed, later on, I'll summarize some points and notes about inspection work and send them to you, so take a look at them more often and keep them in mind. Lin Cheng nodded, some long-lost warmth in her heart. 4 people in the last days, care, love, affection. These were luxuries, and he hadn't felt them for a long time, and didn't reject them. Even though all betrayal has a chip on its shoulder, human nature is not meant to be tested. Human feelings were the norm, and it was enough to stay awake. You're following team leader Han of Team 2, right? Chen Yannan asked. Right. Lin Cheng asked, how is team leader Han this person? Han Lin Song is quite a good person. Chen Yannan said, it's just that he's very obsessive-compulsive, and he's also a bit rigid and rule-bound, but he's also very fair and upright, so even though you don't have much oil and water to gain by following him, at least you don't have to worry about him engaging in any petty maneuvers, and he won't be greedy for your credits, which is something I'm very relieved about. Lin Qing raised her eyebrows slightly. I've heard that there is oil and water to be gained from inspection work some of the time, such as searching in casinos, nightclubs, and the like, where it's inevitable to touch some sensitive and illegal zones, and it's normal for the person in charge to give some filial piety in order to avoid trouble. Of course, even if there was oil and water, it had nothing to do with temporary inspectors, so he had only heard about it. No wonder. Lin Qing suddenly frowned. No wonder Surname Shao purposely assigned me to the second group. It seems like he doesn't want me to rake in the grease. He looked at Chen Yannan and said, Surname Shao is worried that I'm fishing for money to cure your leg? Chen Yannan nodded gently and said, I used to have big goals, I couldn't see the petty profits, I didn't want to delay my future, I didn't receive much in the way of filial piety, so I didn't have much savings. She sighed, now I'm exactly when I need money, that Zhao's surname is afraid that you're worried that you're taking advantage of this time to fish for oil, and get me the money to buy a better mechanical prosthetic limb. If I don't drop much in strength, then there's little chance of him turning around. She laughed mockingly, but he purposely assigned you to Team 2. And with a rigidly upright superior like Team Leader Han, there won't be much oil for you to rake in a short period of time. Lin Qing shook her head slightly. People like Xiao Peidong who didn't want to be faceless really had a deep city as well. It doesn't matter. Chen Yanan said unconcernedly, surname Xiao is also thinking too much, counting recuperation and preparation, at most 2 or 3 months, I'll have to have prosthetic surgery, you're a just-turned inspector, even if you're allowed to rake in the grease, how much money can you scrape together in 2 or 3 months? She reached out and patted the back of Lin Qing's hand, it's already for the best that you can stay in Han Lin Song's group. But Lin Qing frowned slightly, if I can scrape together more money, I might actually be able to get you a better pair of mechanical prosthetics? Don't think too much. Chen Yannan shook her head, the family savings, together with my workers' compensation insurance and disability benefits, is almost $2 million, your brother asked his classmates in the metropolitan area, and this money can already purchase the Dawn Group's G21L-type mechanical prosthetic limbs and spare energy. And a higher grade, the G53 series of mechanical prosthetics, would start at least $5 to $6 million. She shook her head and said, even if you're even more capable and can come up with another million or 800,000 in 2 or 3 months, spending that much more money will only make things like range better, there's no qualitative change in performance, so there's absolutely no need for that, do you understand? Lin Cheng nodded slightly. It was just an idea he had, and if he could scrape together enough, he would of course try to help. It's good that you can understand. Chen Yanan looked at him with relief, growing up. She couldn't help but think in her heart, in the past, she still protected this child too well and didn't let him go through many storms. This time when she had an accident, he immediately matured a lot. It is a change of people. Lin Qing secretly muttered, and asked, Sister, do you know how to learn the battle method quickly? Besides making merit, what else can I do? Chen Yanan gave him a look. The escaped prisoner who injured you, if you solve him, how many levels of merit would it be? Lin Qing suddenly asked. Chen Yannan couldn't help but give him a look and said, Don't look for death, you brat. I'm just asking casually. Lin Qing shook his head and said, How could I be that insouciant? Also, Chen Yannan then said, If I can solve that person, it will definitely be a first-class merit, he can be much stronger than me, and there are almost no weaknesses, even bullets are difficult to deal with effective damage to him, even if he is caught in a firefight he will be able to escape, I guess it's only the city's chief captain, Yuan Anping, who can deal with him. Even bullets are difficult to deal with? Lin Qing couldn't help but feel a longing in his heart when he heard this. Wasn't this the kind of power he was pursuing? Unfortunately, even a strength like his cousin's was inferior to the other party, so this bit of his strength was naturally even further behind. Merit. Chen Yannan deliberated for a little while, and suddenly said, How about this, there are still 2 unused third-class merits under my name, I'll apply to transfer them to you, and you'll be able to put together another third-class merit, and you'll be able to try to learn a battle technique as well. Merits can still be transferred? Lin Cheng was astonished. Chen Yannan nodded and said, Third-class merits can be transferred, but honorary commendations and file records are not transferable, so they can't be used to promote ranks, but substantial rewards involving merit exchange can still be transferred. She said with some regret, but the 8 third-class merits and 2 second-class merits I've made over the years have all been used to try and learn battle techniques. Then sis, wouldn't you have learned 6 battle techniques? Lin Qing couldn't help but ask. 3 third-class merits to learn 1 discipline and 1 second-class merit to learn 2 battle techniques. Chen Yanan had all these merits added up, and after learning 6 battle techniques, there were exactly 2 third-class merits left. 6 doors? Chen Yannan couldn't help but look at him, it's only 6 attempts to learn, how can I learn it? After 6 attempts, I've only been able to get started with 3 battle techniques, and only 2 of them are really in depth. So difficult to learn? Lin Cheng asked with interest. Of course it's hard, the Inspection Bureau has 4 series of battle techniques in stock, a total of 23, there's always one you can get started with, it depends on your luck. Chen Yannan said, I'm considered very lucky, I've only attempted 6 battle techniques, and 3 of them managed to get started, if I happen to be unlucky, I probably wouldn't be able to get one of the 10 battle techniques started. Lin Cheng drifted off. He wasn't worried about it, it was fine to learn battle techniques after making up the 4 or 6 versions of the sunrise practice method. I'll give you all of my 2 third-class merits. Chen Yannan glanced at Lin Qing and said, there is still 1 third-class merit missing, so you can find a way to get it together yourself. I'll do it myself. Lin Qing nodded. It was already good to help him reduce the difficulty by a large part. Isn't your marksmanship great? Chen Yannan instructed, get promoted to 3rd grade inspection division early so you're qualified to hold a gun. Lin Qing hummed. It was soon, and if it went well, it might be this month. After leaving the hospital, Lin Qing didn't bother going to school. Anyway, he was going to go through the inspection system, so it wasn't that important to have a high school entrance exam or not. All the way back home. After having a cheap but not so good tasting lunch, Lin Qing started practicing the 4 or 6 version of the sunrise practice method, paying off debts. Paying off only required 65 perfect practices, which didn't feel like much. However, after just 1 practice, Lin Qing realized that something was wrong. Chapter 9, Demonstrations. What's going on? Lin Qing looked at his hands and couldn't help but frown slightly. He had only practiced the 4-6 version of the sunrise practice method in its entirety once, and his body had stopped absorbing that mysterious energy. It was as if the body cells were full and refused to absorb it. Limited meal size. Lin Qing searched the internet for a long time and finally understood. According to reason, although his body had already metamorphosed to the first limit, the body cells could still devour that mysterious energy, they just wouldn't continue to metamorphose anymore. And in this current situation, it was just full. A normal human body could only practice this much once a day. So, doing the math like this, he would need 65 days to make up for this advanced 4 or 6 versions of the sunrise practice. A little over 2 months, it's not that slow, one could even say it's fast. However, there seems to be a solution if you want to go faster. These days, information was developed and the sunrise practicing method was promoted by all people, so information about the sunrise practicing method was naturally not limited. Lin Qing quickly searched for a solution to this situation. The cheapest way. To take high-energy slow-release liquid can make the body's cells more hungry. The K1 series is dedicated to people who have not broken through the first limit, a set of high-energy slow-release liquid price. Discount price 89,999 pieces? $90,000 for a group, this is still the cheapest? A group of just 10? Lin Qing was a bit speechless. People who normally practiced sunrise practice usually had to practice hundreds or even thousands of times before they could gradually approach perfect practice. With a single high-energy retarding liquid, one would only be able to practice twice more per day, which was equivalent to 3 times the efficiency. A set of 10 just practicing 20 more times, this would cost $90,000? If one were to practice hundreds or thousands of times, wouldn't one have to smash in a few $1,000,000 to get enough? It's true that only the rich can afford to play. Lin Qing was somewhat helpless. He only had a few $1,000s in savings right now, so he couldn't even afford a set. In fact, he only needed 2 sets. 20 shots of high-energy slow-release liquid, a 20-day dosage, would allow him to practice 2 more times a day during this period, and he would be able to finish practicing these remaining 64 times in 20 days. But 180,000 was also too much. Let's talk about it when we have the money. Lin Qing secretly pondered. After the transfer, the monthly salary of a second-level inspector is 4,000, and a first-level inspector is 5,000. Indeed, it's not much, no wonder there are people fishing for oil to make extra money. Even if he waited for him to pass the professional examination and was promoted to the 3rd-level inspection division, his salary would only go up to 7,000. The main change of promoting to inspection division is still having the right to bear arms now, but the salary increase is not much. Cousin's 2nd-level inspection officer's salary was only 12,000. It was indeed a high salary compared to regular people, but compared to rich people, it was nothing. In fact, if he asked his cousin to borrow money, he should be able to, but his cousin had already transferred her credit to him, and now that he was still in dire need of money, there was no need for him to drag his feet so much. What could be done with an early breakthrough? Learn the 7-7 version of the practice method as soon as possible? Even if he learned the 7-7 version of the practicing method, if he didn't learn the 2 battle techniques, it wouldn't be enough to become a vice captain, much less to join the Sunrise Martial Arts School. I'll get the money when I have the chance. Lin Qing wasn't particularly in a hurry. Right now is my high-speed progress period. After I practice the 7-7 version of the practicing method and the battle techniques, it shouldn't be too hard to make money, so let's slow down a bit. Although he couldn't make any oil and water under Team Leader Han, when he passed the inspection specialty test and made 1 or 2 more merits, he would be able to break away from the second group, and Team Leader Han wouldn't be able to control him at that time. After being strong, it would be easier to make money. If he could practice the original sunrise practice method, even the City Inspection Bureau General team would invite him, and his status would be very different. He could only pay off his debt once a day, and for most of the rest of the time, Lin Qing concentrated on reading specialized books related to the inspection exam. The Inspection Bureau would organize a professional exam on the 25th of every month, and today was December 11th, with 14 days to go. With his current memory, as long as he was willing to work hard, he might be able to pass the exam this month. When he saw 9 o'clock in the evening, his cell phone suddenly let out a soft ring. Lin Lai clicked it open to take a look and found that it was a micro-telecommunication message from Team Leader Han. Team Leader Han, attendance inspection tonight, at 10 o'clock sharp, you can just wait at the entrance of your neighborhood. Wait at the entrance of the neighborhood? Lin Chang was a bit puzzled. Actually came to pick him up on purpose? The night was dim and chilly. Lin Chang's current physical quality was quite a bit better than before, and with the combination of the warm innerwear plus the inspection uniform, he didn't feel cold. Even if it was a temporary inspector's uniform, it was only missing a shoulder badge. There was not much difference in the fabric, and it was just as warm. When the logistics department sends over the epaulets and inspection uniform tomorrow, he will be a real inspector. Just after 10 o'clock, he saw a stretched sedan-like black inspection car coming from the street at great speed, and then stopped steadily in front of him. The windows of the car were lowered, revealing Team Leader Han and the others inside. Get in. The space inside the inspection car wasn't small, and besides the driver's seat and co-pilot, there were also 2 rows of seats facing each other in the back, so 6 people could sit in a squeeze. In addition to Team Leader Han, there was that clean-cut short-haired girl Xiao Qin and 3 other male inspectors. One was in charge of driving, one sat in the passenger seat, and in the back row, Xiao Qin and a lean, inch-haired youth sat across from Team Leader Han. Lin Qing glanced over and sat beside Team Leader Han. Team Leader, why did you even come to pick me up outside my home? Lin Qing said, it's not a big deal for me to go directly to the precinct to gather, it's not far anyway. Something in passing. Team Leader Han calmly said. By the way? Lin Chang was puzzled. Ha ha. Xiao Qin smiled and said, it's not exactly a special trip to pick you up, it's just that tonight's inspection mission is on Ironstone Street, so there's no need for you to run around. Such a coincidence? Lin Qing raised her eyebrows slightly. No coincidence, it's just that the mission was purposely set at Ironstone Street. Xiao Qin laughed. Lin Chang was even more strange. Purposely set? It's nothing, the newly turned inspectors all have this treatment. Xiao Qin laughed. Inspecting the area around your house first is also to let those restless guys around your house clearly recognize that you're already a member of the inspection team. Well, you can understand it as a demonstration. Lin Chang drifted off. It's also true that there's a mission. Team Leader Han said flatly, a new gang organization called the Blue Scarf Gang has recently appeared on Ironstone Street, and it seems to have foreign faces, so it's a good time to cooperate with the public security side to feel out the situation. Not long after, the inspection vehicle stopped at a remote street corner on Ironstone Street, not far away from the visible door of a neon flashing bar. The main members of the Blue Scarf Gang are usually active in the Ironstone bar at night. According to the undercover investigation by the temporary inspector who arrived beforehand, only the new members recruited by the Blue Scarf Gang carry blue-collar tab scarves. The cadres on the contrary are nothing special, and the leader of the gang is known as Camel Dot. Once the operation starts, Zhang Yufei, Liang Jun, you two are responsible for blocking the front and back doors of the bar. Lin Qing, Qin Qin, Wang Hengyi, you 3 bring your equipment and follow me in to search. Everyone in the entire bar, whether it's a guest or a waiter, should have their faces and fingerprints recorded and identified. If neither can be identified, then blood records will be taken and DNA identification will be done on site to compare databases. This is a requirement from the public security side. Begin the operation. Chapter 10, Early Warning. Under the swaying disoriented lights and deafening music, a man and woman dressed in fashionable and openly exposed, swaying their bodies with the strong rhythm created by the lights and music, letting the alcohol and dopamine drive their brains, wantonly rubbing and colliding with each other's desires. Suddenly, an athletic black figure in the bright and dim lights violently leaped onto the DJ booth. The DJ with dyed blue hair and revealing clothes only just froze when the manic music came to a screeching halt. The neon and laser lights stopped shaking, and a low voice came from the DJ stage. Routine search by inspection team, everyone against the wall. Amidst the panic screams, the lights snapped on, dispelling the darkness and exposing all those in the frenzy to the light. 3 other inspectors, dressed in black inspection uniforms and armed with electric batons, stepped inside the bar and drove the crowd away, the batons cracking in their hands. All stand against the wall. Says you, stand up. The middle-aged inspector on the DJ booth watched the search operation below with a stoic face. Compared to the other inspectors, the uniform he was wearing was obviously a bit more refined, and 3 stars and a pair of wing-like patterns could still be seen on his shoulder badge, which was clearly the title of a first-class inspection division. This officer, I am the general manager of this bar. A slightly blonde middle-aged man walked over and looked at the middle-aged inspector on the stage, smilingly saying, I wonder how to address you? Why did you suddenly come to search this small venue tonight? Team leader Han gave him an expressionless look and spoke, superior mission, no comment. The general manager of the Ironstone bar had no choice but to smile and say, it's me who's been talking too much, don't worry, sir, we'll definitely cooperate with the work positively. Team leader Han swept his gaze and saw that the crowd inside the bar had all gathered and stood against the 4 sides before he jumped down from the high platform and walked to the dance floor in the center, looking at Lin Qing's trio. Lin Qing, you check the side of the bar, Qin Qin you check that group of people, Wang Hengyi, you check the people over there, I'll do the rest. After explaining their work, the 4 people in charge of the search began to move. This bar wasn't particularly large, and with the guests plus the bartenders and waiters, there were only about 100 people in total. Even if they had to perform facial recognition and fingerprint recognition one by one to check their identities, it wouldn't take long if the 4 of them acted together. Nowadays, the database was very comprehensive, and there was no need to check ID cards for confirmation. Occasionally, when a guest who has been drinking to excess goes crazy and doesn't cooperate with the search, he can be easily subdued by the official inspectors who have passed the test. Of course, in the event of an emergency, you'll have to use the electric baton. Lin Cheng pinned the electric baton to his waist, took the work cell phone issued by the inspection bureau, walked over to the crowd on this side of the bar, sized up the crowd, and opened his mouth. Checking the blue scarf gang first, you, and you, all of you come over here and stand still, wipe your fingers a little. As he spoke, he pointed at a few of them wearing blue collar tab scarves in turn, one by one. The faces of the ones who were pointed to were all a bit stifled in indignation. This bar is regarded as their blue scarf gang's base camp, next to squatting by their arms just now and the beautiful girl, through the strength of the wine bragged about how many times they and the blue scarf gang how powerful, but in the blink of an eye was these patrol dogs pulled out to cooperate with the investigation. Especially this kid, not even a shoulder badge, obviously just a temporary investigator, but also dare to be so dragged? But there were other inspectors present, and several people could only grit their teeth and walk out. Only, one person couldn't help but curse in a low voice under his breath. Grass, a temporary dog also dares to fox and tiger. He suppressed his voice to avoid being heard by the other inspectors in the distance. Anyway, the temporary inspectors did not have law enforcement powers, so he was not afraid of cursing a few times. Lin Qing's eyes went cold, suddenly kicking the man in the calf, instantly hurting the man so much that he fell to the ground. The man was furious and was about to stand up, but then he heard a crackling sound. A head up, only to see a black electric stick stopped in front of his eyes, splitting. His body immediately trembled, subconsciously shrank back, and the swear words he was about to curse out were hardened and swallowed back. Head up. Lin Cheng looked at the other party mockingly, took his cell phone and did facial recognition. After pressing his fingerprints, he suddenly kicked the other party in the face. The hard sole of his boot instantly twisted and broke the bridge of his nosebleed gushed wildly, covered his nose, and curled up on the ground and wailed. A few people from the inspection team in the distance all glanced this way, didn't pay any attention to it, and went on with their work. Not to mention that Lin Qing is a first-class inspector. Even if he is just a temporary inspector, when he encounters a disobedient prick, there is nothing to worry about if he kicks him twice. Of course, temporary inspectors didn't have an establishment and weren't valued by the inspection bureau, so they didn't dare to offend anyone. Although a violent attack on a temporary inspector who is carrying out his duties is also a crime of obstruction of official business, but being beaten in private is just an ordinary brawl, and the Bureau of Inspection will not specifically intervene. As for the official inspectors, even if they were attacked in private, they would be punished severely, and if they seriously endangered their personal safety, they might even be sentenced to life imprisonment. Lin Cheng also continued to hold his cell phone, identifying the records one by one. After killing the chicken to make an example of the monkey, the others were much more well-behaved. Even those pricks from the Blue Scarf Gang were all honest. Order. Lin Cheng silently called out the reverse entropist panel again, glancing at the current order level, and there wasn't the slightest change. Also, a few punks were just a few punks. They couldn't threaten him at all, and even if they didn't know that he was in official inspection right now, since the Blue Scarf Gang dared to woo the establishment, they must have people they knew in the public security and inspection bureaus, and they'd know about him if they asked around. Once he knew that he was an official inspection, for that amount of grudge, a few punks wouldn't dare to retaliate against him. Naturally, they wouldn't let the order level drop. He had confirmed this long ago in his previous life. As long as others couldn't threaten him, even if there were enemies, it wouldn't make the order level drop. In his previous life, he was able to survive in the end times by relying on the current order level warning, which had already helped him many times. In the shadows on the other side of the bar, two silhouettes were crouching here with their heads lowered, their lips slightly wriggling as they came together to lower their voices to communicate. "Old Lock, can we find a chance to escape at the back door? I've always had people guarding the front and back doors, but now the front and back doors have been blocked off, and I don't know if the inspection team is on the wrong medication and suddenly came to search." "Grass, before you formed the Blue Scarf Gang, didn't you say that you had acquaintances in both the public security and the inspection bureau to act as informants for you?" "Brother Jiang, the search team is acting on a temporary basis today, I didn't expect it either." "What now?" "Mard, I'm just hiding in your place for a few days, it's just a rare chance to get some air, how come I'm so unlucky?" "Brother Jiang, if you dare to go in hard and force your way out, you can still escape from the old underground passage that way." "Forcefully rush? Can't you see that there's a level 1 inspection division standing there?" At a glance, he's a senior group leader, it's not surprising that he's learned the battle technique, once he uses it, I'm sure I'm no match for him. "Brother Jiang, I dare to treat this bar as a gang activity place, of course I have left a backhand, I can create chaos for you, if you are fast enough, it is possible to escape from the chaos." "Good, then break out from the direction of this temporary inspector towards the main entrance, the hope should be the greatest." "He beat up my people, Brother Jiang, you can strike a little harder, it's best to get him killed, anyway it's just a small temporary inspector." "Small matter, it just so happens that I don't like him either." Order level down 0.2 levels. While he was identifying and inspecting them one by one, at this moment, a line of small words as bright red as blood suddenly appeared in front of Lin Qing's eyes. "Eh?" Lin Qing's eyes changed slightly, his heart instantly alerted, his left hand continued to operate the cell phone for identification, while his right hand unobtrusively touched the switch of the electric baton and quietly gripped it tightly. Suddenly, boom! A globe-shaped lampshade on the ceiling above the dance floor burst open abruptly, and thick smoke erupted from it, along with a colorful mass of confetti used by the party, which flew down in a flurry. For a time, half of the bar's line of sight was obscured. At the same time, a robust silhouette steeply darted out from behind the bar, skimming across the dance floor in the blink of an eye with exceptional sensitivity and speed. And the direction he sprinted in was precisely the direction of the main entrance where Lin Chang was. Chapter 11, Black Fist. Who? The robust and strong figure erupted with such speed that even the falling colorful shredded paper was knocked out of a hollow channel, and the curling airflow caused the surrounding confetti to flap and swirl away along with the smoke. It was a tall man wearing a black sweatshirt, covered in puckered muscles, with a sturdy physique, as strong as a bear. The distance between him and Lin Chang was only 7 or 8 meters. At this moment, he suddenly rose up, like a tiger descending from the mountain, rushing towards Lin Chang. At the same time, his right hand clenched his fist and crossed his elbow, and his thick and powerful arm was already raised high, revealing his elbow joints that were full of calluses. It was as if a wild beast had shown its fangs. And Lin Chang seemed to be unresponsive, still with his back to him, still looking at his cell phone. In this instant, the tall man's eyes flashed with a flash of hostility, his right arm muscles completely bulging, instantly pushing his elbow out, fiercely and incomparably smashing into the back of Lin Chang's neck. With his years of honing his surefire killing skills, he was confident that he could smash this tiny temporary inspector and shatter his collarbone with a single blow. Right at this moment. Eh? As if Lin Chang had eyes in his back, he suddenly crouched down and shortened his body, dodging this horizontal elbow while simultaneously jabbing backward with the electric baton in his backhand. Accompanied by the sound of electricity crackling, the tip of the electric baton instantly struck the tall man behind him, instantly erupting in a burst of blue electric light. Damn! The tall man instantly reacted, and could not help but have his pupils dramatically tighten. However, the strong electric current had already instantly passed through his body, and the muscles of his entire body began to involuntarily contract and twitch, and his body uncontrollably trembled continuously. With a fluttering sound, his forward body slammed headfirst into the card seat in front of him with inertia, and he fell to the ground, convulsing unceasingly. After dodging to the side, Lin Chang followed with 2 more steps forward, pressing the electric baton against the back of the tall man's neck, turning it to its maximum power setting, and mercilessly tilting the electrical energy in it. Under the voltage of 100,000 volts, the tall man wailed and convulsed a few times, and fainted in just a few seconds. Current order level rises by 0.4 levels. At this point, a line of green text prompts appeared before his eyes. And Lin Qing still didn't stop, continuing to use the electric baton to output current towards this tall man's head. Lin Qing. It wasn't until team leader Han's voice came from behind him that he stopped, put away his electric baton, and stood up. Unfortunately, the electric batons equipped by the inspectors were designed to have high voltage and low current, just to stop the action, not to harm. The capacity of the capacitors in them and the discharge rate of the circuitry were both low enough that the current output was not large enough to kill. However, outputting current at the head like he did was also very damaging, and I'm afraid the man's brain would be a mush even if he didn't die. Are you alright? Group leader Han's footsteps were extremely fast and he had already rushed to Lin Cheng's side. A few other group members also came at a fast pace, and immediately the two of them went forward and handcuffed the unconscious tall man's hands and feet with handcuffs. Almost died. Lin Qing said with a face of fear, "This man suddenly rushed out to sneak attack me. Luckily I was just using my cell phone to record a selfie, just in time to see him sneak attack me from behind." He glanced down at the fainted tall man on the ground and said with a palpitating heart, "His movements just now were very professional. He should have practiced fighting techniques specialized in killing people. He wanted to cross his elbows and directly smash my neck. He clearly wanted to kill me." Selfie? Team leader Han couldn't help but glance at him. It was indeed quite handsome. "I recorded it." Lin Qing immediately clicked on the selfie video that he had deliberately recorded just now. In the video, it was visible that Lin Qing was taking selfies to record himself. Suddenly the sound of a lampshade bursting rang out, smoke erupted, and as pieces of celebratory confetti fell in a flurry, the tall man violently appeared in the camera, followed by a ferocious and incomparable horizontal elbow smash. Then the camera shifted and went black, making it impossible to see anything but crackling. "Good luck." Team leader Han finished watching the video and slowly revealed a hint of a smile. "Luckily it was you, and your movements and reactions were fast enough to instantly react to electrocute him." With his eyesight and experience, he could tell with a single glance that the tall man's movements were so severe and swift that they clearly far exceeded those of an ordinary person. With such a ferocious and swift strike, an ordinary person would not be able to respond in time even if they happened to notice it while taking a selfie. It was only because Lin Qing had practiced the 4-6 version of the practice method, his physical quality had undergone an all-round transformation, his nerve reaction speed was much faster than normal people, and his movements were also fast, so he was able to respond in time. Otherwise, anyone else would only have been smashed to death with a broken neck bone. Luckily, Lin Cheng also said in hindsight, it was almost over. Although he was all pretending, but also guessed in advance that there was danger, before deliberately pretending to take a selfie to use the camera to observe behind him. But it is also true that he is not clear what the danger is, but only guessed that the probability is a man-made disaster. After all, this era wants to get explosives or guns or something, the difficulty is too big. It would be too abstract if a small gangster could get it. And the order level was only down to 0.1, if it was as dangerous as a gunshot or bomb, it should be down to 0. So the odds were that someone was trying to make a move on him. Team leader. At this time, Qin quickly inspected the unconscious tall man on the ground and said, "This man has a very strong physique, and many of the joints on his body have wear and tear and calluses. Judging from the injuries and calluses on his body, it's possible that he's a boxer who fights black boxing." Black boxing? Team leader Han nodded slightly and said, "This person's movements are vicious and precise, obviously murderous techniques. It is indeed possible that he is one of those underground fighters who fight black boxing." Lin Qing stood aside in silence. If it came to frontal combat, he might not be this person's opponent either. Even if he had also mastered master-level combat and was experienced in killing people, but survival in the end times wasn't based on fighting, so he naturally couldn't compare to this kind of person who specialized in life and death combat. Not to mention, there was a difference between people's physique and strength, and there might be a big difference in explosive power when the same practice was practiced into the 4-6 version of the practice method. However, victory or defeat was not based on who could fight more. Therefore, he stood and the other party fell. But why did this person attack Lin Cheng? Qin spoke doubtfully. Team leader Han pondered for a moment, and suddenly swept his gaze over the people around him, and said in a cold voice, "All of the blue scarf gang stand out. I know that you're here at the bar. Camel, come out obediently." This officer. A lean youth with an inch head walked out with a smile. "I don't know what you are looking for me for? Are you the leader of the blue scarf gang?" Team leader Han looked towards the lean youth. The lean youth camel said smilingly, "Just idly organizing a small group for drinking and fun. I'm just an initiator, can't talk about any leader." Ha! Team leader Han let out a cold laugh. not bothering to break bread with him, directly asked, "Since this person is in your Blue Scarf Gang's territory, you should know him, right?" "This officer, you have wronged me, I don't know him." Camel had an innocent look on his face. "The owner of this bar isn't me, so how can it be considered our turf? We're just drinking here too. I'm not sure what kind of people have come in." "Is that so?" Team leader Han gave him an expressionless look and asked, "How did the lampshade explode? You don't know? This means wasn't prepared by you?" "This I really don't know." Camel helplessly said, "This kind of maniac who dares to attack law enforcement officers, how would a good citizen like us dare to come into contact with them, don't you think so?" "Good citizens?" Team leader Han laughed mockingly. He knew that he basically couldn't ask anything of this kind of black mixed scoundrel. Therefore, he didn't bother with more words and directly said to Lin Xing, "This person attacked you probably because he didn't dare to accept the investigation, so he broke out and escaped, so check him with the identification system." Chapter 12 Third Class Merit. Lin Chang walked to the unconscious tall man's front, squatted down and grabbed the center of the handcuffs that locked his hands, and was just about to do the fingerprint identification, but he frowned slightly. He turned his head to look at Team Leader Han and said, "Team Leader, this man should have the habit of grinding his fingerprints. The fingerprints of the 10 fingers of both hands have been burned." "Oh? Let's do facial recognition and iris recognition then," Team Leader Han said. In today's times, most infants and children were born not long after, they would do a record of iris recognition and DNA recognition, which was uniformly entered into the database. Even if they are not recorded at birth, when they grow up a bit to do household registration changes or ID cards, there will be a requirement to collect them multiple times. The iris contains a series of complex texture features that are basically solidified after the birth of an individual, which are difficult to obtain easily and almost impossible to be copied or forged, and have uniqueness and stability. This makes iris recognition a highly accurate biometric technology. "Let me help you." Qin immediately took out the eyelid fixation adhesive that was specialized in dealing with unconscious people, allowing the unconscious tall man to open his eyes. However, Team Leader, it still doesn't work. Lin Qing frowned slightly. "Facial recognition and iris recognition are also useless, the database can't find this person." Team Leader Han narrowed his eyes and said, "It seems that this person is either black, or he's had plastic surgery and an artificial iris transplanted. If it was the latter, then it was inevitably done to evade identification comparisons. Nowadays, there are many urban facilities that need to recognize the face, fingerprints, and iris, and even after plastic surgery, they have to be recollected, and fugitives naturally need to buy illegal fingerprint sets and data-secure artificial irises in order to facilitate their lives. However, it is difficult to match all three, and can only cope with general identification. Once you run into an inspector who verifies it in person, you're in trouble. Maybe it's a big fish." Team Leader Han immediately ordered, "Qin, bring the DNA analyzer, right? Do the DNA identification now." "Yes." Qin nodded and immediately took out her blood collector, and after collecting blood, she quickly went to get the analyzer. "Team Leader, doing DNA analysis now?" Lin Cheng looked at Team Leader Han. "It's fine, the new generation of microfluidic overdrive DNA analyzer, 20 minutes is enough." Team Leader Han shook his head, then swept a glance at these people at the scene and said, "I'll watch from here, you continue the search work, everyone should do forensic identification." "Good." Lin Cheng nodded and continued the search work. After everyone at the scene had done their facial recognition and fingerprint identification to confirm their identity, more than 20 minutes had passed. Qin sat in one of the card seats, and after uploading the DNA data analyzed by the DNA detector, she quickly found a matching character sample from the database. Looking at the information on the computer, she couldn't help but see a flash of surprise in her eyes, and couldn't help but turn her head to look at Team Leader Han, saying, "Team Leader, come look. Wang Hingyi, you maintain order at the scene. Lin Cheng, you come with me." After Group Leader Han commanded, he immediately led Lin Cheng towards Qin. "Team Leader, look, it's really a big fish." Although Qin had lowered her voice, the excitement in her tone could still be heard. Lin Cheng also took a closer look and couldn't help but reveal a hint of surprise. Zhang Chengwu, male, 34 years old, born in Niyang, Shanjiang Province. He was once sentenced to life imprisonment because of black boxing, as well as the Chongyang Reservoir extermination case. 2 years ago, because of an explosion in Qingqing prison, he escaped from prison along with dozens of fugitives. In September 2118, the public security issued a Class A wanted notice with a reward of $150,000. Escaped from Qingqing prison? Lin Qing had heard of Qingqing Prison. It belonged to the first level of security. It was also a prison with a very high level of security. Like the powerful fugitive that his cousin had discovered, he had escaped from Qinghu Island Prison. Qinghu Island Prison was one of the top 3 prisons in the country, with a security level of special. Although Qingqing Prison was one level lower in alert level than Qinghu Island Prison, the supervision was considered high, and I'm afraid that this person wouldn't have been able to escape if he hadn't been attacked. With such dangerous and ferocious criminals lurking in the street environment he lived in, it was no wonder the order level was so low. Just arrived and made a merit, good luck. Team leader Han glanced at Lin Qing and revealed a hint of a smile. Lin Qing's heart stirred, and he immediately asked, "Team leader, how many ranks of merit can I get for catching this guy?" "Look here." Team leader Han pointed at the screen and said, "The wanted notice issued by the public security is Class A. The main person who solves a Class A wanted criminal can usually get one individual third-class merit, and this time the main thing is to rely on you to solve it, so you should be able to get one third-class merit." He paused and added, "Of course, on the files of our group members, it's estimated that we'll be able to get one more record of commendation as well." Lin Qing couldn't help but reveal a flash of joy. His cousin had transferred him 2 third-class merits, and with this Jiang Qingwu's third-class merit, it was just the right time to apply to try to learn a battle technique. Moreover, you still have 150,000 bounty to collect. Next to her, Xin Xin had an envious look on her face. "Little brother, you've gotten rich." However, as envious as she was, she also knew how treacherous this was. If she had been in Lin Qing's position, she probably would have died on the spot, not to mention any credits or reward money. Lin Qing pondered for a moment and asked, "Do I need to pay taxes on the bounty?" "Of course not." Team leader Han gave him a look. Lin relaxed, "That's good, just gather another 30,000. "Put together another 30,000? Team leader Han asked, "What are you buying?" "High-energy retardant liquid." Lin Qing had nothing to hide, 89,999 yuan for a group. This 150,000 isn't enough to buy 2 groups. "Oh?" Team leader Han said, "I can buy it for you through the inspection bureau's channels, just 69,999 will do, but you can only use it on your own, so you have to take it on the spot at the inspection bureau." "Really?" Lin Qing's eyes lit up, and immediately said, "Thank you team leader, if it can be done, this 150,000 will all be given to the team leader, and that extra 10,000 will be taken as a labor fee." "No need." Team leader Han shook his head, "You have the merit this time, as long as you pass the professional exam, you can be promoted to inspection division. All inspection divisions have this channel, it's just a small matter." Lin Qing saw that he was serious, and no longer persuaded, just said, "Then I'll treat the group leader to dinner." "Okay." Team leader Han didn't refuse. Lin Qing revealed a hint of a smile. In the blink of an eye, not only did he have the battle method, but he was also able to get 2 sets of high-energy retardant liquid. It was simply a double blessing. This way, in just 24 days, he would be able to make up the advance for the 4/6 version of the practicing method. Wouldn't he get rich by catching more criminals and wanted criminals? Team leader. Lin Qing suddenly glanced at the camel not far away and said, "This Jiang Qingwu is a wanted criminal, purposely hiding his identity to hide here. I'm afraid he has a relationship with the Blue Scarf Gang, right?" Team leader Han nodded slightly. "The means by which the lampshade ruptured just now is probably done by camel. Call the identification section to check for residual traces later." Xin Xin said, "Team leader, I've just noticed the injuries on camel's fists and neck. He may have also played blackboxing." "Notify public security." Team leader Han said, "The rest is public security's job." Lin Qing, on the other hand, called out the reverse entropist panel in his mind. Current order level, 0.5. The level of the order level meant whether his circle of life was peaceful and stable or not. Previously, when he was targeted by this ferocious wanted criminal to make a move against him, the order level dropped by 0.2 levels. Now that he had resolved the other party and removed the hidden threat of the wanted criminal lurking near his home, his life had naturally become more stable and peaceful. One way or another, the order level was instead 0.2 levels higher than before. It was still 0.5 levels short of level 1 order. It's pretty easy. Lin Qing felt that level 1 order wasn't that much closer, so maybe it wouldn't take too long. However, he also didn't expect to learn the legendary battle techniques so quickly, and he didn't know which battle technique to choose would be better. Chapter 13 High Energy Retardant Liquid. Sirens gradually far away in the night, whether it is the fugitive Jiang Qingwu, or the leader of the Blue Scarf Gang, Camel, and even those punks below, a large group of people were taken away by the police car. Order level rises by 0.1 level. The hint that surfaced in front of Lin Qing's eyes as he gazed at the police car going away made him a little puzzled while being delighted. How did it only go up 0.1 levels? Team leader. Lin Qing pondered for a while and spoke. The Blue Scarf Gang is involved with this kind of felon, harboring the crime of harboring a felon and helping a felon to escape the crime. This is not a light crime, it should be destined to be disbanded, right? Well, for sure. Team leader Han nodded slightly. Most of the Blue Scarf Gang has been taken away by the police, and they can no longer hang around here either, they can only be disbanded. What about Camelot? Lin Qing asked. If the charges are proven, he's the main culprit, several crimes will be punished together, at least sentenced to a few years or even longer. As he spoke, team leader Han glanced at him and asked, "What's wrong?" Lin Qing shook his head and said, "Nothing, I just think that Ironstone Street can restore peace." But he had some doubts in his heart. It was said that the founder of this Blue Scarf Gang, Camel, also had real skills, and had similarly practiced the 4-6 version of the practice method, and had also fought in black fists, so I'm afraid that his strength wasn't any worse than that fugitive Jiang Qingwu. Moreover, in terms of harm, a flamboyant black power leader, how can it be more harmful than a hiding wanted criminal, right? Jiang Qingwu fell into the net and the order level increased by 0.2. And after the Blue Scarf Gang, which was even more threatening and harmful, fell into the net collectively, the order level only increased by 0.1 level. With his knowledge of order levels, this was clearly abnormal. Unless this 0.1 level that went up was only because the Blue Scarf Gang disbanded, but the source Camel wouldn't fall into the net, so the threat wouldn't disappear either? That was the only way to explain why the order level had only risen by 0.1 level. I hope it's not what I'm guessing. Lin Qing frowned slightly. He didn't have much of a sense of justice as a person, and his warm heart had long been frozen by the cold end of the world, leaving him with only the bottom line of being a human being, which was limited to the fact that if people didn't offend me, I wouldn't offend them. However, a rise in the order level would be of great benefit to him, and he also longed for a stable and peaceful life. To work for this holding the banner of justice, he naturally wouldn't refuse. Even if the means were a bit more extreme, he didn't care. The next day, when he woke up early in the morning, Lin Qing received a micro-message from team leader Han. The 2 groups of high-energy retardant liquid you asked for have already been delivered, it's in the branch depot, come and take it within 20 minutes of the end of your practicing the method. So efficient? Lin Chang was astonished and immediately replied with a message over. Thanks a lot team leader, I'll transfer the money to you as soon as it arrives. Big cry big cry. Team leader Han sent a small OK emoji. Lin Qing couldn't help but secretly sigh, this person, team leader Han, is really the same as what his cousin said, really a good person His bounty hadn't even arrived yet, and team leader Han had padded his own money and helped him buy the high-energy slow-release liquid. Lin Qing put down his cell phone and also kept this in his mind. After breakfast, he read the exam book for another 2 hours, counted the time to be almost up, and only then did he start practicing the method for the first time today. Still, after practicing once, his body was once again full. Perhaps everyone progressed differently, but basically they all just practiced once and their bodies would reach saturation. This was because the total amount of mysterious energy absorbed by each person when practicing the method was different. There were rumors on the internet that there were some geniuses, and there were even those who reached the first limit of the human body through the 4 or 6 versions of practicing the method in 10 days and half a month. This was the gap in talent. After taking a shower, Lin Lightweight went out and headed for the inspection bureau. Shaoshan District Inspection Branch. Finished practicing the method today? Come with me then. After seeing Lin Qing, team leader Han didn't say much and immediately took Lin Qing to the 3rd floor storehouse. Next to the storehouse was the firearms room, and along with the storehouse, it was guarded 24 hours a day by a few gun wardens, with double locks. Old Han. Behind the bulletproof glass window of the warehouse duty room, a balding middle-aged man in uniform said smilingly, "How did you think of buying the high-energy slow-release liquid? So generous?" "Bought it for my group members." Team leader Han shook his head slightly and said, "He succeeded in practicing the method, it doesn't count as a violation, right?" "Oh, Captain Chen's cousin, that's indeed not a violation." The balding middle-aged man glanced at Lin Qing and sighed, "It's also quite generous, although $150,000 of bounty isn't a small amount, but if you buy this kind of luxury, it's not something that can be built." Team leader Han shook his head slightly and said, "In the future, if he comes to you by himself, after you register and verify, just give him the high-energy retardant liquid." Lin Qing also understood the reason for such trouble. This high-energy slow-release liquid had to be 89,999 yuan for a set at the discounted price outside, but the inspection bureau was only 69,999 yuan, so it was clearly an internal welfare price. Registering and verifying the identity before taking it on the spot was also to eliminate internal reselling. The balding middle-aged man looked at Lin Chang and asked, "Have you finished practicing the method today? Take it within half an hour of the end of practicing the method for the best results." "It hasn't been 20 minutes yet." Lin Chang nodded. "Alright, go through the identification system and I'll fetch it for you." After quickly going through the process, the balding middle-aged man took out a long, thin, silver-colored metal tube from the storage room, its sealed, smooth exterior glowing with cold air and condensed water mist, and a layer of tamper-proof film. "Take it now." The bald middle-aged man handed the cold silver metal tube to Lin Chang and instructed, "No need to tear the film, just press on the top and rotate it in a circle, it's very clean, you can just suck the light out, it tastes pretty good." After Lin Chang operated according to what he said, the film automatically split open, revealing the translucent pale white liquid inside the metal tube. Such a small tube of potion, at most a dozen milliliters, was actually worth as much as $7,000. Lin Chang didn't dare to waste it, tilting his head back and sucking up all the potion in it in one gulp, pouring it back and confirming that there were no leftovers before stopping. "Not bad, very frugal." The bald middle-aged man said with a smile, "It takes about an hour for the potion to take effect, you start practicing the method again after an hour, and after one time, rest for another hour, and when the remaining half of the potion has taken effect, you can practice it again." Lin Chang nodded. Such an expensive thing, he had also checked the usage instructions on the internet. Every day would allow him to practice the practice method twice more. At this rate, after 24 days, he would be able to make up for the advance of the 4 or 6 versions of the sunrise practice method. By then, he should have already learned the battle techniques, and it was just the right time to use it to advance the battle techniques. Lin Chang and Team Leader Han left the storehouse, and when they were going downstairs, Team Leader Han suddenly said, "By the way, your new uniform and epaulets have arrived, so it's just right for you to go and collect them." "Good." Lin Chang nodded and asked again, "By the way, Team Leader, when can I learn the battle technique and the 7-7 version of the sunrise practice?" Team Leader Han thought for a moment and said, "The third-class merit review takes some time to go through the process, at least a week or two, right? After the merit comes down, you can go and learn the battle technique. As for the 7-7 version of the practice method." He paused and said uncertainly, "This is not clear, it mainly depends on the time of the coach who finds you, you should not be in a hurry, right? It's not urgent." Lin Chang nodded, just asking. In the future, after he made up for the advance of the 4/6 version of the practicing method, even if he learned the 7/7 version of the practicing method, he would still advance the battle method first. According to his cousin, even if he practiced the 7/7 version of the practice method, the increase in strength would not be comparable to the increase brought about by the battle method. After all, the battle method was entirely for fighting. He needed to maximize his strength and enhance his self-protection ability, so naturally he would prioritize the battle method. When the battle method became a success, it would also be much safer when carrying out missions. And the 7/7 version of practicing the method could wait until the battle method was replenished, or until he was able to advance 2 skills. "Then you should wait first." Team Leader Han said, "The main thing is that the coaches must find people who have perfectly mastered the 7/7 version of the practicing method, and those who have signed a coaching agreement with the inspection bureau are just that many, and they also need to match someone else's slot." Lin Chang nodded. This was sort of a free price, but he wasn't in a hurry. Anyway, it's only a month at the latest. Team Leader Han said, and suddenly asked, "You already have a third-class merit, can you pass the professional exam at the end of the month? If you can pass, you'll be promoted to third-class inspection division at the end of the month." "It should be possible." Lin Chang smiled. Chapter 14, Warfare Selection. The days gradually calmed down. Lin Chang's life also entered into a rhythm. After the first practice of the law every morning, he went to the branch depot to take the high-energy slow-release liquid, practiced the law exactly 3 times a day, and then went out for inspection at night. Usually when he has time, he flips through the specialized books on inspections and prepares for the professional exam at the end of the month. On the school side, he has already taken a long vacation, and with the seal of the inspection bureau, the school side will naturally pass directly. Unfortunately, these nights out on inspection never encountered the first time that kind of good thing. A week passed quickly. Your third-class merit and bonus are down, come to the bureau before 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the director will also give you a public recognition. It's finally down. Seeing the micro-telecommunication message from Team Leader Han, Lin Chang couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. I'll learn the battle method today. Although this was a definite thing, it was still uneasy until it was in hand. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Director. It was also the second time Lin Cheng had met Shaoshan District Branch Chief Ko Guiyong. The last time was during the swearing-in ceremony of acting Captain Xiao Peidong. Ko Guiyong was nearly 50 years old and had also been an inspection captain 20 years ago, only now he had put on a lot of weight and his image and temperament was more like the stereotypical impression of a leader, maintaining a friendly smile at all times. Captain Chen's cousin? Not bad. Ko Guiyong smiled gently, handing over the medal and certificate to Lin Cheng with his own hands, and there were reporters and photographic records beside him to capture the scene. Everyone else in the second group also had commendation certificates, which was a way of adding a line to the file. Of course, these were all face-saving endeavors. The actual material rewards were very little. The personal commendation was only awarded $2,000, and the third-class merit was $5,000, which was not too bad. Lin Cheng didn't care much. What he valued most was still the battle method represented behind the third-class merit, as well as the sum of $150,000 of bounty. After a series of processes, signing and stamping, the $150,000 reward money finally arrived. The account balance reached an unprecedented 6 figures, but before this $150,000 was even warmed up, Lin Cheng immediately transferred $140,000 to Team Leader Han. Then, Team Leader Han transferred another $2 to him. What is this, Team Leader? Lin Cheng was a bit confused. 69,999 for one group, 2 groups is 139,998, you gave me $2 more. Team Leader Han said seriously. Lin Cheng. After the public recognition was over, Team Leader Han went up to talk with the division chief, while Lin Cheng and a few other group members waited in the second group office. Dipping into your favor in earning $2,000 and a certificate for nothing. Xin said with a smile, I saw that the group leader was quite happy when he received the money just now. I thought the group leader person didn't care about money. Lin Cheng was surprised. How come? Xin said, the team leader has to support his family, and the team leader's daughter is studying at a university in the metropolitan area, so although she doesn't have a lot of expenses right now, if she gets a residence permit for the metropolitan area in the future, even if she has a housing subsidy, the rent expenses won't be small. Studying at a university in the metropolitan area? Lin Cheng was surprised. That's right. Xin said with an envious face, the future is much brighter than inspections. Right. Lin Cheng suddenly wondered, when I listened to the director's verbal commendation just now, why did he only mention Jiang Chengwu as a fugitive? Didn't he also catch the blue scarf gang that was harboring him? Xin glanced around, came over, and lowered his voice. I secretly told you that the Blue Turban Gang's leader, Camel, has not been convicted up to now, but only suspected of committing a crime, but the public security has not been able to find solid evidence. Didn't find solid evidence? How? Lin Cheng frowned slightly and said, there should be surveillance in the bar, right? And the lampshade blasting must have been tampered with, there should be some sort of remote control device, Camel, and that fugitive should have private contact. None of these can be found as evidence? None of it can be found, it's like it's been wiped clean. Xin shook his head and said, the public security side is also doing their best to investigate, but at this rate, it's estimated that once the 30-day period of criminal detention passes, they'll have to release the person. Lin Cheng was silent. He remembered the order level that had only risen by 0.1 level, and his heart somewhat understood. The Blue Scarf Gang was disbanded, but the camel of the Blue Scarf Gang's founder hadn't fallen into the net, and the source and threat of chaos still existed, so the order level had only risen by 0.1 level. There's a force protecting Camel? Lin Cheng secretly guessed, surveillance and traces have all been erased, even the public security can't find out. At this rate, when will the order level get to level 1? When Team Leader Han came down after talking to the director, he didn't say much to the team members, so he took Lin Cheng to the second floor to apply for learning battle techniques. You can learn battle techniques at the precinct? Lin Cheng couldn't help but ask. Of course. Team Leader Han said, the point is to apply for the permission to learn. As long as the application is passed, the General Bureau side will pass over the content of the battle methods one and all information, and you'll be able to learn it in the secret room, and someone will also guide you at that time. Secret room? Lin Cheng was dazed. It wasn't like ancient times now, and there was no need to purposely go to certain places to rummage through secret books to learn feats and whatnot. The information that books could carry, the images transmitted by the network could carry the same. When he reached the second floor, Team Leader Han led him through a long corridor, and after passing through a layer of grid doors at the end, he came to an elevator door. You go down, someone will guide you when you get there. Team leader Han said. Lin Cheng nodded and walked to the elevator door, and after pressing the only down button next to it, the two black monitors nearby rotated slightly and the cameras pointed at him, seemingly confirming his identity. Then, a slightly raspy voice suddenly rang out. Raise your head and pass the iris recognition. Lin Cheng raised his head, only to see a silver camera sticking out above him, silently staring at him. With that, the elevator doors opened. Lin Cheng stepped into it and found that there were no controllers in the elevator, but someone was obviously controlling the descent. Not long after, the elevator stopped. After opening the door, Lin Cheng realized that the outside was a passageway made entirely of glass and silver metal, adding a much more futuristic feel than the outside. At the same time, the somewhat hoarse voice came again. Walk into the secret room at the end. Lin Cheng immediately walked towards the end of the passageway, and before long, he saw that the wall at the end slowly parted to both sides, revealing a dimly lit secret room. When he stepped into the secret room, the wall behind him closed once again, completely enclosing it. In the darkness, only a ray of light suddenly lit up, projecting onto one wall and transforming into a line of writing. Name, Lin Light. Gender, male. Identity card number, 3301092102103033612. Inspection number, 3301758. Rank, First Class Inspector. Merit, Third Class Merit 3 times. The content of the projection was clearly Lin Cheng's identity information, as well as a photo. First Grade Inspector Lin Cheng, allow me to remind you in advance that during the study period, you may not destroy anything within the secret room, and once the time is up, you must leave. The somewhat hoarse voice sounded again. Good. Lin Cheng nodded. That raspy voice echoed within the secret room. You have a record of 3 times of third-class merit. You can choose any battle technique to try to learn. As he spoke, Lin Cheng realized that lines of writing were projected on the 4 walls in the front and back. 100 Beasts Series. Using various beast shapes as the basis of the battle method, can refine the shape into the body. The more beast shapes are integrated into the body, the more powerful the battle method will be. Each beast shape visualization diagram represents a battle method, currently has 6 beast shape visualization diagrams. Note that the 100 Beasts series has great potential, but a single battle method is weaker, and after practicing the battle methods of the 6 beast forms, you must be in the Sunrise Martial Arts Center in order to learn the subsequent beast forms. Self-contained body series. Can be divided into speed, sensitivity, power, micro, rigid, soft 6 battle techniques, although each specializes in their own way, but after the 6 battle techniques are united, they are nearly perfect. Note that self-existing body is the foundation of one of the top 3 battle techniques in the Chaoyang Martial Arts Center, and it is extremely difficult, with an introductory success rate of only 4.1%. The most important thing is to pay attention to enlightenment and control, and if there is enough enlightenment and just the right amount of control, then progress will be very fast, or else it will be difficult to even start, so consider it with caution. Divine Transformation Series. Can be divided into eye, ear, nose, tongue, body, intense 6-door warfare, to the senses, the most specialized in perception. 5 Elements Series. Can be divided into 23 battle techniques. The descriptions of the 4 series of battle techniques floated before Lin Cheng's eyes just like that, with detailed descriptions of each of the battle techniques below. He immediately browsed through the gates of battle techniques with concentration. A word of caution. The somewhat raspy voice rang out. After you have chosen a certain series of battle techniques, once you have been initiated, in the future, you should try to choose the same series of battle techniques, and it is best not to learn any other series. Lin Cheng asked thoughtfully, it's because all these battle techniques were split up, right? The 4 series were originally 4 battle techniques? Your guess is pretty accurate. The raspy voice said, this is a simplified version that was purposely broken down into different parts in order to reduce the difficulty of learning, while the true complete version of the battle techniques, even for the inner school students of the Chaoyang Martial Arts School, it would take a great deal of effort to learn them. Lin Cheng thought for a moment and asked, is there a complete battle technique of that kind here that hasn't been disassembled yet? Anyway, as long as he could get started, he would be able to use the reverse entropist advance, so it would naturally be the best if he could learn the complete battle technique. No. That raspy voice was silent for a moment and said, even the disassembled battle techniques are extremely difficult for you, let alone complete. The complete view map formed by multiple spiritual realms, you can't even make it to the beginning, and your spirit can't even handle it. Is that first class function learned? Lin Cheng asked. That raspy voice said, even if you have first class merit, you can still only learn these 4 series of battle techniques all the same, at most you are allowed to view the other 3 special cultivation techniques. Special cultivation methods? Lin Cheng was a little curious. Wait until you get your first-class merit before you ask. That raspy voice urged, hurry up and choose, little one. Lin Cheng slowly turned around and carefully looked at the 23 battle methods on the 4 walls, falling into deep thought. Which door to choose? Chapter 15: The Perfect Match. In the dimly lit secret room, Lin Cheng clasped his arms with both hands and quietly went through the descriptions of each and every battle method. Then, he suddenly opened his mouth and said, "May I ask a question? If I practice the 7-7 version of the sunrise practice method, will the success rate of the battle technique initiation become higher?" 7-7 version? The somewhat hoarse voice said, "There is no difference. Even if you practice the original version of the sunrise practice method, the difficulty would still be the same." He seemed to think that this was not too reasonable, and added, "If you want to say, only after practicing a certain battle technique to the instinctive level, then practicing other battle techniques of the same series will have a good bonus, and the more battle techniques of the same series that are practiced to the instinctive level, the bigger the bonus, but the difficulty is..." Hey! He didn't continue, he just let out a self-deprecating laugh. Lin Cheng's eyes lit up at his words, and without any further hesitation, he immediately said, "Then I'll go with the Min battle technique from the self-instinctive body series." Self-contained body? The slightly hoarse voice reconfirmed, "Are you sure? Once you've chosen it, after you've seen the visualization diagram, you can't back out of it no matter if you can get started or not." "I'm sure," Lin Cheng said. "Sure enough, you're a young man." The hoarse voice didn't say anything more, it just said, "Close your eyes, just face this wall in front of you, empty your brain and get ready." Lin Cheng immediately closed his eyes. For him, the most suitable battle method for him was the one that was extremely difficult to cultivate and required inspiration, state, and enlightenment, factors that were difficult to control. Anyway, as long as he was able to advance, he would be able to completely master it, without any of these problems of bad state or lack of enlightenment. In this way, it would be much easier to make up for the process. On the contrary, if the cultivation difficulty wasn't high, it was just a very tedious and troublesome, more time-intensive kind of battle technique, then even if he advanced, the process of making up for it again would still be time-consuming. And the self-contained body series was very much in line with his requirements. But the prerequisite is to be able to include this battle method on the panel. Lin Cheng was also a little apprehensive in his heart. The premise of the advance was that it had been included on the panel, which meant that he had to at least get started. For example, racing-level driving skills, he had to have learned driving theory and also personally gotten his hands dirty once before he could advance this skill. For example, for gun mastery, he'd have to know how to shoot a gun and have used a real one before he could advance it. Even in free sparring, which requires no tools, one has to be able-bodied to do so. In other words, the prerequisite for prepping was touching the threshold and knowing the theory. If I really can't get started, I'll just advance the 7-7 version of the sunrise practice method as well. Lin Cheng was also prepared for failure, at least he had a way back. Although the 7-7 version of the practice method was not as good as the battle method for battle power, it was comprehensive enough and had other advantages as well. Even if he failed, the consequences were bearable. Moreover, he had a memory master, his perception was quite good, and he had mastered quite a few technique skills, and his control had an advantage, so the success rate wasn't as low as only 4.1%. "Open your eyes." That hoarse voice rang out. Lin Cheng opened his eyes, only to see a picture appear before his eyes. It was a sharp electric light, dazzling and agile, as if it symbolized freedom, madly weaving and flowing at a terrifying speed, meandering and zigzagging in 100 different directions, leaving traces of light wherever it passed. In just a short 10 seconds or so, Lin Cheng's line of sight followed this electric light as it traveled an unknown distance, forming a large number of circuit-like traces. In the next moment, the image began to rapidly move away, revealing a circuit that the electric light had traveled through, becoming more and more densely packed. Only then did he realize that this was a simplified human body diagram, that a circuit of electric light was distributed in the human body, from the inside to the outside, such as blood vessels and nerves as dense, almost all over the body. Originally, this electric light shuttle is in the human body. Then the picture changed, and the entire background switched to a picture. It was a real lightning bolt. Incredibly bright and extremely dazzling, it stretched across the sky just like that, tearing through the night, snaking around like a gnarled dragon, wantonly stirring up the obscurity of heaven and earth. Boom ka! In the sound of thunder, the light and shadows rapidly changed, and this lightning seemed to become real, piercing through the image in the air and slashing down towards Lin Cheng head-on. Lin Qing only felt his mind roaring, instantly blown blank by the lightning, as if the entire world was only left with this terrifying electric light, roaring in his heart, tearing everything apart. At the same time, he felt that the strands of mysterious energy brought about by the sunrise practice method in his body also began to stir as if it had been touched. After a while longer, Lin Qing slowly opened his eyes and muttered, "This is the contemplation diagram?" Although he had already regained his lucidity, the lightning bolt was still clear as if it had been imprinted in his mind. "Ha!" A touch of surprise came out of that somewhat hoarse voice. "Recovered so quickly? It seems that your mental will is quite strong, at least the solid visualization level shouldn't be too difficult for you." Lin Qing's eyes lit up as he asked, "Then is my hope of getting started high?" "It is indeed much more hopeful than the average person, at least 30 to 40%. The raspy voice said, "However, it ultimately depends on your enlightenment, fit, and your control over that mysterious energy." The statistical success rate was only 4.1%, so 30 to 40% was indeed already considered high. "Oh?" Lin Qing pondered, then asked, "Just now, why did I feel like lightning really struck me? Is this the marvelousness of the contemplation diagram?" "No, you're overthinking it." The hoarse voice laughed, "This is the marvelousness of modern technology. Just now it was a naked eye 3D with sound and light simulation of lightning. It's just a higher degree of realism." Lin Qing was somewhat speechless. "I didn't realize that the precinct had this kind of high-tech equipment? This is considered high-tech?" That raspy voice gave a heave. "The equipment used by the Sunrise Martial Arts Center is what is called high-tech. Relying on the SmartStar Group's virtual reality device, the realism of the simulation can reach 100%, and it can even directly transmit the view map into your brain. The effect can be much better than the current one, and it's possible to even get started on the spot." SmartStar Group. Lin Qing shook his head slightly and asked again, "How is it considered an initiation? How exactly should I cultivate this battle technique?" "See for yourself." The slightly hoarse voice said, "Write it down on the spot, there's nothing you can do if you forget." The light changed, and a large text description and matching drawings suddenly appeared on the wall in front of him. Lin Qing immediately looked carefully. First, stabilizing visualization. Second, driving the mysterious energy to simulate the electric light of the contemplation. Third, rely on the simulated electric current to stimulate the body and nerve conduction, enhance the electrical signals, and allow the body to gradually adapt. Fourth, rely on the simulated electric current to gradually activate the motor nerves, promoting muscle contraction and strength enhancement. Fifth, thoroughly integrate the changes in the battle technique into the body's instincts, becoming part of the body. After reading the entire principle and cultivation method of the battle technique, Lin Qing also understood how this battle technique should be cultivated. Order. Lin Qing purposely called out the reverse entropist panel and checked out the advanceable items, but it wasn't included in the panel. It wasn't surprising, after all, he hadn't yet been initiated. As long as I can get started, it's definitely the battle method that will help me the most at the moment. Lin Qing was extremely expectant in his heart. The function of this battle method, Min, was actually to greatly enhance agility. If one was able to cultivate to the instinctive level, the nerve reaction speed could be enhanced to several times the original, the speed of limb movements could be increased by a multiple, strength could also be increased by a factor of nearly 2, balance and coordination would be greatly improved, and the entire person would become extremely swift and flexible. In terms of action speed alone, although it was not comparable to the self-sustaining body series battle method speed, the speed in subtle movements was comparable, and it was much more flexible. The key was that the nerve reaction speed was greatly improved. This was the key reason why Lin Qing chose this battle method. He would soon be promoted to 3rd grade inspection division, and by then he would have the right to bear arms. With the ability of being a firearms master, and the huge bonus to nerve reaction speed and movement agility of the Min battle method, his level of marksmanship would definitely increase amazingly. The two were a perfect match. Unless it was a fierce person like the Green Lake Island fugitive who had injured his cousin, it would still be difficult for even a captain-level strongman to block bullets. After all, 7 paces away, the gun was fast, and within 7 paces, the gun was fast and accurate. Besides, if he really encountered an opponent that the combination of Min plus Gunmaster couldn't do anything about, then even if he had learned other methods of warfare, he still didn't have any certainty. Finished reading. Lin Qing spoke. Good memory. The somewhat hoarse voice laughed lowly. I hope you can succeed, you can leave now. Chapter 16 The Hope of Entry. After exiting the secret room, Lin Lightweight followed that special passageway made of glass and metal and left by elevator. When he returned to the second team's office on the first floor, both team leader Han and Qin Qin were there. Finished learning the battle method? Team leader Han glanced at him. Well, I don't know if I can get started yet. Lin Qing said. He really didn't have much confidence. After all, there were only the battle techniques from the self-contained body series, and the success rate of getting started was only 4.1%. Although that hoarse voice said that he had a 30-40% chance, it was only 30-40%. There's still a chance until the memory of the visualization diagram in your mind blurs. Team leader Han said, these few days are the moments when your visualization is the clearest, the possibility of getting started is the greatest. If you can't get started in these few days, there's even less hope after the memories are blurred. Lin Cheng nodded slightly. The key is initiation. Team leader Han said, it's much simpler after getting started, as long as you slowly build up. Once you've adapted and familiarized yourself with the changes in the battle techniques, you'll be able to bring out 40 to 50% of the power of the battle techniques. As for higher? He shook his head slightly, that depends on fate. Lin Cheng understood what he meant. The first step was initiation. The second step was mastery. As long as one practiced more, one could always adapt to familiarize themselves with the changes in the battle technique, and once mastered, they would be able to utilize nearly half of the theoretical power of the battle technique. And the third step, instinct. To be able to play out the real power of the battle method theory, this must be integrated into the instinct of the changes in the battle method, become a part of the body to be able to do so. This was the most difficult level, and many people might not be able to succeed even if they practiced for 10 or 20 years. However, if you fail the initiation, you can still learn the same battle technique again, right? Lin Qing suddenly asked. Learn it again? Team leader Han glanced at him and said, theoretically, it's possible, but if you fail on the first try, then it means that your talent in this battle technique is average, and even if you're initiated later on, it'll take a long time to get used to it and familiarize yourself with it. He seemed to be afraid that Lin Cheng would not be able to think about it, and patiently said, if other people manage to get started on the first try, they might be able to master it in a year and a half, but it might take you a few years or even longer, and once you've learned it, trying to change to a different series of battle techniques will also be affected, so if you fail on the first try, you might as well try out a new battle technique. Lin Cheng nodded slightly and said, I understand. Of course, in his heart, he still planned to stick to staring at the Min battle method to learn. Because he was different. Other people thought so because they were unsure of cultivating the battle method to the instinct level. And as long as he was able to get started, he would be able to directly advance the instinctive level of the Min battle technique. That way, he would have a bonus to learn the other battle techniques in the self-realization body series. By then, getting started shouldn't be so difficult. As long as there were enough merits, even if the memory of the visualization in his mind was fuzzy, learning it again would make it clear, and he would always be able to get started over time. This was his plan. So even if he failed once, it was nothing, the big deal was to continue next time. Lin Cheng, which battle technique did you learn? Qin was a bit curious. Little Qin, it's a secret. Team leader Han gave her a look. Oh, I forgot. Qin immediately covered her mouth, pretend I didn't ask. Lin Cheng also understood. Even if this matter was to be told, it could only be told to the group leader. After all, the group leader had to plan their actions based on the strength of the members. Time passed day by day. Every day, in addition to practicing the 4 or 6 versions of the sunrise practice method 3 times, reading books to prepare for the exams, and inspecting at night, Lin Cheng was also constantly trying out the newly learned battle methods. With his current memory and his ability as a memory master, it was easy to solidify the observations. The difficulty lay in the follow-up. The state of mind brought about by visualization could theoretically allow the mysterious energy in his body to mimic the bioelectricity of the human body, only much stronger. Only if this step was successful could one be considered an initiator. Only after the initiation can one begin to stimulate the body and nerve conduction with the help of the simulated bioelectricity, enhancing the electrical signals and allowing the body to gradually adapt. Whether or not one could get started depended on the individual. Talent, luck, fit, and condition would all have an impact. Although it's okay to fail, it would certainly be best if we can succeed once. 30 to 40% hope isn't too small. As he watched the time pass day by day, under Lin Qing's continuous attempts, he also felt the mysterious energy in his body getting more and more stupid, and it even caused a slight sense of paralysis. It seemed to be just that much closer to being able to simulate the transformation into bioelectricity. But as long as it was just a little bit short, it wouldn't work, and the battle method was slow to get started, which also made Lin Qing helpless. However, it was useless to be anxious when you couldn't get started. Let's hope that we can succeed before the visualization diagram blurs. Otherwise, we'll have to wait for the next time as well. Lin Qing's mind was put at ease. With a 4.1% success rate, he had naturally prepared for failure a long time ago. If he really couldn't, he would just advance the 7.7 version of the practice method, and he would be able to have just as good a self-preservation ability. Anyway, with the gift of being a reverse entropist, as long as he seized the opportunity, his achievements wouldn't be too bad. In the blink of an eye, it came to the night of December 24th, and tomorrow it was time to take the professional exam. However, at 8 o'clock in the evening, his cousin Chen Yanan suddenly sent out a micromessage, asking him to come to the hospital, to explain some of the key points of the exam to him face to face. Shaoshan District People's Hospital. Sister, the exam is going to start tomorrow, and you're just talking to me about the main points today? Lin Qing sat somewhat helplessly next to the hospital bed, holding a fruit knife in her hand, peeling an apple for Chen Yanan. The main points I'm talking about aren't things in books. Chen Yannan leaned on the hospital bed and gave him a blank look. It's useless to talk to you before. Fine. Lin Qing cut the peeled apple and handed half of it to Chen Yannan. So what is it? Chen Yannan took the apple and took a bite, smiling. It's simple, a lower score on the written exam will be good for you. A lower score on the written test? Lin Qing was puzzled. Why? Chen Yannan glanced at the door of the ward before she said softly, after you become an inspection division, it won't be long before a group will be built for you, and the city council side will also arrange a group for you, right? She took another bite of her apple and asked, do you know what the city council side will do when they come across a new group leader like you? There's definitely not enough manpower at the precinct, so they should send over new inspectors from the city bureau, right? Lin Qing said. That's right. Chen Yannan nodded, but the key lies in the fact that the leaders over at the city bureau will often arrange for some of their juniors with backgrounds to gild the lily at the inspection bureau, and then later on, they can use that resume to get a better position by leveling off to other security systems or the military. Lin Qing nodded. He had also heard about this when he had recently chatted with his colleagues in the second group. Because the inspection system was in essence looking for trouble everywhere, it was something that was relatively easy to get credit for, and as long as there was enough credit you could learn battle techniques, which was a great temptation. Therefore, it was not uncommon to see second generations who had been gilded in the inspection system and then utilized their connections to be transferred to other systems. Seemingly a flat transfer, but actually a secret promotion. After all, it couldn't be that an inspection division that had learned the laws of war could just go and become an ordinary officer or ordinary police officer, could it? This kind of second generation that comes to gild the lily is most like a group leader whose cultural knowledge doesn't pass the test. Chen Yannan said, they are all those who haven't learned the art of war, their force has no advantage in front of you, and they have to listen to your command, so they prefer you, the group leader, to not be able to pass the cultural knowledge and don't know enough, so they can have the chance to share more credit. Lin Qing was puzzled, isn't this just to share the credit? Then I should test higher, right? It's to share the credit, but it's also your chance. Chen Yannan said, these second generations basically have backgrounds and definitely know more news than you do, and since they're coming to gild the lily, they're naturally prepared. Lin Qing understood. In the past half a month since he had entered the inspection bureau, he had only gotten lucky on the first day and made a third-class merit once, while he hadn't encountered this kind of good thing since then. And those second generation were here to gild the lily, so perhaps they knew where there were opportunities to make merits. Even if he was following a share of merits, he could accumulate merits faster. This is a good thing. Chen Yannan said, so if you try to score as low as possible on the written test, and if you play as well as possible on the other aspects of the test, such as marksmanship, fighting, physical fitness, and these aspects, those second generation who are gold-plated will look at your report card, and will also feel a sense of security following you, and will prioritize coming to you. Okay, I understand. Lin Qing nodded. No wonder his cousin had to make a point of telling him in person, this kind of thing, and it really wasn't convenient to say it on a cell phone. For the officials, wasn't the so-called personal privacy the emperor's new clothes? Cousin, your results in the inspection specialty exam were so bad, could it also be because of? Lin Qing suddenly reacted. Oh, that's not true. Chen Yannan slightly raised her chin. Do you think that a scum like me, who scored less than 300 points in the college entrance exam, still needs to deliberately control his score to be so low? You're still quite proud. Lin Qing was speechless. By the way, didn't you dog-luck a third-class merit once? Chen Yannan suddenly said, counting those 2 third-class merits I gave you, it's already enough to learn a battle method, right? Did you go and learn it? Learned it. Lin Qing nodded inside helplessly, but I haven't gotten started yet. Which door? Chen Yanan asked with interest. The Self-Realization Body Series Min. Lin Cheng answered frankly. Although he couldn't tell anyone else, it didn't matter if he told his cousin, it was all thanks to her that he was able to learn the battle techniques. Oh? You've learned this one too. Chen Yannan smiled, worthy of being my brother, the battle method chosen with me is the same. Sister, you also? Lin Cheng was surprised. Chen Yannan laughed, yes, I haven't practiced Taiji, so I learned the 3 battle techniques that are more suitable for utilizing Taiji, soft, min, and micro, but I've only just started micro, and I've only mastered soft and min nut. Lin Cheng drifted off. Taiji Quan used softness to overcome hardness and also emphasized on eye power. The 2 battle methods of softness and min were indeed very suitable. How long have you been studying min? Chen Yannan asked. The 5th day. Lin Cheng said. 5 days. Chen Yannan pondered for a moment, then suddenly spread her face and smiled. Sister can't move her hands right now anyway, so I'll work a little harder and help you out. Help me? Lin Cheng couldn't help but ask, how to help? The key to getting started in this battle method of min is to simulate bioelectricity. Chen Yannan said, I can conduct my simulated bioelectricity to you, so that you can feel it carefully, although you can't turn it into your own, you can also make a tangible experience of it, and there's more hope of getting started. It can still be like this? Lin Cheng's eyes lit up. Bring your hand. Chen Yannan grabbed Lin Cheng's palm and muttered, the little hand is actually more tender than me. Chapter 17 Inspection Division. Lin Cheng only felt a numbness in his hand, as if he had touched an electric door, and his entire arm began to shake uncontrollably, along with half of his body. Chen Yannan, on the other hand, grabbed his hand with force to avoid being wrenched away from him and said, try it while you can. Lin Cheng forcibly closed his eyes and once again visualized the bright and dazzling thunder. The spirit, which could not affect the outside, could affect the inside of oneself. It was like how an outburst of extreme anger or a burst of desire for survival would be exceedingly powerful, affecting hormone secretion. And the state of mind brought about by visualization could theoretically affect the mysterious energy within the body as well. After Lin Cheng tried this for the past few days, the mysterious energy in his body actually had the tendency to mimic bioelectricity, but it was just always a hair short of that. Therefore, before the observation diagram blurred, he still had hope of getting started. And now, Chen Yannan's initiative to consume the mysterious energy in his body, turning it into bioelectricity to help him find his senses, also brought him closer to that state. Suddenly, Chen Yannan felt a trace of electric current coming from Lin Cheng's skin, and his hand went numb, and he was suddenly bounced off. It's really done? Chen Yannan was surprised and delighted. Lin Cheng slowly opened his eyes and looked at his palms, which seemed unchanged from usual, but at this moment, he could clearly feel the mysterious energy in his body, which seemed like it could be simulated into bioelectricity at any time. Finally getting started. Sister, thanks a lot. Lin Cheng revealed a hint of a smile. What is there to thank with me? Chen Yannan scat inside, it seems like you were just a little bit short of getting started, no wonder you succeeded when I just gave you a little help, it's mostly up to you. So close, who knows if I can succeed before my memory blurs. Lin Cheng shook his head. Anyway, it's good to get started, slowly adapt and familiarize yourself. It's estimated that in a year and a half at most, you'll be able to master min. Chen Yannan laughed. A year and a half? Lin Cheng called out the reverse entropist panel in his mind, and it was evident that the min battle method had already appeared in the advanceable items. The collection was successful. Next, he only needed to wait another 10 days, and after making up the 4 or 6 versions of practicing the method, he would be able to advance this min battle method. A year and a half was a bit too long. It was said that after learning a battle method, under the same conditions, the quicker the initiation, the higher the fit and talent. He had only succeeded on the 5th day of his initiation, or after Chen Yannan had pushed him, indicating that his fit and talent could only be considered average. However, it didn't matter, as long as he could get started anyway, it was enough. When you take the exam tomorrow, you can state that you've been initiated in battle techniques in the item of additional instructions. Chen Yannan reminded, this is also a plus point for you, in this way, you can still score worse on the written exam, and there is even a possibility that some people with a heart will give you favors after noticing it. Favor? Lin Cheng said doubtfully. In short, it's right if you add it. Chen Yannan said. Lin Cheng nodded. December 25th, early morning. All the inspection divisions throughout Linen City started their monthly professional exams. Transferring and promoting to an inspection division generally required passing a professional exam. First, there were 3 written exams: political literacy, basic theory, and professional ability, and these 3 were mainly memorization. Lin Cheng has long turned over the relevant books. The examination found that the questions are not difficult, mainly miscellaneous, but if he is willing, 300 points can get at least 280 points. But with deliberate mistakes, it is estimated that he only got 150 points. In the afternoon, the test is the 5 items of fighting, shooting, physical fitness, equipment, and professional skills. The inspection division promotion exam plus the written exam, totaling 800 points, 560 points will pass. With Lin Cheng's fighting level and shooting level, these 2 items are naturally full marks. Physical fitness test is also for the 4 or 6 version of the sunrise practice method. He is thoroughly practiced, naturally also full marks. And the instruments and specialized skills, as long as they are familiar with it, is not difficult. Even if they can't get a full score, they can still get an 80. The total score is estimated to be around 610. Lin Cheng secretly estimated his own score. If it wasn't for his cousin letting him have a lower score on the written test, he could easily get 700 points. But it's not like the ranking of this score means anything. As long as he can pass, it's enough. Just 3 days later, on the morning of December 28th, the score of the professional exam was announced. Lin Cheng's final score, 614 points. Congratulations, new inspection division. Lin Cheng will be building a group soon, right? From now on, it'll be Team Leader Lin. Tonight, Team Leader Lin has to treat us. After the members of the second group found out the score, they also congratulated each other. Although they had known that Lin Cheng would definitely become an inspection division, they hadn't expected it to happen so quickly. Congratulations. Group leader Han also revealed a rare smile. Building the group will have to wait until the middle of next month at least. Lin Cheng shook his head and said, "In this half month, I still have to trouble you to lead in the second group." He wasn't in a hurry, and he still practiced his techniques, inspected, and familiarized himself with battle techniques 3 times a day. In the blink of an eye, 2,120 years passed. There didn't seem to be any events like New Year's Eve in this era, and Lin Cheng just had a late-night snack with a few colleagues from the inspection bureau after their inspection missions, as if they were celebrating the new year. On the day of January 1, 2121, a leader came from the City Inspection Bureau, plus the director of the Shaoshan District Branch, Captain Xiao, and the head of the Political and Industrial Section, all of which were the leadership of the branch, were also present. The director of the division issued the title, personally appointed the 7th group leader. After a series of processes, Lin Cheng is also a legitimate 3rd-level inspection division. Moreover, he was only 18 years old. This was also uncommon. When the leaders of the other groups talked to him, they were all completely equal and friendly. The number and frequency of chance encounters with him by women still single in the various sections and other groups in the precinct had also increased significantly, and the smile index had skyrocketed. This also proves the saying, "If you are strong enough, you will find that the world is full of goodwill towards you." The new inspection division uniforms and epaulets were also prepared very quickly, and the salary was increased to 7,000 yuan, with all aspects of welfare and security improved. Of course, none of this was important to Lin Cheng. The most important thing was the right to bear arms. The guns equipped by the Inspection Bureau were unified swivel M500s, which were also one of the extremely powerful pistols in the old days, and were also good in today's world. Cousin was also equipped with this gun, which was mostly more powerful than normal guns. Although this gun was not very useful against the kind of fierce people like the Green Lake Island prison fugitives, the captain's kind of level, even if he had mastered a defensive type of battle method like Gang or Earth Elephant, he could not stop it. Unfortunately, he hadn't been able to catch any wanted criminals lately, and he hadn't found any opportunities to take credit. Team leader Han was rather stable-minded. "It's fine, as long as the inspection work is excellent and no mistakes are made. After working for a full year, you can also get a 3rd-class merit once." Lin Cheng could only hope that after the new group was established, there would be second-generation members among the new arrivals who came to gild the lily. Inside the captain's office on the 2nd floor, Xiao Peidong sat in front of his desk, looking at the plan for the establishment of the 7th group on the screen, and glancing at the information appointing the group leader, Lin Cheng. He couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly. Inspecting the division so quickly. He tapped his fingertips on the desktop. However, the bounty earned by this kid didn't leave it to Chen Yannan, and he didn't make any money by following Han Linsong during this period of time, so it seems that Chen Yannan's side doesn't need his help anymore. He was still only the acting captain now. If Chen Yannan's strength hadn't dropped much when he returned to the team and he hadn't been transferred yet, then he would have to be a vice-captain or transferred to another district to become a captain. Those things that Iris Red Society explained. I have to stay in Shaoshan district in order to do it. Xiao Peidong thought for a long time, then made a decision. Forget it, try to let this kid's group 7 and Han Linsong's group 2 act together, lest he rake in too much money. January 5th. Lin Cheng was practicing his last 4-6 version of the sunrise practice at home. A few days ago, a high-energy slow-release liquid ran out. However, it was only a few times short of being replenished, and he didn't have to buy another set, so he waited until today. Having completed the 4/6 version of the sunrise practice technique. With the completion of this last 4/6 version of the practicing method, this line of reminder finally surfaced in front of Lin Cheng's eyes. The number of advanceable items had once again returned to 1-1. Lin Cheng didn't hesitate and immediately moved his mind. Advanced Battle Technique Min. Chapter 18 Mutation. Boom! At this moment, uncountable masses of inexplicable information kept pouring into Lin Cheng's mind. According to the reverse entropist's deduction, with his talent, as well as his fit with the self-realization body series of battle techniques, if he wanted to integrate the battle technique changes into his instincts, he had to completely penetrate the bioelectricity transformed by the mysterious energy through every nerve in his entire body, ensure that the electrical signals were stabilized at their peak value, and complete it 82 times in a row in order to perfectly integrate the battle technique changes. Then, a vast amount of memories surfaced in Lin Cheng's mind. Those were the memories of him stimulating his nerves and muscles with the battle technique over and over again, and he had already experienced an unknown number of times just from raw attempts to skillful mastery. Then again, he had penetrated the nerves and muscle groups of various minutiae over and over again, and it had even taken him an unknown number of years before he could barely succeed perfectly that one time. By the time he had formed his instincts into the changes in his battle techniques, an unknown number of years had already passed, and after years of wasted time, he had finally succeeded. At the same time, a trace of electricity began to flow on Lin Cheng's body surface, and the pupils under his eyelids were even flickering with electricity, as a large amount of electric current began to penetrate through the nerves of his entire body time and time again, intensifying and stimulating his muscular tissues. Under such an amazing flow of electricity, his body trembled uncontrollably. Only when everything calmed down did Lin Cheng slowly open his eyes. Instinct? Lin Cheng muttered, and suddenly moved his hands, instantly transforming into phantoms that brushed over his body. In the blink of an eye, the jacket he was wearing had appeared in his hands, and in another blink of an eye, he had put it on again. So fast. Lin Cheng couldn't help but be a little surprised at the change in his hand speed. Without trying it himself, he wasn't sure how strong this battle technique was. After all, instinct meant that a single thought could be catalyzed to the extreme, as if it was a breathing instinct. But normal people didn't know exactly how much air they breathed. At best, they were clear about the ratio. In his previous life, long before the end of the world, in order to get a girl, he had advanced to master the Master of Magic, and after the end of the world began, in order to find supplies, he had also advanced to master the skill of Stealing Expert. These two skills would have exercised to improve hand speed and dexterity. And now, he felt that his hand speed and dexterity was at least as much as 3 or 4 times stronger than in his previous life. The swinging speed of the arm was already very fast, and it was easy to form visual residual shadows. So even just a few times faster would be amazing, let alone 3 or 4 times as outrageous. The current him, if he wanted to steal something from an ordinary person, even if he did it face to face, the other party would not be able to notice it at all. A battle method that is utilized to the extreme is really a greater enhancement than the 7/7 version of the practice method. Lin Cheng secretly nodded his head. The 7/7 version of the battle method, if practiced to the extreme, would mean doubling his current physical qualities. That is, doubling his strength and increasing his speed by 40 to 50%. And when the battle method Min was practiced to the extreme, even the strength that he was not good at was nearly doubled, the speed of his body movements was more than doubled, and the increase in nerve reaction speed was even more exaggerated. What is the concept of striking twice as fast? It's not that if the other party cuts you once, you can cut twice. And the same out of the knife to cut, you cut the other party's head down, the other party just raised his hand. To be this fast is already outrageous. With nerves reacting this fast, he could also easily deal with other people's attacks. The current him, completely without being injured, easily defeated 10 or even more like the fugitive Jiang Qingwu. Xiao Peidong must not have cultivated to instinctive level battle techniques, otherwise he couldn't just be a substitute captain. He mastered 2 battle methods, plus the 7/7 version of the practice method. He's stronger than me right now, but once my 7-7 version of the practice method is complete, even if I don't use a gun, I should be a bit stronger than him. Lin Ching revealed a hint of a smile and instantly felt a lot more at ease. Although he wasn't as good as that Green Lake Island prison fugitive right now, after he had advanced the 7-7 version of the practicing method, if he had enough credits to learn a few more battle techniques and they were all upgraded to the instinctive level, then there would be no need for him to worry. The next step is to make up for the debt of the battle method min, then learn the 7-7 version of the practicing method, and find a way to make more merits and learn as many battle methods as possible. Now that he had already cultivated one of the battle techniques from the self-realization body series to the instinct level, learning the other battle techniques from the self-realization body series would also be a bonus. Next time, getting started should be easy. Before the new group was established, Lin Chang was still following the second group's inspections every night. In the recent inspection missions, there were hardly any opportunities for him to make a move, and even if he did occasionally, he didn't need to use his battle techniques. Every day, apart from the inspection missions, it was to make up for the debt of the battle method min, which required him to achieve 82 battle methods that perfectly penetrated his entire body in order to make up for it. If one was only at the level of mastering the battle technique and wanted to achieve perfect penetration, it would be a matter of being familiar with it for years and by chance being in excellent condition and having good luck to succeed once. And at his instinctive level, he could naturally make the battle technique perfectly penetrate his entire body every time. What surprised him was that every day, he was able to make the battle technique perfectly penetrate his entire body 5 times. In other words, in total, it would only take 17 days for him to make up this battle technique. This also made Lin Ching a little glad that he had chosen the self-realization body series of battle techniques, mending it was really fast. January 10th. Dusk. Ironstone Street, inside a street-side beef hot pot restaurant. After sweeping the code to order, Lin Chang prepared 2 more dipping sauces before returning to his seat and waiting up. This restaurant's beef was quite famous in the nearby neighborhoods, and the price was also a little expensive. He could now eat more than before, so he couldn't afford to come and eat often. It was only after his recent promotion to inspection division, and his salary had risen to 7,000, that he came to have a lavish meal after his paycheck today. Of course, a person to come to the best, otherwise it is also too expensive. There are quite a lot of people. Lin Ching swept a glance at the guests coming and going in the hot pot restaurant, and couldn't help but have the illusion of returning to his previous life, making his mood better. It was also unknown how long it had been since he had seen such a peaceful and harmonious scene. Peaceful times, still beautiful. This month after the Blue Scarf Gang was disbanded, Ironstone Street had also stabilized quite a bit. At least these shopkeepers didn't have to worry about being charged a large amount of protection money. Little brother Lin, your meat is here. Not long after, a young woman in her 20s with exquisite makeup came over with a smile as she pushed a cart full of beef. Good, put it here. Lin Ching nodded. Do you need me to help you shabu the meat? The young woman came over and lowered her voice. I wonder if I have the honor to serve the officer? No need. Lin Ching glanced at her. There are so many customers in the store, go about your business. There's my brother here anyway. The young woman said carelessly. Lin Ching was a bit helpless. In this life with a good face value, or a young inspector general, it was indeed a bit troublesome. I'll just do it myself, I can't eat with someone watching. Oh. That's fine. The young woman muttered, and only then did she leave. Lin Chang was slightly relieved. Right at this moment. Current order level dropped by 0.3 levels. At this moment, an incomparably deep black text prompt suddenly appeared before his eyes. Down 0.3 levels? Lin Ching couldn't help but have his eyes change slightly. The fact that this hint was in black text meant that the order level drop wasn't directed at him, but rather because his circle of life had become chaotic and dangerous. If the danger was directed at him personally, the prompt text would be blood red. What's going on? Lin Ching couldn't help but frown tightly. It was so hard to rise to level 0.6, and then it fell back to level 0.3? The initial order level was 0.3, but after solving the lurking wanted criminal Jiang Qingwu and having the Blue Scarf Gang disbanded, it had risen to 0.6. He was still counting on the day when he would raise his order rank to level 1, so perhaps he would be able to advance one more skill. For these 30 days, the order level had remained steady at 0.6, so how could it suddenly drop by 0.3 today? Could it be that Camelot released it? Reorganized the Blue Scarf Gang again? But it's not as bad as dropping 0.3 levels, right? Lin Ching frowned and couldn't care less about the hot pot. he immediately picked up his cell phone and flipped through the name Criminal Police Captain Chu Yunfeng in his address book and dialed over. Team Leader Lin? Soon, a slightly low man's voice rang out over there. Captain Chu, it's me. Lin Qing didn't beat around the bush and asked right to the point, has Camel been released? The other party was the head of the Linen Public Security Criminal Police, specializing in the cases of the fugitives Zhang Qinggu and Camel, so he had contacted him as well. The patrol is only responsible for patrolling and searching. The public security is responsible for handling the case and detention. Camel. Chu Yunfeng was silent for a moment and said in a low tone, our side is very grateful for Team Leader Lin's contribution, and we have also been trying to find out the actual evidence of Camel's crime, but it's very helpless. We have detained Camel in criminal detention for 30 days, but we still haven't found any actual evidence. His tone was filled with deep helplessness. This morning, the Camel has been released to leave. Sure enough. Lin Qing narrowed his eyes slightly. He had heard Qin say that all traces of evidence that originally had the potential to get Camel sentenced had been inexplicably erased, and it was clear that there was an unknown force that wanted to keep Camel. Criminal detention was limited to a maximum of 30 days, and once the time limit was exceeded and no solid evidence had been found, the person had to be released. What about Zhang Qingwu? Lin Cheng asked again, did he wake up? No. Chu Yunfeng said, the doctor said that Zhang Qingwu's brain was severely damaged, and it's unlikely that he'll wake up in this lifetime. Not Zhang Qingwu? Lin Qing couldn't help but frown slightly. He had thought that it might have been because Zhang Qingwu had awakened from his vegetative state and had even escaped, which was why the order level had been lowered so much at once. But now it seemed that it wasn't because of Zhang Qingwu? Okay. I know. Lin Qing said, I'm bothering Team Chu. Wait. Chu Yunfeng said in a deep voice, I still want to remind Team Leader Lin that Camel's background is not simple. He formed the Blue Scarf Gang, not to collect protection fees for such a trivial matter, but also involved in several disappearance cases. Team Leader Lin is better to be careful. Disappearance cases? Lin Qing said, I know, thanks. Also, I know that at the inspection division level, one has the power to search the surrounding zones of a residence at any time. Chu Yunfeng's tone had a bit more sincerity in it. Perhaps one day our side will also need Team Leader Lin's cooperation to help out, so I'll trouble Team Leader Lin at that time. If it's a matter of work, of course there's no problem. Lin Qing didn't put words in his mouth either. Thanks. After ending the call, Lin Qing sat in the restaurant and continued to eat, while in his mind, he pondered on how to look into this matter. Suddenly. Boom! A glass shattering sound resounded steeply, only to see that the glass door of this restaurant was instantly covered in cobweb-like cracks, and a part of it was deeply dented. From the shape of the dented part, it was obvious that it had been kicked hard from outside the door. Fortunately, this glass door is laminated reinforced glass with a layer of PVB film in the center. Even if the glass is broken, the fragments will be stuck by the PVB film. Otherwise, with so many guests now, they might have to be hurt by the broken glass fragments. Lin Chang, on the other hand, frowned. Even this kind of reinforced laminated glass was kicked like this? He had also tried hitting this kind of reinforced glass during his inspection specialty exam. An ordinary person, if they hadn't practiced, wouldn't be able to injure this kind of glass door even with a full force kick. Lin Qing asked himself, even if it was himself, if he didn't use battle techniques, a full force kick would only be able to kick this reinforced glass door like this at best. Boom! Only to see that the deformed glass door was steeply kicked open, and then from the door came in a huge group of people, more than 20 people. A group of guests in the restaurant saw the situation, all panicked. Because the group of people who walked into the restaurant, the collar almost all tied a blue collar tab scarf. Chapter 19, The Way of the World. Blue Scarf Gang, resurrected? When the guests in the restaurant saw this, they couldn't help but have a look of horror on their faces. Although the Blue Scarf Gang hadn't been on Ironstone Street for a long time, and there weren't many people who had been robbed or blackmailed, the gruesome consequences of those who didn't want to pay up was enough to make people talk about it. Not to mention, a large group of people from the Blue Scarf Gang had also barged in so aggressively. Among the group of people from the Blue Scarf Gang that broke into the restaurant, there were only 2 people who didn't tie blue collar tabs. One of them was an inch-haired lean youth at the head with a smile on his face. It was clearly Camel. The other person was the tall and lanky man beside Camel, at least 2 meters 1 in height, like a tall and solid iron tower. His 2 meter 1 tall body was hard to be ignored on any occasion, and he followed Camel with an expressionless face. Business is booming, MS. G. Camel smilingly looked towards the young woman behind the counter not far away, his gaze recklessly sizing up the other party's body. Haven't seen you for a month, you've gotten prettier. In the past, it was me who had eyes but no pearls, I actually didn't see it. The blue scarf gangsters behind them all laughed at the words. The young woman's face turned a little pale, and she subconsciously took half a step back. In the past, when she threw her head in the store, she hated how plain she had to be, and it was because the blue scarf gang was disbanded and she saw that Lin Ching had come, so she purposely jacked up her makeup. I didn't expect the blue scarf gang to come again? Elder brother Luo. At this time, a man in a suit in his 30s walked over quickly, and after blocking the young woman, he accompanied her with a smile and said, "Why are you here?" Brother, the young woman bit her lip. She knew that she would have to pay out a large sum of money again. Boss G's business is so good, it seems like you haven't earned much recently. Camel said with a smile, "There's nothing to come today, it's just that I've been busy lately, I haven't come over for 4 weeks, so I'm going to trouble Boss G to make up for these 2 months. 2 months? The man in the suit's face changed slightly. Camel swept a glance at the guests in the restaurant and said, "With so many guests and such good business, shouldn't Boss G thank us for the maintenance?" As he spoke, he took out a pack of cigarettes, popped out a cigarette and placed it in front of his lips, smiling. "Boss G, help light a fire?" The man in the suit took a deep breath, took out a lighter from his pocket, and reluctantly smiled. "Elder brother Locke, the store's funds have been a little short of cash lately, do you think you can just pay for a month first?" "Oh?" Locke laughed and said, "Meaning only pay last month's, and don't need our help with maintenance from this month?" The man in the suit's face changed. He knew the true meaning of this sentence. Once there was no need for maintenance, followed closely by endless harassment and destruction. At that time, not to mention opening a store for business, personal safety was not even easy to say. As for the police? If it worked, would he still need to stifle his head so much? The man in the suit hurriedly pleaded, "Elder brother Luo, I don't mean this, it's just that recently the family is really..." "I don't care that much." Locke interrupted him, "Who doesn't have a hard time at home? I'm also here with a large group of brothers waiting to eat. Boss G, let's sympathize with each other, don't you think so?" Towards the end, his face already revealed a few points of impatience. "Hurry up, the brothers are still waiting to rush to the next one." The man in the suit took a deep breath. Just then, "Hey! That kid, what are you filming?" Only to see a gangster suddenly pointing at a customer in the store and yelling, "Bring me your cell phone." There was someone else filming it? Camel sniffed and turned his head to look, a mocking smile spreading at the corner of his mouth. He wasn't blackmailing, it was the business of a proper company that still had to pay taxes, so what was wrong with talking business in person? Even if he calls the police he doesn't care, since there are people to speak for him. Only, he was also a little curious, actually there are people so brave? The next moment, after Camel saw the young man who was filming, the smile on his face froze a bit. "Old man talking to you, you're deaf, aren't you?" Seeing that the man was still filming, the gangster who first noticed it cursed and pulled out a throwing stick from his back, so he walked over quickly. But he had only just taken a few steps when he felt a shot behind his head, and a strong force came from the back of his head steeply, hitting him so hard that his eyes went black, and he couldn't even stand up steadily, and he slumped to the ground at once. "Who is it?" He was full of anger to climb up, openly turned his head, but found that Camel was staring at him with gloomy eyes. He instantly seemed to be a bucket of ice water poured down head-on. The anger was completely extinguished at once. "Old boss?" Camel said with a cold face, still not quick enough to roll over and apologize to Team Leader Lin. "Team Leader Lin?" The punk instantly remembered the newly promoted inspection division of Ironstone Street that the boss had mentioned before, and he couldn't help but feel his heart tremble. He couldn't care about the pain and hurriedly climbed up and walked over, lowering his head and saying, "Team Leader Lin, it's me who has eyes and doesn't know what's going on, please forgive me. Go apologize to the public security." Lin Xing interrupted him, took his cell phone and gave him a positive face record, saying, "You actually dared to blatantly extort and collect protection money in front of law enforcement officials?" The punk couldn't help but pale. "Ha, Team Leader Lin has wronged people with this statement." Camel smilingly walked over, "We're a security company, we're just doing business, if you don't believe me, this is my company's business card." Saying that, he handed out a business card towards Lin Xing. Lin Xing didn't even look at it, he just said, "Buying and selling by force is also considered doing business? Forced buying and selling?" Camel was surprised, "Then you've misunderstood." He turned his head to look at the man in the suit and said with a smile, "Or not, Boss G, you say a fair word, if we have forced you, you can say it now." The man in the suit was silent. Camel of course did not force or threaten him, but as long as he does not agree, the other side has all the means to bad his business, and the hands of the people are well hidden, even if they are caught, but also will bite the blue scarf gang has nothing to do with. Just splash paint, splash feces, smash glass and other illegal behavior, also can't squat for a long time. And this Camel seemed to be very connected, even if he called the police, the other party was not afraid. What could he do? This was also the reason why he knew that this young man was an official inspection, but he didn't even think about asking for help. Inspections, too, were only responsible for patrolling and searching, so what could they do with these people? Look, team leader Lin, Boss G said no. Camel smiled and looked at Lin Ching, saying, your misunderstanding of us is too deep. Misunderstanding? Lin Ching said, you know what you're doing, you know it yourself, and I know it too, so there's no need to say these things in front of me. He glanced at the tower-like man behind Camel, and then at the glass door that had been kicked into disrepair. You guys kicked in that door, right? Deliberately destroying public property? Camel immediately compensated with a smile. There's no way, this restaurant's glass door is really too cleanly polished. This brother of mine didn't see that there was a glass in front of him, his strength was too great, and he accidentally kicked it into such a state. Don't worry, we will definitely pay for it. Good one, careless. Lin Chang put down his cell phone and said, after compensating the money, you guys can roll. The tower-like lanky man stared at him dead in the face, a fierce hostility in his eyes. Locke wasn't annoyed either, but just nodded with a smile and said, if we had known you were eating here, we wouldn't have come to bother you now. He immediately turned his head to the man in the suit and urged with a smile, Boss G, how much do you pay for this door? Just deduct it from the maintenance fee for these 2 months. Since team leader Lin is dining today, we won't disturb you, it just gives you time to get the money together and wait until tomorrow for us to come back. The man in the suit reluctantly spoke, elder brother Luo, I'll try to gather enough money tonight. Lin Ching sat quietly on the side and did not say anything. Even if he opened his mouth and stepped in, the outcome wouldn't change. The blue scarf gang just didn't want to mess with his inspector general's skin. But the money that should be earned, the same is still earned. This world, that's just the way it is. The world government does not care much about outside the metropolitan area, as if it does not matter. All civilization and order seems to be true only within the metropolitan area. Outside the metropolitan area, the so-called laws and regulations are mostly just to cover up. Chapter 20 Warning? Team leader Lin, take your time to dine. Camel said smilingly, we'll leave now, we won't bother you. Lin Ching wiped his mouth, but said, wait, it just so happens that I've finished eating as well, let's go together. Camel slightly raised his eyebrows, then smiled and said, good, we'll see you off as well. I'll take the check. Lin Ching slowly picked up her cell phone and opened the restaurant's order, then looked at the man in the suit and said, Boss G, it seems like there's a special offer today, right? You can receive a coupon for favorable comments? A large group of blue scarf gang members were waiting by the side, and the man in the suit barely managed to squeeze out a smile as he said, Team leader Lin, this order will be my treat for you. I don't eat overbearing food. Lin Ching frowned slightly, as much as it should be. Slap slap slap. Camel clapped on the side and hypocritically exclaimed, worthy of being the lord of the inspection division, it's really fair, it's really a blessing for us to have an inspection like yours on Ironstone Street. The crowd of mongrels all followed and clapped, while the tower-like stout man stared coldly at Lin Chang. After Lin Chang slowly finished paying the bill, he then stood up and said, let's go. The blue scarf gang's crowd had been waiting impatiently for a long time, but no one dared to say anything more since the boss, Camel, hadn't even given the word. Alright, we'll see you off. Camel smilingly made way, extremely polite. When Lin Chang walked out of the restaurant surrounded by the blue scarf gang and reached the street, Camel immediately smiled and said, we still have things to do, team leader Lin, see you next time. Wait. Lin Ching spoke up, it just so happens that I have a search mission today, I'll go around with you guys. The smile on Camel's face froze for a moment. The tower-like, lanky man narrowed his eyes. Team leader Lin can't be joking. Camel smiled anew, team leader Lin wants to join us? Lin Ching calmly said, I've just been promoted to the inspection division, and I have all the daily inspections on Ironstone Street, so what's the problem? Camel gazed at Lin Ching and said, Team leader Lin is planning to have his way with us today? It's just work. Lin Ching said in a light voice, aren't you guys doing business? Doing business and still afraid of being seen by me? All the more reason for me to take a look then, as an inspection, I can't be made to turn a blind eye, right? The air seemed to freeze, and all of a sudden there was silence. Camel narrowed his eyes slightly. That iron tower-like stout man even stared at Lin Ching with fierce eyes, his slowly clenched fists emitting a burst of joint crunching. The Blue Scarf gang members also glared viciously at Lin Ching, as if they would swarm up at the boss's command. The atmosphere gradually became tense, as if swords were drawn and ready to explode. Even the surrounding passers-by didn't dare to come any closer for fear of being caught up in it. Lin Ching remained calm, as if she didn't feel anything. Good. Camel suddenly smiled and said, since it's team leader Lin's job, then of course we good people have to cooperate. Today I'll give you this face, we'll go back. Camel. That tower-like stopman frowned tightly and couldn't help but open his mouth. It's just an inspection division, I don't believe. It's... Before he could finish his words, Camel waved his hand to stop him, his eyes still looking at Lin Ching, smiling. It's just that, face is all mutual. This time we gave team leader Lin face, so I hope that team leader Lin will also be magnanimous next time and give us face. Then you guys really have a lot of face. Lin Ching looked at Camel slightly mockingly. Camel suddenly took a step closer and lowered his voice. Team leader Lin, we respect your inspection division skin, you're the one who's a character, but it's not possible for the inspection division not to encounter accidents, right? Lin Ching raised his eyebrows slightly. When people die, they are nothing. Camel whispered, it's only $7,000 a month in salary, I don't think it's necessary for you to put your life on the line, right? At this moment, the tower-like stout man behind Camel steeply punched the iron railing next to him, only to hear a bam. The iron railing was instantly deeply dented, while he was still staring at Lin Ching with a deadly stare. This terrifying brute force immediately made the surrounding punks jump and subconsciously back away in a circle. No one dared to think about what the consequences of such a heavy and terrifying punch would be if it landed on them. I'm afraid they would die on the spot, right? Order level down 0.2. A line of prompt text as bright red as blood surfaced in front of Lin Ching's eyes. Lin Ching couldn't help but glance at the burly man. It seemed like this was the one who had really gotten up to killing? I've said everything that needs to be said. At this time, Camel smiled, took 2 steps back, and said, let's go back. Today, let's give team leader Lin face. I think team leader Lin already understands. The Blue Scarf Gang's group left with quick steps. Lin Ching stood quietly in place and suddenly flipped his hand, a black electronic access card appearing in his hand. This was something he had gotten on the camel just now while it was leaning over. The access card for the back door of the Ironstone Bar. Ironstone Bar. Camel, this one surnamed Lin seems to be a prick. The tower-like lanky man picked up a bottle of wine, casually broke the mouth of the thick bottle, tilted his head back and took a big gulp, then spat out a mouthful of wine and said in a vicious voice, don't you know his home address? Tell me, I'll fix him. Tai Wuluwa. Camel frowned slightly. Iron Wuluwa finished filling up the liquor in one gulp, then crushed the bottle into crumbs with one hand and coldly grunted, you don't believe in my strength? For a fledgling like him who has little experience and has only just practiced the 4 or 6 versions of the practice method, at most 3 punches and I can kill him. Camel shook his head and said, come to your senses. You think I can't do it? Tai Wuluwa frowned, it's hard to believe that he's learned battle techniques. From the information given by the boss, this Lin Ching has indeed learned battle techniques. Camelot said, but he's just getting started, and his mastery is all still far from perfect. Then isn't it? Tai Wuluwa stared at Luo Camel, all the more reason to settle him now. Otherwise, when he masters the battle method, it will be difficult to settle him. It's not at that point. Locke frowned, do you know how much trouble it is to kill an inspection division? You can't take this step until it's absolutely necessary. Tai Wuluwa couldn't help but say, as long as we can't find out it's us. Tai Wuluwa. Camel gave a low shout and said in a deep voice, boss said it, right? You only need to listen to my orders, have you forgotten? Iron Wuluwa fell silent. Only after a long time did he say in a low voice, okay, listen to you, I'm only responsible for protecting you and killing people. It's not that I can't trust you. Camel shook his head slightly and patted Tai Wuluwa's arm, you were able to survive the transformation, your strength is much stronger than me, I believe that even those veteran team leaders of the inspection team may not be stronger than you, but we have to consider the consequences of what we do. Think carefully. He sighed, that Lin Ching, an 18-year-old young man, has just been promoted to the inspection division, it's the right time to be spirited, we are in front of his eyes, charging protection fees in public, he will naturally feel that he has no face, at times like this we take a step back and give him enough face in public, he won't be able to bite our asses. Tai Wuluwa frowned and said, then what if he still refuses to stop? It's fine. Camel smiled and said, we gave him face in public, we naturally have to give him a warning in private as well, and when he goes home, he'll understand. If he still doesn't understand, then he can only. He revealed a cruel smile and made a neck-wiping gesture. Evening. Lin Cheng returned home and only just opened the security door through his fingerprints when his pupils suddenly shrunk. The shredded paper he had clipped to the doorway was gone. Someone had entered his home. But the door lock was a new anti-theft lock that he had changed after crossing over, and he had purposely changed it to a high-grade one in order to prevent encountering burglars. Even his cousin's family didn't know the combination, nor did they record fingerprints. I didn't expect to actually run into a more professional one. The shredded paper clipped to the door was a habit he had left behind when he was surviving in the post-apocalyptic world, and it had helped him several times. Lin Cheng prepared himself to instantly catalyze his battle magic, and fished out a portable retractable knife from his pocket, popping out the snowy blade and hiding it in his sleeve before pretending to walk into his home without incident. But as soon as he entered, he frowned. The coffee table in the living room was smashed to smithereens, a mess, and on the wall there were 4 big words as scarlet as blood written in spray paint. Mind your own business. Warning? Lin Cheng frowned tightly. It was naturally impossible for him not to guess that this was the handiwork of the Blue Scarf Gang, just to warn him. The gate hadn't been damaged and the combination lock was intact, but the Blue Scarf Gang's people were able to get in? This gave him a strong sense of crisis. Since they were able to open the security door of his house, there was a possibility that they could be lurking in his house to sneak attack him. Although he wasn't afraid of sneak attacks, it was still a threat. The Blue Scarf Gang actually has this kind of means. Really is not ordinary, and today in the restaurant directly addressed me as the group leader. The news is also very well informed. Really bold, actually dare to threaten an inspection division like this. It seems to be really not afraid of me. The order level has dropped another 0.3 level, besides because of the reorganization of the Blue Scarf Gang, it's also because of that big guy with great brute strength, right? Reporting to the bureau? I'm afraid it won't be of much use. Lin Cheng took a deep breath and silently put away the blade of the retractable knife. Forget it, endure it. Swish. A flash of icy cold light swept by at a terrifying speed, instantly cutting a lurid wound that was nearly completely severed on the camel's neck, and instantly blood was pouring out. Inside the noisy bar's bathroom, Camel desperately covered his nearly severed neck, staring deathly across the room at this mysterious man who had suddenly appeared from the cubicle, staggering back a few steps. Lin. Camel's eyes were filled with fear, unwillingness, and disbelief, barely able to let out the last syllable through his coupled windpipe. Even though the other party was wearing a duck-tongued cap and mask, and a wide black jacket, he still recognized those eyes. He couldn't believe how an official inspection could dare to come and kill him. It wasn't like there was any deadly enmity, and he had even given the other party enough face to do nothing more than have someone warn him, but he was actually going to come and kill him? He didn't even let Tai Wu Luo kill anyone. And the other side of an official public official should not be impartial law enforcement, according to the law? What is the right to kill people like this? This could even be recognized? Lin Cheng raised his eyebrows slightly. He had wanted to report this to the bureau, but he held back. This was too troublesome to involve. It was still easiest to just kill someone. Otherwise, why would he be practicing his battle techniques? Chapter 21 Sun Tattoo. Locke deadpanned over the appallingly huge wound on his neck, but he still couldn't stop the blood that was madly gushing out as he glared at Lin Cheng with his eyes wide open. He staggered back a few steps, still against the wall of the restroom, and slowly slid into a sitting position. With that, he lost consciousness. Order level rises by 0.2. When the camel died, a line of green text appeared in front of Lin Cheng's eyes. The order level had reached another 0.5 level. Sure enough, it's also level 0.2. Lin Cheng put away his retractable knife, then he rolled up his sleeves with both hands and squatted in front of the camel, his hands transformed into blurry phantoms, and in the blink of an eye, he took off the camel's top, and then searched the camel's entire body. It didn't matter even if his hands touched the blood on the camel's body, as he was wearing a layer of thin rubber gloves that extended to his arms anyway, and there would be no fingerprints or skin tissue left behind. Ha! Lin Cheng suddenly felt a few coin-like hard objects in the inner pocket of the camel's shirt. With a single hand that turned into a phantom and flung it away, the blood on the glove was instantly flung away. And only then did he flip open that pocket and found that it was indeed a few coins, only that the color was black and dull, with a special pattern visible in a circle, not the coins commonly used by children in the slums. This is... Lin Cheng took a closer look and suddenly recognized the origin of the coins. The search dossier had recorded that this should be a coin minted from rare metals brought by an extraterrestrial civilization, and it was worth quite a lot in the black market, and judging from the denomination of these pieces, it was estimated to be worth 1 to 200,000. However, Lin Cheng did not put away these coins, but put them all back. Although $1 to $200,000 was quite a lot, it wasn't worth the risk. Who knew what was wrong with these coins? In this era where cash had long been eliminated, and there were no children with cell phones who would use coins, while someone like Camel, who could potentially be searched, was carrying around coins worth over 100,000. Even if it was for the purpose of running away at any time, such precious items couldn't be spent immediately, and the black market had to be found to do so. He always felt that there was something odd about it. Anyway, 100,000 or so wouldn't change anything, so there was no need to be greedy. As for the other things on the camel, none of them were found to be special either. Suddenly, Lin Cheng realized that the camel had a tattoo on its chest skin, and he couldn't help but be slightly stunned. It was clearly nothing more than 10 seconds ago. And the tattoo was still becoming deeper and more pronounced, as if it had surfaced because the camel had died? Look at the shape of the tattoo, it is just a line that radiates outward, and it seems to be a round of sun? Although it was a bit peculiar, Lin Cheng didn't care. He was just trying to make sure that there was no hidden recording or recording device on the camel. To put it slowly, from the time he killed him with a knife to the time he finished searching his body, the entire process was actually just half a minute. There's one more. Lin Cheng stood up and was just about to turn around and leave the restroom, but then he heard a footstep and the movement of twisting a doorknob coming from outside the door. He moved, his feet transforming into phantoms as he instantly hid in a nearby cubicle. Camel, plainclothes have been spotted in the bar, do you want to go check it out? The door to the restroom was twisted open, a low voice came in, and footsteps came this way towards the toilet cubicle. Lin Cheng immediately heard that the voice was that tower-like, tall and lanky man. Camel? Tai Wulua didn't hear a response and also smelled blood. An unpleasant premonition immediately arose in his heart, and he immediately walked quickly around the sink and into the toilet. Immediately, he saw Camel sitting against the wall with a single glance, and the pale, dead face and the pool of blood spreading underneath him instantly made him freeze. How is it possible? Just the effort of entering a restroom, and the person was dead? Who killed him? Just then. Boom! Tai Wulua suddenly heard the jarring sound of the door panel of the restroom cubicle being kicked open from behind him, and as soon as he turned around, he saw a flash of cold silver light slashing straight at his neck. Too fast. He was so horrified in his heart that he couldn't have time to draw out the telescopic baton behind his waist, and could only raise one hand to block it in front of him. Put! The sharp blade instantly sliced through half of Tai Wulua's palm, only to see blood gushing out. But this also gave him a bit of buffer time, as he violently backhanded the blade, and while jamming the blade with his palm bone, his other hand then violently clenched his fist and smashed it. Die! Tai Wulua roared, spurred on by the pain, but instead, he became even more ruthless. Ignoring the expanding injury to his palm, he swung his arm out with all his might, desperately trying to punch this man to death. Strength can be said to be with his proudest advantage, even compared to those who practiced the 4 or 6 version of the practice method, but also mastered the power class battle method. He also has the advantage. With this punch, even if it was a steel plate, he could still smash it out of shape. However, phew! To Tai Wulua's disbelief, the mysterious person in front of him who couldn't see his face just moved his body, and as if he was a phantom, he lightly sidestepped his punch, instantly causing his fist to swing empty. How could it be so fast? This thought had only just flashed through Tai Wulua's mind when he realized that the other party had instantly drawn his retractable blade right after him, and then raised his hand in a progressive manner. He couldn't see the light of the blade, he could only see those icy eyes. In an instant, the silver light swept across Tai Wulua's throat with astonishing speed. No! Tai Wulua only felt a coldness in his neck, followed by what seemed to be continuously flowing and gushing outwards, sending a chill down his spine. He knew he was going to die. Helplessness and fear struck him as if he was back in that cold laboratory. Who the hell is it? Tai Wulua covered his throat with one hand, his other hand lifted up and clawed feebly, and that huge, sturdy body finally collapsed to the ground with a loud thud. Lin Cheng's silhouette was like the wind as he closed the restroom door once more before returning to Iron Wulua. Order level rises by 0.2 levels. He waited until the hint of order level rising surfaced before his eyes, confirming that Tai Wulua was no longer a threat, before he began to search his body. Very quickly, Lin Cheng confirmed that there was no suspicious equipment on Tai Wulua's body either. It was just that this guy was too strong, with such a tall figure and ridiculously strong muscles. Even his neck had a layer of tight muscles covering it, and he didn't know how he practiced. Otherwise, just now, his slash should have been able to nearly slice the other party's neck, leaving only the cervical vertebrae and the back of the neck with a layer of skin. No wonder this guy's strength was so terrifying. Luckily, his movements were sluggish and not flexible enough, just in time to be killed by him. After he activated the battle technique Min, the speed of this big guy was no different from a turtle crawling in his eyes. Empty of strength, it was useless even if he couldn't touch him. Luckily, Min is at the instinctive level and is utilized to the extreme, otherwise I can only escape. Lin Qing secretly celebrated. At this time, he suddenly realized that a sun-like tattoo had also begun to slowly emerge on this lanky man's neck. The same tattoo? Lin Qing raised his eyebrows slightly. Could it be that these two are from the same organization? He didn't linger much longer, and immediately took out a small can of homemade incendiary agent that he had prepared in advance, poured it over these two corpses, and then used the lighter he found on the camel to ignite it. Before this bar's automatic fire extinguisher kicked in, it was enough to burn these two bodies beyond recognition. It was hard to tell at least the condition of the wounds and the exact time of death. Everything had happened in just a few minutes. Lin Qing took one last look at the gradually expanding flames in the restroom, gently pressed down the brim of his hat, and turned to leave. Inside the noisy bar, the sound of manic music suppressed all movement, and even the blue scarf gang's gangsters were so immersed in alcohol and desire that no one even noticed what was really happening tonight. After jumping out of the bar from the window of the second-floor bleachers, Lin Qing made his way to avoid the already small amount of road surveillance and found a sewer in a remote area. After wrapping her jacket, gloves, hat, mask, booster cushions, shoulder pads, and wig into a ball and pouring the last of the incendiary agent over them, she threw them together into the sewer and burned them clean. And only afterward, rushed to his home. All the way to avoid the surveillance from the neighborhood, purposely did not take the elevator through the building without monitoring, which returned to the home. For him, the inspection division, it couldn't be easier to find out where there was surveillance. Luckily, this era is messy enough that the surveillance is either crippled or put up. Back home, Lin Qing glanced at his cell phone that was placed on the living room table and was casting an old TV series. Then, he called out the reverse entropist and looked at the order level that was as high as 0.7, and couldn't help but reveal a trace of a satisfied smile. If we search the Ironstone bar again tomorrow, the Blue Scarf Gang will have to be disbanded, and by then it will be level 0.8. Chapter 22 Awakening. The next morning. What? Lin Qing looked at team leader Han in surprise and couldn't help but ask, Camel is dead? Killed at the Ironstone bar? When? The exact time is uncertain, but it should be last night. Team leader Han glanced at him and said, I heard that you had a conflict with the Blue Scarf Gang yesterday morning? Right. Lin Qing nodded. I happened to run into the Blue Scarf Gang collecting protection money, so I yined and yanged them a few times, but the camels kinda respected me and just left without collecting protection money. Team leader Han nodded slightly and said, after all, you're the inspection division of Ironstone Street, of course he would give you face. However, how did Camel suddenly get killed? Lin Qing was puzzled. Could it be a Black Force bloodbath? He's played black boxing, his strength should be good, right? It's hard to say. Team leader Han said, the forensic conclusion from the public security side is that he died by slitting his throat with a knife, although it's not easy to distinguish the type of murder weapon because the body was burned, but there's just one wound on the whole body, which is enough to illustrate the strength of the murderer. Lin Qing pondered for a moment and said, when I ran into the Blue Scarf Gang yesterday, Camel was accompanied by a big man with terrifying strength who bent the iron railing with a single punch. Could it be that he did it? Team leader Han shook his head slightly and said, he died as well, taking a knife to the palm of his hand, the same knife that cut his throat. Also dead? Lin Qing was surprised. The murderer's strength is very strong. Team leader Han said softly, it's most likely an expert at the captain's level. Lin Qing said indistinctly, no wonder the public security side didn't summon me. As soon as the forensic identification report came out, I knew it wasn't you, you're too far off. Team leader Han shook his head. In his opinion, Lin Qing had only just practiced the 4 or 6 version of the practice method for not long, there was still a distance from even the limit of the practice method, and the battle method had only been learned for a single discipline. It took 5 days to get started. A mere introductory level of battle techniques would not be able to increase one's strength much. This point of strength, in the Shaoshan district branch of the team leader are at the bottom of the list, from the captain level is even worse, I do not know how much. Then what is the temporary action that the Bureau gave us? Lin Qing asked. Haven't you seen the members of the Blue Scarf Gang after their reorganization? Team leader Han said, the above told us to cooperate with a group to search the Ironstone bar and the surrounding area to control suspicious people. The public security is still checking the CCTV footage, but there aren't any clues yet. Lin Qing nodded. Everything was as he expected. It was afternoon in the blink of an eye. After the inspection team finished searching around the Ironstone bar and sent all those Blue Scarf gang members away as suspects, the Blue Scarf gang, which had just been established for a day, was once again disbanded. Order level up 0.1. After collecting his team, Lin Cheng looked at the order level, which was as high as 0.8, and was still satisfied in his heart. In his previous life, when he lived in a completely stable and peaceful era, his order level was only 0.9 at the highest. Now it wasn't much worse. According to his understanding, there were two key points in wanting to raise the order level. One was to expand the circle of life or class. Ordinary people's circle of life was just a little bit bigger, and no matter how stable it was, I'm afraid it wouldn't be able to reach level 1. The second was to try to eliminate those unsettling factors within the circle of life, such as potential crises, things affecting order, and so on. Both of these, in fact, required him to be strong enough. It was only with strength that he could have the status to eliminate crises and calm down chaos. That night, Lin Cheng received good news. Lin Cheng, the bureau has already arranged a coach for you. Starting tomorrow, you can look for him to learn the 7-7 version of the practice method. Although it's a bit late, you're in luck. I heard that this coach used to be an external student of the Sunrise Martial Arts Center. January 12, 11 o'clock in the morning. Lin Cheng arrived at the Blue Sky Martial Arts Training Center as scheduled according to the time arranged by the branch. Nowadays, even though the Sunrise Martial Arts School was the dominant one, there were some training centers that taught the basics of martial arts, specializing in tutoring all sorts of martial arts basics. The Blue Sky Martial Arts Training Center was using the students of the Sunrise Martial Arts School work as coaches at our training center as a selling point for all sorts of publicity and promotion, and the results were really good. Judging from the number of students at the training center, it was obvious that the popularity of the training center was good. After confirming the appointment, Lin Cheng went all the way to the private practice room at the end of the second floor of the training center. This trainer who had signed an agreement with the inspection bureau was called Tan Yenwen. He was about 20 years old, and appeared to be plain-looking, but when he sat cross-legged on the floor, he had his own tranquil and calm demeanor, and at a glance, he knew that he was a martial arts expert. "Hello Coach Tan, I'm Shaoshan District Inspection Sub-Bureau 3rd Grade Inspection Division, Lin Cheng." Lin Cheng greeted politely. Tan Yenwen sized up Lin Cheng, nodded slightly and said, "I heard that you're only 18, the 4-6 version of the Sunrise practice method. How long have you been practicing successfully?" "If I count seriously, about a few months." Lin Cheng deliberately said quite a bit shorter, no one knew anyway. "Not bad, although the qualifications aren't excellent, they're not too far off." Tan Yenwen said softly, "You can indeed learn the 7-7 version of the practicing method, there should be some hope of success." Lin Cheng knew that the excellent qualifications that the other party was referring to were the grades that the Sunrise Martial Arts School assessed the qualifications to be divided into: ordinary, excellent, and outstanding. An excellent qualification would be accepted by the Chaoyang Martial Hall as an outer hall trainee. As for the inner hall trainees, it had always been very mysterious, not even if they had outstanding qualifications. Lin Cheng couldn't help but ask, "Coach Tan, I heard that excellent qualifications can almost always practice the 7-7 version of the Sunrise practice method, and there's still hope to practice the original version?" "Qualifications are also just talent, it doesn't determine much." Tan Yenwen shook his head slightly. "If you don't work hard enough, there are still those in the Sunrise Martial Arts School who haven't even practiced the 7-7 version of the practice before the age of 20, and were eventually discouraged from doing so." Without further ado, he stood up and said, "Start now, I have something to do at noon. From now on, you will come to me at 10 in the morning and finish at 12, I will teach you for 3 days at most, and if you can't learn it in 3 days, there's nothing you can do about it." "Good." Lin Cheng nodded. The 77 version of the practice method is that it's more complicated based on the movements of the 46 version, but the breathing method is instead more concise. Tan Yenwen said, "I'll deliberately aggravate the breathing changes, I'll do the slow one first, then the normal speed one, you watch it clearly and memorize the general idea first, then I'll break down the movements and teach you." After saying that, Tan Yenwen began to demonstrate. Lin Cheng watched carefully from the side, memorizing every movement and the coordination between the other party's breaths. It ended twice. Tan Yenwen looked at Lin Cheng and said, "You try it too, I'll correct you one movement at a time." Lin Cheng nodded and immediately began to imitate it as if it were a cat. At the end of one pass, Tan Yenwen was surprised to find that this young inspector general actually made almost no mistakes, only that the details of the breathing method and the coordination of the movements were not accurate enough. "You have a good memory and excellent body control." Tan Yenwen softly praised, "Looks like you don't need to come tomorrow, 2 more teachings and you should be familiar with it." 20 minutes later. It's already pretty standard. Tan Yenwen nodded slightly. Next, you'll have to slowly adjust on your own, try to find a state that mobilizes more of your body's potential in order to absorb more mystical energy. Good. Lin Qing nodded. He also noticed that the panel had already included the 77 version of the sunrise practice method. Next, as long as he waited until he finished replenishing the battle method Nin, he would be able to directly advance the 77 version of the sunrise practicing method. It's still early, not even the 2-hour class standard. Tan Yenwen smiled and said, I didn't expect that teaching a class this time would actually be so easy. He sat down on the floor. You can leave if you have something to do. If you don't want to leave, you can also stay and chat. Anyway, the class time hasn't arrived. Lin Qing thought for a moment and said, I'm also a bit curious, if Coach Tan doesn't mind, can you talk to me about the conditions for worshipping at the Sunrise Martial Arts School? You want to go? Tan Yenwen asked. I heard that Sunrise Martial Arts School students can live in the metropolitan area. Who wouldn't want to? Lin Qing said frankly. He naturally wanted to live in a more peaceful and stable metropolitan area, and by then, the order level must have increased quite a bit, right? Not really. Tan Yenwen shook his head and said, Outer Pavilion trainees aren't qualified to live in the metropolitan area either, they just have a pass, and they'll be discouraged if they don't make it into the Inner Pavilion before the age of 20. He glanced at Lin Qing and said, if you want to live in the metropolitan area, you can only enter the Inner Pavilion as well, but the difficulty is well. Ha! His light laugh seemed to be self-deprecating, but it was also like he was mocking this young man's whimsy. Entering the Inner Pavilion before the age of 20? Lin Qing immediately asked, may I ask what qualifications are required to enter the Inner Hall? The Inner Hall does not look at qualifications. Tan Yenwen shook his head, the key lies in awakening. Awakening? Lin Qing was curious. Tan Yenwen was silent for a little while and said softly in a helpless and yearning tone, either it's a genetic awakening that breaks the genetic shackles, or it's an extremely rare yin power awakening that breaks the spiritual barriers. He paused, then jokingly said, of course, it is said that there is another kind of awakening that almost exists only in legends. What? Lin Qing couldn't help but look at him. Chapter 23 Deterrence. Power Awakening. Tan Yenwen smiled and said, although it's only a legend, I heard that the founder of my Sunrise Martial School had an experience of power awakening, and it's also true that there's a method of communicating with the universe to awaken powers, so it should be true. There is a method, it should be? Lin Qing felt that what Tan Yenwen said was somewhat contradictory. Because although the method exists, no one can do it. Tan Yenwen shook his head slightly and sized up Lin Qing again, saying, as far as I know, the inspection system can also learn these 3 methods of awakening if they have enough merit. 3 methods of awakening? Lin Qing sniffed and instantly understood what Tan Yenwen was talking about. When he was studying in the secret room of the inspection bureau, that raspy voice had said that if he had first-class merit, in addition to being able to learn the 4 series of battle methods at will, he could also view the other 3 special cultivation methods. It seemed that those 3 special cultivation methods were the 3 methods of awakening? Lin Qing couldn't help but feel some curiosity in his heart. The methods existed but couldn't be done? Theoretically, as long as he could get started, as long as it was possible to achieve it, he would be able to follow it up and directly anticipate the results, ignoring resources and whatnot. So, he kinda wanted to try it. It was a pity that one had to be first class to be qualified to view it, so he would have to wait for later. No need to think too much. Tan Yenwen saw that Lin Qing seemed a bit expectant and couldn't help but give a startled smile. It was true that ignorance was still fearless. He shook his head and laughed. Power awakening is only a legend after all. It is rumored to be the power to directly control energy. Nianli awakening is also rare. Even the genetic awakening, which seems to be the most promising, you have to wait until you have practiced the original version of the sunrise practice and approached the true limits of the human body before you can have that much hope. The original version of the sunrise practice method? Lin Qing finally realized how difficult it was. The 3 versions of the sunrise practicing method, the 4/6 version, the 7/7 version, and the final original version, also called the 8/9 version, were increasingly difficult. The 4/6 version was close to the first limit of the human body. The 7/7 version was the second limit, and mastering 2 more battle techniques would qualify one to become a division captain. And for those who practiced the original version of the sunrise practice method, and mastered a few more battle techniques, that would almost be a big shot at the level of the city's chief captain. It's really hard. Tan Yenwen sighed, "Don't look at me as some excellent qualification rated by the martial arts school. I think I've already put up enough of a fight, but so far I haven't even practiced the original version of the sunrise practice method, not to mention the unattainable genetic awakening." Lin Xing could also understand the difficulty of this. Although most of the elite talents had been transported to the metropolitan area, there were so many people in the entire Linen city, but not many of them had practiced the original version of the sunrise practice method. The Qinghu Island prison fugitive that cousin Chen Yanan had encountered was probably at this level as well, and it was truly terrifying. After chatting with Tan Yenwen for a few moments, Lin Xing didn't waste any more time. Anyway, he had already learned the 7-7 version of the practice method, and was still waiting to go back to make up for the debt of the battle method min, so he took his leave. 10 minutes later, the unmanned smart driver sent him to the entrance of the Junyuan neighborhood. Lin Xing got out of the car and was just about to walk towards his house when current order level down 0.5 levels. A line of blood-red text steeply surfaced in front of his eyes. It was a danger directed at him. And actually dropped by as much as 0.5 levels? Lin Xing's pupils shrunk slightly, and pretending as if nothing had happened, he stuck his hands in his pockets while pressing down on the retractable knife in his pocket, and also prepared to activate his battle technique. At this time, he saw a tall man wearing a black trench coat standing at the entrance of the neighborhood, combing his back hair. His face had an obvious pallor, only wearing a pair of sunglasses, couldn't see his eyes. This trench coat man just stood at the door, seemingly looking at him. Lin Xing suspiciously sized up the other party and said, "Hello, please make way." At this moment, the trenchcoat man suddenly reached out and removed his sunglasses, revealing his eyes. Boom! The moment he locked eyes, Lin Xing only felt as if the other party's eyes were permeated with an intimidating sense of oppression, and an inexplicable chill went straight up from his tailbone, causing him to subconsciously take a step back. Warfare? At this moment, he suddenly remembered the eye from the Divine Transformation series of battle techniques, which seemed to have this kind of effect similar to instinctive deterrence. Lin Xing stared at the man in Windbreaker vigilantly. He had already made preparations to instantly explode his battle technique. And the wind-cloaked man didn't attack. He just sized up Lin Xing for a moment, suddenly revealing a hint of a smile as he spoke. "Don't be nervous, Lin Xing. I'm a specially assigned investigator from the government. I'm just here to take a look at you because of the recent events." A specially assigned investigator? Came to take a look? If it wasn't for the fact that the order level had dropped by 0.5 levels, making it clear that there was a killing intent, otherwise Lin Xing might actually believe it. Government special assignment? How do you prove it? Lin Xing frowned slightly. There's no need for proof. The trenchcoat man smiled. "I don't intend to investigate you either. I'm just taking a look, so I'll leave you alone." After saying that, he walked out of the cell gate and left along the road without looking back. Order level rises by 0.5 levels. At the same time, a line of green text appeared in front of Lin Xing's eyes. Recovered just like that? He was a bit surprised. It seemed that this mysterious trenchcoat man had come to find him specifically and had no intention of residing on Ironstone Street, or perhaps the other party himself had no influence on law and order. Therefore, without targeting him, the order level would not drop. Lin Xing glanced at the other party's back before turning around and walking into the neighborhood, silently pondering. Just looking at me? He naturally wouldn't believe the other party's bull. The restoration of the order level indicated that the other party's killing intent had dissipated, and perhaps the intimidation when they just looked at each other was a test? This person is dangerous. Order level actually dropped by 0.5 levels. Lin Xing took a deep breath, and after his mood regained its calmness, he walked towards his own direction with an expressionless face step by step. At this moment, his heart yearned for strength and security more and more. I have to practice the 7.7 version of battle techniques as soon as possible and learn more battle techniques as soon as possible. On the depressed street, the trenchcoat man walked on the sidewalk, his fingertips tapping on his ear holes to activate the wireless headphones in his ear canals. "Boss, it's me. Yes, I just met that Lin Cheng who has some suspicion, but it's basically certain that he shouldn't be the one who killed Camelot and Tai Wulua. First of all, he doesn't have enough motive. Secondly, I have just deterred with the eye and intent of the Divine Transformation series. If he has really mastered the battle technique Min in such a short period of time, he will subconsciously activate the battle technique when his instincts are deterred, and this kind of instincts is very difficult to restrain. Unless one cultivates the battle technique to the point where it is integrated into the instincts, it can be restrained, but just learning the battle technique for half a month's time, even mastering it is astonishing, and it is simply impossible to cultivate it to the level of instincts. Under the intimidation of the eye and the intent, he did not catalyze the battle technique along with his instincts, so it is obvious that he is still at the introductory stage. In addition, the target I found through the transmitter camel hid in those coins was also only the Blue Scarf Gang's punk, and after I carefully tortured him, that punk was only sneaking away Camel's money while he was dead out of greed. This shows that the murderer who killed Camel in Tai Wu Luo didn't care about the money on Camel at all. According to the intelligence, Lin Qing is now in a state of lack of money. His sister needs to use money, and he needs money for practicing martial arts. Just purchasing 2 sets of high-energy retardant liquid is definitely far from enough. Normally, such a poor and accustomed 18-year-old teenager should not be able to hold back his greed and bite into these few baits left behind by Camel. The headquarters side also checked his cell phone GPS track. He was indeed at home all last night. I hacked the access records of several video software he commonly uses through his cell phone number, and he watched a night of the TV series Gunman Nut. So, in summary, we can rule out this Lin Qing suspicion. Chapter 24 Group 7. Monday, January 13th. Today was the day that the 7th group of the precinct inspection team was officially established, and the inspection system had already sent the reporting time to the selected members of the 7th group from the inspection bureau. Lin Qing also arrived at the precinct on time, ready to meet his group members. The Group 7 office was empty, and he was still the only one there. If I want to get enough credits to learn new battle methods as soon as possible, perhaps I'll have to rely on my new group members. Lin Qing sat behind the group leader's desk, casually peeling a freshly purchased orange and thinking as he ate. The recent inspection missions had all been relatively smooth and uneventful. Not even a single third-class merit had been encountered, and it was just a search to catch a habitual thief who had kept a file on the public security side. Just one personal commendation had rewarded him with $2,000, which was better than nothing. He only hoped that the new team member was really a second generation who had come to platinum, and had some clues on hand, so that he could get a share of the credit, right? Knock knock knock. A knock on the door suddenly sounded, followed by a slightly timid female voice from outside the office. Anyone? Coming? Anyway, there was no surveillance in the office, so Lin Qing immediately turned his hands into phantoms and collected all the orange peels all over the table into a bag within a second to avoid affecting the team leader's majesty. Only then did he open his mouth and say, "Enter." Only to see a girl of about 18 or 19 years old push the door and walk in. She had a petite figure, her eyesight was just a little over 1.6 m, her ebony hair was tied up in a pill head, and she was wearing a retro-style forehead ornament on her forehead. Her features were exquisite, and she also had an azure sea-like pupil color and a small, straight nose. "You are team leader Lin?" The girl carefully sized up Lin Qing before timidly asking. "Right." Lin Qing nodded. "You're Zhao Jiai, right?" He had already read the new group member's profile last night, and this new group member's face value was quite high and easily impressive. However, this era's plastic surgery technology was highly advanced, and it was hard to tell the truth from the so-called purely natural mom's face. This new group member might have had plastic surgery and gone for a mixed-race style. After all, it was rare to see a pure natural so beautiful, or a mixed-race one. "Yes, it's me." Zhao Jiai nodded her head slightly coyly. "There's no need to be formal, just find a seat anywhere," Lin Qing casually said. Zhao Jiai looked around, then still sat down at the desk opposite Lin Qing. Lin Qing didn't care either. As a young inspection division, he had long since gotten used to this kind of treatment. "Didn't go to college?" Lin Qing casually asked. "No, not too good in school." Zhao Jiai shook her head with a slightly red face. Lin Qing was puzzled. The written test for inspection majors is also quite troublesome. This you can even pass the test for transfer. Your high school grades are not good? Zhao Jiai's file record is only 19 years old, this age to be an inspection, did not go to college. Obviously the family situation and high school grades are average. But the conversion exam for the inspection specialty can be a bit harder than the liberal arts college entrance exam, yet she was able to pass, which is a bit strange. "I have an uncle who worked as an inspection, so I've known better since I was a kid," Zhao Jiai said with some embarrassment. "Oh, so?" Lin Qing pretended to believe it. The inspection specialty's transfer exam was so tedious and harsh, just knowing it from a young age wouldn't be enough to explain it. However, he didn't care about this girl's little secret either. After waiting for a few more moments, the remaining 3 group members also arrived, 1 female and 2 males. The normal configuration of a group was an inspection division as the group leader and 4 inspectors as group members, who could greet temporary inspectors when they were short of manpower. Zhao Jiai, Han Ing, Ruan Bing, and Teng Feiyu. These 4 people were Lin Qing's 4 team members for the next period of time. Zhao Jiai still had her face value in young age, while Han Ning and Wan Bing were really just ordinary formal inspectors, but fortunately they also had previous work experience. As for the last one, Tung Feiyu, the file says that you've already practiced the 4-6 version of the practice method? Lin Qing looked at the 22-year-old young man across from him and asked, and you graduated from Jiangnan Public Security University, right? Why are you still here as an inspection? Tung Feiyu was quite sunny and handsome, and extremely calm in front of this superior of his, with no inhibitions and a relaxed demeanor. In fact, do not need to see in person, Lin Qing just look at the file can also be seen at a glance, this Tung Feiyu should be the gold-plated second generation. Hall Jiangnan University of Public Security graduates, but also practiced 4 or 6 version of the practice method, obviously can be directly assigned to the City Public Security Bureau. Put a good public security not to deliberately come to this inspection branch? It is very likely to come for gold plating. After all, the inspection system is convenient, as long as there is credit will be able to learn the law of war. The future transfer back to the public security, at least as a senior superintendent of police, which can be faster than in the public security system to climb much faster. Reporting to the team leader. Tung Feiyu calmly said, the provisions of the Inspection Bureau do not prohibit public security university graduates from becoming inspectors. Lin Qing nodded slightly, reasonable. With such a blatant dislike, he was also more and more certain in his heart that this young man's origins were bound to be not small. He didn't care about that either, he just wanted to take more credit. Tonight is our Group 7's first mission. Lin Qing said, according to the rules, the newly formed inspection group can choose any strip of land in Shashan District as their main inspection area, and secondly, if any of the official inspections reside in Shashan District, they can also carry out regular inspections near their place of residence. He swept his gaze over the 4 group members and said, is there anyone who lives in Shashan District? From the files, these group members were all transferred from other districts by the City Bureau, and none of them were from Shashan District. After all, the unmanned transportation nowadays is well developed, it doesn't take long to take a car within the whole Linen City, and Shashan District is not that remote. But if someone deliberately moved to Shashan District to rent an apartment, they can take this opportunity to apply for an inspection. It was just like the day he was transferred, team leader Han purposely brought him to inspect and demonstrate on Taishir Street, which was also to ensure the safety of the inspectors. Hearing Lin Qing's words, Wan Bing and Han Ning both shook their heads. Reporting to the group leader. Team leader, I live in Shaoshan District. Instead, Tang Feiyu and Zhao Jiayi spoke at the same time. Lin Qing glanced at the two and said, both of you live in Shaoshan District? Tell me the location, I'll just check if there are any missions. Zhao Jiayi was too embarrassed to speak first, and Tang Feiyu immediately said, report, I live in Shaoshan District's Changshui Street, Xintian Century City. Only then did Zhao Jiayi say, that. I live in Times Square on Xianan Road in Shaoshan District. Lin Qing searched for inspection missions near these 2 locations on his work computer and said, it seems like there's nothing special, so during the night, you 2 lead the way and patrol freely. He was giving Tang Feiyu a chance. If Tang Feiyu really knew where there was a chance to get credit, there was no way he would let this moment go. Since he had purposely moved to live in Shashan District, perhaps it was for the convenience of being a new member that he wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to take credit for his inspections. Alright, the new group doesn't need to be on duty this month, now dismissed, all of you keep your cell phones open, pay attention to the work group, and wait for my notice to gather here at night. After Lin Qing uploaded the application for the inspection mission on the work computer, he didn't say much before closing the computer and getting up to leave. Before leaving, he glanced at Tung Feiyu with his afterglow, secretly expecting, don't let me down. After Lin Qing left, the few people in the office started to organize their desks. By the way, they introduced themselves and got to know each other. Jiayi, are you sitting across from the team leader? Han Ning looked at Zhao Jiayi with a smile and deliberately said, that's right, after all, our Group 7 leader is quite handsome. The girls were able to get along very quickly and become acquainted, their attitudes intimate as if they were sisters. At least on the surface. It's not. Zhao Jiayi's small face was slightly red. It's nothing, although the team leader looks mature and calm, it seems like he's still a year younger than you, right? Han Ning lowly laughed and came in front of her, teasing, actually, you 2 are quite compatible. Zhao Jiayi lowered her head and said, I didn't mean that. Why are you so shy? Han Ning laughed, and suddenly realized that Wan Bing next door didn't clean up his desk much, and wondered, Wan Bing, don't you need to clean up? No need. Wan Bing shook his head flatly, I'm switching to Unit 3 on Wednesday, and if I hadn't just come to the Shashan District branch and the changes were inconvenient, I might have gone straight to Unit 3. Han Ning was a bit surprised. She knew about this kind of operation. It was more troublesome to want to purposely switch to a certain group from another precinct, and it was usually easier to apply for a transfer to a new group first, and then use the new group as a jumping-off point to switch groups within the precinct. It seems like you're quite connected in the precinct. Han Ning said. However, isn't team leader Lin quite good? Young with potential. I heard that team leader Lin's sister is still a former captain. Yes, there is potential, but I've also worked for quite a few years. Ruan Bing shook his head. I can't afford to wait for the new team leader to grow slowly, whether it's experience or strength. This newcomer, team leader Lin, is at the bottom of the 17 leaders in the precinct, right? The key is that if the team leader is not strong enough, the inspection mission is not too safe, and I still want to earn more money. Tung Feiyu glanced at him and frowned slightly, but did not speak. Han Ning understood what Ruan Bing meant. In the end, it was simply because the new team leader wasn't strong enough to patrol the mission safely enough, and didn't have many contacts, so it wasn't easy to make some money. It's also true that I heard that team leader Lin has only been practicing the 4-6 version of the practice method for a month, and even though he has learned a battle technique, he has only just begun. Han Ning nodded. In terms of strength, it's true that it's the lowest of the 7 group leaders. Anyway, team leader Lin wasn't around, so the group members wouldn't be too scrupulous about speaking privately, and what they said was the truth. Are you saying that group leader Lin has only just been introduced to battle techniques? Zhao Jiayi couldn't help but ask, really? Is it just learning battle techniques? Right. Han Ning gave her a strange look. It seems like it's only been over half a month. Zhao Jiayi let out an "oh" and didn't say anything more, continuing to lower her head and pack her things. However, there was a touch of shock in her eyes. How could he clearly? Chapter 25, Subconsciousness. Night filled the air, and the distant metropolitan area was once again transformed into a dazzling night city, as if it were the embodiment of light. Although it was 10 o'clock at night, the vehicles on the highway were still flowing endlessly. A black stretch inspection car sped along the highway. Inside the car, Lin Qing was sitting in the last row, with Tang Feiyu sitting beside him, and opposite him were 2 girls, Han Ning and Zhao Jai, as well as Ruan Bing sitting in the passenger seat. Since today is the first inspection of the 7 groups, the team has sent the second group to cooperate with us in the search. Lin Qing swept his gaze and said, I'll repeat tonight's mission. The location to be searched is the vicinity of New Sky Century City on Changshui Street where Tung Feiyu lives, and based on the flow of people, the Red Oak Boxing Gym and Qingtai Hotel, which are close by, are the places with the most mixed personnel, and the focus of tonight's search will be on these 2 places as well. In addition to our 7 groups and 2 groups, in addition, also called 20 temporary inspectors, responsible for maintaining order at the scene, between the first check Qingtai Hotel, and then check the Red Oak Boxing Gym. The level of search is level 1, and privacy may not be intervened throughout unless suspicious persons are involved. It wasn't long before 2 black inspection vehicles pulled up in front of and behind the entrance of Qingtai Hotel. The inspectors from Group 2 and Group 7 had met before they set off and didn't communicate much before they began tonight's search. Although Qingtai Hotel wasn't considered a luxurious hotel in Linen, it was still 5-star, and most of the vehicles that came and went were expensive. The 2 groups, a line of 10 people, are wearing black inspection uniforms, step into the hotel. That compelling momentum immediately let the lobby of one of the guests are stunned. The lobby manager is rushed over. I am the head of the 7th group of the Shaoshan District Inspection Sub-Bureau, please cooperate with our side in the search. This search was dominated by Group 7, which meant that Lin Chang was in charge of directing the operation, and after taking out their documents to confirm, Xin from Group 2 and Han Ning from Group 7 began to check the hotel's list of registered persons. Team leader Tung Feiyu said, I'll go to the hotel's underground parking lot and check the vehicles coming in and out. Parking lot? Lin Qing glanced at him and didn't refuse, but only said to Team Leader Han, Uncle Han, let's send someone from Team 2 to join him. Team Leader Han looked at one of them and said, Wang Hengyi, you're with him. After Tang Feiyu's duo left, a few other group members also picked up their work phones and started identifying and verifying the passing guests. The search work at the hotel was generally easy and basically not dangerous. It was rare for Lin Qing to be the team leader, so he could finally experience the feeling of watching the team members work while he only needed to wait leisurely on the sidelines. Oh, this was called sitting at the scene and being in charge of command. Immediately, he sat down with team leader Han on the sofa in the lobby lounge area. Your group's inspector named Tang Feiyu has good eyesight. Team leader Han suddenly said, there might be a bit of a problem with this hotel's parking lot. Problem? Lin Chang pretended to be puzzled. You're less experienced in searching, it's normal that you didn't see it. Team leader Han said, "It's only been a few minutes since we came over, but from what I've observed, there are already 3 private luxury cars that drove into this hotel's parking lot." "I noticed that too," Lin Qing said, "but this is a 5-star hotel after all. There's nothing strange about guests having money, right?" Team leader Han shook his head and said, "This kind of business-oriented high-end hotel, guests from out of town make up the majority, but the 3 private luxury cars just now all have local license plates." "That's a bit strange." Lin Cheng nodded slightly. It was also unknown what clues Tang Feiyu had in his hands, and what kind of credits he would be able to find out. Half an hour later. Reporting to the team leader. Tang Feiyu stood in front of Lin Cheng. "I found out that there's a problem with the underground parking lot of this hotel. Can I apply for a second-level search warrant?" "Tell me." Lin Cheng looked at him. "I checked those vehicles in the underground parking lot of this hotel. Most of them are local private luxury cars." Tang Feiyu said, "From the hotel's registration list, many of the owners of the luxury cars are local and have already had multiple check-in records, but strangely enough, even when the hotel's top suites and premium suites are full, these owners would rather stay in regular suites and have to stay at this hotel." "Oh?" Lin Qing said, "It does sound a bit strange, but this hotel is not suspected of breaking the law or committing a crime, and there hasn't been any cases, so based on this suspicion alone, even if I apply for a second-level search warrant, I'm afraid that the top won't approve it." Team leader Han also nodded slightly. "It definitely won't be approved. This reason is not enough." Lin Chang looked at Tang Feiyu. Tang Feiyu looked around before speaking. "Team leader, I suspect that this hotel is just a front, and the owners of those luxury cars are only pretending to check in at this hotel, merely registering, but actually going elsewhere." "Why do you say that?" Lin Qing asked. "I just discovered a suspicious situation." Tang Feiyu said, "A guest went into that VIP elevator in the underground parking lot but didn't come out from the elevator entrance on the first floor of the hotel. I suspect that elevator has some kind of mechanism that might lead to somewhere else." Lin Qing said thoughtfully, "The elevator belongs to a public place, a level 1 warrant can also be checked. Did you go in and look?" "Looked." Tang Feiyu nodded. "There's nothing special to look at in that VIP elevator, it can only lead to the lobby on the first floor of the hotel only, so I suspect that there may still be human control that allows the elevator to reach other floors, such as the ground floor." Lin Qing pondered for a moment, turned his head to look at team leader Han, and said, "Uncle Han, do you think it's possible to apply for a secondary search warrant?" "It's quite strange." Team leader Han nodded and said, "We can apply to try, but we're not sure if we can pass. After all, this kind of hotel may also just be protecting the privacy of its guests. Unless it's found out that there's a suspicion of breaking the law and committing a crime, it's normal that we won't give it a pass." Lin Qing gave a hum and didn't say much. He immediately took out his cell phone and started to apply for mobilizing a second-level search warrant through the precinct inspection system. He also wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to get some credit, so naturally he wouldn't refuse. Not long after. "Okay." Lin Chang put down his cell phone, looked up at Tang Feiyu, and said, "I've already submitted the application, it's up to Captain Dai's side." 5 minutes later. Ding. The work phone shook and received a reply. Lin Chang picked up the phone and glanced at it, and couldn't help but frown slightly as he said, "Xiao Peidong has dismissed the application for a secondary search." "Dismissed?" Tang Feiyu frowned and fell silent, not knowing what he was thinking. "Let's wait until we find solid evidence." Lin Qing seemingly hinted and added, "The inspection team is only responsible for patrolling and searching, regardless of solving the case, no matter what suspicions there are, this is a public security job." Tang Feiyu took a deep breath and did not speak anymore. "All right." Lin Qing turned on the command mode of his work phone and said, "All gather and prepare to go search the next place." Red Oak Boxing Gym. When the 2 inspection teams arrived, there weren't many people left in the boxing gym, and they could only see a few sporadic fighters and coaches still training, as well as those who were having a late-night barbecue. "I'm the head of Group 7 of the Shaoshan District Inspection Branch, here are my documents, please cooperate with our search." After Lin Qing showed his credentials, the person in charge of Red Oak Boxing Gym was immediately cooperative and allowed the inspectors to identify and verify. The boxers, coaches, and employees were all checked, and there was nothing out of the ordinary. He noticed that Tang Feiyu did not pay attention to those few people, but instead looked around, occasionally knocking on the walls or the floor as if he was looking for some kind of organ. Searching the Red Oak Boxing Gym and Qingtai Hotel were both suggestions made by Tang Feiyu. Could it be that there was some connection between the two? Suddenly, Lin Chang noticed that the person in charge's eyes were a little off, as if he had been paying attention to Tang Feiyu's behavior, and was also slightly nervous. "The people are all checked out." Lin Qing deliberately said, "We still need to search the facilities in the pavilion to confirm whether there are any illegal constructions and equipment." That person in charge was silent for a moment and nodded, "All right, please check." The group of inspectors began to search around. Lin Qing also walked around while observing this boxing gym. This boxing gym didn't look big, but the area of the locker room wasn't small. Were there this many members in this boxing gym? Without realizing it, he had already walked into one of the locker rooms and stood in front of a row of closets against the wall. He didn't know what was going on, but Lin Qing subconsciously felt that there was something wrong with this locker room, and he even felt that this row of closets was a bit awkward. This was purely an intuition, it seemed to be subconsciously guessed so, he didn't know where the intuition came from. However, who would not trust their own intuition? Lin Qing immediately walked forward and opened one of the closet doors. There was nothing to be found, it seemed to be just an ordinary closet. Should we move it open and try? This idea appeared in Lin Qing's mind, holding onto the side of the closet, and was about to exert force when current order level dropped by 0.6 levels. At this moment, a line of small, bright red words suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. Chapter 26, Coincidence? As soon as that bright red prompt appeared, Lin Qing instantly sobered up as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. A 0.6 level drop in order level? And it was blood red, indicating that it was a danger directed at him. How much the order level dropped depended on the size of the danger he encountered. For example, when the fugitive he caught in the bar before, and the tower-like, sturdy and tall man beside Camel, who had murderous intentions towards him, the order level had only dropped by 0.2 levels. And now it was a 0.6 level drop. Could it be that someone had been secretly monitoring the inspections, and when they realized that he was going to move the closet, they had borne killing intent towards him? In that case, I'm afraid that there really is some secret hidden behind this row of closets. Mechanisms? A secret door? There really is something wrong with this Red Oak boxing gym. Perhaps, there really is a big credit. Just with my current strength, a level 0.6 danger, can I handle it? In this instant, this thought flashed through Lin Qing's mind. After a slight once of hesitation, he let go of the palm of his hand that was preparing to move the row of closets, and muttered under his breath, "Looking at the size of this closet, this won't fit a person either." With that, Lin Qing kept his composure and looked at the other corners of the locker room before turning around and walking out of this locker room. Current order level up 0.6 levels. The next moment, a line of small green letters appeared in front of his eyes. Lin Qing let out a slight sigh of relief. As expected, someone was secretly observing him, and after realizing that he didn't intend to move the row of closets, he withdrew his killing intent. Although his current strength was still just fine, he wasn't sure what the condition of a level 0.6 danger actually was. Even if he brought a gun, he wasn't sure. This kind of unsure thing, and it was not clear how much gain there was, could not be risked. There's a big credit, but there's also a big crisis. The current me may not be able to eat it yet, I need to be strong enough. Lin Qing took a deep breath, glanced at Tung Feiyu who was still carefully searching not far away, and secretly felt helpless. It's not too much to look down on me, such a dangerous credit, also dare to let me participate? Or maybe he doesn't know very well either? Group leader. At this time, Zhao Jiayi walked over and said slightly timidly, "Have you found anything?" "No." Lin Qing shook his head. "Wow, the only thing missing from my side that I haven't checked is the locker room behind you." Zhao Jiayi said, "I'll go take a look." Lin Qing frowned slightly as he saw that she was going to head towards the locker room with the problem, and immediately reached out and pressed her shoulder, shaking his head, "No need to take a look, I've already checked, there's no problem." Zhao Jiayi turned her head to look at him, opened her mouth in desire to speak, but still nodded her head and said, "Good. The search is almost done, it's time to withdraw." Lin Qing immediately picked up his work cell phone and issued the order to close the team. Although he didn't think that a small body like Zhao Jiayi's could move through that row of large closets, it was better to be on the safe side. In case he really messed with an enemy hiding in the shadows, it wouldn't be easy to say. Since he knew that the credit was hidden in this Red Oak boxing gym, it wouldn't be too late to come back for it later when he was strong enough. There was still not much room for him to improve. Not long after, both Group 2 and Group 7 had gathered. P with T-line QTL band 4L turn, U this J text MQC file I2 KABB equals 450 B310 WSCRFWR9 VA at 9XJAI? 0 or $9 U EVK84 F39E1 plus 1 ACP0 Q353R, 1 XE7 equals S319 EZ9 UC4 EFCCP1L. Team leader, Aren't you going to continue investigating? Tong Feiyu couldn't help but ask. It's just an ordinary boxing gym, haven't we checked everything? Lin Xing calmly said, there's no need to waste time, there's still enough time tonight to search around Zhao Jiai's place of residence. Without waiting for Tang Feiyu to say anything else, he led the people towards the outside of the boxing gym. That person in charge smiled politely and said, take care, everyone. After the group of inspectors left, the person in charge then turned around and walked quickly into a lounge, closing the door behind him, and immediately tapped rhythmically a few times on one of the walls. The wall slowly dented, revealing a delicate and compact display screen, on which was a middle-aged man with a gloomy temperament. Mr. Qi, how is it down there? I heard that entrance of Qingtai Hotel was also checked. The person in charge asked somewhat nervously. It's fine. The middle-aged man with a gloomy temperament said, I received the news in advance, and I have long been prepared, but just now I thought that the young inspection division had discovered the entrance, and I was almost all ready to silence it. The entrance is so hidden, the soundproofing and camouflage are perfect, how could he discover it? The person in charge shook his head. That is to say, guess it's just a coincidence. Zhao Jiai lived in Times Square on Xianan Road, not far away. Not long after, 2 inspection cars drove to the vicinity of Times Square and stopped at the side of the road. Where should we start checking? Lin Xing looked at Zhao Jiai and asked, I looked at the bureau's information, there's nothing suspicious near your house, where do you want to search? Zhao Jiai thought for a moment and said, there's nothing that might be illegal? There is, but there's no need to search. Lin Xing shook her head. Where? Zhao Jiai was puzzled. A bathing center. Lin Xing said, the others are either shopping malls or kindergartens, and the one that's still open at night is the bath center. Zhao Jiai hesitated, then let's just randomly check the bath center. Han Ning, who was sitting beside her, couldn't help but giggle, Jiai, you're really silly and cute. Lin Xing shook her head slightly and sent a message to team leader Han's side, so she entered the address for the inspection car and drove towards that bath center. Soon, the group of inspections arrived near the bathing center. Colleagues in the second group who were familiar with Lin Xing couldn't help but tease, is team leader Lin planning to treat us to a foot bath and treat us? Lin Chang stood at the entrance of this bathing center called Jun Lan, surveyed it and asked, is this formal? A male colleague of the second group shook his head and said, I've been here before, but it's too formal. Formal is good. Lin Xing casually said, guys at Fuel, give this bath center's guests and employees an identification verification, and you can call it a day. Cut. I thought we were going to be invited to wash our feet. No fun, no fun. Let's find a place to have a snack later. After chatting for a few moments, the group of inspections all headed towards the bathing center. This search mission was too easy, and the atmosphere was quite relaxed. Just at this moment. He didn't know why, but Lin Xing suddenly had an inexplicable palpitation, and a trace of uneasiness instinctively arose in his heart. This seemingly ordinary bathing center in front of him gave him a feeling at this moment as if there was a fierce beast lurking in its cave. This feeling seems to come from the subconscious, just like just now in the Red Oak boxing gym. He inexplicably suspected that the row of closets have problems. There was danger? Lin Xing felt a bit strange, but he couldn't care less about thinking about it, and immediately said in a deep voice, everyone pay attention, don't take it lightly. This bathing center is not big. After asking the receptionist and the manager, a group of inspectors were conventionally divided into groups of 2 and began to check the rooms in turn. As the check was for Zhao Jiai's place of residence, Lin Bian brought Zhao Jiai with him and started identifying and verifying each and every guest with her group. Even if they came across sleeping guests, they had to be woken up to do a facial recognition. Team leader, there's another small room there. Zhao Jiai suddenly pointed at a rather narrow room around the corner. Go take a look. Lin Cheng nodded slightly, but the sense of uneasiness in his heart became more and more obvious. Pushing open the door and taking a look, there were indeed 2 guests lying on the 2 sofas in this small room as well. Both of them had their backs to him and seemed to have fallen asleep. Wake up. Lin Cheng slightly squinted his eyes and said under his breath, inspection, get up and do lower facial recognition. The next moment. Current order level drops by 0.2 levels. Current order level dropped by 0.2 levels. 2 consecutive lines of bright red prompts appeared in front of his eyes in turn. Chapter 27 Class A, Class AA. The room was quiet, and both guests were wearing pale yellow bathrobes, lying motionless on their sides on the sofa, right with their backs to the doorway, seemingly dozing off. Right at this moment when Lin Chang and Zhao Jiai both walked into the room. Brother! With a bellowing cry, the two guests lying on their sides on the sofa, almost simultaneously, did a flip and suddenly leapt up from the sofa. One grabbed the ashtray on the table and slammed it over, while the other copied the water cup with half a cup of tea still left and threw it over with the same full force. Poof! In this instant, time seemed to suddenly slow down. The electronic clock hanging on the wall seemed to be fixed at 23 hours 14 minutes and 27 seconds. Lin Qing expressionlessly gazed at the ashtray that was slowly flying in front of him and the teacups with water droplets being thrown around, and there was still time to glance up at Zhao Jiayi next to her. She didn't seem to have reacted, her expression hadn't started to change yet, she was just staring dumbly. From the time the two guests got up and threw themselves, to the time the teacups and ashtrays flew, it was at most only a fraction of a second, and if an ordinary person had not been able to react in time, it would be normal for them to be smashed to death on the spot. But after Lin Qing, who had prepared for this, instantly activated his battle technique, the movements of these two people were too slow and too slow. Who? Lin Qing struck out like a phantom, grabbing the bathrobe hanging on a nearby hanger with astonishing speed, and then meeting the flying ashtray and teacup with a casual jerk of his hand. The thick bathrobe then rolled up both of these two high-speed flying throws in it. At the same time, his other hand also gripped the matching gun at his waist. As the bathrobe rolled around the ashtray and teacup and flung them aside, the two guests who had leapt and rushed after the storm were revealed in his line of sight. Both were lean types with somewhat similar looks. The one closest to him had a face full of murderous rage, with bear scars still visible on his inches, and at this moment, he was stomping and leaping up from the sofa, and with a ferocious flying knee, he crashed over towards Lin Chang. The other person was a bit farther away and was charging towards Zhao Jiayi. The swiftness of these two people's movements, their quick reactions, and their battle-hardened killing aura were clearly not ordinary people. Time flowed slowly. The electronic clock on the wall was still stuck at 23 hours 14 minutes and 27 seconds. In this instant, Lin Qing had completely seen the situation at this moment, and with one hand, he gripped the handle of his sidearm and drew it outwards. The slender, silver-colored barrel of the rotating Woolen 500 was already aiming at the person who was flying and knee-bumping. Then, the fingertip pulled the trigger. Bang! Amazing gunshots rang out, a fiery light erupted from the muzzle of the gun, and the bullet carrying a huge amount of kinetic energy broke out, instantly hitting the knee of the other person who was flying and crashing into him. Pooh! Blood splattered out. The bullet that was twice as powerful as the kinetic energy of the Sandhawk instantly exploded a lurid bloody hole in the opponent's kneecap. The man's body, which had already lost its threat, was still flying with inertia, but Lin Qing's quick movements were followed by a kick, and the other party instantly flew backward at an even faster speed. Even if he was competing in strength, he was far beyond normal people by several times. And all of this happened in just a fraction of a second. At the same time, the other person had rushed to Zhao Jiayi's front and was about to make a move. Lin Chang was too late to fire the second shot, but his movements were still able to keep up, and when he was about to slap him over, he heard a crackling sound and retracted his arm again. At some point, Zhao Jiayi had already prepared the electric baton in advance, and as if she was having a stress reaction after being startled, she sent it forward with her eyes closed. It was right on top of the man who had already rushed in front of her. That person didn't seem to have expected this either, and for a moment he couldn't dodge in time, and along with the blue electric light, he was actually directly put down by the electric baton in Zhao Jiayi's hand. Ah! Zhao Jiayi screamed, and disliked the man who fell to the ground 2 more times with the electric baton, until the other party fell unconscious, and only then did she stop. Lin Chang also drew out his electric baton and moved swiftly across the sofa, electrocuting the man who had been shot and landed on the floor for a few seconds as well, preventing the other party from struggling any further. Order level up 0.2 levels. Order level up 0.2. A green alert appeared in front of his eyes, and as the threat these two posed to him disappeared, the order level returned to 0.8. Only then did Lin Qing put away his electric stick and also put his matching gun back into its holster. The gun was quite powerful, and although the recoil was a bit strong, it was more than enough for him to use it with one hand after he had activated his battle technique. These two people. Lin Chang looked at the two people who had fallen to the ground again, and a hint of killing intent arose in his heart. These two people directly took action without saying a word and didn't dare to be checked, so there was obviously something wrong with them, and they were so ferocious that they could basically be identified as fugitives. Last time, that fugitive's brain was electrocuted by him, and he turned into a vegetable on the spot, which was tantamount to eliminating the dangerous elements of the living environment, so there was immediate feedback, and the order level went up by an additional 0.2 levels. And these two hadn't completely lost their ability to cause trouble and hadn't fallen into the net, so there hadn't yet been a change in order level brought about by the stabilization of the environment. However, Lin Cheng also only had a fleeting thought and did not make a move. With the other party having lost the ability to resist, the inspection division couldn't directly kill anyone. Moreover, he didn't need to kill anyone, as long as he handed these two people over to the public security. It was just as much considered removing the dangerous elements, and there would soon be a feedback from the order level. What's more, digging deeper, it might even make the circle of life more stable, and the order level rise even more. Now that his class had risen and his circle of life had expanded, by the time these two men fell into the net, maybe the order level would break through level 1? Thinking of this, Lin Lightweight put away the idea of killing someone outright. He turned his head to look at Zhao Jiayi again, his eyes somewhat oddly sizing her up, and said, "You were actually able to react to using the electric baton just now?" Zhao Jiayi was stunned for a moment and whispered, "Team leader, it was my first time out on a mission and I was a bit nervous, so I was holding the electric baton the whole time." "Really?" Lin Qing sized her up again and said with a slightly deeper meaning, "Then you're really quite lucky." He always felt that Zhao Jiayi had a bit of a problem. The movements of these two men on the ground were obviously both abnormal, and were comparable to the fugitive Jiang Qingwu he had encountered earlier. They must have already reached the first limit of the human body, and their explosive power was extremely strong, and their moves were extremely ferocious. With his strength, he could easily put down the other party, but Zhao Jiayi's movements were so slow that she actually happened to stun the other party with her electric baton? This was a bit outrageous. However, although it was a coincidence, it was indeed possible for it to happen. If it was really a coincidence, then it could only be attributed to her great luck. Moreover, although he was a bit skeptical, he didn't know what was going on, but subconsciously felt that what she said was true, and it seemed like he should believe her. Intuition told him that she should be lucky. Lin Qing shook her head slightly and said, "Do the identification for these two definitely have problems. Those who didn't dare to be verified by the inspection do almost always had problems." "Ni ha? That's fine." Zhao Jiayi somewhat timidly picked up her cell phone and began to do the facial recognition and fingerprint recognition for the unconscious two. At this time, Team Leader Han and the others rushed over following the gunshots. "What's going on?" Team Leader Han was the first to rush over with fast footsteps. "Nothing." Lin Qing glanced at the two people who had fallen to the ground and said, "These two people attacked us and didn't dare to be checked, there must be something wrong." At this time, Qin also arrived, and Team Leader Han immediately said to her, "Help check together." Unsurprisingly, these two were both wearing bionic fingerprint covers. Their real fingerprints had been worn off, their facial features didn't match up, and their irises had obviously had artificial iris implants. It was just like the fugitive Jiang Qingwu that Lin Cheng had caught for the first time. He could only do DNA identification and wait 20 minutes for the results. And wearing a fingerprint cover? More than 90% of those with this kind of trait are fugitives, and looking at the calloused areas and scars on these two, it's obvious that they're also black boxers. Team Leader Han judged so. Such a coincidence? How come all the fugitives in Linen City have played black boxing? While Lin Qing was surprised, he was even more surprised at Zhao Jiayi's luck as a newcomer. It was simply more outrageous than him. On his first mission, he had only caught one fugitive, and it was in the already problematic Blue Scarf Gang territory. This newcomer, casually checking a bath center, which we all take as a game, actually managed to catch two fugitives? If it was a coincidence, then the luck was a bit too good. Even though he subconsciously felt that Zhao Jiayi was right and felt that she was trustworthy, it was just a feeling, and from a rational perspective, he still thought it was a bit too much of a coincidence. However, Lin Qing didn't care, it was more important to bring him credit. The order level was unchanged anyway. Team Leader Lin, it's confirmed. At this time, Qin finally confirmed the identities of these two after comparing the databases. Lin Chang walked over to take a look and couldn't help but reveal a look of surprise. Liao Xinjie, Liao Xining? These two were biological brothers, and both had escaped from the country's level 1 security prison, Phoenix Prison, back in May 2018. Both of them had blood on their hands and had been involved in several major criminal cases. A few years ago, all of these prisons in the country that held vicious criminals seemed to have been attacked by unknown forces. While Lin Ching was puzzled by this, he saw the rank of the wanted notice and the bounty that the public security had issued for these two men, which couldn't help but surprise him even more. Brother Liao Xinjie, Class A wanted notice with a bounty of $120,000. The younger brother, Liao Xining, Class AA wanted, with a reward of up to $400,000. Chapter 28, A Pendant. Class A wanted criminals, those who capture them get third-class merit once. And for Class AA wanted criminals, those who capture them can earn third-class merit twice. Lin Qing carefully looked at the brief description of his brother Liao Xining's crimes and realized that this man was simply a murderous maniac, with the blood of over 20 innocent people on his hands at least, and had also killed law enforcement officers. On the other hand, his brother Liao Xinjie was an accomplice and accessory to the crime, and his crime was a bit less serious. Of course, Lin Qing also knew that he was not qualified to despise others, although he hadn't killed any innocents. The people these two had killed combined were less than a fraction of what he had done in his previous life. Lin Qing, you're really lucky. Team leader Han couldn't even help but say, it's even if you caught a fugitive on your first mission, but on your first group building inspection, you actually caught two at once? Lin Qing glanced at Zhao Jia next to him and smiled, it's mainly because I'm a lucky group member. These two fugitives are both ferocious. Qin Qin couldn't help but ask, Lin Chang, did you solve these two? Are you that good? Luck. Lin Qing shook his head slightly, I shot and solved the younger brother, and the older brother was solved by Zhao Jia. You're kind of rich this time, 2 third-class merits and $400,000, TSK. Qin Qin couldn't help but sigh, and glanced at Zhao Jia again, this sister is also really lucky, looking so pretty and soft, she actually solved one too? Zhao Jia blushed slightly and whispered, if it wasn't for the group leader being there, I would have finished alone. Han Ning and Wan Bing from Group 7 couldn't help but look enviously at Zhao Jia when they heard this. They should have known that they would also be grouped with the group leader. This was $120,000 of bounty and a third-class merit once. Tang Feiyu was the only one who didn't look envious, only slightly surprised. Notify the public security. Lin Qing said, however, aren't there a bit too many fugitives in Shaoshan district who fight black boxing? In this short month, 3 were actually caught out? This can't possibly be a coincidence, right? Tang Feiyu was silent for a moment and spoke, Team leader, I suspect that there is an underground boxing ring hidden in Shaoshan district, and it is bound to not be small in scale. Lin Chang already had a guess in his heart, but did not say anything. Those disappearing guests in the underground parking lot of the Qingtai Hotel, the crisis lurking in the Red Oak Boxing Gym, the fugitives who fought black boxing in Shaoshan district, the suspected existence of an underground boxing ring. With these clues coming together, even a layman could surmise quite a few things. Team leader, this is what I just searched out in the clothes of one of them. Zhao Jia suddenly handed Lin Qing a small list. A purchase slip from the Yusen unmanned supermarket? Lin Qing glanced at it. Tang Feiyu's eyes brightened up and he couldn't help but say, Team leader, there's only one Yusen unmanned supermarket in Shaoshan district, and it's right near the Red Oak Boxing Gym. There's definitely something wrong with that boxing gym. Lin Qing pondered for a little while and said, just give the clues to the public security, we are inspecting, we are not responsible for solving the case. Public security? But public security is simply. Tang Feiyu wrinkled his eyebrows slightly, seeming to say something, but still closed his mouth. Lin Qing glanced at him and didn't say anything more. From today's experience, it was possible to peek into the fact that the secrets hidden in the Red Oak Boxing Gym were bound to be amazing, and the aspects involved were definitely complicated. He recognized that he was not strong enough to grasp this credit. Before he was sure enough, he would not take the risk. But the credit is there is no need to be too anxious. Soon, the public security rushed to the bathing center, and after Chu Yunfeng, the head of the criminal police team, expressed his surprise and gratitude, he immediately arrested the 2 fugitives and took them away. In the night, Lin Qing stood in front of the entrance of the bath center, looking at the distant police car. A line of green tips steeply surfaced in front of his eyes. The current order level has risen by 0.4 levels. Immediately after, another line of golden tips surfaced. Order level breaks through level 1, new advanceable items have been unlocked, can be unlocked again after level 10. Lin Qing was slightly stunned, and then a flash of surprise could not help but burst out from his eyes. Order! He immediately summoned the reverse entropist panel in his mind. All things tend to be chaotic, only order is eternal. When you hold order in your hand, the future is clearly visible, so you can reverse the consequences, pluck the fruits, and anticipate the future. The reverse entropist is activating. Along with the massive amount of unreadable information rushing past like a waterfall in a frenzy, a panel-like light screen coalesced in front of his eyes. Current order level, 1.2. Number of advanceable items, 1-2. Advance items, battle technique min 39% completed. Advanceable items, 7-7 version of sunrise practice, military combat arts, sketching, calligraphy, cooking, street dance, room. Mastered items hidden. Sure enough. A hint of a smile appeared at the corner of Lin Chang's lips. The number of advanceable items had become 1 too, which meant that he could advance a total of 2 abilities. When I go back tonight, I'll be able to advance the 7-7 version of the sunrise practice method. Lin Chang's heart grew more and more expectant. In the past, he could only advance 1 item at a time, and he couldn't advance a new one until he made up for it and paid it off. And now it was different. Team leader is very happy tonight. Han Ning on the side noticed the change in Lin Chang's face and couldn't help but speak with a smile. After all, there's $400,000 in bounty and 2 third-class merits. Lin Chang smiled. The few people beside him couldn't help but show envy when they heard this. Team leader Han glanced at him and said, "When the merits are verified, your rank can also be upgraded to 2nd grade inspection division." Oh? Not bad. Lin Chang couldn't help but nod slightly. He had only been converted for just a month, his seniority was completely insufficient. He was able to directly promote to the 3rd level inspection division. Apart from his strength and professional exams, it was still because of the honorary recognition of having a 3rd-class merit once. And now that there were 2 more times of 3rd-class merit, the rank could be promoted 1 more level. However, apart from more salary and benefits, there wasn't much significance. After returning to the precinct to submit the report, the group of inspections were dismissed. Zhao Jai also took an internet car and traveled all the way back home. The house her family rented wasn't big, but it was decorated in a cozy way, and when she entered the house, she saw a middle-aged man wearing glasses sitting on the sofa, looking at the paperback book in his hands under the reading lamp. His appearance was so unusual that he couldn't find any traces when thrown in a crowd, just a little bookishness between his eyebrows. "Dad, I'm back." As she spoke, Zhao Jai skillfully picked up a pendant hanging on the wall, and then put it on her neck. On the pendant was a pure black crystal as dark as deep space, with bits of starlight visible in it. "Xiao-yi." The middle-aged man under the lamp lifted his head, the corner of his mouth revealing a gentle smile, and asked, "How was your day? Did it go well?" "It's troublesome to accumulate credits," Zhao Jai said somewhat helplessly, "and that team leader of mine seems to be a bit overcautious. It's useless for me to remind him so much. Dad, I'll tell you, I had a hard day today, I would have." The girl's rambling and sputtering voice resounded within the quiet hut. The middle-aged man quietly listened to his daughter's words before smiling. "Didn't you say that he is a berry genius? Then bear with him and get along with him." How to get along well? Zhao Jai pouted. "People have taken the initiative to sit across from him in the office, and patrolling missions are still a pair with him, but he doesn't seem to be interested in me." The middle-aged man laughed and said, "That's not how friendship comes about. It's already great fate that you can meet under such harsh conditions, but you also need to be sincere and give. It's not an investment. You can ask him to do a small favor, and then send him some favors, and only then will your relationship grow closer." Zhao Jai said plausibly, "But I feel like he's hiding it deep." "Hearing you say that, I kinda want to meet this group leader of yours." The middle-aged man sighed lightly. "After all, I'm not a local, I'm not suitable here after all, and I can't adapt to it, and a lot of times it's inconvenient to step in, so I hope you can have friends who can really help you." "Dad," Zhao Jai bit her lip and looked at the middle-aged man with slightly red eyes. "It's okay, Dad will at least watch you grow up." The middle-aged man gently touched his daughter's head. Lin Chang returned home and made sure that the newly replaced security door was thoroughly locked, pulled all the curtains, and turned on the signal shield again before calling out the reverse entropist panel. The 7-7 version of the sunrise practice method had long since been included by the panel, right in the advanceable items. Completing the battle method min will only take another 10 days. However, there are a bit too many things involved today, so I must raise my strength as soon as possible, and the credits aren't enough to learn a new battle method again, so I'll just have to. This thought flashed through Lin Chang's mind, and without hesitation, he immediately moved his mind. Advance 7-7 version of the sunrise practice method. Chapter 29 Captain Level. In a trance, an inexplicable message suddenly surfaced in Lin Chang's mind. According to the reverse entropist's deduction, theoretically, in order for him to practice the 7-7 version of the sunrise practice technique to its limit, he needed to perfectly perform the 49 movements of the practice technique and the accompanying breathing method, ensure that the mysterious energy he had absorbed was thoroughly integrated into all parts of his body, and practice the technique 127 times in the most perfect state in order to be able to do so. After 127 times, the Chi version of the sunrise practice method was completely practiced to its limit, and the all-round physical quality could be doubled, reaching the second limit of the human body. The next moment. Boom! Lin Cheng's mind steeply flooded with countless massive memories of his own repeated practice of the 7-7 version of the sunrise practice method over and over again. The key to practicing the 7-7 version of the practice method was to sense the deeper levels of that mysterious energy, so that he could utilize that mysterious energy more efficiently, allowing his body, which had already reached its first limit, to transform once again. He tried again and again in his memory, not knowing how long he had gone through, and finally, in a situation where he was in a strange state, he was lucky enough to sense the deeper level of that mysterious energy. After successfully practicing the method, he began to look for a more perfect state of practicing the method, trying to make that mysterious energy metamorphose his whole body as soon as possible, so that the practicing method would be close to perfection. After an unknown number of practice sessions, his practice method finally stabilized and also allowed his body to metamorphose towards the second limit of the human body. There are too many. Countless memories of practicing came rushing in, and Lin Cheng closed his eyes tightly as he continued to receive them. At the same time, his breathing and blood circulation began to change along with his instincts, and even more streams and streams of mysterious energy merged into his entire body, being devoured by every cell. This mysterious energy changed at a deeper level, causing the body to begin to metamorphose at a terrifying speed. Knock knock. Knock knock. The heart beat powerfully and frantically in an unprecedented state, and blood rushed through the body like a river and sea to all parts of the body. Under the skin, a strand of mysterious energy was transported along with the blood, as if it was transformed into a living creature and swam around. The rapid metamorphosis brought on intense pain that hit him, causing his body to tremble violently without control. However, Lin Cheng was still able to endure it. A moment passed. All the abnormalities gradually calmed down. Phew! Lin Cheng slowly exhaled a breath before opening his eyes, silently feeling the changes at this moment. The most intuitive sensory changes such as eyesight and hearing were the most obvious, and the other aspects still needed to be tried again, but in fact, there was no need to even try, he knew the result. Completely practicing the 7-7 version of the practice method, the physical quality was doubled in all directions. The enhancement isn't small. Lin Cheng looked at his body, there was sticky sweat and blood everywhere. He immediately stood up and walked to the bathroom to put on water for a shower. If he had practiced the 7-7 version of the practice method normally, the first metamorphosis wasn't that large, the pressure on his body wasn't that great, and he wouldn't be using blood. He was completely caused by the fact that the metamorphosis was too fast and too fierce, and the pressure on his body was too great. However, the benefits were also obvious. He didn't need to gradually figure out the perfect state of practicing method that was more suitable for him like the others, and he didn't need to spend a watery effort to slowly metamorphose. Having directly metamorphosed to the second limit of the human body, the improvement was naturally not small. Although it wasn't as great as the enhancement of mastering a battle technique, it was better because it was more balanced, and there was more mysterious energy contained within the body, allowing it to catalyze the battle technique for a longer period of time. Wow! Lin Cheng let the stream of water wash over his body and suddenly disappeared with one hand as a blurry phantom. The wisps of water spraying down from the shower steeply burst into a large number of small splashing water droplets, and the wisps of water merely poured above his head and could no longer fall. It was as if an invisible wall had appeared. This was caused by his palm slapping the water current upwards again and again at super high speed. Break the water flow. Lin Cheng lowered his hand in satisfaction and continued his shower. The speed of the strike, it's faster than in the past, but the resistance is also greater. According to the theory to project, doubling the physical quality base, the speed should be about 40% faster. Middle schoolers knew that kinetic energy was proportional to the square of speed. That's not even considering factors like air resistance. The current me should be very close to the captain level, or almost. Lin Cheng secretly pondered. Captain-level characters like his cousin or Xiao Peidong had mastered at least 2 battle techniques in addition to practicing the 7-7 version of the battle technique. Although he had only learned 1 battle technique, it was at the instinctive level, which allowed him to utilize the battle technique to the extreme. 2 battle techniques at the mastery level were certainly strong in conjunction with each other, but they could both only utilize 40% to 50% of their power, and shouldn't be much stronger than a single battle technique that was utilized to its fullest extent. Hypothetically, someone who had mastered the min and speed of the self-contained body series, then they would definitely be much faster than him in terms of movement speed, but they shouldn't have much of an advantage in the speed of their strikes, and their neural reactions weren't as good as his, and they weren't as flexible and versatile as he was. Or perhaps the mastery of the 2 battle methods of sense and force would be much more powerful than him. Overall, his shortcomings were more obvious, but the strengths were also prominent and compensated for. Therefore, Lin Qing felt that he should be very close to the captain level. Unless he came across the kind of captain level that mastered several battle techniques, he wouldn't be far off. If I can learn one more battle technique and advance to the instinct level, then I'll be able to completely suppress the captain level. Lin Qing glanced at the reverse entropist panel. The debt of the battle method Min had already been paid back quite a bit, and after practicing for another 10 days, he would be able to completely make up for it. It was a pity that he only had 2 third-class merits, not enough to redeem a new battle method. He still had to save up and accumulate more. And the 7-7 version of the sunrise practice technique had only just been advanced, and would have to be practiced perfectly 127 times before he could do so. It will take 4 months to make up for it if you practice it once a day. Lin Chang was not in a hurry. There was nothing urgent to learn right now anyway. It wasn't that urgent. Moreover, thinking about it the other way around, just 4 months to completely practice the 7-7 version of the practice method was already considered fast. If one took the right high-energy slow-release liquid, one could also shorten this time drastically. After taking a shower, Lin Qing searched the internet for a high-energy slow-release liquid that was applicable right now. After breaking through the first limit of the human body, the effect of the K1 series of high-energy slow-release liquids had greatly attenuated. It was best to take the MY series of high-energy retarder liquid to starve the body's cells even more, and practice the 7-7 version of the practice method twice more a day in order to achieve 3 times the efficiency. As for the price, damn! So expensive? Lin Chang looked at the corner of his eye and twitched slightly. A set of 10 MY series high-energy retarder liquid, the so-called discounted price was also as high as 229,999. It was only 20 more times of practicing, but it actually cost $230,000? If one were to practice hundreds or thousands of times, wouldn't it cost millions or even tens of millions? Triple experience hangs, but it costs millions and millions. Pure and simple, it's a game for tycoons. Lin Qing sighed a bit helplessly, and checked the welfare prices of the internal channels of the Inspection Bureau. Inside the Inspection Bureau, there was a channel for the MY series of high-energy slow-release liquids. A set was only 179,999 yuan, which was as much as $50,000 cheaper compared to the market price. However, there were also conditions for internal purchases. At least a third-grade inspection officer could enjoy this kind of benefit, and his kind of inspection division level could only check it out, but it was something that could not be bought. It seems like it's necessary to advance to inspector officer earlier. Lin Qing slightly narrowed his eyes. To be promoted from inspection division to inspection officer, there were actually just 2 conditions. First, merit or seniority, 1 second-class merit or 6 third-class merits, or 10 years of seniority in the job, and not having violated the law. Second, strength, that is, practicing the 7-7 version of the sunrise practice method, and mastering 2 battle techniques. I'm still missing 1 battle method. Lin Qing frowned slightly. The merit difference is a little too much. It's just saving up for third-class merits, then it's still 3 times short of third-class merits. Merits transferred by others did not have an honorary recognition record, they could not be used to promote ranks, they could only be used to exchange for benefits such as battle methods. Once the conditions are put together, I'll just apply directly and publicly for promotion to inspection officer. Lin Qing made a decision in his heart. Anyway, he had already paved the way in advance, and everyone else thought that he had already practiced the 4 or 6 versions of the practice method long ago, so it was nothing strange that he was practicing to the limit now. Based on this, it was already possible to practice the 7-7 version of the practice method, it just depended a lot on the state and luck. As for mastering 2 battle techniques in a short period of time, he was going to build himself into a genius in battle techniques persona. From what Lin Qing had inquired about, this kind of person, although rare, did exist, and anyway, cultivating battle methods was mainly based on enlightenment and whether or not they fit the battle method. The kind of genius who mastered a battle method in just 10 days and half a month was found in Linen City. It's not easy to explain the qualifications, but I'll just say that I'm very suitable for practicing battle techniques and have a high level of enlightenment, so who can be sure? Lin Qing revealed a hint of a smile. This idea, he had already had it before. So last night, after he resolved those 2 fugitives from the bathing center, he didn't directly make the other party a vegetable or kill them, but he also took this into consideration. When the public security conducted the interrogation transcripts of those 2 fugitives, they would definitely record the process of how they were arrested, and at that time, they would naturally speculate that he, the inspection division, had mastered the art of warfare. In terms of credit, when the strength is enough, you can start from the Red Oak Boxing Gym side. Lin Qing took a deep breath. In short, promote the inspection officer as soon as possible. Chapter 30, Acknowledgement. One night passed. On the morning of January 14th, the weather turned from sunny to cloudy. Due to yesterday's action, there was a debriefing report to be done today, so Lin Qing rushed to the precinct after having breakfast and practicing his battle tactics again. 3 third-class honors in just 1 month? Inside the branch office, Branch Chief Ko Boyong finished reading the report on the screen, then looked at Lin Chang with a smile and said, "This promotion speed of yours, it's even faster than your sister's at the beginning. In a blink of an eye, you're all in the 2nd grade of Inspection Division." Luck. Lin Qing laughed and said, "Maybe in a while, I'll be promoted to Inspection Officer?" Ko Boyong was dumbfounded, thinking that this was the young man's confident and flamboyant joke. He also laughed along. "Then I'll have to look forward to it." "Then you have to look forward to it." Lin Qing did his mental construction first. "Alright, I'll watch." Ko Boyong laughed so hard that his belly hidden behind the desk shook, then added, "The merit and bounty still have to go through a process. It is estimated that it will come down within a week." "This is down? Bureau Ko, is there no follow-up on this case?" Lin Qing asked. "Those 2 fugitives have a lot of suspicions on them. After the interrogation, and then investigating from the direction of their fingerprint sets and artificial irises, we should be able to find out more clues, right? If this case was dug deeper and more criminals were cleared, then his order rank could also get a bigger boost. It would be good for him anyway." Ko Boyong, however, shook his head and said, "Fingerprint sets and artificial irises can be checked again, but there's no chance for interrogation." "No chance?" Lin Chang was puzzled. Those 2 fugitives, they were already dead before the interrogation last night. Ko Boyong sighed and said, "The public security side said it was that both of those 2 had special poisons encapsulated in the skin of their bodies, and when they woke up, they committed suicide by taking the poison." Committed suicide by taking poison? Lin Qing frowned slightly. "When they were detained, they weren't scanned?" "No, the encapsulation means was very clever. The conclusion given by the public security side was that he was afraid of committing suicide." Ko Boyong shook his head. Lin Qing was puzzled, but these 2, as fugitives, also played black boxing. "Don't we need to check down? Didn't you guys search last night?" Ko Boyong said, "That Tang Feiyu in your group, he also came to me and went to the city bureau, bent on finding out about that possible underground boxing ring. But how can you investigate something like this without evidence?" Lin Chang nodded slightly and didn't say anything more. He knew that once those 2 fugitives who had done black boxing died, the clues would be broken. Unless the Red Oak boxing gym was searched again and the closet in that mysterious locker room was moved, there was no way to continue pursuing the matter with just this suspicion. However, this is good. Since the public security side couldn't solve this case, he could try to take this credit in the future. If he could make it, I think the credit would not be small. Of course. Before that, he also needed to understand the situation of that Red Oak boxing gym first, continue to improve his strength, and wait until he was sure. "Right, Bureau Ko." Lin Qing suddenly asked, "Do you know what the origin of that Tang Feiyu in my group is?" He knows quite a bit of criminal investigation knowledge, and he's also very keen on investigating this case. It's not like he's in inspection. "His origin?" Ko Boyong shook his head. "This I can't say. If you want to know, ask him yourself." After leaving the sub-commissioner's office, Lin Lightweight arrived at the Group 7 office on the 1st floor. In the office, there were Tang Feiyu and Zhao Jiai on duty. "Good day, Group Leader." Zhao Jiai took the initiative to greet him, and seemed to have something she wanted to say as she raised her hand. "Team Leader, I." "Group Leader." At this time, Tang Feiyu was the one who stood up, interrupting her, and asked impatiently, "Tonight, can we continue to search Red Oak Boxing Gym and Qingtai Hotel? Didn't we just check last night?" Lin Qing glanced at him. "But both places obviously have problems." Tang Feiyu couldn't help but say, "Isn't inspection supposed to search these suspicious places?" "But nothing was found yesterday." Lin Qing calmly said, "What's the point of checking again? A first-class search warrant can only go so far." Tang Feiyu was silent for a moment as he sniffed and said, "Then, can we quietly go and investigate?" "You mean, apply for a plainclothes search?" Lin Qing asked. "No." Tang Feiyu shook his head and said, "It's that we search directly without applying to report it first." "Why?" Lin Qing looked at him. Tang Feiyu was silent for another half a moment before he said, "I suspect that both Red Oak Boxing Gym and Qingtai Hotel received the news in advance and made preparations to prevent it. That's why we couldn't find anything." "Received news in advance?" Lin Qing laughed and said, Are you trying to say that in our group or group 2, someone is connected to the underground boxing ring you mentioned, acting as an umbrella to ventilate the information? Tang Feiyu was slightly shocked. He didn't expect Lin Qing to actually dare to speak so bluntly. However, he just remained silent in response, clearly acquiescing to Lin Qing's words. Then who do you think it could be? Lin Qing said slightly mockingly, Han Ing? Ruan Bing? Zhao Jiai, or me? Or maybe team leader Han of Team 2? Or maybe the acting captain? Tang Feiyu was silent. It seems like you also understand that you can't talk nonsense without evidence. Lin Qing shook his head slightly and said, by the same token. You can't act rashly without evidence. If you really want to check, you should do it alone and secretly, don't involve the whole group. I know. Tang Feiyu said in a low voice. Lin Qing glanced at him and drew another pie, handing it over. If you can find any evidence in private to confirm that the intelligence is correct, when the time comes, I can instead take you guys to search directly without filing an application report, like you said. Tang Feiyu sniffed, took a deep breath, and said, I'll do my best. Lin Qing hummed and said no more. He knew that Tang Feiyu definitely knew about the existence of the underground boxing ring, otherwise he wouldn't have gone straight to those two suspicious locations. It was just that Tang Feiyu was bound to not have enough evidence either, or else where would there be a need to search? It just so happened that he also needed to understand what was the situation of that so-called underground boxing ring and how much strength it had before making plans. It was not bad if someone helped with the search. As long as he made a great merit, even without filing an application report, it would only be a small matter to go directly to the search. Team leader, I have something I want to talk to you about. At this moment, Zhao Jiai next to her suddenly spoke cautiously. What is it? Lin Qing looked at her. Can we go to the talks room next door? Zhao Jiai lowered her head somewhat coyly. I want to talk to you alone. It's not going to be a confession, is it? Lin Qing oddly sized her up for a moment, remembered all the coincidental things she did last night, and still said, okay. Team leader. Inside the meeting room, Zhao Jiai said in a slightly embarrassed manner, actually, I do have one thing I want to ask for your help. Tell me. Lin Qing sat across from her. I have a friend who has recently succeeded in practicing the 4-6 version of the method and wants to buy 3 sets of high-energy retardation liquid. Zhao Jiai whispered, I heard that at the internal price of the branch, a group is only 69,999, can I trouble you to help me buy 3 groups? A friend? Lin Qing oddly sized her up, be honest with me, is this friend of yours yourself? He added, even if the inspection division has this privilege, it can only be purchased for people within the inspection system, and it has to be taken on the spot, it can't be given to someone else, you know? Alright, Zhao Jiai coughed lightly and said, team leader, it's just for my own use. You practiced the 4-6 version of the practice method? Lin Qing sized her up and was not surprised. After all, after carefully reviewing Zhao Jiai's good fortune during the operation last night, he already had a guess in his mind. With just an ordinary person's hands, the probability of wanting to be that coincidentally lucky to knock down that fugitive with an electric baton was also very small. Yes. Zhao Jiai said with a slightly reddened face, I didn't mean to hide it. It's just that I feel that I won't be able to pass the inspection division's professional exams for the time being, so there's no need to expose it too early, or else it's a bit of a problem to think that I'm capable of doing this and that and let me do this and that. I see. Lin Qing nodded slightly, and believed a few points. Moreover, his intuition also told him that what she said should be true, and there was no need for her to lie to him when she had said so. Zhao Jiai secretly breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. This should be quite reasonable. Anyway, it's just exposing a 4 or 6 version of the practicing method. Dad said that as long as I don't expose my most important ability, then I am able to help you. Lin Qing casually asked, but you have the money to buy 3 sets of high-energy retardant liquid? That's going to cost $210,000. It's enough if you count that $120,000 reward money. Zhao Jiai said sincerely, as a token of appreciation, as well as the favor of team leader saving me yesterday, I can transfer my 3rd-class merit that time to you, team leader. Ha! Lin Qing couldn't help but be stunned. Chapter 31, Significant Discoveries. Transfer it to me? Lin Qing couldn't help but measure the Zhao Jiai in front of him and asked, are you serious? Yes. Zhao Jiai lightly nodded her head. Lin Qing pondered for a moment and said, since you practiced the 4-6 version of the practice method, then you were relying on yourself to solve the enemy at that time, and this 3rd-class merit would have been yours. But team leader, if you didn't help me at that time, I would have definitely been killed by those 2. Zhao Jia sincerely said, "Anyway, you can't learn battle techniques with 1/3 class merit, so I don't really have much use for keeping it, so I'll consider it a thank you." Patrolling to save your companion from death when you have the ability to do so is inherently against the rules. Lin Xing shook his head slightly. Merits were originally accumulated over and over again, where was there such a thing as useless? He could feel that Zhao Jia wasn't secretly in love with him, she was simply expressing her goodwill to him. Let's put it this way, I do need a 3rd class merit once now. Lin Xing thought for a moment and said, consider it as you lending it to me, and I'll transfer it to you once more in the future when I have extra 3rd class merit. Zhao Jia was slightly stunned. She couldn't help but mutter, only Lin Cheng didn't understand what she was saying. What? Lin Cheng was puzzled. Nothing la, it's just a dialect from my old home. Zhao Jia waved her hands and said, then consider it as me lending it to the team leader, and in the future, when the team leader has so much credit that he can't use it all, then it's fine to return it to me. Good. Lin Cheng nodded, when the bounty comes down, I'll help you buy the high-energy retardant liquid. He had experienced the end times and had seen the darkness of too many hearts, and he also understood better the preciousness of kindness, like a ray of light in the darkness. Therefore, he didn't like to owe good people, or else when the other party was in some kind of trouble in the future, it might affect his judgment and cause him to have a soft heart. Has the group leader had lunch yet? Zhao Jia was a bit embarrassed and seemed to have gathered enough courage to ask. I'll eat at home later. Lin Xing glanced at her, where are you eating? Zhao Jia muttered something that Lin Xing didn't understand although she heard it. Using the dialect again? Lin Xing couldn't help but raise her eyebrows slightly, where's your dialect? I'm eating out just as my father came to pick me up. Zhao Jia hastily shook her head, it's just the dialect of a small place, I'm used to hearing it since I was a kid, and sometimes I'll subconsciously say that. Lin Xing glanced at her suspiciously, he always felt like that wasn't what she meant by dialect, but he couldn't understand it. Alright, just as well I'm going home. Lin Cheng stood up, anyway, there's Tung Feiyu on duty, it's not a big deal for you to go out to eat, let's go together? Wait. Zhao Jia quickly walked towards the office, I'm going to change my uniform. After the two of them exited the precinct gate, Lin Cheng waited at the entrance for the internet car to arrive. Team leader, see you tonight la. Zhao Jia, who had changed into a small everyday dress, was also less valiant and more playful and cute as a young girl, and after waving her hand at him, she got into a blue and white private car on the side of the road at a brisk pace. Soon, this beautiful private car will drive on the road, speeding away. The family is in good condition. Although Lin Xing didn't know much about cars, he also knew that private cars in this era were basically at least in the middle and high-end market, and the license plate was also very expensive. Without a few $100,000 or nearly $1 million, they couldn't be purchased. Anyway, he did not have the money to buy a car. However, since he was able to give birth to a beautiful daughter like Zhao Jia, whether it's cosmetic or natural, it shows that her family is in good condition. Just now, he didn't see Zhao Jia's father either, so I guess he doesn't have much interest in him as his daughter's boss. Inside a blue and white private car among the endless stream of vehicles. Dad, you specially came to pick me up just to see the group leader, right? Zhao Jia leaned somewhat lazily on the back seat and looked at her father next to her. Why didn't you come out to meet the group leader just now? It's enough for me to know him, there's no need for him to know me for now. The middle-aged man wearing glasses smiled gently. Dad, I wanted to give him a 3rd class honor once, but he didn't want it and would only borrow mine. Zhao Jia puffed out her cheeks, he's clearly supposed to be very eager to learn battle techniques, it's exactly the time when he's lacking in merits, and he's actually willing to only borrow mine? Quite good. The middle-aged man smiled, it shows that he is not willing to owe others, the more such a person is, once he gets his approval, he will also treat you sincerely. Anyway, I feel that he is a person who hides. Very deeply, Zhao Jia muttered, the sense of crisis seems to be very strong. Is that so? The middle-aged man laughed, he hides deeper than you can imagine. Time passed day by day. Every day, apart from practicing to make up for the return, Lin Cheng was leading the 7 groups on inspections, only that he never found any more chances to take credit for anything. In the blink of an eye, another 5 days had passed. On the day of January 19th. Team leader, I have made a major discovery. When will you come to the precinct? I want to talk to you alone. In the afternoon, after Lin Xing had made up for today's 7-7 version of practicing in battle techniques, he found that the 2nd generation Teng Feiyu, who was suspected to have come to platinum plating, had sent him a micro-telecommunication message. Could it be that there's progress in the matter of the underground boxing ring? Lin Cheng originally wanted to read a book at home, but it was obviously the matter of the underground boxing ring that was more important and related to his credit for being promoted to inspector, so without hesitation, he went out and made a trip to the bureau. After arriving at the Group 7 office, he immediately went with Tang Feiyu to the talks room next door. Talk. Lin Xing casually took out a bottle of finished tea and glanced at Tang Feiyu, who was sitting across from him. Team leader, after poking around for the past few days, I've made a major discovery. Tang Feiyu sat upright and said in a deep voice, I can now confirm that an underground boxing ring does exist underneath the Red Oak Boxing Gym. In addition to the death matches that are held every day, there are also suspected huge amounts of gambling and illegal transactions, and the fighters are all fugitives, except for those who sign up to sell out due to their huge debts. Lin Xing quietly listened to him before asking, You never found out before, and you got results in the past few days? Tang Feiyu was silent for a moment and took a deep breath before he said in a low voice as if somewhat humiliated, In the past few days, I took the initiative to befriend a few VIP members of the underground boxing ring. He took out his cell phone, tapped on a recording file, and said, This is what they told me after they got drunk, and I cross-checked a few people's claims to make sure it was true, and the recordings are all here. These days, private recordings and videos can't be used as evidence. Lin Xing glanced at it and didn't bother to move it, just said, Tell me directly about the underground boxing ring situation you've poked around. The sounds and images made by the AI now were so vivid that it was hard to tell if they were real or fake if they were slightly blurred. Moreover, it was still a private recording, so it couldn't be used as evidence at all, and the reference value was very low. That underground boxing ring, located directly below the Red Oak Boxing Gym. Tang Feiyu said, The entrance for VIP members to enter the underground boxing ring is in the underground parking lot of the Qingtai Hotel that we checked before, that is, the VIP elevator. The VIP elevator was made to be camouflaged, and each time the personnel of the underground boxing ring verified the VIP's identity, only then would they take the initiative to control the descent of the VIP elevator, landing in a camouflaged underground warehouse, along a passageway, through multiple barriers, before entering the underground boxing ring. The underground force that founded the underground boxing ring is an organization called the Iris Red Society, which is said to be the most massive underground force in the entire city of Linen, and even a hegemon in the province. Iris Red Society invited to watch the death boxing match. All the audience are observed and verified many times in advance, also signed a confidentiality agreement, so there is almost no possibility of mixing into it, completely internal invitation system. An Iris Red Society must have an umbrella, and also have a better understanding of the official information, so the official people basically have no hope to get in. According to my prying over the past few days, several people I dealt with claimed that the most exciting and stimulating part is the deathmatch session, where two fighters must be divided into life and death, and the amount of suspected gambling money is extremely large. In addition, the Iris Red Society will also provide VIP guests with playthings called female or male companions, the source of which is unknown for the time being. Tang Feiyu took a deep breath and looked at Lin Cheng. To summarize the above, team leader, I think that if we go searching we will definitely get results. Chapter 32 The Ban of Extraterrestrial Civilization. Lin Xing pondered for a long time and said, I'm afraid it's not enough to apply for this level of search with just your words alone. Do you have any evidence? Group leader. Tang Feiyu couldn't help but say, Do you think I would lie to you? Lin Xing shook his head. First of all, you have to have a reason worthy of my trust, right? Just because of this inspection uniform you're wearing, do I have to trust your empty words? Tang Feiyu frowned and said, Then how will you be willing to trust me? First tell me what you are. Lin Xing looked at him. The VIP members of an underground boxing ring should all be either rich or noble. How were you able to befriend them and get them drunk? Tang Feiyu fell silent. It's fine if you don't want to talk about it. Lin Xingli casually said, As long as you can come up with strong evidence, you can also go and search. Tang Feiyu was silent again before saying, My father is the director of the city's public security bureau. Your surname is Tang. Lin Xing said. He had purposely checked that the director of the city's public security bureau was surnamed Chu. I take my mother's surname. Tang Feiyu tapped his phone and said in a low voice, This is a group photo of my family. If you think it's a synthesized photo, this is a video I took with my father on my birthday, or I'll make a video phone call to my father right now, and you'll be fine watching from the side. Okay. Lin Xing nodded slightly. I'll trust you for now. He had long guessed that Tang Feiyu was a second generation who had come here to gild the lily, and the reaction of the sub-commissioner could also illustrate this. Now that he said that, he was just trying to confirm what the other party's background was. Your father is the city bureau chief, and you've come to the inspection branch as an inspection? Lin Xing asked, Is it because you want to make a merit plating? Gilding the lily with merit? Tang Feiyu had gotten used to this team leader's straight talk and frowned slightly. I didn't think about that, I just wanted to investigate the underground boxing ring case. How did you and these VIP members meet? And they all got drunk by you? Lin Qing asked. I asked a few friends to disguise my identity for me, and I pretended to be a rich second generation. Tang Feiyu said, after spending a lot of money and doing some theater, they got drunk and said it. Lin Qing nodded slightly and said, outsiders can't enter the boxing ring, as long as there's no evidence, it's really nothing to say. Then does the team leader believe me now? Can I apply for a search? Tang Feiyu asked. Look, it's urgent again. Lin Qing shook his head and said, even if you can really apply for a search warrant, without evidence, you can only break in and force a search. Once it's found out, this kind of felony is mostly a death sentence, and the underground force you mentioned, the Iris Red Society, is bound to erupt in revolt. Being found out is a death, it would be better to destroy the evidence and evacuate after silencing. Even fugitives dared to make a move to kill official inspections in order to escape. How could such underground forces in the darkness not dare? The zones outside the metropolitan area were all relatively chaotic, the surveillance systems in many areas were destroyed, and the places suspected of underground forces definitely still had extensive signal shielding. That was why there were strict force requirements for promotion in today's security system. Tell me first, what about Iris Red Society's underground boxing ring? What about the armed forces? Lin Qing said, did you poke around this one? Tang Feiyu nodded, asking around some. He hesitated for a moment and said, from the descriptions of those few VIP members, the armed force of the underground boxing ring mainly lies in the security personnel who use super hunting type compound bows. There are at least dozens of them. Ultra hunting class compound bow? Lin Qing pondered. In some ways, if a well-trained person used this type of high-performance compound bow, it could be even more of a threat than a normal gun. Then there are those fighters. Tang Feiyu said, ordinary fighters are even worse, it's mainly the senior fighters and champions that are more of a threat. Advanced fighters? Fist King? Lin Chang looked at Tang Feiyu. These fighters all have criminal experiences and have been squeezed by the ring, so they can barely learn the art of battle. Tang Feiyu explained, advanced fighters are the ones who have practiced the 4-6 version of the practice method. The pair of fugitive brothers you caught a few days ago, team leader, should be the advanced fighters, and the champions are the ones who have practiced the 7-7 version of the practice method, but the number of champions is very rare. Lin Chang nodded slightly. However, he didn't care too much in his heart. After practicing the battle method, the battle power was completely different. In addition, I heard that underground boxing arenas also have pawns who are town halls. Tang Feiyu hesitated for a moment and said, it is said that there was once a boxing champion who tried to resist, but was knocked down by a dongjia with a single blow, so it is possible that he has practiced battle techniques. Lin Chang was not surprised in the slightest. Although only those within the law were allowed to learn battle techniques, there were many people who broke the law. People outside of the regulations couldn't learn battle techniques, mainly because there was the restriction of the visualization chart, which made it difficult to spread, otherwise it would have been everywhere already. Do underground boxing rings have guns? Lin Qing asked. That's impossible. Tang Feiyu said with certainty. So sure? Lin Qing looked at him. It seems like the group leader doesn't know? Tang Feiyu shook his head and said, gun control, it's not a regulation of the world government, but a ban of the metropolitan area. Lin Qing raised his eyebrows slightly and said, the metropolitan area's ban? The metropolitan area, it was invested and built by the extraterrestrial civilization Smart Star Group. Tang Feiyu said softly, it said that the Wise Star Group has the super technology to monitor illegal firearms on the entire planet, and once an Earthling is found to have violated the ban, he or she will inevitably be apprehended by the Wise Star Group, and even the world government isn't qualified to intervene. Smart Star Group, why do you want to ban guns? Lin Chang was somewhat incomprehensible. To say that it was because of fear of guns would be a pure joke. The Green Lake Island fugitives weren't even afraid of guns anymore, but the Green Lake Island fugitives weren't much different from ants in front of the Smart Star Group. Banning technological development? But Earth was able to rebuild after the end of the world, and technological development was even more brilliant, and the Wise Star Group never cared, and had a completely laissez-faire attitude. I don't know. Tang Feiyu shook his head and hesitantly said, but in fact, the Smart Star Group also banned crossbows, for the high-powered bows and arrows instead. It seems that they don't care about how much of a threat the weapons are, they only control the type of weapons. Only controlling the type of weapon? Lin Chang was even more puzzled. He was, after all, only a civilian as well, and had never even been to the metropolitan area, so he naturally didn't know about these things. Even in the view of the Smart Star Group, even government officials were nothing, and only the true elites were qualified to live in the metropolitan area. In that case, the Iris Red Society really doesn't have guns. Lin Cheng nodded slightly thoughtfully. Definitely not. Tang Feiyu said, no matter how huge the underground force is, it's as small as floating dust in front of the Wise Star Group, so how could it possibly seek death? He paused and added, although there are no firearms, but if the bowmen are in groups, the threat is actually not much worse than firearms. I understand. Lin Cheng nodded. Bullets shot fast, but today's compound bows were much more technologically advanced. Even the super hunting class compound bows used by ordinary people could reach a shooting speed of over 600 frames per second, close to 200 meters per second. Together with the special arrows, the kinetic energy is feared to be greater than some pistol bullets. It was just that, compared to guns, bows and arrows required more of one's own skill and physical quality to play. Team leader, apply for a search warrant. Tang Feiyu looked at Lin Cheng seriously. The armed forces of the Iris Red Society's underground boxing ring are indeed not to be underestimated, but as long as we are prepared, with the acting captain leading the team, along with a bunch of group leaders using firearms, we will be able to suppress it absolutely. As an inspector, as a member of the 7th group, he couldn't overstep his authority and had to apply to Lin Cheng, the group leader, first. Lin Cheng was silent. After a long time, he spoke. The Iris Red Society's underground boxing ring hasn't existed for a short time, right? Why do you think it hasn't been terminated so far? Chapter 33 2 months. Tang Feiyu was stunned and said, because the Iris Red Society has eyes and ears in the officials, and because many people don't dare to mess with the Iris Red Society when they find out that it's so powerful, right? Lin Cheng laughed. So you know that too. He shook his head slightly and said, I originally thought that you were a second generation who came here to gild the lily, but now it seems that I was overthinking it. Like I said, it's not any gold plating, it's just that I came on my own. Tang Feiyu frowned. Well, I believe it now. Lin Cheng laughed, unless your father, Director Chu, has a grudge against you, it wouldn't be so bad that he would take such a dangerous mission and gild it for you, letting you crash into it like a headless fly. The one who came to gild the lily, that was like the player who gave the game cheats. There was something to be said about the difficulty of the mission, at least to have the certainty of completing it. That was called gilding the lily. Otherwise it was just looking for death. And searching for the Iris Red Society, the city's most flamboyant and massive underground force, is like handing out a rookie sword to new players, and coming up and pointing at a level of big boss, saying, this is your newbie quest, now go kill it. It's no different than looking for death. Tang Feiyu naturally heard the meaning in Lin Cheng's words and couldn't help but frown. He said in as calm a tone as he could, Team leader, I just want to ask for your help in applying for a search warrant, not for you to lead me on a search. Then do you think there's a chance of passing after applying? Lin Cheng shook his head slightly, without a single bit of substantial evidence. You want to apply for a search warrant and have the entire inspection team deployed? But it's different now. Tang Feiyu frowned even tighter. Before it was because it was unclear what was going on in the underground boxing ring, whereas now at least it has been determined that as long as one goes searching, there will definitely be a harvest, so why not? There will definitely be gains? Lin Cheng asked rhetorically, you dare to guarantee that you're the only one who knows these things? Think about it carefully, if there must be a harvest if you go, why has no one found out so far? Tang Feiyu was silent for a moment and asked, when the group leader says all this, he is unwilling to apply? Right. Lin Cheng nodded. You know that the Iris Red Society has eyes and ears in the officialdom, you still dare to use this information you've poked around to apply for a search, aren't you afraid of spooking the snakes? What if the Iris Red Society goes after you? Do you dare to say that there are no Iris Red Society informants in the precinct? Now that he possessed captain-level strength, he wasn't too afraid of the Iris Red Society, or at least had the ability to defend himself. But he was still thinking of searching that underground boxing ring and earning credit after his strength had increased, so it would be bad if he spooked the snakes before then. Of course, this kind of reason couldn't be said. Tang Feiyu was silent for another half a moment before he said, Team leader, you can explain this to Captain Xiao alone in private. Could it be that you can't trust Captain Xiao either? Yes, I can't trust it. Lin Cheng nodded frankly. Tang Feiyu could not help but be stunned. Then, he took a deep breath and stood up, saying expressionlessly, since the team leader can't trust anyone, forget it. Lin Cheng glanced at him, if you really don't like me, pass the professional exams earlier, become an inspection division yourself, and build your own group to investigate yourself. Tang Feiyu pursed his lips, glanced at him, and didn't bother to say more, so he turned around and left this meeting room. The room was quiet. Ha! Lin Chang wasn't angry, he just let out a low laugh. It's good to be young. He didn't hate this kind of person, instead, he couldn't wait for the world to have more of this kind of people who were undaunted and still had a sense of justice. Isn't a stable and peaceful life brought about by such people? Half an hour later. The phone in the office of Team 7 rang, and the caller ID showed that it was a call from the captain's office. Lin Qing casually picked it up. Captain Xiao? Team leader Lin, come to my office. On the phone, Xiao Peidong's voice was serious and displeased. Inside the captain's office. Lin Chang, how do you manage Group 7? Xiao Peidong frowned solemnly, slammed the desktop, and said in a cold voice, your group members are making reports to me. Don't you even know such common sense as not being able to overstep your authority? No discipline or rules at all. This is also on the line? Lin Chang glanced at Tang Feiyu, who was standing expressionlessly at the side. Then, he looked at Xiao Peidong and said, Captain Xiao, this has nothing to do with me, he's the one who made the mistake, why don't you fire him? It's just as well that everyone is saved. Xiao Peidong choked. Originally, he still wanted to take the opportunity to suppress a bit, but suddenly reacted to the fact that the young team leader in front of him was only 18 years old, and the method of dealing with the old oil bar was not appropriate. The old oil bar that was all about making peace and minimizing the big issues. 18 or 19-year-old young man is so extreme? An official inspection, how can you just say open? Nonsense. Xiao Peidong frowned and glanced at Lin Xing, forget it, you take him back and educate him properly, the next time won't be a repeat. How troublesome. Lin Xing shook his head, isn't it over when you open it? He glanced at Tang Feiyu next to him, let's go. Also. Xiao Peidong added, if you guys want to investigate that underground boxing ring that you still don't know if it's real or not, you can do it yourselves. But there's only a first-level search warrant unless you show evidence, got it? Tang Feiyu frowned. A level 1 warrant could not involve privacy during a search, much less cause damage. At least a level 2 warrant would be useful. And the highest level 3 warrant, that would be an all-out search at all costs. I'm not too lazy to search. Lin Xing left his sentence without looking back and immediately turned around and walked out of the office. Tang Feiyu silently followed behind him. When he walked into no man's land, Tang Feiyu suddenly whispered, I know you're worried about this being noticed by the Bureau's mole, so you don't want to apply, but I've also carefully considered it. Oh? Lin Xing glanced at him. Tang Feiyu continued, the Iris Red Society's underground boxing ring has been open for at least a year, and Captain Xiao was just transferred here, it's impossible for him to become an informant for the underground boxing ring so quickly, besides. He's so young and promising, he doesn't need to do this kind of dirty work, and you don't need to suspect him for no reason. Somewhat reasonable. Lin Xing glanced at him and said, but you don't understand the human heart, and no one really does. Tang Feiyu was slightly stunned. After dinner, Lin Chang went to the People's Hospital of Shaoshan District to see his cousin and just to ask for some advice. Another merit? Chen Yanan leaned back on the hospital bed, glanced at Lin Chang and said, good luck, I heard that the bounty is $400,000? It's just the right time to add some money to my sister to strengthen the performance of the mechanical legs. Okay, it was originally reserved for you. Lin Chang nodded and continued peeling apples. Really give it? Chen Yanan laughed and couldn't help but reach out and pinch his face, it's not in vain that Sis has loved you so much since you were little. Then she shook her head and said, Sis is joking with you, save this $400,000 of yours, this amount of money is only enough to add 12 hours of range, from 36 hours to 48 hours, is it necessary? A little bit better is a little bit better. Lin Xing shook his head carelessly. Then wait until later. Chen Yannan glanced at him, it's not like the energy source of the mechanical prosthetic limbs can't be replaced, there's no need to be in such a hurry, you still have to spend money on practicing martial arts, right? 400,000 won't help much. Lin Xing shook his head. A group of high-energy retardant liquid in the bureau is only $70,000, $400,000 can buy 5 groups, how come it can't help much? Chen Yanan frowned. The K1 series is useless to me. Lin Xing handed over the peeled apple, I've already practiced the 77 version of the practice method. What? Chen Yanan sat up straight violently and looked at him incredulously, really? Practiced it? Those who had practiced the 4-6 version of the sunrise practice method were already in the minority, and the 7-7 version of the practice method was even more rare, and nowadays there were only 2 people in the entire Shaoshan District Inspection Sub-Bureau. It might not be much in the metropolitan area, but outside of the metropolitan area, this was already called the elite amongst ordinary people. Good luck the other day. Lin Cheng nodded. Now I'll have to buy the MY series of high-energy slow-release liquids before I can do that. It's too expensive and not necessary for now. He meant what he said. When the 400,000 bounty came down, it would only be enough to buy 2 sets, and it wouldn't mean much to just scale back the 40-day progress of the 7/7 version of practicing the method. This way, Chen Yanin took the apple and sized up Lin Cheng again, unable to help but TSK and sigh. Can't see it, the district's little Ching has captain potential. She still shook her head and said, that's no need to spend this wasted money, you keep it first, no need to think about Sis, unless it's $3 to $5 million, it can give Sis a more upscale mechanical prosthetic limb, that's fine, it's really not necessary right now. Lin Cheng thought about it and said, alright, Sis, when will your prosthetic surgery start? Tentatively, the earliest is mid-March. Chen Yannan said, mainly on the side of the Dawn Group, the world's only producer of high-grade mechanical prosthetics, they also have to queue up and wait for a number. This is not easy to determine, but as long as it's determined, they will be able to select a prosthetic limb for the surgery. Lin Cheng nodded slightly, pondering in his heart. The middle of March? There were still 2 months to go. Lin Cheng memorized this time, then collected her thoughts and said, right, Sis, I have something I want to ask you. Chapter 34 Arrow Shadow Breaks the Sky. Say. Chen Yanin nibbled on her apple without turning her head, looking at the gossip news on her cell phone. Sis, have you heard of the Iris Red Society? Lin Cheng asked. Chen Yanin turned her head to look at him and said, why are you asking this? Little kids pry less into this, it's not good for you. Already contacted it. Lin Cheng said, the credit I recently made was catching the fighters from the Iris Red Society underground boxing ring. Just fighters? That should be fine. Chen Yannan was slightly relieved. I've also heard of the Iris Red Society's underground boxing ring, but I just don't know how to get in, and there's no need to fight with such a huge underground force for that bit of pay. I didn't want to fight either. Lin Cheng nodded. He added another sentence in his mind, not thinking about it for now. After all, it was an alternative he used to get credit. Then it's fine. Chen Yannan added, the Iris Red Society looks like it's just an underground organization, so it's reasonable to say that the captain level wouldn't need to be feared, but I actually feel that the Iris Red Society should have more energy than expected. How so? Lin Cheng was curious. The reason I'm hospitalized right now has something to do with the Iris Red Society. Chen Yannan said, during the impromptu operation on the night I was seriously injured, I was leading a few groups to search a suspected human trafficking venue, which was the territory of the Iris Red Society, and I was halfway through the investigation with my men, and before I could go any deeper, I stumbled upon that terrifying Green Lake Island prison fugitive. That Green Lake Island prison fugitive is related to the Iris Red Society? Lin Cheng frowned. Don't rule out this possibility. Chen Yannan nodded, although I think that the Iris Red Society, an underground force operating in the province, shouldn't be able to have such a strong force, but at that time, that fugitive from Qinghu Island prison appeared so strangely that it really looked like he was covering up. Lin Cheng pondered. If that was the case, if he went to forcibly search the Iris Red Society's underground boxing ring, shouldn't he also run into that fugitive from Green Lake Island? No matter what, this had to be taken into consideration in the future. Not to be afraid of 10,000 things, but to be afraid of the unexpected. Anyway, you have to pay attention. Chen Yannan instructed, the strength of that Green Lake Island prison fugitive is just too terrifying. Looking at the entire Linen City, I'm afraid that only Yuan Anping, the chief captain of the Municipal Inspection Bureau, is able to fight him. What is the strength of the chief captain? Lin Cheng couldn't help but ask. I'm not sure. Chen Yannan said, anyway, he must have practiced the original version of the Chaoyang practice method, and his battle techniques are extremely strong, so if he's serious, he's probably able to defeat me in one move. Defeat a captain level in one move? Lin Cheng somewhat understood how big the gap was and couldn't help but secretly sigh. Although he now also had strength comparable to the captain level, he still had to continue to work hard when he was strong. Fortunately, there would soon be 2 third-class merits in hand, and with the 1 third-class merit that Zhao Jai had lent him, he would be able to learn another battle technique by then. As long as he advanced another instinct-level battle technique, his strength would still be able to increase quite a bit. Although the 2 battle techniques also had obvious flaws, and were not fully certain against the armed forces of the Iris Red Society's underground boxing ring, they were actually enough for self-preservation. When that time came, he would be able to start thinking about embarking on a search of that underground boxing ring. After accompanying his cousin to chat for a while, seeing that it was almost 9:30 p.m., and that today's inspection time was about to start, Lin Cheng withdrew. After arriving at the precinct, according to the shift times, all the groups had departed one after another. The 4 members of the 7th group were all ready as well. Where's team leader Han and team 2? Inside the precinct courtyard, Lin Cheng looked around and couldn't help but ask. In the past few days since the establishment of Group 7, every action was accompanied by Group 2. The reasoning from above was that Group 7 was new and inexperienced, but he suspected that it was because Xiao Peidong didn't want to give him a chance to make money, which was why he had asked team leader Han to act together. However, tonight it was the members of Team 2 who were not seen gathering together. Team leader Zhao Jiayi spoke up from the side. Group 2 left at 9 o'clock and didn't join us, saying that they were split up because they didn't have enough manpower tonight. Lin Cheng dawned on him and waved his hand. Alright, set off. Group 7's main place of inspection was this area between Yucai Road and Pinchang Road's side roads, and most of them were focused on a few bars, a casino, 2 abandoned schools, and an abandoned playground in this area. This kind of abandoned places, but also often become some of the lawless elements used to trade in hiding places, so it is necessary to inspect from time to time. Of course, all of them had shrunk to such places, and most of them were guys with little skills. So there is no danger. The biggest drawback was that this kind of place didn't have much oil and water. Lin Cheng didn't care too much. Even if it was a field with a lot of oil and water, it wasn't possible for him to rake in a few $1 million in 2 months. As time approached the early hours of the morning, the 7 teams finally finished their routine search of a casino and a bar. The most troublesome part was over, and the only target left for tonight was an abandoned amusement park. This was also the easiest part. Usually only 1 round of patrol was needed. Spirit up guys, 1 round of patrol and you can go home and sleep. After the patrol car stopped at the entrance of the abandoned amusement park, Lin Cheng clapped his hands and was about to lead the group out of the car when Han Ning, who was sitting on the opposite side of the road, folded her hands and said in a soft voice, "Group leader, I beg you for something." "Can I refuse?" Lin Cheng looked at her. "No." Han Ning begged pitifully, "I haven't eaten tonight, I didn't have time to eat at the casino just now, I see there's a piece of night market on the road, let me go buy some food, anyway, there's nothing to patrol at this amusement park." "Okay, you drive." Lin Cheng said, "Go, and come back quickly." Team leader Ruan Bing, who was next to him, couldn't help but speak up as well. "I'm also a bit hungry, I want to go together." Lin Cheng glanced at him, knowing that this guy had long since stopped wanting to stay in Group 7, and didn't bother to say much, casually saying, "Go if you want to." Anyway, it was just a round of patrolling the playground, and it was fine to have 2 less people. "Let's go." After getting out of the car, Lin lightly pushed open the gate of the amusement park and led Zhao Jiayi and Teng Feiyu into this amusement park that had been abandoned for many years. Borrowing the light from the distant Binhai City metropolitan area that was never ending, one could barely make out the outline of this abandoned amusement park as well. Before the end of the century ago, this amusement park already existed, civilization rebuilt and then renovated several times, but now it is still deserted. Under the light of the metropolitan area, the most conspicuous thing was the Ferris wheel in the center of the amusement park. Before long, the trio examined a few abandoned stores, carousels, and other places where people could easily hide, and made their way through half the amusement park to the open plaza in the center of the amusement park, with a stage not far away. More than 100 meters away was the huge Ferris wheel. "Team leader, it's almost New Year's, does the inspection have a vacation?" Zhao Jiayi beside her asked in a low voice. "There are only transfers, no holiday vacations." Lin Cheng observed the surroundings and said casually. "Wow. Gibberish. Did you just speak in tongues again? What does it mean?" "Nothing." Teng Feiyu, on the other hand, was silent the entire time. Today's successive bumps into the wall made him a bit of a yuck, and there was also a suspicion between him and Lin Cheng, and even wanted to group together, so naturally, he didn't want to strike up a conversation. Suddenly, the current order level dropped by 0.3 levels. A line of prompt words as bright red as blood surfaced in the field of view. 0.3 levels? Lin Cheng narrowed his eyes slightly and immediately entered a state of complete vigilance. While continuing to stroll and patrol, he observed the surrounding situation without a trace, but at this moment, being in the open space of the square with an unobstructed view, he couldn't see any enemy shadows at all. Suddenly, next to her, Zhao Jiayi's footsteps also slightly stalled before returning to normal. Where is there an enemy? Or is it from some other danger? Lin Cheng wasn't too nervous in his heart. With his current strength, a level 0.3 threat wasn't that dangerous anymore. Just then, An inexplicable sense of crisis abruptly arose in his heart, and his intuition or subconsciousness made him turn around and raise his head, looking in the direction where the Ferris wheel was. Whoosh! 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 Only the sharp whistling sound that tore through the air came steeply from above. Time suddenly slowed down. Those were three dark and slender blurred shadows that were speeding through the air at terrifying speeds that were difficult to catch with the human eye, and they were clearly coming from the Ferris wheel that was 100 meters away. Are they arrows? Watch out! Lin Qing's pupils shrunk slightly. He didn't have time to observe the source of the arrows, and with a loud shout, he immediately drew out his electric stick from behind his waist. This one arrow was simply too fast. At least it was already close to a 700 frames per second arrow speed, which was more than 200 meters per second. Three terrifying arrows had arrived in front of them in just a fraction of a second. Lin Qing judged in a split second. The targets of the three arrows happened to be him, Zhao Jiayi on the left, and Tang Feiyu on the right respectively. Clang! Clang! In this instant, Lin Qing's arm transformed into a blur of residual shadows, and with advanced prediction, 2 consecutive arrow shadows were accurately flicked aside by the electric stick in his hand. However, there was still an arrow shadow that he didn't have time to pluck aside, just grazing the electric stick in his hand and flying towards Tang Feiyu. Put! Blood spurted out steeply from the sound of the arrow piercing through his body. Chapter 35 Ferris Wheel. Amidst the splashes of blood, the three-pronged arrowhead pierced deeply into Tang Feiyu's shoulder socket, not stopping until it had penetrated most of the arrow. However, it was fortunate that it didn't penetrate the vitals. Lin Qing glanced with his afterglow. He had just predicted from the trajectory of this arrow and thought that this arrow might penetrate Tang Feiyu's chest. There was no time to think about that now. Lin Qing immediately said in a cold voice, "You guys hide behind me, crouch down and stay close to me. Give me another electric stick. You quickly stand in front of me." Zhao Jiayi immediately pushed Tang Feiyu to hide behind Lin Qing, while she quickly crouched down and hid behind Tang Feiyu, while handing Lin Qing her own electric baton. Tang Feiyu's face was pale, clenching his teeth, and not caring about the sharp pain coming from his shoulder and the blood that was seeping out. With one hand pressing on the wound, he staggered and half squatted down, bending over to hide behind Lin Qing. Shoo! 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 3 more consecutive pitch-black arrows that turned into blurred residual shadows came, tearing through the air and flying over from 3 separate directions. These 3 arrows were not only incredibly fast, the angles were also extremely tricky. Clang! 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 And after Lin Qing catalyzed his battle technique, he waved his electric stick with both hands at the same time, and just by drawing 2 slightly deflected arcs, he sent all 3 flying arrows flying. After this wave of arrow falls, no one was injured. Lin Qing immediately shouted in a low voice, "Follow me." He didn't hesitate and immediately walked quickly in the direction of the Ferris wheel. Tang Feiyu couldn't help but be stunned, not realizing that Lin Qing actually had this kind of strength. His heart immediately surged with hope for life, and he couldn't think about it that much as he hurriedly followed with quick steps. Zhao Jiayi also shortened her body and tried her best to hide herself behind the 2 while following the 2 at the same time. Current order level down 0.3 levels. Current order level down 0.3 levels. Another 2 consecutive blood red tips surfaced in front of Lin Qing's eyes. This made him realize that there should be 3 archers attacking them, and at the beginning, there was only 1 archer who had shot arrows at him, so he had only received 1 prompt. And now, he was afraid that the 3 archers had realized that he had completely protected the 2 people behind him and were planning to focus on him. Shoo! 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 Clang! 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 The 3 of them hadn't gone far at a quick pace when 3 more arrows flew in, and once again, Lin Qing blocked them. With his ability, if the 3 arrows were only targeting him alone, he wouldn't even need to block them. He could easily avoid them just by relying on his amazing nerve reaction speed and nimble dodging speed. But if he still wanted to protect Zhao Jiayi and Tang Feiyu behind him, then he would have to send all the flying arrows flying in order to do so. There was no difficulty in defending himself, but it would be a bit of a problem to save the others. With 3 arrows flying at the same time, even if he was able to accurately predict and intercept the flying arrows a meter away in advance, the speed of his arm wielding the electric baton was nowhere near as fast as the arrows. Moreover, for an arrow speed of over 200 meters per second, how long would it take to cross a 1-meter distance? The time left for him to strike the arrow was just a fraction of a second, which a normal person wouldn't be able to react to. Fortunately, he was able to utilize the battle method Min to the extreme. Luckily, he had already cultivated the 7-7 version of the sunrise practice method to the extreme. As long as both of them stood behind him and were close enough to him, then it would be much easier for him to intercept the arrows. If they were to stand scattered like they were at the beginning, with the 3 arrows far away from each other, he naturally wouldn't be able to hit all of them away in a split second. Naturally, he could only prioritize saving Zhao Jia. Hurry up! Lin Qing urged, once again swinging his arm and waving his electric stick, knocking away all 3 flying arrows before continuing in the direction of the Ferris wheel. This was an empty square with almost no obstacles, and there was no way to stay alive by staying where he was. He was also consuming energy by activating his battle technique, and he couldn't hold on for too long. Retreating backward was indeed a good choice, but it would give the enemy who attacked him a chance to escape, and maybe the enemy had also anticipated that he would retreat and had other arrangements in his retreat? So, the best option was to move forward. As long as he reached the bottom of the Ferris wheel platform, not only would the enemy not be able to drop arrows to attack and kill, but he would also be able to take care of these 3 archers in the process. Shoo! 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 These 3 archers were extremely well coordinated and shot arrows at an extremely fast frequency, obviously professional killers. Even 2 of the killers knew how to shoot both arrows at the same time, the 5 arrows slightly adjusting their sequence, shooting at 5 parts of Lin Qing's circumference together. But for Lin Qing, as long as these arrows were within a certain range, with his amazing dynamic vision and reaction speed, he would be able to intercept them in time after predicting them in advance. If the arrows were even more, then he could only escape with Zhao Jia. Who? Tang Feiyu's face was pale and he kept breathing sharply, his arm was already dyed red by the blood coming out of his shoulder, and there were dots of blood all the way behind him. But after all, he had also practiced the 4-6 version of the sunrise practice method, and his physical quality was quite a bit stronger than normal people. Coupled with his desire for life, he still followed with half a step. Clang! 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 Another round of arrows falling from the sky were once again sent flying by the electric batons waved by Lin Qing's hands. Even though the distance had gotten closer after approaching the Ferris wheel, leaving him with a shorter reaction time, it was still within his tolerance. He had gone through the metamorphosis of the 2 versions of the sunrise practice method, plus the battle method Min had improved the most in terms of reaction speed, and he was also good at marksmanship, so his eyesight was already extremely good. Therefore, his nerve reaction speed exceeded normal people by an unknown number of times. It's safe. After the 3 of them reached the bottom of the platform where the Ferris wheel was located, the 3 assassins also stopped shooting arrows. After all, this place was already completely dead from shooting arrows from the Ferris wheel. You 2 hide here and wait for backup, I'll go take care of those 3 killers. Lin Qing glanced at the 2 of them, and without saying much, he took a few steps back, easily leaping up more than 3 meters and jumping onto the platform where the Ferris wheel was located. Right at this moment. Shoo! 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 5 consecutive arrows broke through the air and fell, enveloping all the space around him. However, Lin Qing just casually accelerated forward with a single acceleration, and these 5 arrows landed in the air, bouncing off the ground one after another. With his reaction speed and agility, as long as he was given a little bit of time, he could easily dodge them. Where is it? Lin Qing hid underneath the Ferris wheel support frame, one hand taking out his matching gun. He could also only determine the approximate location of the 3 killers through the direction of the arrows, but exactly where in the Ferris wheel would have to be found. With the sky so dim, it would be quite troublesome to find them on this huge Ferris wheel that was 80 meters high, and this kind of professional killer might have prepared other means of concealment. We can only go up. Lin Qing glanced at it, and without hesitation, he immediately activated his battle technique and easily leapt onto the rimmed steel bar railings of the Ferris wheel whose waterproof paint had already peeled off. Immediately afterward, he followed the woven grid on the rim, nimbly jumping between one of the steel bar railings on the inner strings, and began to continuously head towards the top of the Ferris wheel. With his physical quality, coupled with the huge improvement in flexibility and balance brought about by the battle method Min, it wasn't even difficult to fly over the eaves and walk over the walls, not to mention this kind of Ferris wheel where there were landing points everywhere. For him, being here was completely like walking on the ground. Where to hide? Lin Qing kept leaping towards the high places of the Ferris wheel while using the light of the distant metropolitan circle to observe the various places of the Ferris wheel. The sky was too dim after all, so even if his eyesight was strong enough, he couldn't see clearly. Moreover, there were too many shelters on the Ferris wheel, and it would be even harder to search for these killers if they were wearing dark clothes again. Just then, there seems to be someone there? Lin Qing suddenly looked behind one of the interlocking protective railings within the Ferris wheel. Even though it was pitch black there and he couldn't see anything, somehow, there was an intuition in his heart, as if his subconscious was telling him. The enemy was there. Bang! Without hesitation, Lin Qing raised his revolver and fired a shot. Fire erupted. In an instant, the bullet had already accurately passed through one of the interlocking railings and straight into the dark shadows. With that, an uncontrollable muffled grunt of pain came from the darkness. It's really there. Lin Qing's eyes lit up. Chapter 36 Dark Star Society. Shoo! Shoo! Seemingly sensing that their companions had been shot, or sensing the gunshots, 2 arrows flew over from above the Ferris wheel, drilling through the heavy railing of the wheel spokes and shooting towards Lin Qing. Poof! Lin Qing casually waved his electric baton, knocking the 2 arrows aside, and continued to speed towards where the assassin who had just been shot at was. With his dexterity and balance, he didn't even need his hands to move freely on this Ferris wheel. With his free hands, a gun in one hand and an electric baton in the other, he didn't have to worry about getting hit by an arrow even if he had limited space to dodge. In a short while, Lin Qing crossed over a load of rim railings and found the killer hiding behind a few railings and spokes. The other party was wearing an invisible color-changing suit that almost blended in with the environment, so if he didn't distinguish carefully, he could barely be seen in the night. Including the compound bow in the opponent's hand seemed to be coated with optical pigments with similar functions, which could hide assassinations well in the darkness. However, right now, this killer's left arm had almost been broken by the shot just now, only half of the sleeve was still barely attached and not completely separated. Not to mention pulling the bow, if it wasn't for the suction cup device for climbing still hanging the other party with a rope, I'm afraid that he would have directly fallen down. At this moment, the other party was staring at him with a deadly stare, and the pupil of his right eye actually had a red light flickering in it. Mechanical prosthetic eye? Lin Qing instantly understood why the other party clearly wasn't wearing night vision, yet he was still able to accurately shoot arrows in the dark to snipe them. This kind of mechanical prosthetic eye, 80% of them had night vision and distance vision. Suddenly, a strand of black blood flowed out from the corner of the mouth of that killer who was staring at him with a death glare, his head tilted, and he was no longer moving. Lin Qing also heard the other party's breathing, which began to diminish rapidly. It was obvious that life was passing away extremely quickly. Taking poison to kill himself? Lin Qing frowned and couldn't be bothered to check anything, continuing to search along the spokes of the Ferris wheel and one of the railings, searching once again for the location of the other killers. And his intuition, or subconscious, was still hinting at it, allowing him to perceive the locations of the other 2 killers as if they were divine help. Bang! After only 10 seconds or so, Lin Qing found where one of the killers was once again, and before the other party had the chance to make another arrow, they were hit in the chest by one of his shots, and they gagged on the spot. The other party had almost the same attire, equipment, and compound bow as the previous killer. Even had an identical mechanical prosthetic eye. Also a mechanical prosthetic eye? Lin Qing couldn't help but be a little surprised in his heart. With this kind of common trait, it couldn't be that both of them happened to be blind in one eye and happened to have both changed their mechanical prosthetic eyes, could it? Just look at the third person. Nearly 200 meters away from the Ferris wheel stood an observation tower nearly 100 meters high. On the bungee jumping platform that extended out from the highest part of the observation tower, a long and upright figure was currently standing. It was a man wearing a black punching jacket and a duck tongue cap, with a pair of goggles with night vision and distance vision functions on his face. At this moment, he was holding a composite bow that was half a man tall in his hand, adjusting the pulley system on the bow while looking out at the Ferris wheel in the distance. It's so scary, ah. The bow-wielding man secretly sighed. This Lin Qing has only been around for a short while, right, and he actually has this kind of strength. The 3 hunters I personally trained can't even threaten him. Maybe there's captain-level strength? However, this guy is a bit odd. How can he manage to find the 3 hidden killers with such precision? It's a pity that I didn't dare to bring my cell phone with me, otherwise I could ask the Iris Red Society. It's really ridiculous. I don't know which idiot the informant the Iris Red Society found in the inspection bureau was, actually thinking that Lin Qing wasn't a threat? This kind of ridiculous intelligence caused my Dark Star Society to lose 3 more killers. Luckily I'm here, and I can remedy the situation as well. Between the floating thoughts, the man with the bow had already strung his arrow and slowly pulled back the bowstring. The pulleys on the bow then turned up one after another and began to provide higher tension and stability. He was originally only acting as a mission monitor to confirm the results of the mission of these 3 killers in the organization, but he didn't expect that he would actually fail? As a monitor, once one found out that a mission had failed, one could also step in to remedy the situation. However, this Lin light is too sensitive. At this distance, even the Death Hunter Bao won't be able to kill him. Forget it. Anyway, the main target requested by the Iris Red Society is also Tung Feiyu. This angle is just right to go through 2 and 1. It's a pity that such a beautiful female inspection. At this moment, the Bao-wielding man's skin all over his body began to glow with a rock-like texture and color, as if he had already turned into a heavy stone sculpture, while his arms were slowly pulling this Death Hunter, whose pull far exceeded the strength of a normal person's arm, to the point of a nearly full moon. Immediately afterward, the fingertips gently loosened the bowstring. In an instant, this pitch-black arrow transformed into a terrifying wisp of shadow, instantly penetrating the sound barrier and flying out at a terrifying speed. In this instant, it was as if this arrow had turned into a hunter representing death. Below the Ferris wheel platform, Zhao Jiai lowered her head and used the bandage she carried with her, bandaging Tang Feiyu's wound to stop the bleeding as much as possible. It was fortunate that these portable props were prepared in the uniforms of the official inspections, otherwise she would have had to use a knife to cut off a few strips of cloth from Tang Feiyu's body. "How is the group leader doing?" Tang Feiyu asked somewhat weakly. "You sit properly." Zhao Jiai glanced at him and muttered, "Don't worry, even if you die 10 times, the group leader won't be half injured." Tang Feiyu couldn't be bothered to wonder about this female colleague's nature, how it wasn't quite the same as usual. He just couldn't help but ask, "How are you sure?" "The team leader and no tools, so dark, the Ferris wheel is not convenient to find someone, right? You just don't care, anyway." Zhao Jiai mumbled somewhat impatiently, but suddenly fell silent. She frowned tightly, as if she was forcing back a headache, and pressed her fingertips between her eyebrows. "What's wrong?" Tang Feiyu was slightly stunned. "It's nothing." Zhao Jiai's fingertips pressed at the center of her brows, and under the cover of her fingertips, her tightly furrowed brows were the ones that began to slowly squirm. Whoosh! An incomparably sharp air-breaking sound came steeply from the sky. Tang Feiyu's face changed suddenly. This was clearly the movement of an arrow breaking through the air, and it was even more astonishing than what he had heard before, clearly far faster than the previous arrow. There was actually a hidden killer? However, Tang Feiyu nervously observed for a long time, but he did not find any other movement, nor did he hear the sound of an arrow hitting somewhere. It was as if it was simply just a sound. At that moment, he realized that Zhao Jiai had lowered the palm of her hand that was pressing and rubbing her brow. "How are you doing? Your face doesn't look too good. Why do you have a nosebleed?" "It's fine." Bang! The sound of a gunshot resounded in the sky above the Ferris wheel. Lin Chang put his matching gun away and looked at the third assassin who was no longer alive not far away, frowning slightly. The other party was already powerless to die, and only the mechanical prosthetic eye was still flashing red. Sure enough, Lin Chang finally confirmed, these 3 all have the same mechanical prosthetic eye, and with such complete and professional equipment, they seem to be professional killers trained by some organization. He suspected that perhaps it was because Tang Feiyu had alerted the Iris Red Society, coupled with the identity of the city's public security director's son, which made the Iris Red Society feel threatened, so they sent someone to silence them. However, judging from the 3 assassins, he did not feel that this kind of assassin was something that the Iris Red Society could cultivate. After all, it was an underground force that was rampant in the city, not that it had this kind of energy. Moreover, Lin Chang glanced at the current order level. The order level had only returned to 1.2, with no additional increase. If these 3 belonged to the dangerous elements that were part of his circle of life, after resolving them, the order level should have been raised additionally. This meant that the other party wasn't local, or at least not related to his circle of life, and wouldn't be doing anything extra, so it was only when they assassinated him that caused the order level to drop. Then it could only be alien professional killers. Perhaps the 3 assassins were hired by the Iris Red Society? A few minutes later, the inspections and public security all arrived at this abandoned amusement park and began to heavily cordon off the scene. The severely injured and weak Tang Feiyu was also immediately sent to the hospital for treatment. As for the bodies of the 3 killers, the public security and inspection also cooperated together to get down on the spot. Inspection also confirmed its identity. The inspection side came from the second group with the best relationship, and team leader Han arrived with his group in the first hour. Mechanical prosthetic eyes, dark star tattoos, poison for suicide, and this outfit. Team leader Han stood beside Lin Qing, looking at these three corpses laid out on the ground. He frowned slightly. That's right, I'm afraid that these three are all killers of the Dark Star Society, specializing in the use of bows and arrows, and that would be the huntresses. Dark Star Society? It was the first time Lin Qing had heard of it. Then he asked, do these three people have wanted notices on them? No. Team leader Han shook his head. The hunters are all assassins trained within the Dark Star Society. Every single one of them is black and can't be traced to a specific identity, and it's only the assassins hired outside of the Dark Star Society that could be wanted criminals. Okay. Lin Qing sighed with some disappointment. Wanting credit so badly? Team leader Han glanced at him and said, don't worry, there are regulations on the inspection and public security side that state that as long as you can solve the Dark Star Society's assassins, it's considered credit. Oh? How much merit? Lin Qing's eyes lit up. Chapter 37, Disappearance. Underneath the Ferris wheel, the lighting equipment had already been set up long ago, making the area look like daylight. One by one, public security and inspections were all nearby, carefully surveying the scene, carefully searching for any traces left behind, taking pictures and recording them. These three hunters should all belong to the Dark Star Society's professional level killers. Team leader Han looked at the three corpses on the ground and suddenly walked forward, using his toes to set the legs and feet of one of them straight before saying, according to the rules, third-class merit will be given for solving the Dark Star Society's professional grade killers. Third-class merit, ah. Lin Qing nodded slightly, which was not unexpected. The difficulty of the second-class merit was such that even captain-level strength had to be dealt with carefully and under extreme pressure, whereas when he dealt with these three killers just now, there wasn't much pressure. It was only when protecting Zhao Jiayi and Tang Feiyu that it was slightly troublesome. The strength of these three killers themselves was not worth mentioning, mainly because they were good at archery, aided by mechanical prosthetic eyes and various equipment, and cooperated with each other extremely well. That was why they were such a threat. If they were replaced with high-level fighters from the underground boxing ring, he wouldn't be afraid of a few times more if they were bare-handed. These three killers didn't have a wanted notice on them, and it was normal to have only one third-class merit. Anyway, after accumulating 3 times of third-class merit, one could go on to learn a battle technique. You're mistaken. The corners of team leader Han's mouth spread together in a smile, but he said, I mean, every Dark Star Society's professional level assassin, after solving it, can get third-class merit once. Lin Qing looked at team leader Han with an open mind. Every single one of them is a third-class merit? Right. Team leader Han nodded. Lin Qing's eyes lit up. He suddenly felt that being attacked this time was a good thing instead. Anyway, he was not harmed at all. He only consumed a bit more, and Zhao Jiayi was not injured, but in the end, he got 3 third-class merits. When the credit for catching the fugitive came down in 2 days, plus Zhao Jiayi lent him a third-class merit, that's a full 6 times third class merit. With this, he could completely learn 2 battle techniques directly. If he learned 2 more battle techniques, his strength would be able to receive a not-so-small increase. By then, even if he were to forcibly search the Iris Red Society's underground boxing ring, he would be sure of it. If I solve some more assassins of the Dark Star Society, wouldn't I be able to learn whatever I want? Lin Qing was a little moved. Of course, he also knew that it was unrealistic. The Dark Star Society was only killed back by him because they didn't understand his strength. Once they understood him, they would either send a must-kill formation, or they wouldn't take the mission at all. More kills? Team leader Han was dumbfounded and couldn't help but look at him. I heard that the Dark Star Society's rule is to only assassinate once and stop if you fail, but it rarely misses, so you still want people to come back again? The one who came this time is a professional level assassin, next time it will be an elite level, or even a soul level assassin. Just kidding. Lin Qing shook his head and asked again, but the Dark Star Society sounds like it's very powerful? I'm not too sure. Team leader Han murmured, but as far as what is known, the Dark Star Society should be a world-class assassin organization that not only trains assassins internally, but also has quite a few hired killers who just don't dare to set foot in the metropolitan area. Lin Qing was completely able to understand its weight. As a killer organization that was supposed to be hidden in the darkness, even the inspections and public security were aware of its existence, but they just couldn't end it. Other things aside, at least the Dark Star Society must be very good at hiding and avoiding inspections. Thinking about it this way, 3 times of third-class merit wasn't much. It seems like this merit is indeed not good to take. No wonder I hadn't even heard of it before. Lin Qing shook his head slightly. It's also the first time I've seen it with my own eyes. Team leader Han nodded approvingly. Lin Chang also understood how rare this was. Normally, the Dark Star Society's assassins were good at hiding and had well-planned killings, and after solving their targets as fast as they could, they would simply leave and couldn't be found even if they wanted to. And he happened to be the target of the assassin as well, and had too much of his strength to have the chance to kill back. In that case, you've scraped together enough third-class merit 6 times since you've been transferred. Team leader Han glanced at Lin Cheng and couldn't help but sigh softly. That's pretty fast. Luck. Lin Cheng smiled. I've been an inspector for so many years, and I've only gotten third-class merit 7 times. Team leader Han lamented. He glanced around again, realizing that no one was paying attention, and lowered his voice. However, 3 Dark Star Society's professional level hunters attacked together, and you were actually able to kill them all. Your strength. Yes, I've already mastered the art of battle. Lin Cheng didn't hide it and immediately nodded his head and admitted it. If he didn't master the battle method, this time it was certain death, and he couldn't hide it. Besides, he had no intention of continuing to hide. Taking this opportunity, it was also time to show the persona of a battle technique genius. So soon? Team leader Han couldn't help but glance at him. It's only been a month, right? No, you easily solved those 2 fugitives in the bathing center that day. Could it be that you had it before that? Yes, it was grasped even earlier. Lin Cheng smiled and nodded. Team leader Han couldn't help but take a deep breath. He was silent for a moment before he shook his head. I've heard before that some people are extremely talented in battle techniques, and there have been such geniuses in Linen City, but this is the first time I've seen it with my own eyes. A normal mastery of a battle technique would require a year and a half of cultivation, and a quicker one would usually take 3 to 5 months. And those who mastered a battle technique in just 10 days and half a month were rare exceptions. This is almost as rare as the person who practiced the original version of the Sunrise Practice Method, Linen City's inspection system. It seems that the chief captain of the Inspection City Bureau, Yuan Anping, and another person practiced. And this kind of battle method genius only comes out that one occasionally. Unfortunately, once this comes out tonight, you're not destined to be able to hide it. Team leader Han shook his head. It's nothing. Lin Cheng said, it's just so that the Bureau will pay more attention to me. By the way, does the Bureau have any preferential treatment for battle method geniuses? Team leader Han thought for a moment and said, I'm not sure about this, you'll have to ask Bureau Co. Lin Cheng nodded. It's a pity that the person you met was a Dark Star Society assassin. The Bureau couldn't even help you check if they wanted to. Team leader Han shook his head. If it was any other case, you're an inspection division, or a genius of warfare, the Bureau would have to track it down to the end no matter what. Lin Cheng didn't say anything. Although he was destined to not find any evidence, it was 80% likely that it was an assassin hired by the Iris Red Society, and it should be because Teng Feiyu had alerted the Iris Red Society. After all, Teng Feiyu had been investigating the Iris Red Society for the past few days and had tried to apply for a search. Either the investigation had been discovered by the Iris Red Society, or it was because of the application for a search that it had been discovered by the Iris Red Society's informant at the precinct. If it was the latter, the object of suspicion could already be locked down. Lin Cheng narrowed his eyes slightly. Still, it's quite a scare. Team leader Han glanced behind him. It's just that your group's condition doesn't seem quite right. Lin Cheng sniffed and turned his head to see that Zhao Jia, who was sitting not far away, seemed to be dazed, and immediately said, Uncle Han, I'll send her back first, and you can help look around here. Team leader Han gave a hum. Lin Cheng immediately walked over to Zhao Jia and spoke, How is it? Is it all right? Zhao Jia raised her head slightly, shook it, and said, Just a little bit of aftershock, and a bit tired. Anyway, there's nothing more to do. I'll send you home first, and later I'll have to make a trip to the hospital to take a look at Teng Feiyu. Lin Cheng said. No need, team leader, I've already talked to my dad and he's coming to pick me up. Zhao Jia said, Just go about your business. Okay. Lin Cheng nodded, then I'll send you to the amusement park entrance and wait for your father to come over. Zhao Jia nodded gently and stood up. Lin Cheng led her through the amusement park and soon arrived at the entrance of the amusement park. Not long after, the blue and white private car that she had seen at the entrance of the precinct last time came speeding down the road and stopped at the entrance of the amusement park. After the car door opened, Lin Cheng didn't get a good look at what the person in the car looked like, and only saw a man's side profile. Team leader, goodbye. Zhao Jia waved her hand at him after she got into the car. Good. Lin Cheng nodded. As he watched the blue-white private car go away, he noticed that Zhao Jia's father was a bit cold and couldn't help but mutter, well, at least you saved your daughter, but you didn't come out to thank me? However, it was also possible that he suspected that he had implicated his daughter, and it was normal for him to not treat him well. He didn't originally save people just to be thanked. Go see Tang Feiyu. Lin Sheng also called an online car and headed towards the People's Hospital of Shaoshan District. This night, after the public security and inspections had finished searching the entire amusement park, the deserted amusement park had returned to silence. And on the bungee jumping platform of the observation tower, the searchers only found a line of vague footprints printed in the accumulated dust. But here's the strange thing. Only a line of footprints walking into the bungee platform was found, but no footprints leaving were found. It's as if someone came up and then disappeared into thin air. Chapter 38 Recognition. Late night. Shaoshan District People's Hospital. When Lin Chang walked to the entrance of the ward where Tang Feiyu was, he found the slightly blonde Director Ko standing at the doorway, talking to a middle-aged man with thick eyebrows and a country face. Lin Chang? Ko Guiyong looked at Lin Chang and sized him up. I heard that you ran into a Dark Star Society assassin. Are you alright? Lin Chang shook his head and asked, how is Tang Feiyu? Mainly from blood loss, just finished a blood transfusion, he's already much better. After Ko Guiyong finished speaking, he immediately introduced himself to the Chinese-faced middle-aged man. Diro Chu, this is Lin Chang, the leader of the 7th group of our precinct. He then said to Lin Chang, this is Tang Feiyu's father, our Linan City Public Security's Chu Bureau. Lin Chang had seen the picture of the City Public Security Bureau's Chu Bureau, so naturally, he had recognized it long ago. Team Leader Lin. Director Chu looked at Lin Chang and said softly, I know all about it, thanks for saving Feiyu. Just now I heard him say that if it wasn't for you, he would have died for sure at that time. Speaking here, he took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, a great favor is not appreciated. In the future, if there is anything I need to contribute, you can just ask. He's a member of my group, it's only right to save him. Lin Chang didn't push back, however, I really do have something I want to talk to Bureau Chu about. Add a friend. Director Chu took out his cell phone. Feel free to say anything. After adding her friend, Lin Chang pointed to the ward and asked, can I go in and talk to Tang Feiyu alone? Director Chu nodded, good, he's already quite awake. Lin Chang immediately walked into the ward. Inside the ward, Tang Feiyu was sitting silently on the hospital bed, his face was pale, his shoulder was wrapped in a thick bandage, and his other hand was still receiving fluids. Team Leader. Tang Feiyu looked towards Lin Chang and subconsciously wanted to sit up, but he touched the wound on his shoulder and couldn't help but frown. Lie down properly. Lin Chang walked over to the hospital bed and sat down, asking, how does it feel to be alive? Tang Feiyu was silent for a moment and said sincerely, thank you. Lin Chang shook his head slightly and said, there may be some things that are really more important than life, but a person's life, after all, is only this one, so it's better to cherish it. Tang Feiyu was silent for another half a moment before he whispered, I'm sorry. I know that I'm the one who dragged you guys down as team leaders. It does seem to be sober. Lin Chang nodded and added, it's nothing, as far as the outcome is concerned, you survived a great disaster, Zhao Jiayi is also fine, and I even gained a lot of benefits, I should thank you. But Tang Feiyu slightly lowered his head, if it wasn't for my so-called sense of justice, I wouldn't have caused you guys to get into this dangerous situation. You were wrong. Lin Chang shook his head, but having a sense of justice isn't wrong, what's wrong is your way. Tang Feiyu was slightly stunned. It's not advisable to act recklessly. Lin Chang said, staying alive is the only way to have the chance to realize those ambitions of yours, this is the simplest truth, right? I understand. Tang Feiyu took a deep breath. It's good if you understand, this time, let's take it as a long lesson for you. Lin Chang glanced in the direction of the doorway and said, did your father ask you why you were approached by the assassin? No. Tang Feiyu shook his head, but he also knows now that I'm tracking down the Iris Red Society's underground boxing ring and must have guessed it. During your investigation of the Iris Red Society these past few days, have you exposed yourself as the director's son to anyone? Lin Chang asked. No, how could I possibly say that? Tang Feiyu hesitated for a moment and said, however, we can't rule out the possibility that someone guessed it after poking around. Lin Chang gave a After all, coming from a public security family, it was impossible not to have this kind of awareness. However, team leader. Tang Feiyu couldn't help but whisper, do you ever feel that it's too coincidental? I only took the results of the investigation to Captain Xiao today to apply for a search, and then a killer comes to silence me at night, this. Lin Chang laughed. Didn't you say that Captain Xiao was just transferred from another district, young and promising, guilty of doing this kind of dirty work, and that there was no need to be suspicious? Tong Feiyu was silent. Apparently he couldn't convince himself with this reason either. However, he does deserve suspicion. Lin Sheng nodded. What you said before is also correct. By common sense, in his situation, the possibility of him working as an informant for the Iris Red Society is very small, but it's not easy to say. A lot of things are inherently beyond common sense. Team leader, then what should we do? Tong Feiyu asked in a low voice. Not what to do. Lin Sheng calmly said, there isn't a single bit of evidence. Any further suspicion is just slander, just asking for trouble. If it was in the past, Tang Feiyu would have retorted, but now he also understood what Lin Sheng said. After all, it was just suspicion. Just wait. Lin Sheng said, the next time you see Xiao Peidong, just tell him that you want to recuperate from your injuries and take a long vacation, that you can't go to your inspection job and that you don't want to worry about anything else. Tang Feiyu was silent for a moment and nodded. Lin Sheng couldn't help but glance at Tang Feiyu. It seems that this young man has matured quite a bit. There were some things that could not be solved, so one could only endure or stay away. And the only thing one could do was to continue to progress and then wait for the opportunity. He is also waiting. Waiting for 6 times the third-class merit to hand, waiting for the strength is strong enough. As long as there is enough strength, as long as it is confirmed that it is Xiao Peidong, there is no evidence is nothing. People killed people and did not need evidence. Fei Yu. At this time, the door to the ward opened and Director Chu's voice came from outside the door. Captain Xiao from your precinct has come to visit you. Tang Feiyu's eyes changed slightly, and immediately afterward, he saw Lin Sheng shaking her head slightly at him. He took a deep breath and his face returned to normal, as if he knew nothing and nothing had happened. Xiao Tang. He only saw Xiao Peidong, who was still wearing the uniform of an inspection officer, quickly walk in through the door, frowning slightly with a worried face. How are you doing? I was on a mission just now, and after receiving the news, I couldn't rush over at the first moment, so I asked Bureau Ko to come see you first. Team Xiao. Tang Feiyu barely managed to make himself respond calmly. Lin Sheng stood up and calmly said, Team Xiao is also here. Team leader Lin, you did very well this time. Xiao Peidong patted Lin Sheng's arm with great relief and exclaimed, if it wasn't for your unexpected play, I really don't know how I would have faced your sister and Director Chu this time. He suddenly said solemnly, on behalf of the precinct, I would like to express my gratitude to you, and this time, I will definitely mobilize the entire precinct to hold a commendation meeting for you personally. Helping each other out, as it should be. Lin Sheng said, luckily I'm a good shot, and it's also luck this time, or else I'd be in trouble indeed. Tough on you. Xiao Peidong sighed and added, however, this time, you were attacked by the Dark Star Society's assassins. I guess it should be invited by the Iris Red Society. I'm afraid it's because Xiao Ting investigated the Iris Red Society and made the Iris Red Society jealous. He swept his gaze over the two of them and said in a low voice, since the Iris Red Society invited the assassins to silence them, it means that what Xiao Ting investigated might be true, otherwise he wouldn't be in such a hurry to silence them. What does Team Xiao mean? Lin Chang looked at Xiao Peidong. From the surface, at least he couldn't tell if this Captain Xiao was acting. It must be investigated severely. Xiao Peidong's face was ice cold. If it's really the assassin hired by the Iris Red Society, our precinct must do justice. I've decided to apply for a second-level search warrant, and once the commendation ceremony is over, I'll personally lead a team to thoroughly investigate the Qingtai Hotel and Red Oak Boxing Gym that you guys are talking about. He said in a cold voice, if we really find the Iris Red Society's underground boxing gym, we'll unite with the public security operation and uproot it. Lin Chang was stunned. Looking at Xiao Peidong's cynical, thunderous, and decisive attitude, he was a little confused for a moment. Could it be that he had really misjudged a good person? However, remembering that at Xiao Peidong's swearing-in ceremony, after Xiao Peidong found out that he was an outstanding talent, his attitude immediately changed 180 degrees, and it was obvious that he was very shameless and had a deep city. At the moment this bit of acting, there seems to be nothing to trust. As for personally leading the search? If Xiao Peidong was really an informant of the Iris Red Society, personally leading the team would be a better cover-up. 2 days later. That is, on the day of January 21st. A sizable commendation meeting was held within the Shaoshan District Inspection Branch. Not only were the various groups of inspections present, but all sections also attended. Xiao Peidong could be said to have given Lin Cheng enough face, praising extremely. This kind of attitude makes Lin Cheng feel that if he really recognizes Xiao Peidong in the future, I'm afraid that if he does it, he will also be soft. It wasn't even possible to say no without giving a pain in the ass. After the conference was over, his 5 third-class merits also came down, along with 400,000 reward money and 50,000 from the Bureau's recognition award. The rank was also promoted to first-grade inspection division. And after Lin Qing helped Zhao Jiayi apply for the purchase of the high-energy retardant liquid from the internal channels of the Inspection Bureau, she was also the first to transfer the money, as well as her third-class merit that time to him. 6 third-class merits, just enough to learn 2 battle techniques. Lin Qing looked at the just-confirmed merit change record on her cell phone screen and couldn't help but look forward to it in her heart. I'm going to learn today. I'm still 2 days short of paying off the debt for the battle method min, so as long as I get started, I can just advance it. Chapter 39 Surprise. Team Leader Lin. Brother Lin. Good day, Team Leader Lin. After the commendation meeting ended, Lin Chang walked along the way in the precinct, and the attitude of each and every colleague he encountered became even more friendly and enthusiastic. This person, as long as they had status, they felt that the whole world was full of goodwill. Lin Qing didn't waste any time, and went directly to the second floor of the precinct, following the route he took last time, and found the elevator that led to the underground chamber. After passing through iris recognition and confirming his identity, Lin Qing took the elevator to the underground. And then, once again, he walked along that passageway composed entirely of glass and silver-colored metal, and walked inside the secret room at the end of the passageway. Just like last time, after the secret room was closed, Lin Cheng's profile surfaced on one of the walls. It was just that. This time, his rank had been promoted to first-grade inspection division because of his merits. The merits that could be exchanged also amounted to a full 6 third-class merits. First-grade inspection division Lin Qing, I didn't expect to see you again so soon. It was still the same slightly hoarse voice that sounded within the secret room. The rules are still the same. You may not destroy this secret room, and when the time is up, you must leave. Good. Lin Qing nodded. Also, I need to solemnly remind you. The somewhat hoarse voice said, after one battle technique is initiated, once you practice another battle technique, the battle technique cultivation will be affected, and the difficulty of both battle techniques will increase, even if it's the same series, and if it's a different series, the increased difficulty will be even more exaggerated. There's such a thing? Lin Chang was slightly stunned. You have to know that the essence of a battle technique is to utilize the mystical energy within your body, and different methods of application are mystical energies of different natures. That hoarse voice said in a low voice, before you adapt and become proficient in a certain nature of mystical energy, once you go to learn other battle techniques, it's equivalent to harnessing 2 natures of mystical energy at the same time, so naturally, it will have an impact. So that's how it is. Lin Qing pondered, and suddenly asked, why are they all using vague names like mystic energy? Isn't there an exact name? This was really strange. In all the information he was cognizant of, it was all just mysterious energy, there wasn't an official name, and the internet couldn't find out why. What was so hard about coming up with a name? Isn't the power of heaven and earth, original energy, free energy, cosmic energy, all possible? In favor of vague pronouns like mysterious energy or some kind of mysterious energy. It's a big secret that neither you or I are qualified to know at my level. The hoarse voice said, you'd better think about whether or not you want to learn a new battle technique. It's best to wait until you've mastered the battle technique you learned before you learn a new one, or else it'll be very difficult for you to even think about getting started with a new battle technique. As long as you master the battle technique afterward, it has no effect, right? Lin Qing laughed. The hoarse voice seemed stunned for a moment, then couldn't help but ask, could it be that you? Yes, I've already mastered the battle technique min, so there's no effect now, right? Lin Qing asked. The hoarse voice murmured, it's only been a month since you last opened up to learn the battle method min, right? Then, he immediately followed up with, how long did it take you to master it? About 10 days. Lin Qing said. In reality, in reverse, he had used 17 days to fully practice the battle technique min, reaching the higher instinct level. 10 days? The hoarse voice was silent for a long time and said, you try to catalyze the battle technique now. Lin Qing didn't hesitate, and immediately moved his feet, his body fluttered and moved sideways left and right 3 times at an extremely fast speed before standing still. This instantaneous change of direction movement, this flexibility and agility, was enough to prove that he had already mastered the battle technique min. Of course, he was only able to utilize 40 to 50% of its effect, which was equivalent to the mastery level. Not right. After a long period of silence, the hoarse voice suddenly said, how could it be so fast if it's just mastering the battle technique min? Oh. Lin Qing casually said, I'm lucky, and I've also practiced the 7-7 version of the sunrise practice method. No wonder. The hoarse voice drifted off and added, since you've already mastered the battle method, Min, learning a new battle method from the same series naturally has no effect. He suddenly said in a solemn voice, it seems that you have a good talent in battle techniques. Are you sure that you have mastered the battle technique, Min, within 10 days? If you are truly talented in battle techniques, my inspection headquarters will give you a surprise. It has already been a month, so it can't be confirmed, right? Lin Qing said. Of course it can be confirmed. That hoarse voice said, aren't you going to learn a new battle technique today? The battle techniques of the self-existent body in the same series are originally one and the difficulty is similar. Since you were able to practice Min in a short period of time, you can naturally practice the other battle techniques in a short period of time as well. Lin Chang understood what he meant. Prove yourself by mastering a new battle technique within 10 days? Lin Chang nodded, okay, I'll try. It doesn't need to be 10 days, within 15 days. The hoarse voice said, I'll be clear with you, my inspection headquarters has always cherished talents. As long as you can prove your talent in battle techniques, my inspection headquarters will also try to cultivate you as much as possible. First, I can provide you with the best high-energy retardant liquid, 10 sets of free quota, so that you can cultivate the 7-7 version of the practice method to the extreme as soon as possible, and try to increase your hope of practicing the original version of the sunrise practice method. Secondly, the rule of exchanging merits for battle techniques is set by the Sunrise Martial Arts School, and although it cannot be circumvented, if you can acquire first-class merits, my inspection headquarters can open up a portion of the special merit privileges for you in advance, such as allowing you to learn the true original version of the self-realization body. Thirdly, in the future, when you are strong enough, you will also be qualified to enter the Global Elite Inspection Department, and before that, the inspection chief of your city's inspection bureau will be responsible for teaching you the original version of the sunrise practice. That hoarse voice echoed in the secret room. After hearing these surprises, the corner of Lin Cheng's lips slowly curled up as well. He had guessed correctly. As long as one exposed the specialness of the battle technique talent, one could indeed receive a lot of benefits. The point of providing the best high-energy retarding liquid alone was already a great benefit. For a group of MY series high-energy retardant liquid, even if it was the authority of an inspection officer to purchase it through the internal channels of the inspection bureau, the welfare price would have to be as much as $880,000. 10 groups, that would be like giving him $1,800,000 for free. He didn't need much. As long as 4 groups of MY series high-energy retarding liquid were used to maintain 3 times the efficiency, he would be able to make up for the advance of the 77 version of the sunrise practicing method within 40 days. Are all 10 sets of MY series of high-energy slow-release liquid for me? Lin Qing asked. Of course not. The hoarse voice let out a low laugh, correcting your 2 mistakes. Mistakes? Lin Qing said. That raspy voice slowly said. First, it's not a gift to you, it's like you purchased it from the internal channels of the inspection bureau, at a welfare price. You can only take it yourself, and if you haven't reached the extreme by the time the 10 sets have been used up, then it will only give you the right to purchase it at the highest discount. Second. The raspy voice laughed, who told you that the best high-energy slow-release liquid is the MY series? Lin Chang was slightly stunned. The 10 sets of high-energy slow-release liquids that I inspected the headquarters to provide you with are the most efficient EPS series. That raspy voice said, not only can you achieve 4 times the efficiency, but it can also enhance your body's potential, so that the possibility of you practicing the original version of the sunrise practice technique will also be improved to a certain extent. He let out a low laugh. This EPS series won't be sold to the public. Even if you're given the highest discounted price internally, you'll still have to pay $1,200,000 for a set. Lin Qing took a deep breath. This EPS series of high-energy slow-release liquid, he couldn't even search on the internet, and the highest discount was $1,200,000 a set? How much would the original price be? Several $1,000,000? Wouldn't 10 groups be worth tens of millions? This was only the first benefit. And the next 2 benefits seem to be amazing as well. One is that a first-class merit will open up some of the special class privileges. One was that the inspection captain of the city's inspection bureau would personally come to teach him the original version of the sunrise practice method. The captains of the inspection branch all had the rank of inspection officer. And the chief of inspection? As far as he knew, there was only one chief inspector in the entire Linen city. The chief inspection officer of the city inspection bureau, Yuan Anping. Even the director of the city's inspection bureau only had an administrative rank, but not the title of the inspection system. The only way to have an inspection title is to take charge of the inspection of the job, otherwise it is like inspecting the other sections of the sub-bureau, and there is no inspection title. Doesn't that mean? As long as he did, he would ask Chief Captain Yuan Anping to personally come and teach him? Chapter 40 New Battle Method. Of course, the premise is that you can really master the new battle method within 15 days. There were also a few smiles in that somewhat hoarse voice, and his attitude was obviously much better than before. Lin Qing pondered for a moment and asked, "What if it's faster and earlier?" "That would be the same." The somewhat hoarse voice said, "This is already the highest treatment that headquarters can come up with. Unless it's in the metropolitan area, the world can't give you better conditions." Lin Qing nodded thoughtfully and said, "Alright, I understand, then I'll use the battle technique from the Self-Realization Body series, Speed, to prove it." He was not too worried in his heart. As long as the battle technique could be initiated, he would be able to advance straight away. Moreover, he had already cultivated the battle technique of the Self-Incarnate series, Min, to the level of integrating it into his instincts, and cultivating any other battle techniques of the Self-Incarnate series would have a good bonus. Last time, he was just barely able to get started. This time, he would at least have no problem getting started, right? As long as he could get started, he could advance. The speed? The slightly raspy voice said, "This battle technique does go well with Min. Lin Qing naturally understood that, which was why he purposely chose the battle technique Speed. The greatest enhancement of Min was in the areas of nerve reaction speed and agility, and the speed enhancement was only incidental. Speed, on the other hand, was a battle technique that purely increased speed. In particular, the increase in movement speed was most exaggerated, far superior to Min. It was just that speed didn't improve reflexes, and if one cultivated speed first, their reflexes wouldn't even be able to keep up with their body. Therefore, these two battle techniques happened to be a perfect match. "Close your eyes," the hoarse voice reminded. Lin Qing immediately closed his eyes, emptied his brain in the darkness, and waited in silence. A moment passed. "Open your eyes." After Lin Qing opened his eyes, the image that suddenly appeared in front of him was a rugged earth, which was covered with one big or small cave. There was an invisible gale that was whistling and erupting from the mouths of the caves, and the violent air currents swept the dust and sand towards the sky, free and swift, speeding through the heavens and the earth to its heart's content. And then the image quickly moved away, and only then did Lin Qing realize that the background of this image was the same as the last time he had seen Min, which was also a simplified human figure. As for the countless holes, they seemed to be pores on the surface of the skin. Then the image changed, and the entire background switched to a diagram. It was a gale. A hurricane that nearly swept through the heavens and earth. Raging and volatile, it swept up 1,000 waves of clouds, majestic, covering the sky and the sun, as if it wanted to involve everything in it. Boom! This roaring hurricane steeply surged from the picture and swept Lin Qing into it as well, and in the midst of the massive hurricane, he felt like a lonely and powerless leaf, fluttering about and difficult to control. At the same time, the mysterious energy in his body stirred stupidly, as if it was about to derive a new nature. In the middle of the day, Lin Qing slowly opened his eyes and couldn't help but look around, saying, "This naked eye 3D is still equipped with real airflow?" "Of course, it's so that the viewing map can be clearer." The husky voice laughed lowly. "It's quite clear." Lin Qing nodded. Although he had already regained his sobriety, the mental imagery of the howling wind had been imprinted in his mind with extreme clarity. "Sober so quickly, and your mental will is quite strong, not bad." That raspy voice praised, "This is also considered one of your strengths, at least when facing those weird Nianli awakeners, your mental will can also play a not insignificant role." "Numinous power awakeners?" Lin Qing asked. The raspy voice obviously had a much better attitude than in the past, patiently saying, "You should have heard of the 3 kinds of awakenings, right?" "Aha!" Lin Qing nodded and said, "Genes, numinous power, and a power, right?" "Right, powers aside, the awakening that exists to control some kind of ultra-high energy level energy in advance is just a legend, according to. And the sunrise practice method is, in essence, actually meant to increase the probability of a genetic awakening, but of course, I'm talking about the original version." The raspy voice said, "Numinous awakening is even rarer, there's almost no cultivation method, it mainly relies on talent, if the natural spiritual perception is sharp enough, it might be awakened in a moment of excitement." Lin Qing's eyes lit up and immediately asked, "Sharp perception? Do you mean intuition?" "You could say that." The raspy voice said, "People who have their Nianli awakened can perceive all kinds of things around them with their Nianli even without using their eyes, and even before they awaken, they will have a strong intuition and perception." Lin Sheng recalled his sudden intuition during the last few missions and couldn't help but feel a stirring in his heart. He immediately asked, "Is this intuition not too stable? Suddenly strong and weak? Not too stable?" The hoarse voice said doubtfully, "I don't really understand it either. After all, I'm only a regulator in the inspection and supervision department. I only know roughly." Well, Lin lightly shook his head. "There's no need to think much." That raspy voice said, "If you can get a first-class merit, you'll be able to learn 3 special awakening methods, and among them, there's the nihility awakening method, so as long as you really meet the criteria for awakening nihility, you can use it to awaken on the spot." Lin Cheng nodded slightly. When he had learned the 7-7 version of the practicing method a while ago, he had heard that Coach Tan Yenwen mention this. But first-class merit, it was still a bit distant. As far as he remembered, only Yuan Anping, the chief captain of the City Inspection Bureau, had gotten first-class merit, and the captains of the other various branches with shallow seniority might not even have second-class merit. There was no way, the difficulty of first-class merit was too great. Unless he searched and swept away a major crime syndicate like the Iris Red Society, even if he searched the Iris Red Society's underground boxing ring, it was only a part of the Iris Red Society's black industry, and he definitely wouldn't be able to get a first-class merit. After all, the strength of the Green Lake Island fugitives is so horrible, it is reasonable to say that one person can easily penetrate the Iris Red Society, this kind of underground force, but also just a first-class merit. It was evident that the difficulty of first-class merit was high. It can't be helped, only those with merit can learn battle techniques. This is a dead rule set by the Sunrise Martial Hall. The raspy voice said, "But as long as your talent for battle techniques is real, and you're willing to work hard, under the cultivation of my inspection headquarters, there's a hope of obtaining a first-class merit in the future." Lin Cheng nodded slightly. He suddenly asked, "The Global Elite Inspection Department that you just mentioned, what kind of strength do you need to join? When you're strong enough to be promoted to inspection chief, then you can." The raspy voice said, "That is, the strength of your Linen City Inspection Chief, Yuan Anping." "What level is he at exactly?" Lin Cheng still wasn't quite sure. Mastery of a series of battle techniques, plus the foundation of the original Sunrise practice technique. The hoarse voice said, "I believe that you are hopeful." Lin Cheng nodded indistinctly. No wonder her cousin said that fierce people like Chief Captain Yuan Anping and the Green Lake Island outlaw could defeat her in a single move. The difference was indeed shockingly large. "You can leave now." The raspy voice said, "Remember, it must be within 15 days to practice a new battle technique, otherwise you won't have this opportunity after the expiration date." "Good." Lin Cheng immediately turned around and left. After leaving the secret room for learning battle techniques, Lin Cheng had just returned to the second floor and was about to go downstairs when he saw Xiao Peidong walking down from the third floor. "Lin Cheng." Xiao Peidong glanced in the direction of the secret room's path and smiled. "Just now, you went to learn battle techniques?" "Yes." Lin Cheng nodded. "Quite good." Xiao Peidong smiled and exclaimed, "I heard that the first time you learned battle techniques, you mastered it in less than a month's time. That's really impressive." "Just luck." Lin Cheng shook his head and said, "Team Xiao, I still have things to do, so I'll leave first." "Good, you're busy." Xiao Peidong nodded with a smile. After Lin Cheng went downstairs, his eyes were suddenly gloomy, and he took a deep breath before resuming his usual appearance. "Can't wait any longer." Chapter 41 Super Sensitive Original Liquid. The night was filled with color. After a black private car drove into the underground parking lot of Qingtai Hotel, it stopped near that VIP elevator. 2 people stepped out of the car. One was a tall and thin man wearing a black suit with a cold face, while the other was a sportswear youth wearing a duck-tongue cap and a mask, unable to see his appearance. "I'll wait for you here, go ahead," the tall and thin man said with an expressionless face. The sportswear youth looked around and pressed the brim of the duck-tongue cap to cover his face as much as possible, before heading towards the VIP elevator in the underground parking lot. After passing the iris recognition, the sportswear youth stepped inside the elevator. The elevator doors closed and began to descend rapidly. When the elevator stopped and opened the door again, it had landed inside a long, dark passageway. At the end of the passage was a metal door. The sportswear youth walked to the door at the end and passed the iris and fingerprint recognition again. After the door opened, an empty lobby was visible, following the signs that led to the lounge area, lending house, casino, and other areas, but at this time it was empty and no one was to be seen. The tracksuit-clad youth walked into the employee walkway and within moments came to an unlicensed office and knocked on the door. "Enter." A woman's voice that was permeated with lethargy rang out. Inside the antique-colored office, candle flames swayed and sandalwood incense curled up. A woman wearing a retro-style black background gold-patterned cheongsam was lethargically relying on the sofa, about 27 or 88 years old, with a delicate and enchanting figure, mature and charming temperament, and holding a slender emerald smoking gun in her hand. Her eyes under the smoke were permeated with a hint of disorientation. Sister Yang. The sportswear youth walked to the opposite side and sat down. Xiao Peidong, didn't you say it's best not to meet? The cheongsam woman known as Sister Yang lazily glanced at him lazily and said, "Come to my place and still cover up so tightly? You're getting more and more wimpy after wearing public skin." Xiao Peidong frowned and said, "Once I'm discovered, I'll be in trouble, so of course I have to be careful." Sister Yang lightly bit on her emerald cigarette mouthpiece and took a puff before saying, "Then what is the purpose of Captain Zhao's visit tonight?" "I've run into trouble." Xiao Peidong said in a low voice, "I need your Iris Red Society's help, otherwise if this goes on, I may not be able to sit steadily in the position of captain." Sister Yang glanced at him. "What should help you has been helped. After Chu Tianyao escaped from Qinghu Island prison, he has been hibernating in the shadows for so long, and his first strike was to help you sit in this position. What more do you want?" "But it's not like he killed Chen Yannan." Xiao Peidong frowned. "Kill?" Sister Yang laughed. "You, an inspection officer, should know best. An inspection officer being injured and an inspection officer being killed, these are two completely different things. Once Chen Yannan is dead, the inspection headquarters side will definitely send someone to investigate thoroughly, and then the trouble will be big." She playfully sized up Xiao Peidong. "Just for you to sit tight, you want to drag the entire Iris Red Society with you? Isn't it good to temporarily collect and hibernate during the period when the inspection headquarters comes to investigate?" Xiao Peidong frowned. "Collect and hibernate?" Sister Yang sneered. "Do you know how much money my Iris Red Society earns every day? Do you know that just because you, Captain Xiao, gave that righteous speech at the commendation meeting today about thoroughly investigating the evils of Shashan District, the guests of my boxing ring have not dared to come here for the past few days after hearing the news?" She knocked her smoking gun on the table before she said in a faint voice, "I'm keeping track of all the money I've lost in the past few days, Captain Xiao. What can I do?" Xiao Peidong frowned slightly. "The son of the director of the City Public Security Bureau has been found out, and the Dark Star Society assassin you hired didn't manage to silence him. Do I still have to pretend that there's no problem and continue to cover up for you? This is also your problem." Sister Yang glanced at him coldly. "You don't even know what strength that Lin Qing on your team is, and you still have the nerve to blame me?" Xiao Peidong's frown deepened. He's a newcomer, who knew that he could actually survive the assault of 3 professional-level hunters from the Dark Star Society? And also saved 2 of them? Xiao Peidong said in a low voice, "Didn't you say that as long as the Dark Star Society strikes, it's a sure kill? What's the result now? The Dark Star Society side didn't give a statement either?" Sister Yang was silent for a moment and said, "The Dark Star Society has given up on this mission." "Abandoned?" Xiao Peidong frowned. "I remember that when the Dark Star Society's assassins carry out a mission, there will be stronger assassins as monitors, right? Why didn't the monitor make a move? What's the point of asking me? The boss also just gave me the opportunity to contact the Dark Star Society." Sister Yang hummed and said, "The Dark Star Society's side said that the monitor disappeared inexplicably. It was an elite-level assassin, no less powerful than you, but it just suddenly evaporated, and no trace could be found." "Vaporized?" Xiao Peidong couldn't help but be stunned. That Lin Qing only mastered one battle technique. How could he kill an elite-level assassin of the Dark Star Society? "Even I couldn't do it." No traces of a fight were found at the scene. There must be some other reason why Lin Qing survived. Sister Yang said in a cold voice. "What reasons?" Xiao Peidong frowned. "How am I supposed to know that?" Sister Yang said, "For example, Inspection Chief Yuan Anping happened to pass by the neighborhood? Or even happened to run into those hidden stowaways? Or maybe the inspectors faked their own deaths to get away in order to break away from the organization?" Xiao Peidong was silent for a moment and said, "No matter what, this Lin Qing is indeed a threat to me, and you, Iris Red Society, have to help me." "Threat?" Sister Yang mockingly laughed. "It's even if his sister Chen Yanan is a threat to you, but he's also a threat to you as an inspection division that has just been transferred for a month?" Xiao Peidong coldly said, "He has been practicing battle techniques for less than a month. He mastered one battle technique in such a short period of time, and today he went to learn a second one, so I'm afraid it won't be too long before he masters it as well. Moreover, he has clearly gotten the 400,000 reward money, yet he didn't go to buy the high-energy retardant liquid, which means that his 4/6 version of the practicing method has definitely reached its limit, and it's even possible that he's already practiced the 7/7 version of the practicing method." Xiao Peidong took a deep breath. Right now, he also has enough merit. Once he masters the 2 battle methods, he will be the new vice captain by then. Sister Yang frowned slightly. You know. Xiao Peidong stared at Sister Yang. Being so young and a local of Shashan district, once he is promoted to inspection officer and becomes a vice captain, Shen Yannan will surely report to support him as well, and unless I've already been converted, the city bureau side will inevitably remove me as the acting captain, choosing to have him serve as the captain. He slowly said, Boss asked me to start mastering Linen City's inspections from Shashan district, and also to let me walk up to that position of chief captain, but if I can't even take this first step, let's not talk about the future. Sister Yang frowned in thought. After pondering for a long time, she said, the boss also only gave me 3 chances to order Chu Tianyao, and I've already used it once to seriously injure Chen Yanan, so it's hard to believe that you want to use it once more on Lin Qing's body? Don't you think it's too wasteful? No way. Xiao Peidong immediately said, a battle technique genius like him, once he dies, he might attract the attention of the headquarters, he can't just be killed. He hasn't become a vice squad yet, even if he does, the big deal is that you'll have to change districts and go to other districts in Linen City, isn't that okay? Sister Yang glanced at him. You mean, watch him rise to the top? Xiao Peidong laughed coldly. He also knows about the underground boxing ring, his sister was even injured because of checking the batch of population you collected. Do you think he will give up searching the Iris Red Society after he gets to the top? Sister Yang frowned slightly and said, then what do you want? 3 ways. Xiao Peidong said in a low voice, first, your Iris Red Society will give up the underground boxing ring just as I'm coming to search it tomorrow. In the meantime, I'll get credit for it. You guys will arrange to evacuate a portion of it ahead of time, which is enough for me to get second-class credit twice, and I'll think of a way to get it, and I can expect to be turned around within a month. Impossible. Sister Yang sneered, don't you dream, do you know how much money this underground boxing ring of mine has earned for boss? Just for you to take credit and just give it up? Xiao Peidong knew that she would not agree and looked unsurprised. He said in a deep voice, then the second way, prepare 5 sets of EPS series high-energy slow-release liquid for me, and a copy of the Super Sense original liquid. If I can practice the original version of the Sunrise practice, naturally, I can do the same. EPS series of high-energy slow-release liquid? Sister Yang frowned, don't you know that this is contraband? Do you want me to go to the Locked Dragon black market to buy it? That price can be several times darker than the original price at the inspection headquarters, at least $20 million for a set. She coldly sized up Xiao Peidong. As for the Super Sense original liquid? You can't even do the first step of the original Sunrise practice method by now? I still need time. Besides, boss originally asked you to prepare a copy of the Super Sense original liquid for me. Xiao Peidong said. That prerequisite is that you turn straight and have a chance to walk to the position of chief captain. Sister Yang said in a cold voice. If I can turn straight, sooner or later I will have to give it to me. What's wrong with giving it to me in advance so that I can turn straight smoothly? Xiao Peidong said in a low voice. He looked at Sister Yang, either you waste an opportunity to order Chu Tianyao and let Lin Qing turn into a situation like Chen Yanan. Sister Yang fell silent. After thinking for a moment, she took a deep breath and said, the EPS series of high-energy retardant liquid can be given to you in a few days, but the Super Sense original liquid will take time. It's estimated that it will take half a month. Okay, I'll wait. Xiao Peidong stood up and then turned to leave. Chapter 42 Success. The day after the commendation ceremony, Xiao Peidong did exactly what he said in his speech. The entire precinct's inspection team was mobilized, and began to conduct a close search of Qingtai Hotel and Red Oak Boxing Gym and the surrounding area. But in the end, nothing was found. The team even carefully searched the VIP elevator in the underground parking lot of the Qingtai Hotel, and the inspectors deliberately drilled into the interior of the elevator shaft and found that the bottom of the elevator was also sealed. While this VIP elevator did lead to a hidden floor, it led to a private club on the 21st floor of the hotel. It was indeed illegal, but it was only a minor issue. Lin Qing, as the leader of Team 7, also followed and searched Red Oak Boxing Gym. He wasn't sure if Xiao Peidong was an informant for the Iris Red Society, but whether or not he wasn't going to reveal the secret behind that locker room closet so early. The time had not yet come. And after Xiao Peidong personally searched it, he really didn't find anything. It was unknown whether he really didn't find anything, or whether he had come to cover up. However, this was unimportant. Lin Qing was also happy to see this result. He just needed to hide himself and continue developing. January 23rd. The Spring Festival in this era was not as grand as it was 100 years ago, or at least the atmosphere wasn't as heavy, and it was also faded out by many people. The temperature in Linnan had dropped again, but Shaoshan district was closer to the coastal metropolitan area, and although it couldn't enjoy the metropolitan area's artificial climate system, the temperature was significantly higher than the other districts. Team leader, Happy Chinese New Year ah! Inside the warm Group 7 office, Zhao Jiai looked at Lin Chang, who was sitting at the opposite desk, and asked, "Is it true that you're on vacation for the next 2 days?" "Yes, Group 7 is taking a collective vacation. It's considered a recognition reward." Lin Chang nodded. "It seems like we're going to have New Year's Eve dinner in the Spring Festival? Does the group leader's family have this custom?" Zhao Jiai said curiously. "I'm an orphan." Lin Chang gave her a look. "I didn't mean it." Zhao Jiai slightly lowered her head. "It's nothing." Lin Chang said casually, "I used to go to my cousin's house for New Year's Eve dinner, but this year, my cousin was hospitalized, so I don't eat." "Then, does the team leader want to not come to my house?" Zhao Jiai said carefully, "I still don't know how to spend the Spring Festival." "No need." Lin Chang shook her head. "It's not like there's a Spring Festival gala to watch." "Spring Festival gala? What is this?" Zhao Jiai was puzzled. "A custom only." Lin Chang glanced at her. "Take these 2 days off, just rest." "Oh," Zhao Jiai muttered, and rattled off another odd dialect that Lin Chang couldn't understand. Lin Chang gave her a speechless look, always feeling like she was secretly cursing him. "Right, team leader." Zhao Jiai suddenly said, "Didn't you say that your intuition has been working sometimes and sometimes not lately? My dad said that he knows a teacher of a mindfulness meditation class. Do you want to try it?" "Mindfulness meditation class?" Lin Chang was puzzled. "What for?" "I heard that it's about the sixth sense, intuition, and these aspects of the mind, so that people can use their intuition better." Zhao Jiai said uncertainly, "Anyway, there are a lot of rich people who go there." "Sounds like a money scam." Lin Chang raised her eyebrows slightly. "It said that the teacher who gave the lecture knows real Nian Li awakened people and seems to be a disciple, so it shouldn't be a fool's errand, right?" Zhao Jiai rested her chin and slightly cocked her head. "Oh?" Lin Chang said thoughtfully, "If it's true, then it's indeed possible to go and listen." "Then I'll ask my dad to enroll you?" Zhao Jiai asked. "Is it expensive?" Lin Chang asked. Zhao Jiai shook her head and said, "It mainly relies on relationships. It just so happens that my dad doesn't want to go anymore, so you can just go to his class. There's no need to be courteous with my dad. Team leader, you saved my life last time, and I don't even know how to pay it back." "Okay, then it'll be a while." Lin Chang nodded. "After a while?" Zhao Jiai said doubtfully. "Let's talk about it at the end of February or March." Lin Chang said, "I've been practicing battle techniques lately, I can't be distracted." "Wow, then it'll be a while, there's no rush anyway." Zhao Jiai nodded. That afternoon, after returning home, Lin Chang called out the reverse entropist panel to take a look at it. Current order level, 1.2. Number of advanceable items, 02. Advanced project, self-contained body series battle technique min 98.8% patched up. Advanced items, 7.1% of sunrise training methods. Advanced items, 7.1% of sunrise training methods. The battle technique min is just one last time to be replenished. Lin Chang didn't waste any time, and immediately began the last perfect penetration of the battle technique min. Not long after. Completed battle technique min. Lin Chang collected the mysterious energy in his body and slowly exhaled. When the battle technique speed is introductory, then I can just advance. However, this time, he was quite confident. It was only his third day of learning the battle technique, and under his continuous attempts, he could already feel the mysterious energy in his body stirring, as if it might transform into that light wind-like visualized imagery at any time. The battle method sensitive was to simulate that mysterious energy into bioelectricity and stimulate the neural muscles. The battle technique speed was another kind of light energy, like wind, which could reduce one's own weight, and at the same time, it could form a special layer of airflow on the body surface, optimizing the trajectory of the airflow, so as to reduce the resistance of the air. This was also the key to the speed. It should be almost. Lin Chang wasn't in a hurry and continued to patiently try again and again, immersing himself in the mental imagery brought about by that visualization diagram. After all, the battle technique min had already been turned into instinct, and his cultivation of all the other battle techniques in the self-realization body series had a bonus, so it shouldn't be too hard to get started. Sure enough, that very night. Phew, it worked. Lin Chang opened his eyes, and a smile slowly appeared at the corner of his lips. At this moment, he could already feel the mysterious energy in his body, ready to be transformed into the light and incomparable special energy of the battle technique speed. It's only been 3 days since I was initiated, so there really is a plus. Lin Qing nodded slightly in satisfaction. The last time he was initiated into the battle technique Nin, he had used 5 days without success, or his cousin had helped boost and push him before he was initiated. This time, he relied entirely on himself and was able to get started in just 3 days, so it was evident that the bonus effect was obvious. I've heard that the more battle techniques in the same series that are cultivated to the instinctive level, the greater the bonus will be, so the next thing should be getting faster and faster. Lin Qing couldn't help but secretly look forward to it. Next, he just needed to adapt and skill up step by step, and he would be able to master the battle technique speed in half a year at most. However, when he could advance, he wouldn't do so if he was sick. It was all by his own efforts anyway, and it was much more efficient to pay it back after the advance. Order. Advance, battle method speed. After Lin Qing called out the reverse entropist, he immediately moved his mind and chose advance. Boom. At this moment, uncountable amounts of inexplicable information continuously poured into Lin Qing's mind. According to the reverse entropist's deduction, with his talent, as well as his fit with the self-realization body series of battle techniques, if he wanted to cultivate the battle technique speed to the extreme, he would have to completely integrate the light energy that the mysterious energy had been transformed into his entire body, and perfectly control the changes in the airflow of the boundary layer. It was only after completing this 68 times in a row that the changes in the battle technique could be perfectly integrated into the instincts. Then, a vast amount of memories surfaced in Lin Qing's mind. Those were the memories of his attempts to cultivate the battle technique speed over and over again, from rawness to proficiency, from proficiency to pure perfection, and even to the point of truly approaching perfection, and he did not know how long he had experienced it. By the time he had perfectly integrated the battle technique speed into his instincts, an unknown number of years had already passed. At the same time, strands of light and incomparably strange power began to rush out, pervading all over Lin Qing's body, even flowing over the surface of his body, forming a fine airflow that could not be seen by the naked eye, a layer of boundaries that could drastically reduce air resistance. As he subconsciously rolled over slightly, his body floated up as if it was as light as a feather. It didn't take long for all the changes to be completely finished. It's done. Lin Qing slowly opened his eyes and stood up. Try. He gently moved his feet, and didn't use any force, but his entire person was like an arrow off the string, and in the blink of an eye, he passed through the distance of the living room, and somehow, he arrived next to the window. And did not cause much wind movement. So fast. Lin Qing turned his head to look in surprise, somewhat out of the blue. It's indeed much faster than Manhwa. No wonder those who had mastered the battle technique speed were all extremely good at chasing and escaping. With a body so light and fast, how could their speed be slow? This gave him the feeling of a supreme lightness in martial arts. The home was still too small to measure the exact speed after all. However, according to the instructions of the battle method, once the battle method speed was utilized to the extreme, the movement speed could easily soar to an astonishing level. The key was the instantaneous burst speed was extremely high, the air resistance was extremely small, and the speed of striking could also be increased by a lot. The disadvantage was that the movement speed was simply too fast, it was easy to react, and it was not well controlled. By activating the battle technique Min again, I can be even faster, and it's impossible to not be able to react. Lin Qing secretly pondered, it's that this speed is too fast, it's really not good to control, this shortcoming has to be made up for, just so I can learn another battle method. Luckily, this time, after practicing the battle method speed 68 times perfectly, he would be able to make up for the process. Cultivating 5 times a day would be completed in less than 14 days. In a few more days, I'll go and learn a new battle technique to make up for the flaws, just so that the headquarters site can ascertain the fact that I'm a battle technique genius. And then, it's time to go retrieve the credit left to me by the Iris Red Society. Chapter 43 Elite Contracts. 6 days later. At noon on the day of January 30th, after Lin Qing arrived at the precinct, he went straight to the secret room where he was studying battle techniques. Although the debt for the battle technique speed had only been paid back halfway, in fact, as early as 6 days ago, he could have come directly to the secret room of the branch office to confirm the identity of battle technique genius. It was just that 3 days was a bit too fast, too much faster than the 10 days he had said before, while 9 days was just right. Anyway, even if he was faster, his treatment wouldn't be any better, so it would be better to keep a low profile until he understood what exactly was going on in the inspection headquarters. Years of living in the post-apocalyptic world had brought him the experience of keeping a low profile and hiding his cards as much as possible. Picking today was just the right time to finalize things before February as well. So soon? Inside the dimly lit secret room, the hoarse voice contained a hint of surprise, and then said, "Then you can show off the battle technique speed. Don't worry, there are monitoring instruments in this secret room, so whether or not you've mastered it, you can easily tell." Good. Lin Qing nodded slightly, and immediately activated the battle technique speed. The entire person transformed into a speedy wind-like, instantly arriving at the other end from one end of the secret room, with a light and ethereal stance, but his hands were still propped up on the wall, before he stopped his body. There was no way, speed was too fast, a casual step was tens of meters, it was hard to control the distance. In this kind of room that was only 10 meters across, the limitations were naturally great. This was also the flaw of speed, as a battle technique of pure speed, it only excelled in chasing and hiding. Sure enough, you have mastered speed. The hoarse voice laughed at once. It's only been 9 days, your talent in battle techniques and the fit of the self-realization body is truly amazing. In this one item of battle techniques alone, you're not far behind compared to some true geniuses. Lin Qing couldn't help but ask, a true genius? Right. That raspy voice said, for example, the outstanding level of qualifications rated by the Sunrise Martial School, this kind of genius will definitely be able to practice the original Sunrise practicing technique as long as they put in a little bit of hard work, and even break the genetic shackles, and it's not hard for the genes to be awakened. This kind of genius, even practicing the battle method is easy, just like you, or even faster. He sighed, but such a genius wouldn't be able to come as an inspector, either directly worshipping the Sunrise Martial Arts School or entering some of the big powers in the metropolitan area. Lin Qing dawned on him. Not to mention inspections, any organization or system around the world, even the official ones, couldn't retain true elite talents. The elite talents in all fields around the world were almost all concentrated in the metropolitan area. You don't have to be envious, entering the metropolitan area is not necessarily a good thing even though the conditions are better in all aspects. That somewhat hoarse voice said, I'm not at liberty to talk to you about the specifics, but in the future, you can understand for yourself, in the case of insufficient strength, the status of many geniuses after going to the metropolitan circle. Ha! Speaking later, he actually gave a slightly mocking laugh. Lin Qing couldn't help but be a bit puzzled. Geniuses going to the metropolitan area might not be a good thing yet? Without further ado, this is the contract I prepared for you by inspecting the headquarters, you can take a look. The raspy voice said, since it is determined that you have talent in battle techniques, the inspection headquarters will give you the best treatment and will also try to help you practice the original Sunrise practice technique. As he spoke, the projection on the wall suddenly turned into a page of contract. The name was the Reserve Elite Inspection Training Contract. Lin Qing carefully looked at it and realized that the obligations were nothing more than those requirements of the inspection system. And the treatment benefits were mainly the 3 previously mentioned. Party B will receive 10 free sets of the EPS series of high-energy retarding liquids. Party B can enjoy some of the privileges of the extraordinary merit in advance after obtaining the first-class merit. Party B will be personally instructed by the city's chief inspector to teach the original Sunrise practice method, and once he succeeds and his strength reaches the level of chief inspector, he will be able to join the Global Elite Inspection Department. However, there were 2 other hints of content on the end page of the contract that caught his attention. 1. If Party B fails to practice the original version of the Sunrise practice method before January 1, 2125, he will automatically lose his eligibility to join the Elite Inspection Department. 2. If Party B practices the original version of the Sunrise practice technique and masters the original version of the self-inherent bodied battle technique before January 1, 2122, they will be granted the benefits in terms of genetic optimization. Lin Qing looked at these 2 tips and couldn't help but ponder. It was now the end of January 2121, less than 4 years away from January 2125. In other words, if he failed to practice the original Sunrise practice method within 4 years, his qualification to join the Elite Inspection Department would be revoked. On the contrary, if he practiced the original version of the Sunrise practice technique within this year, and then mastered the original version of the self-existing bodied battle technique, he would be able to receive benefits in terms of this so-called genetic optimization? Genetic optimization? Lin Qing opened his mouth and asked. Yes, that's the biggest benefit in this contract. That raspy voice sighed, even if you practice the original version of the Sunrise practice method, the probability of a genetic awakening is very low, unless your genes are inherently superior enough, no matter how hard you work, you won't be able to usher in a genetic awakening. However, if there are various treatment benefits in terms of gene optimization, it is possible for your genes to be optimized, and in the future, it is expected that you will break the gene shackles. That raspy voice said, the older you get, the more difficult it is to genetically optimize your genes, and if you can show enough talent, the inspection headquarters will naturally be willing to pay a large price to provide you with genetic optimization. Lin Qing slightly narrowed his eyes. Unless a person with inherently superior genes was unable to genetically awaken no matter how hard they tried? A reverse entropist predicted the future, and could only predict what he was able to do. If there were things that could not be done with even more effort and coincidence, then naturally, he could not prognosticate. For example, the ability to skillfully give birth to a child was something he couldn't do. Then we must reach the requirements as much as possible within this year, 11 months. Lin Qing had a goal in mind. The original version of the sunrise practice method, as well as the original version of the self-realization bodied battle method. These two, he must try his best to achieve. If the contract is fine, you can pass the 3 recognitions of DNA, iris, and fingerprints now. The hoarse voice said, there's no need to rush if you haven't considered it, you can take your time to think about it and just give me an answer within today. There's nothing to hesitate about. Lin Qing shook his head slightly and added, however, I do have one thing I want to ask. Go ahead, the room for negotiation of this contract is small, but it's not like it can't be changed. The somewhat hoarse voice said. Lin Qing pondered for a moment and said, the first benefit of the EPS series of high-energy slow-release liquids is to provide me with 10 groups for free, right? But if I don't use up all 10 sets, can I exchange the rest for cash? Cash? Of course. The raspy voice said, there have been examples of this before. If you're capable enough to save a portion of the retardation liquid, the saved portion can be exchanged for cash, and this is also the startup capital for you potentials. Lin Qing was instantly delighted in his heart. But, the hoarse voice added, after the 10 groups of high-energy retardant liquid are encrypted and shipped over to you, even if there is a surplus of what you take, you can't sell them privately, you can only sell them to my inspection headquarters, and recover them at the highest discounted price, which is a group of $1,200,000, $1,200,000 for a single unit. He also reminded, in addition, the EPS series of high-energy retardation liquid has the effect of increasing your body potential. You must take at least one group before your body potential will return to its peak state, and in the future it will be easier for you to practice the original version of the sunrise practice method. You don't want to risk your future for nothing just for the sake of a small amount of money. I understand. Lin Qing nodded slightly. He had already calculated it. He only needed 111 days to make up the 77 versions of the sunrise practicing technique, and with the EPS series of high-energy slow-release liquids, cultivation was 4 times more efficient. With one high-energy slow-release liquid per day, it would only take less than 30 days to make up for it. That is, less than 30 sticks were consumed. The remaining 70 or so, he couldn't use them, and if he let the inspection headquarters recycle them, 120,000 apiece, that would be more than $8 million. With this amount of money, he could totally help his cousin replace it with a better mechanical prosthetic limb. Anyway, it was originally free for him to use, wouldn't it be perfect to use the part he couldn't use to play a bigger role? But what do you want to buy with the money? The hoarse voice said suspiciously. A mechanical prosthetic limb. Lin Qing said, my sister's leg was amputated because of her inspection work, and I want to replace it with a high-grade mechanical prosthetic for her. So that's how it is. The hoarse voice drifted off, suddenly smiled, and said, wait a moment, there's still room for negotiation on this, I can ask for instructions for you. Chapter 44, Yuan Anping. Request for instructions? Lin Qing couldn't help but feel a stirring in his heart. Could it be that the inspection headquarters also had channels for high-grade mechanical prosthetics? You choose a battle technique to learn first, I'll ask for instructions from my superiors, waiting for a reply will probably take some time. The hoarse voice said. Lin Qing nodded slightly and immediately said, I'm going to learn the battle method micro this time. Smart. That raspy voice laughed, close your eyes. After a few moments, Lin Qing learned a new battle technique, the micro of the self-realization body series. Just like Min was also called agility and speed was also called speed. This battle technique, micro, was also called into the micro. It pursues the ultimate control of oneself, or the control of force. Once successfully cultivated, not only was one's control over oneself extremely strong, but one could also transform one's own power into invisible force through the special application and ability of the battle method micro, which would have a certain enhancement on killing power, defense, and other aspects. It was most suitable for his current situation. While waiting, Lin Cheng also incidentally began to try out the introductory newly learned battle method, micro. After waiting for about half an hour more, the hoarse voice finally sounded again. Things are in order, Lin Cheng. That raspy voice was filled with a touch of laughter. I reported your situation to one of the higher-ups at my inspection headquarters, and she was quite appreciative of your behavior, and has already made the decision to modify the contract for you, so you can take a look. On the wall in front of him, a new contract was instantly projected, and compared to before, it was actually 2 new items attached. After Party B uses the EPS series high-energy retardant liquid to cultivate, if there is any remaining and the remaining quantity is more than 50, you can obtain a customized quota for Dawn Group's Hongjun series mechanical prosthetic limbs. If the remaining quantity is less than 50, the highest configuration prosthetic limb that can be purchased with the current funds will be customized according to the recovery price, and the prosthetic limb adapter will be limited to Party B's designee, Chen Yannan. 50 pieces? Lin Cheng was a bit puzzled. How was it exactly 50 pieces? Lin Cheng, this is actually a betting agreement. The hoarse voice said, if you use more than 50 of the remaining high-energy retardant liquid, the mechanical prosthetic limb that the headquarters configures for your cousin will be the Dawn Group's most high-grade mechanical prosthetic limb, and its value can be even higher than the 10 sets of high-energy retardant liquid you have. Lin Cheng was a bit surprised. Cousin had contacted his classmates over in the metropolitan area and had long since helped to find out. The most high-grade mechanical prosthetic limbs that could be ordered from the Dawn Group were priced at $15 million. These 10 sets of EPS series high-energy slow-release fluid, the original price was feared to be tens of millions. What grade of mechanical prosthetic limb was actually worth more than tens of millions? The Hongjun series, this is named after the founder of the Dawn Group, Chu Hongjun. That raspy voice said, the Dawn Group has invested in the inspection headquarters, so the inspection headquarters, can buy the mechanical prosthetic limbs at the most favorable price as a way to help those elites who have been injured in the line of duty. He said, even if you have less than 50 left, it's fine. After recycling you can add money and then buy the best possible mechanical prosthetic limbs from the Dawn Group at the most favorable price, even if it's a limited series that's not for sale to the public. Lin Cheng took a deep breath and said, I understand, thank this HQ senior for me, and I will return the favor when I have the chance in the future. The hoarse voice laughed, this adult is just casually pushing you because he appreciates you, he doesn't care if you return the favor. Of course, in the future, if you really have an unexpectedly great metamorphosis, perhaps there is still a chance that you will be able to do things under her command, then there will be a chance to repay her. The slightly hoarse voice sighed. Lin Cheng was puzzled. It seemed to be a big shot from the inspection headquarters. He didn't think much about it and immediately said, then sign the contract now? Good. Lin Cheng immediately went through the collector in this secret room and performed the 3 recognitions of DNA, iris, and fingerprints to finalize the contract. However, this secret room had obviously existed these devices for a long time, so it seemed like it was prepared for talented people? All right. The raspy voice said, tomorrow morning, the headquarters side will ship 10 sets of the EPS series of high-energy retardant liquids over to you, with the headquarters escort and Linen City's Inspector General, Yuan Anping, supervising and protecting them together. He paused and added, at that time, you can get acquainted with Yuan Anping by the way, so that he can teach you the original sunrise practice method. Lin Cheng nodded. It had only been less than 2 months, and to think that he was going to come into contact with the city's big shot, that Inspector General Yuan Anping, in the blink of an eye? The next morning, Lin Cheng received a call. The caller ID was a 6-digit number starting with the inspection number, and immediately connected. Hello? A low voice rang out on the other side of the phone. Mr. Lin, I'm an escort from the inspection headquarters. You have an item that needs to be signed for. It's at the entrance to your neighborhood. Okay, I'll come down now. After ending the call, Lin Cheng instantly picked up his inspection division uniform jacket and put it on, then quickly walked downstairs. When he arrived at the entrance of the neighborhood, he really saw a dark and heavy medium-sized van, which was parked right outside the neighborhood gate at that moment. And next to the van, there stood a long-haired man wearing casual clothes, is leaning against the van carriage, slightly bored looking at the phone. Lin Cheng quickly walked over and said, Hello, I'm Lin Cheng, are you the escort? The long-haired man raised his head, and a handsome face was suddenly revealed under his hanging hair. He sized up Lin Cheng for a moment, then a smile spread across the corners of his mouth and said, The escort is in the car, I'm Yuan Anping. Chief Captain? Lin Cheng couldn't help but be a little surprised. It was the first time he had met this Linen City's only chief inspector, and he didn't expect to actually have such an image? Don't believe me? The long-haired man laughed and took out a special work phone for inspections before showing his electronic inspection card to Lin Qing, signaling him to confirm. Lin Qing also scanned it with his work phone, and the other party's inspection number, rank, and name instantly popped up on the screen. The job title was indeed the inspection chief, Yuan Anping. Believe it now? Yuan Anping asked with a smile. Chief Captain. Lin Qing immediately gave a raised hand salute as per the rules. I'm too lazy to wear my uniform, so I don't need to care about the rules. Yuan Anping said casually, get in the car and go, don't make people wait in a hurry, we'll talk when you're done. Lin Qing nodded slightly and immediately walked towards the back door of this dark and heavy van. Drop. After the camera above the back door captured him, the thick alloy door slowly opened at once. Only to see that inside the carriage was a lean man in uniform who was standing inside looking at Lin Qing and saying, come up. After Lin Qing jumped onto the carriage, the back door slowly closed once again. The carriage was empty. Apart from the seats on the sides, there was only the vertical safe in the innermost part, which was completely fixed to the carriage. The safe needs to be recognized by fingerprints and iris, so open it yourself. The escort said, you can open it once a day, and the device inside the safe will automatically take out an EPS series of high-energy slow-release liquid for you, which you have to take on the spot under my sight and the monitoring of the car, once a day, and you determine the time in advance. Good. Lin Qing nodded. After opening the safe according to the process, the cold air filled the air, the alloy layer inside the safe slowly cracked open all of a sudden, and with that, a thin silver-blue metal tube rose up, and the matte metal outer layer quickly condensed a layer of delicate water mist. Lin Qing picked up the metal tube, opened it, and then brought the light gold-colored potion within it to his mouth, drinking it all in one go. It takes about 2 hours for the potion to take effect. The escort instructed, and then let Lin Qing get out of the vehicle. With that, the escort van quickly drove onto the road and sped away. Lin Qing. Yuan Anping smiled as he walked over and said, going to your house for a chat? Yes. Lin Qing nodded. I heard that you're a battle technique genius, mastering a battle technique in 10 days. Yuan Anping had a cup of white water in his hand and casually surveyed Lin Qing's home while saying, I may not be as good at practicing as you are, so I won't instruct you on battle techniques so as not to delay you. He took a sip of water, turned to look at Lin Qing, and asked, how are you practicing the 7/7's version of the practice method? Not bad. Lin Qing naturally wouldn't say that he had completely practiced it. Not bad? Yuan Anping, however, laughed, you're too modest, I can vaguely sense the mysterious energy in your body, it's integrating with your body in a comprehensive way, obviously you found the perfect state of practicing, it won't take too long before you should be able to reach the limit of the 7/7 version of practicing. After saying that, he laughed like a small child who had uncovered someone else's secret. Did I guess correctly? Lin Qing couldn't help but be a little surprised. Even though Yuan Anping had only guessed half of it correctly, and the fact was that he had not only found the perfect state, but had also practiced to the extreme, but even just seeing half of it was enough to be astonishing. As expected of a chief captain, you can sense this too? Lin Qing pretended to shake his head. That's not true? Yuan Anping laughed somewhat smugly. Then, he asked, by the way, I'm a little curious, for a genius like you, did the headquarters provide you with the legendary Super Sense Original Liquid? Chapter 45, I really envy you. Super Sense Original Liquid? Lin Qing was a bit puzzled, this is the first time I've heard of this. Well. Yuan Anping shrugged, that's true, this stuff is considered a rare commodity in the metropolitan area, it's normal for the headquarters to have no channels, so I guess it's still only supplied to a very small number of people. What is the Super Sense Original Liquid? Lin Qing couldn't help but ask. A creation produced by the Wisdom Star Group that can amplify your perception of mystical energy. Yuan Anping sized up Lin Qing, unless one is a superior grade qualification as assessed by the Sunrise Martial Arts School, most people would find it difficult to practice the original Sunrise practice technique, or even take the first step, whereas the Super Sense Original Liquid allows you to take that first step in a short period of time. The original version of the Sunrise practice method, it's hard to get started? Lin Qing asked. He couldn't help but think of that Coach Tan who had taught him the 7/7 version of the practice method. Coach Tan, as an external student of the Sunrise Martial Arts School, was also a rare outstanding grade qualification, but so far, he had not practiced the original version of the Sunrise practicing technique. It is difficult. Yuan Anping nodded with a smile, the 4/6 and 7/7 versions of the practice that are simplified, just utilizing the mysterious energy latent in your own body. Although it is said that everything contains this mysterious energy, the mysterious energy contained within oneself is after all too weak, nearly the first energy level that life can withstand, so the 7-7 version reaches its upper limit after digging deeper. Yuan Anping sipped his water, and the key to the original version of the sunrise practice method lies in actively seizing higher energy level mystical energy from the outside world to enhance the mystical energy that one contains. Lin Qing suddenly realized. So this was the difference between the original version. From the inside out? Higher energy levels? Therefore, the first step in the true sunrise practice method is that one must vaguely perceive the mystical energy of the outside world. Yuan Anping sighed. Perceiving oneself is instinctive, but perceiving the outside world is difficult. If you can't even perceive it, then how can you grab it from the outside world? How else to get started? Lin Cheng frowned slightly and said, "You can't get started without the Super Sense original liquid? It's not that bad, is it?" Superior grade qualifications that were all amongst the people and would not join the inspection at all. If the qualifications weren't enough and one would have to have the Super Sense original liquid in order to have any hope of practicing, then the inspection headquarters should have provided him with the Super Sense original liquid. Otherwise, what was the point of signing a training contract? That's certainly not true. It's fine without the Super Sense original liquid, it's just going to be troublesome. Yuan Anping smiled and said, "Your own body contains mysterious energy. As long as you wait, maybe it's luck, maybe it's suddenly adapted, or suddenly enlightened. Maybe someday you'll be able to vaguely sense the mysterious energy in the outside world, and naturally you'll be able to get started. But exactly how long it will take is unknown. Maybe a year and a half, maybe 10 years and 8 years, or even a lifetime of not being able to sense it is also possible." Yuan Anping shook his head. "It's so troublesome to get started, it's even more difficult to really practice. You have to be like a blind man feeling an elephant, groping in the dark to grab a higher energy level of mystical energy before you can do it. If you don't have enough qualifications, then it's really purely up to luck." Lin Qing frowned slightly. As long as he was able to get started and meet the basic conditions for practicing, he would be able to directly advance. So he wasn't worried about whether or not he could practice, he was only worried about whether or not he could get started. On the elite training contract from the inspection headquarters, it was written that one had to practice the original version of the sunrise practice method and the original version of the self-existent body this year in order to be eligible for the genetic optimization benefit package. If he missed it, he didn't know when he would have this opportunity. Therefore, he had to get started with the original version of the sunrise practice method as soon as possible. "Can I buy the original Super Sense liquid?" Lin Qing asked. "Buy?" Yuan Anping was dumbfounded. "This is a creation of the Smart Star Group, from an extraterrestrial civilization. Do you think the Smart Star Group needs money?" Lin Cheng understood what he meant. The metropolitan area, and outside the metropolitan area, that was almost two worlds. Whether it was technology, strong people, or even the monetary system used in the metropolitan area was different. It was an abyssal civilization gap. If we must say, it is indeed possible to buy it with money. Yuan Anping said playfully, "After all, the Super Sense original liquid also circulates in the metropolitan area, and although almost all of it is quickly digested by the metropolitan area, occasionally there will be so much of it in circulation that it naturally becomes a rare commodity that has a market but no price." Lin Qing couldn't help but shake his head slightly. There was no need to think about it to know that even if one was able to buy the Super Sense original liquid, it would inevitably be an astronomical price. So, without the Super Sense original liquid, it's up to you. Yuan Anping smiled. Lin Cheng nodded and didn't say anything. It was just that he was already prepared. There were still 11 months to go, and if the original version of the sunrise practice method couldn't be initiated for the time being, he would first improve other aspects. If he really couldn't, he would cultivate a few more battle techniques and think of other ways. "Let me first teach you the movements and breathing method of the original version of the Chaoyang practicing technique, as well as the know-how." Yuan Anping casually tied up her long hair and said with a smile, "When you can get started one day, you can start trying it out directly, and you won't have to worry about not being able to find me." "Isn't the chief captain always in Linen City?" Lin Qing asked. "Generally in, but it's hard to say." Yuan Anping glanced at him and suddenly said, "Actually, I'm quite envious of you, at least you still have the chance to enter the elite inspection department." Lin Qing was puzzled. "I've heard that the chief captain has practiced the original version of the sunrise practice method and has also mastered an entire series of battle techniques, so that should be enough to join the elite inspection department, right?" That regulator from the headquarters had also said that when he had the strength of an inspection chief, he would be able to join the elite inspection department. The chief captain actually didn't have a chance to get in? Of course it's not enough, otherwise why would the headquarters invest in you but not me? Yuan spread his hands helplessly. Lin Chang was dumbfounded. You can join the elite inspection department when you have my strength, that's because you still have the potential to continue improving. Yuan Anping shook his head and said, in the view of the headquarters, a battle method genius like you has a not so small hope of mastering the original battle method in the future, and there's even the slightest possibility that you can cultivate the original battle method to the instinctive level. As long as you are properly cultivated, you also have a certain hope of practicing the original version of the sunrise practice method. That's why the headquarters invested in you. And what about me? Alas. Saying this, he couldn't help but let out a long sigh. When Lin Qing heard this, he was just about to make a high-spirited comforting remark when he heard the other party continue to sigh. It's not the same for me. I can only sit here in Linen City and be the only inspector general, being touted by wasteful officials every day, unable to go to the headquarters to find discomfort in that bunch of monsters. The corner of Lin Qing's eye twitched slightly. You must be on acid, right? No need to envy Neo. Yuan Anping patted Lin Qing's shoulder comfortingly. Maybe you won't be able to practice the original sunrise practice method for 4 years and won't be able to go to the headquarters? By then you can stay in Linen City and hopefully inherit my position as chief captain. Isn't that great? I thank you. On the same day, Lin Qing learned the original version of the sunrise practicing method from Yuan Anping, only that he was not able to perceive the mysterious energies in the outside world and couldn't get started. He also looked at the reverse entropist panel, and the original version of the sunrise practice was indeed not included. So, one could only wait. After finishing, this inspection chief also wanted to drag him, the future chief captain heir, to go get high together, which he refused. Before leaving, the other party didn't forget to leave a sentence. It's also true that you still have a long road in life. You must carry a heavy load and go through thorns and trials and tribulations. While I have a limited future, I can only spend my days drinking and enjoying my life and spending recklessly, alas. I really envy you for being so able to endure hardships. By my heir, something call me ah. Chapter 46 The Inspector. Life seemed to have calmed down completely. Lin Qing took 1 EPS series high-energy slow-release liquid every day, which was just enough to make up for the debt of paying off the 7/7 version of the practicing method 4 times a day. Estimating it, if things went well, he would be able to pay it off on the 25th of February. In addition, it was time to make up the debt for the battle method speed. And inspections are gradually returning to a bland regularity, with not even a single chance at a third class, and hardly any major criminals being detected. If it wasn't for the fact that the order level was still only 1.2, Lin Chang would have thought that the law and order of this society had gotten completely better. Moreover, the public security side was also urging the inspection side to step up their efforts every day, saying that there were missing cases that didn't move and complaining that the inspections were all eating their words. This also made Lin Qing understand. In places out of sight, sin and chaos inevitably lurked in the darkness. Underneath the seemingly peaceful life, there were still dark currents that could devour him at any time. Even if Xiao Peidong didn't know about the inspection headquarters' cultivation of him, he would definitely be jealous of his potential and worried about his promotion to inspection officer. There would definitely be a response in the aftermath. If Xiao Peidong was truly an informant of the Iris Red Society, once his threat was confirmed, then he would truly be in danger. Therefore, the current calmness was nothing more than an illusion. One day, this peaceful life would be torn apart by a hidden storm. And Lin Qing also understood that all he could do was to try his best to improve himself, make himself stronger, and keep more cards. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. Completed battle technique speed. At noon on the day of February 6, Lin Qing finally finished cultivating the final battle technique speed and paid off the advance on the battle technique speed. Finally paid it off. Lin Qing let out a slight sigh of relief and didn't want to wait much longer, immediately calling out the reverse entropist panel, and with a thought. Order. Advance, Battle Method Micro. As early as the second night after he had learned the Battle Method Micro, he had already managed to get started. After cultivating both the battle techniques of the Self-Incarnation series, Men and Speed, to the instinctive level, then cultivating the battle techniques of the Self-Incarnation series, the bonuses became even more pronounced. In just a day and a half, he managed to get started. This speed was already very fast, and even if he didn't need to use an advance, Lin Qing was still certain that he could master the battle technique micro within 3 months. But having an advance without having to use it was a little cute. This was the most efficient self-effort. It couldn't be helped, he was a person who liked to rely on his own efforts the most. Boom! At this moment, uncountable inexplicable information kept pouring into Lin Qing's mind. According to the reverse entropist's deduction, With his talent, as well as his fit with the Self-Realization Body Series battle technique, if he wanted to cultivate the battle technique micro to the extreme, he would have to thoroughly penetrate the invisible strength transformed by the mysterious energy into every sinew, bone, and flesh of his entire body, ubiquitously, and condense it to the most extreme point. It was only after completing this 46 times in a row that the changes in battle techniques could be perfectly integrated into the instincts. Then, a vast amount of memories surfaced in Lin Cheng's mind. Those were the memories of his attempts to cultivate the battle technique micro, which had gone through an unknown number of hard practices, from being raw to tending to perfection. By the time he had perfectly integrated the battle technique micro into his instincts, too much time had passed. At the same time, Lin Cheng's body began to tremble at an astonishing frequency, and a strand of strange invisible strength rapidly penetrated his entire body, sometimes spreading like clouds of smoke, sometimes condensing like a hairline, as he wished, in meticulous detail. Only after a long time did he slowly open his eyes. Success! Lin Cheng looked at his hands with an indescribably strange feeling. He suddenly picked up a vintage-style porcelain cup on the table, and then his fingertips flicked the teacup. With a seemingly smokeless flick, after the teacup slightly trembled, it unexpectedly turned into a large amount of crumbs noiselessly, rustling down from his hands. Phew! And then, Lin Cheng's single hand turned into a blurry residual shadow, his palm was completely shrouded in a layer of invisible airflow, and almost without hearing the sound of the wind breaking through the air, a large amount of falling crumbs were grasped in his hand. Not a single particle of debris was able to fall into the micro. Lin gently clenched, and the remnants of the teacup completely turned into a fine powder. Immediately after that, his figure was illusory, and he instantly appeared in front of the trash can 2 meters away, and with a single shake of his hand, the powder in his hand was completely shaken down, and fell precisely into the trash can. His palm, on the other hand, was still as clean and spotless as ever. Sure enough, it's completely different. It's about time. A hint of a smile appeared on the corner of Lin Cheng's lips. Shaoshan District Inspection Branch, the private training room next to the captain's office. Phew! Xiao Peidong slowly exhaled a breath and drew out a tissue to wipe the sweat from his forehead before sitting down to rest. At the same time, he drew out an ordinary-looking metal tube from the cabinet next to him, poured the light golden liquid in it into his mouth, and began to silently wait for the medicine to take effect. Worthy of being a high-energy slow-release liquid of the EPS series, it's really powerful. Xiao Peidong revealed a hint of a smile. At this rate, soon I'll be able to reach the limit of the 7-7 version of the practicing method, just. He slowly collected his smile and glanced at his right arm, where a sun-like peculiar tattoo gradually emerged, causing his eyes to become gradually complicated. This was his biggest secret and the most painful memory he had ever had, and it was the driving force that had spurred him on so far. Xiao Peidong slowly took a deep breath, making the tattoo on his right arm disappear. Can't slack off, must move up with all my might. The genetic modification that the organization experimented on me before was painful as hell, but it also brought me closer to the mysterious energy of the second energy level, and as long as I can perceive the outside world, I'll soon be able to practice the original version of the sunrise practice method. All that's missing is the original super sense liquid in the hands of that woman Zhou Yang. Xiao Peidong's eyes suddenly turned cold for a few minutes. This tart fox obviously already got the supersensory original liquid and still refuses to give it to me, and wants to haggle with me again. Humph. Wait for me to get to the top. He always had a sense of urgency in his heart, as if there was an invisible beast behind him chasing him moment by moment. Because he had seen the true darkness of this world. Even if that was just the tip of the iceberg, it made him feel like a wild dog that had fallen into a whirlpool and struggled desperately, only able to bark impotently and furiously, never able to break free. So he could only be the family dog and swim desperately. Falling in the water wouldn't drown him, but staying in the water would inevitably lead to drowning. I also don't know when Lin Cheng will master the second battle method. Xiao Peidong always had worries in his heart, but he could only try to comfort himself. The 7-7 version of the practice method is also not that easy to practice. He should not have become. Even if he did, as long as I practice the original version of the sunrise practice method as soon as possible, he will not be able to snatch the captaincy. Suddenly. Tick-tock. A sound suddenly came from the office side. The work computer in the captain's office would only emit this movement when it received an important message. What is it? Xiao Peidong frowned slightly, then his hands emerged with a metallic color, and after thoroughly crushing the metal tube in his hands into a small ball and throwing it into the trash can, he then walked into the office. Sitting down in front of his work computer, he clicked on the important information he had just received. In the next moment, he suddenly froze, his eyes filled with incredulity, filled with unbelievable shock. How is it possible? The results of the first grade inspection division Lin Qing's application for the vice captain assessment are as follows. It has been confirmed that he has mastered 2 battle techniques and practiced the 7-7 version of the sunrise practicing method, and he has accumulated 6 times of third-class merit, and his current application has been passed. The inspection system has confirmed that Lin Cheng's rank has been changed to 3rd grade inspection officer. Please ask Xiao Peidong to verify the information as soon as possible, and adjust the duties of the vice captain for the new inspector Lin Cheng. Finally, let's congratulate Comrade Lin Cheng on his promotion to inspector. Chapter 47 Promotion. What? T-on. Lin team leader he even. What team leader Lin? The circular already states that he's an inspection officer, from now on he'll be Captain Lin. Which one of you remembers that it's only been 2 months since Captain Lin was transferred? It's only been 2 months and he's been promoted to vice captain? Holy, a rocket ride. Only 2 months ago Captain Lin was a supernumerary temporary inspector, genius ah. On this day, every official inspection in Shashan District's inspection branch received a shocking message from the inspection system, and almost everyone was a little blinded and couldn't believe their eyes. This news was like a hurricane that swept through the entire inspection branch of Shashan District, and then rushed to the other branches of Linen City. An inspection that had only been officially employed for 2 months had rocketed to the level of inspection officer, and this news was enough to set off a hot debate and a storm in the entire Linen City. Even though there had been records of faster speeds, they were extremely rare. Everyone understood how bright the future would be for an inspector officer who was only 18 years old. Even if he became Linen City's next inspector general, it would still be normal. For a time, not only the inspection and public officials within the Shashan District branch began to offer all sorts of friendly congratulations. Even the inspection divisions of other districts in the Micro Telecommunication Group, Linen City Inspection First Line Group also congratulated each other in the group, with all sorts of big red envelopes flying around with congratulatory slogans. Even the inspection officers who usually rarely spoke in the group, there were quite a few who bubbled up to congratulate and took the initiative to send Lin Cheng a friend request. In this group, the lowest were all first-level inspection officers who had practiced the 4 or 6 versions of the practice method, and sooner or later they would be able to become inspection divisions. Most of them were inspection divisions with group leader positions. There were also the captains and vice captains of the 12 district precincts, all of which were also inspection officers, totaling 17 people counting Lin Cheng. However, both the inspection divisions and inspection officers treated Lin Cheng in a friendly manner, naturally because of his position at this time and his future development. The friendliness of the world depended entirely on one's status. You have received a red packet from Inspector General Yuan Anping, 1 cent has been deposited into your wallet. When Lin Cheng received a red packet so much that his hand cramped up, he suddenly realized that he had received a red packet of 1 yuan for 100 people, and was slightly stunned. Then look at the person who sent the red packet, actually is Yuan Anping the chief captain? How can you send out such a small red envelope? Inspector General Yuan Anping, recently, my salary has been used to help the poor people in the society, and there is only $1 left in the balance of the micro telecommunication, but this is also a token of appreciation. The money was used to help out the young girls, wasn't it? Lin Cheng immediately replied. Inspector Lin Cheng, worthy of being the head inspector, he can easily do what we can't. The others probably thought he was trying too hard to get ahead and followed suit by copying +1. But Yuan Anping knew at a glance that the kid was being conspiratorial and sent a naive smile emoji before diving in and pretending to be dead. TSK. Inside the Group 7 talks room, Lin Cheng was somewhat speechless as he clicked on Yuan Anping's private chat interface, poked the other party's avatar, and sent a message over. Inspector Senior Atmosphere, don't forget about what we agreed with you yesterday. Yuan Anping, don't worry, I'm here, no surprises. And I'm really not cheap, this is not afraid of being discovered our relationship poor. The corners of Lin Cheng's mouth twitched slightly, and she replied. Then the inspector grower VI-50 to see the strength? Yuan Anping started playing dead again. Lin Cheng speechlessly poked the other party's cartoon bear avatar twice. I said Captain Lin. Inside the meeting room, Zhao Jai folded her legs together and sat lazily on the opposite sofa, unable to help but speak. On the great day of promotion, you're just hiding here to grab a red packet? The position hasn't changed yet, it's still the team leader. Lin Cheng glanced at her, and you grabbed more than me. Zhao Jai coughed gently, then I'm not the main character today. I'm a bit tired of hearing their congratulations and compliments. Lin Chengli casually said, might as well grab the red envelopes. At this time, his cell phone suddenly vibrated. It was a call from the division chief, Ko Guoyong. Lin Cheng, come up here, the notice of your position change has come down. Good. After ending the call, Lin Cheng immediately stood up. Getting promoted to lieutenant? Zhao Jia couldn't help but raise her head with a smile and look at Lin Cheng. Pretty sharp ears. Lin Cheng glanced at her and suddenly said, by the way, I heard that the vice captain's office can recruit an executive assistant from the official inspections, without having to follow the group every day. Do you want to come? If you're interested, I'll nominate for you, otherwise I'll let the bureau choose for me. Of course. Zhao Jia immediately nodded. I don't want to go out on duty every day. How nice to hug your thigh. Okay. Lin Cheng nodded slightly, then turned around and walked out of the talks room. After he left, Zhao Jia couldn't help but mutter secretly, actually, he's also on good terms with the chief captain. It seems like there's going to be a big move. Inside the branch chief's office. Lin Cheng, from today onwards, you'll be the vice captain of our Shaoshan district branch inspection team. Ko Guiyong said with a bright smile, the work permit has been updated, the uniform and shoulder badge of the inspection officer will come down tomorrow, and a whole host of changes to the salary, benefits, and authority will soon follow. Lin Cheng nodded. The salary of a third-level inspection officer was $11,000, but it didn't mean much, it was just a symbol. As for the details of your job changes. Ko Guiyong turned his head to look at Xiao Peidong, who was standing silently next to him, and couldn't help but let out a dark sigh in his heart. He knew that Xiao Peidong, the acting captain who had been transferred from another district, obviously wanted to change his job. But this required time and merit. With the regular Captain Chen Yanan still in the hospital and unable to return to normal work for several months, Xiao Peidong would have had a chance to be regularized. But who would have thought that suddenly a rocket-promoted Lin Cheng would leap into the vice-captain position? As a local of Shaoshan district, Lin Cheng is so young, wait until the 20th of next month, ushered in the quarter of the city council job evaluation, the above will certainly give priority to consider letting Lin Cheng correct. Even now, Xiao Peidong was actually only the acting captain, with the same rank as the vice-captain position. Captain Xiao. Ko Guiyong looked at Xiao Peidong and implicitly hinted, although you are the acting captain, but after all, you are more experienced than Vice-Captain Lin, the matter of the position will be discussed between you and Captain Lin. He was now afraid that Xiao Peidong's mindset would collapse and throw in the towel with Lin Cheng, the promising vice-captain, and it would be an ugly mess. However. Haha, what else do you say about debatable? Xiao Peidong, however, laughed, I see, it won't be long before Lin vice-captain is the real Captain Lin, I should be reporting on my work here. He looked at Lin Cheng with a big smile, what's more, Team Lin is an inspection officer at such a young age, he has an unlimited future in the future, maybe he'll be my Linen City's chief captain in the future. Ko Guiyong was slightly stunned, he didn't expect Xiao Peidong to be so bendable and capable at such a young age. Although he didn't know whether it was true or not, his heart was also relieved for a few points, and immediately laughed and said, I think it's also true that we can't tolerate Captain Lin for a long time in this precinct of ours. He also said this in order to prompt Xiao Peidong that the gap was too big, don't be impulsive. That's for sure. Xiao Peidong looked at Lin Cheng with a smile, Lin team, even if you turn right now, I have to stay and be your vice-captain, in the future, after you become the chief captain, tell me that I, Xiao Peidong, was also your vice-captain, which is doubly dignified. Lin Cheng knew that this person's city was deep, by no means was he open-minded, he was just good at hiding it. However, reaching out was not a good idea, and he was only guessing, so he could only politely say, Captain Xiao is exaggerating. Haha, where is it exaggerated? I'm saying these words from the bottom of my heart. Half an hour later. The private training room next to the captain's office. Grass. Xiao Peidong's face was incredibly gloomy, his hands clenched his fists in death, and his eyes flashed with a palpitatingly stern aura. Wisps of twisted black lines were even slowly spreading out from the depths of his eyes, gradually covering the whites of his eyes, making him look even more hideous. Should have gotten rid of him earlier. Xiao Peidong's teeth clenched, even if I exert my true strength to defeat him during the job evaluation assessment, 80% of the above will still pick him. Unless I practice the original version of the sunrise practicing method, I won't have an absolute advantage, but just over a month, it's simply too late. He was very clear. Not only would it take him a while to practice the 7-7 version to the extreme, but even if he got the Super Sense Original Liquid and took it, it would take a month or two for the Super Sense Original Liquid to take effect. However, the job evaluation assessment was going to start on the 20th of next month, so the time was simply too late. This is my biggest chance, I must not lose it. Xiao Peidong couldn't help but tremble at the thought of that dark and sunless laboratory cage. He took a deep breath and took out his hidden spare cell phone, you forced me to. Big trouble is coming. Lin Qing has been promoted to vice captain. Prepare to let Chu Tianyao do it. No need to kill Lin Qing. Avoid attracting the investigation of the inspection headquarters. Break his legs, so that he can't compete with me for a few months is enough. After sending out this message through a hidden website, Xiao Peidong rubbed his hands together on his cell phone with force, and then turned the entire phone into powder. His eyes grew colder and colder. If you want to blame yourself, you don't even understand what kind of power you've actually messed with. Chapter 48: The Most Terrible Danger. The next day. February 8th morning. Xiao Peidong was sitting in his office, casually browsing through the news highlights of the day, and out of nowhere, he flipped to a seemingly unremarkable piece of online newspaper news. This seemingly ordinary news hid a cryptic message that only he could understand. Within 3 days, romance bar? Xiao Peidong understood that this was a message that Zhou Yang, the woman in charge of the underground boxing ring behind the scenes of the Iris Red Society, had purposely left for him. Represented that she had already arranged it so that within 3 days, as long as Lin Qing went to this bar to search it, he would be able to stumble upon that terrifying wanted criminal who had escaped from Qinghu Island prison. Chu Tianyao. This kind of strength was no less powerful than the chief captain, not to mention the captain level. Even if he exerted his true strength, it would be certain death. Of course, he also knew that it was a bit too coincidental that both siblings happened to run into Chu Tianyao. But he had also thought of what to say. And he already had no way back. Gotta go get ready. Xiao Peidong walked out of the office, then smiled as he walked to the door of the vice captain's office on the same floor and knocked on the door. Come in. Lin Qing's voice came from inside the door. When Xiao Peidong walked into the office, he found Lin Qing standing in front of the mirror to organize the inspection uniform on his body, while that executive assistant, Zhao Jai, was standing on her tiptoes to help him fasten the shoulder badge on the shoulder of his uniform. On that shoulder badge were 2 pairs of golden patterns in the shape of feathers, as well as a star. The shoulder badge of a 3rd-level inspection officer. Team Lin, the new uniform has arrived? Xiao Peidong asked smilingly, how is it? Does it still fit? Not bad, slightly looser. Lin Qing said. That can't be helped, the inspector's uniform is rather special. Unless you can't find a similar size, it won't be customized. Xiao Peidong couldn't help but smile. Is it because the material of this uniform is special? Lin Qing asked. Right. Xiao Peidong nodded. The clothes and shoes as well as the innerwear are all made of special materials that are very sturdy. After all, the battle strength of an inspector has already exceeded that of a normal person by too much, and once you explode in strength, clothes made of unusual materials can easily be tattered and torn, affecting your performance. He smiled and said, I heard that this special material was developed by the Dawn Group. Such a set of uniforms, put outside, is worth several $100,000. I see. At this time, Lin Qing also organized his uniform, and Zhao Jai also helped him fasten his shoulder straps. Lin Qing took a step back and surveyed himself in the mirror, looking even more upright and decent against this exquisite black inspection uniform. He nodded in satisfaction and said to Zhao Jai, all right, help me give instructions to the entire inspection team to gather at the precinct as fast as possible, fully loaded and ready to go. Got it. Zhao Jai walked over to the work computer and began to input the instructions. Xiao Peidong couldn't help but be slightly stunned and couldn't help but ask, why is Team Lin suddenly about to send out the entire team? Where is this going? Temporary mission, emergency. Lin Chang looked at Xiao Peidong and said, if Captain Xiao is free, he can also come along. What exactly is the situation? Xiao Peidong asked. It's a request from the City Public Security Bureau. Lin Qing said, the public security side received a report from enthusiastic people that they had discovered that wanted criminal Chu Tianyao who escaped from Qinghu Island prison. Someone found that he had left from Chanshui Street, and it is suspected that he is harboring accomplices who are covering for him, and the Municipal Public Security Bureau has requested that we go to Chanshui Street immediately to conduct a search. Xiao Peidong couldn't help but be stunned. Chu Tianyao was found? Impossible. His first reaction was fake news. He knew that Chu Tianyao was only staying in Linen City because of the boss's orders, and would only follow the orders of that Yang sister of the Iris Red Society, that is, Zhou Yang, 3 times. With Chu Tianyao's strength, if he wanted to hide, how could he be discovered by any enthusiastic people? However, Chu Tianyao did now move to that bar called Romance, waiting for Lin Qing to strike when he went to search. That bar was on East Trade Road, while Chanshui Street was where Iris Red Society's underground boxing ring was located. Perhaps Chu Tianyao happened to be discovered when he left from Chanshui Street? As for an accomplice or something, maybe it was the person from the Iris Red Society responsible for sending Chu Tianyao away? Wait. Xiao Peidong suddenly had an idea. On the surface, he pretended to be puzzled. Chanshui Street? I remember that the last time we searched that Iris Red Society's underground boxing ring, it was in Chanshui Street, right? Yes, perhaps Chu Tianyao is connected to the Iris Red Society? Lin Qing said, this time, I'll search properly again, maybe I'll be able to discover the Iris Red Society's underground boxing ring. Xiao Peidong was silent for a moment, then smiled and nodded. Captain Lin's guess is also reasonable, then let's search carefully once more, but Team Lin must also be careful, that fugitive Chu Tianyao is ferocious as hell. It's fine, this time the targets are also only those who cover harboring his accomplices. Lin Qing waved his hand. Alright, I'll go back and get ready to act immediately. Xiao Peidong nodded, then turned around and quickly left this office. While going out, his eyes were revealing a touch of ecstasy. Ha ha ha. This Lin Qing is truly seeking his own death. How dare he take the initiative to find out about Chu Tianyao? Isn't this giving me a reason and opportunity to ask Chu Tianyao to do something? With Chu Tianyao's terrifying strength, as long as he wants to make a move, just a mere inspection team wouldn't be able to stop him. Xiao Peidong quickly walked back to his office, once again took out a hidden spare cell phone and quickly sent a message to Zhou Yang's side. Not long after. This is much better than the original plan. Xiao Peidong rubbed the cell phone into powder and couldn't help but reveal a hint of a smile. No one can stop you if you seek your own death. In just 10 minutes, an inspection car sped away from the yard of the inspection branch and rushed to Chanshui Street at a rapid pace. At this time, the public security had completely blocked off Long Water Street, and even the passing vehicles were checked one by one. A black inspection car came flying, parked in the blockade line of Chanshui Street, and then quickly came down from the car with a clear black pencil uniform inspection. Group 1 Group 2, go to Qingtai Hotel to search, pay attention to that VIP elevator in the parking lot. Group 3 assist the public security to verify the identity information of all passing persons. Group 4. Inside the lead a light sedan-style inspection vehicle, Lin Chang was holding his work phone, rapidly giving one command after another based on the suggestions of the inspection system's AI assistant. Next to her, Zhao Jiai cocked her head and looked out the car window. After Lin Chang put down his work phone, he picked up his personal cell phone again and sent a message to Director Chu of the city's Public Security Bureau. Many thanks to Director Chu for accompanying me in my toss. Director Chu's side also replied right away. It's just a small matter. Lin Qing didn't say much, so he immediately put away his cell phone and took Zhao Jiai out of the car. Yes. There was no such thing as a good thing as a report from an enthusiastic crowd, it was just an excuse for a raid. Aside from him, there were only two people who knew the plan for this operation. Team Lin. Captain Xiao walked over and asked, what's the next search? Going to check out Red Oak Boxing Gym? Team Xiao, there's no rush first. Lin Qing suggested, anyway, now that we've completely blocked off the streets of Chanshui, it's better to confirm step by step and gradually narrow down the search circle, don't you think? Makes sense. Xiao Peidong nodded slightly, then I'll go help first. After saying that, he turned around and left. He didn't want to be splattered with blood when Chu Tianyao showed up to do something later. As for Lin Chang, he looked at Xiao Peidong's back and didn't say anything more, he just surveyed the surroundings and said in his heart, still not showing up? He was preparing to search the underground boxing ring below the Red Oak Boxing Gym, but he couldn't just go and check it out. When his cousin had brought people to check out the Iris Red Society's arena, she happened to be seriously injured by Chu Tianyao, causing people to suspect Chu Tianyao's relationship with the Iris Red Society. If that Green Lake Island fugitive Chu Tianyao was hiding in the underground boxing ring, and he brought people to break in and search, wouldn't that be a death wish? Even if his strength had increased greatly now, he didn't have much certainty of a head-on confrontation. Fortunately, he had found a countermeasure. That's why there was this bluff search operation. Regardless of whether or not Xiao Peidong is an eyewitness, the fact that I, a newly promoted inspection officer, is chasing after the Iris Red Society is a threat that can't be ignored, and sooner or later, something will go wrong if I leave it unchecked. If the Iris Red Society really has a connection with Chu Tianyao, it should take this opportunity to have Chu Tianyao make a move on me. Lin Qing looked at the search site, secretly pondering, and also prepared his defenses. Suddenly, current order level dropped by 1.0 level. At this moment, a line of scarlet as blood prompts steeply surfaced in front of Lin Qing's eyes. A direct drop of 1 level? Lin Qing couldn't help but have his pupils shrink. This was definitely the most terrifying danger he had ever encountered in his previous life. Chapter 49: Hidden Strength? Drip, drip, drip. Right at this moment, Lin Qing's work cell phone suddenly sounded an alarm. At this moment, the streets of Changshui had been completely blocked off by several laser detectors, and apart from the temporary checkpoints that could be passed after verifying their identity, anyone who dared to break through the cordon blocked off by the laser wall would trigger the alarm. 3 consecutive drops meant that someone had broken in from outside. Buzz. The 3 drones circling nearby to record were like swarms of bees, and immediately flew over automatically. If it was an ordinary person, the drone's own tranquilizer guns would have been enough to intercept them. Lin Qing had just picked up his work phone and was about to check the surveillance footage coming from the drones when... boom! 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 Only to hear the astonishing sound of gas explosions coming steeply from the distance. Lin Qing had just clicked on the surveillance screen, only to see a flash of residual shadows sweeping across the screen, and the 3 drones in the distance shattered and exploded into a large amount of debris in the air already. Enemy attack! Lin Qing shot out like a phantom, instantly knocking on the alarm button. Beep! In an instant, the mournful and ear-piercing sound of the alarm had resounded throughout the entire street. Everything happened in an instant, and Lin Qing also turned his head to look in the direction of the drone explosion. At the same time, a blurry humanoid phantom had also steeply appeared at the corner of the street, and in just the blink of an eye, that phantom had passed through the open space of the crossroads near the corner, sprinting straight towards here. Whoosh! The speed of this phantom was so terrifying that the vast majority of the nearby crowd had not reacted at such a close distance. And those at the inspection division level, even if they were able to react, it was still difficult to see the phantom's movements, to the point where their sight couldn't even keep up with that terrifying speed. It's really here. At this moment, Lin Qing was able to see the appearance of that phantom. It was a bald man wearing black goggles with a lean figure. The body type and appearance was similar to that on the wanted notice. It was Chu Tianya. And at this moment, the other party was approaching towards him at a terrifying speed. Even if they were separated by more than 50 meters, it wouldn't take a second. Xiao Peidong, who was not far away, was also one of the few people whose sight could keep up with Chu Tianyao's speed. Solved! At this moment, Xiao Peidong's eyes erupted with a flash of anticipatory excitement and laughed out loud in his heart. Ha, no matter how much of a genius you are, you won't be able to compete with me after becoming disabled. It was as if he had already seen the image of Lin Qing's legs shattering and collapsing on the ground covered in blood. It was just like Qin Yannan back then. As for Lin Qing, he just stood in place expressionlessly, gazing at the ever-approaching Chu Tianyao as a thought surfaced in his mind, not faster than me in terms of speed, enough to defend himself. Right at this moment. Ha ha! Suddenly, a frivolous laughter rang out, only to see a misty phantom steeply swept out of a car next to the street, meeting Chu Tianyao with the same amazing speed. Boom! Only hearing the sound of a heart-trembling collision, Chu Tianyao and that misty phantom instantly collided head-on, and then the entire person flew out backwards. The air was squeezed into rippling spreading wind pressure by the terrifying speed and power, while Chu Tianyao also flew out at high speed like a cannonball for more than 20 meters, and also knocked down 2 neon light pillars consecutively before coming to a stop. This kick feels good. With a playful low laugh, that phantom also landed in front of Lin Qing, and it was clearly a long-haired man in casual clothes. Except for a very few people, the inspections and public security officers who recognized this long-haired man at this moment froze. Linen City's chief inspector, Yuan Anping? Although many people were seeing this chief captain in person for the first time, they had also seen photos. After all, there was only this one chief inspector in the entire Linen City. Only the chief inspector, who was the strongest person, could have such a terrifying and inhuman strength. One must know that the work of inspection was originally very simple, and did not require too much specialization. As long as one followed the assignment of their superiors and was responsible for the search operation, it was enough, but the possibility of being exposed to danger was relatively high, so the most important thing was the force. And the Inspector General is destined to be the highest force within a city. After Xiao Peidong froze, although he also pretended to be surprised and dismayed, in his heart he couldn't help but curse. Grass! How could Yuan Anping happen to be here? And wearing civilian clothes, obviously squatting here in advance. Could it be because Yuan Anping heard about this operation and suspected that Chu Tianyao would appear, so he hid here in advance? Or maybe it was some other reason? Anyway, Yuan Anping's appearance immediately caused his heart to turn cold, understanding that he was afraid that this plan would fail. At the same time, current order level rises 1.0 levels. The green tip that surfaced in front of his eyes also caused Lin Qing to secretly breathe a sigh of relief. Although Chu Tianyao hadn't left yet, and that terrifying threat still existed, Yuan Anping was completely able to protect him when he stepped in, instantly making the threat he was under completely disappear. It was just that. Lin Qing had originally thought that after Yuan Anping had stepped in, it might make the threat he was under become much smaller, and it was possible for the order level to go up by a 0.6 or even 0.7 level. After all, even for a strong person at the same level, it was difficult to completely protect another person. But he hadn't expected that Yuan Anping would completely eliminate the threat posed by Chu Tianyao with this single strike. This showed one thing. This Inspector General's strength is at least quite a bit stronger than Chu Tianyao's. Lin Qing had a judgment in his heart. Yuan Anping's strength was stronger than it appeared, and that made him feel more at ease. You are Yuan Anping? Only Chu Tianyao stood in the distance and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, then he gazed at Yuan Anping, his low voice filled with unconcealed vigilance. Chu Tianyao, the fugitive from Qinghu Island prison, S-class wanted criminal, I've long heard of your fierce reputation, and you are indeed very resistant. Yuan Anping scanned in admiration. I heard that the battle techniques you mastered are the 100 Beast series. It seems to be several beast forms that favor speed and physical defense. When they exchanged blows just now, he had caught Chu Tianyao off guard, and the other party had taken a kick from him solidly, but it actually didn't affect him too much. Don't you know if you try? Chu Tianyao said in a low voice and suddenly stormed back, transforming into a blurry phantom and rushing in another direction at an astonishing speed. Escaping at this? No point. Yuan Anping shook his head slightly, his figure also became a blur and chased after him at the same high speed. Boom! 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 Only two extremely fast phantoms could be seen constantly colliding and interlacing, only to hear astonishing gas explosions and collision sounds vibrating one after another. In just a few seconds, the two figures had already left the blockade circle. Sure enough, they're both gone. Lin Qing couldn't help but let out a slight sigh of relief. He had long guessed that once Chief Captain Yuan Anping appeared, Chu Tianyao would flee as soon as possible, or at least escape the blockade of the inspections and public security. After all, this time, the inspections and public security were carrying guns, which could also form effective support. It was true that firearms firepower alone was not much of a threat to Chu Tianyao, but last time Chu Tianyao was facing Chen Yannan, who was much weaker than him, and naturally traveled with ease. At this time, Chu Tianyao was still facing Yuan Anping, who was at the same level of strength. When fighting a strong person of the same level, one would also have to be distracted to fend off bullets. That was naturally much more difficult as well, not to mention killing a captain level who excelled in speed at this level of difficulty. It was only normal for Chu Tianyao to choose to flee, only a sick mind would stay at the scene. For an S-ranked wanted criminal to be able to live until today, he couldn't be stupid by any stretch of the imagination, right? It's safe. Lin relaxed his breath and turned expansively to look in the direction of the Red Oak Boxing Gym. Chu Tianyao is in a hurry to get rid of the chief captain. Now is the best time to search the Iris Red Society's underground boxing ring. Chapter 50, The Sealed Passage. The inspection team will continue the search with me. Please trouble the public security comrades to continue to maintain the blockade. Please do not approach the search site. Lin Qing's voice traveled through the loudspeaker, and then he led a group of inspections, walking quickly in the direction of Red Oak Boxing Gym deep within Long Water Street. As for the public security officers, naturally, they wouldn't follow the inspections and search together. In this era, the reason why the system of inspections was specialized and independent, and why inspections were allowed to climb so fast, was because the work of inspections was even more dangerous. How can the probability of encountering danger be low when searching and patrolling day and night? Therefore, even though many inspections were privately fishing for a little bit of oil, as long as it wasn't too much, no one said anything. On the cool streets, only a large group of upright black uniforms were seen walking forward at a fast pace, while Lin Cheng was leading Zhao Jiayi at the front of the group. Team Lin, is this to search Red Oak Boxing Gym? Xiao Peidong followed quickly and couldn't help but ask, the whole team is searching together? No need to search anywhere else? It doesn't matter. Lin Qing calmly said, didn't we check that VIP elevator in Qingtai Hotel last time? Since there's nothing wrong with it, I've already requested the public security to help block the surveillance, so let's search Red Oak Boxing Gym first. He glanced at Xiao Peidong and said, since Chu Tianyao has appeared, it means that I'm afraid there's really a problem here, don't you think so? Team Xiao? Indeed. Xiao Peidong nodded in agreement, but not only Red Oak Boxing Gym, other places are just as important not to let go. That's natural. The corner of Lin Qing's mouth rose slightly. Soon, the inspection team had arrived in front of Red Oak Boxing Gym, which was in a enclosed state. Not open? Xiao Peidong frowned slightly, glancing at the doorway's surveillance without a trace, turning his head to the inspection behind him and ordering, "Contact the person in charge of Red Oak Boxing Gym and open the door immediately." At this time, Lin Cheng was the one who stepped forward. "There's no need for that, it's too much of a delay." As he spoke, Lin Cheng steeply took a step forward, violently raised his leg, and kicked at the electronically locked door of the Red Oak Boxing Gym. Boom! The force of this kick was condensed and incomparable, and even more so, there was an invisible force that penetrated directly into the interior of the door lock, immediately destroying several precision structures and support points within the door lock. Only a tremor was seen on the door, and it was shaken open by a gap. Xiao Peidong's pupils shrunk slightly. Such a thick and heavy burglar-proof gate, just kicked open with a single kick? "Enter!" Lin Xing commanded, and the inspectors behind him quickly stepped forward and pushed open the door of the boxing gym, and a large group of black uniformed inspectors immediately swarmed in. The sound of footsteps echoed in the empty boxing gym. Although the boxing gym was empty, there was still someone in charge inside. Only to see a short, fat, middle-aged man quickly greeted him and dared to be angry as he smiled and said, "All inspectors, why don't you notify us? Or knocking on the door is fine, this door lock can be expensive, now the boss is going to scold me again." Lin Xing ignored him and just commanded, "Inspectors thoroughly check every part of the boxing gym, all the inspection divisions take out their guns and come with me." That person in charge then hurriedly asked, "Wasn't it just thoroughly searched once the other day? Why do we still need to search today? The search warrant is here." Lin Xing casually slapped a paper search warrant in the other party's arms, and then led Zhao Jiayi and the 6 inspection division level team leaders in the direction of the locker room with quick steps. "Where does Team Lin start checking from here?" Xiao Peidong asked. He was also only the acting captain and had no right to order Lin Xing, who was of the same rank. Moreover, this time, the search task requested by the public security was still taken by Lin Xing, who had the right to command during the search, and there was nothing he could do about it. But as he watched Lin Cheng walk directly in the direction of the locker room, he already had a bad feeling in his heart. "Last time I searched, I found a place that wasn't right, I didn't search carefully, Team Xiao will just watch." As he spoke, Lin Cheng's feet were like the wind, striding towards the locker room that he found during the first search, instantly leaving everyone else behind. Soon, he arrived at the door of the locker room where he found the end last time. The door of the room was locked, but he didn't wait for that much, slapping down, invisible into the subtle power penetrated in, destroying the door lock, and immediately pushed the door in. Xiao Peidong also hurriedly shook off the others and followed Lin Cheng into the locker room. In the crowd of inspectors, Zhao Jai blinked her eyes and muttered secretly in her heart, "Finally, there is a bottom to check here, let me see how things are going down there." Inside the locker room. After Xiao Peidong followed Lin Cheng in, he pretended to be puzzled as he surveyed the locker room and said, "This locker room has been checked several times before, right? It doesn't seem like there's anything wrong with it?" Lin Cheng didn't say much, walked to the row of closets that stood against the wall, grabbed the edge of the closet with both arms, and fiercely exerted a force. Ka! Under the effect of his skillful strength, the row of large closets was instantly dragged away at once, revealing the bare wall skin at the back. With a bang, the closet collapsed onto the ground, and suddenly floating dust flew up. Although the order level didn't drop this time, Lin Cheng's intuition was still reminding him. There seemed to be a problem underneath this closet. Xiao Peidong looked at this scene and almost couldn't control his expression, so he could only maintain his composure and said, "Last time, I moved all the closets and checked them once, and there wasn't." Before he could finish his sentence, he saw Lin Cheng steeply and violently raise his leg, ruthlessly stamping his foot on the floor tiles that had originally been pressed down by the closet. After activating the battle technique, nearly 10 times the strength of a normal person was completely poured out through this stomp, and through the subtle invisible strength, a huge force was applied to this floor. A crack immediately surfaced on the smooth floor tiles. Snap, 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 snap. In the blink of an eye, Lin Cheng stomped 5 more times in a row with swift movements, each time penetrating the destruction as much as possible with subtle force. Immediately afterward. Wow! The floor, which had long been shattered, suddenly collapsed, and as the dust fell down, it unexpectedly revealed a 1-meter square hollow passage. Through this passageway, the deep steps in it could still be seen, much more spacious than the entrance could be. This piece of flooring used for concealment, its thickness and interlayer was obviously unusual. Originally it was obviously a door that could shield detection in camouflage. From the structure that remained at the edge of the passageway, it should have originally been possible to control this piece of flooring to open or close, deciding whether or not to reveal the passageway below. Only, it was now being forcibly stepped on by Lin Chang. Sure enough, the corners of Lin Chang's mouth flared with a hint of a smile, and his afterglow glanced at Xiao Peidong, realizing that he also had a shocked look on his face, as if he hadn't completely expected that there was actually such a hidden passageway. At this time, Zhao Jiai and several inspection divisions also walked inside the locker room and were stunned. A passageway? There's actually a passageway here? The several team leaders were all surprised as they looked at the hollow in the floor there. Give me the signal light. Lin Chang held his hand back, and Zhao Jiai immediately handed him a small, orb-shaped signal light. With that, Lin Chang immediately threw the signal light into the passageway, only to see the flexible and elastic signal light bouncing a few times within the passageway, instantly illuminating the deep and dim interior of the passageway. Right at this moment, Lin Chang suddenly realized that deep inside the illuminated passageway steps, there was actually a thick black metal plate that was slowly moving to close. And judging from the speed at which the metal plate was moving, after 2 seconds at most, the passageway would be completely sealed. Not good. Xiao Peidong exclaimed in shock, forcibly holding back the ecstasy in his heart as he pointed in alarm at the metal plate that was closing in the depths of the passageway. He knew this means of defense of the underground boxing ring. This was the last resort that could only be used when exposed, purely relying on mechanical leverage to block the channel, and was not afraid of being cracked by computer experts. The alloy plate with a full 45 centimeters thickness could completely jam this sturdy alloy channel. Even if Chief Captain Yuan Anping came, wanting to rely on brute force to break it open would be very difficult, not as efficient as digging. As long as the passageway was completely closed, the underground boxing ring insiders below would be able to delay enough time to transfer and evacuate. One by one, the team leaders were also stunned when they saw this scene. Actually, the speed at which this metal plate closed was not fast. If they were to rush inside at the first opportunity, even a captain-level strength that was not good at speed would have had time to rush in. But an armed force like the underground fist arena, or even captain-level strength would be a bit intimidated, could be called a dragon's den. If it was a whole inspection team going in to suppress it, under the leadership of a captain, naturally, there was a great certainty of suppression. After all, it was also just an underground boxing ring. But letting a captain rush in alone? That would be more dangerous. Self-preservation is not too sure. The chief captain's kind of strength of sitting down in the entire Linen City would be able to fight through the entire Iris Red Society alone. Even if this underground boxing ring was only a small part of the Iris Red Society, I'm afraid that it would still have to be much stronger than the average captain level to be able to fight through it alone, right? The two captains present, both of whom had just been promoted up not long ago, were obviously not that strong. Xiao Peidong glanced at Lin Chang and realized that Lin Chang was narrowing his eyes slightly, obviously hesitating as well, and couldn't help but secretly sneer. At this moment, Lin Chang, who had already activated his battle technique, looked at the passageway that was closing extremely slowly, and was indeed hesitating in his heart. With his current strength, he was naturally sure of himself, but then he would have to expose a large portion of his strength, and unless he could get a large amount of credits that would allow him to learn several battle techniques in a row, it wouldn't be too worth it. Right at this moment, Lin Chang suddenly had a strange intuition in his heart. There seemed to be some sort of treasure hidden in this underground boxing ring that he was extremely eager to need, just like a hungry man smelling the aroma of food, or a money-grubbing ghost hearing the movement of a crate of gold coins colliding. How could he have this intuition? He was a little strange, but the accuracy of this intuition before was too high, so that he couldn't help but be a little skeptical. Could it be that this underground boxing ring really has what I desperately need? While the metal plate slowly closed, the boulder in Xiao Peidong's heart also fell to the ground. Seeing the short less than a second time, the metal plate has been closed most of the time, the remaining gap, I'm afraid it's too late to rush in. In this last split second. Whoosh! Lin Chang moved steeply, instantly transforming into a blurry phantom, rushing into the passageway as if it were a speeding wind, swiftly and incomparably sidestepping and drilling in before the metal plate closed completely. The crowd could not help but stare. Bam! Immediately followed by a shocking sound, the metal plate had completely closed, deeply stuck within the channel wall. Chapter 51 Speed. The group of inspections looked at the underground passageway that had been completely sealed. First they were slightly stunned, then one by one, the group leaders' faces changed drastically. This. Not good. How did Team Lin rush in alone? What's going on? Team Lin he. Quickly notify rescue. There had been intelligence beforehand that the Iris Red Society underground boxing arena had a strong armed force, and if one dared to go in hard, they were afraid that it would be dangerous even if they were of captain-level strength. It was said that there were dozens of well-trained bowmen, a group of fighters who were good at killing and extremely ferocious, and even pawns whose strength was close to the captain level and who had mastered the art of battle. In such a dragon's den, even if one had the strength of a captain's level, it would be an extremely risky behavior to break in alone. It was too reckless. Don't panic, Team Lin specializes in speed, there should still be a chance. Xiao Peidong frowned and said in a deep voice, immediately notify the precinct, let the professional department come and break down the door. Fastest speed. In his heart, he sneered. Young people are just brave, this also dares to break in? If you want to seek death, it's true that no one can stop you, but you're so arrogant after mastering 2 battle techniques? This is good, send yourself to death, I will no longer be a threat. Xiao Peidong was very clear about the armed forces of Iris Red Society's underground boxing ring, just how powerful it was. Moreover, that woman Zhou Yang, as one of the managers of Iris Red Society, was extremely difficult to deal with in her own right, and although she was not as good as him, she also possessed captain-level strength. By the time this thick metal plate was broken open, perhaps Lin Chang was already dead. Hurry! The group of inspections immediately began to call for help at fire speed. Zhao Jai, on the other hand, glanced at the floor and muttered darkly, this little Thai boxing ring actually has Wisdom Star's Super Sense original liquid as well, what a stroke of luck. In the blink of an eye, Lin Chang had already passed through the long, ghostly step passageway and entered an empty lounge like a swift wind. Immediately afterward, he instantly stopped his body. Inside the passageway behind him, there was also the sound of the thick metal plates closing. Lin Chang quickly observed the lounge, while his right hand instantly took out a light but sturdy telescopic throwing stick from his waist. The enemy definitely didn't expect himself to rush straight down, so naturally he didn't have time to deploy in this lounge. Moreover, his own back road has already been broken, the enemy can completely close the door and fight. Ah bah. But Lin Chang felt a little strange, how did I subconsciously suspect just now that this underground boxing ring has what I want? With his current strength, naturally he is completely unafraid of the armed forces of Iris Red Society and underground boxing ring, and Chu Tianyao has been dragged down, he already has nothing to be afraid of. It's just that, he originally wanted to follow the inspection team and just mix away some of the credit. But he was really curious as to what exactly this underground boxing ring had that he desperately needed. Anyway, it wasn't dangerous, it would just expose most of his strength. Intuition isn't so bad, right? Lin Chang narrowed his eyes slightly, is this really intuition? However, there was no time to think about this now, so after he went out, he would ask the chief captain. Right at this moment. Current order level dropped by 0.5 levels. Current order level dropped by 0.6 levels. The door to the lounge didn't open, but 2 lines of blood-red text appeared continuously in front of Lin Chang's eyes. Oh? Lin Chang raised his eyebrows slightly, this underground boxing ring really does have some strength. The magnitude by which this order level was lowered was actually the maximum threat or danger level that he theoretically assumed. But it was only theoretically, for example, when he was asleep, he didn't know how to dodge or counterattack, and he really couldn't deal with the danger. When an ordinary person tried to kill him, they would only be able to drop the order level by 0.1. The Dark Star Society's professional level assassins, the Hunters, were only 0.3 levels higher when fully equipped. Every 0.1 level higher, that was an exponential increase and a huge threat boost. 0.5 level, 0.6 level, that was already very high. However, it was nowhere near as exaggerated as Chu Tianyao's, which also reassured him a lot. The head of the Iris Red Society underground boxing ring? In an instant, Lin Chang already had a presumption in his mind. Moreover, without even seeing the person, there was a clear threat to him. Surveillance? With a sweep of his gaze, Lin Chang instantly discovered the surveillance in this lounge and locked eyes with the deep camera of one of the surveillance. The surveillance room of the underground boxing ring. A flirtatious woman wearing a retro-style black background embroidered with gold cheongsams looked with icy eyes at the young inspection officer who had steeply rushed out from the secret passage on the surveillance screen of the lounge. Behind her was standing a middle-aged man with a gloomy temperament, and he couldn't help but smile as he watched the surveillance screen. Sister Yang, is this the newly promoted inspection officer you were talking about? So impulsive? The middle-aged man with a grim temperament said, the inspection system is still really short of people, and this kind of fledgling who hasn't even been groomed yet can be used? He's only 18. Sister Yang held the emerald smoking gun in her hand and said in a cold voice, "Jung Candle, you go down and cooperate with the archer team to kill him, and when the kangaroo side destroys all the surveillance and information, then immediately transfer. Remember to leave behind a part of the people, or else there will be no merit at all in this inspection, and Xiao Peidong will be susceptible to suspicion." This time the loss can be too big. Zheng Candle narrowed his eyes. Sister Yang's face calmly said, "Fortunately, all can still be salvaged, as long as..." Before she finished speaking, her eyes changed. Boom! Lin Qing steeply kicked the door of the lounge, and the two door panels shook violently, instantly opening wide and revealing everything outside the lounge. In this instant, time was as if it had come to a standstill. With a sweep of his gaze, Lin Qing had already reflected everything outside the lounge door, within his field of vision, in his mind. This should be the inside of a boxing ring that is like a gymnasium, and outside the lounge are the ring, the commentator's booth, and the spectators' seats. 30 meters outside the door of the lounge, on the ring are 10 archers divided into 2 rows, 1 row crouching in front, 1 row standing at the back, with super hunting compound bows in their hands. From the shadows cast on the doorway by the spectators on both sides of the doorway, there should still be bowmen ambushing the spectators. In an instant, Lin Qing had already seen the current situation. At the same time, current order level dropped by 0.2 levels. Current order level down 0.2 levels. Current order level down 0.2 levels. A series of blood-red prompts surfaced in front of Lin Qing's eyes. The moment he opened the door, all of his order levels had decreased to negative numbers, and theoretically if he stood still, these archers were already enough to kill him many times. But it was only theoretically. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. These ring archers also reacted extremely fast, and the moment they opened the door, they didn't hesitate to loosen their strings and release their arrows. Only to see a single arrow with a rate of fire of over 180 meters per second, shot into the lounge in unison. However, clang clang clang. Only to see Lin Qing abruptly disappear into place, accompanied by a continuous collision sound. An arrow that had been shot into the lounge at high speeds abruptly exploded as if it had been thrown flying and scattered. The first wave of 10 arrows seemed to be as dense as falling rain, but not a single drop was able to hit the target. Where is everyone? What happened? It's impossible. The individual archers in the ring froze. In their eyes, the target in the lounge just abruptly turned into a blurry phantom for a flash, and they didn't see what happened, and that one arrow was thrown up as much as possible. Immediately afterward, that blurry phantom flashed and had already appeared not far below the ring. What kind of speed is this? At this moment, the archers in the ring were dumbfounded. It was too fast. Even the ringleader, who could knock out the champion with a single strike, was nowhere near this fast. Whoosh! Before the archers in the ring could draw their bows and release their arrows again, that blurry phantom had already dodged and leapt onto the ring. It then transformed into a ghostly residual shadow, deftly and swiftly weaving in and out of the crowd of bowmen. There was even a strand of terrifyingly fast stick shadows that continuously landed on top of the heads of each bowman. Bang 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 bang. A crisp motion of knocking on a good brain rang out in the ring one after another, 10 times in a row. Only to see that after each and every archer was struck in the head by the shadow of the stick, it looked like not even a single drop of blood appeared, and their skulls didn't rupture, but they fell to the ground one after another, never having the chance to get up again. If one were to dissect their skulls, one would find that almost all of these people's brains had been shaken into pulp by the invisible force. Chapter 52: Buying Lives. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. A silver-colored arrow sped in, deeply piercing into the plastic floor of the ring. At this moment, there were 10 archers on each of the 4 sides of the audience, loosening their strings and releasing their arrows, but with just a few ordinary people, no matter how well trained they were, their reaction limit was only so fast. In the past, their superior eyesight, but now they realized that they couldn't even see the shadow of the target. The blurry phantom seemed like an incredibly nimble and fast wind, flashing in the line of sight a few times before it had dodged or knocked away an arrow. Simply by skimming between the crowd of bowmen, a wisp of erratic blurred stick shadow flashed, and one bowman had fallen to the ground. This speed. Inside the surveillance room of the underground boxing ring, Sister Yang's pupils clenched, incredulously looking at this scene on the surveillance screen. In the image captured by this high-speed camera, she clearly saw the young inspector's body speed that was so fast that it was terrifying, and even through the screen, she couldn't help but feel a bit alarmed. This was actually an inspection officer who had only turned 2 months old? How could he be so strong? In the monitor screen, this was simply a one-sided slaughter. The 50 professional archers that she had carefully trained in this ring, who by all accounts had to be careful in dealing with even captain-level strength, had actually been slaughtered at will like this? It was certainly because the opponent was fast and restrained the bowman, but it was too fast. Moreover, just simply fast is just, the key is the stance is also so bizarre fluctuation, in a flash can turn back, exquisite into the subtle, but not the slightest sense of stagnation? Such an erratic trajectory of action, so that the archers are unable to predict the route to release arrows. I'm afraid there are more than just two battle techniques, and there are definitely battle techniques that have been cultivated to the instinctive level. The more Sister Yang thought about it, the more shocked she became. Such a perverted battle technique genius actually joined the inspection? Sister Yang suddenly clenched her teeth, then turned around and walked quickly outside the monitoring room. This scene made her realize that she had to flee. Although the surveillance records and information were still in the process of being destroyed and deleted, and there were still a lot of things that hadn't been finalized, if she didn't evacuate, she would die at the hands of this young inspection officer. While Zhang Candle goes to block him, I still have time to escape now. After Sister Yang left the monitoring room, she tried to lighten her footsteps as much as possible and flew along the corridor. She was well aware of Zhang Candle's strength. Although it was impossible for Zhang Candle to block that inspector, he had also practiced the 7-7 version of the practice method, and had also mastered a battle method, and that battle method was very much a restraint for this kind of enemy that excelled in speed. Combined with the remaining bowmen, it could at least delay some time for her before dying. This time was enough for her to take out those extraterrestrial coins inside the dark compartment safe in her office. There's also the Super Sense original liquid, which must also be taken away. This thought flashed through Sister Yang's mind. This thing could only be produced by the Smart Star Group, and it was enough to be auctioned off at a sky-high price in the black market. If it wasn't for Boss wanting to support Xiao Peidong to the top, it wouldn't have been possible to take out such a precious treasure as the Super Sense original liquid. The time should be in time. Suddenly. Bang! After a loud gunshot, Sister Yang steeply felt a numbness at her right leg, and a sharp pain came violently, nearly falling to the ground. Shot? Immediately realizing that her right leg had been shot, she turned her head openly to look, and saw to discover that a surprisingly fast figure had steeply appeared in this corridor, speeding towards her. Phew! Sister Yang's eyes flashed, only to hear the sound of wind sweeping past her ears, immediately understood that the other party had already circled around to her side, her slender white jade-like right hand immediately flooded with a layer of icy cold sharpness, followed by a palm slash, directly cutting across. However, the other party was really too fast, in just such a narrow corridor, but in an instant, she retreated half a step back, dodging this hand slash of hers. Immediately followed by bang! The silver-colored barrel of the gun burst into flames, instantly breaking open a bloody hole in her right shoulder socket. Even if one's body had practiced the 7-7 version of the sunrise practice method, which was several times tougher than a normal person's body, it was impossible to block this kind of high-powered bullet without having practiced a defensive type of battle technique. Well. Sister Yang stifled a grunt, only to feel a sharp pain in her shoulder socket, and the strength in her right arm drained away. Immediately afterward, she felt a hard object pressed against her forehead. That was the cold muzzle of a gun. Move again and make sure your head explodes. A voice without the slightest fluctuation of emotions rang out, instantly causing her body to stiffen, not daring to make the slightest extra movement. Lin Qing's fingertip was placed on the revolver's trigger, pressed against this Cheongsam woman's forehead, and softly said, "Are you the person in charge of this underground boxing ring?" "Yes." Sister Yang blanched and said, "Where is Zhang Candle? Did he escape?" Could it be that Zhang Candle realized that this young inspector's strength was too terrifying, didn't dare to make a move, and directly fled, which was why the other party was able to chase him over so quickly? That bald guy? Lin Qing glanced at her, he's already dead. Sister Yang's heart grew more and more horrified. Zhang Candle had cooperated with the remaining archers and actually couldn't even delay them for a little bit of time? Wouldn't that mean that this young inspector's strength was even more terrifying than she had expected? In this instant, many thoughts arose in her mind. I am the person in charge of this underground boxing ring. Sister Yang suddenly said in a low voice, "My name is Zhou Yang, you are the newly promoted vice captain of the inspection bureau, Lin Qing, right? I want to make a deal with you, I'm sure you'll be moved. Tell me." Lin Qing looked at her. Sister Yang took a deep breath and said, "Captain Lin, since you joined the inspection system and didn't enter a martial arts school, I'm sure your qualifications won't be too good. I wonder if you're sure you'll be able to practice the original version of the sunrise practice method? I know you want to buy your life. Lin Qing's fingertip was still resting steadily on the revolver's trigger. Let's get right to it. What do you want to buy your life with? Sister Yang said in a low voice. Money, tens of millions of dollars worth of extraterrestrial coins. I can get you the best high-energy slow-release liquid, the EPS series. I don't know if you've heard of it. There's also the legendary Super Sense Original Liquid. I can give it to you as well. You have Super Sense Original Liquid? Lin Qing raised his eyebrows slightly. So? This was what his inexplicable intuition craved. Right now, what he needed most was indeed the Super Sense Original Liquid. There is. Sister Yang said without hesitation, and it's right here in this underground boxing ring. You haven't practiced the original sunrise practice either, right? There's the Super Sense Original Liquid, so you're still keeping it and not using it? Lin Qing asked. That's not for me, I don't dare to use it. Sister Yang said in a deep voice. I believe that Captain Lin can also see that the reason why Iris Red Society, was able to ask Chu Tianyao to make a move is naturally because there is a much bigger background above me, and to put it bluntly, I'm nothing more than a puppet. I don't dare to resist. Lin Qing narrowed his eyes slightly and said, Your Iris Red Society's informant in the Shaoshan District Inspection Branch is Xiao Peidong, right? I can't say. Sister Yang slowly said, If Teen Lin wants to force these questions, just kill me directly. I can at least live after losing the money and the mental sense original liquid. Once I leak the information I really won't be able to live. Is that so? Lin Qing sized her up and said, Tell me, where is the money and the Super Sense original liquid? Hooked. Sister Yang secretly breathed a sigh of relief and said, The Super Sense original liquid is in a safe in a dark compartment in the wall of my office, and the extraterrestrial money is hidden in a safe in another dark compartment. She added, however, both safes require fingerprint recognition and iris recognition to open, so I have to be the one to personally go get them. Lin Chang looked at her, then the gun moved and pulled the trigger. Bang! A cloud of blood also exploded from the shoulder socket of Sister Yang's left shoulder, the bullet deeply missing into it. She immediately went black, and her already trembling body couldn't help but shake, nearly falling head over heels. She clenched her teeth in death and lowered her head before she didn't let Lin Qing see the resentment in her eyes. Stand up, be honest. Lin Qing continued to point the gun at her skull and said softly, Otherwise, the next shot will be your head blossoming. Sister Yang took a deep breath and said, Can you let me stop the bleeding first? I won't be able to hold on if I keep bleeding like this. She saw that Lin Qing didn't say anything, and only then did she stretch out her fingertips, which were flushed with icy sharpness, and cut open the hem of her cheongsam. She also disregarded the fact that her white, delicate, straight legs were exposed, and just quickly cut out a strip of cloth, and even when the root of her leg was visible between her movements, she acted as if she hadn't even noticed, and forcefully wrapped the wound tightly, barely stopping the bleeding. Lin Qing could also see that this woman had torn her clothes to the point where they were half covered and half exposed, and was just playing the beauty trick, wanting to challenge the soft underbelly that men shared. But this soft spot of his had already been boiled into soup in his previous life. So he just stared coldly, his gun always aimed at her. After doing this in just half a minute, Sister Yang gritted her teeth and couldn't care less about the pain, before she stood up holding onto the wall. Let's go. Lin Qing spoke. Chapter 53 The Power of the Invisible. Sister Yang walked ahead silently, and before long the two arrived at the office at the end of the corridor. Inside the retro-style office, ancient colors and sandalwood incense curled up. After Sister Yang pushed open the door, she pointed at the piece of wall behind the sofa and said, The money is there, the technique to open the secret compartment is more complicated, so I need to come personally. Go ahead. Lin Qing said. Only then did Sister Yang walk forward, and after enduring the pain and continuously knocking on the wall a dozen times, she opened the secret compartment, revealing the door of the safe. Immediately after she passed the fingerprint and iris recognition, she clenched her teeth tightly, barely exerted her strength, and with some difficulty pressed the safety button on the cabinet door, which opened it. And inside the safe, there was indeed a large amount of coins lying around, looking like they were all made of rare metals brought by extraterrestrial civilizations. If these money were placed on the black market, the overall value would be around $41 million. Sister Yang said. Lin Qing glanced at her and continued to point her gun at her, saying, Go get the super-sensitive original liquid. Sister Yang, however, turned around and looked at him silently, not acting. Huh? A question escaped from Lin Qing's nostrils. I know that I'm going to be killed by you once I take the Super Sense original liquid out. Sister Yang gritted her teeth. Lin Chang narrowed her eyes. I don't want to die. Sister Yang took a deep breath and said, So? If you want the Super Sense original liquid, put the gun away, stay away from me again, and after I do the iris recognition and fingerprint recognition, you must let me get the Super Sense original liquid first. She said in a low voice, once I realize you're trying to kill me, I'll immediately crush the Super Sense original liquid. It evaporates very quickly. Once it's spilled, you won't have a chance to inject it. Lin Ching looked at her expressionlessly. If you don't agree, just kill me. Sister Yang acted as if she didn't see the muzzle of the gun, she just looked straight into his eyes, otherwise the moment you open the safe, it's just as likely to be my death. Lin Ching didn't say anything, just slowly backed up a few steps and put the gun back in its holster. Sister Yang let out a slight sigh of relief before she stepped forward and opened a hidden compartment on another wall, revealing the door of the safe. Immediately after she passed the fingerprint and iris recognition, she was about to press the button when her body shook slightly, as if the loss of blood and pain had made her a bit weak. At this very moment when her movements were sluggish. Whoosh! Sister Yang steeply heard the sudden sound of wind, and immediately afterward, she felt a force knock her body flying, directly hitting the wall next to her. When she forced herself to endure the pain and rose up from the ground in a sorry state, she suddenly realized that Lin Cheng had already re-stood in front of the safe, the muzzle of the revolver in her hand pointed at her. You! Sister Yang's face turned pale, staring at Lin Cheng with a deadly glare, and said in a trembling voice, you don't keep your word. Lin Cheng glanced at her, I didn't promise you, and you're the one who's too slow. It was indeed impossible for him to let this woman go, but before he killed her, he had to confirm whether or not there was really a Super Sense original liquid inside the safe. Sister Yang clenched her teeth in death, her eyes filled with remorse and unwillingness. Lin Cheng pointed a gun at her with one hand, while the other hand pressed towards the open button on the safe. At this moment, although Sister Yang looked miserable, in her heart, she couldn't help but sneer mockingly. People really do die of greed. She was very clear. Within this safe, there was indeed the Super Sense original liquid stored. But there was also a small device. Other than that fixed point in time every day, once the door was opened at any other time, it would directly spew out an extremely high concentration of neurotoxic gas at high speed. This kind of toxin that originated from the Wise Star group, unless it was someone like her who had done the genetic modification of poison resistance or practiced the original version of the sunrise practice, the poisoned person would basically be certain death. From the very beginning, she hadn't wanted to make any deal to stay alive. She could see that the other party could not be at ease without killing her, and was extremely cautious, which was why she had lured the other party here step by step, making the other party think that she really wanted to take out the Super Sense original liquid from the safe and use it for self-preservation. Plus the safe containing the money was also real, further strengthening the trust. Until just now, she deliberately pretended to be slightly slowed down by her movements caused by her injury and blood loss, giving the other party the opportunity to catch her mistake. Every step was carefully calculated. This set of processes was the way she had envisioned her response to encountering such a situation long ago. Unless she encountered a legendary Nian power awakened person who directly infiltrated the safe with his Nian power, it was basically impossible to fail. But the boss had said that nowadays, Nianli awakened who possessed freedom would have been incredibly rare, and each of them could only hide, not daring to be exposed, and she couldn't mess with enemies at this level. And now, this young inspection officer had really fallen for it. Sister Yang watched as Lin Qing's fingertips pressed a little bit towards the button that opened the cabinet door, and her heart rose with incomparable anticipation. Open it, the moment you open the door is the moment of your death. Just then, Lin Qing was suddenly stopped. Current order level down 0.7 levels. Current order level up 0.7 levels. A line of blood red hints and a line of green hints appeared in front of his eyes in succession. This caused Lin Qing to be slightly stunned. How did the order level suddenly drop so much, but then immediately recover? What kind of situation was this? Lin Qing couldn't help but glance at this woman called Zhou Yang next to him. There were only 2 living people left in this underground boxing ring, him and this Zhou Yang, and the others had fled and died. However, Zhou Yang had only caused the order level to drop by 0.6, a threat at the captain level, not to mention that now she had been crippled, so there was no threat left. If there was another threat posed by a strong person, it wouldn't have appeared only now, appeared and disappeared. Unless Lin Qing suddenly turned her head to look at this safe in front of her. If this safe contained a triggered bomb or something like that, once he attempted to open it, it could also potentially cause the order level to drop a lot. But didn't the Wise Star Group monitor the globe and prohibit the use of technological killers like bombs? Lin Qing tried reaching out his hand and going to open the safe again. But the order level did not drop. That inexplicable intuition didn't warn him again either. Lin Qing felt stranger and stranger. On the other hand, Sister Yang on the side was a bit anxious. This person was about to open the door just now, why did he stop again? Seeing that Lin Qing was keeping a vigilant look, this made her more and more anxious. Her state was getting worse and worse. She was still waiting for Lin Qing to be paralyzed by the poison and then use her last resort to give him a fatal blow. But if Lin Qing didn't open the cabinet door, she wouldn't have any chance. We can only fight. Sister Yang took a deep breath, a hint of determination surfaced in her eyes, and then she used her tongue to gently rotate and twist off one of her back teeth. And then she held it on the tip of her tongue as the mysterious energy in her body slowly flowed. This was her last resort. The tongue of the battle technique Divine Transformation series, in addition to the magical sense of taste, was also able to spit out concealed weapons from her mouth, with a power close to that of a bullet, extremely fast, and also extremely threatening under a sudden attack. Poof! In the next moment, a white residue abruptly erupted from Sister Yang's mouth. Lin Cheng maintained the battle method Min and immediately reacted, but the two of them were less than 3 meters apart, and under such a close distance, this tooth that erupted as if a bullet had been discharged only needed 0.01 seconds to pass through the distance. When Lin Qing reacted, he only had time to withdraw his steps and dodge. However, the target of this bullet was not himself, but the safe next to him. Success! Sister Yang sneered in her heart. She had seen this young inspector's speed and reaction, and even at close range, she wasn't sure of the success of her sneak attack. Therefore, her target was the open door button on the safe next to her. As long as she was able to open the door of the cabinet, under the ultra-high air pressure of the device, the poisonous gas erupted at a speed of nearly 100 meters per second, and even if Lin Qing just sucked in a little bit, it would be enough. Clang! The white residual shadow instantly hit the safe's open door button, and the huge rebound force also caused the safe's door to pop open violently. There really was something fishy in this safe? Lin Qing's eyes changed and he instantly transformed into a blurry phantom, retreating backwards as fast as he could. At the same time, he pulled the trigger with his hand, giving Sister Yang a shot as he stormed back. Bang! The sound of the gunshot echoed out. Sister Yang's chest instantly exploded with a flower of blood, but she just stared dead on at the open safe, anticipating the scene where a lavender poisonous gas would erupt out of it at high speed. However, the door of the safe popped open, but it was quiet, without any abnormalities appearing, and only the slightest hint of cold air filled the air. Sister Yang froze. And Lin Qing instantly stormed back to the office door, ready to close the door, but the order level didn't drop, making him feel relieved again, and he couldn't help but frown at the open safe. Inside the open safe, a light blue needle was visible fixed on the transparent base. Other than that, there was nothing. Lin Qing couldn't help but frown at Sister Yang. What was this woman up to? This kind of sneak attack tactic, just to help him open a cabinet door? Impossible. Impossible. After Sister Yang was shot, blood froth had already gushed out from the corner of her mouth, but she just stared at the open cabinet door with a deadpan expression, really unable to believe what was in front of her. Where was the high-pressure poison gas? Where was the subtle gas device she had prepared with great care? Why didn't it trigger? No. Impossible. Sister Yang barely supported her body with her hands, and with great difficulty, she climbed up from the ground, staggering towards the safe. Bang! After a gunshot, a bloody hole exploded in her head and she fell to the ground on her back. And in her eyes, there was still an incomparable shock and a hint of dazedness remaining. In the last instant, she saw the reason. On the jet port of that poisonous gas device, the piston that was originally supposed to be directly popped off by the super strong air pressure due to the pressure change, was actually trembling slightly just now. It was like there was an invisible force forcibly suppressing its eruption. Chapter 54, You Are the Informant. Zhou Yang was already dead. Lin Qing frowned slightly and took a step to the safe, just in time to also see the strange device that was half hidden and half exposed on the safe, as well as the piston that was trembling slightly. But when he looked closely, the piston that was blocking the mouth of the pipe was not moving at all. That was definitely not an illusion just now. This thought flashed through Lin Qing's mind. Thinking of Zhou Yang's incredibly unwilling appearance just now before he died, it was obvious that this should be some sort of device that could potentially kill him back. For example, hypnotic gas sprayed at high speed, or poison gas? But this device was not triggered, and it was as if that piston had been suppressed by some invisible force. There was an invisible force secretly helping him? He then associated it with his recent inexplicable intuition. At this moment, many thoughts surfaced in Lin Qing's mind. Could it be Nian Li? A Nian power awakened person? Lin Qing took a deep breath and reached out and took out the light blue injection from the safe, with the same base below it as the box used to contain it. This is the Super Sense original liquid? Really? Lin Qing pretended to be oblivious and spoke softly as if talking to himself. Then, that familiar intuition reappeared in his heart, as if his subconscious was reminding him that this was real. Lin Qing was completely silent, expressionless as he looked at the injection in his hand. Could it be her? Well. Inside the boxing gym, Zhao Jia forced herself to endure the violent dizziness that surged up to her brain, gently rubbing her brow with one hand while holding onto the wall with the other before she could barely stabilize her body. Little Zhao, what's wrong? Seeing this, team leader Han, who was not far away, could not help but frown slightly. Why do you look so bad? Did you have a nosebleed? It's fine, just a bit dizzy. Zhao Jia shook her head and took out a tissue to wipe off the nosebleed. In her heart, she was secretly helpless. It's true that she still forced herself too much and overdraft again. It's a pity that she didn't dare to expose her ability, or else she wouldn't have to exert herself so sneakily. Well, I still need to watch more dramas to learn how normal friends get along. I've only been learning for a few months, I can't be blamed for this. It seems like you have to visit each other's house often to be considered a friend? But he rejected me last spring festival. I heard that there is a star house in the city. Why don't we ask him to go to see the stars? Well, it doesn't seem to be much fun. I've been looking at the stars in a cage with my dad for over 10 years and I don't see what's so great about them. It's so boring. She wiped her nosebleed while holding back her dizziness and pondered with some confusion. Just then. It's open. It's open. Get in there. A sudden exclamation came from the direction of the boxing gym's locker room. After 5.5 minutes, the alloy plate that was a full 45 centimeters thick finally broke completely under the dual efforts of the plasma jet cutter and the chief captain. After melting that thick alloy plate, it was also directly kicked down by the chief captain. There were still remnants of searing heat inside the alloy cast channel. Whether it was liquid nitrogen cooling or coolant, it was too delayed and prone to explosions in such confined spaces. Therefore, the rescue department directly allowed the chief captain to lay a layer of aerogel matting at the high temperatures within the passageway, which had an extremely low thermal conductivity and high temperature resistance. As long as the inspectors didn't come into contact with the hot metal, they would be able to pass through quickly. I'll take the lead, you guys are in charge of searching and confirming Lin Qing's life and death. The chief captain didn't say much, and after taking off his fire-resistant suit, he directly rushed in along this passageway. Follow. Xiao Peidong, on the other hand, walked quickly into the blazing hot passageway with a sullen face. His complexion had worry, uneasiness, and anticipation. As if a heart was always attached to Captain Lin, whose life and death were unknown. A group of inspections quickly followed, through the hot channel, immediately arrived at the empty lounge below. Inside the lounge, there were arrows scattered everywhere, and it was clear that there had been a battle. When the inspectors quickly stepped out of the lounge and arrived at the vast and bright underground boxing ring, one could not help but freeze. Inside the entire ring, from the ring to the audience, there were corpses everywhere, and almost every corpse could not see any external injuries, and died from bleeding from the 7 orifices. The entire boxing ring was like an execution ground, filled with a dead silence. No wonder you dared to rush in. At this moment, the chief captain's slightly playful low laughter came from not far away. The crowd of inspectors sniffed and looked, only to see that on the bench near the boxing ring was sitting Lin Qing, whose inspection uniform was still straight and neat. And at his feet was the corpse of a woman in a cheongsam who had been shot in multiple places. Xiao Peidong froze. The crowd of inspections also froze. Captain Xiao. Lin Qing suddenly looked at Xiao Peidong and spoke, the person in charge of this underground boxing ring, Zhou Yang, she revealed to me before she died that you are the informant of the Iris Red Society. What? Informant? Lin Qing's shocking words immediately caused the crowd of inspections to freeze and look at Xiao Peidong in surprise. For a moment, many inspections subconsciously moved a step to the side, as if they were afraid of getting involved with Xiao Peidong. Xiao Peidong also had a black eye and almost failed to tense up. However, the qualities brought about by undercover training made him also only stunned for a moment before he frowned and spoke, Team Lin shouldn't really believe in this kind of criminals pre-mortem climbing and false accusations, right? When a person is about to die, their words are also good. Lin Qing laughed, and she said that she provided you with the EPS series of high-energy slow-release liquid. She also explained that she said that because I was sitting in the position of vice captain and threatened you, she invited Chu Tianyao to kill me, and said it like it was a big deal. He didn't know what was going on, but this woman, Zhou Yang, had said that the Super Sense original liquid was prepared for another person. So he guessed it was Xiao Peidong. These were all sensible speculations as well. Werewolf killing, well, the good guys have to be ruthless disc logic. Besides, he still needed to use Xiao Peidong to do an experiment to verify his speculation. Captain Lin, please also be careful with your words. Xiao Peidong steeply and coldly shouted, solemnly said, since I Xiao Peidong entered the inspection work, there have been 5 years, set down the merits of large and small also as more than 10 times, if Captain Lin really suspect that I Xiao Peidong is this kind of know the law, complicit in the meddlesome people, but also please come up with the actual evidence, I will naturally plead guilty. He spoke loudly and forcefully, with a solemn and righteous face that made people unconvinced. It's good that Captain Xiao didn't do it. Lin Qing smiled, I'm just repeating what the criminal said before he died, why is Captain Xiao so agitated? He also didn't give Xiao Peidong a chance to retort, and immediately stood up and gave a raised hand salute towards Yuan Anping, saying solemnly, Chief Captain, although I have not known Captain Xiao for a long time and am not quite sure of his character, but since Captain Xiao has said so, I think he should be innocent. I also request the Chief Captain to immediately issue an order to thoroughly investigate this underground boxing ring, as well as Captain Zhao's office and residence, to return Captain Zhao's innocence. He also had a serious face, as if he was afraid that he had wronged a good colleague. This kid. Yuan Anping's corner of the eye twitched slightly, coughed lightly, and said, that is something that should be investigated properly. He glanced at Xiao Peidong, who did not change his face, and said, then let the inspection team directly under my command search Captain Zhao's office and residence, and you search this boxing ring yourselves. Good. Lin Qing nodded slightly and immediately looked at the group of inspections and said, this underground boxing ring, I haven't had the chance to search it yet, the technicians go and deactivate the signal blockers and search for all suspicious information, the 5 teams and 6 teams stay behind to verify the identity information of these criminals, and if you can't find it out, then you can extract the DNA and identify it on the spot. As for the other inspections, the arrangement is as follows, 1 group. After he finished assigning the work of each group, he instructed, remember, make sure to carefully search this underground boxing ring, and not let go of any corner. Yes. The crowd of inspections answered. Team Xiao. Lin Chang looked at Xiao Peidong again and said sincerely, I was just relaying the original words just now, you shouldn't mind, right? Xiao Peidong sighed and shook his head, this kind of thing should indeed be said, don't worry, what I, Xiao Peidong, hate are criminals who make false accusations at will, Captain Lin is just being straightforward, I'm instead glad to have an upright colleague like you. Lin Chang was dismayed to hear this and could only say, I admire Team Xiao. It didn't matter if Xiao Peidong was real or not, in any case, this mentality was worthy of a cry of admiration. If it was real, this face was indeed fake enough. If it was fake, this acting skill was indeed real enough. Then let's begin. Lin Qing said, Team Xiao is experienced, go help with the search as well. After the group of inspection started their search work, Team Leader Han walked over and said with a slight frown, Team Lin, why don't I bring the second group to follow Team Leader Xiao and assist him in the search? Lin Qing couldn't help but look at Team Leader Han. He knew that Uncle Han said he was assisting, but in fact, he wanted to follow and monitor in order to prevent Xiao Peidong from intentionally concealing or destroying the evidence after discovering it. After all, he couldn't produce any evidence to show that Xiao Peidong was an informant right now, it was just an empty test. Even if he searched Xiao Peidong's residence and office, it was still the chief captain who sent someone to do it. No need, Uncle Han, I'll pay attention. Lin Qing smiled. Good. Seeing that he seemed to have some idea, Team Leader Han didn't try to persuade him anymore and just said, right, just now I saw that your assistant Xiao Zhao didn't seem to be too comfortable, his face looked very bad and he was still bleeding from the nose, so you care about it. After saying that, he immediately left with the second group. A very bad face? And a nosebleed? Lin Qing frowned slightly, could it be related to what he had guessed? Lin Qing, should I help with the search? At this time, Zhao Jiayi walked over, obviously with a tired face, but she raised her spirits and asked. After hearing her voice, Lin Qing was silent for a moment before he turned his head to look at Zhao Jiayi, then frowned and said, your face doesn't look too good, why are you so drained? Chapter 55 Captain Zhao's Intuition. It's fine. Zhao Jiayi shook her head slightly and said slightly sheepishly, it's just that I watched a drama all night last night and didn't sleep much, so I'm just a little tired now. Watching a drama all night? Lin Qing drifted off, as if he really believed it, and said, "Then you'll stay with me to command the scene." Lin kid. At this time, Yuan Anping walked over, somewhat eerily sizing him up, and asked, "Did you solve all these people in the underground boxing ring?" "Right." Lin Qing nodded slightly. "Luck, just the right amount of restraint." Zhao Jiayi couldn't help but look at him. Yuan Anping sked and said with a smirk, "That's not something that luck can account for. Even if it was more restrained, an average captain level wouldn't be able to fight through this underground boxing ring alone. Even mastering the 3 battle techniques was a bit difficult. But he knew that everyone had secrets, and there was no need to pursue them." "Right, Chief Captain." Lin Qing suddenly asked, "What about the fugitive Chu Tianyao from Qinghu Island prison?" "He escaped." Yuan Anping shrugged helplessly and said, "His strength is comparable to mine, at best I could only drive him away." If it wasn't for the fact that he saw that Yuan Anping had completely neutralized the fugitive's threat with a single strike, Lin Qing almost believed his bull. Yuan Anping had definitely hidden his strength. Lin Qing pretended to be unaware of this and just sighed deliberately. "However, Chu Tianyao actually really has a relationship with the Iris Red Society. I'm afraid that when my sister was seriously injured by Chu Tianyao, it was also related to the Iris Red Society." "It is possible." Yuan Anping nodded slightly. "I made a bit too much of a splash today." Lin Qing glanced at Zhao Jiayi with his afterglow and deliberately frowned. "I don't know what's going on today. I was a bit impulsive and swept away the Iris Red Society's underground boxing ring all by myself. I'm afraid that the Iris Red Society has already hated me to the bone and next might even have Chu Tianyao come to kill me again." Next to her, Zhao Jiayi was stunned to hear this, and then slowly lowered her head, slightly biting her lower lip. "That's normal," Yuan Anping casually said, "but the Iris Red Society is after all an underground force. It doesn't dare to go too far. Once it kills an inspector with an extraordinary status like you, the headquarters side will also send someone to conduct a thorough investigation, and the Iris Red Society won't be able to mix in Linen City anymore." Lin Qing sighed and said, "I hope so." He shook his head slightly. "However, the Iris Red Society is able to drive Chu Tianyao. Their background is definitely not ordinary. If Xiao Peidong is really an informant of the Iris Red Society, the forces behind him will definitely want to support him to become a proper captain. He and I are destined to go against each other, and he definitely won't rest until he solves me. It is a bit troublesome." Yuan Anping nodded slightly and didn't say much. He always felt that Lin Qing's words today were a bit much, a bit like he was deliberately trying to gain sympathy with him, making him feel a bit troubled. As for Zhao Jiayi, she listened silently on the side and couldn't help but show a hint of pondering in her eyes. The searches of the various groups were assigned to the various areas of the underground boxing ring, only the office area did not have a group come over to search. After Xiao Peidong pretended to search 2 places, he went straight to Zhou Yang's office. Inside the retro-style office, Xiao Peidong quickly opened the door and walked in, closing the door with his hand. He knew that since Zhou Yang was dead, that super-sensitive original liquid was bound to still be hidden somewhere within this underground boxing ring. Although he didn't know exactly where it was hidden, it was most likely placed in the 2 safes in the dark compartments of this office. He still had a better understanding of some of Zhou Yang's secrets. "These 2 dark compartments, I remember the same maneuver." Xiao Peidong pondered as he quickly stepped forward and opened the dark compartment on one of the office's walls after a dozen or so consecutive taps. He took a closer look at this safe within the dark compartment and found that the fingerprint identification and iris identification of this safe had been cancelled. Only after opening the safe could he operate to cancel the fingerprint and iris recognition. Xiao Peidong immediately pressed open the safe and found that there was a large pile of extraterrestrial coins placed inside the cabinet. However, he didn't care about this money. Anyway, it all had to be confiscated, and when he went out later, he had to pass the metal detection, so he couldn't take a single penny. All this money is actually in. Xiao Peidong was puzzled. Recognition lock cancelled? He didn't think it was strange. Zhou Yang, that woman, was ready to run away. Naturally, she had to eliminate all iris and fingerprint information records. This was a basic operation. Perhaps she had just opened the safe, cleared the information records, and was just about to pack up her money when she was forced to rush off to meet Lin Chang, only to never return? This was a more reasonable guess. The Super Sense original liquid isn't in this safe, so it should be in the safe in the other dark compartment. Xiao Peidong quickly opened another dark compartment, revealing the safe in it. Huh? At a glance, Xiao Peidong but slightly frowned. Because this safe also did not require fingerprints and facial recognition to unlock, and could be opened completely directly. This made him feel that something was wrong. Even if he was preparing to pack up and run, he should come one by one, right? He was cultivated and trained by the organization from a young age, his vigilance was quite high, and before obtaining benefits, he would think carefully about whether it would be a trap. For example, now. This was different from normal habits, which made him notice the abnormality. But he didn't know why. Xiao Peidong had a very strong intuition in his heart. What he wanted was most likely in this safe. Perhaps it was because the situation was urgent and Zhou Yang felt that there was a possibility that he might not be able to escape, so he thought of eliminating the information record and cancelling the identification lock first? Perhaps this was done to wait for him to come and search, to avoid him not being able to pass the fingerprints and iris person identification. After all, although he and Zhou Yan were somewhat at odds, they were ultimately on the same side and often worked together. Moreover, just now, Lin Cheng also looked as if the battle had just ended, sitting there to rest, and obviously hadn't had the time to search this office yet. Right, that's most likely it. The more Xiao Peidong thought about it, the more reasonable it became, and he couldn't help but look at the unguarded safe with blazing eyes. The Super Sense original liquid should be inside. As long as he was able to get his hands on the Super Sense original liquid, he would have a high hope of practicing the original version of the sunrise practicing technique before the vocational appraisal examination on the 20th of next month. At that time, he would have absolute certainty of being elected as a full captain. In the future, after mastering 2 more battle techniques, he would be able to be promoted to inspection chief, and he even had the hope to look at the position of Linhan City's inspection chief and truly gain freedom. Ambition, freedom, and intuition made Xiao Peidong hesitate for a little while, but still reached out his hand and pressed the button to open the cabinet door. Who would not believe in their own intuition? Thud! At the instant the cabinet door opened, a violent purple poisonous mist suddenly erupted out, accompanied by a high-pressure airflow that ruthlessly struck Xiao Peidong's face. Xiao Peidong reacted at the first time, but the speed of this poisonous gas bursting out at high pressure was nearly 100 meters per second, so how could he, who was not good at speed, have time to dodge? The poisonous gas had already surged and even penetrated into his skin. This is Purple Vine 004. Xiao Peidong was horrified in his heart and reacted at the first moment that this was a neurotoxin he had once encountered when he was doing antivirus experiments. He immediately withdrew 2 steps away, held his breath, covered his mouth and nose, and while the poisonous gas was quickly bursting away, he immediately flung his hand and waved away the purple poisonous mist, not caring that the poisonous gas was penetrating along his skin, and quickly looked towards the safe. This should only be Zhou Yang's means of defense against the enemy. As long as he could get the Super Sense original liquid, even if he was poisoned, it would be worth it. Anyway, he had undergone anti-poison genetic modification, and the Purple Vine 004 toxin wouldn't be able to kill him, it would just weaken him for a while. He didn't even notice that the purple poisonous mist in the air, which should have dispersed, was still quietly gathering towards him. However, Xiao Peidong froze, looking at the empty interior of the safe, his eyes filled with disbelief. How can it be empty? A burst of unspeakable anger and suffocation suddenly erupted from his heart, and the blood flowed straight to his brain, coupled with the penetration of neurotoxins, causing him to black out and faint. Zhao Jia squatted in the corner under the ring, pretending to look at her cell phone, while her mouth muttered something in a low voice. This is reasonable, what you want is inside. This is reasonable, what you want is inside. Chapter 56 Genetic Diseases. What? Lin Cheng was surprised. Captain Xiao actually fell into a coma from poisoning? What happened? The inspection that rushed to report said, just now, Captain Zhao's watch issued an alarm, his vital signs were weakening extremely quickly, the data was analyzed and it was suspected that he had been hit by some kind of neurotoxin. After a group of inspections changed into antivirus suits and went in, they found that Captain Xiao had fallen unconscious to the ground. Where? Lin Cheng asked knowingly. The office area of this underground boxing ring, in that retro-style office at the end. Inspection said, oh yeah, there are also 2 safes in that office. One is empty and installed with a poisonous gas device that has a high-pressure jet, the other safe contains a large amount of extraterrestrial coins, haven't estimated the price yet, but it should be in the 8 figures. Lin Cheng nodded slightly and said, alright, I know, be careful not to let the poisonous gas spread out, and send Captain Xiao to the hospital for resuscitation as soon as possible. After this inspection left, Yuan Anping, who was next to him, scat inside as he walked over. You kid is quite lucky. Yuan Anping said with an odd expression, just now you were saying that Xiao Peidong and you are mortal enemies, and that he won't rest until he solves you, and in the blink of an eye he's poisoned himself and sent himself to the hospital. He couldn't help but shake his head and sigh, this is really. Looks like I'm lucky. Lin Qing laughed, then turned his head to look at Zhao Jai, who had just been playing with her cell phone in the corner, and said with a smile, Jai, it seems like I'm luckier than you. Zhao Jai's face was a bit pale, and she barely managed to fight back a smile. Why do you look so pale? Lin Qing frowned slightly. If you can't, why don't I send you home first? Now. Zhao Jai was slightly stunned, but isn't the search not over yet? It's almost over. Lin Qing turned his head to look at Yuan Anping. Chief Captain, I'll send this friend of mine back first, is that okay? I'll watch from here, you send her back. Yuan Anping said unconcernedly, but you have to come back later. Xiao Peidong was sent for resuscitation, only you can come to collect the team and submit the summary. Good. Lin Qing nodded. Alright, go. Yuan Anping swept a glance at this underground boxing ring and sked, today is really your kid's lucky day, now the stats will be quite a lot of credits, it's estimated to be at least 2 second-class merits, and quite a lot of bounty money, it's all going to you alone, this luck of yours, I'm envious of it. Lin Qing tugged at the corner of his mouth and didn't say anything. Only, when he glanced at Zhao Jai next to him, the heart that was hidden under the smile was even heavier. He knew. This wasn't any luck at all. When he heard the news of Xiao Peidong's poisoning, he had already confirmed it completely. Because, when assigning the search task, he deliberately left out the office area, giving Xiao Peidong the opportunity to search Zhou Yang's office. That kind of setup also gave Xiao Peidong the chance to be vigilant and hesitant. He also purposely stirred up the conflict between him and Xiao Peidong in front of Zhao Jai. In this situation, the only person who had the motive and ability to poison Xiao Peidong was Zhao Jai. Zhao Jai is a Nianli awakened? The roadside. This section of the road belonged to a rather busy area, and vehicles flowed endlessly. Lin Chang and Zhao Jai stood on the side of the road quietly waiting for a car, watching a high-speed running unmanned vehicle pass by in front of their eyes. Jiai. Lin Qing looked at the road and suddenly said, my current speed is very fast, I should be able to cross this road within 0.2 seconds, do you think? The laser sensing of the unmanned car will still be in time to adjust its avoidance if I cross the road at my current speed? I don't think it can. Zhao Jai said with some doubts, and it's too dangerous. I think it's okay, and I shouldn't be afraid of my speed now, it's just time to train my stance, I'll give it a try. Lin Qing took a deep breath and immediately activated his battle technique, his body flashed to the side of the road, leaping forward to look at a vehicle speeding by on the road. What? Zhao Jai froze and anxiously said, but this is dangerous, you haven't practiced defensive battle techniques, what if something happens? I'll just try, nothing will happen. Lin Cheng stared at the opposite side of the road without looking back, as if he had already made up his mind. Zhao Jai bit her lips, took a deep breath, gazed at Lin Cheng, and said softly, this is really dangerous, you'll crash, come back, okay? At this moment, Lin Cheng suddenly had a strong intuition and sense of crisis. It seemed like the subconscious was telling him that as long as he did this, something would probably happen. Lin Cheng narrowed his eyes slightly. I thought it was influencing the mind, but this was the only extent? Something like subconsciously guiding and communicating? If it was just this, once one knew that they might be influenced, it would be fine to just remain vigilant at all times, ignoring the anomalies of their intuition and judging entirely based on reason. However, it's not possible for a nihility awakened person to have only this kind of means, right? After waiting for another half a moment, and determining that she seemed to only be able to do this much, Lin Qing then stopped her battle method, turned to look at Zhao Jai, and said, alright, you're right, it's better to cherish life. Only then did Zhao Jai let out a sigh of relief and rubbed her sore brows. At this time, the online car that Lin Qing had called also stopped at the waiting area beside the road. Inside the speeding Qi car, Lin Qing glanced at Zhao Jai sitting next to her and realized that she was leaning back on the seat in exhaustion. Did it seem like it was due to the consumption of Nianli? Jiai. Lin Cheng spoke, I guess I'll be the main captain next month, if you're free, pass the professional exam for inspection. I remember that the executive assistant of the main captain, the requirement is the rank of inspection division. Oh, good, Zhao Jai nodded her head with her eyes half closed, seemingly already sleepy. Lin Qing glanced at her and suddenly said, I still owe you a third-class merit, after this merit comes down, if the third-class merit is enough, I'll transfer it to you 3 times. When that time comes, you go learn a battle technique. Give me 3 times? Zhao Jai opened her eyes at once, I only lent you once. Lin Qing was silent for a moment and asked, if there's a chance to make a second-class merit, will you let me have it? Will should be. Zhao Jai felt that she said it too surely, and coughed lightly somewhat sheepishly, and added, anyway, you're a genius in battle methods, and you'll still be able to cover me after you learn it. We're friends. Friends? Lin Qing gave her a look. You're so relentless with your friends? It's nothing, right? Zhao Jia finished, suddenly realized that she was just a small inspection, and added, I mean, friends shouldn't care so much about each other. Anyway, I only have you as a friend. Lin Qing was silent for a moment and asked, what about other co-workers? I see that Han Ing also often talks to you. Doesn't she count as your friend? This. Zhao Jia scratched her hair with some difficulty. She's quite nice but her conditions don't match. I can't be friends with her. Conditions? Lin Cheng was silent for a moment and said, do you mean that the conditions match to be worthy of being your friend? It's not a matter of being worthy or not. Zhao Jia sighed somewhat helplessly. The main thing is that I have a genetically strange disease that prevents me from getting too close to others. Genetic disease? Lin Qing didn't quite understand what she meant. Can't get too close to others. Then why did you approach me? Because you're in the right condition, anyway. Oops, I don't know what to say. Zhao Jia scratched her hair with a bit of a headache. Dad doesn't let me talk about these things. Lin Qing glanced at her, then shook her head slightly. Forget it then, there's no need to tell me. At this moment. Ding. Destination reached. The car's intelligent voice rang out. Go down. Lin Qing looked at Zhao Jia and said, also, since you treat me as a friend, I'll tell you one thing. Go ahead. Zhao Jia nodded her head. Lin Qing was silent for a moment and said, even if you're friends, each other are also independent individuals. First of all, you have to respect each other. Can you understand that? Zhao Jia froze for a moment and whispered, it seems like I don't quite understand. I'll go home and ask Dad. Okay, see you tomorrow. Lin sighed lightly. After Zhao Jia got out of the car, this internet car sped onto the road once again, turning back to the point of departure. Lin Qing sat silently in the car. He didn't know if what Zhao Jia said was true or not, nor did he know what kind of mind and purpose she, Anyanli awakened, was holding. Of course. Looking back on this period of time, he also knew that Zhao Jia had been helping him, but he couldn't grasp this unexplained goodwill, which only made him even more despondent and uneasy. For him, friend had long since become a very extravagant word. During those years in the post-apocalyptic world, he had been cheated and betrayed by one so-called friend after another, and if it wasn't for the advantages brought by the anti-entropist, he would have died a long time ago. Even though humans were pack animals and couldn't tolerate true loneliness, he hated the feeling of being manipulated and observed. He also loathed testing humanity and didn't want to test whether his friends were real or fake. It's not impossible to keep friends at a distance. Lin Qing slowly closed his eyes, only if I have enough self-preservation ability. He didn't even dare to directly reveal Zhao Jia's identity as a numinous force awakened. This was because Nianli awakeners were simply too rare, even the inspection headquarters didn't know much about them, and there was obviously a problem in them. If he revealed the other party's identity, he didn't know what would happen. Therefore, it was better to wait. Since he couldn't hide and the other party was well-intentioned for the time being, he could only try to accept it. After the credits come down this time, just ask if there's any method of resisting a numinous awakened person. Lin Qing took a deep breath and glanced at his arms again. He also had to test whether this Super Sense original liquid was true or not. If it was true, he would be able to get started with the original sunrise practice method in a short period of time. Chapter 57: The Elephant. Individuals? Respect? Inside the cozy house, the middle-aged man with a bookish brow quietly listened to his daughter's broken-hearted outpouring, then pushed down the glasses on the bridge of his nose and smiled gently. Dad. Zhao Jia couldn't help but ask, what exactly does he mean? Xiao. The middle-aged man gently stroked Zhao Jia's head and said in a warm voice, you have to understand that this is not our homeland. They are also the most primitive and pure people. They are able to hide their emotions and don't have the eyes to communicate their emotions. For this most primitive of minds, privacy is the cornerstone of freedom, dignity, and security, which is different from us. He smiled and said, you can't see into his heart, and he can't see into yours in the same way. People are very far away from each other, and the first thing you need to learn to live here is to keep your distance. Keep the distance? Zhao Jia cocked her head as if she understood. Yes. The middle-aged man said softly, do you know that there is a creature here called an elephant? There are in the zoo. Zhao Jia nodded. Elephants are a gentle herbivore and don't actively attack people. The middle-aged man said, but both those who initially discovered the elephant and those who don't know anything about elephants will be afraid of its huge size and long tusks, thus not daring to approach it. Zhao Jia eeped and said, Dad, we seem to be a bit similar to elephants? We are more extreme than elephants. The middle-aged man laughed. Your chanting power would be more than just a matter of privacy to them, it's a powerful symbol. Even if you know that elephants are docile and harmless, there are just as many people who don't dare to approach and get swept up by an elephant's trunk. You're an elephant to them as well, get it? Zhao Jiayi drifted off and said, but if you know and get close enough, you won't be afraid, right? Just like the starry sky above their heads. The middle-aged man said softly, the greatest fear is the fear of the unknown. When he knows you well enough, he won't misunderstand you. Time will change everything. But, Zhao Jiayi said, didn't you say, Dad, that it's best not to let him know that I have Nianli? It's fine. The middle-aged man smiled and touched her head, he already knows. The captain already knows? Zhao Jiayi couldn't help but stare. Although he's a bit cold, his heart still distinguishes between black and white, good and evil, so he didn't reveal you. The middle-aged man smiled, in the future, you can be more honest with him. Really? Zhao Jiayi's eyes lit up, one hand pointed to her brow, while the other hand picked up the pendant around her neck and asked, can I tell him these two secrets as well? On the pendant was a pure black crystal as dark as deep space, with bits of starlight visible in it. Of course not. The middle-aged man slowly shook his head, I've told you the reasoning, elephants are hunted and killed because of their beautiful tusks, and so are we. Zhao Jiayi was silent for a moment and asked, will the people here be as cruel as Ji Xing? The middle-aged man sighed and said, they are the most primitive and pure people, and if they have enough power, they will definitely do so. He touched his daughter's head, of course, their hearts are also complex and multifaceted. When you feel that he is trustworthy, give him the pendant, it is already of very little use to you, but he will always remember you even if he wears it for a long time. I know. Zhao Jiayi nodded slightly. Lin Xing closed the team back to the precinct, then did the summary report, and went to the hospital to visit Xiao Peidong who was unconscious due to poisoning, and in the meantime mapped out the surveillance routes, and after stepping on the spot and going home, it was already night. After returning home and casually fixing dinner, he also made up for the debt of the 7-7 version of the practice method and the battle method micro that he had to pay back today. The hospital's surveillance is also too perfect, and it's also turned on satellite surveillance to protect Xiao Peidong. Lin Xing secretly pondered, it's also, after all, it's an inspection officer, when he's in an injured state, he's prone to be retaliated against by criminals, and it's normal to mobilize a satellite to monitor in real time. This was also one of the privileges of an inspection officer. After thinking for a long time, he didn't think of how to perfectly hide his identity and make up for Xiao Peidong. After all, once an inspection officer was killed, the inspection headquarters would definitely file a thorough investigation. As Xiao Peidong's rival, he would have had a motive and it was impossible for him not to be investigated. God knows what characters would come from the headquarters side and what means they had, once exposed, it would be self-destructive. Forget it, let's wait until he's discharged from the hospital and without satellite protection. Lin Xing didn't really care. Anyway, Xiao Peidong had been poisoned and hospitalized, even if he didn't lose half his life, he would still be weak for a good period of time. When Xiao Peidong was discharged from the hospital, the merits would have been handed out a long time ago, and not only could he learn new battle techniques, maybe even the original version of the sunrise practice method could be advanced. At that time, he would still be able to make huge progress in his strength. Even now, even if Xiao Peidong hid his strength, Lin Xing felt that he should be stronger than Xiao Peidong. When he learned the new battle method and practiced the original Chaoyang practice method, even if it was the Green Lake Island fugitive Chu Tianyao, he wanted to try to see if he could get this first-class merit. What is a mere Xiao Peidong? Well, after turning straight then we'll settle him. Lin Xing secretly nodded his head, anyway, his competition with me is only for the position of being a full captain, and when I turn full, the motivation to kill won't be as strong as it is now. He collected his thoughts and immediately called out in his mind. Order. In the next moment, the reverse entropist panel instantly surfaced before his eyes. Current order level, 2.9. Number of advanceable items, 02. Advance item, self-existing body series battle technique micro 10.4% completed. Advanceable item, 7.7 version of the sunrise practice method 37.8% patched up. Level 2.9. Lin Xing couldn't help but smile, that's quite a lot of increase. Although today only cleared an underground boxing ring of the Iris Red Society, it was enough to increase the order level by 1.7 levels. The main source was still that woman called Zhou Yang and the underground boxing ring's head. These two were originally the core characters of the underground boxing ring and the key to the chaos. One was the person in charge and the other was supposed to be the one who suppressed the ring. Once these two died, the order level went up by 1.1 levels. The underground boxing ring was shut down and sealed off, which also made the order level go up by 0.4 level. Unfortunately, those fighters, which were important assets of the underground boxing ring, had been moved away before he attacked the underground boxing ring. There must be wanted criminals among those fighters as well. If such wanted criminals became fighters and gave back to the Iris Red Society as fighters, that would also be a factor of chaos. As long as they were removed, the order level would surely rise. As for those bowmen, they were merely the security force of the underground boxing ring, always living in the underground boxing ring, like tools, not really affecting the social order. Killing them all didn't raise the order level much. So, overall, this time, a total of 1.7 levels of order level was raised. The more massive the underground forces are, the more they are like an organized whole, and the root cause of chaos is also often the highest level. The lower levels instead have to follow the order and do their own thing. Through today's action, Lin Chang was also more certain of this point. It was like the Blue Scarf Gang on Ironstone Street. The key to the Blue Scarf Gang's chaos was the leader, Camel, and even if the Blue Scarf Gang was disbanded, the order level would only go up by 0.1 level. Next, just wait for the credits to be handed out. Lin Ching secretly pondered. The chief captain said that there are at least 2 second-class merits, so it's perfectly possible to learn all of the self-inflicted body series, and also learn another battle technique from another series. And then there's... He took out the box containing the Super Sense original liquid injection from his arms and looked at the light blue original liquid. First, I have to make sure that this is real or fake. Even with the change in order level, it was certain that this stuff was not dangerous to him. But it was also not certain that this was the Super Sense original liquid. What's more, just because it wasn't dangerous, didn't mean it was good. Just like Zhao Jiai's Nimbus, in the case that she meant well, the guidance of the subconscious mind was also not dangerous and would not cause a change in order level. But it could also cause other troubles. Therefore, it was necessary to first determine if this thing was a supersensible original liquid. As for the method, Lin Chang had already thought of it. Chapter 58 Ranking of Inspection Officers. Overnight. February 9th, 10 am. Team Lin. Good morning, Captain Lin. I heard that Team Lin made another big achievement yesterday and will soon be promoted to second-level inspection officer, right? Team Lin is going to be a full captain next month, right? After Lin Chang arrived at the precinct, all along the way, whether it was inspections or various sections, those who greeted him were not as enthusiastic as before. Enthusiasm often appeared among people whose levels were not that far apart, but for people whose levels were too high, it was more of a matter of respect and fear. The inspection system, the most important thing is personal strength and merit. The strength is strong, and has repeatedly built achievements. Having just assumed the position of inspection officer, he had made such a feat. This is also what many people realized at once. In just 2 short months, this vice captain had already flown to the point where they had to tilt their heads up to see it. When they got along, their attitudes naturally became a bit more formal and careful. Although Lin Chang himself didn't feel it was necessary, after the news spread, his co-workers were as if they were distantly formal, and it really didn't leave him with much to do. Fortunately, he was used to being alone, and he didn't have much socialization in private. Moreover, there was another guy with a rather more intimate attitude. Captain, you've risen in the rankings. In the captain's office, Zhao Jiai was originally lazily shrinking on the sofa like a cat, but she suddenly sat up and stared at her cell phone with a gossipy face. Ha! Lin Chang was slightly stunned. What ranking? It's the Linen City's inspector ranking. Zhao Jiai blinked her azure blue eyes. Someone ranked the 17 inspectors from the 12 districts of Linen City based on their strength, and Lin Qing, you've risen from number 17 to number 9. How many times have I said to address the position when working? Lin Qing casually played a stunt and added, who set this ranking? From number 17 to number 9 in one go, is it that high? A mysterious person with a platform ID called a dog passing by has to be ranked. Zhao Jiai took a closer look. Everyone calls him Dog Platoon Brother. She held it up for Lin Qing to see. Look, when Dog Platoon Brother ranked you, his comments were conservative estimates, saying that you alone can sweep the Iris Red Society underground boxing ring. The lowest is number 9, and it's normal to go up a few spots. Who are the top 3? Lin Qing curiously said. Number 3 is called Wang Sinan. Zhao Jiai looked at her phone and said, it seems like he's already mastered all 5 battle techniques of the 5 Elements series and is naturally powerful. Mastered all the battle techniques of the 5 Elements series? Lin Qing slightly raised his eyebrows. The more battle techniques one mastered, not only would they be stronger, but they would also have fewer flaws. Once the entire series was mastered, then there were basically no more flaws, it was just that different series of battle techniques had different focuses. This number 3 Wang Xianen, his strength was estimated to be a bit stronger than the current him. After all, he had only been converted for 2 months, and had only learned 3 battle techniques. Although they had all reached the instinctive level, the battle power increase was only comparable to a whole series of battle techniques, not to mention that the other party was also born with a lot of power. Number 2 is called Zhang Shuwei. Zhao Jia read the introduction on her phone. In addition to mastering an entire series of battle techniques, it seems like one of them has reached the instinctive level and has mastered another series of a battle technique. Brother Dog Pie said that this person has a high talent for battle techniques, and that he's only 3 years old and he's cultivated one of the battle techniques to the instinctive level. Reading here, she couldn't help but glance at Lin Chang. Lin Chang knew what she was looking at and said helplessly, "Don't look at me, talk about number 1. Wow. After talking to her dad last night, Zhao Jia kinda wanted to show her cards to Lin Chang in her heart, but she was a bit embarrassed and didn't know how to open her mouth, and Lin Chang didn't have the intention of pursuing the matter. Number 1 is called Su Qiu. Zhao Jia looked and eeped, saying, "This person is still a girl, just like you, Captain. She learned the self-improvement body series of battle techniques, and has mastered them all." Just mastered a series of battle techniques and she's number 1? Lin Ching couldn't help but say, could she? Yes, she should have practiced the original sunrise practice method. Zhao Jia nodded. No wonder. Lin Ching suddenly realized. After mastering a series of battle techniques, unless there was a battle technique that was cultivated to the instinctive level, even if one learned a new one, the increase in strength would not be considered great. However, the difference between the 7-7 version of the sunrise practice technique and the original sunrise practice technique would be huge. With this number 1 strength, wouldn't it be almost an inspection chief? Lin Ching couldn't help but TSK. There were 2 requirements for the rank to be promoted from inspection officer to inspection chief. 1. Strength. It was required to practice the original version of the sunrise practice method and to master a series of battle techniques. 2. Merit. The requirement was to accumulate 6 second-class merits, or 1 first-class merit. Looking at it this way, Linen City, the number 1 amongst the inspectors, is just short of merit to be promoted to Inspector General. In terms of strength, this Su Qiu is estimated to be comparable to that Green Lake Island fugitive. It was just not as good as Yuan Anping, who was hiding his strength. This Su Qiu is quite talented. Zhao Jia said, "I see that Brother Dog Pie said that she is only 22 years old this year. That's indeed quite talented." Lin Ching nodded. Seeing him say that, Zhao Jia couldn't help but say, "Compared to you, Captain, these people are all far behind." Lin Ching gave her a helpless look and said, "No one is allowed to say anything." "I know." Zhao Jia immediately covered her mouth and nodded. "Alright, I'm going out." Lin Ching glanced at the time and immediately left the office, heading towards the 2nd floor where he was studying battle techniques. Not long after passing the identification check, entering the elevator, and going through the passageway, Lin Chang once again walked within that secret room for learning battle techniques. "Lin Chang, why did you come over today?" That slightly hoarse voice rang out. "The headquarters records say that you seem to have made a great achievement in the past 2 days, but the merit hasn't been verified and issued yet, so you're not able to learn the battle method yet. It would take at least a week for the merit to be issued and go through a series of processes." Lin Ching shook his head slightly and said, "I'm not here to learn battle techniques, there's just something I want to ask headquarters." "Go ahead," the hoarse voice said. Lin Chang slowly said, "I want to learn about the mental sense original liquid." "Super sense original liquid?" That raspy voice sighed. "It seems that you have encountered difficulties in practicing the original sunrise practice method, also. The first step of the original sunrise practice method is very troublesome, and no one can say when you will be able to sense the mysterious energy of the outside world." He paused. "The Super Sense Original Liquid can indeed help you, but this is, after all, produced by the Smart Star Group, and the headquarters does not have a channel. The headquarters executives may be able to get the Super Sense Original Liquid from the metropolitan area, but it will also be prioritized to those who are valued by the executives, and there are also a lot of people queuing up, so there is really no way to do this." Lin Chang was silent for a moment and said, "Can you send me the details of the Super Sense Original Liquid?" "Details?" The raspy voice said, "Yes, you can, but this is produced by the Smart Star Group. The various scientific research institutes around the globe don't have a method to replicate it, and parsing it is very difficult. I'm just learning about it." Lin Ching shook his head. "You do have viewing privileges, so you can just watch it here." As that raspy voice rang out, a large amount of information had been projected on the wall in front of Lin Cheng. In addition to the methods of use, relevant side effects and symptoms that could potentially occur, among them was the method of testing the authenticity of the Super Sense original liquid. There really is. Lin Cheng was delighted in his heart and quickly read it and memorized it, then said, "Alright, I'm fine, when the credits come down, I'll come back to learn new battle techniques." After leaving the secret room, he headed straight to the laboratory, ready to borrow some potions. "As long as we confirm that the Super Sense original liquid is real, we can inject it today." Lin Cheng accelerated his steps, his heart filled with anticipation. Chapter 59 Merit Badges arrive. The final step. Lin Cheng looked at the cup of emerald green solution that had just been concocted on the coffee table and slowly exhaled. Immediately afterward, he picked up the needle box next to him and took out the needle that was filled with a light blue transparent liquid from it. After carefully removing the protective cover from the tip of the needle, Lin Cheng slowly pushed out a drop of light blue medicinal liquid from the needle, letting it drip down within the emerald green solution. Tick-tock. After the light blue medicinal solution fell into the emerald green solution, what seemed like a tiny amount of a drop was to make the solution in the measuring cup begin to change drastically, and in just a few seconds, the emerald green color within the entire measuring cup was gone, leaving only the clear transparent solution, as well as a layer of sandy crystals slowly precipitating out from the bottom. "It's real." Lin Cheng's eyes lit up and he couldn't help but reveal a hint of a smile, glancing at the injection in his hand with satisfaction as he prepared to start injecting. This one Super Sense original liquid was 10.5 milliliters, and just now, when testing for authenticity, only 0.05 milliliters had been used. From the introduction of the detailed information passed over from the headquarters, as long as 10 milliliters of Mental Sense original liquid was injected at once, it would be completely sufficient. Luckily, the test method is simple, or else I would have to risk going to the laboratory center. Originally, Lin Cheng thought that testing this kind of high-end creation of an extraterrestrial civilization might require very specialized instruments, such as mass spectrometry coupling technology or NMR/MRI technology or something like that. I didn't realize that it could be tested with such a simple method. However, from the information provided by the headquarters, the ingredients of the Super Sense original liquid were not complicated. The key was that one of the ingredients did not belong to Earth, and the only one that could be provided by the Wisdom Star Group from the extraterrestrial civilization. Begin. Lin Cheng followed the instructions for the Super Sense original liquid and began to administer the 4. After tying a tourniquet and waiting for the vein to fill up, and then sterilizing the skin at the injection site, he slowly pushed, and then he injected this tube of light blue supersensory original liquid, completely. The injectable needles circulating on Earth were specially manufactured by the Smart Star Group for people in the metropolitan area, and were more in line with the usage habits of Earthlings. Only a minute or so after the injection, Lin Cheng began to feel dizzy in his head, and his vision began to vaguely blur. Phew! Lin Cheng leaned on the sofa and started to take deep breaths. It was said that dizziness was normal, the brain would experience intermittent slight oxygen deprivation, and there would be a certain amount of chromatic hallucinations in front of the eyes. Usually after waiting for half an hour, the symptoms diminish. In addition, there are also 5.7% of people who will go into a coma, as well as 1.6% of people who will experience a short-lived high fever. Although Lin Cheng wasn't a neuromancer, he wasn't so bad that he ran into these two small probability symptoms. After half an hour, it had returned to normal. It doesn't seem to be the same as in the past. Lin Cheng closed his eyes and felt that he was vaguely experiencing a strange but subtle change, as if he was buried under a layer of thick soil, and listening to the outside world was plausible. He was not in a hurry either. The effect of the Super Sense original liquid would last for a month or two, and during this time, the senses of the mysterious energy would continue to be amplified until the senses exceeded a boundary and were able to vaguely perceive the mysterious energy of the outside world. By then, the original sunrise practice method would be introductory. Lin Cheng, however, had always remembered. On the elite inspection training contract given over at the inspection headquarters, it was written that as long as he was able to practice the original version of the sunrise practice technique within this year and master the original version of the self-existing bodied battle technique, he would be able to enjoy all the perks and benefits of genetic optimization. Only then would there be hope of breaking the genetic shackles and genetic awakening in the future. For these 1 or 2 months, let's cultivate the battle method. Lin Cheng secretly pondered. There were still 8 days to go before the debt for the battle method, micro, would be paid off, and by then, the credit would definitely come down. 1 week later. On the day of February 16th, the Shaoshan District Inspection Branch held another commendation meeting, which was even more grand than the last time. After all, it was sweeping away an important stronghold of the Iris Red Society, and all of the decentralized merits had at least 2 second-class merits, so the scale naturally had to be even more grand. At this commendation meeting, in addition to the people from the Shaoshan District branch, the inspection officers from the other branches in Linen City were also present, as well as several leaders from the City Inspection Bureau, including Yuan Anping. When Lin Cheng went on stage to deliver his speech, the applause from below was quite enthusiastic. The leaders of the City Bureau sitting in the first row were all friendlier than one another, especially Yuan Anping, who, after whispering with a female leader of the City Bureau from time to time, added a bit more eagerness to the female leader's eyes when she looked at Lin Cheng. Sitting in the second row were the inspectors of each precinct, and Lin Cheng also paid attention to the inspectors ranked in the top 3 by dog pie. Su Qiu, who was ranked number 1, was really young, and although her face value wasn't exactly the top pretty kind, she was quite tall, and with that exquisite and straight inspection officer uniform, as well as that cold and dry temperament, she also attracted quite a lot of inspection's gazes. Greetings, comrades of the inspection. Lin Cheng had let Zhao Jiai help prepare a speech for the stage yesterday, and after casually modifying a few points, he memorized it silently. In addition to that, I would like to thank my colleague, Captain Xiao Peidong Xiao, who is a respectable and good inspector. When I was clearing out the criminals from the underground boxing ring, the top criminal among them, before his death, once slandered Captain Xiao as the protective umbrella of the underground boxing ring, and also maintained a long-term interest in the relationship, and slandered Captain Xiao for utilizing his position to shelter the criminal action many times. Of course, I believe that anyone with a discerning eye can see that this is true or false, and I absolutely believe in Captain Zhao's integrity and honesty. And even though Captain Xiao suffered such an unjustified injustice, he was also courageous enough to rush to the front line during the search, going deep into the danger, and finally, when searching the enemy's safe, he accidentally fell prey to the enemy's treacherous plan, and was poisoned, and is still lying in the hospital to this day. The lower Yuan Anping with an odd face listened to this speech of Lin Cheng, always felt that it was this guy who was in the yin and yang. Still what rushing in the first line. We all know that Lin Cheng alone swept the Iris Red Society's underground boxing ring. Captain Xiao rushed in the first line is not just rubbing the credit, fishing for benefits. As a result, he also fell into the enemy's trap because he was too eager when he searched the safe. It sounds like it has been praising, but those who know the situation just have to think about it carefully, and it feels like it is in the shade. After getting off the stage, Lin Cheng couldn't help but mutter secretly, this time, even if Xiao Peidong's background wants to suppress this time, it's hard to do it. And I was supporting him strongly, he can't suspect me if he's dead. Rank promotion only depends on strength and merit, as long as there are no obvious stains in criminal records. And the position is not the same, just like the promotion of the main captain, the inspector rank is only the basic requirements, the higher leaders have to consider more points. Especially the popularity. You cannot be that well liked, but you cannot be too bad. If Xiao Peidong is really an informant of the Iris Red Society, and can climb to this point, then there must be background support. In the case of a victimized reputation, it would also be difficult to evaluate the job. After a full hour, this commendation meeting finally ended. The city council rewarded 100,000 yuan, plus an excellent inspection medal. This money is nothing, the medal is more useful. When it comes to job evaluation, it will become an important weight on the scale. After finishing, Lin Cheng incidentally checked the harvest that had just been issued down on his cell phone. The city council rewarded 100,000, the precinct also rewarded 50,000, the bounty is 750,000, and there's an additional $60,000 of commendation for various merits. That adds up to 960,000. Lin Cheng glanced at his account balance. This 960,000 had already arrived, together with the 400,000 from before that he hadn't spent yet either. The deposit had reached as much as 1,360,000 at once. Moreover, his rank had also been promoted to second-level inspection officer, and his income was the same as his cousin Chen Yanan's, with a basic salary of 12,000 per month. Of course. None of this money was the point. The point was merit. 2 second-class merits, and 4 third-class merits? Lin Cheng nodded slightly, his heart satisfied. 2 times second-class merit was not unexpected, but I didn't expect there to be 4 times third-class merit? It seemed that amongst the security of that underground boxing ring, there must be wanted criminals or people with major criminal records, otherwise there wouldn't be an additional 4 times third-class merit. It just so happens that transferring Zhao Jiai 3 times third-class merit, these 2 second-class merits will allow me to learn 4 battle techniques in one go. Lin Cheng secretly pondered. The self-realization body series was also just 3 battle techniques away from learning all of them. There was still 1 battle technique left. What should I learn? Chapter 60 The Secret. After the commendation ceremony, Lin Cheng was about to leave the auditorium and go to the secret room to learn a new battle technique when he saw Chief Captain Yuan Anping walking over with a tall female inspection officer with a cold wind. It was clearly Su Chou, the #1 ranked inspection officer in Linen City. "Chief Captain." Lin Cheng greeted. Yuan Anping said with a smile, "Let me introduce you, this is Captain Su from the Upper City branch. I've long heard of Captain Su's great name." Lin Cheng nodded slightly to Su Chou. "Quite young indeed." Su Chou sized up Lin Cheng, then asked, "Got a date?" "Ah." Lin Cheng was slightly stunned and couldn't help but look at Yuan Anping, questioning with her eyes, "What does she want?" Yuan Anping pretended not to see it and turned his head away as if looking at the scenery. "Is there any? Give a quick word." Su Chou looked at Lin Cheng and asked again. Lin Cheng's mind turned and she chose to lie, "There is." Su Chou let out an "oh," glanced at Zhao Jiayi who was not far away and said, "Just now I saw your executive assistant under the stage, it's quite pretty, I guess a lot of money was spent on her face, do you like this kind?" Among the crowd, Zhao Jiayi puffed up her cheeks innocently and secretly muttered, "You're the one who got a facelift." Lin Cheng also knew that plastic surgery in this era wasn't much different from getting a haircut, it was just more expensive. So Su Chou's words didn't mean anything to look down on. What does Captain Su want to say? Just say it directly. Lin Cheng was also too lazy to talk more nonsense. Painful, then I'll have something to say straight away. Su Chou said seriously, "You're someone that the inspection headquarters is looking at just like me, and although you haven't yet practiced the original version of the sunrise practicing method, and there's still a big gap between you and the level of the inspection chief, I'm optimistic about you. It's possible that we'll be colleagues in the future, and we're both from Linen. I think your appearance, age, and talent are all good, and I'm quite satisfied." She looked at Lin Cheng, "If you're willing, we can try dating first, of course this is the assessment period I'm giving you, as long as you can officially enter the headquarters, even if you pass the assessment, I can get help from my family to transfer you to a good department." "I didn't let you be so direct." Lin Cheng was speechless for a moment. It sounded as if the family background wasn't small. Moreover, Yuan Anping was all on the sidelines watching the show, unwilling to interject, and hadn't said a word. "How about it? Think about it." Su Chou thought about it again and said, "I even looked at the horoscope yesterday, you're a Scorpion and I'm a Virgo, our fit rate is 90%, the entire Linen City's inspectors, it's just us who are the most suitable." Lin Cheng didn't answer her, she just waved towards Zhao Jiayi, who was not far away pretending to know nothing and using the back of her head with her back facing this way, and said, "Jiayi, come over here." Zhao Jiayi pretended to turn her head and pointed to herself uncertainly before walking over. "Captain Su, I only look at faces." Lin Cheng pointed down at Zhao Jiayi with her thumb, "She's a Cancer, and her fit rate with Scorpion is 100%. Zhao Jiayi blinked her big, delicate, and beautiful eyes. And Su Chou sniffed and glanced at Zhao Jiayi, then looked at Lin Cheng without a word. After a few seconds, she shook her head in slight disappointment and said, "I thought you also only liked purely natural." "Then forget it." Lin Cheng secretly sighed in relief. Plastic surgery in this era was too easy to be utilized by criminals, so it wasn't even hard to check plastic surgery records. And the biggest bad thing about his life was that he was born with a good face value, which also meant that the genes in terms of face value were better, and as soon as other people checked that he didn't have a record of plastic surgery, they naturally thought that he was rare. "However, there is one more thing to discuss with you," Su Chou said. "Aren't you being targeted by the Iris Red Society? Maybe the Green Lake Island fugitive Chu Tianyao will still make a move against you, but I have a plan. If you're willing to be the bait to cooperate, it's possible to catch Chu Tianyao to put an end to the trouble." "Be the bait?" Lin Cheng continued to shake his head, "That won't be necessary." "No need?" Su Chou frowned slightly. "Chu Tianyao has already practiced the original version of the Chaoyang practice method, and has mastered more than one series of battle techniques. By the time you catch up with him you won't even know when. Aren't you worried about encountering Chu Tianyao again in the meantime?" Lin Cheng shook his head and didn't say much. He was about to embark on a high-speed metamorphosis period, and when he had enough strength, he still wanted to personally resolve Chu Tianyao. It wasn't just for the first-class merit, but also to avenge his cousin Chen Yanan. Wanting him to be the bait and also rob him of his first-class merit? How could Lin Cheng possibly agree to that? After being rejected by Lin Cheng again, Su Chou looked at him again without a word. After a dozen seconds or so, she turned around abruptly and said without looking back, "Fine, I never give people a second chance." After saying that, Su Chou left with a dashing quick step. After she left, Lin Cheng looked at Yuan Anping speechlessly. "Chief Captain Yuan Anping, won't you explain?" "Ahem. Yuan Anping was a bit embarrassed. After Su Qiu read your profile, she said that you're not bad, and insisted that I introduce you to her. I thought that you happened to be single, so I agreed. Lin Chang lowered her voice and asked, she also signed an elite training contract? Yes. Although Su Qiu isn't a battle method genius, she's making fast progress in practicing her method. Yuan Anping said, as early as 2 years ago, she had already practiced the original version of the sunrise practicing technique, and it was only recently that she mastered the entirety of the self-contained body series of battle techniques, and it is estimated that she will be transferred to the headquarters in 3 months' time. He sighed, she should be trying to get a first-class merit once before entering the headquarters. I heard that at the headquarters, the benefits that can be exchanged for merits are also more. Lin Chang drifted off. No wonder Su Qiu's strength was already at the Inspector General level, just short of merit badges, but Yuan Anping had previously said that he was the heir to the position of Chief Captain and hadn't even considered Su Qiu. It turned out to be that Su Qiu was destined to go to the headquarters. Can she beat Chu Tianyao? Lin Qing asked. She's a bit weaker than Chu Tianyao, but she's on the same level. Yuan Anping casually said. Lin Chang was pondering. After the little episode, Lin Qing didn't waste any time, so he went straight to the secret room where he was learning battle techniques. Let's see, the credits have indeed all come down. In the dimness, that slightly hoarse voice said, 2 second-class merits? Not bad, less than 10 days have passed since you last learned the battle technique micro. Have you already mastered it? Right. Lin Chang nodded slightly. I'll learn force first today. The hoarse voice was silent for a moment and suddenly said, before that, I'll ask you a question in place of my superiors. It's very important to you, so you'd better answer truthfully. Lin Chang hummed. From the record of your meritorious actions, if you only mastered 3 battle techniques, the difficulty of this operation is relatively high. The raspy voice paused and slowly asked, have you already cultivated one of the battle techniques from the self-realization body series to the instinctive level? Lin Qing had long known that he couldn't hide it, so he immediately nodded and said, yes, the battle method Min has already been cultivated to the instinctive level by me. This was the earliest battle technique he had learned, and it had been almost 2 months since then, so even if it had been cultivated to the instinctive level, it wasn't that much of an exaggeration for a battle technique genius. Sure enough. The hoarse voice couldn't help but sigh, just less than 2 months, to be able to cultivate a battle technique to the instinctive level, it's a bit faster than expected, generally speaking. For a battle technique to be cultivated to the instinctive level, the time consumed is at least 10 times more than the time needed to master it. Lin Qing did this math and determined that he was still considered to be in the category of a battle method genius, which wasn't too sudden. Mastering the battle method took less than 10 days, and cultivating to the instinct level should normally be around 3 months. He was just a bit faster. In that case, let me tell you a secret in advance. The tone of that hoarse voice suddenly became serious and earnest as it solemnly said, sometime in the future, if and when you learn the original self-realization body battle technique and cultivate it to the instinctive level, our site advises you not to divulge this news, including the headquarters. Don't leak it? Lin Qing couldn't help but ask, why? Chapter 61, Showdown. This is for your protection. The somewhat hoarse voice said, I'm not too sure about the exact reason, I only know that it's related to the extraterrestrial civilization Smart Star group, and it seems to involve an evolutionary pathway that comes from the stars. After hesitating for a moment, he said, in fact, if you push upwards, the source of the series of battle techniques you cultivate, the self-invigorating body, is the evolutionary pathway from the stars, created by that founder of the Sunrise Martial Arts School using it as a basis. The founder of the Sunrise Martial School? Lin Chang drifted off. He also knew quite a lot about this great man's deeds, such as the creation of the Sunrise Martial Way, the establishment of the Sunrise Martial Hall, the investment of the Smart Star Group, and so on. The height of his status was described as a god that countless people around the globe longed for. I see. Lin Cheng asked, only the original version of the self-realization body battle technique cannot be exposed? Or can't other battle techniques be exposed as well? The raspy voice said, as long as the battle methods implemented by the Sunrise Martial School are the same, the inspection system, these 4 series of battle methods, all involve evolutionary pathways from the stars. Lin Cheng nodded slightly. He was originally used to hiding his bottom card as well, and once he unveiled it, it was a sure kill. Even if HQ didn't remind him, he would still do it. Even though only the original battle method will attract attention, it's better to start defending against it earlier. The hoarse voice said, the headquarters side will also prepare various cover-up methods for you geniuses, such as genetic modification, mutation, biological living enhancement, and other reasons to explain your strength. He said, as for you, the reason that the headquarters site is going to arrange for you is the limit-breaking evolution caused by Class A evolutionary radiation. But Class A evolutionary radiation? Lin Chang was puzzled. This is a more reasonable way of saying it. It's normal that you're not clear about it. The textbooks won't explain it. The hoarse voice laughed. In the doomsday era of 2045, all sorts of special evolutionary radiation appeared in all parts of the globe, and even though it has nearly disappeared nowadays, there are still some remnants of it. Class A radiation belongs to the more common type of evolutionary radiation, and it also doesn't cause physical mutations. It's just a simple broken limit of physical quality, which is just enough to cover up your situation. 2045? Lin Qing slightly raised her eyebrows. The apocalyptic outbreak of 2025 in his previous life was due to the suspicion that there was some sort of special energy field spreading across the globe. Not only did all global signals become completely chaotic, there were also special storms raging everywhere, and many people died for unknown reasons, obviously without any wounds on the outside, but their brains stopped moving. Those who were able to survive the storm were a rare breed. Luckily, there was a certain pattern to the storm, and many people kept shifting and escaping before surviving the apocalypse. Although he was also one of the lucky ones who had survived the storm, he had only lived until 2033, and was not clear about what had happened since then. It was also skimmed over in the textbooks, and there was even no information about it on the internet. Now it seemed that the end times had taken a special turn in 2045? Class A evolutionary radiation? Lin Xing said, "This is the first time I've heard of it." "That's normal, it's a secret to the general public." The raspy voice laughed. Class A evolutionary radiation will only cause the body to accelerate its evolution, and those who have endured Class A evolutionary radiation before their genetic awakening will double their physical limit. He said, the headquarters will soon revise your medical report, leaving a record of suspected to have undergone traces of Class A radiation. But Lin Chang was puzzled. Physical quality doubled before genetic awakening? If the physical quality was doubled, even if he was only at the level of mastering battle techniques, his strength wouldn't be much worse than it was now. This kind of strength was enough to fight through that underground boxing ring alone. It was indeed quite appropriate to use it to disguise the battle technique. Even if you practice the original version of the sunrise practice method, this reason is still enough to use. That raspy voice said, in this way, even if you use an instinctive level battle technique, others won't be able to tell if it's because of the battle technique or because your physical quality is too good. Lin Chang nodded slightly. With the official help to cover it up, it was quite reassuring. Also, the hoarse voice added, in your report on this operation, you mentioned that after you killed the head of the underground boxing ring, you found a tattoo in the shape of the sun on Zhou Yang's body? Yes. Lin Qing nodded. He found it when he searched his body after killing Zhou Yang. Even earlier, the same tattoo was found after killing those two from the Blue Scarf gang, but it was not convenient to talk about it. In this regard, the headquarters' advice to you is to pay attention to safety. That raspy voice said, this is the symbol of a hidden organization, the Illuminati. The Illuminati? Lin Chang memorized the name. The headquarters confirmed the existence of the Illuminati a long time ago. The raspy voice said, it's just that the members of this organization are spread all over the world, and the only identical symbol is that they all have sun-shaped tattoos hidden on their bodies, but the tattoos will only surface if they catalyze it on their own, or else it will only surface if they've just died for a short period of time. Lin Chang nodded slightly. Indeed, this was the case for the few Illuminati members he had found. In short, the Illuminati has a huge power and is suspected to be related to the Dark Star Society, so you have to be careful. The hoarse voice instructed, since the Iris Red Society is involved with the Illuminati, the headquarters will also pay more attention. Lin Chang left the secret room after learning the battle technique force. With the 3 instinctive level self-instrumental body series battle techniques as a base, and after 3 additions, his introduction to the battle technique force would definitely be very fast. However, in his mind, he was pondering. Not to mention the fact that behind the Iris Red Society, that huge organization Illuminati had members all over the world, just the fact that the Iris Red Society was able to invite Zhu Tianya was dangerous enough. His strength would have a high-speed explosion period in the next month or 2, but he had to survive it. Living directly at the precinct? That would also have to be out on a mission, and there would always be opportunities to be caught. What should I do to defend myself? After Lin Chang pondered all the way back to the captain's office, he glanced at Zhao Jia, who was sitting not far away, and suddenly had an idea. Jia, let's go out for a chat. Lin Ching suddenly said. Huh? Oh, good. Zhao Jia nodded and stood up. Although this office doesn't have surveillance, it's crowded, why don't we go to my home to chat? Lin Qing looked at her. Zhao Jia's azure blue eyes lit up, and she immediately nodded, okay. Not long after, Lin Chang brought Zhao Jia back to her own home. After entering the house, locking the door, pulling the curtains, and then turning on the signal blocker and house noise prevention mode to try to avoid being overheard, he then sat down on the sofa. Lin Qing glanced at Zhao Jia, who was a bit overwhelmed, and said, "Sit down." "Oh, good." Zhao Jia nodded her head before she sat down on the opposite side of the sofa. Zhao Jia. Lin Qing crossed his hands and rested his chin as he looked at Zhao Jia, and after a long moment of silence, he spoke, "You're in Yin Force Awakening, right?" "Yes." Zhao Jia gently nodded her head and added, "I didn't mean to hide it from you, it's just..." "There's no need to explain, I know that there's definitely a problem with it since numinous Force Awakened people are so rare." Lin Qing slightly shook his head and said, "I know that everyone has their own secrets, since it's inconvenient for you to talk about it, I won't pursue it. What about today? I just want to learn about your abilities." Zhao Jia nodded and said, "I'll answer if I can. I've heard that the perception ability of a Nianli awakening is very strong?" Lin Qing asked. "Right." Zhao Jia nodded, "If I take the initiative to release my Nian Force perception to check, I can check within a circle of about 500 meters radius of me, and my intuition or sixth sense will also be very strong if I usually converge my Nian Force." 500 meters? Lin Qing slightly raised his eyebrows and said thoughtfully, "The time you reported to the precinct on your first day, did you use your Nianli to see me before you entered the office?" "Yes." Zhao Jia said somewhat awkwardly, "At that time, I was just casually checking through the door." Lin Qing shook his head, "And then you found me, collecting orange peels with the battle technique Min?" Chapter 62 The Conceptual Awakening. That. Zhao Jia lowered her head in some embarrassment and whispered, "I didn't mean to try to pry into your secrets, and I didn't expect that you would actually be able to catalyze an instinctive level of warfare to collect orange peels." Lin Qing shook his head helplessly, "Then I couldn't have possibly thought that there would actually be a Nian Force Awakened person joining my group?" He then asked, "The wanted criminal in the bathing center near your house was also discovered by you with your Nianli?" "Yes." Zhao Jia nodded, "I browsed through the entire Shashan district on the sightseeing bus before, and I memorized all the pictures of the wanted criminals ahead of time, plus I can sense the strength of different people's life fields, and all of these fugitives' life fields are obviously stronger than ordinary people, so it wasn't hard to spot them." Lin Cheng drifted off. He asked again, "The first time I went to Red Oak Boxing Gym, it was you who reminded me through my subconscious to go to the locker room and move that closet, right?" "Yeah, I discovered the underground boxing ring underneath Red Oak Boxing Gym a long time ago." Zhao Jia nodded and said, "At that time, I thought of letting you take credit earlier, so I reminded you in my subconscious. I wasn't as strong then as I am now." Lin Qing shook his head and said, "Aren't you afraid that I'll be silenced if I move the closet?" "It's impossible." Zhao Jia froze for a moment and said, "With my Nianli thoroughly activated, it was impossible for any of those bowman's arrows to touch you, and I had originally thought to use my Nianli to control the trajectory of those arrows to just happen to brush past you, so that it would look as if they had been dodged by you without any danger. Your level of marksmanship is so high, and your marksmanship is even stronger after activating the battle technique Min, I had planned to wait for you to fire and then control the acceleration of your bullets." She blinked her eyes, "And I was going to subconsciously remind the top management of the underground boxing ring, so that they intuitively suspected that there was an ambush, and the probability is that they will withdraw as soon as possible, so that you don't have to fight much, you can seize that underground boxing ring, and directly get a second-class merit. Even if that person in charge of the underground boxing ring comes out, I can make sure that you can finish him off with a few shots." Lin Qing was stunned to hear this. Dare I say that at that time, even though he wasn't quite strong enough, he was able to directly seize the underground boxing ring? At that time, he had given up purely because his order level had dropped quite a bit and he felt it was too dangerous. However, this was fine now. If all the people in the underground boxing ring had evacuated, then even if he had seized it, it would have only been a one-time second-class merit. Now that they were all eliminated in one go, naturally there were more merits. No wonder. Lin Qing took a deep breath and said, "Later on, at that bathing center, and the Ferris wheel at the amusement park, it was also you who subconsciously reminded me." He suddenly asked, "How is your Nimbus, your combat power? Can you kill that Qinghu Island fugitive Chu Tianyao? That fugitive ah?" Zhao Jia immediately shook her head, "He's too strong, I basically have no way to take him." "No way? Didn't you have your numinous power awakened?" Lin Cheng was puzzled. After the success of the original version of the sunrise practice method, it was all very difficult to genetically awaken. As a rarer Nianli awakening, shouldn't it be even stronger? But, Zhao Jai said helplessly, Nianli awakening, or gene awakening, doesn't mean that the strength is necessarily strong. It's just being able to control the genes or influence the reality with the intention. Oh? This was the first time Lin Qing had heard of this. Some people are born with genes awakened, or born with thoughts awakened, but if they're just babies, they're just as weak. Zhao Jai puffed out her cheeks. My Nianli will also be limited by my physical qualities, so I can't utilize much of it. I've just practiced the 4/6 version of the sunrise practice method, and I haven't even begun to learn the 7/7 version yet. Lin Chang was puzzled. After a long while, he asked again, in addition to perception probing, Nianli can also control objects and influence the subconscious mind? Zhao Jai nodded and said frankly, controlling objects also depends on the distance. Within 100 meters, I can probably lift 600 kilograms of heavy objects with my Nianli right now. If it's farther away or separated by a very thick ground, then it won't work, and Nianli penetration will also be difficult, and the consumption will be greater. 600 kilograms? Lin Qing shook his head slightly. He was able to lift objects that weighed nearly a ton right now after he activated his battle technique. What's more, he wasn't good at strength at all, and after he advanced the battle technique force, his strength would at least increase by another 3 or 4 times. And Zhao Jiai's Nian power could only lift a 600 kilogram object? Although Nianli was better at being formless and more flexible in controlling objects, this amount of power was still a bit small. Can you directly yank out a human eyeball with your Nian power? Lin Qing asked. The 600 kilograms of force would be fine if it targets a weak point. No way. Zhao Jai shook her head. If it's a dead body, then it's possible, but the spiritual will of a living thing is closely related to the physical body. My nimbus melts into it as soon as I make contact, so I can only directly spiritually attack it, but a person with a strong will won't be of much use to spiritually attack. Lin Qing frowned slightly and asked, then how did you affect the subconscious? Actually, it's not much of a subconscious influence. Zhao Jai said helplessly, to put it bluntly, it's mental communication. It's just that my Nianli is still too weak to communicate directly at the surface level of consciousness, so I can only unilaterally talk to someone's subconscious, so I still have to keep repeating myself. She thought about it and gave an example. It's like when you come to a fork in the road and don't know which way to go. If someone keeps telling you that there is gold on the left side of this road, you will more or less believe it, and I'm just telling your subconscious mind, that's why you have this intuition. So it's like this, Lin Qing suddenly realized. But it's just a subconscious intuition. Zhao Jai sighed. I've heard that people who have actually faced a nihility awakening will remain rational enough, so this trick isn't much use. She glanced at the silent Lin Qing and couldn't help but ask, did I, a Nian force awaken, disappoint you? Not really. Lin Qing shook his head slightly. You haven't grown up yet, but you're already terrifying. Your probing and sensing abilities are perverse enough, and there's no need for you to fight head on. Zhao Jai was slightly relieved, and after thinking about it again, she couldn't help but say, actually, I still have a special ability, it's just that it consumes a lot of energy to use it. I used it once last month, and I can't use it right now. I guess it'll take about half a month before I can recover. Half a month? Lin Qing didn't ask what ability it was. She obviously didn't really want to talk about it. She only revealed a little for fear of being disliked. Then do you know what other strongholds the Iris Red Society has? Lin Qing asked. Zhao Jai thought for a moment and said, there seems to be some other temporary strongholds of the Iris Red Society in Shashan District. They should be regular activity locations, and they seem to be related to human trafficking? I'm not too sure about the specifics, I just inadvertently discovered it when I was probing with my Nimbus. Lin Qing narrowed his eyes slightly. After a long time, he asked, if the Green Lake Island fugitives come to kill me, can you detect it? Of course. Zhao Jai nodded. Even if I don't actively release my Nianli, my own perception will be able to sense the proximity of a strong life field. That's good. Lin Qing suddenly smiled and said, I'll help you rent the house next door. Why don't you live next door to me? Huh? Zhao Jai couldn't help but be stunned. Chapter 63 Overspeed Progress. Is it inconvenient? Lin Qing looked at Zhao Jai and said, just a month or two is enough. Zhao Jai thought about it and said, then I'll take a look at the house tomorrow. Is the next door to your house for rent? Next door to my house was originally vacant. Lin Qing said, I'll help you talk to the aunt next door, I'll pay the rent for you. Zhao Jai let out a whoop and asked, I have to go home to see my dad once in a while, is that okay? You can go back any time when you're at work. Lin Qing nodded. He asked again, but, does your dad agree with this matter of you moving over? Dad will definitely agree. Zhao Jiayi nodded. Then it's fine. Lin Qing nodded slightly and added, but I have to make an agreement with you in advance. When you live next door to me, you can't use your mind power to spy on me, and in addition I'll determine some code words with you in advance, so that if you run into some situation, you can either send me a code word message or remind me directly through your subconscious. Zhao Jiayi blinked her eyes and asked, then can I come to your home to play often? Come to my home to play? Lin Qing looked at her home environment and said, there's nothing to play in my home. Then do you watch dramas? Zhao Jiayi asked with an expectant look on her face. I found a lot of dramas that were made 100 years ago, but I don't know which ones are good yet. Can you watch them with me? Lin Qing gave her a look and said, I have to cultivate, I don't have time. Oh, Zhao Jiayi had a hint of disappointment in her eyes. Lin Qing was a bit afraid that she wouldn't do her job properly, and said helplessly, I don't have time to accompany you to pick slowly, but I know which ones look good, and when I really don't have anything to do, I can review them with you. Really? Zhao Jiayi couldn't help but let her beautiful eyes light up. Aren't you 19? Why are you acting like a child? Lin Qing couldn't help but ask. I've only been in contact with society for a few months. Zhao Jiayi said carefully, I haven't even seen much outside of my dad before. No wonder, Lin Qing couldn't help but size her up. That evening. The Battle Technique Force, Introductory. Lin Qing opened his eyes and felt the mysterious energy in his body whose nature had changed once again, and couldn't help but reveal a hint of a smile. After the addition of the 3 battle techniques of the same series of min, speed, and micro after they had reached the instinctive level, his fit with the self-realization body series of battle techniques was indeed much higher. This time, in just one daytime, he had already managed to get started. The debt for the battle method micro was paid off yesterday. Lin Qing didn't hesitate and immediately called out in his mind. Order. Advance, Battle Technique Force. In the next moment, uncountable amounts of inexplicable information continued to pour into Lin Qing's mind. According to the reverse entropist's deduction, with his talent, as well as his fit with the self-existent body series of battle techniques, if he wanted to cultivate the battle technique force to the extreme, he had to thoroughly integrate the heavy, gigantic force transformed by the mysterious energies into his entire body, and do so to the point where he lifted heavy weights, and where his power could explode to the extreme in an instant. By completing this 29 times in a row, one could perfectly integrate the changes of the battle technique force into their instincts. Then, a vast amount of memories surfaced in Lin Qing's mind. Those were the memories of his attempts to cultivate the battle technique force, from initial mastery to perfection, and after practicing over and over again, he finally perfectly integrated the changes of the battle technique force into his instincts. At the same time, a huge force that was as violent and brutal as a torrent surged out from Lin Qing's body and began to continuously surge and run through all parts of his body. This was pure power. The battle technique speed was pure speed, while the battle technique force was pure power. After a long time, Lin Qing slowly opened his eyes. Try. Lin Qing tried picking up the dumbbells that were used to warm up next to him, and with a slight force from both hands. The pure iron dumbbell immediately began to twist and distort in his palms, and as he increased his force, the dumbbell was eventually completely pressed into a discus. The power is really big enough. Lin Qing scat inside. One should know that even those inspection divisions that had only mastered the battle method force could increase by as much as 3 or 4 times in pure strength. And he was even cultivated to the extreme. His pure strength was enough to increase by 7 or 8 times. Of course, the battle method min had already doubled his power, and it could also be stacked with force to go from 2x to 8-9x, roughly 4 or 5 times as much as the original in terms of power. It was reasonable that with the power becoming so much stronger, the speed would also become quite fast. However, the battle technique force would also cause the body to become heavy, making it difficult to stretch it out, so even with the increase in strength, there was almost no increase in speed, unless one catalyzed other battle techniques. After all, the battle technique force was purely about boosting strength. Luckily, I learned micro in advance, and it's simple to control. Lin Qing revealed a hint of a smile, but he didn't care about the extreme nature of the battle technique force. With such a large increase in strength, what was there not to be satisfied with? His physical fitness was originally about 4 times that of a normal person, and now with the battle method in full swing, he could easily lift a minivan. It was also combined with super fast speed, agility, and subtle control. Other aspects aside, the attack aspect is greatly improved. Lin Qing tried a few airstrikes with satisfaction, and didn't really want to experiment with his current destructive power in his own home. With his current strength, he only needed one punch to dry out a load-bearing wall. The increase in battle power brought about by the battle method was indeed too astonishing. This is still just the simplified and disassembled battle method. How terrifying should the original battle method be? Lin Qing couldn't help but secretly sigh. Even from the introduction of the self-inherent body series of battle techniques, the original version of the self-inherent body battle technique was still the foundation of one of the top 3 ranked battle techniques of the Chaoyang martial school. I also don't know if I have the chance to learn the top 3 ranked battle method. Lin Qing thought secretly. Of course, he also knew that he couldn't even learn the original version yet, so even if he thought that far ahead, it wouldn't be of much use. Attack, speed, agility, and control are all complete. Lin Qing secretly pondered, all that's missing is defense and change, and the battle techniques gang and flexibility are just enough to make up for it. This self-realization body series of battle techniques was indeed perfect. It was complete in all aspects. Unfortunately, there was just no battle method for resisting the spiritual aspect. Well, it won't take long to learn them all. Lin Qing was looking forward to it in his heart. With my current fit with the self-inherent body series, I only need to perfectly cultivate the battle method force 29 times, and then I'll be able to pay it off. He could perfectly cultivate the battle method 5 times a day, which meant only 6 days were needed. It could be paid off in just 6 days, and he could go on to learn strength and flexibility. Moreover, the next time would only be faster. After 6 days, I'll go and learn gang. Lin Qing secretly decided in his heart, anyway, the headquarters side already knows that I've cultivated men to the instinctive level, and it's only normal to cultivate new battle techniques faster. After cultivating a battle technique to the instinctive level, it was like a chain reaction. One reached instinctive, the next one would only be faster, and faster and faster. The days gradually calmed down. The Iris Red Society's side didn't seem to have any intention of retaliating, or perhaps they were still picking a new head. Lin Qing didn't need to go out on inspections every day, he just needed to cultivate his battle techniques to pay off his debts, and every day he took the EPS series of high-energy slow-release liquids sent by the headquarters escort trucks to pay off the debts of the 7-7 version of the battle techniques. 6 days later. February 22nd, this day afternoon. Shaoshan District Branch, inside the secret room of the battle law. Mastered it in 6 days? Inside the dimly lit secret room, the hoarse-voiced sked inside, cultivating to the instinctive level. The fit bonus is really not small. It seems that it won't be too long before your battle law speed can also reach the instinctive level. Although the battle technique speed was learned 20 days late, after having the fit bonus, the time needed to cultivate the next battle technique to the instinctive level would also become shorter. I also feel faster. Lin Qing smiled and said, I'm here today to learn gang. Chapter 64, number 7489. The introduction to the battle method just was much quicker, and after only 4 or 5 hours of learning it, Lin Qing had already managed to get started. Order. Advance, battle technique just. In the private lounge next to the captain's office, Lin Qing also advanced this battle method on the spot. This time, what needed to be repaid was indeed even less. It only needed to be repaid after only 18 perfect cultivations of the battle method Kong. Calculating it out, it was just less than 4 days. However, Lin Qing still decided to wait until 6 days before learning a new one, otherwise it was a bit too counterintuitive. This is the battle technique just? Inside the private lounge, Lin Qing looked at the faintly metallic coloration on his body surface and couldn't help but nod secretly. Iron? Armed color? The battle technique, just, was actually hardening. Defense was greatly increased, and at the same time, the destructive power of the empty hand would also be greatly increased. He had also gradually figured out the strengths and weaknesses of this battle technique. When he fully activated the battle technique just, his body was like steel casting, unified inside and outside, at the time of the strongest defense, but after he completely hardened himself, he was like a statue, and he couldn't move either. For normal battles, it was best to only harden the body's surface, although the defense was not as strong, it would not affect movement. Under normal circumstances, body surface hardening defense, it's also enough. Lin Qing had also seen other colleagues who had activated the battle technique just. Theoretically, even if one only practiced the 4-6 version of the practice method, as long as one mastered the battle method just, one would be able to easily resist normal pistol bullets. And when he played it to the extreme and was practicing the 7-7 version of the practice method, the defense power would be even more amazing. Trying to block a revolver M500 is still a bit up in the air, but it won't be too far off. Lin Qing secretly weighed, after I learn the battle method soft, rigid and soft, the defense will be able to go up another level, by that I should be able to barely resist, I guess it won't be much worse than that Qinghu Island fugitive Chu Tianyao. When my cousin led us search, she ran into Chu Tianyao, and a group of inspection division shot and set fire, each with a revolver M500. But the result didn't do much damage to Chu Tianyao either. The chief captain had said that Chu Tianyao's strength was at the same level as Su Qiu, the number one amongst the inspection officers, and it was only a little stronger because Chu Tianyao had also mastered other series of battle techniques. Su Qiu had also only mastered the full range of battle techniques from the self-invigorating body series, none of which had reached the instinctive level. On the other hand, Lin Qing also practiced the self-realizing body series of battle techniques, and all of them had reached the instinctive level and could be utilized to the extreme. In comparison, Su Qiu's advantage lay in the original version of the sunrise practice technique. Although the original version of the sunrise practicing technique had improved quite a lot, the advantage was at best slightly stronger than the instinct-level battle techniques. After I learn the softness again, my strength will be very close to Su Qiu. Lin Qing took a deep breath, and then, just wait for the Super Sense original liquid to work and advance the original version of the sunrise practicing technique. By then, my strength will only be stronger than Chu Tianyao's. Time passed quietly. Days passed day by day in relaxed cultivation and work. The day of February 25th. It was time again for the monthly professional exam organized by the division. Zhao Jiayi had also signed up for this month's inspection division's professional exam a long time ago and followed Lin Qing to the branch office early in the morning. The written exam in the morning ended quickly. "Can I pass?" Lin Qing asked casually when he saw that Zhao Jiayi had returned. "Definitely pass." Zhao Jiayi nodded confidently, "Soon I'll be the inspection division." Lin Qing gave a hymn and continued reading. At this time, the office's fixed communication rang. Lin Qing glanced at it and realized that it was a call from Director Ko, and immediately connected. "Awake? Do you need us to go take a look then?" "Good." After Lin Qing ended the call, Zhao Jiayi said suspiciously, "What's wrong?" "Nothing, it's just that Xiao Peidong woke up." Lin Qing shook his head slightly, "But he's still weak, so there's no need to visit him." "His poison resistance can be really strong," Zhao Jiayi muttered. Shaoshan District People's Hospital. Inside the VIP ward late at night, Xiao Peidong sat weakly on the hospital bed, silently looking out the window at the light of the metropolitan area that was as if it was close at hand. With his eyesight, he could easily see the holographic projections and announcement subtitles at the top of the metropolitan area. The Functionality Department of Marina Starlink University will expand its enrollment quota, and the Y Star Group may make additional investments. The extraterrestrial stowaway who caused the collapse of the Star Mutual Association's building a few days ago has been killed by the third speaker of the Star Rangers Council, and the Star Rangers Council will give an explanation about it tomorrow. The new gene optimization technology developed by the Dawn Group will usher in a brand new breakthrough. Looking at the information that was at a level beyond the metropolitan area, Xiao Peidong slowly closed his eyes. Can't go back. Can't move forward here either. He knew that he was just a remnant that had barely survived the experiment, and although he was still able to utilize his residual heat, it was only of so much value. He did not want to return to the seemingly highly developed and glamorous metropolitan area, because he knew that it was the real abyss that ate people without spitting out bones, and it would be better to develop here, or at least have a chance to get free. There is no hope for the job evaluation at the end of next month, and the Super Sense original liquid cannot be found. Xiao Peidong felt very powerless. He couldn't help but be filled with helplessness when he thought of the Lin Chang who came out of nowhere in general. In fact, he had seen a lot of geniuses, and he wouldn't be shocked at Lin Chang's rate of improvement. But that was in the metropolitan area. And in Lin City, this kind of improvement speed of Lin Chang would be astonishing. Suddenly, "Captain Xiao." A slightly strange low laugh sounded within the ward. Xiao Peidong's eyes changed, his sight instantly swept over every corner of the ward, but did not find anyone present. "Don't look." Only the light within the ward distorted slightly, and a tall woman with short dyed red hair slowly appeared in the air, wearing a tight halter top, with muscular arms and gold studs on her nose and lips. Chewing gum, she condescendingly sized up Xiao Peidong and playfully tasted, "You can recover so quickly even after being hit with Zeman 004? You're not bad among the failed experimental subjects, not too much of a waste." "You are." Xiao Peidong's pupils suddenly shrunk, not expecting the other party to break his identity in one word. "This still need to ask?" The red-haired tall woman laughed mockingly, only to see a sun-shaped tattoo slowly emerge on the skin of her exposed right arm. Strangely, within her sun tattoo, a line of numbering could also be seen. Number 7489. You actually have a number? Xiao Peidong's eyes changed slightly. Even if it was a 4-digit number, it was an official member of the organization Illuminati, never comparable to a peripheral member like him. I'm not a failed waste experiment like you. The tall red-haired woman snorted. Let me ask you, where is the Super Sense original liquid that boss gave you? It was hidden by that woman Zhou Yang, I can't find it either. Xiao Peidong said in a low voice. Even the Super Sense original liquid is lost? The red-haired tall woman grunted coldly. Even I have to wait and queue up if I want the Super Sense original liquid. If a waste like you didn't have clean credentials and was able to enter the inspection system, how would boss prepare a copy of the Super Sense original liquid for you? Xiao Peidong wasn't annoyed, he just asked, boss is planning to put you in charge of Iris Red Society's affairs in this area? Any new instructions? The one in charge is the original number 2 of the Iris Red Society. The tall red-haired woman said in a faint voice, I am only responsible for assisting. I guess you should know who our biggest trouble is at the moment, right? Xiao Peidong said in a low voice. Are you trying to say that Lin Chang? The tall red-haired woman smiled playfully. The advice that number 2 gave me was to give up on you for now and pull in Lin Qing instead. After all, Lin Qing has more potential than you. Xiao Peidong asked, you guys found out about him? From Lin Chang's encrypted report, he has endured Class A evolutionary radiation. The tall red-haired woman said, so even if he only practiced the 7-7 version of the practice method and only mastered 2 battle techniques, his strength can rank 7th or 8th amongst the Linen City inspectors, and it's normal for him to sweep the underground boxing ring alone. Class A evolutionary radiation? Xiao Peidong muttered, no wonder he has this kind of strength. You have a good lay, number 2 is already prepared to pull him in, unless it fails to do so, then there is a possibility to waste you a bit more. The tall red-haired woman gave him a mocking look, and then a light began to slowly distort, causing her to gradually disappear. Chapter 65, Temporary Operations. Current order level down 1.5 levels. The next morning, when Lin Qing opened his eyes, he realized that a line of pitch-black hints was floating right in front of him, only to start slowly disappearing under his gaze. Level 1.5? The sleepiness in Lin Qing's head dissipated at once, and he sat up with an open mind. Order. After calling on the reverse entropist panel with his mind, he realized that the order level had indeed become 1.4. Lin Qing couldn't help but frown. After clearing out Iris Red Society's underground boxing ring, the order level had easily risen to level 2.9, and now it had actually dropped back to level 1.4? The black tip indicated that this drop in order level was not directed at him. Rather, it was an element of chaos within his circle of life. The head of the Iris Red Society in this area was resolved by me, and now a new one has come out? Or maybe it's some other situation? Lin Qing frowned slightly and secretly guessed. Of course, the worst-case scenario was that a criminal even more terrifying than the Green Lake Island fugitive Chu Tianyao had appeared within his circle of life, deciding to be based in the area to develop, and thus making the order level drop by 1.5 levels with just one person. In comparison, it was most likely that the Iris Red Society had come with a new head and renewed the affairs that had been cut off due to Zhou Yang's death. Since the Iris Red Society had made a comeback, I'm afraid that it had also found a more hidden stronghold. We can have Zhao Jiayi check it out. Lin Qing secretly pondered, with Zhao Jiayi's nimbus probing, it shouldn't be difficult to find out the Iris Red Society's new stronghold over here. However, it was best to wait a little longer. In case the Iris Red Society invited that Green Lake Island fugitive Chu Tianyao again, it wouldn't be easy to deal with him with his current strength. At least wait until he had learned the battle method soft. 6 battle methods that had reached the ultimate level were beside him, with no shortcomings, comparable to Su Qiu, who was the number 1 amongst the inspectors, so that he could be sure of having a fight with Chu Tianyao. Of course, it would be best to wait until he practiced the original Chaoyang practice method. 2 more days passed. On the morning of February 27th, Shaoshan District Inspection Branch, inside the private lounge next to the captain's office. Having completed the 7-7 version of the Sunrise practice method, accompanied by the end of the last 7-7 version of the Sunrise practice method, a line of prompts then appeared before Lin Qing's eyes. The debt of the 7-7 version of the Sunrise practice method had finally been paid off. It's over. Lin Qing slowly exhaled a breath, counting today, exactly 28 EPS series of high-energy retardant liquid have been used, leaving 72 left, and the headquarters side can also equip his cousin with the best mechanical prosthetic limbs. The elite inspection training contract that HQ had given him had some additions because of a little appreciation from that high-level bigwig at HQ. As long as the remaining quantity of the EPS series high-energy retardant liquid he used was greater than 50, he would be able to obtain a customized quota for the Dawn Group's ICP series mechanical prosthetic limbs. After staying up for almost a month, it was finally over. The surgery date booked on my cousin's side is in March, so it's almost time. Lin Qing immediately picked up his cell phone and sent a message to the headquarters staff responsible for escorting the EPS series of high-energy slow-release liquid. I've thoroughly practiced the 7-7 version of the sunrise practice, so send the remaining potions back to the headquarters. Soon after, the other party returned a message. Sure. Lin Qing immediately replied with 2 words. Confirmed. With that, Lin Chang put down his cell phone and couldn't help but reveal a hint of a smile. Cousin Chen Yanin had been too good to him, he had always remembered it in his heart, and now that it was so simple to be of great help, naturally it couldn't be better. Tomorrow happens to be 6 days after learning the battle technique rigid, so it would be more reasonable if I go back to learning the battle technique soft. Lin Chang's heart stirred as he summoned the reverse entropist panel to take a look at it. Number of advanceable items, 2. The battle technique strong had been paid off yesterday. Now, both of the positions he was able to advance were vacant. With his current fit with the self-realization body series of battle techniques, it would definitely not take him more than a few days to pay them off by learning the last battle technique, softness. One position was reserved for the original version of the sunrise practice technique. What about the other position? For a while, Lin Chang was suddenly a little unsure of what skill should be better to advance. Right. Lin Qing suddenly remembered, Zhao Jiai said earlier that she wanted me to attend a mind meditation class? It also said it was related to the numinous awakening? Previously, he just thought that Zhao Jiai was a rather strange person, and he hadn't thought about her being an Yin Force awakened, so he didn't think that mind meditation class would be of any use. But now when he thought about it like this, he suddenly felt that this mind meditation class might not be ordinary? Well, when I've learned the battle technique soft and practiced the original sunrise practice, there's not much room for improvement, so I'll go and take a look. Lin Qing made a decision in his heart. Suddenly, Captain, Director Ko is looking for you and wants you to go to the office. Zhao Jiai's voice came from the internal communication channel over at the office. Good. Lin Chang responded. Bureau Chief Ko, there's an action? Inside the branch chief's office, Lin Chang looked at Ko Guiyong behind his desk. Yes, there's a temporary operation. Ko Guiyong said, the file has been transferred to your work phone, take a look. Lin Qing opened his work phone and looked at it for a long time before saying, searching the Eagle C Group? Right. Ko Guiyong nodded slightly. The public security side said that the chairman of the Eagle C Group personally reported the case, suspecting that there are felons lurking in the staff, and the City Public Security Bureau requested that our inspections cooperate fully, which is why they asked you to lead the search. Just suspecting a felon and making such a big deal out of it? Lin lightly sked. That's the Eagle C Group after all, it's a leading company when looking at the entire province. Ko Guiyong shook his head slightly, not to mention the economic growth driven by Eagle C, the tax revenue alone is a huge figure, the provincial leaders are paying attention, so you'll lead a trip. He paused, looked at Lin Qing, and solemnly said, this search is different from the past, let all the inspections in your team have clean hands and feet, don't cause trouble. Good. Lin Chang nodded slightly. 2 hours later. The entrance to the first floor of the Eagle C Group building. All confirmed? Lin Qing was now on the steps, his gaze sweeping over the various groups assembled below for inspection, and immediately nodded, then let's close up the team. Although this temporary operation hadn't found out anything about the criminals, he was happy to take it easy. Captain Lin. At this moment, a low, magnetic, mellow voice rang out from behind him. He only saw a middle-aged man in his 50s, with graying temples and wearing a black tang suit, followed by a large group of secretaries, assistants, bodyguards, and other people. Dong Zhang. Lin Qing turned his head to look at him and said, all of your company's personnel as well as the suspicious locations have been exhausted, and no major suspects or traces of infestation have been found. He knew that this man was the chairman of the leading company in this province, Eagle C Group, Zhang Jiren. Then I am relieved. Zhang Jiren smiled, Captain Lin, take care. After the inspection team had wrapped up and withdrawn, Zhang Jiren also returned to his office on the top floor of the Eagle C mansion, standing in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, overlooking the inspection vehicles that were leaving in droves below. The secretarial assistants and the others were also driven away by him in the name of rest. Suddenly, the office door opened quietly as if blown open by the wind, and a line of footprints appeared indented on the expensively built carpet. "Well," Zhang Jiren said without looking back, "did this Captain Lin find you?" In the next moment, only a ray of light suddenly distorted on the wide desk next to him, gradually revealing a tall figure leaning against the desk. It was clearly a tall woman with short red dyed hair. "I've passed by him many times and been alone with him in the elevator and bathroom, and he's never noticed," she said lazily. "Don't worry, how do you think I got my number in the organization? No one's going to find me." Chapter 66 Self-Contained Body. Lin Xing, when we were at the Eagle Sea Group building just now, there was someone who kept following us. After wrapping up the team and returning to the precinct, Zhao Jia couldn't help but speak up when she followed Lin Xing into the captain's private lounge. "I reminded you with my intuition at the time, did you notice?" "I know." Lin Xing nodded slightly and said, "When I was in the restroom, I pretended to accidentally sprinkle a few drops of water on the ground after washing my hands, but it was immediately stepped on by that invisible person. It should be the ability to be invisible coupled with the elimination of sound." Zhao Jia was slightly stunned, but she didn't expect Lin Xing to actually analyze so much at once. The light on that person's body surface was distorted, and the sound waves would have been absorbed as well. She muttered, "I don't know if it's the high tech of the smart star or some kind of special genetic ability. If it wasn't for the Nian power mirroring the real thing, I wouldn't have been able to discover her." "Numinous power can detect that person's true appearance?" Lin Xing asked. Zhao Jia recalled, it was a woman, short red hair, very tall and strong, with a nailed nose and lips. Lin Chang was puzzled and asked again, "What are genetic abilities?" After a genetic awakening, it's possible to awaken some more special physical abilities due to genetic mutations. Zhao Jia said, "Normal would be muscle strengthening, perception enhancement, and the like." Genetic awakening? Lin Xing frowned slightly and said, "Even the original version of the sunrise practice method may not be able to genetically awaken. Is that person that strong?" Although that person did not have killing intent towards him and did not cause the order level to drop, but from the biological instinct to come up to perceive, he did not feel a sense of oppression like what Xu Tianyao or the chief captain brought to him. "The life field I perceived from my Nianli is not considered strong. It's on the same level as you, Captain." Zhao Jia nodded and said, "I heard that there are some special experiments that target genes for development and modification, and it is possible to develop a certain genetic ability in advance." Lin Xing didn't pursue Zhao Jia to ask how she knew about these things. She just asked, "What else did that person do when we were at the Eagle Sea Mansion?" "Nothing." Zhao Jia shook her head. "It seems like she was just observing if we could spot her. It's just that, Captain, you're so well disguised that she doesn't know that you've already detected her, right?" She paused and added, "Oh yeah, when we left at the end, I realized that this person went into the chairman's office on the top floor." Lin Xing narrowed her eyes slightly. This impromptu search operation was caused by Zhang Jiren reporting a crime. Now, it seemed that this woman who was good at hiding was clearly acquainted with Zhang Jiren, and perhaps it was in order to test him that Zhang Jiren had created such an opportunity for her? Then again, although Zhang Jiren was a well-known big entrepreneur in this province, or a charitable tycoon, the process of making a fortune when he was young was also bound to be filled with bloodshed. A person born during the time when Wenming was first established, the world was a chaotic place. "You have more eyes and just pay more attention." Lin Xing glanced at Zhao Jia. "It's not like this matter is going to be included in the report. We can only be careful ourselves." Zhao Jia's identity as a Nian force awakened was something that couldn't be exposed after all. "No matter what, let's boost our own strength first, and as long as we're strong enough, there's no need to care about these guys who don't know if they're enemies or friends." The next day, inside the secret room where the branch was learning battle techniques. "The report shows that you have thoroughly practiced the 7-7 version of the sunrise practice method." The somewhat hoarse voice said, "You've only taken 28 EPS series of high-energy slow-release liquid and you've completely practiced it? According to the contract, that mechanical prosthetic limb?" Lin Xing couldn't help but ask. "Of course there's no problem." That raspy voice said, "The customization quota for the ICP series of mechanical prosthetics has already been filled out with your cousin's information, so I guess it'll be done within half a month." "That's good." Lin Xing breathed a slight sigh of relief. The raspy voice smiled and added, "You're here today to learn the battle technique soft, right?" "Aha!" Lin Xing nodded. "That was fast." The raspy voice sighed, "It hasn't been long since I've known you, and in the blink of an eye you're mastering the entire self-invulnerable body series of battle techniques. Is there a big difference between mastering the entire self-existent body series of battle techniques and the original self-existent body?" Lin Chang was curious. Big, of course it's big. The hoarse voice said, this is after all disassembled and simplified. Even if all of them are practiced to the instinctive level, it's still far less than if you just mastered the original self-incarnation, and it consumes even more. He paused and added, however, all 6 battle techniques of the self-incarnate body series are practiced to the instinctive level, and you can also utilize one of the original version's abilities. Oh? Lin Qing raised his eyebrows slightly. This was the first time he knew about this. The original version of the self-realization body is the pursuit of freedom with the physical body. The raspy voice said, after mastering the original version of the self-embracing body, there are many powerful features, one of which is the ability to control oneself and change one's appearance and body type, and if the 6 simplified battle techniques of the self-embracing body series are also cultivated to the instinctive level, one can actually do this to a certain extent as well. Lin Qing drifted off. Changing appearance and body type? Of course, irises, fingerprints, genes, and all of that can't be changed, it's just that changing the body type is also convenient for adapting to fighting in different situations. The hoarse voice said. Lin Qing didn't ask too many questions and immediately said, then let's begin. I'm looking forward to the day when you cultivate all 6 battle techniques of the self-realization body to the instinctive level. The hoarse voice sighed. After the visualization of the battle technique softness was over, Lin Qing reopened his eyes and felt the mysterious energy within his body that began to transform with his spiritual imagery. At this moment, the nature of the mysterious energy within his body had completely changed. So easy to get started. While Lin Qing was surprised in his heart, he felt that it was normal. After all, every time he cultivated a battle technique to the instinctive level, his fit with the self-realization body series of battle techniques would become higher. Having already cultivated all 5 of the self-realization body series battle techniques to the instinctive level before, the 6th was naturally the one that was the easiest to cultivate. We can just advance it when we get back. After Lin Qing said his goodbyes, he couldn't wait to leave the battle method secret room and head towards the private lounge. One last battle technique left. After closing the door to the lounge, Lin Qing took a deep breath and called out in his mind. Order. Advance, battle method soft. Along with a large amount of inexplicable information pouring into his mind, as usual, Lin Qing also understood just how many times he had to perfectly cultivate this battle method to the instinctive level. The answer was 12 times. In other words, it would only take just a little over 2 days to be able to pay off the debt of the battle technique softness. At this moment, Lin Qing's body seemed to have transformed into clay, and was like an undulating flowing water. His skin, muscles, and even his bones were slowly undulating, and the word soft as if it was boneless was not enough to describe his current state. This was the battle technique softness. Once this battle technique was activated, normal blunt weapon attacks, as long as they didn't exceed the limits of what his body could withstand, basically couldn't hurt him anymore. Flexibility is much stronger, and Lin Qing suddenly reached out and grabbed the water cup on the desktop not far away. Although the distance was obviously still 20 centimeters short, his arm was stiffly stretched 20 centimeters and grabbed the water cup. Kind of like Rubber Man. He couldn't help but laugh. With that, Lin Qing slowly closed his eyes. At this moment, the min, speed, micro, force, stiffness, and flexibility, the essential points of the 6 battle techniques of the self-realization body series, suddenly surfaced in his mind at the same time and flowed through him like water. For him who had already cultivated to the instinctive level, finding the points of convergence of these 6 battle techniques was simply something that came naturally. Self-contained body. In the next moment, Lin Qing's face, skin, muscles, and even bones began to change. Chapter 67 Suspicion. Accompanied by the rolling flow of mysterious energy, Lin Qing walked to the mirror and couldn't help but smile as he looked at himself in the mirror at this moment. At this moment, his face had become 7 or 8% similar to Chief Captain Yuan Anping. It can still be adjusted a bit more. Lin Qing looked at the mirror, slowly controlling the subtle changes in his flesh and bones while recalling the Chief Captain's appearance in his mind. Soon, his face became almost exactly like Chief Captain Yuan Anping's. And the figure. Lin Qing moved his shoulders, and then his shoulder width and arm span vaguely changed, and his skeletal joints slightly shrunk a bit, and his height was suddenly lowered by about 3 centimeters. Now, except for the different hairstyles, everything else was more than 9 points similar. The hairstyle can wear a hat. Lin Qing nodded slightly in satisfaction, then collected the mysterious energy that flowed throughout his body. At the same time, his appearance and figure gradually returned to their original state. Changing up, the consumption is not small. Lin Qing felt the consumption of the mysterious energy in his body and probably understood the ability. The greater the change, the greater the consumption. The consumption of maintaining it was fine, and it could last for quite some time. Of course, there were limits to the changes. For example, in terms of height, at most it would only be about 12 centimeters taller, fat and thin couldn't be changed too much, and the weight could be adjusted up and down by more than 20 kilograms at most. It's kind of an additional skill. Lin Cheng nodded slightly, not too relieved. After all, the fingerprints, iris, and DNA didn't change, just the appearance, and one had to be familiar enough to understand that person. Captain, Director Ko is looking for you, it seems urgent. At this moment, Zhao Jiai's voice sounded through the communication channel in the private lounge. Lin Cheng, what's wrong with you? Inside the branch chief's office, Ko Guiyang was sitting behind his desk, frowning tightly, seemingly holding back his anger. When I asked you to lead the team to search the Eagle Sea group yesterday, didn't I tell you to keep your team's inspection hands and feet clean? Lin Cheng frowned slightly and said, What? Did the Eagle Sea group lose something? He knew that the inspection system was, after all, rather special, with a mixed quality of personnel and a not-so-good ethos. Therefore, before setting out on the search yesterday, he had solemnly explained in advance. The vice president of the Eagle Sea group has lost his valuables. Ko Guiyang said in a deep voice, a famous watch, and a jade statue pendant made of extraterrestrial ores, with a total value of over 4 million. This is no longer a small matter. Lin Cheng frowned, but yesterday, when I was closing the team, I also ordered all the groups to search each other and try to avoid this situation. Why did the Eagle Sea group suddenly say that they lost valuables today? Don't ask me. Ko Guiyang sighed helplessly. There are quite a lot of complaints on the public security side, and many people think that it's because you're too young and can't manage the inspection team well that this happened. Lin Cheng laughed. Then I am indeed young, so are there still voices telling me not to turn around? Ko Guiyang didn't answer him, just sighed softly. I told you yesterday that the situation was special, so I told you to pay attention. He hesitated for a moment, then said, Moreover, there are still voices in the precinct said that last night when the team was closed all the groups have searched each other once, all did not find who dared to have unclean hands and feet, only you, the captain of the team no one searched. If you say that it must be the inspection team's hands and feet are unclean and feet, then it is. At the end, Ko Guiyang didn't continue, but Lin Cheng already understood what he meant. Suspecting me. Lin Cheng sked. I know you don't feel good in your heart. Ko Guiyang shook his head slightly and said, but this kind of voice does exist, and everyone knows that your cousin is exactly the time when she needs to use money to purchase a mechanical prosthetic limb, so of course there will be people who suspect you. Lin Cheng was dumbfounded and didn't want to say much, and he couldn't say anything about what was on the elite inspection training contract. But you don't have to worry. Ko Guiyang said, after all, this is an internal problem within our inspection system. The city council side is prepared to follow the old rules and let the inspection team of the Uptown branch come to investigate, and at that time, I guess you will be allowed to cooperate with the investigation, and internal problems will be solved internally, so we won't let the public security side get mixed up in it. Feel free to investigate. Lin Cheng casually said. After he finished speaking, he suddenly smiled and said, if I end up finding these 2 lost items in my home by chance, that would be interesting. You think someone set you up? Ko Guiyang asked with a frown. I won't mention anything without evidence. Lin Cheng shook his head slightly, looked at Ko Guiyang, and said, Bureau Ko, if this really happened, would I be dismissed and investigated? That's not to be. Ko Guiyang shook his head and said, don't say that you have the possibility of being wronged. Even if you really did, you are at least one of the 17 inspection officers in Linen City, and as an elite talent, at most, you will be allowed to write a review, be fined for a few months' salary, and return the lost property and you'll be fine. He paused and said, however, the city leaders will have a very bad impression of you, and it will definitely affect your job evaluation at the end of the month. Lin Cheng slightly raised his eyebrows and said, it means that you won't let me turn captain? Even if it's possible that you were framed, at least the observation will be suspended. Ko Guiyang gently nodded, as strong as you are, you won't be able to become a full captain if you're not well evaluated on the side of the city bureau leaders. Lin Cheng let out an "oh" like a dawning realization. Whatever. He turned around and walked towards the door. I'm going to the hospital to check on the former captain who was beaten into a disability. Come if you want to investigate me. Shaoshan District People's Hospital. You think it's a setup by the Iris Red Society? Cousin Chen Yanan leaned next to the hospital bed. After listening to what Lin Cheng said, she couldn't help but shake her head. Eagle Sea Group does have problems, but after all, it's the leading enterprise in this province. Even if there are some small problems, the top will cover the bottom of it, unless it is confirmed that the Eagle Sea Group and Iris Red Society are related. It's basically impossible for the top to move the Eagle C group. I know. Lin Chang nodded and continued peeling the apple. Looking at it this way, it's dangerous for you to turn off. Chen Yannan sighed, just because of the publicity you're suffering right now, even if you didn't search for anything, I'm afraid that the leaders of the city council won't allow you to be converted. Lin Qing smiled unconcernedly, handing her the peeled half of an apple. Leaders are like that, inspections just need to be out on the front lines on a mission, whereas leaders have a lot more to think about. Chen Yannan froze. What is this nonsense? It's nothing, in fact, I don't care if it's transferred or not. Lin Qing took a bite of an apple. Anyway, I entered the inspection just to learn the battle method and climb faster. Having a rank is enough, it doesn't matter if I'm a leader or not. I also blame my sister for dragging you down. Chen Yannan patted his leg and said helplessly, after all, in the eyes of the others in the bureau, you do need money to get me better mechanical prosthetics, and although the others can understand, they will definitely have opinions. Whatever they want. Lin Qing didn't care. Oh right. Lin Qing suddenly said, speaking of prosthetics, has anyone contacted you from the Dawn Group side? The matter of the contract had to be kept secret, so he hadn't said anything about it, and before it came to fruition, he hadn't told Chen Yannan about the matter of her being able to get the highest grade mechanical prosthetic limbs. How do you know? Chen Yannan looked at him in surprise. Someone from the Dawn Group did notify me this morning, saying that they would be preparing me for the prosthetic implantation surgery in the near future, so I should get ready. That's good. Lin Qing smiled. Do you know what the situation is? Chen Yannan couldn't help but say, the booking is obviously still a while away, and the money hasn't even been paid yet. There's no need to pay it. Lin Qing shook her head. Sister, I signed a confidentiality contract that I'm not at liberty to talk about, but I can tell you that this is a benefit from the headquarters, so just prepare for the surgery at ease. Chen Yannan, however, drifted off and said, that's right, it's normal for a battle method genius like you, Xiao Cheng, to have special treatment. Suddenly. Knock knock knock. A knock came from outside the ward. Lin Qing turned his head to look, only to see wearing a black inspection uniform, that tall and cold-style No. 1 inspection officer Su Qiu walked in with 2 inspection divisions. Chapter 68, A Business Deal. I heard Director Ko say that Captain Lin came to the hospital to see Captain Chen, and sure enough, he's here. Su Qiu calmly swept a glance at the duo of Lin Cheng and Chen Yannan in the hospital room and said, by order of the Municipal Inspection Bureau, we've come to find the two of you to ask you a few questions, and we ask you to cooperate with the investigation. Lin Qing turned his head and glanced at Su Qiu, frowning slightly as he said, the patient has to be investigated by you as well? Just asking a few words. Su Qiu's expression was flat. In addition, I, the vice captain of the inspection team of the Upper City branch, have already brought a search warrant to investigate Captain Lin's office and residence. Captain Lin should have already received the news, right? Feel free to investigate. Lin Qing said in a faint voice. Next, I'm going to ask the two of you a few questions, so please answer them truthfully. Su Qiu said. Lin Qing continued to eat his apple. He and his cousin were both second-level inspection officers. Unless there was a major fault, there was no need to go to the interrogation room. A private questioning to understand was enough. Ask Captain Chen first. Su Qiu looked at Chen Yannan and said, Captain Chen ordered a mechanical prosthetic limb from the Dawn Group. Based on our judgment of Captain Chen's family's financial situation, it should only be able to purchase a G21L model mechanical prosthetic limb. May I ask if the mechanical prosthetic limb ordered by Captain Chen is the G21L model, this one? There was a lot of information that the inspection system could find out, but the Dawn Group was after all a large company within the metropolitan area, so it was troublesome to try and find out, and the procedures were complicated. Right. Chen Yannan nodded and said, the one I ordered is indeed not the G21L model. At this time, Lin Cheng was the one who interrupted her, and with a sweep of his gaze at the 3 inspections of Su Qiu, he said, it's a mechanical prosthetic limb from the Hongjun series. Hongjun series? Su Qiu was slightly stunned. The inspection division behind her who was in charge of recording couldn't help but say, the ICP June series? Does the Dawn Group have a mechanical prosthetic limb of this series? It's not shown in the information, please also ask Captain Lin to clarify. No need to ask. Instead, Su Qiu suddenly raised her hand to stop him. She looked at Lin Cheng somewhat strangely and asked, is it a benefit from the headquarters? Yes. Lin Cheng nodded. Su Qiu, the number 1 amongst inspection officers, obviously had an unusual background, and it was normal for her to know about the limited edition Hongjun series. And she had also signed an elite inspection training contract, so of course she could guess this. You are quite good to your sister. Sucho nodded slightly, then glanced at the two inspection divisions behind her and said, "Alright, there's no need to check, close the team." There's no need to check this? The two inspection divisions couldn't help but stare. There's no way Captain Lin would do such a thing for a mechanical prosthetic. Sucho said flatly, "It's enough to write involving headquarters secrets, no comment on the investigation record." The two inspection divisions instantly understood that this was something that could only be found out from the headquarters side, I'm afraid. Lin Qing did not expect Sucho to be so dry, and casually asked, "Can the city leaders be satisfied with Captain Su being so perfunctory?" "None of my business." Sucho calmly said, "If you are not satisfied, let them go to the headquarters to check themselves. Besides, I originally did not think that Captain Lin would do this kind of thing, just come to go through the process, and now this is better." Hongjun's series of mechanical prosthetic limbs, it is not money that can be purchased, and I'd like to see the city bureau side still have something to say. She nodded slightly to Lin Qing and said, "Then I won't bother you too." Lin Qing nodded and said, "Captain Su, take your time." After Su Qiu left with the two inspection divisions, Shen Yanin couldn't help but ask, what did this Captain Su mean by what he just said? A mechanical prosthetic limb from the Hongjun series? That's not something I've heard of either. It's fine, you'll know in a while, sis. Lin Qing laughed and said, "If I don't pass my job evaluation, then I don't pass it. It just so happens that, sis, you're about to be discharged from the hospital, so at that time, sis, you'll continue to be the captain, and it's the same whether or not I'll be converted. Anyway, as long as he has the strength of the inspection chief when he can enter the headquarters of the elite inspection. That is, Suchio's current strength. As long as he waited until the Super Sense original liquid came into play, he was destined to be able to practice the original version of the Sunrise practice method, and by then, his strength would definitely be much stronger than Suchio's. This matter was already a nail in the coffin. Even if he became a proper captain, he wouldn't be able to do so for long, so he naturally didn't care. After the Upper City Branch inspection team intervened in the search, they didn't find the Eagle Sea Group's lost property in Lin Chang's residence or office. It is reasonable to say that even if this is the case, the suspicion is just as unclean, but the side of the municipal bureau seems to have discovered something extraordinary: the collective silence. The next day, March 1st, the city council issued a notice, indicating that the recent rumors about Shaoshan District Branch Inspection Team Deputy Captain Lin Qing has been investigated and confirmed to be false statements, personally clarify the suspicion. Once this notice was issued, the rumors about Lin Qing in the precinct also completely disappeared. That night, Lin Chang brought Zhao Jiai back to his home, and when he walked through the door, he frowned. Because on the coffee table in his home, there was a golden designer watch, as well as a glistening jade statue pendant. It was clearly the valuables lost by the Eagle Sea Group. Below these two, an invitation was placed. Lin Qing didn't move this thing, but instead sent a micro-messaging message, "Have you eaten yet?" to Zhao Jiai, and not long after, she came over and knocked on the door. After closing the door, Lin Qing didn't ask her directly, she just handed her a cup of water. And Zhao Jiai took advantage of the water to carefully probe the house with her mind power. Before she sighed in relief and opened her mouth, "Lin Qing, I checked, there's no surveillance or anything like that, don't worry. Someone has entered my house, but the door locks in my house are now equipped by the inspection bureau, so there's no need to say much about security." Lin Qing looked at the two lost items and the invitation on the coffee table. "The Uptown inspection team also got my permission to come in and search. They didn't find these two lost items in my house, but the two lost items are now sitting so brightly on the coffee table. Someone put these in your house after the inspection team left?" Zhao Jiai thought for a moment and said, "Maybe it was that stealthy woman from the Eagle Sea Group? She could have taken advantage of the Uptown inspection team coming to search and blended in along with them, and then when the inspection left, she put the things down and left." Lin Chang hummed and nodded. He picked up the invitation and glanced at it, saying, "Zhang Jiren, the chairman of the Eagle Sea Group, wants to talk to me." "Are you going then?" Zhao Jiai asked. Lin Qing narrowed his eyes and said, "He's telling me that he can use this opportunity to keep me from turning, but letting me off the hook." He mused for a moment and glanced at Zhao Jiai. "You're coming with me, and when the time comes, you'll wait outside and alert me through your subconscious if there's any danger." "Oh." Inside the spacious and bright parlor. "Captain Lin, please take a seat." Under the lights, Zhang Jiren, who was wearing a black tang suit with graying temples, smiled and said, "I don't know if Captain Lin prefers to be more direct in his chats, or more euphemistic." "Be direct." After Lin Qing sat down on the long sofa, he sized up Zhang Jiren and asked, "What's your relationship with the Iris Red Society?" Zhang Jiren was dumbfounded and shook his head. "Captain Lin, this is a little too direct." So? Lin Qing looked at him. Then let's be direct. Zhang Jiren laughed and said, I'm the number 2 person in charge of the Iris Red Society. To put it vulgarly, I'm the second head, and Zhou Yang, who was previously in charge of this part of the Shashan district, is number 3. Actually admitted it. Lin Qing nodded slightly. It seems like there is a certainty that I won't be able to catch any evidence? There are some evidence that even if it exists, it's the same as not existing. Zhang Jiren smiled and shook his head gently. Captain Lin should know what the purpose of my inviting you here is, right? Want me to do the role of Xiao Peidong? Lin Qing looked at him. Captain Lin is still testing. Zhang Jiren laughed. It seems that Captain Lin has already decided that Xiao Peidong is my Iris Red Society's informant? Could it be otherwise? Lin Qing asked back. Captain Lin doesn't need to test the waters anymore. I'm sure Zhou Yang didn't reveal it before he died. Zhang Jiren shook his head and smiled, saying sincerely, I'm a businessman, and today I just want to talk to Captain Lin about a business deal. Is that so? I see that you intend to forcefully buy and sell. Is this considered business? Lin Qing looked at Zhang Jiren. His subconscious, on the other hand, was frantically reminding him at the moment. Intuition was telling him. Right beside him, there was a person sitting right now. Chapter 69. One step back and the sky is the limit. Forced to buy and sell? Zhang Jiren laughed, nodded at the chess set on the coffee table and said, Know how to play chess? Have a game? Lin Qing ignored him. Zhang Jiren wasn't annoyed either. He just picked up a pawn at random and said softly, I was born in the early days of civilization reconstruction, when it might not have been as chaotic as the post-apocalyptic period, and there wasn't the storms that killed people at any time, but people eating people was not uncommon. It's not uncommon. To have the qualifications to buy and sell, it's already worth celebrating. Lin Qing didn't say anything, just put his hand at his side as if he was not thinking. He was ready to explode at any time. Although he didn't know exactly how strong this invisible woman beside him was, since Zhao Jai said that this person's life field was at the same level as his, it meant that the other party was only at the level of practicing the 7-7 version of the practice method as well. There was also no way to determine the threat of the genetic ability that was suspected to exist. As long as Captain Lin agrees to provide some trivial intelligence information for our Iris Red Society, then Captain Lin is a friend of my Iris Red Society. Zhang Jiren smiled. As long as Captain Lin agrees, tomorrow I will inform the public security and inspections that the lost item has been recovered, and that it was my Eaglesea's mistake that caused Captain Lin to suffer from an injustice. He paused and said, in addition, I've heard that Captain Lin has just practiced the 7-7 version of the practicing method not long ago, so I can provide Captain Lin with a set of the EPS series of high-energy retarding liquids, as well as 100 sets of the MY series of high-energy retarding liquids. How about that? The MY series high-energy retardant liquid was equivalent to a weakened version of the EPS series, and although it didn't have the effect of restoring the body's potential, 100 groups were worth more than $20 million. The EPS series high-energy retardation liquid was also worth up to 8 figures for a group in the black market. Zhang Jiren knew that none of these inspectors wanted to be traced to funds of unknown origin, unless it was the coins of an extraterrestrial civilization. Therefore, the best choice was still this high-energy slow-release liquid that was helpful for cultivation. This kind of condition, in his opinion, was already extremely generous. Not a small amount of money. Lin Qing looked at Zhang Jiren, but is this all? Zhang Jiren laughed, doing business, of course you can bargain, but... Captain Lin doesn't seem to be familiar with this set? He immediately smiled. Since that's the case, let's make it a one-bite price. Captain Lin, I'll attach a VIP card for the locked Dragon Black Market, as well as $10 million worth of extraterrestrial coins per year. How's that? There's more? Lin Qing asked. Zhang Jiren shook his head slightly and said, I said it's a one-bite price, so that's the upper limit. This is my rule. I won't pay even one more coin. He looked at Lin Qing. This is the upper limit of the value offered by Captain Lin. It's only worth this much. Lin Qing pondered for a moment and asked, Do you know how many years you'll be sentenced for bribing an inspector? Of course I know. Zhang Jiren smiled, but what does this have to do with me? Is it hard to believe that Captain Lin recorded it? Should I take out the recording device and put it on the table, otherwise the recording might not be clear enough? You have a point. Lin Qing nodded slightly, took out his cell phone and tapped on the recording, then politely asked, Can I record a video? It's also possible, but the video recorded by an individual is also of some reference value, which will make it more taxing for my legal team. Zhang Jiren shook his head and said, Captain Lin should still record it. Everyone knew that recordings in this era couldn't be used as evidence, not even for reference. Moreover, he was careful with his work and would never leave evidence behind. Even if this inspection officer in front of him had good strength, without evidence, what could be done to him? Alright, start recording. Lin Qing said with a straight face. Mr. Zhang Jiren, as the chairman of the Eagle Sea Group, as well as the number 2 person in charge of the Underground Force Iris Red Society, just now, you bribed me with a set of EPS series and 100 sets of MY series of high-energy retardant liquid. What if I refuse? Zhang Jiren reminded. Captain Lin, there's also the 10 million extraterrestrial coins per year you didn't mention. Thanks for the reminder, one less to mention. Lin Cheng nodded slightly. It's fine, but... Captain Lin is going to refuse? Zhang Jiren lost his smile and said, can't you see that Captain Lin is still a fair and honest good inspector? He shook his head slightly and said, if Captain Lin refuses, then it's a shame that this business is considered a failure. Current order level dropped by 0.7 levels. At this moment, a line of blood-red tips steeply surfaced in front of Lin Qing's eyes. Business? Lin Qing glanced at the prompt, then said seriously, Mr. Zhang Jiren, it was me who refused your bribe, this is not business. Zhang Jiren looked at Lin Qing and said in a slow voice, a sale is not business, I believe we will have the opportunity to cooperate in the future. Thanks for the cooperation. Lin Qing glanced at him and put away his cell phone, then he got up and walked outside the parlor. After Lin Qing left, Zhang Jiren spoke, 7489. The light on the couch twisted and changed, slowly emerging a tall woman with short red hair, the nails on her lips and nose glistening in the light. You're too lukewarm. The tall red-haired woman said in a cold voice, this kind of young man who doesn't know what's good for him, all I have to do is give him a lesson, remove one of his eyes and tear off his ears, so he should be obedient? Zhang Jiren frowned slightly and said, don't kill anyone, it's a big deal for an inspector to die. I know. The tall red-haired woman said in a faint voice, if you're really afraid, let Chu Tianyao do it, there's only one last chance left to order him anyway, it's just as well to let Chu Tianyao kill him before letting Chu Tianyao die in plain sight, so that you don't have to worry about involving the Iris Red Society. He's not worth it. Zhang Jiren shook his head slightly, a newly promoted inspection officer in the district, isn't it just a bit of luck that he stumbled upon a Class A evolutionary radiation? There are plenty of ways to solve him, so why waste this good chess piece of Chu Tianyao? Then let me do it. The tall red-haired woman mocked, an inspection officer who masters 2 or 3 battle techniques is just an inspection officer who really thinks he's so powerful. She had absolute confidence. Although her strength in head-on combat was barely average captain level, her genetic ability could distort light to achieve stealth. Moreover, one of the battle techniques she cultivated also had the effect of eliminating sound, coupled with another battle technique that excelled in attacking and killing, under a split-second assassination sneak attack, even if the other party mastered a defensive type of battle technique, so what? In that instant, it would be too late to activate the battle method. She thought that in the entire city of Linen, the number of people who could survive her assassination was no more than 3 at most. This was also the reason why she was able to obtain her number. Your strength is naturally enough. Zhang Jiren mused for a moment and said, but it's still a bit strange, why did he still come when he refused even when I offered such a good deal? Just had to reject me face to face? Maybe he treats your place as a ground floor stall, pretending to disagree and purposely raising the price? The tall red-haired woman snorted. Zhang Jiren shook his head slightly and said, then you should step in and help me press the price. He added, also, you happen to go and keep an eye on that batch of goods, the delivery is going to take place tomorrow, so absolutely nothing can go wrong. Got it. The tall red-haired woman stood up, and the light began to distort, causing her to fade away. Only her voice remained, still echoing in the parlor. Do you have any words you want me to pass on to him? Zhang Jiren sniffed and shook his head, then tell this Captain Lin to take a step back and the sea is wide open. Lin Qing took a step back expressionlessly. His hands that glowed with a metallic color instantly transformed into blurry residual shadows, one hand blocking in front of his body, while the other palm disappeared into the air, before slowly grabbing a bloody mass of heart out of the air. The light disordered and shook, and blood gushed out furiously, revealing a red-haired tall woman with a pale face. Impossible. How could you possibly know? She stared at Lin Qing dead in the face, her eyes filled with disbelief and horror as blood was continuously gushing out from that huge trauma. This inspection officer who had obviously only been turned for less than 3 months, practicing so many battle techniques was fine, but how could he possibly detect her sneak attack? Stupid and arrogant. Lin Qing felt the gradually disappearing intuitive reminder and said softly, just rejecting it and coming against me? I heard there's a delivery of goods tomorrow. Thanks for the merits you sent me. You? A flash of incredulity surfaced in the red-haired woman's gradually dimming eyes. Farewell. Lin Cheng looked at the red-haired woman who staggered and fell headfirst to the ground, her 5 fingers slightly loosened. The heart, which was still warm, suddenly snapped to the ground. Chapter 70 Yearning for Stability. The night was misty, and the edges of the building's silhouettes reflected a faint halo of light, the glow emanating from the distant metropolitan area. At the edge of the empty streets, the smell of blood quickly filled the air. Who? Lin Cheng's single hand turned into a shadow and shook, and under the burst of invisible strength, a large number of fine blood beads were immediately shaken and burst into the air, revealing his metallic-colored skin. As the metallic color faded, he took out his cell phone with his clean palm and gave the summoning order through the inspection system. The assassination of an inspector was a big deal, so it was only right to summon the inspection team. Immediately after, he remotely controlled the inspection car parked 100 meters away to automatically drive over. After doing these things, Lin Cheng glanced at the order level, which had risen to level 2.1. If the Iris Red Society was completely swept away, the order level should be able to rise quite a bit. Sure enough, it's also the Illuminati's. Lin Cheng squatted beside the red-haired woman and looked at the sun-shaped tattoo that had surfaced on her arm, noticing that there was also a line of numbers in it. 7489? Lin Cheng pondered. He had heard that the Illuminati had members all over the world, and every member had a tattoo on their body, but this was the first time he had seen one with a number. Snort! At this time, the black inspection car stopped not far away, and after the door opened, Zhao Jia got out and walked over. I didn't find any special instruments on this person, it looks like it's an ability she gained through genetic modification, so she can distort light. Zhao Jia quickly probed with her Nianli. Not bad genetic ability. Lin Cheng said, glanced at Zhao Jia again, and asked, aren't you afraid of seeing the corpse? It's nothing. Zhao Jia said full of concern, it's just corpses, when I was in the lab before, cough. She suddenly coughed twice and said with some embarrassment, just pretend you didn't hear it, Dad didn't let me say it. The lab? Lin Cheng glanced at her and didn't pursue the matter, only saying, the inspection is almost here, this woman has a moment's sensing vital signs instrument on her body, look to see if any of her accomplices are close to here. Zhao Jia let out a whoop, and her Nianli spread out, starting to probe the surrounding situation. After a long time, she shook her head and said, I didn't find any suspicious people. That's good. Lin Cheng nodded slightly. It had to be said that Zhao Jia, Annihility Awakened, was able to provide a great deal of help from the moment he had come to meet Zhang Jiren. She had been probing the situation with her Nihility from hundreds of meters away, and then using her cell phone to send out coded phrases that had been negotiated in advance or to subconsciously remind him of the situation. If he were on his own, although he was able to tell that there was an enemy trying to deal with him through the change in order levels, he would have to remain vigilant at all times, and couldn't be so clear and intuitive. Of course. He had already cultivated all of his battle techniques to the instinctive level, and could catalyze them in an instant, so as long as he was always on guard, and came in time to catalyze the gang to block a strike, he could counterattack. But this was also more troublesome. And with the help of Zhao Jia, a numinous awakening, there was nothing to be afraid of as long as he was reminded through his intuition. After all, this red-haired woman was only as strong as her stealth ability, and her own strength was still slightly inferior to the average captain level. Once the huge advantage of stealthy sneak attack was gone, it was indeed weak for the current him. Right. Lin Cheng suddenly asked, any confirmation on the location of the delivery of goods that Zhang Jiren mentioned? Zhao Jia nodded, glanced at the red-haired woman's corpse, and said, I subconsciously reminded this person of the place where the goods will be delivered tomorrow should be safe as you said, and she did subconsciously look in that direction. She took out her cell phone and tapped on the map, and said uncertainly, after being reminded several times of different locations, judging from the direction she subconsciously looked in, it should be in the area of White Elephant Street or Shenzhen New City. Lin Cheng nodded slightly. This kind of criminal would definitely not want to leave data traces for insurance purposes, after all, whether it's a private car or an online car has to go into the transportation database. Since it was in Shaoshan district, the distance wasn't very far, walking there in stealthy state was the safest. So this woman should be very familiar with the route, and the direction that she subconsciously looked at, the probability is that the location of the delivery of goods is located. Is the time confirmed? Lin Cheng asked. Zhao Jia nodded and said, I did as you said, subconsciously reminding her that she mustn't miss tomorrow's important time, and she looked at the alarm clock reminder on her cell phone once, and I saw at the time that the nearest alarm was 5:45, and there were also two other alarms, 7:30 and 17:25, so I'm not sure which one it was. That was the point of convenience of Nianli probing, it was similar to a full-view camera. Zhang Jiren seems to value or be nervous about this delivery of goods. The time point of the transaction shouldn't be able to be changed casually. Lin Qing pondered for a while and said, although I don't know what the goods for delivery are, but at the latest it will be ready before delivery. Tomorrow morning at 5 o'clock, I will take you to White Elephant Street in Xinjiang New City to go around. You scout around and you should find something. Getting up so early Zhao Jiai Udin said, but what I found out with my Nianli can't be used as evidence. How will you mobilize the inspections tomorrow? Can't mobilize the inspections. Lin Qing shook her head. There must still be eyeballs in the inspection team, even if I mobilize it temporarily, with the time point so close, and the location of the mission as long as it's near the place of delivery of the goods. The other party isn't a cutie pie. Will definitely react. Lin Qing said, at that time, you use your mind power to help me probe once, confirm that Chu Tianyao isn't there and there's no danger. After I go in alone, then I'll just summon the inspection. Zhao Jiai let out an O and said, but Chu Tianyao will definitely rush over as well, right? Just ask the chief captain to help sit in like last time. Lin Qing shook the cell phone in his hand. I purposely recorded at Zhang Jiren's place before, just for Yuan Anping to listen to. Asking him doesn't need evidence, just a credible reason is enough. Moreover, with his current strength, he was actually not that afraid of Chu Tianyao anymore. Su Qiu, the inspector number 1, was very close to Chu Tianyao in terms of strength, and although she had practiced the original version of the Sunrise practices, all 6 of her battle techniques were only at the mastery level. Whereas he had 6 instinctive level battle techniques in his possession, which was almost enough to make up for the gap between the 7-7 version of the practice method and the original version of the Sunrise practice method. Therefore, his current strength was also very close to Su Qiu's. With this conversion, at least he would have no problem with Chu Tianyao having a fight, and with the chief captain sitting on his side, there would be nothing to fear. No wonder you're recording. Zhao Jiai drifted off. But why are you so attached to this? She suddenly looked at Lin Qing with some suspicion. We don't even know how much credit we're getting yet this time, hating criminals so much? Lin Qing gave her a look. This girl. He purposely said with a straight face, how did you pass the inspection professional civics exam? Cleaning up evil, this is originally our vocation of inspection, you comrades' mindset is a bit problematic. Zhao Jiai couldn't help but glance at the red-haired woman on the ground, whose inspection fishing for law enforcement also directly kills people and pulls out their hearts. I'm just an ordinary person who yearns for peace and stability. Lin Qing casually said, don't you think that life is better when society is stable and orderly? Zhao Jiai always felt that he didn't look like this kind of person with a strong sense of justice, but also felt that he didn't seem to be telling lies? Right. Lin Qing suddenly said, there's something I almost forgot. What? Within moments, a portion of the precinct's on-duty inspections arrived at the scene and began investigating the red-haired woman's body and belongings. Unfortunately, the cell phone seemed to be associated with the vital signs detector she was carrying, and the cell phone data had been zeroed out after her death, so I didn't know if it could still be recovered on the technical section side. However, even if it hadn't been zeroed out, it probably wouldn't be able to find out much useful information. Captain, your arm. The inspection division's president couldn't help but look at Lin Qing's left arm. Those who weren't blind could tell at a glance that Lin Qing's left arm clearly had an abnormal twist to it, and his face was pale. It's nothing, I'll just go to the hospital later to pick up a bone. Lin Qing glanced at the red-haired woman's corpse on the ground and said with a slight afterthought, she sneaked up on me in a stealthy state, I didn't have time to catalyze my battle method and was almost killed, luckily I reacted fast. Chapter 71 Chu Tianyao? When Lin Qing came out of the hospital, it was almost midnight, and at this time, his left arm was sealed with a plaster and splint and was hanging on his chest. Captain, you really put up a fight. Zhao Jiai muttered in a small voice, if I hadn't watched it with my own eyes, I would have thought that your hand was broken. How did you do that? Just a little trick. Lin Qing casually said, if I had resolved that woman completely unharmed, it might have scared the Iris Red Society. It's not impossible to even suspect that there's a Nianli awakened. What if the deal is cancelled? After the 6 Gates of Self-Realization Body series of battle techniques reached the instinctive level, they were able to change their forms. Bone pulling was all trivial, and pretending to have a broken bone was naturally easy. Of course, the doctor knew it was fake. But all he had to do was to take out his inspector's documents, and the doctor cooperated with him. Back at home, Zhao Jiai also stopped by Lin Qing's house for a snack. It was inconvenient to eat with one hand, and Lin Qing didn't let go of his bandaged and plastered left arm. Just a slight shake of his arm, and his skin and musculoskeletal bones tightened up, easily slipping out of the fixed plaster like a swimming fish. In this way, none of the plaster splints were broken, and when he needed them, he would be able to regain his wounded status again. Comrade Jiai. Lin Qing glanced at Zhao Jai, who was shivering powder next to him, and suddenly asked, "What do you think? When Iris Red socializes to cut the goods tomorrow, who should be allowed to sabotage the deal better? Let who break the deal?" Zhao Jai kind of didn't understand what he meant. "Isn't it you who will go?" "Then how did I know there would be such a deal?" Lin Qing shook his head. "We can't say that we overheard Zhang Jiren slip up, right? That would be too fake. Zhang Jiren's place is signal shielded and perfectly soundproofed, so it's reasonable to say that there's no possibility of leakage." He sized up Zhao Jai. "If I go directly to search, the other party will inevitably suspect that there is an Annihility awakening, and it will be troublesome at that time." Zhao Jai was slightly stunned and understood what he meant. Then what should be done? She was at a bit of a loss for words. "It's fine." Lin Qing smiled and said, "Didn't you say that you heard about Chu Tianyao when you were mind probing?" "Right." Zhao Jai nodded. "The woman you killed said that there was only one last chance left to order Chu Tianyao, and that she also wanted Chu Tianyao to kill you before dying in plain sight to avoid involving the Iris Red Society. It sounds like the Iris Red Society and Chu Tianyao aren't on the same boat." Lin Qing was somewhat playful. "The number of times the Iris Red Society can order Chu Tianyao is also limited. I'm afraid it's only a few times." "Is it because of certain reasons that Chu Tianyao had to listen?" The number of times Chu Tianyao had appeared in Linen City was only twice. The first time was when he seriously injured his cousin Chen Yanan. The second time was when he appeared to deal with him, but was stopped by the chief captain. "There's one more time." Lin Cheng pondered for a moment, then suddenly laughed and said, "Having Chu Tianyao sabotage the deal, dog eat dog doesn't seem too bad? Luckily, I've seen Chu Tianyao with my own eyes." "Ha?" Zhao Jai couldn't help but stare. It was nearing 6 o'clock and the sky was getting light. On White Elephant Street, the Night Cat Bar's underground warehouse was hardly known to many people for its existence, and other than armed personnel, only a very few Iris Red Society executives could enter. This underground warehouse is built extremely spacious. 4 sides of the warehouse door is locked, the center is a small underground square, there are also bleachers above. Other than the passageway leading to the bar above, there was only one underground escape route. At this moment, Zhang Jiren was frowning tightly as he sat on the sofa of the grandstand above the plaza, flipping through the new information that he had just received from the inspectorate's eyes. "There's actually nothing going on. And killed 7489? Zhang Jiren was a little disbelieving. He knew how high the success rate of 7489's assassination was, and it was still a numbered member of the organization that had undergone extreme training. 7489 had merely gone to deal with this newly promoted inspection officer, and was instead killed by the other party? Broken arm. Zhang Jiren made a judgment in his mind. Perhaps he blocked 7489's first strike and guessed the direction she was in? He always felt something was not quite right in his heart. Was it really that coincidental? Luckily it couldn't be traced to me. Zhang Jiren took a deep breath. When the people sent by the organization come over later, they should give me the last chance to order Chu Tianyao, so when the time comes, I'll kill Lin Chang and support Xiao Peidong for good. Thinking of this, he glanced at the time and instructed his beloved henchman beside him, "Go check this shipment again, don't make any mistakes." "Yes." The beloved henchman immediately led a few people, walked to the square below, opened the warehouse doors on each of the 4 sides, and walked in to check. Not long after, a burst of miserable screams came from inside the warehouse, both male and female, but all of them were quite weak. 6 o'clock sharp. A man wearing a black trench coat and a mask arrived as promised. Most of his face was covered, only a pair of grim, viper-like eyes could be seen. Counselor Wang. Zhang Jiren stood up and greeted him with a respectful posture. Because he clearly knew that his Eagle Sea group was able to come this far without the secret support of the Illuminati. It was able to fulfill him, and it was also able to destroy him. And it would only be easier. Although this Counselor Wang was just an errand delivery runner for the Illuminati and his strength was average, he was ultimately from the metropolitan area. Check first. Counselor Wang glanced at Zhang Jiren and casually pulled open his cuff, a sun-shaped tattoo gradually emerging on the skin of his arm. Zhang Jiren also prepared himself and quickly pulled open the collar on his chest, also revealing the sun tattoo. 7489 is dead? With that, Counselor Wang spoke in a low voice, his eyes as cold as vipers sweeping over Zhang Jiren. Zhang Jiren sighed and said, "It was indeed very sudden, I didn't expect her to actually die either. After all, she is an official member of the organization, whoever kills her will have to pay the price." Counselor Wang's eyes were ghostly cold. "Chu Tianya's last command will be given to you, you come to utilize away Chu Tianya's last bit of value, just in time to settle that Lin Light. Doesn't he still have an inspecting officer's sister? It's just as well to clean up his family along with him." "Yes." Zhang Jiren nodded. Counselor Wang gave a hum and asked, "Have you collected all the goods that you were told to look for last time?" Zhang Jiren immediately said, "I'm sorry, Counselor Wang, excellent qualifications have not yet worshipped the martial arts school, it's really not easy to find, these few months also only found that one only, the other 15 years of age above 20 years of age and below the healthy people, make up some more, do you want to check the receipt? Check and confirm them one by one when you send them to the car." Counselor Wang swept a glance at the warehouse on all sides and said, "Are the sleeping agents all ready?" "Counselor, please rest assured." Zhang Jiren nodded. Counselor Wang nodded slightly and instructed again, "Don't forget to utilize Chu Tianya to settle that Lin Cheng as soon as possible. After this time, the Iris Red Society happens to be lurking for a period of time." Zhang Jiren immediately said, "Counselor, please don't worry, it's just a good luck inspector, as long as Chu Tianya makes a move, he'll die for sure." Suddenly, boom! The burglar-proof metal door above steeply emitted a loud vibration, while the entire burglar-proof door was shaken and seemed to be shaking. Zhang Jiren's face changed. Counselor Wang also narrowed his eyes. Before Zhang Jiren could mobilize his surveillance, followed by another boom. A loud bang. The vaguely twisted and distorted security door suddenly flew out, and at the same time, a blurred figure fluttered out from it, instantly appearing in front of the two. When Zhang Jiren saw the appearance of the visitor, he could not help but freeze. Counselor Wang also had a cold look in his eyes. Chu Tianya. At the same time, along with a ray of metallic luster surfacing, the visitor slashed across with a palm blade, only to see a sharp edge emerge. Pooh snort. Blood spurted out, and Counselor Wang's head instantly flew up. Chapter 72 Tigers Entering Sheep's Flock. Everything happened in a flash of lightning. Zhang Jiren couldn't help but be filled with horror as he watched the Illuminati counselor, who had come from the metropolitan area, have his head casually decapitated like a powerless bug, blood gushing out wildly. "It's over." This was the voice that echoed in his heart. "No, I can't die." Perhaps it was the power that emerged between life and death that caused Zhang Jiren to press a hidden button on the sofa next to him almost reflexively at this instant. He had at least practiced the 7-7 version of the practice method and a battle method, and his speed was extremely fast. Ever since embarking on this path, he was prepared to run away at any time. Wow! As the floor where the sofa was located instantly flipped, Zhang Jiren immediately fell into the mechanism channel underneath the sofa with it, and the metal plate automatically moved across and closed, and the sofa on this grandstand was suddenly missing a sofa, leaving only the smooth metal floor. Almost at the same time when Zhang Jiren fell underneath the sofa, Chu Tianyao also appeared on the metal floor. Boom! With a fierce stomp, accompanied by the fall of a terrifying force that surpassed that of normal people by tens of times, an indentation immediately appeared on this sturdy alloy floor. Chu Tianyao glanced at the floor, frowned slightly, and did not try again. At the same time, swoosh! One could only see the dozens of Iris Red Society archers spread across the various elevated platforms of this underground warehouse, all of them strung their bows and dropped their arrows, and dozens of arrows attacked from three sides almost simultaneously. The speed of the arrows each exceeded 200 meters per second, and even a few of them were obviously much faster. Obviously the bowmen were extremely strong as well. Whoosh! In the face of the dense rain of arrows, Chu Tianyao's figure instantly transformed into a blurry phantom, falling into the small square below, easily dodging an arrow. As for one of the Iris Red Society hitmen below who were holding electric batons and guarding the warehouse, they had only just reacted at this moment when they saw a flash of phantom in front of their eyes. Most of this underground security personnel were also just ordinary people. Just because they were loyal and ruthless enough, they were responsible for guarding these trafficked goods, and they were not too strong at all. Boom! 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 At this moment, the blurred phantom rushed into the crowd of fighters, like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. Each fighter barely reacted before they felt their eyes go black, and each of their heads exploded and died. After killing 7 people in a row, Chu Tianyao's silhouette drifted erratically to avoid another wave of flying arrows, and then violently made a sudden flying stomp. Boom! A kick hit the door of one of the warehouses. The purely astonishing force instantly caused the solid iron door to dent deeply from the lock, and the entire door was shaken open, revealing one of the silhouettes cowering in the corner. And after that, boom! 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 Another 3 consecutive dodges, and the iron doors of the warehouses on all sides were kicked open. And none of the archers falling arrows from above could reach him. When the gap reached such a wide degree, the number of people no longer meant anything. They were all just lambs to be slaughtered. Right at this moment, only a whoosh sound was heard, and within the passageway of the bar above, a silhouette quickly flew down and landed on the grandstand above. It was a fat, short, chubby man with a bit of alcohol on his body, who was looking incredulously at the corpse of Counselor Wang with his head and body separated, his face full of shock and anger. Counselor Wang, as a counselor, was responsible for managing these affairs, while he was good at force, and served as a guardian, responsible for watching over the escort. Originally, he felt that he had already arrived at the stronghold of the Iris Red Society, thinking that there was no danger, and was still drinking up there, but he didn't expect that there would be a surprise attack, and that he had killed Counselor Wang? It must be someone who was quite familiar with this stronghold to be able to find this hidden underground warehouse to be able to raid. Immediately, the short and fat man looked openly at the Chu Tianyao below and shouted angrily with even more shock, "Chu Tianyao! Are you crazy?" Chu Tianyao glanced indifferently at the short and fat man with his eyes, and then his figure moved, and he suddenly struck a vicious flying kick that hit one of the nearby walls. Boom! That wall shook violently, instantly appearing a slight depression trace. The dust that concealed it rustled down. That was clearly a hidden alloy door. Still want to escape? The short and fat man grew angrier and angrier. The poison on your body doesn't want to be detoxified? Having said that, he knew that he was not Chu Tianyao's opponent, and still did not dare to jump down and make a move. He was also not worried that Chu Tianyao would break that alloy door. Behind that door was the escape route, extremely thick and sturdy, and the structure was ingenious, and it was a mechanical combination lock. Not afraid of electromagnetic or hacking means, without entering the password, no matter how much you kick it, you couldn't force it to break open, but instead, it would lead to the mechanical combination lock being damaged, making it even more impossible to open. Boom boom boom. As expected, after seeing Chu Tianyao kicking the alloy door 3 more times in a row, the alloy door still showed no signs of opening. He gave up. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. After dodging another wave of arrows, Chu Tianyao waved his hand, only to see bits of cold light fly out from his hand, and quite a few of the bowmen on the surrounding elevated platforms fell down headfirst. The bowmen looked in horror, only to realize that the dead had all been struck through the skull by a coin. With that, Chu Tianyao swiftly transformed into a phantom and leapt onto the high platform once again. The short and fat man's heart flinched, his fat body wriggled extremely fast, the whole person began to slim down at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then a powerful force surged into his whole body. Genetic ability? Chu Tianyao narrowed his eyes slightly. At the same time, his figure flashed and violently stomped over. The short and fat man was not good at speed and could not dodge in time, so he could only clench his teeth and cross his arms in front of his body. Boom! The short and fat man's entire body flew out backwards, hitting the wall behind him at once, but he only paled a few points, and his arms' clothes were torn, but he did not suffer any injuries. When Chu Tianyao saw this, he could not help but move his eyebrows. Just now, the ferocity of that kick, even many captain-level strengths that had mastered defense-type battle techniques, thought that they would not be able to carry it. This guy actually didn't have much to do? He also did not get attached to the battle. After dodging the rain of arrows that came again, he turned into a phantom and quickly left from the bar passage above. Who? The short and fat man's face turned pale as he took a deep breath, looking at the passageway where Chu Tianyao had fled, and then glancing at the corpse of Counselor Wang on the ground. His face became more and more unsightly. His strength was not as strong as the Inspector General, but the organization's modified genetic ability also made his strength and defense much stronger than the same level. Even a strong person at Chu Tianyao's level would have a hard time trying to kill him, which was why the organization had put him in charge of guardianship. Killing Counselor Wang and fleeing? The short and fat man frowned tightly. He also knew how strong Chu Tianyao was. From the force of that kick just now, it was obvious that he didn't do his best and it was just pure power. I'm afraid Chu Tianyao also understood that he couldn't kill him, so he just casually repelled him before fleeing. Zhang Jiren! The short and fat man suddenly shouted lowly in anger, "Come out here!" After a long while, one of the walls underneath the stand slowly moved away, and Zhang Jiren walked out from it. Mr. Liu. Zhang Jiren sighed. The short, fat man leapt down from the stands and said angrily, "Is there nothing you wish to say?" Zhang Jiren was silent for a moment and said, although Chu Tianyao is clear about this stronghold, he shouldn't know the exact time of today's delivery of the goods, so what he means by this is beyond my comprehension. The short and fat man, Mr. Liu, laughed coldly. He's this crazy, perhaps he's already discovered the truth? This. Zhang Jiren frowned. The Zhou Yang who was able to forcefully order him before is dead. Mr. Liu coldly grunted, maybe. It's because he got the news from somewhere, knew that Counselor Wang was coming today, and didn't want to be threatened again, so he purposely killed over to get rid of Counselor Wang first? Zhang Jiren was slightly stunned and frowned. What Mr. Liu means is that he is looking for death. The Illuminati had many tactics that were much more terrifying than death. Sometimes, death was a relief instead. Counselor Wang is dead, I'll report it first and see what the top decides. Mr. Liu said in a cold voice, you first get all these goods ready to be loaded onto the car and set off at any time. Yes. The sky was cloudy, and the glow of the distant metropolitan area was already dimming. On the streets in the early morning, a blurry phantom traveled between the gloomy streets at an astonishing speed, quickly arriving at a hidden street corner. Captain. Zhao Jiai walked out from the shadows with a slightly excited expression, her hands still clutching a set of inspector uniforms. Chu Tianyao's hands turned into blurry residual shadows, and in the blink of an eye, he took off all of the jacket clothing on his body, and then in the blink of an eye, he went through the inspection officer uniform in Zhao Jiai's hands and put it on his body. At the same time, his figure and appearance were changing. Within a short time, he had reverted from the notorious Green Lake Island fugitive Chu Tianyao to the appearance of inspection officer Lin Cheng. Chapter 73 A Coin. Jiai. Lin Cheng straightened the collar of his uniform and asked, no one found me on this journey, right? According to the plan, only the surveillance on the main road saw you as Chu Tianyao, but... Zhao Jiai nodded her head and said, as for the other surveillance in this neighborhood, I destroyed them all in advance with my Nianli. She always used her Nianli to observe the underground warehouse below that bar. The reason why Lin Cheng was able to break into the bar with ease and fly all the way into the underground warehouse was the route provided by Zhao Jiai's Nianli probing. Even before he went in, he already knew about the existence of that short, fat man, Mr. Liu, and Counselor Wang. Once he heard Zhao Jiai say that Counselor Wang had revealed the tattoo of the Illuminati and was still a member of the stewardship, that was why he didn't hesitate to lay down the killer after he broke in. Anyway, the one who did it was the fugitive Chu Tianyao, so what business was it of his inspector Lin Cheng? It can begin. Lin Cheng revealed a hint of a smile. Their retreat has been cut off by me. Even if they want to divert, they can only divert from the back door of the bar, the open road. Zhao Jiai nodded, and immediately used her mind power to control a cell phone that flew out and began to send a report letter to the inspection. After she successfully sent it, the cell phone also fragmented in her Nianli. Phew! Lin Cheng's hands glowed with a metallic hue, and then turned into a trail of residual shadows, instantly slapping the shattered phone into pieces. This anonymous cell phone prepared in advance was used to send out a report letter. There was no need to worry that this whistle-blowing letter would sink without a trace. This was because the end of the report letter was enthusiastic citizen Chu Tianyao. The letter also had the keywords Iris Red Society and missing persons case, as well as the detailed time and location. After the inspection system's intelligence retrieved these keywords and detailed locations, it would classify this report letter as a priority and check the surveillance around this neighborhood. Once he, Chu Tianyao, was discovered through the facial recognition of the surveillance records, the most urgent temporary mission would be issued immediately. This entire process might not even take a minute. Captain. Zhao Jiai said in consternation that Liu is quite capable of brainstorming. He thinks that you are worse than death and would rather die, that's why he directly killed that Counselor Wang. Lin Cheng nodded slightly and said, then it means that Chu Tianyao's situation is similar to what we speculated, and is not in the same boat as the Iris Red Society, so I guess he was poisoned and had to follow orders. Of course, there was nothing to sympathize with Chu Tianyao for being reduced to this state. Originally a fugitive from Green Lake Island prison, with hundreds of lives in his hands, the magnitude of the crime he had committed was such that he had long been too dead to be pitied. Captain. Zhao Jiai suddenly said that Zhang Jiren is starting to have people move those arrested. It doesn't matter, they won't make it in time. Lin Cheng calmly said, I just purposely destroyed the doors of those warehouses where people are being held in order to make it harder to open those doors, and to remove them will also delay them a little bit. The Shaoshan District Inspection Branch was right in the center of this district, and it was less than 20 kilometers away. The speed of the inspection vehicle was already extremely fast, and the traffic routes were prioritized even higher, and the on-duty inspection could arrive in just a few minutes' time. Captain. Zhao Jia suddenly frowned slightly and said, "Those thugs, in order to urge those arrested to get on the car as soon as possible, they were very vicious, killing the chickens to make an example of the monkey and injuring several people. Hold back a little longer." Lin Qing said, "It's just the right time for them to bring the people out of the underground warehouse, so it's convenient to catch them in the act, and those people can just live." Zhao Jia bit her lips silently and continued to observe with her Nianli. Only, her eyes were permeated with a touch of sadness. Lin Qing glanced at her and asked, "You've experienced this kind of thing before?" "Well." Zhao Jia hesitated for a moment, but still gently nodded her head and said in a low voice, "I've seen it many times, watching people like me being taken away one by one. Even though I've never spoken to them, they're all my compatriots, and because I've seen it so many times, we've all long since become numb to it." "Seen it too many times? Numbed?" Lin Qing couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Although today's law and order wasn't as stable as it appeared to be, things like selling people as goods at will, these criminals only dared to sneak in, so it was still a very small minority. How was it that hearing Zhao Jia say it, it was as if it was taken for granted on a daily basis? "Did you hear them say what the Illuminati wants so many people for?" Lin Qing asked. "Didn't say." Zhao Jia shook her head and added, "But living people always have a use for them, and there is a little girl among these people who are treated as goods. She should be the one with excellent qualifications." In Zhang Jiren's mouth. Lin Qing, however, remembered the experience of his previous life. In the end times, it was common for people to sell themselves in order to survive. It was common for people to abandon their humanity in the end times, but those who could still maintain their humanity were rare animals. The more who wanted to be human would have ended their lives passively or actively long ago. He was grateful that he was able to live as a human because of the reverse entropist talent. And only those who have the ability to choose. Therefore, what he needed most was strength. It was the only way to achieve his goal. The only way he could climb higher was if he was strong, allowing the order rank to become higher and higher, bringing more opportunities to become stronger. Almost there. Lin Qing glanced at the epaulette on his shoulder that represented the feathers of freedom, gently wiped off a speck of dust on it with his fingertips, and said, "Go in." The dark, deep blue sky gradually brightened as a ray of dawn light pierced through the sky. On White Elephant Street, at the back door of the night cat bar that was blocked off by the courtyard wall, there were two large black vans parked, with strange circular symbols visible on the carriages, and at this time, the back doors of the vans were already open. The carriages were divided into grids that were 2 meters long, half a meter wide, and 40 centimeters high. In addition to the two narrow aisles in the center, the entire carriage was a lattice, just like a coffin, and at this time there were already quite a few lattices with their lids covered. The carriage that was only a dozen meters long, 3 meters wide, and less than 3 meters high was actually filled with more than 100 coffin-like compartments. "Hurry, hurry!" The Iris Red Society's thugs held throwing sticks, ferociously urging one by one the people with bags over their heads to get into the car, beating and chiding them to lie into the grids one by one of their own accord. Mr. Liu, a short, fat man, stood expressionlessly nearby, watching the scene. He had been the one responsible for escorting these people captured by the Guardian organization from various cities and regions over the years, and had long since become accustomed to it. He was the same in the past, the difference being that the vast majority of them died, while he resisted the genetic modification experiment and survived. "Mr. Liu." Zhang Jiren walked over with his men, and behind him, his beloved henchmen were still holding a small girl of 8 or 9 years old, her mouth sealed by a restraint gag, and her eyes were filled with the numbness that she had long since become accustomed to. This child can be confirmed to be an excellent qualification at such a young age. If she is nurtured from a young age, her potential will be even greater in the future. Zhang Jiren smiled. She should be worth more points, right? He ran a leading enterprise in the province and made enough money to not care much about money. And it was the Illuminati's status and points that would allow him to get more good things: strength, knowledge, intelligence, and even the Wisdom Star Group's life extension technology. Not bad. Liu glanced at the numb little girl and said in a faint voice, "It should add 50%. Zhang Jiren couldn't help but reveal a look of delight. Mr. Liu, however, suddenly looked at the little girl's tightly clenched right hand and frowned slightly. "What's on your hand?" The little girl's face was numb, slowly spreading her palm like a puppet. It was a $1 coin that had been worn to the point of being worn out. "Throw it away," Liu said in a faint voice. He didn't care what importance this coin had to this little girl, he only knew that all accidents should be avoided during the escort. The little girl silently looked at the coin in her hand, but instead of doing as she was told like a puppet on strings, she looked at it hesitantly. Lu narrowed his eyes slightly. Suddenly, Zhang Dong, a man in a suit, walked quickly with a nervous face and said in a low voice, "We just got a message from our eyes over at the inspection bureau. The inspection team from the Shashan district branch has already set off in full force and are on their way here." What? Zhang Jiren frowned slightly, then said in a low voice, "Move quickly, it's completely in time to evacuate." As for these two transportation vehicles? Transportation vehicles with the metropolitan area's logo, outside of the metropolitan area, even the inspector general was just as unqualified to search them. Just then, rumble. With a tremor, only a large portion of the courtyard wall at the back door of the night cat bar steeply collapsed, and in a flash, smoke and dust rose in all directions. Without the barrier of the wall, the dawn light from the sky penetrated through the smoke and dust, dispelling the darkness of this backyard. Whoosh! At the same time, a blurry figure swept past like a swift wind, instantly piercing through the smoke and dust, appearing in front of a group of people. Under the dawn light, the upright and sullen black inspection uniform, as well as the shoulder badge inscribed with 2 pairs of feathered wings, instantly caused the faces of the crowd of the Iris Red Society to change drastically. Shaoshan District Inspection Sub-Bureau 2nd Grade Inspection Officer, Lin Cheng. Lin Cheng swept his gaze. "Oh? It seems that the evidence is conclusive, there's no need to search, so just tie your hands, and those who dare to resist will be shot on the spot." Chapter 74. Business is done. The sky is brightening and the smoke is clearing. Inspector? Arrived so soon? The Iris Red Society's group all looked at the young inspection officer in surprise, and some even subconsciously took a step back. As the highest inspection level of a region, the intimidating power of an inspection officer was so great that the name alone was enough to make many criminals' hearts skip a beat. Facing this kind of superhumanly strong person, it was no longer a matter of being outnumbered that was useful. Especially Zhang Jiren was even more surprised. The eyes of the inspection bureau that he had bought was bound to provide information at the first time, even if he would be notified a little later than the inspection officer. This Lin Cheng would not be so fast, right? Unless, when he received the notice from the inspection bureau, this Lin Cheng is not far away, just a few kilometers? That short and fat man, Mr. Lu, then stared at Lin Cheng, a hint of danger in his eyes. Current order level down 0.8 levels. Current order level down 0.5 levels. Current order level down 0.3 levels. A series of blood-red hints of order level drop continuously surfaced in front of Lin Cheng's eyes. However, Lin Cheng's complexion was unchanged. Other than the strongest of them, Mr. Lu, who was a certain threat to him, the other Iris Red Society fighters were less than captain-level strength at their strongest, and posed very little threat to him. Captain Lin. Zhang Jiren took a deep breath and couldn't think of anything else. He could only step forward and said in a low voice, "There's no time for that, make an offer." He knew that the signal shield was still in effect, and as long as the inspection bureau hadn't confirmed the situation here, there was still a chance to salvage the situation. Make a condition? Lin Cheng looked at him. As long as Captain Lin leaves now, pretend you haven't seen us. Zhang Jiren kept his composure, speaking quickly and fluently. "Just tell me how much you want, even if it's the legendary Super Sense original liquid, I can try to get it for you." He stared tightly at Lin Cheng. "But if Captain Lin insists on refusing to let us go, then prepare for our desperate fight to the death. If it wasn't for the fact that the repercussions of killing the inspection officer were too great, we wouldn't have given you the chance to negotiate terms at all." Is that so? Lin Cheng swept his gaze and said nonchalantly, "You mean, you still want to continue talking about that business deal that failed yesterday?" He was naturally stalling for time. Even though he could charge alone and kill indiscriminately, he alone was not sure that he could capture all of these people, especially Mr. Lu. Therefore, it was best to wait until the inspection team was almost there. Moreover, he had just informed Chief Captain Yuan Anping, once Yuan Anping arrived, it would be completely stable. "Right, please ask Captain Lin for a price," Zhang Jiren said in a deep voice. Lin Cheng laughed. "You're a businessman, I remember you saying that you have a rule that a single price is the upper limit, and you're not willing to pay even one more coin?" Zhang Jiren's face sank, frowning. "Captain Lin is stalling for time?" Mr. Lu glanced at Lin Cheng, and immediately instructed the thugs who were frozen in place, saying, "Keep working, load all these goods into the car as fast as you can." One of the loyal thugs who had grabbed the little girl quickly stepped forward, ready to load this most important cargo into the compartment first. Bang! After hearing only a gunshot, a cloud of blood burst out from that hitman's forehead, and he fell to the ground dead on the spot. The entire room was silent. Only the sound of the gunshot echoed. As if awakened by the sound of the gunshot, the little girl with a numb face looked at the body of the fallen hitman, then froze and looked up at Lin Cheng, a trace of a strange color gradually surfacing in her eyes. "Business hasn't been negotiated yet, did I allow you guys to move?" Lin Cheng raised the revolver in his hand. "Again, whoever moves dies." There weren't many people present who dared to move anymore, while the little girl raised her weak and feeble legs and feet, instinctively taking a step in Lin Cheng's direction. At this time, a large hand grabbed her from behind and lifted her up. The little girl struggled like she was waking up, but with this amount of strength, it was pointless for her to struggle, and her mouth was sealed by the restraint gag, so she couldn't make any sound, and could only let out a whimpering wail. Zhang Jiren frowned slightly, and casually slapped her on the back. A dexterous force instantly shook her body, and the coin she clutched in her hand also fell to the ground. The coin then rolled along the ground to Lin Cheng, who was not far away. Zhang Jiren casually grabbed this little girl who represented a high amount of points, while his eyes gazed at Lin Cheng and sighed, "Captain Lin, I'm just a businessman, I really don't want to kill you, so give a word now." He really didn't want to kill the inspector. Once it got too big, he was afraid that the Eagle Sea group that he had worked so hard for so many years would have to collapse. "Good, I agree." Lin Cheng suddenly spoke. Zhang Jiren was slightly stunned and couldn't help but reveal a flash of surprise as he smiled and said, "Captain Lin, feel free to make an offer." The group of hitmen from the Iris Red Society were also relieved. They weren't outlaws, and none of them wanted to carry the felony of killing an inspector if they could. Mr. Lu's eyes flashed with a touch of mockery. Immediately afterward, everyone saw Lin Cheng reach out and pick up the coin on the ground. "This business, I'm done." Lin Cheng's tone was calm, her fingertips rubbing the warm coin in her hand as she swept her gaze. "Today, not a single member of the entire Iris Red Society will escape." The entire room fell silent. Zhang Jiren's pupils suddenly shrunk. At this moment, he had realized that the object of this business was not him. "Kill him!" A violent shout abruptly tore through the silence. At this moment, the short and fat Mr. Lu's body fat like waves bulging and tightening, transforming into a steady stream of power, followed by the ground under his feet violently crumbling, and his entire body also slammed into Lin Cheng as if he were a cannonball. "Ha ha! Kill me?" In mocking laughter, Lin Cheng's body moved, instantly transforming into a blurred shadow, easily dodging Mr. Lu's collision, and at the same time, he followed the trend and lashed out with a whip leg that was both strong and soft. Under the powerful and swift whip leg, the air seemed to have been torn apart, emitting a horrifying sound of breaking wind. Boom! Mr. Lu's short and fat figure spun like a gyroscope and flew out at an even faster speed, slamming headfirst into a wall not far away, immediately collapsing a piece of the wall. Lin Cheng, on the other hand, swept past his figure like a speedy wind and pulled the trigger at the same time. Bang! With a loud gunshot, Zhang Jiren reacted extremely quickly as he let go of the little girl in his hands and twisted his body to dodge, but a flower of blood still burst from his shoulder. Even though he had practiced the 7-7 version of the practice method, in the end, he had only mastered one battle method. Meanwhile, Lin Cheng had already closed in on Zhang Jiren and didn't bother to shoot again, casually slapping Zhang Jiren on the top of his head before rushing towards the crowd of Iris Red Society's fighters. Boom! A seemingly random slap fell, but Zhang Jiren felt as if his head had exploded with a roar, and the world before his eyes began to spin around. The invisible force almost shook his brain into a mass of paste, and he immediately fell to the ground on his back, only able to breathe out. As for this group of fighters from the Iris Red Society, although they were generally stronger than the armed men in the underground boxing ring, and there were also 2 people who had practiced battle techniques and were as strong as the inspection team leader, they were too weak in front of Lin Cheng. Whether it was speed, reaction, strength, and so on, Lin Cheng completely crushed everyone in the Iris Red Society. In just the blink of an eye, 3 people from the Iris Red Society had already fallen one after another. Mr. Lu had only just climbed up from the collapsed debris when he saw the scene, and then recalling Lin Cheng's leg, he couldn't help but tremble in his heart. What kind of strength is this? Could it be at the Inspector General level? What a joke, an inspection officer who had only been turned for 3 months actually had this level of strength. However, from his experience, the strength revealed by the young inspection officer in front of him was definitely not much worse, even if it was not as good as the inspection chief level. Even though he had the genetically modified ability to turn flesh and blood into bursts of power, the burst state was at best comparable to that of this young inspection officer, and it was simply impossible to kill the other party. Once the flesh and blood dried up, he would be the one to die. Escape! This thought arose in Mr. Lu's mind, and immediately, while his body's flesh and blood rapidly dried up, he rushed towards the other path at an astonishing speed. Sure enough, he escaped. Lin Qing glanced at it and couldn't help but frown slightly. It's actually that fast? Just then. Tisk, I'll go after him, you stay behind to deal with the people from the Iris Red Society. A slightly playful voice suddenly rang out, only to see a long-haired man in casual clothes not far away glancing at Lin Cheng with a smile before turning into a phantom and chasing after him. It was certainly Yuan Anping. Chapter 75, The Mysterious Number 1. Since Yuan Anping was there to track down that Mr. Liu of the Illuminati, Lin Cheng was also relieved and focused on dealing with the Iris Red Society's hitman. Yuan Anping's strength was even stronger than Chu Tianyao, and he could easily deal with Chu Tianyao while hiding his strength, so he shouldn't have a problem dealing with that person. In the absence of a leader, the fighters of the Iris Red Society scattered, trying to escape one by one. After Lin Qing casually killed a few of those who didn't want to die, and then knocked down a few more who wanted to escape, before the other members of the Iris Red Society could escape far, the inspection team arrived. A large number of inspections were deployed, and under the siege, none of the Iris Red Society members present were able to escape, and were either killed on the spot or arrested. In Lin Qing's field of vision, he could also see the order level rising. Immediately afterward, the inspection blocked off the scene and waited for the public security to come over to investigate the scene. Not long after, Yuan Anping also returned. Chief Captain, where is that person? Lin Qing asked. Hiccuped, waiting for the public security to go to the autopsy. Yuan Anping spread his hands helplessly. That guy fought me to the death, and I could only put my best foot forward, didn't confiscate the force well, and accidentally killed him. Wow, it's fine if you didn't let it go. Lin Cheng nodded slightly. Only, he felt that Yuan Anping did it on purpose. With Yuan Anping's hidden strength, he was definitely much stronger than that Mr. Liu, so it shouldn't have been to the point of putting his best foot forward. However, it was just right to kill. By the way, when that person died, the sun tattoo also appeared on his body. He is from the Illuminati. Yuan Anping reminded. Surprisingly, he's also from the Illuminati? Lin Cheng pretended to be surprised. After all, he also knew that this Mr. Liu was a member of the Illuminati because of Zhao Jia's Nimbus probe, which naturally couldn't be revealed. The members of the Illuminati are indeed spread all over the world. Yuan Anping shook his head. However, he doesn't have a number either. That red-haired woman who sneaked up on you yesterday, did you confirm that she had a number in her tattoo? It's 7486, Lin Cheng nodded. Then you have to be careful. Yuan Anping said, characters of the Illuminati who are able to get a number are almost always stronger than someone at Chu Tianyao's level. Stronger than Chu Tianyao? Lin Cheng frowned. How is that possible? Other than her special ability of stealth, her strength is far worse than Chu Tianyao. It should be because of potential. Yuan Anping said, just like the status of a genius is also high, since the Illuminati gave her this number, it means that her potential and usefulness will definitely exceed this number in the future. Lin Qing pondered. Also, that red-haired woman's assassination sneak attack was not only invisible, but also completely silent. If he didn't have an order rank reminder or Zhao Jia's numinous probe, then he could have died at the hands of the other party as well. Invisible plus silent, this combination was indeed too perverse. There was always a time when people were relaxed, and once they were relaxed and completely defenseless, that red-haired woman would be able to complete a kill in an instant. It was only restrained by the Nian Li awakened. Once that red-haired woman practiced the original version of the sunrise practice method, and then mastered a few more suitable assassination sneak attack battle method. That would definitely be an extremely terrifying assassin. Even more, the future threat was bound to be far beyond Chu Tianyao. Unfortunately, solving the Illuminati doesn't count as merit. Lin Cheng shook his head regretfully. Yuan Anping was dumbfounded. The Dark Star Society, that was an assassin organization, a criminal organization in the open, all evil. Whereas the Illuminati had members all over the world, and there were many who weren't criminals and were only found with tattoos on their bodies after they died. In this case, it was also impossible to accurately locate the members of the Illuminati, so naturally, it was impossible to count them as merits. It's fine, you'll definitely get a lot of credit this time, it won't be less than last time anyway. Yuan Anping swept a glance at the scene filled with wreckage, and couldn't help but sigh. The speed at which you, this brat, made merits is faster than I did back then, and looking at the young inspections in the whole of Jiangnan, there aren't many that are faster than you. There are faster ones? Lin Cheng was surprised. Of course there is. Yuan Anping nodded and said, some strength is strong, some intelligence is sufficient, some background is big, there are many talents in this world, and I heard. That last year there was also an inspection in the next province that was a special grade for the first time he made a merit. What? Lin Chang was stunned. Extraordinary merit? First-class merit for many inspectors, that is unattainable, touch cannot touch, let alone merit. Extraordinary merit was even more unimaginable. You're not bad either. Yuan Anping patted Lin Qing's shoulder. This time, when the merits come down, it's estimated that you'll be a first-class inspection officer. Lin Qing shook his head slightly, not really caring. Any more second-class merit, and he could only go back to learning other series of battle techniques. There was no qualitative increase in battle power. And for the 3 awakening methods, it would require first-class merit. Moreover, the headquarters had also promised in the contract that when he obtained first-class merit, it could open up some of the privileges of the special class merit for him, allowing him to learn the original version of the self-realization battle technique. But, the prerequisite for all of these benefits was first-class merit. First-class merit. Lin Qing pondered silently in his mind. The Iris Red Society had almost been pierced by him, so by all rights, Chu Tianyao should have made a move against him. Therefore, he still had a chance to accomplish first-class merit. On the evening of March 2nd. Shaoshan District Inspection Branch, inside the director's office. Lin Qing, the report from the public security side has already come out and I've passed it on to you. Ko Guiyang sat behind his desk and shook his head slightly at Lin Qing. I have to say, you've been too presumptuous this time as well. Adventurous? Lin Qing asked, why do you say that? Ko Guiyang said in a deep voice, it seems that you still don't know that from what has been ascertained so far, the armed forces of this stronghold of the Iris Red Society are quite a bit stronger than the last underground boxing ring. There is? Lin Chang pretended to be puzzled. Of course there is. Ko Guiyang said, there's an underground warehouse underneath this bar that's specialized in holding these traffic people, and the armed force in charge of guarding it is very strong, but according to the confession of the Iris Red Society's fighters, before you searched it, Chu Tianyao broke in and made a big mess, and quite a few of these fighters and bowmen that were good in strength were killed by Chu Tianyao. Chu Tianyao went in before me? Lin Chang was surprised. The inspection system released a mission this morning because it received a letter of report claiming to be Chu Tianyao. Ko Guiyang nodded. Moreover, Chu Tianyao was indeed retrieved through facial recognition in the surveillance near that bar, so it should be true. No wonder. I thought it was a coincidence. Lin Cheng lamented. Before, I thought that Chu Tianyao and the Iris Red Society were in cahoots, so it seems that there's also infighting? Indeed. Ko Guiyang also sighed. It's kind of like you picked up the slack. Luck. Lin Cheng smiled, naturally not denying it. In this operation, apart from the beginning when he pretended to be Chu Tianyao, he had exerted his full strength, and in the follow-up, apart from dealing with Mr. Lu's leg, he had only used half of his strength. But Mr. Lu was also killed by Yuan Anping, so no one knows that his true strength is already close to the Inspector General level. I heard that the Iris Red Society has 3 heads, and you solved 2 of them with this one. Ko Guiyang marveled, if you even solved the last head of the Iris Red Society, wouldn't you even have a first-class merit? It's not that light. Lin Qing shook his head slightly. Zhang Jiren had previously admitted that he was the number 2 head of the Iris Red Society, while that woman Zhou Yan was the number 3 head. But there was no way of knowing who the number 1 person in charge was. It is indeed difficult. Ko Guiyang was only joking and shook his head. According to the confessions of the Iris Red Society's hitmen, no one has ever seen the number 1 head, and no one, including the number 2 head, Zhang Jiren, and the number 3 head, Zhou Yang, knows who this number 1 is. No one knows? Lin Qing said doubtfully. Yes, no one knows. Ko Guiyang said, the main strongholds of the Iris Red Society are all in Shaoshan, and the normal operation relies on Zhou Yang and Zhang Jiren, and the mysterious number 1 person in charge will only show up if something happens that the Iris Red Society can't solve. Lin Qing could not help but ponder. After a long while, he shook his head and said, say, did the chief interrogate them? Why does the Illuminati need those trafficked people? Ko Guiyang, however, fell silent and said slowly, this involves a big case in the metropolitan area. Chapter 76 Primitive Research Institute. The metropolitan area? Lin Qing didn't feel surprised. After all, those 2 transportation vehicles escorting the abducted people had the Urban Circle logo on them. This kind of transportation vehicle was not even qualified to be searched by the Inspector General. Yes, Metropolitan Circle. Ko Guiyang nodded and said, about a dozen years ago, the Illuminati used to have a big man in the Metropolitan Circle who was said to have set up the Primitive Research Institute in order to optimize the genes of the Earthlings, and in the name of the Illuminati, conducted genetic modification experiments on living people, which killed an unknown number of millions of people. Primal Research Institute? Optimizing the genes of Earthlings, Lin Qing pondered. Yeah. Ko Guiyong sighed and said, it's rumored that in the extraterrestrial civilization where the Wise Star Group is located, genetic awakening that's innate, and we Earthlings don't know how many thousands of people will only have so much as a single genetic awakening that succeeds, and that's still because of the Sunrise Martial Arts Museum's introduction of the Sunrise practice method, or else it would only be even fewer. Lin Cheng nodded slightly. He had also heard that practicing the original version of the Sunrise practice method was able to increase the probability of genetic awakening. Although it was still difficult after it was raised, it was definitely much easier than not practicing it. That big shot from the Illuminati is using this name to constantly capture people for genetic modification experiments. Ko Guiyong said, back then, there were both voluntary and forced ones, but the mortality rate of the experiments was just too high, and very few people survived, not to mention the ones who succeeded in the modification, so this method was resisted at the time, and I heard that that big shot was also imprisoned. He shook his head slightly and said, I didn't realize that the Illuminati is still collecting living people today. I'm afraid that it's also for the genetic modification experiments. Lin Qing suddenly realized. No wonder the Illuminati had so many genetically modified people. The metropolitan area doesn't care? Lin Qing couldn't help but ask. How would the Metropolitan Circle side care about such a small matter? Director Ko shook his head. Look at how many people were arrested just this time? Lin Cheng was silent. Outside the metropolitan area and inside the metropolitan area were indeed like two worlds. Inside the metropolitan circle there is only one requirement for the globe, and that is stability on the surface. Director Ko said in a rare and somewhat sarcastic manner, that's why. It's become the situation it is today, otherwise as long as it's explicitly forbidden, who would dare to defy it? Lin Cheng slowly shook his head, no wonder the Illuminati is so arrogant. However, actually, the Illuminati wasn't like this in its earliest days, and the peak period has long since passed. Ko Guiyong lamented, I am also a person born after the 70s, and the peak period of the Illuminati was even earlier. I heard that as early as before the civilization was rebuilt, during the end times, the Illuminati already existed. The post-apocalyptic period? Lin Qing couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. Right. Ko Guiyong nodded. I heard that the earliest Illuminati, the meaning of its existence was to find a bright future for the earth, no matter how noble or lowly they were, no matter where they came from, as long as they were helpful to the earth, that was enough, so they absorbed a lot of people, and every member had a sun tattoo, just not quite the same pattern as now. Lin Qing then understood. No wonder the Illuminati had members all over the world, even in the metropolitan area. But Ko Guiyong sighed, as the Illuminati's power grew stronger and stronger, its members were a mixed bag and different factions also developed, the internal conflicts grew bigger and bigger, and today, it is even more fractured and completely diminished. The decline is also strong? Lin Qing couldn't help but sigh lightly. A thin dead camel is bigger than a horse. Ko Guiyong suddenly lowered his voice and said with a mysterious expression, I've heard that the Sunrise Martial Arts School and the Dawn Group are all organizations that split off from the early Illuminati, that's why they're named like that. Lin Cheng was astonished. At first glance, it seemed to make sense. Sunrise and dawn, they also both symbolized light, and it was true that they were both established after the birth of the Illuminati. The current Illuminati has long since ceased to be the same Illuminati from back then. Ko Guiyong shook his head slightly. I'm afraid that the ones who are making waves this time are the remnants of the Primordial Research Institute that was established by the bigwig who was imprisoned by the Illuminati more than a decade ago. Primal Research Institute, Lin Qing memorized the name. This case involves the Primordial Research Institute, so it's better to have the inspection headquarters investigate it. Ko Guiyong looked at Lin Cheng and instructed, the Primordial Research Institute has created too many reformed people, even if the metropolitan area doesn't care about it, it would be terrifying to us, you need to be more careful. Lin Cheng nodded slightly. He didn't even need to think about it to know that this kind of powerful force established by a big shot of the metropolitan circle, even if it was just a remnant, would definitely far exceed an underground force like the Iris Red Society by an unknown number of times. However, you don't have to worry too much. Ko Guiyong comforted, the Iris Red Society has the background of the Illuminati's Primordial Research Institute, but you have the even more powerful inspection headquarters behind you, and even the inspection headquarters has the backing of an extremely powerful force within the metropolitan circle. Lin Cheng nodded and said, I understand, it's them who are more afraid. If they were truly powerful enough, they wouldn't have become underground forces in hiding. Of course. Whether it was the inspection headquarters or the Primordial Research Institute, for him, it was a giant force that was difficult to resist. In addition to backing the inspection headquarters, this big tree, his own strength is also very important. The potential threat of the Illuminati, that Primitive Research Institute, made Lin Cheng realize more and more that his own strength was still far from enough. It was necessary to move on. Time passed day by day. The interrogation about the members of the Iris Red Society had come to an end, and those abducted people who were rescued were gradually sent home. Due to the fact that it involved the metropolitan area and the Illuminati, the City Inspection Bureau decided to keep the commendation meeting as low-key as possible, just having the city leaders personally award medals for higher rewards, and foregoing the manipulation of the ceremony. Lin Cheng didn't care in the first place, so naturally he didn't care about all this formalism. 3 days later. Although he hadn't waited for the new credits to be issued, Lin Cheng once again came to the secret room in the precinct that was used to learn battle techniques. Lin Cheng, why are you here again today? The somewhat hoarse voice laughed. Oh, it's been 6 days, it seems. Bet you've already mastered the battle technique soft? Right. Lin Cheng nodded slightly and said, I'm here today to learn the new series of battle techniques. New series? The somewhat hoarse voice said, your self-improving body series battle techniques haven't all been cultivated to the instinctive level yet. In fact, I'm not too in favor of you wasting your time on the new series of battle techniques, but can you tell us why? During this inspection mission, I ruined the Illuminati Primal Research Institute, so I need to raise my strength as much as possible. Lin Cheng said frankly. Primal Research Institute? The hoarse voice drifted off. That does require vigilance, but the headquarters is also tracking down the Primordial Research Institute nowadays, and the Primordial Research Institute is taking on a great deal of pressure, so you don't have to worry too much. He paused and said, however, life is in your own hands. It's right for you to want to learn the new series of battle techniques. It's just that this will delay your progress in practicing the self-incarnate series of battle techniques. Just think it over yourself. I've thought it through. Lin Cheng nodded. There was nothing for him to think about at all. The self-invigorating body series battle technique had all been cultivated to the instinctive level, so naturally, there was no influence. Okay. The hoarse voice asked, which series of battle techniques do you want to cultivate again? Chapter 77 Mindfulness Meditation Class. I'm not sure yet either. Lin Cheng asked, which series of battle methods will help me the most? The raspy voice mused for a moment and said, if you want to improve your strength, you naturally need to make the advantages bigger while making up for the shortcomings. Lin Cheng nodded slightly and said, since I have mastered all of the body series, I have no shortboards in terms of close combat. I'm good in all aspects, it's just that I'm not good at dealing with some special situations, such as those genetically modified special abilities. Or the legendary Nianli Awakened. Then I recommend that you learn the Divine Transformation series of warfare. That raspy voice said, Divine Transformation series of battle method, to the senses, the most good at using the human body's own 5 senses, but also involves the most ethereal will. To deal with the Nianli also has the effect, at present on your help, it should be the biggest, just match with the self-body series. He paused and said, and as far as I know, a senior at the headquarters said that self-inherent body and divine transformation are a perfect match even in that evolutionary pathway from the stars. Lin Cheng nodded and said, the Divine Transformation series it is then. You have one more chance to redeem it. The raspy voice said, it's just the right time to learn the Divine Transformation series battle method, the intent. The intent? Lin Cheng was puzzled, why don't you learn the other 5? The battle techniques of the Divine Transformation series were divided into 6 doors, the eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body, and mind. Among them, the principle of the intent was similar to self-hypnosis, and was more inclined towards the field of spiritual will, which not only allowed one's spiritual will to be more cohesive and firm, but also allowed one to use one's will to stimulate mystical energy, causing one to exert extraordinary strength. This is completely different from Zhao Jia, a numinous force awakened person. The nihility awakening person was concerned with interfering with the reality of the outside world, or influencing other people's spirits. On the other hand, the battle method intent was completely focused on oneself. The Divine Transformation series is more special. The raspy voice explained, the Divine Transformation series intent is the foundation, learn the intent first, then learning the others will become easier, otherwise it's hard to even get started. Lin Cheng nodded slightly and said, then learn the intent. The introduction of intent is the hardest. Once mastered, the other 5 disciplines are instead not that difficult. The hoarse voice said, "Try it." The fast cultivation of the self-contained body series only showed that there was a talent for cultivating battle techniques, and the key was that the fit with this series of battle techniques was high enough. But when it was changed to other series of battle techniques, it was hard to say. Lin Qing immediately closed his eyes. 10 minutes later. When Lin Qing finished learning the battle method intent, he went straight back to his office. "I don't know if I can get started." Lin Qing sat behind his desk and secretly pondered, "It feels a bit difficult." However, he didn't care. Even if he couldn't learn it once, after this wave of credits came down, he could still learn it a second and third time. The mental imagery of each visualization diagram could only remain in the heart for 5 to 8 days, and it would fade away after a long time, so one could only learn it again and re-watch the visualization diagrams provided by the headquarters. Theoretically, as long as one learns it enough times, even the most difficult to be initiated into a battle technique can be initiated. After getting started, I'll just advance directly to the instinct level to improve my fit with the Divine Transformation series of battle techniques. Lin Qing secretly nodded his head. "If this continues, my fit with the Divine Transformation series will increase, and it will be quite simple to completely master it." However, what he wished for more was for the Super Sense original liquid to take effect as soon as possible so that he could get started with the original version of the Sunrise Practice Method. Within a short period of time, it was only the original version of the Sunrise Practice Technique that would enhance him the most. The Divine Transformation series of battle techniques still had to be learned one by one. Unfortunately, it hadn't even been a month since he had injected the Super Sense liquid on February 9th. Normally, it would take at least a month or 2 for the Super Sense liquid to work. It can only wait. Another 4 days passed, and in the blink of an eye, it was March 9th. The battle method intent was really difficult. 4 days had passed and Lin Qing had yet to be initiated, but the merit and recognition rewards for this operation had all come down. First was the rank, which rose to first grade inspection officer. The monthly salary reached 14,000, and all aspects of the benefits were also increased. The shoulder badge also became 3 stars. Secondly, there was the $200,000 in cash and medals awarded jointly by the city and precinct for this operation. Not much but not bad. Finally, there was the most crucial merit badge. 2 second-class merits, and 2 third-class merits. Mainly because that Mr. Liu was captured by Yuan Anping, otherwise it would be 3 times second-class merit. The third-class merit was rewarded for saving people. Together with the 1 third-class merit that hadn't been used before, he now had the equivalent of 5 chances to learn battle techniques. Although Lin Qing was quite pleased, he didn't really care. The second-class merit was just 2 chances to learn battle techniques, and to him, it could no longer bring about a qualitative leap. If he could obtain first-class merit, all of these series of battle techniques could also be learned an unlimited number of times. Both the intent and the original Sunrise Practice Method are still uninitiated, and there's nothing to improve for the time being. Lin Qing eyed the 2 positions that could be advanced were empty, and was somewhat helpless. Right. There wasn't much to do anyway, so he suddenly remembered the mind meditation class that Zhao Jiayi had mentioned earlier. Involving a mind power awakened person. Should we go and take a look? Lin Qing pondered for a long time, but he still contacted Zhao Jiayi and decided to go and take a look. The cultivation battle method intent happened to have a part similar to meditation as well. Early the next morning. Inside the spacious and bright meditation room, a single student of varying ages, but uniformly wearing clean white loose robes, quietly sat cross-legged on soft cushions, all with their eyes tightly closed. Everyone wore a green-colored wooden mask that covered most of their faces, revealing only their eyes and the part below their nostrils. There was a refreshing sandalwood fragrance wafting in the air. In the entire quiet room, only the subtle sound of fingertips lightly tapping on the tabletop remained. Lin Qing also closed his eyes and quietly listened to this light knocking sound. Since changing into this quiet room, he had not said a single word, because the rule of this spiritual meditation class was, do not speak, listen with your heart. Including these students, after arriving, they also had no intention of communicating, just sitting quietly in their respective positions, waiting for the teacher of the mindfulness meditation class to arrive. Even the teacher, upon arrival, only said 5 words. Close your eyes and listen. The teacher, on the other hand, was a middle-aged man with a slightly bookish look between his eyebrows, looking very ordinary and unusual, the kind that could not be found if one threw himself into the crowd. At this moment, this teacher was sitting in front, his spine straight, his expression calm, his fingertips seemingly tapping on the small mahogany table next to him. Lin Qing also did not expect that this so-called spiritual meditation class would actually be in this form. No communication throughout, really just closed-eye meditation? But the simpler it was, the more it made him feel that there must be something peculiar about it. This is... As Lin Qing closed his eyes and began to listen to the subtle sound of this seemingly ordinary teacher knocking on the small mahogany table, he gradually realized where exactly this sound was odd. In that pounding sound, which was heavy and light at times, and fast and slow at intervals, it actually contained a strange rhythm. It was as if there was some kind of magic in it, and instead of making him feel sleepy or immersed, it made his spirit become more and more awake. It was as if the blockage in his head that had prevented him from thinking in the past had disappeared bit by bit, and it was also as if a hazy fog had been lifted, making him feel that his mind was gradually becoming clearer and clearer. I shouldn't be affected by the subconscious again, right? This thought flashed through Lin Qing's mind as he tried to open his eyes, realizing that each and every one of the trainees around him were listening carefully with their eyes closed as if they cherished this opportunity, with no intention of opening their eyes at all. The middle-aged man in front of him also just gave him a gentle glance with his eyes and did not look at him much. His fingertips were still tapping on the desktop. Not sure if there is any effect, try to see if you can visualize. Lin Qing closed his eyes, his mind moved, and immediately tried to visualize the battle technique intent that he had learned a few days ago. Once one entered the state of visualization, that also required total dedication, and it was easy to not perceive other things in the outside world. However, in this state of mental clarity, Lin Qing only just started to try, and felt unprecedentedly devoted and immersed in visualization, as if his spirit had been cleansed. It wasn't long before. Lin Qing suddenly felt the mysterious energy in his body quietly undergo a strange change, and he couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Because the battle technique, intent, was initiated. Chapter 78 The Will. Just get started? Lin Qing was somewhat stunned. Originally, when this battle technique, intent, was delayed in getting started, he had been prepared to consume his merits and go learn it again. Unexpectedly. Just coming to this mind meditation class and listening for a while, he had just gotten started? However, the battle technique intent was originally a form of self-hypnosis that favored the realm of mental will, and with the current state of a clear mind, it was twice as easy to learn, and it was understandable that he was able to get started. If it was changed to another battle method that did not emphasize mental will, this state of mind would be of little help. But it was amazing regardless. This mind meditation class is not ordinary. Lin Qing closed his eyes and continued to listen to that strange light knocking sound. There were also often so-called sound therapy on the internet, which affected the release of certain transmitters within the brain through all sorts of sound stimulation, thus relieving anxiety, improving moods, helping with psychiatric treatments, and even bragging about being able to promote physical healing. It belonged to the spiritual comfort of metaphysics. And now Lin Qing was realizing that the light knocking sound made by this middle-aged man was actually really useful. Just this feeling of cleansing the spirit and making the brain clear, even if the tuition fee for this meditation class was extremely high, it was still worth it. A moment later, the light knocking sound slowly stopped. The group of trainees in the meditation room opened their eyes and could not help but reveal a cozy smile from the bottom of their hearts. The enjoyment and relaxation of this kind of spiritual cleansing would not be annoying to anyone. Let's stop here today. The middle-aged man smiled faintly and bowed to the crowd before turning to leave. Lin Qing pondered for a moment and didn't chase after him. This kind of mind meditation class with real talent, it was enough to be able to come and participate. Moreover, there were quite a few troubles on him right now, and he didn't want to get involved in the circle of mind-awakened people. Having a Zhao Jiayi was already enough. Going home will allow me to advance the battle method intent. Lin Qing glanced at the middle-aged man's back, and immediately left this quiet room with quick steps. Order. Returning home, Lin Light invoked the reverse entropist panel. Advance, battle method intent. At this moment, a large amount of inexplicable information continuously poured into Lin Qing's mind. According to the reverse entropist's deduction, with his talent, if he wanted to cultivate the battle technique intent to the extreme, apart from integrating the changes of the battle technique itself into his instincts, the most important thing was to hone his will until it reached its current limit, which was the most difficult. Perfect integration into instincts could be achieved by completing 69 consecutive changes to the battle technique. Then, a vast amount of memories surfaced in Lin Qing's mind. Those were his memories of practicing the battle technique well over and over again, and he didn't know how long he had gone through it as he tended to get closer to perfection from rawness. Fortunately, his will was already amazing enough to fulfill the requirements of the battle technique intent without the need for sharpening. Finally, the battle technique intent was thoroughly integrated into instinct, and could be catalyzed with a single thought. Phew! Lin Cheng slowly opened his eyes. This is the battle technique intent? At this moment, his eyes were as sharp as knives. His eyes didn't have the slightest fluctuation. That condensed and incomparable will was like a piece of steel refined by thousands of hammers. A normal person would feel their heart trembling even if they were just looking at him. And his heart was even without the slightest distraction. His spirit was extremely cohesive and concentrated, as if he had entered a strange state, and his thinking was exceptionally clear. Heart flow? This thought flashed through Lin Cheng's mind. Some people, during life and death battles, once they panicked and broke their guts, their hands and feet were weak and flustered, they might only be able to utilize 20% or 30% of their 10% strength. And the battle method intent could ensure that he could play perfectly. Even for Lin Cheng, this battle method had a significant role to play, even though he had experienced the end of the world and was already very calm. Once he encountered some special circumstances, this battle method could be just as useful. In addition, this battle method intent also had an ability similar to self-hypnosis, which could surpass the limit of squeezing one's own power, allowing strength to be overexerted by 120%. It might seem like his strength had only increased by 20%, but even if he catalyzed his other battle techniques, he would still be able to exert 120% just the same. It's been boosted some more. Lin Cheng pondered, although it's not a big improvement, I should be about the same as Su Qiu now, right? Before, his strength was close to Su Qiu, the number one amongst Linen City's inspection officers, and now that he had improved again, there shouldn't be much of a gap. It was reasonable to say that the strength of the Inspector General level could already walk sideways in Linen City. But now that there was the potential threat of that Illuminati Primal Research Institute, this level of strength was also far from enough. The intent places more importance on the will, so as long as it's practiced perfectly 69 times, it'll be able to make up for it. Lin Cheng secretly pondered, it's less than half a month. However, the Super Sense original liquid could take effect at any time, and an advance must be left for the original Sunrise practice method. Even if one cultivated all of the Divine Transformation series of battle techniques to the instinct level, the increase in strength would still not be as good as the original Sunrise practice method. Unfortunately, the order level is still far from level 10. Lin Cheng glanced at the current order level, 4.1, on the reverse entropist panel and couldn't help but shake his head slightly. This time, after clearing out another stronghold and the number 2 person in charge of the Iris Red Society, along with a bunch of Iris Red Society's thugs, the order level had risen to as high as level 4.1. But it was still too far from level 10. If he could advance one more skill, then he would be able to learn the 6 battle techniques of the Divine Transformation series at a faster rate. These criminals deserve to die. If it wasn't for you guys, I don't even know how high I would be at this order level. Lin Cheng took a deep breath and had already made up his mind. When I have enough strength, I'll completely clean the entire Linen City. Even if I can't reach level 10, I guess it won't be too far off. On the outskirts of Linen City, inside a factory that had been abandoned for a long time. This place was extremely close to the coastal metropolitan area, and even near midnight, the color of the night could only slightly erode the light of the metropolitan area. Deep inside the factory was dark. A skinny bald man leaned against the corner, holding his arms and resting with his eyes closed. Day. Suddenly, a sound of footsteps rang out within the factory. The bald man opened his eyes wide, indistinctly lighting up 2 icy fronts in the dimness. Immediately afterward, a pillar of light struck the bald man's body, illuminating his face. It was clearly the notorious Green Lake Island fugitive, Xu Tianyao. Why are you hiding here? A sharp voice that had been processed by a throat changer suddenly rang out from behind the source of the light pillar. Coming? Xu Tianyao narrowed his eyes slightly and looked against the light, but only saw a black-clothed figure wearing a pale smiling mask. You are the number 1 of the Iris Red Society? Xu Tianyao opened his mouth. The mysterious figure wearing a pale smiley face mask let out a sharp laugh and shook his head. Although I'm not interested, I can say the same thing. Check your identity first. Xu Tianyao gazed at the other party expressionlessly. Of course. Underneath that pale smiling mask, a touch of mockery surfaced in the mysterious man's eyes, and then he turned around, facing Xu Tianyao sideways, reaching out and pulling open the collar of his shirt, revealing the skin on the back of his neck. It was a sun-shaped tattoo, and within the tattoo was a string of black numbers. Number 1412. 1412. Xu Tianyao's dark brown pupils shrunk slightly as he said in a deep voice, Did you acquire this string of numbers by strength? Or is it a talent like 7,489? The tattoo slowly disappeared, and the mysterious man also pulled up his collar. The shrill voice of the voice changer then sounded, "I don't have such strong genetic ability, and after mixing in linen for so many years, how can I still rely on talent?" Numbered so far ahead, you have this kind of strength? Boss actually arranged for you to be in Linen City? Xu Tianyao said in a low voice. Could it be that the legend is true? That the Illuminati's big shot who created the Primordial Research Institute has also constructed an experimental base within Linen City? Chapter 79 Super Sense. Hush, you know too much. In the dimness, the mysterious man raised a finger in front of the arc of the pale mask's smile. I know you can't survive, but if you're like this, boss will only make your life worse than death. Xu Tianyao was silent for a moment and said, you have this kind of strength. Recently the Iris Red Society was inspected and cleared and seized, and you didn't make a move? Why would I make a move? The mysterious man's laughter became abnormally sharp under the voice changer. If it wasn't for the fact that the second and third are dead, I wouldn't bother with this mess, and today I'm just relaying the boss's order to you. Xu Tianyao said expressionlessly, don't forget, 2 of the 3 orders have already been used up, only the last one remains. You really are mentally ill, you'd rather die than compromise. The mysterious man scat inside. Say the order, what do you want me to do? Xu Tianyao said in a low voice. The mysterious man said, boss is interested in the recently risen inspection officer Lin Cheng and the female assistant named Zhao Jiai by his side, and asked you to find a chance to catch these 2 people. Catch Lin Cheng? Xu Tianyao frowned slightly. He's a precinct captain. Iris Red Society's eyes are not of a high enough level to check his course of action, right? Moreover, there is an inspection and fortification fire network near his house, so as long as it is delayed a little bit, when that inspection chief Yuan Anping arrives, there is a possibility that I won't be able to escape. Don't worry. A strange low laugh was emitted from under the mysterious man's mask. Yuan Anping will be transferred out of Linen City in a few days and go out to search. Xu Tianyao wrinkled his brows. Su Qiu, the number 1 amongst Linen City's inspection officers, her strength is also close to mine. It's not a good idea for her to be there. Boss also considered her. I will deal with her when the time comes. Mystic said, as for the course of action, boss has sent a lot of manpower in order to catch these 2 this time, and the acting captain Xiao Peidong is also going to be discharged from the hospital. It's not difficult to determine his course of action. March 11th, early morning. Current order level down 1.8 levels. When Lin Cheng woke up, the first thing he saw was this line of black tips. There was chaos in his circle of life again. It's here again. It doesn't end, does it? Lin Cheng couldn't help but scratch his scalp. The Iris Red Society is making a comeback so soon? The 2 people in charge have already been killed. It's not that fast. He felt a little strange. This time, he had killed quite a few powerful fighters of the Iris Red Society, and together with those arrested members, it was a clean sweep, and even his order level had climbed to 4.1 in one fell swoop. Now it's fallen back to level 2.3. The Iris Red Society couldn't make up for such a big loss so quickly, could it? If this kind of loss could be easily made up, the Iris Red Society shouldn't just be the underground hegemon of Linen City, but a hegemon of the entire Jiangnan or even the country. Or maybe it's the power supplemented by that primitive research institute of the Illuminati? Lin Cheng frowned slightly and picked up his cell phone on the nightstand to look at it again, finding that Zhao Jiai had sent him a message an hour ago. I don't want to make breakfast, I'll eat at your house. Lin Cheng narrowed his eyes slightly. This was one of the secret words that he and Zhao Jiai had discussed in private, meaning that there was a bad situation. He immediately replied with a, then come over here. After quickly putting on his clothes, Lin Cheng went to the refrigerator and randomly took out milk and cupcakes, placing them on the dining table to wait for Zhao Jiai to come over. Soon, the doorbell rang. After opening the door, it was indeed Zhao Jiai standing at the door, her face veiled, her azure eyes still thick with sleepiness, wearing a childish cartoon pajama, yawning as she walked in. What? Lin Cheng casually closed the door and sat at the dining table, handing her a carton of milk. Didn't sleep last night? Zhao Jiai took the cold milk carton and pressed it to her cheeks, and immediately had a jolt, closing her eyes, clenching her small fists, and sucking in a mouthful of cool air, which woke her up for a few moments. With that, she took a big gulp of milk. Before she cooed, you slept so well last night, just I woke up half asleep in shock. What's wrong? Lin Cheng gave her a look. Isn't the milk warmed up? I noticed that you can drink ice every day. It's not like I'm going to have an aunt, Zhao Jiai muttered darkly. After she put down the milk, she helplessly said, I don't know what's going on, but overnight, a lot of strangers suddenly took up residence near your house, most of them in this neighborhood, either disguised as employees of nearby stores. Strangers? Lin Qing frowned slightly. It's probably to monitor your movements and whereabouts. Zhao Jiai pointed to the floor. The downstairs of your house is in the process of installing a partition wall listening device into the ceiling. I guess it'll be installed this afternoon. Lin Qing frowned slightly and asked, what about all the strength? Zhao Jiai thought about it and said, judging from the life field, there are a few that are equivalent to the level of the 7-7 version of practicing the law, and the others all feel extraordinary, and there are quite a few that carry high-powered composite bows, so I guess they are ready to make a move on you at any time. How is it compared to the armed forces of the Iris Red Society? Lin Qing asked with a frown. These people are much stronger. Zhao Jiai said helplessly, unless you use your full strength, you won't be able to block them by hiding your strength. Lin Qing pondered for a moment and asked, just surveillance? Zhao Jiai nodded and said, for the time being, it looks like this. I heard two high-status ones chatting for a few moments, and they seem to be waiting for the chief captain to leave. Waiting for the chief captain to leave? Lin Qing narrowed his eyes, only concerned about Yuan Anping. Is he planning to let Chu Tianyao make a move? Should we talk to the chief captain? Zhao Jiai asked. I'll confirm it first. Lin Qing picked up his cell phone and instantly sent a micro-message to Yuan Anping. I want to learn archery. Chief Captain, teach me this month. Just teach me for 2 hours a day. I'll learn until the end of the month job evaluation. I'll give you $1,000 a day for tuition, $14,000 for 2 weeks. How's that? Not long after, Yuan Anping sent a message. I have to go out for 2 days next weekend. I'm not in Linen. Can I postpone it? Lin Qing returned the word, okay, then looked at Zhao Jiai, nodded slightly and said, next weekend, the chief captain does have to leave Linen. Zhao Jiai bit her lower lip and said, today is Wednesday, so that's 10 days from now? She couldn't help but say, why don't you talk to the chief captain and ask him to pretend to go out and help you in a secret ambush? Lin Qing pondered for a moment and said, these people actually even know that the chief captain is going out in the near future. The inspection system has become a sieve in front of the Illuminati? It's a metropolitan area organization after all. Zhao Jiai said, it's also normal, right? Normal and not normal. Lin Qing shook her head slightly. What do you mean? Zhao Jiai was puzzled. It feels a bit strange. Lin Qing frowned, if you're sure you can kill me, the Iris Red Society will directly let Chu Tianyao take action. Even if the chief captain is in Linen, he won't be able to save me in time, so why do you have to wait for the right time? Anyway, Iris Red Society didn't care about Chu Tianyao's life. They couldn't wait for the last order to let Chu Tianyao die together. Zhao Jiai was slightly stunned. This is quite strange. That's why I suspect that it's not to kill, but to capture, and I guess there are other purposes. Lin Qing narrowed his eyes slightly and suddenly glanced at Zhao Jiai. Recently, our actions have been too smooth, so it's only natural for the enemy to suspect the existence of a numinous awakening if they know enough about numinous awakenings. Zhao Jiai tensed up a bit. I've been very careful. I stand up to clip the dishes when I can't clip them for dinner, and I walk over to turn on the lights by myself in the middle of the night. So it should just be suspicion. Lin Qing said, but if I then rely on your Nianli to find out about these people near my house, I'm afraid that the enemy will be able to determine that there are Nianli awakened people. What then? Zhao Jiai said in consternation. Lin Qing was silent in silence. From the current situation, that Illuminati's Primordial Research Institute seemed to have its eyes on him and Zhao Jiai, otherwise it wouldn't have sent so many people to spy on him. How could he solve these people without exposing the nimble awakening? There. Lin Qing's eyes suddenly lit up and he smiled, I've thought of an excellent good method. What? Zhao Jiai's beautiful eyes lit up. You'll know in a few days. The corners of Lin Qing's mouth rose slightly, however, we still need to wait for these 10 days. If he was able to complete the super sense before the other party made their move, and get the original version of the sunrise practice method initiated, then he would have complete certainty. Right now, there was nothing to do but wait. Just 3 days later. This night of March 14th was destined to be a special day. Finally. Inside the house, Lin Qing slowly closed his eyes, feeling the surrounding void that was like endless darkness, and without realizing it, he actually perceived a strand of strange mysterious power from the surrounding dark void. That wisp of power wandering in the void was like starlight scattered in the deep sea, precious and rare. Is this the super sense? Lin Qing took a deep breath, and the corner of his lips couldn't help but reveal a happy smile. Because. At this moment, on the reverse entropist panel, the original version of the sunrise practice method after the initiation had already been quietly included. He didn't hesitate either. Order. Advance, original sunrise practice. Chapter 80, Killing with a Borrowed Knife. Boom. At this moment, a massive amount of inexplicable information kept pouring into Lin Qing's mind. According to the reverse entropist's deduction, theoretically, if he wanted to practice the original sunrise practice technique to the utmost, not only did he need to maximize the 72 movements of the practice technique and the accompanying breathing technique, and perfectly utilize the mysterious energy that ran through his entire body. The key was to capture enough second energy level mystical energy from the outer void. After capturing enough second energy level energy each time, and then practicing perfectly, 380 consecutive times would be enough to reach the ultimate. That is, the true limit of the human body. At the same time, the second energy level's mysterious energy would also slowly optimize its own genes under the effect of the sunrise practice method. In the next moment, countless memories surfaced in Lin Qing's mind. The memories were of him experiencing an unknown number of attempts before he could barely perceive and familiarize himself with a type of second. Chapter 81, The Dragnet. What's going on? Wasn't the plan to do it tonight? Xiao Peidong was surprised and somewhat incredulous. Could it be that the plan is to arrest this Zhao Jiayi first? Wouldn't this alert the snakes? But this thought only surfaced for a split second before he immediately realized that he was wrong. Because... boom! Only to see that Chu Tianyao was like a wild wind, his entire person transformed into a blurred phantom, instantly weaving into the crowd of inspectors. Those ice-cold eyes were always staring at Xiao Peidong, and with the sound of an airburst, his right leg had already transformed into a residual shadow, as if it was a battle axe that blasted through the air, brutally slashing down towards him head-on. How could it be me? Xiao Peidong's pupils tightened to the size of a pinpoint, his heart filled with endless fear. Before this strike arrived, the oppressive wind pressure had already come crashing down on his face. In the face of this powerful and terrifying strike, he instinctively... Chapter 82, Statue of God. Jiayi. After Lin Qing returned to his captain's office from the director, he looked at Zhao Jiayi and asked, "Is there anyone monitoring the perimeter of the precinct right now? We have to make sure that Chu Tianyao can determine my location after I leave the branch. This is already their last chance." After Zhao Jiayi let go of her Nianli and carefully probed, she nodded her head and said, "There is someone monitoring it, and there is also an instrument used to emit tracking signals." "That's good." Lin Qing nodded slightly and said, "This time, we're going to face Chu Tianyao directly. It's more dangerous for you, so don't follow me here, and obediently stay at the branch." "Then you're alone." Zhao Jiayi was a little worried. "Chu Tianyao is no longer a threat to me." Lin Qing slowly shook her head and instructed again, "From now on, you should not take the initiative to release your thoughts anymore. There's a big shot coming over from the General Bureau. It seems to be a strong person amongst the genetically awakened. It's not exactly." Chapter 83, Unprecedented. Chu Tianyao died. Although Chu Tianyao's body had long been pierced by armor-piercing bullets and it looked like he wouldn't be able to survive, Lin Qing still waited until after the order level had changed, and only then did he disarm the battle method. Once this state of pure defense was unleashed, although it was indeed able to make even the same level somewhat helpless, the consumption was also really high. Luckily, the original version of the sunrise practice method that he had advanced had already been cultivated to the extreme, and the amount of mystical energy stored in his body was also high enough, so he had only consumed 2 to 3% of it by now. Phew! Only after Lin Qing recovered to normal did he let go of Chu Tianyao's already tattered corpse. A wasp-like drone hovered in midair near him. Finally dead. Lin Qing looked at Chu Tianyao's corpse with some emotion in his heart. Not only was it a first-class merit, the key was also considered to have helped his cousin take revenge. Moreover, it hadn't exposed his true strength. Chapter 84, Are You Lin Qing? Inside the hospital room. On the clean white hospital bed, the female inspector woke up leisurely. After opening her eyes with some difficulty, she looked at the unfamiliar ceiling, opened her eyes wide and sat up violently. Beside the hospital bed, her assistant had long woken up, sitting next to her and looking at her cell phone. Seeing her wake up, she couldn't help but be surprised. "Team Su, you're awake." "I'm still alive." Su Qiu mumbled, then looked at her assistant as if she had woken up again, wanting to ask Lin Qing about her situation, but after opening her mouth, she still didn't ask anything. Is there still a need to ask? The chief captain was not in linen, and Lin Qing was attacked by this madman Chu Tianyao, so wouldn't the result be certain death? Team Su. The female assistant said with some excitement, "I just received a very outrageous piece of news, if you know about it surely." "I'm not in the mood right now." Su Qiu interrupted her, and after a moment of silence, he slightly shook his head. "First take me to see the..." Chapter 85, May 20th, 2126. Lin Qing was slightly stunned. "Why did you come up and mention me?" Yes, Inspector Tang, I am Lin Cheng. Lin Cheng nodded and responded. Not bad. Inspector Tang Yanxiu smiled and said, It's not bad that you were able to solve Chu Tianyao, you didn't waste my previous thoughts. Previous thoughts? Lin Cheng was first puzzled in his heart, then immediately reacted, and couldn't help but look up at Tang Yanxiu, saying, So? You're Inspector Tang? It's just a small matter. Tang Yanxiu knew that he had guessed, and immediately smiled. When the surrounding inspectors heard this, they realized that it turned out that Lin Cheng and this Inspector Envoy Tang had crossed paths a long time ago. Inspector Tang. City Director Zhang Guodong smiled. I'm Linen City Inspection Bureau Director Zhang Guodong. The City Bureau has already prepared accommodation for you and the 3 senior inspection chiefs. Will the few of you go to the City Bureau first or? No time to stay. Tang Yanxiu casually waved. Chapter 86 Gene Awakening Probability. Inside the conference room. So far, based on the multi-sensor detections from the 3 hyper-indexed inspection satellites, the satellite's intelligent monitoring systems have not detected any suspicious targets on the surface that have violated the law and fled out of Linen City for the time being. After the inspections and public security blocked the various key roads, all personnel have also been carefully verified and there are no abnormalities for the time being. The city and surrounding underground waterway systems have also not been damaged. As for the unknown underground passages, from the 3-dimensional modeling simulated by GPR combined with MSM data, 4 offending underground passages have been discovered so far, 2 of which lead outside the city, and inspections and drones have been dispatched to block them. To summarize, if the Primordial Research Institute really has a criminal operation in Linen City and has dispatched personnel to assist Chu Tianyao's operation, these people should still be in the city. On the conference table, the 3-dimensional projection of Linen City zoomed in from time to time with the touch of the technician's fingertips. Chapter 87 First Class Merit Redemption. First Class Merit, it was worthy of being considered a dream merit by countless inspections in the inspection world. The changes brought to Lin Cheng from just 1 first-class merit were already astonishing enough. The first thing was the combined bounty of all the countries that wanted Chu Tianyao. $8,650,000. This was the amount of bounty carried by an S-class wanted criminal. Secondly, there were also rewards from the city and branch offices, which added up to $700,000. It was almost a huge amount of money. For Lin Cheng, many of the benefits could not be bought with money, only by meritorious service or rank entitlements. Together with his previous deposit of over $1 million, his deposit figure was now at 8 figures. Most of the things that needed to be solved with money, having these tens of millions of deposits was already enough. He also had little interest in luxury goods, luxury cars, and so on, so naturally he wouldn't spend his money on that. After all, there was nothing better than a rise in personal strength bringing. Chapter 88, Life? Order? Lin Cheng first looked at the Gene Awakening Law. After a long time, he couldn't help but be slightly stunned. This is Gene Awakening? Lin Cheng muttered. Doesn't it feel simple? The hoarse voice let out a low laugh and said, Everyone would think that it's too simple and casual when they see the cultivation method of the Gene Awakening method, but that's how Gene Awakening is supposed to be. Lin Cheng silently looked at this genetic awakening method, thoughts floating in his mind. It was also very simple to say. Genetic awakening was to absorb a special 3rd energy level mysterious energy, forcibly allowing life to undergo a metamorphosis, and in doing so, breaking the genetic shackles and surpassing the limits of the human body. Right, there's no special technique. As long as one absorbs this 3rd energy level energy known as awakening energy, one can attempt genetic awakening. This genetic awakening method is actually about how to sense the Chapter 89 Going to the metropolitan area? It's fine. Zhao Jiai looked at Lin Cheng suspiciously and asked, You haven't gone recently? Didn't go. Lin Cheng shook his head slightly. He had previously felt that mind meditation class was a bit too marvelous, with the mere sound of tapping clearing one's mind and cleansing the spirit, and with the connection to the numinous awakening people, he didn't want to get too involved, so he hadn't gone anymore. But now, he learned that in 5 years, the inspection, public security, and military will be completely disbanded, and there is a possibility that he will not be able to properly be a human being, and live like a domestic animal. Then naturally, he had to take the opportunity when he had it. It's fine, it's still the same time. Zhao Jiai said, You can go every day if you want. Doesn't your father go? Lin Cheng asked. Although he wasn't sure what Zhao Jiai's situation was, or if her dad was in Yin Force Awakening, this kind of opportunity should be rare. I'm not too. Chapter 94 Methods of Genetic Optimization. I'll go out for a bit? Zhao Jia, who was on the side, asked cautiously. Recently, she had also learned you can't listen blindly to things that don't concern you, although she was also curious to say the least. Jia is so good, it's okay. Chen Yannan laughed and couldn't help but reach out and pinch her cheeks, saying with a smile, sooner or later, we're family, so I should have let you know too. She had met Zhao Jiai during her hospitalization, and during the time she was reinstated, she naturally often looked for Zhao Jiai to chat with, and loved this simple and pretty little girl. The key was that Lin Qing was obviously more special to Zhao Jiai as well, and she also loved her. Really? Zhao Jiai couldn't help but let her eyes light up, turning her head to look at Lin Cheng again. My sister told you to listen, so you listen. Lin Qing shook his head slightly. Chen Yannan pondered for a moment and said, I also made this decision after careful consideration, last night dawn. Chapter 91, Overreading. Lin Qing pondered for a long time and asked, is there any difference in the strength exerted by the same bloodline, trace, concentration or, small amount, concentration? No difference. Anna said, all of these powerful bloodlines have all sorts of genetic abilities of different energy levels latent in their genetic information. How much you can specifically bring into play mainly depends on how much you can tap into yourself, but the concentration of the bloodline determines how difficult it is for you to tap into it. She smiled, the closer you are to pure blood, the more your genes naturally fit the genetic abilities in the genetic information, otherwise you'll have to make your own genes fit bit by bit, and of course the efficiency will be very low. Lin Cheng nodded slightly, sort of understanding the difference between the two. Also, a word of caution for Mr. Lin. Anna sincerely said, there's actually no need to care about whether the bloodline level is primordial or star level, because the upper limit of both is so high that it's nearly impossible to arrive at. Lin Cheng understood what she meant. Chapter 92, Is there such a good thing? Overreading? Lin Cheng couldn't help but feel happy when he saw this ability included in the reverse entropist panel. The information on the extraterrestrial lifeform Heavenly Orbit Monarch that he had obtained today had been labeled with the various genetic abilities that this bloodline was capable of tapping into. There were a total of 4 types of genetic abilities at the 3rd energy level, and 3 types of genetic abilities at the 4th energy level. As for the genetic abilities of higher energy levels, that was unclear. 3rd energy level energies could only tap into 3rd energy level genetic abilities, while 4th energy level energies could only tap into 4th energy level genetic abilities. A bloodline evolution serum was tantamount to sending a piece of genetic information that hid all sorts of genetic abilities. If one wanted to bring these genetic abilities into play, one had to rely on the pedigree evolution method, and with the help of powerful energy, gradually optimize one's genes in the direction of a certain ability, and become more suitable for that genetic ability, before the genetic ability could eventually be revealed. Only. Chapter 93, Missing. 500 points? Lin Qing pondered for a moment and asked, how many points a black nest number 16 costs? 3 points a black nest 16, and 9 points for the river of life. The hoarse voice said, 500 points isn't a lot. If you exchange them all for the river of life potion, it's only a few dozen, and you can't even tap into one genetic ability. Calculating like this, 1 point is roughly equivalent to more than 1 million? Lin Cheng dawned, then nodded, that's really hard, no wonder they're making me bet against them. After the reverse entropist advance, the replenishment would have to consume 17 black nest 16ths, so if he were to feel his way through the cultivation on his own, I'm afraid that his efficiency would have to be reduced by more than 10 times. If it was to use the river of life potion, it would be even more difficult. 500 points, would only be able to exchange a mere 60 or so of the river of life, which would definitely be far from enough. This bloodline evolution method, tapping into genetic abilities, was simply burning money. Chapter 94 Confidence. That's the basic situation. In front of the circular conference table, Gong Ming stroked his beard and said in a deep voice, over the past 2 months, the Superscore Inspection Satellite A07 has always been monitoring the entire city of Linen from near-Earth orbit, but the intelligent monitoring system has never found any abnormalities. This means that Captain Suchio's disappearance must have occurred in an indoor environment or a location with a shelter that the inspection satellite could not observe. But, after the Linen City's inspection comrades conducted a search based on Captain Suchio's communicator positioning and movement trajectory, they were able to determine that Captain Suchio had traveled to many places before he disappeared, almost all over Linen City. Eventually, he suddenly disappeared in a place with no connection, where he only left behind his damaged communicator. Gong Ming said in a low voice. There was silence in the conference room. Lin Cheng's heart stirred, and he suddenly had a guess. Captain Suchio. Chapter 95, Transient Light. The streets were quite silent at 1 o'clock in the middle of the night, and there was hardly any sound to be heard. Under the glow of the distant metropolitan area, Lin Cheng stood in front of a creative restaurant called Like, quietly waiting for the 13 inspectors who had just gone in to search. Since the main purpose was to search for the existence of hidden tunnels, it was more appropriate to search in the middle of the night. Even if the GPR combined with the MSM detection data to build an underground model, it was still impossible to accurately detect underground spaces that were only 2 or 3 meters in extent or even smaller, and it would be even more difficult if there were counter-detection means. Therefore, it would be more useful to have inspections carry instruments and search in person. There are still 2 more places to check, so we can go back. Lin Cheng secretly pondered, for these places, let Zhao Jia come during the day to use her mind power to probe through them. She can now penetrate 100 meters into the ground, so she might be able to make some discoveries. Suddenly, Lin Cheng turned his head openly to look. Chapter 96: Domestic Animals and Fierce Beasts. On the door are the words, "Crippled door, well." It's written in Chinese. Zhao Jia tilted her head and said, "Crippled gate?" Lin Cheng didn't quite understand and asked again, "What's behind the door?" "I don't know." Zhao Jia helplessly said, "At that time, I was just passing by. Well, the car was so fast, I only had time to use my nianli to sweep on a little bit. It was too late to slowly penetrate, and I felt that the material of that door was a bit strange, and when my nianli diffused to that door, it was almost impossible to penetrate it." "Oh?" Lin Cheng was puzzled. Zhao Jia's nimbus could penetrate and spread thousands of meters in the air, but when it went underground, it was more difficult to penetrate the soil and rocks. There was actually one that couldn't penetrate? What about the newly appeared group? Lin Cheng said, "Did they just come out of the Underground Research Institute today?" "No." Zhao Jia said, "I see that near that door in the ground, the foot." Chapter 97: The Appendage Class. After the situation in the hotel ruins stabilized, Lin Cheng went home to cultivate. Anyway, the 2 inspectors had already decided to personally sit down to supervise the situation, and they were still thinking of ways to cut through the ruins and reopen the elevator shaft that had been destroyed and buried. Although the elevator shaft was a full 80 meters deep, the digging equipment combined with the strength of the 2 inspectors, it wouldn't take long to reopen it. Lin Cheng had only just returned home less than half an hour ago when his fellow inspection officers at the scene had already sent him a message saying that the elevator shaft had been pierced through and that they had seen the door to the Underground Research Institute. However, the 2 inspection envoys seemed to be worried that the enemies who had entered the Underground Institute early were even stronger, and after the advance officers had come out of the institute, they hadn't been in a hurry to send people in, and were still deploying to blockade this Underground Institute while waiting for the inspection headquarters to send more people. After the inspection headquarters sent another batch of people, Lin Cheng was also called over. By the time noon arrived, the empty space that had been temporarily cleared out of the way had been cleared out of the way. Chapter 98: Surprise Breakthrough. The following day, inside the Underground Research Institute beneath the ruins of the hotel, inspections began to come out of it one after another, some of them severely injured, and some of them carrying the corpses of their companions. At the same time, one new piece of intelligence was brought out after another. Many places within the Research Institute were equipped with highly intelligent combat-type mechanical guards, as well as all sorts of special detection devices. After a day and a night of exploration and fighting, there were many preserved potions and genetic optimization opportunities within the Institute that were gone, leaving only those places that were the most difficult to attack. These remaining places. Either there existed intelligent mechanical guards with strength comparable to genetically awakened people. Either there were laser passages that had to be genetically tested in order to pass through safely. Or there were cages that nurtured all sorts of gigantic mutated animals. Even a senior inspector general's strength couldn't break through, and could only wander around and look for opportunities. More. Chapter 99: Mechanical Guard. Only the streamlined curved bottom of the craft in the sky was suddenly detached from the surface of the craft, and slowly descended towards the bottom like a disc. And on the descending disc, 3 figures were held up. Standing in front was a handsome black-haired mixed-race youth, minimalist clothing, mainly black, white, and gray, exactly the most common style on the recent advertisement projections in the metropolitan area, with almost no extra decorations to be seen on his body. Behind him, however, were 2 bodyguards dressed in sleek black battlesuits that completely wrapped even their faces, so that they couldn't even see their eyes, and at first glance they looked like 2 tall, black humanoid creatures. The inspectors below all looked at this scene in astonishment. Everyone could see that this hybrid youth was definitely from the upper class of the metropolitan area. There are quite a few people. The handsome youth casually swept a glance at the surrounding inspectors before taking his bodyguards to stride down the Chapter 100, A Full Harvest. Give me everything you want? Lin Qing raised his eyebrows slightly, sizing up the little girl in front of him, and asked, Are you the intelligence system of this institute? Yes. The angel-like little girl looked at him and calmly said, You can call me Morning Glory. Morning Glory? Lin Qing didn't delve deeper, but just asked, You can check the information base of the inspection headquarters? Father originally had this kind of permission. Morning Glory said. Lin Qing pondered for a moment and asked, Did you just say that it's because of my high strength? Morning Glory slowly said, I already tested you before you entered the institute. Your genetic optimization is only 51.9%, yet your strength exceeds the limit that the institute can bear. Lin Qing dawned on him. It was also true that battle techniques were the use of skills, and it was hard to judge how strong they were. And even with genetic optimization, there was also a difference between strength and weakness, some optimized. Chapter 101, 0.00183 seconds. So direct? Lin Qing raised her eyebrows slightly. You humans like to try and change other people's mental defenses through words. Morning Glory calmly said, And I'm an intelligent being. It was because you could potentially become my master that I showed up to see you in the first place, and based on my psychological judgment of humans. The likelihood of you wanting me is close to 100%. Oh? Lin Chang was dazed. No wonder none of the many inspections that were evacuated from the institute mentioned Morning Glory as an intelligent being. There was no intelligence at all, so she didn't show up at all? He couldn't help but ask, No one else has seen you? Only Father had seen me before you. Morning Glory said, From the time of Father's death and the lifting of the recognition until now, you're the only one who could possibly fulfill the conditions of the recognition. Dr. Chu Hui is dead? Lin Chang was slightly stunned and couldn't help but ask, Wasn't he imprisoned? Chapter 102, Star Transmitting Tower. Oh? Lin Qing couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly, sizing up Morning Glory, So sure? Morning Glory said slowly, Before your genetic awakening, you were able to tap into all of the genetic abilities of the third energy level of the Heaven's Orbit Monarch lineage, and you were also able to cultivate the original self-incarnate body to the instinctive level. With this kind of potential, the transmitting star tower will inevitably recognize you. How do you know that I've tapped into all the genetic abilities of the third energy level of the Heavenly Rail Sovereign? Lin Chang was puzzled. It seems like you don't know? Morning Glory said, If you want to tap into the core genetic abilities of a certain energy level of the bloodline, you have to do so after you've tapped into all the other abilities first. I see. Lin Cheng then understood and couldn't help but shake his head. This wasn't introduced in the bloodline evolution method either. Most people can only tap into so many 1 or 2 genes even after injecting the bloodline evolution serum and practicing the bloodline evolution method. Chapter 103, She's Not from Earth. The night was filled with color. After Lin Chang walked out of the crippled door of the Underground Research Institute, he immediately leapt up gently, continuously stomping on the inner wall of the elevator shaft a few times before leaping out of the 80-meter-high elevator shaft. Out so quickly? Inspector Tang surveyed Lin Qing in surprise and comforted, After all, you went late, it's nothing if you didn't gain anything. I happened to find a kind of information about the genetic optimization of the 4th energy level. Lin Qing said. Information on 4th energy level gene optimization? Really? Inspector Tang was surprised. Which aspect? Energy stabilizers. Lin Qing said, It can assist in absorbing the energy of the 4th energy level, making the energy release slower and more stable. Inspector Tang nodded slightly and said, That should be effective. Turn around and submit it to the inspection system. If it's true, then you'll be able to get a special merit once. Lin Qing's eyes lit up and said. Chapter 104, Hallucinations. Not an earthling? At this moment, many doubts that had once flickered away surfaced in Lin Qing's mind, which he was suddenly able to understand at this moment. However, he remained calm on the surface, pretending to know nothing. When you get to the headquarters, don't just scan others with your mind power. Lin lightly rubbed Zhao Jiai's head. It's not necessarily the case that only Nian Force awakened people can perceive Nian Force. Zhao Jiai muttered in a gibberish before saying, Alright, I promise you. Lin Qing hummed. Master, you know that she's a Nian Force awakening? Morning Glory's voice sounded in his head. She trusts you so much? Even dares to tell you this? Lin Cheng led Zhao Jiai into the elevator without opening his mouth. He just took out his phone and opened the memo, typing, Is this strange? Chen Guang was only talking to him through the star transmission tower inside him, but couldn't sense his consciousness, he couldn't int. Chapter 105 Heart Refining Technique. Oh. The middle-aged man sized up Lin Cheng and suddenly smiled. In the next moment, in the quiet room where one trainee had been sitting in an array just a moment ago, the trainees who were looking at Lin Cheng with astonished eyes suddenly dissipated like a bubble. In the blink of an eye, only Lin Cheng and the middle-aged man in front of him remained in the entire quiet room. Lin Cheng swept a glance at the empty quiet room and couldn't help but sigh. It's really like this, I didn't even notice it for so many days. On the day he first came to this mind meditation class after the Star Transmission Pagoda had been recognized, Morning Glory had discovered that the participants around him were all just his illusions, and that in reality, in the entire quiet room, it was just him and this middle-aged man. So, from this, it was clear that the other party had come here for him. But since Zhao Jiai had introduced him, and the other party had been maintaining goodwill, he had come on the last day, so he naturally had to ask for clarification. No. Chapter 106 The Source of the End Times. Inside the closed and spacious cabin environment, Lin Cheng was lying back against the soft and comfortable sofa seat. On the seat to his left was the drowsy Zhao Jiai, while on the two seats to the right across the aisle were Su Qiu and Yuan Anping. Although the front and back rows were empty, there were about 10 people sitting sporadically further apart. Those present were basically the inspection chiefs or inspection officers of the Jiangnan region, either those who had been favored by the headquarters and signed an elite inspection training contract, or those who were newly emerged genetically awakened individuals. Then there were their assistants or relatives. The inspection headquarters was allowed to carry an assistant or relative to follow. Welcome to the newcomer inspections. Suddenly, the ultra-thin full screen hanging in front of them lit up, and a smiling, white, bald man appeared on the screen, which was clearly the inspection ambassador responsible for escorting them this time. It was unknown what his name was, only that his surname was Xua. Chapter 107 Gene Optimization. Lin Cheng had personally experienced the apocalyptic outbreak in his previous life. Global signals were in disarray and the communication system collapsed, causing the crime rate to skyrocket. But the most terrifying thing was the special storm, where the raging storm passed through. Even hiding inside the house was useless. After a long time, even if there was no injury on the outside, it would cause brain death. Most people's survival time in the storm is very short, maybe just a few minutes to die. There is no time to escape. This resulted in the deaths of over 95% of the human population worldwide at the beginning of the apocalypse, an extinction catastrophe. Only a very small number of people survived longer and were able to hold on for more than half an hour before they barely had time to break out of the storm. Although there are also people who are not afraid of the storm, but after all, it is just a small minority. Moreover, the storm that was ravaging the globe at that time was also growing stronger as time went by. Lin Cheng was one of the rare ones in his previous life. Chapter 108 81.7%. Multiple bloodlines? The person in charge couldn't help but look at him and shook his head. In theory it's possible, but in practice there's not much hope. Theoretically possible? Lin Cheng asked, what exactly is the situation? Genes are selfish. The person in charge sighed, the higher the genes, the more so. The pedigree evolution serum only gives you the opportunity to optimize your own genes with the help of higher genes, but it doesn't mean that this higher gene belongs to you, it's just sleeping. Once you introduce a new bloodline again, two powerful bloodlines struggling within you will only end up having cause your genes to go out of control. He glanced at Lin Cheng. With luck, you'll just develop cancer. With bad luck, turning into a monster on the spot or having a genetic collapse is possible. Lin Cheng asked thoughtfully, what about injecting another bloodline evolution serum that is on the weaker side? For example, a primitive level bloodline. Chapter 109 Extraterrestrial Stowaway. One more attempt? The person in charge of the gene optimization area looked at Lin Cheng with some surprise, but he didn't say much and let him sign the contract and pass. After all, he had seen this situation quite a few times before. Normally, a person could only achieve genetic optimization from high energy radiation 3 or 4 times, but there were always people who were able to do it 4 times. Although it was only a minority, most people would fantasize that they were that minority. Anyway, one extraordinary merit would only attempt 3 rounds of high-energy radiation evolution, so he naturally wouldn't say anything more. In the blink of an eye, it was already July 14th. As Morning Glory had predicted, the genetic optimization of the ability Divine Speed had succeeded on the first day of the 3rd round. And as a result, Lin Cheng also obtained the new 3rd energy level genetic ability God Speed. After Divine Speed was activated, it could roughly enhance his speed by about double, and it was also. Chapter 110, 7,000 meters under the sea. Task No. E29856, Daily Inspection of Area B, Level 1 of Broken Monument Prison, remaining slots, 2. Lin Qing immediately applied for enrollment after discovering this mission. According to what Morning Glory had just said, compared to the other missions, this mission was less risky. Don't look at the Broken Monument Prison to see that it was incarcerated with extraterrestrial stowaways who had committed crimes, but the more ferocious the extraterrestrial stowaways were, the stronger the supervision they were subjected to, and on the contrary, the less they had any hope of being a scourge. Moreover, the inmates on the first level of the prison all belonged to the weaker category of extraterrestrial stowaways. The daily inspection tasks were also simple. And although God's Island was safe, they were all big shots with quite a background in extraterrestrial civilizations. Even the Wise Star Group was not good enough to offend. Once they encountered an incident instead, it was even more troublesome. This mission is good. Lin Qing was also quite satisfied. I just don't know if I can be selected? Now he just wanted to cultivate well and not cause any trouble. Chapter 111, Big People. A change of person? Lin Chang was startled in his heart. In this instant, many of his previous doubts surfaced in his mind, and he suddenly understood somewhat. Master. Morning Glory's voice sounded in his mind. Based on the information so far, I've already surmised the general situation of this matter, so you can listen to it. Lin Light pretended to be oblivious as he calmly unwrapped a pack of preserved juice, sat down on the side and drank. The Broken Monument Prison at the bottom of this sea is used to imprison those criminal extraterrestrial stowaways, but some of the stowaways have such an immense background that they won't be able to serve their sentences honestly within this prison, even if they have committed a felony. Chen Guang analyzed, the Gong Liping you saw on the plane before should actually be a prisoner within this prison with a rather large background. Because he couldn't endure the misery of the prison, he bought out Cheng Song and found Gong Liping, who was practicing the self-contained body battle technique, and transformed into his likeness to help with his imprisonment, while he... Chapter 112, You're a Good Man. Do it in prison? Lin Chang pondered for a moment, then shook his head slightly. Forget it. It was indeed too unwise to strike at the prison. No matter how he disguised himself, he would eventually be suspected. Unless he killed everyone who knew about it, they would definitely all suspect him. Moreover, with the prison's intelligence system paralyzed, it was bound to suspect that there were intelligent beings aiding him, and then again, with him, the person from Dr. Chu Hui's Underground Research Institute, present, he might even be suspected of having a star-transmitting tower. Directly striking at the prison was unwise no matter how one thought about it. These people aren't a threat to me in prison anyway. Lin Qing temporarily pressed this into his heart. That night, inside cell number 1 in prison area A. Mr. Poke, I'm really sorry, Lin Qing refused. Chung Son looked at Mr. Poke, who was sitting in the cell like a small mountain of meat, and bowed apologetically. Tomorrow I'll. Chapter 113, Fourth Energy Level. On the ground, the round eyes of both heads slowly dimmed. Lin Chang's toes slightly pointed, and under the instant burst of invisible strength, this head under his feet shattered with it, quickly staining the sand. Pulling me in? There was a touch of mockery in his eyes. What points and such benefits were useful to him, but no matter how useful they wouldn't be more important than order. That was the root of his rise to power. At this moment, order level rises by 2.0 levels. Order level rising 2.1. A line of green prompts immediately surfaced in front of Lin Qing's eyes. Immediately after, another line of golden tips surfaced in his vision. Order level breaks through level 10, new advanceable items have been unlocked, can be unlocked again after level 100. Sure enough. A flash of joy appeared in Lin Qing's eyes. Chapter 114, Opening the Star Transmission Tower. Sky track coordinates? Lin Qing had long since learned about the genetic abilities of the third and fourth energy levels of the Heavenly Orbit Monarch bloodline, and naturally, he knew about the Heavenly Orbit coordinates, one of the three major abilities of the fourth energy level. This ability was similar to precision guidance technology, which could also be called absolute hit. A coordinate was first determined, and then any item that had been energized by his energy would accelerate and rush towards where the coordinates were, as if following an invisible trajectory, akin to the attraction of a magnet. And the distance was very far. At the same time, if the instant light ability was developed, the celestial orbit coordinates could also be used in combination with instant light. It was just a pity that the maximum number of coordinates that could be maintained was 2, and each time, it would require about half of the energy to be consumed. Not bad. Lin Qing's mind instantly conjured up several methods of utilizing the heavenly orbit coordinates, and he couldn't help but nod slightly in satisfaction. he didn't hesitate and immediately moved his mind. Chapter 115 Adult Zhaojiai. A moment. The memories that surged to the surface gradually calmed down, and the changes in Lin Qing's body that were so subtle that they reached the depths of his cells also slowly stopped. Opening his eyes, the world in front of him seemed to have changed again. All kinds of energy flows, rays, and fluctuations seemed to be reflected in his mind at this moment. Super energy substance? Lin Qing stretched out a hand, a drop of blood seeped out from under his skin in his palm, only to see a pale cyan light begin to flow and converge within this drop of blood, just like 3D modeling. A large amount of pale cyan energy continued to compress and coalesce together, gradually sketching out the shape he wanted. After about 5 minutes, after consuming about 1/10 of the energy, it finally formed a long knife that was about a meter long, pure black in color, and still had a slight pale cyan luster. This is the superhuman substance composed of its own substance and a large amount of energy derivation, condensation? Lin Qing typed. Chapter 116 Deep Sea Attack. Suddenly disappear? Lin Qing was a bit confused. However, he thought of how Jiai had once said that she also had a special ability, only that it consumed a lot to use, and it took a long time to recover from using it once. Perhaps this was the ability she was using? I see that you seem a bit tired. Lin Qing sized up Zhao Jiai. A lot of consumption? It's a bit better than before La. In the past, you still had to overdraw to get by. Zhao Jiai rubbed her brow and said, anyway, it'll be about half a month before I can use it again. Not for a while either. Lin Qing nodded slightly. He immediately looked at the 2 contact lenses in transparent gloves floating in the air, and a hint of a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It's much more convenient now. The next day, on an airport island near the Cayman Trench, a tall white man strolled on the beach by the sea, looking out over the endless ocean. Chapter 117 The Secrets of the 3 Forbidden Areas. Early the next morning. Master, the inspection headquarters has struck. Early in the morning, Morning Glory's voice rang out in Lin Qing's mind. Late last night, because of Poke's attack and murder, after the inspection headquarters thoroughly investigated the entire Broken Monument prison, they found those newcomer inspections in Broken Monument prison who helped out with the jail time. Lin Qing didn't feel surprised, but just asked, how many were caught out? Morning Glory said, in the morning, the entire training division was blocked off, and the inspection envoys of the 7th and 12th divisions led dozens of elite inspections, and after raiding and searching, they caught 8 prison inmates disguised as newcomer inspections on the spot. 8? That's quite a lot, no wonder. Lin Qing drifted off and couldn't help but glance at the reverse entropist's current order level. It was now level 28.6. Looking at it like this, 100 levels isn't too far away. Lin Qing secretly nodded his head. Of course, he also understood that. Chapter 118 Target, Cosmic Citizen. Lin Qing didn't say much, he just stretched out his hands, which suddenly shortened and lengthened, sometimes as thick as thighs, sometimes as slender as babies, and changed at an extremely fast speed. Seeing this, Tang Yanqiu couldn't help but murmur, it really is the instinctive level of the self-incarnate body. After mastering the self-incarnate body battle technique, it was certainly possible to change bodies as well, but it couldn't be this easy and simple, unable to change bodies in an instant. It's only been 2 months since you mastered the self-realization body battle technique, right? Tang Yanqiu couldn't help but ask. Almost. Lin Qing nodded slightly. After mastering the self-invigorating body, I felt that the more I cultivated this battle method, the smoother it became, and without realizing it, it reached the instinctive level. This was the case with some of the battle method geniuses recorded in the headquarters. Normal people cultivated by summarizing their experiences and laws, and as they became more and more familiar with them, their progress would become faster and faster. Geniuses familiarized themselves even faster, had higher enlightenment, and their progress increased even more exaggeratedly. In terms of Chapter 119 Genetic Awakening. August 20th, 3 p.m. Completed Bloodline Evolution Ability Heavenly Rail Sovereign Heavenly Rail Coordinates. In the tranquil cultivation room, as a line of prompts surfaced before his eyes, Lin Qing also let out a slight sigh of relief. Finally, I finished mending one item. For 25 days, he only absorbed 1 serving of second source and energy stabilizer every day, but it was still a bit beyond his body's load. It's just that he had the high-speed regeneration ability, and recovery was still quick. 25 days down, just in time to make up for the celestial orbit coordinates, there was finally an advance empty space. All that's missing is the last item, Wings of the Vault. Lin Qing took a deep breath and didn't waste any time, immediately moving his mind. Order. Advance, Bloodline Evolution Ability Skytrack Monarch Wings of the Vault. Along with a large amount of inexplicable information surfacing in his mind, it also allowed him to understand how he should cultivate in order to. Chapter 120, A World-Shaking Event. This was the genetically awakened. Different genetic states, and genetic limits of higher potential. Even the most ordinary human genes, when they grow up, their strength can reach as much as several times what it was before the breakthrough. Not to mention, those who experienced multiple high potential level gene optimizations would also have even more terrifying strength after their genes awakened. But Morning Glory sized up Lin Cheng and said, with such a high genetic ceiling, it will also be difficult to completely develop to the limit, and the amount of energy to be consumed is even more enormous. Lin Cheng nodded slightly and said, I remember that the gene cultivation method is free, right? I have it right here. As he spoke, Morning Glory pointed his fingertips and a piece of paper from the consciousness projection appeared out of thin air, floating in front of Lin Cheng's eyes. Lin Cheng had already learned the gene cultivation method on it after taking a closer look. Chapter 121, The Strongest Will. The Metropolitan Circle. Tang Yanxiu was silent for a moment and sighed. The metropolitan area won't intervene, or none of the extraterrestrial forces will intervene, including the Earthside forces invested in by the extraterrestrial civilization as well. They shouldn't be able to intervene. Why? Lin Cheng couldn't help but ask, wasn't that prison built by the Smart Star Group? The situation is complicated. Tang Yanxiu said in a deep voice, I can't find out much with my authority. I only know that there seems to be multiple civilization forces outside of the Earth that are jointly boycotting the Wise Star Group and demanding to enter the Earth for some reason. Lin Cheng could not help but be stunned, demanding to enter Earth? Tang Yanxiu slowly nodded her head and said, the Smart Star Group seems to be very passive as well, and the final result of the agreement is that no extraterrestrial civilization is allowed to send any more personnel to enter Earth, including the Smart Star Group. She sighed, this stops the forces of extraterrestrial civilizations from sending people into the. Chapter 122, A Cloud of Darkness. A genetically awakened person who sees the numbers on the first painting is rewarded 1,000 points. The person in charge said, the genetic reorganization level rewards 5,000 points if they can see the numbers on the second painting. 5,000 points? Lin Cheng nodded slightly. Although it didn't mean that much to him right now, it wasn't bad. However, you are at the genetic awakening level to see the numbers on the second painting, there is an additional reward. The person in charge smiled in a mysterious manner. What? Lin Cheng looked at him. A second-order Starry Sky battlesuit. The person in charge laughed. Oh? Lin Cheng's eyes lit up and he said, that's really good. When he was in the Underground Research Institute, Morning Glory had given him a first-order Starry Sky battlesuit, but this Starry Sky battlesuit wasn't expected to be quite enough in the future. After all, it was only a children's suit spacesuit, which was for children of aliens, i.e., it was applicable to the. Chapter 123, Instant Killing. Just arrived in Linen and there's an enemy? Lin Cheng's pupil shrunk slightly, and pretending to be indifferent, he grabbed Zhao Jiayi's palm next to him and scratched at her palm. Zhao Jiayi immediately understood Lin Cheng's hint and instantly released her nimbus. Soon after, she said through mental communication, Lin Cheng, there's a genetically awakened person lurking within the airport, he's spying on you, he's not an earthling, and he's covering his unicorn horn and ears with his hair and hat, so I'll check against that list you gave me first. After Lin Cheng had boarded the plane, he had also shown Zhao Jiayi the information on the list of Broken Monument prison inmates that HQ had given him. This way, she would be able to find those prisoners with a sweep of her thoughts. However, at the moment, the Metropolitan Circle wouldn't be meddling in this matter, these prisoners had nothing to worry about, and the part of the prisoners that were strong were afraid that they wouldn't be able to hide. Confirmed. Soon after, Zhao Jiayi channeled her thoughts and said. Chapter 124, The Plan. Linen City. Jean Guang Building, top floor. A silver-haired young man of about 2 meters too tall was smilingly looking down at the cityscape below, with strange dark golden veins faintly swirling in the depths of his eyes, as if he was looking into the distance. Behind him, on the other hand, stood a middle-aged man wearing the uniform of an inspection chief, who was saying with his head lowered, Lord Yurio, I just received news that the Supreme Commander sent by headquarters was attacked and killed by Lei Enki at the airport, and that Supreme Commander instantly cut off Lei Enki's head after blocking his blow in public. Is that so? The silver-haired youth said without looking back, you're at least the new Inspector General of this city, and you don't even know what your superior's strength is? But this Commander Lin has indeed only been at the headquarters for 2 months. The middle-aged man spoke in a low voice, but his eyes had a hint of pain in them. 2 months? A 3-star elite inspection? The silver-haired youth narrowed. Chapter 125. This is my order. September 3rd. On this day, the inspection bureaus and public security of all the cities in the 3 provinces of Jiangnan received a notice of a meeting originating from the highest level. All inspections with the rank of inspector and above, or police superintendents and above, as well as relevant departmental and bureau-level public officials, were required to attend this video conference at 12:30 a.m. inside the spacious conference room of the Suzhou Provincial Inspection Department. A number of the province's inspection chiefs, or leaders whose administrative level was at least at the departmental level, were all sitting at the conference table at this time, looking at the video of the meeting that had just been projected on the projection screen with grave expressions on their faces. The participants of this online meeting have already exceeded 1,000 people. It seems to be almost ready, so let's begin. In the meeting video that had been put to the maximum, a young man wearing a black upright inspection uniform was sitting calmly on an office chair. On the wall behind him hung an inspection flag representing the inspection headquarters, and on the flag was a banner representing the Chapter 126, Incoming Attack. Along with the inexplicable information pouring into his mind, Lin Qing also immediately understood how to cultivate the gene cultivation method in order to cultivate it to its utmost limit. As long as one used the various energies of each energy level to match them to the most perfect ratio, 76 days would be enough to raise their physical qualities to the upper limit of their genes. In an instant, a large amount of memories surfaced, and Lin Qing also began to absorb a free energy that originated from the void. Although he couldn't truly control these energies, his optimized genes could adapt. As a channel of energy converged and merged within his body to create a torrent of energy that was most suitable for him, it began to continuously strengthen and stimulate his physical body's potential, allowing his body to enter an evolution with an extremely terrifying rate of metamorphosis. A full half-hour later. Phew! Lin Qing slowly exhaled a breath, and this stream of air immediately turned into a white torrent that shot out, directly crashing into the sturdy wall of the cultivation room. Chapter 127. Killers from the Vault. Level 3.9? Lin Qing's pupils shrunk slightly. This crisis, it should have originated from Uriel, who had escaped from that broken monument prison? Why was this person suddenly looking for him? 2 people have passed through the laser sensing zone, and the miniature life detector can confirm that both of those people's life fields are at the genetic recombination level. At this moment, Morning Glory's voice suddenly flew through his mind. The enemy is destroying the laser defense network constructed by drones 1.2 kilometers away. The defense system is about to be broken through. Judging by the enemy's ability, the probability is that it's the fugitives from Broken Monument Prison, Yurio and Fei Yao. The speed of her voice in her head was extremely fast, close to the limit of Lin Qing's mind's operation, and it didn't even take 0.1 seconds to finish a few sentences. Lin Qing narrowed his eyes slightly. The information showed that Uriel should have 2 to 3/4 energy level abilities. One of them was similar to energy vision. Chapter 128. Endless Heavenly Mansions. 10,000 meters in the air. The icy night wind whistled wildly, and Lin Qing's light wings unfolded behind him as he hovered in mid-air. A mere second or two after casting the shot, he heard Zhao Jiayi's Nianli transmission. Success! 1 shot to the head, dead as a doornail. Current order level rises by 3.2 levels. As the line of prompts surfaced before his eyes, a hint of a smile spread across the corners of Lin Qing's mouth. The ability, Heavenly Orbit Coordinates, was originally similar to precision-guided technology, so it was also called Absolute Hit. As long as the coordinates were imprinted in advance, any item that had been energized by his energy would accelerate towards where the coordinates were, as if it was following an invisible celestial rail. This javelin shot just now was rushing towards the alloy card imprinted with the coordinates of the celestial track. But Carol was on this track, so naturally she would be penetrated by the javelin. That is, it was a 3-point line. He himself poured out his full. Chapter 129. Piercing through the stars. 10 minutes ago. Lin Qing, I'm ready. The metal piece that you engraved the coordinates on has arrived at the Jingguang building. Zhao Jiayi's thought transmission sounded in Lin Qing's mind. Good. The night wind was cold. Lin Qing stood at the edge of the rooftop of a building and spoke. This time, you don't need to use your Nianli to calculate the location, you just need to keep the metal piece underneath him. Don't you need me? Zhao Jiayi was a bit puzzled. The speed of this throw will be much faster than the last one. You won't be able to control the position of the coordinates in time, you just need to make sure that there's no one else on that trajectory. Lin Qing said, however, at best, I can only deal with one person, Yurio, with this shot, so if I do manage to kill him, you'll have to help me lock onto the other person. Wow. Zhao Jia asked, didn't you say that you yourself would be injured after using this move? When you come down, there's still a certainty. Chapter 130 Primal Grade Battle Technique. At the instant that pale cyan light appeared, Fei Yao's heart was chilled, and he was about to launch his ability, but he suddenly felt his head was blinded, and his consciousness all of a sudden became much more sluggish. In an instant, the pale cyan-colored stream of light had already appeared behind Fei Yao. A sharp shadow of a blade instantly swept across his neck. What's going on? Fei Yao had only just activated his ability, and the moment his consciousness returned to normal, he realized that his head had already flown up. A flash of fear surfaced in his eyes, and he also understood at this last moment. Thought power. Is spiritual thought power. Immediately afterward, a slice of blade shadow fronts enveloped his head as if it were a grid, instantly slicing his head into pieces and falling to the ground. Current order level increased by 3.4 levels. Lin Chang put away his super matter long knife and looked at Fei Yao's corpse on the ground and couldn't help but reveal a hint of a smile. Chapter 131 Shocking Bad News. Lin Chang looked carefully at the inheritance stone tablet. This battle method was called the Cast God phase. It belonged to the primordial level battle method of the Life faction, known for its strength and defense, and one had to be a soul of the Life faction or Order faction and have cultivated the basic battle method sinking star 6 movements to the instinctive level before there was even a hint of a chance of getting started. The cultivation of this battle technique was extremely heavy on enlightenment, and it also required an extremely high level of basic physical quality. Lin Chang was somewhat enlightened. It seemed that the battle technique he had advanced only a few days ago, the 6 movements of the sinking star, was the pre-existing foundation of this door, the casting divine phase. It was similar to the relationship between the self-realization body and the star indestructible body. Life faction or Order faction. Lin Qing was a bit puzzled. This is the battle method of the Life faction, can the Order faction also cultivate it? Of course. Morning Glory, who was at the side, explained, Life and Order are similar factions, and all 6 factions exist in similar and opposing relations. Chapter 132 The First Starry Sky Priesthood. Along with a large amount of inexplicable information surfacing in his mind, Lin Qing also understood how he should cultivate this primordial grade battle technique to its limit. That was to perfectly comprehend the 120 techniques of energy compression and stabilization changes, and by experiencing 380 perfect compressions, one could collapse the energy to the most extreme ultra-high density energy. A total of 5,000 times of perfect compression would be enough to condense a pure black star formed from high-density energy and experience a hint of the primal true meaning. Primordial true meaning? Lin Qing had some doubts in his heart, but without waiting for him to ponder, a massive amount of memories kept surging in. At this moment, the energy in his body began to condense crazily at an astonishing speed, and after compressing it over and over again, it finally broke a limit. Boom! The constant stream of energy was all squeezed and collapsed into an incomparably heavy torrent of high-density energy, and then, it converged within his body. Chapter 133 The Most Terrifying Extraterrestrial Race. Why does the management of the Smart Star Group suddenly want to see me? Lin Qing was a bit confused. He hadn't been doing anything special lately, but he would actually be targeted by the Smart Star Group as well? Perhaps it has something to do with the attack on the headquarters last night? Lin Cheng's heart fluttered, and he immediately replied to Tang Ranqiu. Director, what's the situation? Soon after, Tang Bianqiu replied. I can't tell you in a few words. In short, the Smart Star Group is now short of manpower and has begun to downgrade and allocate resources. The geniuses on the Earth side have this opportunity, you're just one of them. The contract has no limitations, it's just an investment, so you decide for yourself. Lack of manpower? Hearing that the contract had no restrictions, Lin Chang was also slightly relieved. He asked again, is there anything I need to pay attention to? And Tang Bianqiu's reply was simple. If you have the qualifications to metamorphose primordial, wait until. Chapter 134 The Desire of the Outsider. Lin Qing pondered for a moment and said, I haven't determined what I'm most lacking at the moment, can you let me think about it more? It's fine. The purple-haired youth didn't care. Anyway, the follow-up work contact will be carried out by others, so contact them yourself and sign the contract when you're sure. He didn't say much, so he got up and left. After the purple-haired youth left, Lin Qing couldn't help but ask, Morning Glory, what level of strength is this homunculus? It's not a primordial being anyway. Morning Glory said, but this kind of external management is usually one that has exhausted its potential and has no hope of metamorphosing into a primal, so it's basically the strongest level under primal beings, and it must have acquired the priesthood. Lin Cheng drifted off. It was also true that in this case, the path of evolution had already come to an end, and there was no need to waste time on cultivation, and this kind of management had busy work affairs, which was just right. Chapter 135 Tang Yanqiu's Shock. Krala. Lin Cheng looked at the blood-pupilized woman not far away and grabbed her with one hand, pale green light suddenly surging into a long blade. Since you've escaped the prison, you're still taking the initiative to come in front of me and send me to my death? Wait, you can't kill me. The blood-pupil woman looked at him with eyes full of fear and said in a trembling voice, now we already suspect that you killed Carol. She is a noble of our Delanthi civilization's main star. If you kill me again, then it will be a complete sitch, and when my Delanthi civilization's ambassadors arrive on Earth 5 years from now, you will be dead. Seeing Lin Cheng's silence, she added in a panic, I can help you hide it. I'm here to test you this time. As long as I go back and help you clear your suspicions, you'll be fine, please believe me. You guys? Lin Cheng looked at her. There's also Lucioso, who's also a Delanthi civilization with you. Yes. The blood-pupil woman nodded her head in a hurry. You don't have to worry, as long as I help. Chapter 136 The Secret of the Earth. The reason is simple. Tang Yanqiu smiled. The fact that you were able to kill Yurio and other extraterrestrial prisoners, as well as develop the core ability of instant light, proves that your battle prowess is very strong, and with such a short period of time in cultivation, there's bound to be room for improvement. She looked at Lin Cheng. You're so outstanding. In the future, you have every hope of acquiring the legendary rare divine priesthood. Rare priesthood? Lin Cheng was puzzled. Is that important? Even if it's a rare priesthood, if it can't metamorphose into a primal, it can't possibly have much battle power, right? The Wisdom Star Group was definitely a bunch of primal beings, and as for the higher levels, he wasn't sure. However, Dr. Chu Hui was in possession of a primal level priesthood, and was just as defenseless in front of the Wise Star Group. What could one more basic level priesthood, even if it was a rare priesthood, do? Mere battle power, of course, isn't that important. Tang. Chapter 137 Past Lives? Xu Hongjun? According to the information I've gotten, there are rumors that this is a gift from some great civilization in the universe. There are also speculations that the priesthood is closely related to the planetary consciousness. Perhaps this universe also has a consciousness that created the priesthood. Su Xiaofeng sighed. There is no way to know the truth, but the information records that the birth of the star priesthood is older than any known cosmic civilization. Lin Cheng was thoughtful and asked, guns, gunpowder, crossbows, and these factors do not fit into evolution? Right. Su Xiaofeng said, it is said that there are still that kind of planets in the universe that only exist in technology or machinery, and the star priesthoods that are born are all in the fields of technology and machinery as well. He said softly, the Wisdom Star Group hopes that the planet is evolution-oriented, and that the technological and academic aspects will just take up a small portion. Lin Cheng nodded indistinctly. An overly comfortable environment will cause people to lose their aggressiveness. Chapter 138 Fifth Energy Level, Rare Priesthood. 120 kilometers away. In the night, a pale cyan-colored stream of light passed through the mountains and swept through the flying snow as if it were an instantaneous transmission, finally stopping at a peak. The pale cyan light dissipated, and Lin Cheng also reached out and grabbed the alloy flying dagger stuck in the rock wall. At this time, the order level had returned to normal. It meant that he had gotten rid of the enemy. What is it? Lin Cheng glanced back slightly. It hasn't been long since I used that communicator, and the enemy arrived in such a short period of time? Morning glory flew out from a stream of light. Perhaps the enemy you speak of originally resided nearby. She said softly, purposely residing in such a sparsely populated and cold place reminds me of someone. Who? Lin Cheng looked at her. It's that extraterrestrial human race that Father once cultivated. Father called him Yan. Morning Glory said. Chapter 139, Power. 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 The heart refining method was a special cultivation method gifted to him by Zhao Jiai's father. As long as he could get started, he could use the revitalized cosmic god to refine his spirit and sublimate his mind, and once he succeeded in his cultivation, he would be able to awaken his mind power. Furthermore, when he first obtained the starry sky diagram that recorded the heart refining method, according to Zhao Jiai's father, if he followed the method at the end of this heart refining method after he succeeded in cultivating it, it would be of great benefit to him. That method was a special mantra-like pronunciation that needed to be chanted at a specific moment on the 28th of every month in conjunction with the chanting waves. Although he wasn't sure what that so-called great benefit was, he could try it out when he waited until the 28th of this month. Boom! At this moment, a large amount of inexplicable information flooded into his mind, and Lin Qing understood how he should cultivate in order to make the heart-refining method successful. Each time, he completely endured the mind-hammering of the revitalizing cosmic god, experiencing 7. Chapter 140 Duskfront, Arnado. The battle technique on the Inheritance Stone Tablet was clearly the star indestructible body. As the top primordial grade battle method of the Life faction, known for its change and recovery abilities, one had to be a soul of the Life faction or Order faction and have cultivated the basic battle method, self-realization body, to the instinctive level before one could even have a glimmer of a chance to get started. The cultivation of this battle method emphasized enlightenment and energy changes the most. Very good. Lin Qing revealed a hint of a smile. Although the Sunrise Martial School could also learn this primitive level battle technique, it required a contract to be signed, and secondly, it required the Flame of Civilization merit badge, which was a merit badge that had to be obtained by solving the blacklist wanted criminals. There were only so many blacklist wanted criminals, and each of them was at the level of an inspector's strength. His current strength didn't have much hope of solving this kind of enemy, and even if he could, he wouldn't expose it, otherwise it would be too flashy and would definitely be targeted by the Smart Star Group. What's more, which? Chapter 141 Awakening. Mindwalker Basic Chapter. This was a basic mind power cultivation method that was only suitable for the cultivation of the mind power body type of mind power. Using the Nianli as a person and the physical body as a boat, treating the free energy in the void as the sea and relying on the mind's will to cross the sea. It was most suitable for this type of people whose physical body genes were extremely strong, but whose mind power had only just been awakened, and at the same time, the stronger the individual's will, the easier it would be to cultivate. Currently, Lin Qing didn't have any extra positions to advance. This Nianli cultivation method was already the most suitable for him. Moreover, this Nianli cultivation method was also followed up by the Primordial chapter and the Life chapter. Among the dozen or so numinous body type numinous power cultivation methods on top of this form, it belonged to the one that was most suitable for him. What do you all need? Just let me know now when you've considered it. Arnado smiled and swept a glance at the 23 people present, warmly reminding, as per the usual practice, from the new. Chapter 142, Eternal. At this moment, along with the inexplicable information pouring into his mind, Lin Qing also understood how to awaken the power of the eternal divergence. It was actually quite simple. As long as one paid 864,755 kilograms of astral source stones as the price of awakening, it would be fine. Very good. Lin Light rubbed his temples and muttered darkly, "I'm not returning it." The next moment. Boom! A roar from the depths of his soul resounded steeply, and he saw boundless bright light splendor streaking through the darkness like a meteor shower, each light splendor in the shape of a ladder with a double helix structure, and at the end of the endless rain of light splendor was a sea of dazzling to the extreme light. The target of the endless light flashes was him, and each of them landed precisely on his body. Or rather, it was his soul. Amidst this magnificent light that only Lin Qing alone could see, he felt his soul absorbing in. Chapter 143 The First Doppelganger. Faint mist drifted within the restricted area, and a massive white and gold statue stood majestically on both sides of the road. Under one of the statues, which held the sky in its open arms, only a young boy wearing a black uniform with a pale face could be seen leaning against the statue, his eyes closed expressionlessly, his body surface flickering with tints of black firelight from time to time. "Yen, how are you doing?" An aged old man with white hair sat next to him and spoke. "Hold on for a bit longer, boss and Mr. Fu are still outside trying to figure out what to do, we may not be a dead end." The teenager slowly lifted his eyelids, his eyes full of fatigue, and said in a low voice, "No need, Professor Sagar, I never intended to leave alive in the first place." Professor Sagar frowned and said, "Don't give up, you've already killed the Wise Star Group in fear, and they wouldn't dare to send people in again. A few more days, maybe there's a miracle? I can't live for a few days anymore, leaving the..." Chapter 144 Terrifying Black Flame. Along with the energy raging out of Lin Qing's body, the eternal gate in his mind burst into a dazzling light. The energy that came from nowhere was also converging at an astonishing speed. A few seconds later, after almost half of the energy in Lin Qing's body had disappeared, the eternal gate, which had accumulated an unknown amount of energy, also finally slowly opened. Success? Lin Qing could feel that his energy was only playing a hint of a guiding role, and it didn't have anything to do with the creation of the eternal divided spirit. Boom! With a soul-shaking roar, the eternal gate opened with a bang, and dazzling endless light erupted from within. Sensing something, Lin Qing immediately tilted his head to avoid being noticed by the recorder at his chest in this scene. In the next moment, a stream of light so subtle that it was nearly invisible flew out from his brow. That point of light zoomed in mid-air at an astonishing speed, only to see a naked. Chapter 145, Ascension. Starry Sky Source Stone. Primordial Level Nimbus? Lin Qing's complexion remained unchanged, maintaining his normal state of rest as he took out a special hardness potion and took it, trying to restore as much energy as possible in his body to perfection. Suddenly multiple primordial beings came in because Gulak died? Gulwoki died within the signal-isolated Forbidden Zone, and it's actually possible to determine life and death as well? It seems like there's some special means. Lin Qing silently speculated in his heart. Suddenly, only a sound of breaking air was heard, and a phantom shadow covered in white armor appeared right in front of him. It was clearly a sergeant in white armor, only to see the red light spot on his helmet flicker slightly, emitting a light that scanned past Lin Qing's body. 3-star elite inspection, Lin Qing? The sergeant said in a deep voice, "I'm a sergeant from the White Tooth Specialized Regiment of the Smart Star Group. Now I'll disarm the recorder for you, hand it over to me." Chapter 146 Metamorphosis Primal. Less than 1/10,000th of mine? Lin Qing was slightly stunned, and after doing some rough calculations in his mind, he couldn't help but ask, in that case, if I condense a starry sky source stone once a year, it's between 211,000 grams and close to 1,000,000 grams at a time? Just once, that's between 210 kilograms and 1 ton of starry sky source stones? This made him a bit confused. The Wisdom Star Group couldn't even take out 21 grams of starry sky source stones, and he was able to condense several hundred kilograms at a time? Indeed. Morning Glory nodded, "Master, the starry sky source stones that this secret transmission condenses out each time is actually 1,000th of what you need to awaken your powers." Lin Qing was somewhat at a loss as to what to say. For his power awakening, he had advanced more than 860 tons of starry sky source stones, and 1,000th of that would be 860 kilograms each time? In other words, those powers that were at the 6th energy level only needed a few tens of kilograms of starry sky source. Chapter 147 Metamorphosis, Priesthood. Lin Qing. While eating breakfast, Zhao Jia thoughtfully transmitted, "Are you still attending the Dusk Front party tonight?" "Of course." Lin Qing nodded, "I'm going to exchange for a primordial level cultivation method." Zhao Jia was stunned and queried, "Didn't you not get the basic priesthood yet?" "Soon, just preparing in advance," Lin Qing casually said. He glanced at Zhao Jia, thought for a moment, and asked, "Your numinous power should be nearing the limit of the awakening level, right?" Zhao Jia nodded and transmitted, "It's almost there, what's wrong?" "Ever considered the priesthood?" Lin Qing asked. "Dad has all arranged it for me." Zhao Jia said, "I'm going to try out for the divine priesthood trial in a while." "Your father arranged it?" Lin Qing didn't ask any more questions, but just mused for a moment and said, "Have you tested for power awakening? How much does it require?" Q the same P-line Q forbidden 8% to with this dollary text carat at file I2MXOA, B hashtag ML4T0JJ3ZV1 CHUA CUQ, F8N909 H0S carat 2BA ABT4 NFD901FS1QJ, 0Q3L greater than J1, We7. 3GD1JE9T AMP40SFZ2C greater than T, 1 to the power of D. Chapter 148 Miles to Attack and Kill. Yan Xingqing. At this moment, Lin Qing's mind flashed through a scene that he had experienced in his previous life. During the post-apocalyptic period, it was normal to make enemies in order to struggle for survival. Some people could radiate the light of humanity even in the end times, as if they were born to be leaders who led humanity to the light. Others are born for this chaotic world of the weak and the strong, wantonly dominating and harvesting the lives of others. There were more people who would do anything to stay alive, abandoning their humanity. Lin Qing had always felt that he was quite fortunate to have the gift of being a reverse entropist, along with a strong soul, which allowed him to survive like a human being all the way through the end times. It was just that the human heart was unpredictable. Even with the reminder of the change in order levels, back then he hadn't been able to recognize the dangerous disguise, and hadn't been able to distinguish who was the real monster who had thrown away his humanity. Lin Qing collected his thoughts and just smiled, "It's just that I happened to hear that." Chapter 149 The Strongest Priesthood. The death of Borakat, an upper minister, had caused a huge ripple in the inspection realm. Originally, there were only 2 upper ministers left in the inspection headquarters, and now there was even more, so only 1 upper minister left, Su Shaofeng. Although he had become a bare-knuckle commander, the vassal faction was like a tumor to the Earth Civilization autonomous faction, so naturally the less the better, so Su Shaofeng instead still felt that Palukat's death was quite good. Master, the Yan family in the metropolitan area is investigating Palukat's death and is investigating you. That afternoon, Morning Glory suddenly reminded Lin Chang. Oh. Lin Chang casually said, feel free to investigate, it's not like a thing with no evidence can suspect that I killed Palukat. Black Flame was created by a 10th energy level ability, and this level of ability, by all accounts, could not exist on Earth at all. Who would have thought that Black Flame had been resurrected and was still his doppelganger? Also, Chapter 150 Meeting the 3 Strongest People of Earth. At this moment, there was another message in Lin Chang's mind that he had just received. It was the cosmic human citizenship that the Black Flame split had gotten last time. In the future, he would have the permission to log into the second cosmic network. However, he didn't care about that right now. What was important was, from everything he had gotten so far about the priesthood, he had never heard of the same person assuming both priesthoods. Perhaps, this was the special feature of walking under a god? This was also possible. After all, now that he had established that there was actually only one hidden priesthood at the base level, which was walking under the gods. Although there was a distinction between the 6 major factions, regardless of which faction it was, a planet only had one chance to try out. Moreover, only perfect planets could be born with one chance to try out a hidden priesthood. Like the Starry Abyss demons and the Starry Sky demons that mimicked the Star Abyss demons and the Void God race. Chapter 151 False Godheads Wonderful Uses. A special reminder? Lin Chang's expression remained unchanged, while doubts arose in his heart. Arnaudo knew that Jia had a Star Source Stone? That wasn't strange, he had long since seen that Arnaudo's attitude towards Zhao Jia was special. Just that, who was Arnaudo watching out for by purposely reminding? Shi Lingxiao? Xu Hongjun? Lin Qing didn't move, prepared to wait until he was in private to ask Arnaudo. He pondered for a moment and said, at the end of the year exploring this matter of Earth's treasures, do the 3 seniors have any other suggestions? Like Chu said before, if you have a choice, you should try to choose the Holy Script. Elenador said, for the strongest people in the universe, priesthood and Holy Scripts can be standard. Those geniuses cultivated by the Homo sapiens on Earth have also been acquiring Holy Script inheritance as much as they can over the years. If you don't have Holy Scripts, you'll be a tier weaker than them. Chapter 152, The Second Universe. The yellow sands were filled with sand, and a mysterious triangular black building several hundred meters high stood silently in the middle of the desert, letting the wind and sand hammer at it and looming over it. If someone dug up the sand in this vicinity, they would realize that this was just a corner of a huge spaceship. Hurry up! Move all faster. At the entrance to the hatch of the spaceship, a queue like a long dragon was rapidly walking inside the spaceship. Each row had more than 10 people, and the entire queue was hundreds of meters long. On everyone's face, there was either numbness, fear, or anger, but no one dared to resist. On both sides of the line, a green-skinned human was visible, holding a long whip in his hand, urging as if he were driving livestock, randomly whipping those who moved slowly. No one knew that in the cabin on top of the airship above, there were 2 lines of sight looking at the crowd below. It was a tall man with 2 heads, with an unusually stout figure, and a forehead. Chapter 153 Do you walk on your knees? This is okay? Lin Cheng muttered, isn't this just a copy of the same universe? Right. Morning Glory nodded slightly, the so-called reflection is actually replication, and every once in a while, the second universe will replicate everything in the real universe. She paused, of course, right now, the Earth region hasn't merged with the universe yet, currency recharge hasn't been opened yet, and you, Master, can't see the citizens of the universe outside of Earth. That's too heaven-defying, isn't it? Lin Cheng couldn't help but say, where did that come from? I don't know. Morning Glory said, the second cosmic network, in a sense, is actually another real universe, so even cosmic citizens don't have much access. She sighed, here, except for cosmic citizens who can be resurrected and refreshed after death, other intelligent life simulated beings, once they die, they are really dead and only. Chapter 154 Earth Treasure, Present World. It's a done deal. After a few moments passed, Lin Cheng slowly opened his eyes, feeling the terrifying power that was gradually lurking within his body. Even though his life level hadn't changed in the slightest and he was still an awakened being, he had already obtained 3 powerful abilities that belonged to the primordial level. Even if it was the 5th energy level genetic ability that was tapped out with the help of the bloodline evolution method, that wasn't truly utilizing the power of the 5th energy level. And now he was in the same state as the previous minister. The battle power was even completely surpassed. The black flame split shouldn't be my opponent right now if it's not kryptonite. Lin Qing silently calculated in his mind. Luckily, it's not too troublesome to pay off the debt of these priesthood abilities. The good thing about priesthood abilities was that they merged battle techniques, secret arts, genetic abilities, and so on into one, as if they formed a new skill. All the battle techniques from the past could also be. Chapter 155, The Truth About the End of the Earth. You have entered Empty Island 01399, 1 opportunity has been consumed, 9 remaining. Once you exit the second cosmic net when you are within the Empty Island, you will be expelled from the Empty Island. When he entered the Empty Island, 2 messages immediately surfaced in Lin Qing's mind. It was only then that he passed through the mist that shrouded the Empty Island and his eyes opened up. Inside this empty island was a lake that was tens of kilometers in extent, and in the center of the lake was a tiny island with a tiny stone house on it. Sacred script inheritance, it should be on the island in the center of the lake, right? Lin Qing had a guess in his heart. From the information he had known in the past few months, as long as one met the requirements and entered the special place within the empty island, they would naturally receive the sacred script inheritance. Some lucky people might even be able to meet the guardians of the empty island, suspected intelligent beings left over from a pre-Earth civilization. This lake. Chapter 156 Palm Soldier Enabling Divine Technique. What level of strength? The black-haired man glanced at Lin Qing and said, that depends on how much strength this civilization you want to overthrow has. Probably a level 1.8 civilization. Lin Qing said immediately. The black-haired man shook his head slightly and said, a level 1.8 civilization, which is a combination of economic, technological, evolutionary, demographic, and territorial aspects, does not represent the force of the civilization. The same level 1.8 civilization, the force may vary greatly, perhaps with enough background to not worry about existential threats at all, and just need to develop other aspects. This. Lin Qing wasn't too sure anymore. He pondered for a moment and asked, what about the approximate lower and upper limits? The black-haired man seemed to have chatted out his interest, looking at Lin Qing with interest as he said, the standard for a first-class civilization in the universe, other aspects aside, the strongest person who is a pillar must be an ultimate star being at the very least. Chapter 157 Captive Heaven's Rail Sovereign. Boom! Accompanied by the burning black flames, Lin Qing's consciousness strength increased tenfold at once, and the domains might instantly increase several times, reaching the limit of a 5th energy level domain. At the same time, with a movement of his mind, this simply constructed domain also began to change, transforming into an even more ingenious and complex pseudo-god's domain. With the assistance of the pseudo-god's domain, the palm mastery ability instantly increased by more than 10 times. Palm mastery. Buzz buzz buzz. One could only see that one ancient blade after another in the vicinity trembled and flew at this moment. At the same time, even more intense killing wills were crazily impacting Lin Qing's mind. These blades were already extremely heavy, and their might was so amazing that it was difficult to control them, so the difficulty of mastering them was already very high, and then there was one terrifying overlaying impact of killing wills after another, so the difficulty of mastering them had become even more exaggerated. Moreover, after one piece of ancient blades flew up, the Chapter 158 Do you want to marry Jai? 100 high primordial beings, all of them walking under the gods? Moreover, these 100 god underwalkers also possessed rare priesthoods that specialized in strong attacks? The quality of the divine priesthood would be on par with him. The foundation was a large level stronger than him, and even if he had utilized the black flame burning pseudo-god's domain, it was certainly far inferior to someone else's 6th energy level pseudo-god's domain. It could be said that any one of them was much stronger than him right now, and it wouldn't be difficult to easily exterminate a group of him. As for this man with long blood-red hair, he only had the basic divine position of Palm Soldier Envoy, and even if he didn't use the black flame split, he was still inferior to him by all accounts. He actually dared to go 1 against 100? Relying on just one divine skill? In the next moment, Lin Qing saw a whole 100 figures, each unfolding their pseudo-god's domains, wantonly oppressing the man with the long blood-red hair. In an instant, all sorts of terrifying 6th energy level auras had already filled the air. 6th energy level. Chapter 159 Zhao Jiai's Secret. Ha! Lin Qing was a bit confused. How did he somehow jump to this topic? Ms. Arnaudo, what do you mean by this? Lin Qing couldn't help but ask. Literally. Arnaudo smiled. I mean, why did you suddenly jump to this topic? Lin Chang was puzzled. Because the time is almost up. Arnaudo said softly, in less than a few months, Jai will be able to acquire the priesthood and metamorphose into a primal, and you're going to metamorphose into a primal as well, right? At that time, she will have to make a choice. Choice? Lin Chang looked at her. Arnaudo mused for a moment and said, as I told you before, it's impossible for you to join the Wisdom Star group because you took away one of the Wisdom Star people's most cherished opportunities. Lin Chang nodded, you're referring to Jai, right? Right. Arnaudo nodded slightly and said, you should know that she has the Chapter 160, a striking stance from the bottom of the box. Within the star transmitting tower trial space. On top of the cloudy mountain, Lin Chang looked at the indistinct black hole like dark vortex and spoke, this is the star abyss? Yes, this is the simulated star abyss. Morning Glory said from the side, Master, you can create accounts first, just one name will do. How many can I create? Lin Chang asked. 10. Morning Glory said, all of them will enter the Star Abyss Trials rankings anyway, but Earth isn't connected to the second cosmic network yet, so currently there's only the rankings of the regional network, which only shows the top 1,000 within the planet. See the rankings? Lin Chang said. Morning Glory pointed his fingertips, and immediately there was a huge black list floating in mid-air, and on the list was a single dark golden name. Number 1, Wise Star Dog, 8th level of Star Abyss. Number 2, Wise Star Man Pure Born, Star Abyss 8th floor. Chapter 161, Urban Circle. Good evening, Mr. Lin Chang, I'm the visa officer in charge of this interview, surnamed Yen. Inside the spacious and bright meeting room, the young man dressed formally and straight, with black hair and eyes, sat on the opposite sofa, looking at Lin Chang with a smile on his face. In front of him, there was also a sheet of stereo-projected information paper floating. As for the two single sofas next to the youth surnamed Yen, there were two Smart Star people sitting on each of them. Lin Chang sat on the opposite couch and nodded slightly, hello. According to the rules of the Metropolitan Circle, whichever power initiates the invitation, a member of that party will act as the visa officer, responsible for the interview session and final approval, and the Wise Star Group has sent 2 inspectors. The youth surnamed Yen smiled, as a prospective Star Inspector of the Star Inspector Council, I am in charge of the visa interview for your current stay in the Metropolitan Circle. In fact, the approval has already come down, the next step is just to go through the process, and the visa is considered to be closed after the interview. Chapter 162, Hidden Kill. Inside the living room. Lin Chang released his false god's domain to confirm that there was no Nimbus prying, and then double-checked with his Nimbus to make sure that there were no surveillance facilities, before he put his thoughts into the eternal gate in his mind. A wisp of light flew out from his brow, transforming into a red-hot black flame detachment. The holy word hidden world, it's marvelous. Lin Chang's feeling at this moment was peculiar. Neither his thoughts nor his eyes were able to detect the black flame doppelganger, and it was only the pseudo-god's realm that involved space that could sense that there was a certain existence occupying space within his realm. Instead, his consciousness in the black flame split was what allowed him to see himself as the main body. This holy script hidden world hiding ability was really strong enough. Lin Chang tried pointing the detector he had with him at the black flame bilocation again, but the detector was like probing the air and found nothing. Not bad. Lin Chang nodded slightly in satisfaction. Chapter 163, 100-Year Soul. Now, just wait for the results of the Star Patrol Council's investigation. Lin Chang cultivated to pay off his debt while secretly pondering, however, I have to pay attention lately, so that when the black flame divergence appears, I have to release my domain in advance to prevent probing. He immediately unleashed the pseudo-god's domain. With the help of this pseudo-god's domain's slight influence on space, he was also able to sense probes such as Nianli within the domain's range, and unless the other party's probing method also involved space, he would be able to detect it. At this time there would be no one to probe, even if the probe would have to be the star being's thoughts, carefully probing for a long time before they could break through the sacred text hidden world. With this time, the black flames would have burned themselves out. For the black flame split, wanting to live is not easy, but wanting to die is too simple. However, when the black flame split killed Yin Tianquan just now, the star abyss hadn't even had time to descend before the black flame split was dead. Chapter 164, Goodbye Zhaojia. Lin Chang's heart shook. 100 years of soul? He had only lived for more than 40 years in his past and present lives combined, but he was born in 2002, so it had indeed been more than 100 years since then. After dying at the hands of Yin Qingqing in his previous life, it was as if he had experienced a long and empty sleep, only feeling like he was unconsciously drowning in this long dream, and like he was floating in the endless heights of the sky. After an unknown amount of time, when he woke up again, he had already become Lin Qing in the year 2120. Perhaps his soul did not dissipate after he died? It didn't find a suitable body until decades later? Or maybe he was reincarnated until a few years ago before regaining the memories of his previous life? What exactly happened, he was not sure. But perhaps it had something to do with the reverse entropist? Why did Dean Chu say that? After a long period of silence, Lin Qing looked at Chu Hongjun and finally slowly opened his mouth. Chapter 165 Decision of the Homo sapiens. Right. Zhao Jai said with some embarrassment, I'm just average in terms of Nianli's secret arts and such. I mainly rely on my spatial talent. I can see Uncle Yen labeling the information of the empty island in the secret room with the help of the passageway of the foreign space. No wonder, Lin Qing shook his head slightly. As in the case of the Black Flame doppelganger, there wasn't much in the way of special genetic abilities, just practiced a few primitive level techniques, and wasn't a native life of the earth. The difficulty of the trial was quite high, but he also succeeded in inaugurating the Starry Sky Demon priesthood. The main reason lies in the Black Flame. Not only is it extremely strong in outbursts, but as a life system power, it is used for self-destruction, which fits right in with the life system Starry Sky Demon. The Void God clan, as one would know from the name, definitely had something to do with space. Zhao Jia had the talent of the 9th energy level, and with the help of this she was also able to use spatial abilities to a certain extent, and it was only normal that she was able to pass the Cosmic Emissaries trial. Chapter 166 Pushing. Metropolitan Area, Inner Circle B, 16, Asia Street. The Fu family mansion. Under the silent night, in the red-purple neon light, more than 10 young men and women wearing uniform clothing, led by a steward-like man, walked along the courtyard's gravel path into the inner part of the public hall. The public house was covered in holographic projections, completely in an antique retro style. A young man in a loose robe lazily leaned on a sofa. Next to him lay a large-sized dangling white-fronted tiger, curled up beside the young man like a cat. Young master. The steward respectfully said, the batch of students you selected for Starlink University has arrived. Their looks and height all meet your requirements. Behind him, more than a dozen young men and women all stood in silent rows. The nightgown youth lazily raised his head, sizing up each of the young men and women across from him, nodding slightly in satisfaction. Not bad, it's not easy to find ones with a scholarly temperament as well as a high face value. Chapter 167, 6 months later. Enough. Lin Qing nodded, slightly glancing sideways at the lab behind him that was already nothing but corpses. Killing up to 50 or so people is enough to push evolution. The duty of the priesthood of the soldier envoy was to sharpen the divine soldier with killing, and to seize a bit of the enemy's purest life essence with the divine soldier. When enough life essence was seized, life evolution could be pushed forward, experiencing a metamorphosis that best suited oneself with the help of an external life essence. Each priesthood had a variety of ways to evolve, as long as they could fulfill the functions of the priesthood. If experiencing it once is not enough, come back to me. Chu Hongjun calmly said, however, with your enlightenment and talent, one time should be enough. This is after all only a metamorphosis into a 6th energy level lifeform, almost the least difficult metamorphosis. Lin Qing was puzzled. Least difficult? Life evolution was mainly based on talent and enlightenment. Chapter 168 Divine Technique. If primordial demons were babies among the Star Abyss demons, then original blood demons could be considered toddlers. Body proportions were also more than 10 times larger, and that tallest life lineage original blood demon was more than 30 meters tall. Even for a toddler, even for the weakest original blood demon, as the 5th level of the Star Abyss, it would have to be a primordial divine cleric with multiple sets of holy scripts inscribed on them to be able to pass through. From this, one could see how powerful these original blood demons were. At this moment, those 6 original blood demons of different factions simultaneously rushed from the surroundings, accompanied by soul-shattering hissing sounds, a deathly aura that eroded everything, illusory and bizarre illusions, and horrifying and pure power prowess. All sorts of horrifying means descended at the same time. However, Lin Qing was as if he didn't realize it. Allowing the mirror of pain that reflected the soul to emerge with a crack, allowing the pain to continuously shatter the heavy illusions, allowing the life force to continuously consume instead of the damage to the soul. Chapter 169 The World God. Detecting Secret Arts. The secret art itself wasn't really useful. It was essentially a topic similar to the one used to test enlightenment, testing whether or not one was qualified to receive the inheritance. During the process of cultivating a secret art, as time increased, the tests given by the secret art would become more and more frequent. If the enlightenment wasn't strong enough, even the occasional flash of light wouldn't be of much use, and once one was unable to complete all the tests within the allotted time, the tests would only become more and more frequent. However, for Lin Xing, after the advance, it was like doing this test paper in advance and already getting the correct answer, so naturally, there was no need to worry. This kind of secret art that purely depends only on enlightenment is also very easy to return. Completing it once is enough. Lin Xing completed the secret art while still having the leisure to think about something else. It was very relaxing. It wasn't long before it's done. At this moment of detecting the completion of the secret art, a flood of information, like a torrent, also began to continuously pour in. Chapter 170: An Extraterrestrial Visitor. The best way? Lin Xing couldn't help but say, I have 2 priesthoods, can I specialize in both? How is that possible? The old voice said, it's called specialization, so how is it possible to fuse 2 priesthoods? You can choose to fuse the Palm Soldier Envoy, and as you go further and further along the path of Palm Soldier Envoy, the effect of the divine priesthood specialization will become stronger and stronger. What about walking under a god? Lin Xing couldn't help but ask, didn't it say that after priesthood specialization, the other priesthood paths would be abolished? That's right. The old voice said, however, you should have been to the Vaulted Islands, right? Didn't the guardians there tell you that you have almost no hope of passing the divine sun trials? Could it be that you still want to specialize in walking under the spirit? Lin Chang was slightly stunned. The guardian of the empty islands had indeed said that he had almost no hope. You're almost doomed to fail in the future, even if you choose to specialize in walking under the spirit. Chapter 171: Star Crushing. Second Cosmic Network. Inside the subsidiary space dedicated to the Star Patrol Council. Inside the vast hall, the 7 speakers sat side by side at the very top, and the 22 members of parliament were distributed like stars behind the 7 speakers. Hundreds of quasi-stargazers stood at the bottom, listening in silence. A huge eyeball that looked like the earth was suspended above the hall, slowly rotating and emitting a shocking sense of oppression. Speakers, counselors, and prospective planet patrollers. The planet patroller let out a low voice. At 23 hours 54 minutes and 27 seconds on March 7, 2124, the time of this region, that is, 18 minutes ago, the lunar fortress Lone Star transformed by the Wise Star Group had its detection system suddenly shielded for a duration of 31 seconds. During this period, although other planetary monitoring systems did not detect any anomalies, the level of technology capable of shielding the detection of a 7th-order fortress, as long as a small ship is used to. Chapter 172: Or Its True Crisis. Divine Technique? Facing the rolling star, Yan Xingqing immediately realized this. Without even a primordial grade divine priesthood, it was able to erupt with such astonishing might, with a defense so strong that her attack just now was completely unable to shake it? Aside from a divine skill, she could hardly think of any other possibility. There's no way out. Yan Xingqing took a deep breath, and her brow suddenly moved slightly, cracking open a slit. Current order level dropped by 10.4 levels. Inside the sphere of light of the spinning star divine technique, after the hint of a drop in order level surfaced in front of Lin Xing's eyes, the domain also probed into Yan Xingqing's changes. He couldn't help but be a little surprised. Yan Xingqing had actually transplanted the eyes of the 3-eyed race? It wasn't Yan Xingqing's soul strength that surprised him. Humans who were able to survive the end times weren't surprised to have this soul strength. The key was 3-eyed race. Chapter 173: The Plan. In the end, Chu Hongjun still didn't say what Earth's true crisis was, and only told Lin Xing to cultivate well. But Lin Xing could see that heaviness in Chu Hongjun. In fact, he didn't quite understand it. It seemed that Chu Hongjun and the others were planning to send him away from Earth in the future. However, once they left Earth, the difficulty of the self-transforming stars and the priesthood trials would all become extremely high. Could it be that Chu Hongjun and the others knew how to resolve this? Lin Chang also made it a point to ask Chu Hongjun. And Chu Hongjun's reply was, we can't bypass the limitations of the home planet, but there's a way for you to bypass the blockade of the homunculi. Lin Chang probably understood what Chu Hongjun was thinking. Only, he still had some doubts. Dean Chu said that the Ji Xing group isn't considered a true enemy. Could it be that Pavilion Master Qi has already passed the star-level priesthood trial? And Chu Hongjun's reply was also strange. Shi Lingxiao didn't put. Chapter 174: Kill, I'll kill if you do. Level 13.6? Lin Chang's expression remained unchanged, but his heart was tense. according to his judgment of the danger level, compared to the number of layers of the star abyss. Enemies that were able to pass through the 5th layer of the star abyss had a danger level of at least around level 10, for example, Yan Xingxing and those 3 star pirates were all starting at level 10. For every higher layer of the star abyss, the danger level was also 1 level higher. At 13.6 levels, it seemed like it was only 3 levels higher than Yan Xingxing, but it was actually 1,000 times more dangerous. Even though speakers of the star being's level, the danger level is only 11 levels. Could it be? At this moment, Lin Cheng's heart already had a guess. It was most likely a star cleric. Boom! A terrifying pressure descended steeply, only to see a shadow that emitted a terrifying aura appear steeply within the quiet room. It was a white-haired Homo sapiens male with vertical eyes on his eyebrows. Chapter 175 Star Grade Rare Priesthood. 7,400? Lin Cheng was shocked in his heart. The 6th Order fortress where the Smart Star group was located had been mostly destroyed in that terrifying explosion, and that power was definitely many times more powerful than a nuclear weapon. A normal primordial cleric would be able to harden against a nuclear weapon. And the solidity and defense of a 6th Order fortress, which was difficult for even a star cleric to break, was destroyed to such an extent by the bomb arranged by Chu Hongjun, which showed the terrifying nature of this so-called zero-point energy bomb. This kind of terrifying mass murderer, 7,400 of them could definitely completely destroy the surface of the Earth, blast away the atmosphere, and turn the entire planet into a Death Star. Such a crazy plan and threat instantly caused the white-haired, three-eyed man to be stunned. He stared at Chu Hongjun without a word, and was silent for a moment before he sneered, 7,400? You think I would believe that? A zero-point energy level bomb is enough to create an absolute vacuum, and even if you were able to develop this kind of explosive, the materials and capital needed to manufacture it. Chapter 176, Future Lords of Earth. Preparations started 20 years ago? Lin Qing couldn't help but be slightly stunned. It was also true that it was certainly not easy to manufacture such a terrifyingly powerful bomb, and the 7,000 or so were bound to have been prepared long in advance. This is just a means of self-preservation. Xu Hongjun slowly said, 2 years later, when the main force of the extraterrestrial civilization arrives on Earth, this kind of threat won't be able to hold them back, and if I really don't have a chance, I will detonate the bombs. Shi Lingxiao looked at him openly. Really detonate it? Arnaudo couldn't help but ask. Of course. Xu Hongjun glanced at her and said, Earth's treasures are limited, and Earth is more special than the extraterrestrial civilization imagined, so if it's just exposed to the universe, that would be big trouble. He paused, or perhaps you think it's better for the people of Earth to be treated as slaves or experimental fodder to be sold at will by the extraterrestrial civilization? Chapter 177 Vacuum Tomb. The dark night was long. In the night sky 30,000 meters above the Pacific Ocean waters, 2 streams of light quietly swept across the sky at hundreds of times the speed of sound. Where is ruin number 1? High in the sky, Lin Cheng asked Xu Hongjun in a thought transmission while maintaining high speed. The entrance to the number 1 ruins will constantly change, but it's actually not hard to find. Xu Hongjun casually explained, as long as one is a star being and senses the flow of energy from the 6 major factions on a global scale, it's easy to find out that. Although the flow of these energies is chaotic, they all end up passing through a single point, and the coordinates of where that point is located is the entrance to ruin number 1. He paused, of course, primordial beings can also sense it, it's just that it's more troublesome to find. Lin Cheng drifted off. But, are you ready? Xu Hongjun glanced at him, 1 star and below, 2 star, and 3 star universe citizens respectively are all only. Chapter 178 World God Body. How many times? His Highness the Custodian glanced at him and said, gratuitous and free is 1 to 10 times. Gratuitous and free 10 times? Lin Qing couldn't help but ask, meaning it can be even faster if you pay? What kind of fees are paid? The pay for the gravekeeper's work. His Highness the Custodian said, now you're not going to think about it. Is it okay to pay with starry sky source stones? Lin Qing asked. Of course not. His Highness the Custodian said, this is the Great Tomb, what would a bunch of dead people and an intelligence like me need starry sky source stones for? It's only work of practical significance that qualifies for payment. Fine. Lin Qing shook his head slightly and said, 10 times is fine. He couldn't help but say again, it's possible to achieve time stasis here, so a higher time acceleration shouldn't be anything, right? It is nothing. His Highness looked at him and said, but the vacuum catacombs were originally connected to the Chapter 179 Bronze Demon Mountain. In Lin Qing's senses, the enormity of the energy latent in this lofty world god body was unknown to be many times that of his own, and comparing it purely from the order of magnitude of the energy, it was like the difference between a giant and an ant. Such a huge amount of energy, even if it was only the energy of the sixth energy level, with the quantity reaching such a point, the might was terrifying enough. How outrageous! Lin Qing sighed, and then the distant black flame detachment quickly moved away, observing this massive world god body in midair. From an onlooker's perspective, this world god was shaped like a gigantic statue with light emanating from its entire body, and its appearance resembled that of a human being, as well as a pseudo-god body, only without wings. However, the world god had a face and clear features that looked exactly like his own, and his naked body seemed to return to the original, without gender characteristics. With his head in the sky and his feet in the void, his near-perfectly proportioned body was about 2,750 meters high left. Chapter 180, Marriage Day. The vast desert was filled with yellow sand. Suddenly, as if there was a mysterious piece of heavenly light falling down, a mirage-like blurry phantom suddenly appeared in the desert, and under that hazy heavenly light, a lofty bronze peak was visible to be hidden at one corner, with a long, hidden bronze staircase extending up from the foot of the mountain. Whether it is the wind and gravel or flying birds and beasts, all ignore this phantom directly through the past. But even if it's just a mirage, that ancient and mysterious huge atmosphere is still enough to take one's breath away. Not long after this mirage appeared. Boom! An incredibly fast stream of light instantly swept across the sky, appearing near the mirage of the bronze giant peak as if it was an instantaneous transfer. It was a white-haired, three-eyed man who was looking at the mirage with slight excitement. The sixth relic has opened? Bronze Mountain? The white-haired, three-eyed man carefully surveyed this mirage. Chapter 181 Lin Qing's Third Eye. Inside the obviously well-decorated room, there were bouquets of flowers placed everywhere, and the soft lighting and warm color tones revealed a bit of warmth and romance. Zhao Jiai sat on the edge of the bed a little confused, turning her head to look at Lin Qing who had just entered, and said a little nervously, "Lin Qing, Auntie Arnaudo asked me to transplant my eye to you today, and said that if both of us are willing to do so, we can also get married in the meantime. What does that mean?" Lin Qing sized her up and suddenly smiled, asking, "Hasn't Ms. Arnaudo taught you anything yet?" "Teach me what?" Zhao Jiai was a bit confused. "Just the method of transplanting eyes." Lin Qing casually sat down next to her. Zhao Jiai was even more confused. "No, isn't it surgery?" "Is it?" Lin Chang let out a sigh of relief. What an incompetent mother. He reached out and touched Zhao Jiai's head, saying, "It's fine to say it's surgery, well." Chapter 182 Kadoan. "Ms. Arnaudo, I'm going to go to the Bronze Demon Mountain right now," Lin Qing said seriously. Arnaudo frowned slightly and said, "If Norek is really that Yuan Qin civilization's patriarch Kadoan, he must be able to sense that Jiai's eyes have been transplanted to you, and you're still going?" "It's nothing." Lin Qing shook his head and said, "He's a scholar series priesthood that studies life, and even if he's a star-level priesthood, his battle power isn't that strong, right? Moreover, the life level is still lowered to a high primordial being. Even with a holy script, the battle power is still limited to a great extent. The same holy text, different priesthoods and genes would all exert different effects. Combat-oriented star priesthoods, if this aspect of the holy text was matched well, could reach the highest level of battle power at the 8th level of the star abyss, and even if their life level was lowered by 2 levels, they would still have the level of the 6th level of the star abyss. However, the most important thing for this type of research scholar-oriented priesthood is often to benefit the text. Chapter 183 Cardone, Death. On the bronze giant peak shrouded in celestial light, Lin Chang flew at top speed towards the figure that was fleeing in the distance. At the same time, the gate of eternity in his mind began to slowly rotate, and the center of that light gate fluctuated slightly as if it were a screen, and a point of light appeared. Under Lin Qing's careful perception, this point of light that was closest to him transformed into the appearance of a silver-haired old man on the door of light. At the same time, a message surfaced in his mind. Higher primordial beings, souls of life factions. Lin Qing's heart fluttered. This is Cardoan's life essence? The gate of eternity could reflect nearby beings whose life level did not exceed his, revealing the life essence and soul faction. At first, it was only a few hundred meters in range, and as his life level metamorphosed to a higher primordial living being, the eternal gate could already reflect living beings within hundreds of kilometers. If. Chapter 184 The Second Split. Lin Qing slowly closed his eyes, his consciousness immersed on the second eternal gate in his mind. Just now, this second eternal gate also ushered in the soul that belonged to it. Success. Lin Qing opened his eyes. I clearly closed off the foreign space, but the eternal gate still sucked Cardo and soul over. It really can cross space up. The major factions started involving space from the 9th energy level, and it was normal for the Gate of Eternity to have this effect as a 10th energy level ability. In the next moment, along with the surge of energy, a wisp of light point flew out from his brow. The spatial scale where the point of light was located quickly recovered and enlarged, and in an instant, it transformed into a Homo sapiens silver-haired old man. It was clearly Cardone. However, this old age appearance was only to maintain Cadoan's past state, and in reality, Cadoan had already recovered to his peak state of life. Starry Sky Battlesuit. Lin Qing. Chapter 185 Son of God Trial. October 28, 2124, 3 p.m. The main headquarters of the Star Patrol Council. Order. Advance, World God Body Transformation. Lin Qing sat cross-legged within the cultivation room, his body trembling slightly as uncountable amounts of energy surged and surged, constantly integrating into his body, causing his body to undergo mysterious and marvelous changes over and over again. Along with the terrifying energy surging in, his physical body's aura became more and more amazing. An unknown amount of time passed. Phew! Lin Qing opened his eyes and slowly exhaled a breath. Sensing his condition, he couldn't help but reveal a trace of a satisfied smile. It's fortunate that I was able to advance so that the basic life structure could be successfully remodeled so quickly, otherwise half a year might not have been able to catch up with the priesthood trial. At this moment, he could clearly sense just how terrifying a power was contained within his body. This was Chapter 186 Elevating Powers? Above the misty sea of clouds, 100 trialists sat or stood or lay on top of the stone pillars, listening to the majestic and grandiose voice resounding through the world. The Divine Sun trial is divided into 2 stages. Only that majestic and indifferent voice echoed through the heavens and earth, survival stage, and divine selection stage, and only those trialists who survive the survival stage are qualified to compete for the final position of Divine Sun. Survival stage can be divided into 12 rounds of trials, need to defend against different races in the universe in the trial field, each round, eliminate the enemy and or survive for a day, can pass the test. Survival stage, only before the start of each round, only qualified to give up. Once started, the only way to kill all the enemy or survive, there is no admit defeat. The majestic voice that resounded through the world indifferently said, as for the supervisors of this trial, they are the 6 star gods of the 6 major factions. Survival stage? God selection stage? Chapter 187 Outbreak. At the divine selection stage, the 3 gates of the 3 gates and 5 examinations are the easiest. As long as you meet the standards, it's enough. Once 2 of these 3 passes fail, they are immediately eliminated. If one fails, another must reach superlative. If all 3 passes are superlative, the first 4 of the 5 examination segments can be exempted, and only the 5th examination will be conducted. One of the star gods stood high above the hall of the temple, his gaze sweeping over the 42 trialists below as he indifferently said, "The second level is a test of your mind's will." He pointed his fingertip, only to see light coalesce into a shimmering road within this massive hall, as beautiful as crystal and glaze. The road was 15 meters wide and about 200 meters long, and the whole thing emitted a strange aura. Under Lin Qing's careful sensing, he suddenly felt that the aura of this road was somewhat similar to the steps of the Bronze Demon Mountain. The Bronze Demon Mountain was also a test of the heart. Chapter 188 Birth of the Divine Sun. Inside the vast hall. A water screen-like image was suspended in the sky above the hall, in which thousands of thunderbolts could be seen bombarding the silver-browed bald man at the same time, making him appear as if he was a god judging the world in a dazzling and majestic manner. And where that blue-haired girl was, there was even a dark starry abyss shadow descending. Is this divine skill? Divine punishment? This is the legendary divine skill of the Destruction Department's god walking under God? Surprisingly, he possesses a combination divine skill of walking under a god. After all, he is the royal son of the Starfall clan. No, he actually dares to directly absorb this power? What power? And the Star Abyss Walker? Or the perfectly fused Star Abyss Walker? No wonder she has super gnosis. It's too far off. Any one of them could defeat me in one move. At this moment, one by one, the trialists looked at this scene in shock, all feeling the gap at this moment. Chapter 189, Expelling the Extraterrestrial Civilization in its entirety. Inside the dimly lit temple. The light pillars slowly dissipated, and Lin Qing slowly opened his eyes and muttered, "This is the Soldier Lord." Compared to the Palm Soldier Envoy, the Soldier Lord had a huge increase in all-round abilities. Moreover, the casting ability also had a unique derived means the soldier master could consume his lifespan to infuse some of his power into the divine soldier and retain a trace of consciousness within the divine soldier. Even if they were separated by a long distance, the soldier master could use the trace of consciousness within the divine soldier to remotely control the divine soldier, and even perform divine techniques such as the spinning star. The exact amount of power depended on how much life was consumed, and theoretically, the highest power that could be achieved was 50% of the power that the main body could perform. 50%, that's not bad. Lin Qing instantly thought of all sorts of uses for this ability. Whether it was used to kill enemies remotely or given to someone else to use as a body protector, it was all very good. This time in the Tsang Dome Islands, I'm sure that I'll still learn it. Chapter 190 Crazy Plan. Under a slap, everything was destroyed. Sensei, what kind of high-tech facilities, instruments, buildings? Whether bright or dark, under this slap are directly shattered on the spot, life activities are even completely erased. The shattered remains of the space fortress also fell into the seawater, setting off a tsunami-like wave. Afterward, it was slowly swallowed by the sea. The huge palm that stretched out of the fortress also dissipated without a trace, as if it had never appeared. Clean and dry, how nice. Lin Qing glanced in the air at the gradually sinking remains of the fortress below, and then he turned into streams of light and flew away. With my current strength, breaking a 5th-rank fortress from the inside is really simple. While collecting his breath and flying, Lin Qing was secretly recalling the process of tearing apart that space fortress just now. With his current strength, he naturally didn't put that Carlo in his eyes, and although the other party claimed to be ranked in the top 10 on Earth, they were only. Chapter 191 Vaulted Archipelago, Reopening. Use that 7th Order space fortress from the Wisdom Star Group to create a bomb that destroys the Earth. Lin Qing couldn't help but send a voice to ask, there's only a year and a half left before the Earth completely opens up, will it be in time to manufacture it? If it goes well, it should be in time. Xu Hongjun transmitted his voice, didn't you say that you can still go to the Great Vacuum too? Since there's a time-accelerated environment there, when the time comes, I'll give you an automatically running production device, and if you bring it there with your isospace, you'll have enough time to help me complete a part of the device, which can make the explosion more powerful. Lin Qing Yanli transmitted, that's not a problem, but isn't Dean Chu able to enter the number 4 relic, Gold Chamber? This relic, the Golden Chamber of Commerce, was somewhat similar to an intermediary platform. It cultivated different intelligent beings in mechanical race bodies, and as long as accurate information and coordinates were provided, it could help with purchasing or selling as long as it had the authority to do so. Chapter 192 The Non-Existent 9th Energy Level. Along with the fog surging in front of him, 2 messages surfaced in Lin Qing's mind. You have entered Empty Island 021, and have consumed 1 opportunity, with 4 remaining. Once you exit the second cosmic net when you are within the range of the empty island, you will be expelled from the empty island. In the next moment, Lin Qing's eyes opened up. Inside this huge empty island stood a solitary peak like a sharp blade, and on each of them were scattered a large number of ancient blades that looked rather dilapidated. This scene reminded Lin Qing of the empty island where he had attempted the Palm Soldier Envoy divine skill test. Last time, it was a desolate and dilapidated ancient battlefield, and there were also ancient and simple blades scattered everywhere. However, at that time, he had only learned the second divine skill, Spinning Star, and it was only 1 stance, and he could only utilize all sorts of 6th energy level power to form a spinning star, and the deeper level of inheritance was lost. And this mid-level empty island was different. Chapter 193 Combination Technique. Does Senior want me to demonstrate it again? Lin Qing asked. The empty island guardian was silent for a moment, shaking his head slightly. No need, I just can't believe it. I didn't even think you could practice the secret art of detection at the time, let alone a world god. Speaking here, he sighed, after turning into an information being, my eyesight is also getting worse and worse. Lin Chang was speechless. If he didn't have the reverse entropist talent, it was indeed impossible for him to learn the secret art of detection, and he wouldn't even be able to learn it from a world god, let alone a complete body. However, this was originally his talent. The universe is truly boundless. The empty island guardian looked at Lin Qing somewhat strangely. It's already bizarre enough for a planet to give birth to a natural 10th power level power awakened person, but there's actually this kind of unimaginable enlightenment? Speaking of this, he sighed again, I still can't figure out how it's possible to so quickly. Chapter 194 Capturing Yen Qingqing Alive. Right at this moment, Lin Qing suddenly felt a huge Nian force sweeping over him, with a life level that was clearly higher than his. Immediately afterward, he only heard a voice containing mockery ringing out through his thoughts. Since Speaker Lin has been exploring the Tsung Dome Islands, he has been aiming accurately every time. It seems that he knows quite a bit about this treasure, and this time, he is heading straight for this 288th empty island. What kind of inheritance is on this 288th empty island? Lin Qing slightly raised his eyebrows and had already heard who the person transmitting the voice was. He immediately said in a faint voice, "Why don't Speaker Prospero wait for Yen Qingqing to pass the test and ask her himself?" Prosperous, the star being of the Wise Star Group, was also one of the 6 speakers of the current Star Patrol Council. Speaker Lin doesn't need to test. Speaker Prosperity sneered. Yen Qingqing has already determined that the inheritance test for this empty island is extremely difficult, and she can only try slowly, so maybe she'll fail later on. Chapter 195: Destroying the Smart Star Group. Inside the dimly lit maze, the only source of light was the firelight from the walls on either side. Last one. Lin Qing's figure moved, instantly appearing in front of the 5-meter-tall black metal guard, while casually slapping it over. Boom! The neck of the last labyrinth guard directly snapped open, and his head flew out like a cannonball, shattering against the hard and incomparable wall. Lin Chang walked into the room at the end of the labyrinth, and within the bright and empty room, only 2 humanoid crystal statues of similar size stood. He walked forward and began to receive the inheritance of the merging technique. The difficulty of the labyrinth test on Empty Island 288 was naturally nothing to him, and he didn't even need to utilize his world god. He could easily defeat one labyrinth guard after another with just his body today. With his body that contained the characteristics of the 4 divine techniques of the world god, even with his bare hands, it was enough to defeat an ordinary Star Abyss 6th layer. Chapter 196: The Great Purge. Smart Star Group. The top floor of the Lone Star Fortress. The silver-haired old man walked into the empty hall, looked at Lei Xia within the hall, and spoke. What other important resources are needed on the Earth side? It just so happens that the experimental materials aren't quite enough anymore. I'm going to make a trip to the Mars compound. Lord Kadoan, may I send you back to Mars? Lei Hitomi asked. Just send me into space. The silver-haired old man shook his head. It just so happens that these people on Earth are busy exploring the vaulted islands. Good. Lei Xia immediately opened his mouth and gave the order, Lone Star, enter space. This 7th order fortress hovering over the metropolitan area immediately began to accelerate upwards, and was already 50,000 kilometers above the ground after only a minute. The silver-haired old man also traveled in a small 5th order ship, detaching from the Lone Star fortress and flying towards Mars. The small shuttle-shaped ship began to accelerate continuously, gradually approaching towards sublight speed. Estimated 21 minutes. Chapter 197: 10,000 Levels of Order, Star Beings. Last one. Within the empty passageway, Lin Qing's figure flashed like electricity while his right hand transformed into a combat knife and swung across, instantly decapitating that blonde-haired Homo sapiens man's head. That blonde-haired man's eyes were filled with disbelief. As a star being, he was actually killed so easily by this Earth-native genius? How could the difference be so great? At the same time, a deep cyan demon burning with black flames steeply drilled out of the void and grabbed the head that was about to fall in mid-air before crushing it to pieces. An invisible and vast great will then descended, and that remaining soul was instantly sacrificed to the endless star abyss within the dark side of that universe. After the black flame split passes the primordial grade divine priesthood trial, it will be more than enough to experience the process of transforming into a star being once. The corner of Lin Qing's mouth curled up slightly, and with a movement of his mind, that dark cyan demonic black flame bilocation was also retrieved. Chapter 198: The True Name of the Mysterious Energy. Along with the large amount of inexplicable information that surfaced in his mind, Lin Qing's life structure also began to undergo a heavenly change. Massive amounts of energy continued to surge in, collapsing and condensing into a single point within his body. Going from a 6th energy level lifeform to a 7th energy level lifeform was a huge metamorphosis from primordial to astral. Once a lifeform reached this level, it was comparable to a star in terms of its life tier, and was even able to naturally attract a large amount of cosmic energy, causing the cosmic energy of the entire star to become more dense. It could be said that the star being itself was like a miniature star. Boom! At this moment, it was as if an invisible boom occurred at the dank location in the center of Lin Qing's chest, and a strange star that was purely made from the gathering of a massive amount of energy completely coalesced and took shape. His thoughts were immersed in it, and it was as if his ethereal consciousness had found an attachment, instantly becoming countless times more solid, as if it had an entity. Chapter 199: 50,000%. Along with the change in space and time, when the world in front of Lin Qing's eyes was restored, he had already appeared on the extremely vast silver-white platform of the vacuum catacombs. The platform was still filled with that one strangely shaped building, and in that endless darkness in all directions, there were countless huge silver-white pyramids floating around, emitting a faint glow. Back so soon? Only a black-haired woman in a long golden dress was standing not far away, surveying him with a smile. Not bad, already a divine son. Your Highness Cebu. Lin Qing revealed a hint of a smile and spoke, I don't have that much time to delay, so after the divine priesthood trial was over and I was busy I came to disturb. Small matter. His Highness Cebu smiled and said, do you have any goals in mind for this visit? I've heard that one of the conditions for wanting to become a tomb guardian is to be a beginning realm star level subjugator? Lin Qing said, beginning. Chapter 200 Strength Surge. 50,000%. That is, 500 times as high as the genetic awakening standard in the universe. It was important to know that the genetic optimization index of most ultimate star beings was only 4,000% to 5,000%. Like the Yuan Chen civilization consul had had a strange encounter and obtained a treasure similar to the blood of the cosmic ruins giant spirit, the gene optimization index had only been raised to more than 10,000%, which was comparable to what he had now. And just a trace of the bloodline of the Void God race could actually make someone genetically optimized to 50,000%? Of course, it's not by fusing this trace of the Void God race's bloodline that one can achieve this kind of genetic index. Her Highness Cebu glanced at him with a smile, the Void God race's bloodline is too transcendent, you still have to tap into this trace of the Void God race's bloodline through a special bloodline development secret art. Bloodline development secret technique? Lin Qing nodded slightly, not feeling surprised. Don't think too. Chapter 201 Puppet of the 9th level of the Astral Abyss. Coming out so quickly? It depends a lot on luck, but... His Highness the Custodian somewhat puzzledly surveyed Lin Qing, who had just come out of the cultivation room, and then he couldn't help but stare incredulously at Lin Qing, surprised, your genetic index. Looks like I'm lucky. Lin Qing smiled. Already developed this trace of Void God race bloodline to the limit? His Highness the Custodian looked at Lin Qing in disbelief. Could it be that you're the type of person who's very favored by the universe? I can't see it. Then I don't know. Lin Qing muddled, I'm just lucky when it comes to cultivation. The universe is really big. His Highness the Custodian took a deep breath and said, it seems like you're very suitable for developing this kind of super bloodline, and if you can become a beginning realm void level subject, you'll also be qualified to receive an even deeper Void God race bloodline. Oh? Lin Qing's eyes glazed over. Chapter 202 Earth Leader. Inside the empty hall, Xi Lingxiao, Chu Hongjun, and Irenato all looked across at the group of intelligent puppets with terrifying auras. Dean Chu, are these people really puppets? Arnaudo couldn't help but chant, why do I feel that there is no difference between them and a living person? The highest level of robots is 100% simulation. Xu Hongjun transmitted his voice, these puppets were all obtained by Lin Qing from the vacuum catacombs, originating from a second-tier civilization in the attachment beginning realm, and after being transformed into information beings, they've now reproduced themselves through the bodies of the puppets, so you can treat them as if they were real beings. Qi Lingxiao also transmitted his voice, no, these puppets are really all-star Abyss 9th level warriors? A portion. Xu Hongjun transmitted his voice, among them, the combat side of the puppets are Star Abyss 9th level battle power, and the other types are all equivalent to Star level rare clerics. Trustworthy? Qi Lingxiao transmitted his voice. Chapter 2039 Star Civilization. Mars. Under the gray dome of the sky, gusty winds swept the sand and gravel in the sky, whisking over a vast crater. A huge spaceship was located here, and there was even a space fortress that looked like a giant rotating wheel suspended in mid-air, slowly rotating. Whether it was a fortress or a spaceship, a special pattern of 9 stars could be seen on the surface of the shell. Inside the giant wheel-like fortress, a red-haired middle-aged man was leading more than a dozen people on an elevator, rising rapidly towards the depths of the fortress. Most of the 10 or so people within the elevator were Homo sapiens, and only 2 of them were the leaders of the Black Tower Civilization and Goddess Creek Civilization respectively. The Homo sapiens on the Yuan Chen Civilization side were led by Consul Coriz. Among the Homo sapiens, a silver-haired old man stood silently right behind Coriz, and it was clearly Cardone. Lord Consul Coriz. Chapter 204, Declaration of War. On October 12, 2125, a shuttle-shaped ship pierced through Earth's atmosphere like a fiery meteor and hovered over the former metropolitan area. We are the mission of the 9 Stars Civilization, representing the will of His Highness the 7th Prince, who is the leader of Earth's civilization. A loud voice carried through the airship, instantly causing everyone below to hold their heads up. However, the words coming from the spaceship's loudspeaker were in the universal language of the universe, and only a few among the Earthlings below were able to understand them. Suddenly, a stream of light flew to the front of the spaceship, transforming into a tall, thin, bald man who indifferently said, "A 9-star civilization's envoy? My lord invites you down to speak." Only to see the airship open, a group of people wearing white robes, hoods, and golden masks descended from the airship. The ambassador at the head of the group sized up the tall, thin, bald man, but he could not see the reality. Even the highest-ranking detectors on his body were. Chapter 205 Slaughter. This is. In the endless light, the seventh prince tilted his head back to look at the huge palm that appeared to be covering the sky, and a touch of fear flowed from his eyes. Although his life level had risen all the way up to an 8th energy level lifeform, not to mention 8th energy level divine techniques, he had only mastered a single move of even a 7th energy level divine technique, relying on a combination of 9 holy scripts and excellent genes to have the strength to sweep through the 7th level of the star abyss. And this sudden terrifyingly huge palm in front of him, the terror of its might, even before it fell, even though it hadn't fallen yet, he could not help but feel a great fear in his heart when he sensed it just a little bit. This terrifying sense of oppression made him feel as if he was facing a superpower at the 9th level of the star abyss. "Your Highness! Protect yourself!" As a chanting voice transmission rang out, the black masked guard beside the 7th prince had already rushed up into the sky to meet the terrifying giant palm. Boom! A terrifying collision. Chapter 206 Power Awakening. The towering and huge world god hovered over Mars, looking at the tiny ape guard in his palm. His voice boomed like thunder and vibrated. "Some ability, this can also make you detach?" With that, he flipped his hand and threw the ape guard out. The 12 combat group puppets below immediately surrounded him, and a spider web-like energy thread immediately caught the ape guard, once again entangling him heavily and completely binding him. The middle-aged man-like puppet at the head of the combat group immediately apologized. "Sorry, my lord, I didn't expect that this person also had a rather powerful treasure as a base card. We were not aware of it for a moment, but we were actually broken free by him." The world god reformed into energy and collapsed, and Lin Qing fell out of the air, glancing at the ape guard and casually saying, "After all, it's a level 1.9 civilization that came out, it's only normal to be a little bit capable." The combat strength of the 12 puppets of the combat group were all ordinary star abyss 9th level, but the 12 people's abilities A. Chapter 207 Arrival. Then. I'm awakening powers now? The 7th prince looked at Lin Qing somewhat cautiously and added, "Don't worry, although I've lost quite a bit this time, as long as I'm able to awaken the powers, Father will definitely think extremely highly of me, and I'll be able to help you out with this point." "That's good." Lin Qing seemed to be relieved as well and said, "However, if you suddenly lost your connection this time, the 9-star civilization side will also react, right?" "Yes." The 7th prince also sighed and said, "It's also my fault. At first, I purposely told my close friend back home about this matter of Earth. Once something happened to me, he would report it to Father. Now Father most likely already knows about it. His Majesty has always attached great importance to us Imperial sons, so he might already be on his way here personally." He added, "But don't worry, after we sign the contract, I'll help you think of a suitable reason. It won't be hard to hide it from Father Emperor." Lin Qing slightly nodded. Chapter 208 Ultimate Star Beings. The tall figure concealed by the dark red robes stood on the moon, looking out at the azure planet hundreds of thousands of kilometers away, silently sensing the planet. With his attainments in emptiness, in his senses, space was like countless intersecting and vertical passages, and even though he was unable to penetrate the protection of the invisible rules for the living planet, he could vaguely sense the special aura on this planet. It really is not ordinary. Relics of a second-level civilization? The dark red-robed figure narrowed his eyes. Cloverville died in the hands of the Earthlings? With his realm, it was enough to remotely sense the presence of his bloodline, and he naturally knew of the death of the 7th prince. Although he felt that it was a bit of a waste for one of the candidates that had been birthed by consuming so many resources to die just like that, he placed more importance on the news that came from the 7th prince's close friends. In a few more months. The space around the dark red-robed figure slowly distorted. Chapter 209 The Day the Earth Opened. Vacuum Great Tomb. Cultivation before the void level is indeed simple. Back so soon? Her Highness Custodian, who was dressed in a black dress, sized up Lin Qing. This time, do you plan to cultivate to the 10th level of the Star Abyss battle power in one breath and become a Gravekeeper? I must remind you that the Gravekeeper's secret art is extremely difficult. Lin Qing asked thoughtfully, what exactly is difficult? Enlightenment? Luck? All of them. His Highness said, "You'll understand when the time comes." Lin Qing nodded slightly and said, "I'll have to go back after practicing for half a year, then I'll come back with a temporary pass, and at that time, I'll try to become a tomb guardian." "So urgent?" His Highness Sibu raised his eyebrows slightly. "On Earthside, there's a delay of at most 3 to 5 years after the opening, and 3 to 5 years isn't enough time for me to properly cultivate to the point of becoming a tomb guardian, so I have to go out early and try something else." Lin Qing shook his head. Chapter 210 Phase Void Energy. In the deep sky, there were countless fortresses of airships, and that vast fleet of cosmic fleets poured in, as if countless burning meteors were cutting through the sky, seemingly about to completely submerge the Earth. The leader is a huge pyramid-like spaceship, hundreds of kilometers high, like a giant peak in the universe. Surrounding it were even more stars, with a large number of airships and fortresses. With a distance of only tens of millions of kilometers, it wouldn't take long for the many airships and forts of the nine-star civilization to rush into the Earth's atmosphere. Inside the hull of the massive pyramid spaceship. Earth is near. A man wearing a dark red robe sat high above, expressionlessly looking at the crowd of figures below, and said, "According to the plan, explore the entire planet's relics at the first opportunity, but in order to avoid the relics from being affected, no one is allowed to destroy the vitality of the planet, and to reduce the killing as much as possible, and only catch the Earth's civilization." Chapter 211 Life Deprivation. "Your Majesty, just withdraw?" "Your Majesty, this." Inside the vast hall, a group of nine-star civilization royalty and important ministers were all a bit confused. To come all the way from their hometowns and withdraw just like that? Silence. The blood tripod king's cold gaze swept, and silence was suddenly restored below. The emperor sitting high above said in a faint voice, "Earth's civilization has been blessed with the legacy of a former civilization, burying a great killing weapon that is enough to annihilate the planet in an instant deep within the Earth. What can be done if we don't return it?" Annihilate the planet? One by one, the royal heavyweights below froze. Even if a star cleric was powerful enough to shake the continental plates, but if they wanted to completely pulverize and destroy a planet, then I'm afraid they would have to die of exhaustion. And although a void being had the strength to destroy a star, it usually had to be attacked multiple times with all its might, and it was only with some special races or high-powered technological weapons that it was possible to actually. Chapter 212 Third Split. The third doppelganger, a success. "It's time to withdraw, but..." Lin Qing glanced at the two guard commanders who had been suppressed by the impact of the world god energy, maintaining the world god energy burst while partially immersing his consciousness within the third eternal gate in his mind. Creation. As the third gate of eternity trembled and opened with a roar, a wisp of light also flew out from Lin Qing's brow. The spatial scale where that point of light was located rapidly enlarged and transformed into a youth with a naked body. It was certainly the Blood Ding King. At this moment, the endless onslaught of world god energy deliberately avoided the Blood Cauldron King, while the Blood Cauldron King's eyes were ice cold, and a blood-red cauldron silhouette surfaced on his body surface, instantly transforming into a scarlet meteor that blasted into that guard commander in the distance. Wherever it passed, the space distorted and rippled dramatically. This is... That guard commander was still in the world god. Chapter 213 Second Grade Civilization Descends. Mars. Inside the fortress of the Blood Tripod King. The emperor wearing dark red robes stood in front of the life restoration capsule, frowning tightly as he sensed King Blood Cauldron in its slumbering state within the capsule. With the help of void perception and a secret art of probing, he could clearly sense that the Blood Cauldron King's lifespan was slowly declining, and the Blood Cauldron King's spiritual fluctuations were nearly gone. "What the hell is happening?" the emperor said in a low voice. The nine-star civilization's imperial forbidden army lord who always stood behind him spoke, "Your Majesty, we are not sure of the specifics, we only know that the Yuan Shen civilization's elder Kadoan was found outside of Mars at that time, and after King Blood Tripod summoned him for a meeting, according to the surveillance records, Kadoan suddenly took out a special instrument that not only blocked the surveillance records, but also blocked the second cosmic network connection." He paused. About 10 seconds later, the two commanders of my forbidden guards who followed King Bloodding were both dead, and King Bloodding was also seriously injured. Chapter 214 Earth, Jumping Out of Time and Space. The Great Tomb of Vacuum. "Strong enough?" Her Highness, who was dressed in a black dress, sized up Lin Qing and said, "You're now going to break into the 10th floor of the Star Abyss, just pass it. This is also one of the requirements for practicing the Gravekeeper's secret art. You must have seen the light of the 11th floor of the Star Abyss before you can practice the Gravekeeper's secret art." "The light of the 11th floor of the Star Abyss?" Lin Qing nodded slightly and said, "I'll break in now." As long as he passed the 10th layer of the star abyss, he would naturally be able to enter the 11th layer. Although it was impossible to pass, it was still a sight to see. In a second-tier civilization, a star cleric who was able to pass through the 10th layer of the star abyss is already called a supreme genius. His Highness the Custodian looked at Lin Cheng with slight satisfaction. It's truly a miracle for a planetary civilization on Earth to be able to produce a genius like you. Luck. Lin Cheng didn't say much. At this time, 99% of his consciousness had already entered the Star Transmission Tower's Star Abyss trial. Chapter 215 Time and Space Prisoner. Seeing Lin Cheng reveal an easy smile, His Highness couldn't help but smile as well and asked, "Are you going to hide Earth now?" Lin Cheng pondered for a moment and asked, "Will the people who are already in this area of hundreds of light years also be hidden together? Can they leave this area?" You can slightly manipulate the space-time power of this area to blockade them within a certain area or expel them. It's up to you. His Highness said, "You still have this authority as a Tomb Guardian." Lin Cheng nodded slightly and asked again, "Are you sure, Your Highness Sibu, that even if a level 2 civilization comes, they won't be able to find the hidden Earth?" The same goes for level 2.9 civilizations. His Highness Sibu casually said, "This is an independent spacetime that has jumped out of the universe. When your knowledge of spacetime is deep enough, you will naturally understand." "That's good." Lin Cheng was slightly relieved and asked, "The 10,000 points in advance, should I?" Chapter 216 Looking to the Future. Everyone, from today onwards, Earth's crisis has been lifted. Inside the hall of the defense base, Lin Cheng looked at one of the Earth powerhouses in front of him and smiled. No matter if it's a level 1.9 civilization or a level 2 civilization, they won't be able to threaten Earth from now on. Really? Shi Lingxiao was pleasantly surprised for a moment. Is it over? Irenato was also in a bit of a trance, feeling that it wasn't quite real. Xu Hongjun, on the other hand, calmly nodded and said, "The former civilization is a tertiary civilization. It's normal to be able to do this. The key is, how long can it be maintained? More is not guaranteed, at least. There is no need to worry about it for 10,000 years." Lin Cheng laughed and looked at Shi Lingxiao again, saying, "If you, Pavilion Master Qi, can become a Tomb Guardian, this time can be extended to 50,000 years. Oh? Shi Lingxiao's eyes lit up and said somewhat helplessly, "I can't even enter the vacuum tomb." Chapter 217, 100 Years After Earth. Time is like a shuttle, and then the long history of civilization for the boundless and endless universe, but also just a moment of light birth and death. In the blink of an eye, it was already 100 years later. Looking from the distant deep space, the watery blue Earth was now like a pearl dotted on the black curtain, white and with a slight luster. The huge sky city overlapped and hovered above the Earth, like thick white clouds, wrapping up the entire planet and giving it a more hazy and dreamy look. A figure steeply appeared above the endless sky city. It was clearly a young man. When Sky City's detecting light swept over him, it was as if it had swept over a vacuum with no reaction. "I haven't come back in nearly 100 years, you've changed a lot." Lin Cheng surveyed the present-day Earth with interest. The visible edge of the outermost sky city flickered with the faint halo of the atmospheric regulation system, making this globe covering. Chapter 218 Cosmic Higher Dimensional Layer. One night passed. "I'm leaving." Lin Cheng touched Zhao Jiayi's head and said softly, "Now you believe it, right? There's actually no difference between reality and the second cosmic web, right?" Zhao Jiayi muttered, "It's not like the second cosmic web can give birth to little babies." In that case, Lin Cheng thought about it and said, "It's not impossible to want a child, but it's best to wait a little longer. If I can become a void being, the bloodline of my offspring will be even better." Before, he didn't want a child because the Earth was facing a huge threat, and the sense of urgency drove him to not be distracted by his offspring, and he didn't want to be burdened. And now that there was no crisis on Earth and the pressure was not great, it was fine to have a child. Then, well, Zhao Jiayi nodded. Now she was also the ultimate star being, she just wasn't sure about passing the Cosmic Messenger's divine priesthood trial at the star stage. After all, it was about mastering divine skills. She was enlightened as well. Chapter 219 Chaos God, Lord God. Getting enough people together? Lin Cheng swept a glance at the group of trialists at the foot of this giant peak. There were already 600 to 700 people. How many more would have to wait? However, that black-robed, white-haired woman had already closed her eyes, clearly not interested in saying more. If people didn't want to say more, Lin Cheng naturally wouldn't make a fool of himself. From the attitudes of the surrounding trialists when they looked at that black-robed, white-haired woman, he could also tell that the other party's status and position was definitely extremely astonishing. Which of the godchildren who had come to participate in the star god trials at this time were not the top geniuses of their civilizations? But these godchildren kind of threw the sense of awe from the heart, as well as the kind of see the legendary characters like excitement. By this inference, this white-haired, black-robed woman was feared to be one of those extremely terrifying powerhouses amongst the second-tier civilizations, or else she wouldn't be like this. Let's wait then, there's no telling how long we'll have to wait. Lin Chang also didn't know much about. Chapter 220 Black Hole Maze. At the foot of the giant peak covered in clouds and mist, thousands of trialists all quietly looked at the black-robed, white-haired woman in front of them. More than 2,000 people. Lin Chang narrowed his eyes slightly. He had naturally noticed the large number of people in this trial a long time ago. When he had first arrived, there were just a few hundred people, and some of them had already waited for more than 2,000 years at that time, coming to participate in the trial at the end of the last Star God trial. After all, the interval between the Star God trials only depended on when a new Star God position appeared. In case the intervals were short, there might be a small number of trialists as well, so it was important to participate early in order to catch up. For more than 2,000 years, there were only a few hundred trialists. But after he came, just 400 or 500 years later, it went from a few hundred trialists to over 2,000. This was clearly not normal. And most of those trialists had been watching him as soon as he arrived, and it was likely that they would just. Chapter 221 One Pinch to Death. You two guard the passageways on both sides, I'll kill him. As Tulls transmitted his voice, a flame-like blazing light instantly manifested on the surface of his entire body. His two companions, on the other hand, also pulled away to the sides at the first moment. They both knew how powerful Tulls was, and even just enduring the energy impact of a world god's outburst from a close distance could cause them to be seriously injured. Rumble. At the same time, along with the raging energy surges, one of those two men was draped in thousands of thunders as if they were deities in control of punishment, while the other had his hands raised high, holding up a dazzling star as if it were a stellar star. Obviously both were combination divine techniques, and the two were guarding the two passages respectively. Boom! And the flame-like blazing light on Tull's body surface completely erupted at this moment. Endless fiery energy impacted out as if it was a nuclear explosion, coalescing and transforming into a. Chapter 222 Three Worlds. The bright celestial light enveloped this square, empty and unobstructed. What are you looking at? The black-robed, white-haired woman looked at Lin Chang with a smile on her face and said, "You're the first one to rush out of the labyrinth, the second one will take a while." Lin Chang let out a slight sigh of relief and said, "It seems like my luck is still good." Luck was okay? The black-robed, white-haired woman laughed. "Your luck is actually still considered slightly bad. Arriving at the end of the labyrinth from the starting position was a full 27 black hole passages." 27 is considered too many? Lin Chang asked. The black-robed, white-haired woman casually said, "The one with the best luck, the starting position is only separated from the end by 2 black hole passages, but his strength is far inferior to yours, so even if there are only 2 black hole passages, it's still very troublesome trying to pass through." Only need to break through 2 black hole passages? Lin Chang was stunned. More than half of them are just 20 black hole passages left. Chapter 223 Darkness, Metamorphosis Void. Remember, although there is no time limit for the 3 worlds, after 24 days, the Star God trial will end, and the points will be tallied directly at that time. The white-haired, black-robed woman disappeared into thin air after she gave one last reminder. Within the large square, the only people left were the hundreds of trialists and the 3 quietly rotating space doors. Lin Chang, which world's trial are you taking first? The Dharmakaya next to him asked in a voice transmission. Isn't it the same which one to choose first? Lin Chang transmitted his voice. That's still not quite the same. The Dharma Rakshasa said, "These 3 worlds are obviously transformed. Compared to those natural cosmic wonders, these 3 worlds involve all sorts of void wonders that are much more shallow and easier to comprehend, especially the dark world, which shields your other senses and can only be sensed with the help of the void, which allows you to have a much more pure and direct sensation of the void, and is obviously the perfect environment for sensing the void." He sensed. Chapter 224 Full Score. Within the world of darkness and emptiness. Lin Chang carefully sensed the void fluctuations within a range of thousands of meters, trying his best to draw out the wonders of all the void changes. To him, this dangerous dark world was a good place for him to cultivate. Suddenly, just as the Blood Cauldron King's detachment completely recognized the rippling void in its true form. This is the void. At the same time, Lin Chang, the original body, also completely understood this void essence. The originally mysterious, obscure, and blurred void fluctuations suddenly became much clearer in his eyes, as if he was seeing the sun through the clouds. And he sensed the range of the void also began to expand crazily from thousands of meters, in the blink of an eye, hundreds of thousands of kilometers in the range of his perception. Within these hundreds of thousands of kilometers, there were several dark monsters within his sensing range. After understanding the void proper, it really is completely different. Lin Cheng. Chapter 225 Birth of the Star God. He's caught another high-level big fish, this one is 3,000 points off. Outrageous, if it's a high-dimensional planet it's still slightly understandable, how could an ordinary planetary civilization have such high void attainments? It's not like a planetary civilization can't touch the spatial rules of the void sea, and it's impossible for a third-level civilization's legacy to do this, right? He's almost 10,000 points, right? I also don't know how many points he has in the dark world and mirror world. With such a strong strength and such high void attainments, his total points must be very high. It's really outrageous. Obviously coming from a planetary civilization, it's practically on the same level as a peerless genius from a level 2.9 civilization. On an empty island in the Heavenly River world, a group of trialists couldn't help but observe Lin Cheng, secretly transmitting their voices and exchanging information. Lin Cheng, on the other hand, was leisurely fishing without a care in the world, only a few hundred points short of 10,000 points. This Heavenly River. Chapter 226 Trillion Power Awakener. Along with the change in space and time, Lin Cheng appeared again within an empty, lofty divine hall. Have entered the Soldier Dao Emperor Divine Hall. A cold and majestic voice rang out, and Lin Cheng instantly understood that the divine position of Soldier Lord could also be metamorphosed into the Emperor of the Dao of Soldiers at the Star Stage. As a Star God, after succeeding in the Star God trial, there was no need for a trial to achieve the Soldier Dao Emperor directly. In an instant, Lin Cheng was already enveloped by a massive pillar of light as his priesthood abilities began to frantically metamorphose. He didn't know how long it had been, but when he came back to his senses, space and time had also changed once again, and he was also wrapped in a vast and powerful force that began to travel through space and time. Returning to Earth. It's over. In the time-space shuttle, Lin Cheng felt his current priesthood ability and secretly nodded. The ability of the Emperor of the Dao of Soldiers is also very strong, and it can refine the artifacts of the world, so if it's a faction artifact that is refined, it can also be faster and stronger. Chapter 227 Divine Weapon. Lin Cheng? Inside the time-space cage, the 9-star Emperor looked at Lin Cheng with cold eyes. How dare you, this being, come in to see me? He could tell at a glance that Lin Cheng was still just the ultimate star being, even if he became a star cleric, so what? He had also heard that the ultimate geniuses amongst the second-level civilizations were able to rival the void beings after obtaining a star-level priesthood, but even these ultimate geniuses were only rivals. Although he was not qualified to contact a second-level civilization, he understood just how powerful the void beings were. Oh? It seems like you don't have information about second-level civilizations? Lin Cheng looked at the 9-star Emperor, a hint of pity in his eyes. How sad. His name had already spread throughout the Void Sea, and now that he had passed the Star God trial with a perfect score and had become a new Star God, as long as it was a more well-informed Tier 2 civilization, it would definitely have a judgment on his strength. But this 9-star. Chapter 228 Eye of the Cosmic Darkness. The Great Tomb of Vacuum. This is your clan? Her Highness Custodian, who was dressed in a long black dress, sized up Qi Lingxiao and nodded slightly. The powers have indeed reached the standard of a tomb guardian. What about the battle prowess? Lin Cheng stood by the side and spoke. It's considered to be the top battle power among the 10 layers of the Star Abyss. In these past few hundred years, Qi Lingxiao had obtained the complete inheritance of the combined divine skill in the Tsung Dome archipelago, and with the help of the two major treasures of divine priesthood specialization and divine priesthood guidance, he had been extremely lucky some years ago, and had inadvertently fused the combined divine skill. At that time, Qi Lingxiao's battle power crossed the threshold of the 10th layer of the Star Abyss, plus this time, after Lin Cheng came back, he also gave Qi Lingxiao a high-grade fish, and his gene optimization index also reached 500 to 600 times the cosmic standard, 10 times stronger than in the past. Now, he was naturally considered to be at the top of the 10th layer of the Star Abyss. Not bad. His Highness the Custodian nodded slightly, then looked at Qi Lingxiao and said, "You're in the white." Chapter 229 Dimensional Ascension. There are quite a few treasures. With a movement of the vertical eye in Lin Cheng's center of the eyebrow, the foreign space collected the many items dropped by the 9-star patriarch after his death. Back when he had metamorphosed into an ultimate star being, the foreign space connected to this vertical eye had already expanded to tens of thousands of kilometers, enough to fit the Earth. It was just that the spatial passageway couldn't expand to that size. And the void beings also had internal voids. For a level 1 civilization's void beings, placing treasures in their own internal voids was safer than placing them anywhere else. Therefore, what the 9-star patriarch was carrying at this time, the probability was that it was also the majority of its treasures. Quite good. After this batch of treasures is sold, Earth will be able to purchase a new batch of resources for civilization development. Lin Sheng nodded in satisfaction. Those treasures that he had obtained after killing the 9-star emperor last time were also basically sold through the Golden Chamber of Commerce, leaving behind only a few treasures that couldn't be dealt with in a first-class civilization. As Chapter 230, Void Sea. As a void being, one could see through the void proper and enter the higher dimensional layer of the universe, the Void Sea. At this moment, Lin Chang and the Blood Cauldron King's doppelganger's vitality and appearance had completely changed, and under the shelter of the Blood Cauldron King's manipulation of spatial power, the spatial level that the two of them were in began to rise continuously. At the same time, Lin Chang also invoked that one receiving seal from the Bronze Demon Mountain. After descending from this Void Sea, one could descend to any place in the cosmic domain, and similarly, as long as one had clear coordinates to guide them, one could also appear in any place in the Void Sea when ascending. It was also the first time that the Blood Cauldron King had attempted to ascend the dimension, and the process was extremely long, ascending along the spatial channel. Why does it feel a bit like the legendary ascension? Lin Chang felt the changes in space and couldn't help but mutter secretly. It was unknown how long had passed. The ever-changing layers of space within his field of vision finally returned to calm, and before his eyes, he was also open to Chapter 231, The Might of a Second-Grade Civilization. Mr. Mirror Light, this way. The four-armed man said politely and enthusiastically. In this White Tower world, the branch of the Cosmic Patrol Star Alliance is still some distance away, so it would be faster for me to take you there with a void boat. Just give me the coordinates directly. Lin Xing said with a slight frown. The four-armed man was slightly stunned, but he still nodded and said, "All right, but it's better for you to take this identity card, it can save you a lot of trouble." With a flip of his hand, he handed Lin Xing a silver-gray metal plate. Lin Xing glanced at it and casually took it. Immediately after that, he only saw that the Blood Tripod King, who always stood behind him like a servant, suddenly waved his hand, and a black shuttle-shaped airship that was about 70 to 80 meters long and more than 5 meters tall appeared out of thin air in the empty space next to him. Void boat? The four-armed man glanced at it, but he didn't feel surprised, even though the void boat was quite precious, and many void beings couldn't afford to buy it. But the Chapter 232, A Void Lord. The white-haired old man who was the receptionist introduced Lin Xing into the palace of the VIP area before leaving. Inside the palace, there was also a waiter who immediately took the initiative to welcome him and respectfully said, "If you need any services, you can go to the various areas and order on your own, and in addition, today, the high-ranking VIP area offers the source wine produced by the 100 Sparrow wine industry of Sacred Star City, which is limited to a supply of 5,000 portions, and each bottle only requires 1,200 void coins will be enough." "No need, I'll just wait here." Lin Chang waved his hand. This was also the only place that was a free area. "Yes." The waiter's attitude remained respectful and he immediately retreated. "What the hell? 12,000 void coins for a bottle of wine?" Lin Chang secretly muttered. With the purchasing power of void coins that he had learned about along the way, an elementary void boat was only worth 2 to 3 million void coins. What kind of wine was this that could be exchanged for a void boat with just 2,000 bottles? How much is it going to cost? Chapter 233, Successor. Sacred Star City, as the true core of the White Pagoda civilization, was also the place where all the forces of this side of the civilization converged. The Sacred Lord lineage, the 4 royal clans, and the 72 feudal lords. There's also the foreign forces that were ushered in by the division of the Earth realm after this defeat, the Tianzi group and the primordial amazing group of the Tianshu civilization, and the 3 royal clans of the 4 royal city civilization. On this intelligence that Lin Xing had obtained, there was also a rough strength assessment about the forces of each party, including the leaders of each party. Of course, these were all just guesses and predictions, and there could be discrepancies in the actual situation. The Holy Lord of the White Tower civilization is a void-class cleric, and so are the 4 kings? The 72 feudal lords are all at least void lords, and all of them are in charge of inherited divine artifacts. The foreign forces also have a single superpower in attendance. Looking at the intelligence descriptions of these various powerhouses, Lin Xing couldn't help but secretly marvel. This was the Void Sea. A mere 2.7 level. Chapter 234 Levels of Void Beings. Since you've qualified, in the future, the two of you will be official members of the Cosmic Star Patrol Alliance. The silver white-robed man flipped his hand and took out a crystal-like identity plate and said, "My Cosmic Star Patrol Alliance's branch in every second-tier civilization needs to be responsible for an area in the real universe in addition to the Order of the Void Sea." Real universe? Lin Chang received this identity card and realized that the word order was visible on this identity card printed in the universal text of the universe. After connecting with his consciousness, this identity card could also be used to log into the second universe network. After separating a strand of his consciousness to log into the second cosmic network, he realized that the second cosmic network provided by this identity card also provided the permissions provided by the three subsidiary spaces. "Ha, you haven't been to the real universe yet, have you?" The silver white-robed man laughed. "The real universe is the activity place of a first-level civilization. Although it is very huge, the spatial rules are not obvious, and cultivation." Chapter 235 Favorable Treatment. Regarding the legendary Chaos God, perhaps the unusual void beings were not clear about it, but the black-clothed girl as a void lord still knew something about it. As the most powerful priesthood in the Cosmic God series, the Chaos God was also almost called the strongest void-class priesthood. In the hundreds of millions of years of this void sea, tens of thousands of star gods had been born, but even if all of these star gods had fallen, they wouldn't be able to produce a single Chaos God. They were the best star gods amongst the many clerics, but even if all of them were eliminated, they still wouldn't be able to produce a single Chaos God? It could be seen how difficult it was to achieve a Chaos God. Therefore, star gods that aspire to become Chaos gods are either blindly confident or really horribly gifted. If it was from an unusual civilization, the black-clothed maiden would still think that it might be short-sighted, but for a star god coming out of a hallowed holy land, she naturally wouldn't think that the other party was a short-sighted person. You're still only at the star level. Chapter 236 Refining Divine Weapons. Snap. 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 The only sound left in the empty hall was the sound of that white-haired teenager slapping himself hard, echoing loudly in the hall. Lin Chang couldn't help but look at the teenager who was drawing blood from the corners of his mouth. Just talking a little bit straighter, it wasn't as bad as smacking himself like that in public, right? Mr. Mirror Light. The black-clothed girl next to him transmitted, Seville was picked up by Ms. Caslock in the depths of the Void Sea. When he was found, although he was a star god, he didn't remember anything, just like a blank piece of paper, but he was unruly and untamed by nature. That's why Ms. Caslock taught him in this way. We suspect that he might also be from a certain level 2.9 civilization, perhaps also a disciple of the Holy Land's test sharpening. Does Mr. Mirrorlight know him? No. Lin Chang said honestly. Total memory loss, this was test sharpening? However, it was said that level 2.9 civilizations also had the ability to turn geniuses into mortal. Chapter 237 Self-Created Divine Skill. After signing the contract, Lin Chang was considered to have officially cooperated with the Wanqing group. Happy cooperation. The black-clothed girl smiled as she surveyed the two-handed greatsword that Lin Chang had just refined, and said, "Just in time, a year from now will be the primary auction, so I'll have the people below planet to use for the grand finale, and as a star god destined to be sought after in the future, the divine artifacts that are being brought out for auction for the first time, how can it be sold at a high price, right?" Happy cooperation. Lin Chang nodded, then looked at the surrounding council executives and said, "And I've also bothered all of you for watching for so long." Small matter. What is this? Mr. Mirrorlight is too polite. It is also an honor for us. One by one, the council executives responded with extremely warm smiles. Anyway, they could split their consciousness in the second cosmic web. What they could enjoy in reality, the second cosmic web could enjoy just as well, just slightly distracted from watching from the side. Chapter 238 Endless Deep Pool. White Tower World, Pale Abyss. It was as if the earth had been torn open with a hideous wound, and that giant passageway with a diameter of more than 500 kilometers stabbed straight into the deepest part of the world, as if it was an endless abyss. At this moment, there was a huge silver-gray void boat that was flying at a high speed through the abyss, and even though the spatial compression here was exceptionally astonishing, and the space was solid to the point where instantaneous movement was impossible, this void boat was constantly distorting the nearby space, and its speed was still as fast as tens of thousands of kilometers per second. Inside the void boat. In a little while, we'll be able to enter the endless deep pool. A bald man with dazzling golden eyes and wearing purple robes stood within the hull of the void boat and indifferently said, "Remember, you only have a 10-year period to explore this endless deep pool, and whatever treasures you are able to obtain will be counted as your ability, but there is only one thing that must be observed. He swept his gaze over the 50 people within the hall, before he said in a low voice. Chapter 239 Metamorphosis Void Spirit. Go up first. Lin Qing didn't waste any time, and immediately, under the escort of the Blood Cauldron King, he slowly broke through this incomparably heavy pool of water obstruction and returned to the cliff platform above the endless deep pool. Order. After sitting down on his knees, Lin Qing immediately moved his mind and advanced this void essence. Fortunately, the spectacle of the endless deep pool itself contained the complete wonders of this void essence, so it was possible to advance as long as the direction of the path was confirmed. At this moment, along with a large number of memory messages surfacing in his mind, Lin Qing's knowledge of this void essence became clearer and clearer until it was completely recognized. In his eyes, the seemingly empty void had become a special structure made of endless energy condensed and collapsed to the extreme. Each void phase represented an angle of the void structure. What he saw at this moment was one of them. It's done. Lin Qing slowly revealed. Chapter 240 Liege King Realm. This is... In the midst of the endlessly deep and dark pool, Lin Qing reached out and grabbed a palm-sized, square piece of heart item, on which he could still feel special patterns and indentations. With the help of the divine artifact of the Blood Cauldron King's doppelganger, he had hardened himself against the pressure of the endless deep pool, and it had taken him more than a year to dive all the way to this depth of more than 4 million kilometers along this newly discovered lucky route. And the result was to get this contraption that I don't know what it is? Go up and take a look. Lin Qing looked in all directions with his Qi Yuan phase and didn't find any particularly lucky guides. However, the lucky golden radiance seen when searching for this newly obtained contraption was extremely strong and dense, so it was clearly not an ordinary treasure. Could it also be a high-grade divine artifact? In the environment of this bottomless deep pool, all perceptions were extremely vague, and he could only wait until he went up to check it out again. Chapter 241 Preparing to Open a Secret Realm. Sacred Star City, inside Lin Qing's manor. There's one more thing before we go into seclusion. Lin Qing lazily leaned back on the sofa, a sliver of his consciousness constantly searching the second cosmic network through the Wanqing Group's intelligence network. It didn't take long. The detailed information file of a young girl appeared before his eyes. It was clearly the disabled young girl that the infinite mind had searched for, and the only person in the middle of this white pagoda world who met the criteria of the beginning realm's Flying Kite City Lord's Mausoleum inheritance. Previously, he hadn't yet become a void being and wasn't sure about letting Earth metamorphose into a level 2 civilization, so he needed to be careful and hadn't even checked the information on this young girl. And now, there were not so many scruples. Anyway, he had already succeeded. The big deal was to leave the White Tower world, and it wouldn't be too long before the Earth civilization would also become a new second great civilization. Found it. Lin Qing looked closely and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. Chapter 242 A pillow is sent to you when you're drowsy. White Tower World, Holy Star City. Since the White Tower World's defeat in the Civilization War, the Tianzi Group had also occupied a piece of land in the central area of Sacred Star City and constructed a lofty and massive branch office. On the top floor of the Tianzi Group, inside the conference room, Velo stood in front of a wall as huge as a mirror, looking at himself in the mirror. The tall blonde masked woman, on the other hand, was standing behind him at the moment. Young master, the contract has already been signed, and if the contract is amended so suddenly, that void master of the celestial elemental seat civilization is afraid that he won't easily agree. The blonde-haired masked woman said softly. Then what's the solution? Valor shook his head slightly. As long as we can't get that half piece of the king's certificate, no one will be able to enter the ruins of the Liege King. Is it hard to kill that mirror light and make a deadly feud with him? Even unusual level 2 civilizations could resurrect the dead, let alone level 2.9 civilizations. He took a deep. Chapter 243 Earth, Metamorphosing into a second-grade civilization. Inside the cultivation room, Lin Qing slowly poured energy into the mini dark cyan-colored glazed throne in his hand. As the light blossomed, this palm-sized dark cyan-colored glazed throne also rapidly enlarged, expanding to a real throne that was more than one person tall before it fell. After Lin Qing sat down on this glazed throne, a strand of his consciousness also entered the space of consciousness within the throne. There was a boundless starry sky, with only one meteorite floating in space, as if it had converged into a long bridge. Trialist. Only a low voice rang out. Creating a single-phase divine skill will induce the Heavenly Yuan Treasury to bestow a 1-star treasure. Creating a 2-phase divine skill will induce the Heavenly Yuan Treasury to bestow a 2-star treasure, and so on. Creating a divine skill with complete spatial rules will induce the Heavenly Yuan Treasury to bestow a Heavenly Yuan throne. Oh? Bestowing a Heavenly Yuan seat? Lin Qing raised his eyebrows slightly. He had also heard that the top powerhouses of a level 2.9 civilization. Chapter 244 The Three Ancestors. Thousands of civilizations rooted in this boundless sea of void existed. Thousands of void secret realms were like lighthouses in the darkness in the middle of the dim and boundless void sea, incomparably dazzling. The thousands of secret realm lords were the lords of this void sea divided into various places, and could sense the existence of other void secret realms at any time, and were even able to determine the coordinates of other void secret realms, and open up a void passage with the help of the power of the secret realm. There were also untold numbers of infinitely small points lurking in the depths of the void sea that were slowly devouring the endless origin energy of the void sea. And these points were the high-dimensional planets of 1.9 level civilizations in the cosmic domain corresponding to this void sea. The cosmic domain of hundreds of millions of light-years in scope had tens of millions of galaxies, hundreds of millions of level 1 civilizations, and the number of level 1.9 civilizations was also counted in the tens of millions. These high-dimensional planets of level 1.9 civilizations were in the Chapter 245 The Good Intentions of the Tian Yuan Seat Patriarchs. After connecting his consciousness to the second cosmic network, Lin Light accepted the invitation sent by that subsidiary space, the Tian Yuan Sea Civilization Conference. As soon as his eyes lit up, Lin Qing realized that he had appeared within a vast hall. In front of him were densely packed bronze chairs that were holding a figure with a powerful aura, and he was in front of one of the bronze chairs that seemed to have been prepared just for him. On the high platform, 3 figures sat majestically on top of golden thrones and were looking down on the place. Lin Qing looked up. On the golden seat in the center was a white-haired, black-robed old man who was looking at him with gentle eyes. On the right was a strange man covered in bandages, only one ghostly cold eye could be seen, looking at him with slightly aggressive eyes. On the left, on the other hand, was a beautiful young girl with long scarlet hair who was also smilingly sizing him up. Even in the second cosmic web, Lin Qing could sense the Chapter 246 Chaos. White Tower World, Sacred Star City. Inside the quiet manor, Lin Chang waved his hand and a dark green-colored glazed throne appeared on the ground in front of him. He immediately sat on it, and his consciousness connected into the virtual space within it. And then, Lin Qing began to rehearse a divine skill he had created in that boundless starry virtual space. Second Cosmic Network, within Velair's private subsidiary space. What a pain in the ass. Velro frowned as he looked at the information that had just come in from his home civilization side, that genius that Shayax invested in back then. It's not even a problem that he became a Void Lord, but he actually created a divine skill with the rules of space? He's expected to become a Void-level cleric? Is he favored by the universe or am I favored by the universe? The blonde-haired masked woman who was a personal follower slowly spoke, Young Master, the influence of cosmic favoritism is also limited, especially when it comes to Void-class clerics and other levels of super. Chapter 247 Shocked. On the same day, the White Tower's Sacred Lord contacted Lin Chang once again and invited him to meet with Marquis Iris Xue in a private annex space with outstanding scenery. Inside the lush garden, beside the White Tower Saint Lord was standing a tall silver-haired woman with an icy temperament, wearing a black cloak-like coat and a strange pendant around her neck. This is the Iris Snow Marquis? Lin Qing sized up the other party without a trace. After all, she was a Void Lord, and a Void Lord who was in charge of a 7-colored divine artifact, so her strength was not bad amongst Void Lords. Lin Qing. The White Pagoda Sacred Lord transmitted, although Marquis Iris Xue hasn't agreed yet, she doesn't want to offend you either, so she should put up some conditions, so as long as you agree, she should agree. Lin Qing's heart stirred, and in his heart, he understood that the White Tower Saint Lord should have persuaded him, and presumably even told the other party about his special characteristics. Otherwise, he, a newly promoted lord of the mysterious realm who had only just become a void. Chapter 248 Action. Mountain and Sea Realm, Central State Region. In the sky above a vast lake, a young girl with a serene temperament was holding a golden longbow, slightly frowning in thought, sometimes drawing the bow and shooting arrows, sometimes gently caressing the bowstring. This set of double-string splitting divine skill, it's still a little short of fusion. Where is the difference? The young girl pondered with some bitterness. It's almost time to master a kind of void essence, but I still haven't learned this set of divine techniques. Suddenly, the void a dozen kilometers away from her quietly cracked open, a palm covered in pitch-black scales reached out from it, only to see a mere 1-meter-tall demon drill out. Although its size was small, the aura it emitted was extremely terrifying, and the overwhelming sense of oppression instantly caused the surrounding free energy to be completely dispersed. The young girl turned her head openly to look, and her face instantly turned white. With just a glance she confirmed that with her strength in front of this void demon, she was only Chapter 249, Siege. The huge void boat pierced through the raging waves, facing the storms that shook space, sailing at breakneck speeds towards the island hidden in the depths of the sea mist in the distance. Gentlemen, we are about to arrive at the lair where the Flow pirate ship is located. The bald, silver-robed man swept his gaze over the crowd within the void boat and said in a deep voice, "This sea of fog will cloud perception and hide all sense. This is also the reason why Flow's group is clearly not strong, but the plundering hasn't been swept away so far. Make sure to block this group of pirates later, don't let them escape into the fog, otherwise it will be troublesome to pursue them again." The group of order keepers were also ready, just a little nervous. Although the success rate of the plan based on the intelligence was definitely high, there was no guarantee that there wouldn't be any accidents. There were not a few order keepers who had died because of inspection missions. However, most of the order keepers present were void beings with little background, and if they wanted to obtain resources, treasures, legacies, and so on, they could only. Chapter 250, Son of Chaos. A vast field of darkness filled the air, completely icing out the spatial fluctuations, and as a field formed by the full activation of a four-colored divine artifact, the pinnacle powerhouses amongst the void beings had to be affected as well. No. In just an instant, that one terrified Cosmic Patrol Star Alliance Order Keeper had already been completely annihilated by this dark field. Even that bald, silver-robed man with good strength barely blocked the impact of the dark field, but it was difficult to struggle, and just a destructive dark fluctuation swept through, completely annihilating him. In an instant, apart from Velair's side, the only person left present was Lin Cheng. The black-robed man holding the black forbidden book artifact's eyes remained indifferent, as if the person who had just slaughtered the Cosmic Patrol Star Alliance wasn't him. "Velair, you actually let someone slaughter the Order Keepers of the Cosmic Patrol Star Alliance, are you crazy?" Lin Cheng said in a faint voice. "So what?" Vi. Chapter 251, Cosmic Favoritism. The Lord Mirror who presided over the Star God trial was a life lineage Chaos God, and the only life Lord God of this void sea, and Lin Cheng had talked to her a bit back then. As a Chaos God, this Mirror Lord had already been sitting in the position of Life Main God for an unknown number of years. She had once said that Lord God is both authority and responsibility. Before a second Chaos God appeared in this sea of emptiness, she would not be able to get rid of the position of Lord God. She had sat in the position of the Life Faction's main God for too long, and the position no longer meant anything to her, but there had never been a new Life Faction Chaos God to take over her position as main God. Son of Chaos. Lin Cheng recalled what that Void Lord had said just now, and had some guesses in his heart. That Lord Mirror had said that he looked favorably on me. Could it be that the Son of Chaos is the one who was looked upon by the Chaos God? Apart from this reason, he couldn't think of any other. Chapter 252, 1,000 Years of Change. Inside the slightly cramped bedroom, under the bright lights, Lin Cheng sat in front of the computer, one hand holding the mouse to move the character, the other crackling the keyboard, with headphones on her head. A moment later, Lin Cheng quietly watched the post-match results on the screen, before straightening up and slowly sighing. "Lin Cheng, today's watermelon is super sweet." At this moment, Zhao Jai, who was wearing cute bear pajamas and a plain face, walked in through the door with a fruit plate in her hand. Holding a fork, she sat on Lin Cheng's lap, smilingly feeding him a mouthful of watermelon, and glancing at the game results on the computer screen, she said in dismay, "I haven't lost today." Luck. Lin Cheng helplessly shook his head. 10% evasion dodged all of the opposite ad's general attacks, and I just had a little bit of blood to cut a few times, and it was all blitzes. Really no fun. Zhao Jiayud and said, "Then you're next." Chapter 253, Terrifying Bloodline. The 17th level of the Star Abyss was still the environment of the cosmic stars, but the strength of the void demons on the 17th level was extremely terrifying, causing millions of miles of space to collapse and stars to shatter with the snap of a finger. Lin Cheng didn't even last a split second before he was killed by the demon on the 17th level of the Star Abyss. He didn't care either. Although the perfect 7-phase combination divine skill had allowed him to reach the 16th level of the Star Abyss, he had only just crossed that level. Compared to a void demon at the 17th level of the Astral Abyss, the gap was naturally exaggerated. The ultimate secret of the Star Abyss and the universe? Lin Cheng's main concern at this moment was still this message sent to him by the Second Universe Network Star Abyss trial. To be precise, it was an invitation letter to the Human Race Alliance. Congratulations on passing the 16th level of the Star Abyss trial. Back when the human race signed an alliance with my Void God race, my race promised that all allies who helped my race fight against the Star Abyss demons would be granted a. Chapter 254, The Adventure Group. In the blink of an eye, another 100 years had passed. On this very day, Lin Chang arrived at the Bronze Demon Mountain and walked step by step towards the mountain along the long bronze steps of the mountain path. Each layer of the steps had heavy will impacts and all sorts of temptations of the mind, and as the layers got higher, the difficulty of the test of the will of the mind became more and more exaggerated. The last time I came, it was already 1,000 years ago, when I had only broken through the void beings not long ago, and I ended up walking up to the 21,000th layer. It's been so long since I've been here, I don't know which layer I'll be able to walk to. Lin Ching's speed up the mountain was fast, carrying the heavy test of his mind's will hard, one step after another, the first 30,000 layers of steps, almost without the slightest pause. It was only after reaching the 30,000th floor that his steps began to gradually slow down. Eventually, stopped at the 34,000th layer. That's quite a lot of progress. Lin Chang nodded his head slightly, the ones that I experienced during each advance. Chapter 255 Lord of the Eerie Mist. In the blink of an eye, the void boat had been sailing in this sea for half a month, speeding along at tens of thousands of kilometers per second, and had already traveled tens of billions of kilometers. Of course, this distance was only just leaving this small piece of nameless sea at the edge of the east extreme sea for the huge void sea. This sea area was close to the secret realm and was still considered stable and safe, and it had barely made any detours before it passed through. As for the piece of sea ahead, a boundless gray curtain that covered the sky was visible in the distance, as if an endlessly long fence divided heaven and earth, obscuring it. Everyone were about to enter the sea of tricky mist next. On the deck of the void boat, a tall woman with flowery hair and a large number of rings hanging from her ears stood at the very front, and said in a solemn voice, "I believe that all of you are well aware of the dangers of the sea of tricky mist, although our adventure troop's strength is good, and we also have maps guiding us to the safe routes, so we don't have to be afraid of those star abyssal demon race's servant species in the sea of tricky mist, but we must." Chapter 256, Explosion. The majestic divine hall that was tens of thousands of meters high stood like a mountain on the sea surface, causing the surrounding void to be completely blocked, and the terrifying might cause the origin energy seawater to freeze in mid-air, as if it had been frozen. And what was even colder at this moment was the heart of Commander Tua. How could this happen? Commander Tua couldn't help but fly out from the void boat and anxiously said, "Lord of the Eerie Mist, I am Tuochio Children's Hospital of the Guqi clan, and my elder brother is the first army lord of the Wuqi River civilization, Tua." Not waiting for her words to finish, the temple in the middle of the sudden explosion of millions of thunder, there is such as a small mountain like a giant hammer silhouette flying out, accompanied by a sharp shock and distortion of the space, that surrounded by grey fog of the giant hammer silhouette, but also directly head smashed to Tua Commander. Commander Tuo's face changed, only feeling the sky and earth darken in front of her eyes, desperately urging all her protective treasures, only to see the heavy power madly added. But she also knew that facing this. Chapter 257 7-Colored Divine Artifact. Oh? Lin Qing raised his eyebrows slightly, letting me make a move and you have to choose first? The darkness python bound and entwined the divine artifact palace while saying, "I see that this divine skill of yours should be purely defensive, you only need to help me block his attacks for a period of time, and leave the rest to me, you only need to put out a small portion of your strength, and I only need one of his things, isn't that enough?" Lin Qing said in a faint voice, "Without you, he's just as much my prey." That dark python was stunned and said, "Without my help, is it hard for you to deal with him alone? You just watch." Lin Qing didn't say much, he just took a step towards the artifact palace that was struggling endlessly, and immediately after that, boom! Only to see endless dazzling golden light steeply explode in the air, as if transforming into a round of brilliant sun, even the drifting bizarre mist was forced to scatter and retreat, and a terrifying aura instantly filled the air. Chapter 258 The Void Star. Making friends? Lin Qing surveyed the somewhat illusory spectral python, and could understand the other party. A lingering avenger naturally wanted to make friends, especially those with potential and ability. For a void-class cleric, although the 7-colored artifacts were precious, they weren't of much use, so it would be better to use them to give away favors. The main material of a chaos divine artifact? Lin Qing pondered for a moment and said, "You still collect these materials?" The dark python sighed and said, "I once received a token bestowed by a son of chaos from the Holy Land of Time Island, and as long as I could collect 100 precious materials that were enough to refine a chaos divine artifact, he would refine a chaos divine artifact for me, but unfortunately." The son of chaos? Lin Qing raised his eyebrows slightly. Star gods who were chosen by the chaos gods and had hopes of becoming chaos gods and succeeding the throne of the Lord God were all sons of chaos. And a star god was able to refine. Chapter 259 Monopoly. Time passed day by day, and Lin Qing followed one of the 380 star chains as he continued to approach the massive void star. And the various visions on the void star became clearer and clearer. Most of the areas of this star were filled with chaotic and dangerous void storms, and only a very few areas belonged to safe paths that had been artificially opened up. It was only after a full month that Lin Chang arrived at the port of call at the end of the star chains. By this point, although the deep-sea maelstrom below still had some influence on space and time, the gravitational pull of the deep-sea maelstrom was already minimal, and it was mainly all the gravitational pull of the void star itself. The reason why it took a month was mainly because he had deliberately suppressed the speed of the divine artifact's flight in order to keep a low profile, otherwise just 2 or 3 days would have been enough. This speed looks just a few times faster than a high-level void boat, just the speed of an ordinary divine artifact palace if it maintains full speed, cutie. Can even guess that it's a 7-colored? Chapter 260 A Big Kill. That green-skinned man's face changed, and he only felt the irresistible terrifying might surging in like a monstrous tsunami, and his entire person flew out backwards like a cannonball involuntarily. The speed of this backward flight was even much faster than when he himself exploded with all his might, so much so that he was unable to stop himself at all. After flying out thousands of kilometers in the blink of an eye, he crashed into the wall of the lofty pyramid in the distance with a loud bang. Even though the green-skinned man was a void being, he still crashed into a bloody mess. His head was even dazed for a while, and it was only after he fell to the ground that he reacted to recover from his injuries. Immediately afterward, he looked at Lin Ching incredulously. How dare you make a move? Although he was of average strength, and any strong person among the void beings could deal with him, but as an official employee of the Apocalypse Lake Group, and also a direct descendant of a certain void sovereign's high-ranking person, even a peak powerhouse among the void beings would treat him with more than a couple of. Chapter 261 Killing a Juggernaut. Even for void lords, those who possessed 7-colored divine artifacts were only a very small number. For the vast majority of void lords, it was almost hopeless to create divine techniques based on vast and complex complete spatial rules, which was an extremely unbelievably large problem. The relics of tertiary civilizations were even more treasures that even void clerics would go crazy for, and the average void lord simply had no hope of competing for them. Therefore, what void lords craved the most was a 7-colored divine artifact. A 7-colored divine artifact, for a void lord, was not just as simple as an increase in strength by 1 level, but also a lifespan of 38 million years. The void demon of my third age calamity is also coming soon. Nearly half of my life has already passed, yet I still have no hope of creating a divine skill with spatial rules. The silver-haired old man stared at Lin Ching dead in the face with longing and greed in his eyes. If there are no strange encounters, I'm afraid that this life will be impossible, but if there is a 7-colored divine weapon. Chapter 262 Master Star. After the Apocalypse Lake Group's group of void lords voted, most of them agreed to the Lord of Extreme Creation's proposal. Immediately, the Lord of Extreme Creation began to contact that real boss of the Apocalypse Lake Group that was hidden behind the scenes, the big shot of the Starfall civilization's royal family. Inside the vast conference room, a middle-aged man wearing a plain-colored singlet immediately appeared. He had an ordinary appearance, with a slender, bald body, a pair of extremely light silver eyebrows, and eyes that were glowing with an icy, dark golden luster, appearing extremely cold and unfeeling, as if he were some sort of cruel, cold-blooded animal. Greetings to the Eternal Night King. The Lord of Extreme Creation and many other void lords all bowed respectfully, and it was the pilgrimage etiquette of the Starfall civilization. This was not only because of their respect for the powerful, but also because this Eternal Night King had promised to grant them the noble position of the Starfall civilization. As a 2.8 level civilization, any one of the vassal level families of the Starfall civilization was more powerful than the 3 major civilizations combined. Chapter 263 3 Choices. The second cosmic network, the highest meeting space of the Apocalypse Lake Group. The plan for this hunt for that star god has been established. The details are as follows. The Lord of Extreme Creation pointed his fingertips, and a miniature version of a void star's projection instantly surfaced in the conference room and rotated and zoomed in with his thoughts. Although there is nothing regular about that star god's route of travel in the Sea of Guilemist, it can be seen that he is targeting the 108 life system void stars in the Sea of Guilemist. As of now, that star god has planted soul imprints on all 106 of those life system void stars. And over the past 100 years, we have not truly struck out at him due to our fear of his background, nearly discouraging him, so that star god has been very unscrupulous, and will also destroy my Apocalypse Lake Group's quarters after planting soul imprints on each of the life system void stars. Next, the high probability that that star god's destination is these 2 life. Chapter 264 Natural-born divine weapon. Which one to choose? Lin Ching couldn't help but ask, can I only choose one? The refining method for the chaotic divine artifact set was something he naturally longed for. If there was a refining method, after his godhead had metamorphosed into the color of chaos, as long as he collected enough materials, he would be able to start refining his innate divine artifact. Chaotic divine artifacts with endless possibilities could also grow indefinitely. And the Flying Kite City Lord's secret art of sharpening his will was, needless to say, very important to him right now. Not to mention that the Flying Kite secret art, which was a terrifying secret art that refined the origin of the universe and was of great use even to powerhouses at the transcendent universe level, was equally heartwarming to him. It would be great if he could choose them all. Only? Flying Kite City Lord laughed, then said, "Gravekeeper, if you can help me find first-class heirs, I'll let you choose 3, and if you can find super-class heirs, I'll use them in addition to the legacy used to cultivate my heirs." Chapter 265 Set Divine Artifact. Vacuum Great Tomb, above the sprawling pure white earth of the cultivation room. The Blood Cauldron King's doppelganger sat cross-legged, looking at the source of the heart realm in his hand, which seemed as fragile as a bubble, and his mind was already immersed in it. In an instant, his consciousness had already merged within an illusory but real world. The consciousnesses of the various bilocations were all connected, and what the Blood Cauldron King's bilocation perceived, Lin Qing, the main body, was naturally able to perceive as well. This illusory world within the source of the heart realm could change with the mind, as if it was the evolution of the real world. In conjunction with the 3000 Purgatory secret art, one could use the evolution of the heart realm to experience all kinds of changes in the mind, thus sharpening the will and sublimating the mind. Under the extreme pressure of the cosmic will, Lin Qing's consciousness was completely immersed in the illusory world woven by the source of the heart realm, and he didn't have any extra mental energy to detach himself from this illusory world, and his mind was absolutely focused on completely integrating into this illusory world. Chapter 266 Sunset. Divine Artifact, 9 Origin World Master. It contained 9 cosmic origins, and as a 7-colored suit divine artifact of the life system, the only way to truly bring its power into play was to have a 7-phase level combination divine skill, and a 7-phase level perfect combination divine skill to completely catalyze it. If someone who hadn't created a combination divine skill obtained this 9 Origin World Master, it was merely the equivalent of obtaining 4 ordinary 7-colored divine artifacts. And Lin Qing happened to be able to fully utilize the might of this set divine artifact. No wonder set divine artifacts are so precious. Lin Qing sensed the 9 Origin World Master within his body, and now he finally understood the specialness of the set divine artifact. The key lay in the origin of them. The fact that the 4 7-colored divine artifacts in themselves could be perfectly combined was already precious, and the most precious thing was the 9 cosmic origin in them that could be skillfully fused into one. Without these 9 cosmic origin, the suit divine artifacts wouldn't be so precious. Of course, in terms of Chapter 267 Overrate Yourself. On the main planet, at the foot of the lofty and massive giant peak, Lin Qing closed his eyes and sat cross-legged on a flat boulder at the foot of the mountain. His eyes were half open and half closed, his eyelids drooping as if he was enduring the oppression of the cosmic will. And not far above him, the withered old man like Void Lord was glancing at him from time to time. Lin Qing knew that this old thing was wondering that he, a void being, actually had this kind of spiritual will, perhaps suspecting that he had some kind of special secret technique for sharpening his will, and had developed a covetous heart. However, this kind of ordinary Void Lord, he naturally wouldn't put it in his eyes nowadays. Including one of the Void Lords higher up on this huge peak, several of them had noticed him at this time. It couldn't be helped that it was indeed a bit eye-catching for him, a void being, to be able to withstand the oppression of the cosmic will of this place, and these void sovereigns presumably suspected that he had a background, so they didn't dare to make a move. If these. Chapter 268 Lord God and Patriarch. After picking a challenge stage at random in the main star and planting a soul imprint, Lin Lightning directly left the main star. With his strength, even without the 7-colored suit artifacts, he was still not bad amongst the Void Lords, and the key was that he could exert his full strength on the main star, so naturally he could easily succeed in his challenge. It was only a superpower amongst the Void Lords that could leave him without the slightest certainty. However, these super powerhouses who created divine techniques with spatial rules were often able to plant soul imprints on all 380 main stars. Once they were planted to the fullest, the soul imprints would last forever and not take up any challenge stage slots. Even if after 1,000 years, a superpower among the Void Lords really came to challenge him and snatch away his quota, he didn't care much. Anyway, planting soul imprints on the main star and the Void Star was only for the sake of the Void-level priesthood. And the goal of his trip was to advance to Void Lord. As for the Chapter 269 8,000 Years. A vast void sea, an archipelago hidden deep between countless swirling dark currents. Ha, what a bumper harvest this time! Accompanied by the laughter coming from the deck, a pitch-black giant void boat nimbly traveled between the whirlpools, heading towards an island. The scarlet skull symbol that seemed to be burning on the surface of the void boat was enough to make all the adventuring groups in the nearby sea turn pale at the sight of it. This was clearly the symbol of the forces under the Scarlet Sea Marshal, one of the 7 pirate marshals. As the leader of the strongest pirate force in the East Polar Seas, the Scarlet Sea Marshal was a huge force that could negotiate with all major civilizations, and naturally, there were many branches of forces and strong people under his command, scattered throughout the East Polar Seas. And this dangerous and unpredictable Whirlpool Strait is one of the branches of forces under the banner of the Scarlet Sea Marshal. The environment of this Whirlpool Strait is already peculiar, it is a heavenly danger, and has been artificially transformed. Chapter 270 The Second Air. Along with the last wisp of ethereal light being completely consumed by the darkness, General Song's soul completely perished in Lin Qing's hands. Submit. After Lin Qing synchronized the kill scene to the Cosmic Patrol Star Alliance system, he then waved his hand and collected the divine artifacts scattered everywhere. During these 8,000 years of sailing in the Void Sea and cognizing the world, he would often take on missions from the Cosmic Star Patrol Alliance, which happened to be a good way to accumulate points in advance to prepare for the future refining of his own Chaos Divine artifacts, so he had cleared out quite a few pirates. However, a big pirate like General Song was still the first one. And it was only by following the guidance of the Chimera phase that he found General Song's lair, and discovered a big surprise. Reward of 3.2 billion points. A hint of satisfaction appeared in Lin Qing's eyes. My Order Keeper rank has also increased to 7 stars? Points and Order Keeper rank were all important. The higher ones rank in the Star Patrol Alliance, the Chapter 271 Ancestors' Own Legacy. After Lin Qing left, Buerai's face suddenly became extremely gloomy and unsightly, and there was a touch of anger in his eyes. A void spirit, humph. Even though he thought in his heart that Lin Qing was just a void being, he had to admit that the other party was even able to kill General Song, so it would only be simpler to kill him, and his potential was even more amazing. Therefore, he was also afraid to tear his face off. Father? The teenager next to him, Mo Luo, couldn't help but say, Mr. Lin Qing saved my life. In the future, he will definitely be a powerful person in the Void Sea. You'd better not have a grudge against him, if I go to the mountain and sea realm. Shut up. Boreas turned his head unexpectedly and glared at his son, then coldly said, Don't talk nonsense if you don't know anything. Do you think I don't know? Moro was slightly stunned. Boreas coldly grunted, that Lin Qing has even more potential, even if he really becomes a son of chaos, so what? You. Chapter 272 Misty Hatchet's Secret Art. Mountain and Sea Realm. This vast and massive world had now grown and metamorphosed a lot, and was even approaching its first limit, with a diameter of over 40 million kilometers. Whether it was the number of living beings or the number of powerful people, it was tens of times more than 8,000 years ago. Central State Region. Nowadays, the Buzhou Mountain had also risen to a height of hundreds of thousands of kilometers, and the range of the mountain had become much larger, with a city on top of the mountain remaining. Within one of the cities, inside an old-fashioned courtyard. The teenager Mo Luo sat somewhat blankly in front of a stone table in the courtyard, his heart very apprehensive. He was merely a star being, naturally he couldn't rebel against the Lord of the Mountain and Sea Realm, he couldn't even leave this compound, he could only wait for that Lord of the Mountain and Sea Realm's sentencing. Most importantly, just now, his father told him that this Lord of the Mountain and Sea Realm did not even give face to that great figure of the Time and Space Island, so much so that Chapter 273 Terrible Secret Art. Misty Hatchet's Secret Art. After Lin Qing had accepted the inheritance of this secret art, he also understood the situation of this secret art. Although it wasn't a supreme secret art such as the one created by the Flying Kite City Lord, it was still rated as an origin level higher secret art. Although Lin Qing didn't know exactly what level this level was, it was bound to be beyond the cosmic tier. The Misty Hatchet secret art, collecting all the origin power of the universe regarding the wind phase and transforming it into the form of a misty hatchet, the ability to vanish could transcend time and space, and a single thought could instantly cross a sea of emptiness. Wind phase origin? Lin Qing's heart was filled with shock. What the hell is this? Aren't there 6 major factions in the origin of the universe? Where did the wind phase come from? From the beginning of his contact with evolutionary cultivation, there was a common sense that he had known the cosmic origin energy was divided into 6 major factions: life, destruction, order, chaos, nature, and might. All the energies in the universe, as if each had its own role to play, were divided into the 6 major factions of Chapter 274 Transformation Master. Whether or not one could carry complete spatial rules was purely a feeling. Lin Xing slowly closed his eyes. At this moment, all the light and scenery that he had sensed through the void since he had achieved the void spirit converged and pieced together in his heart, as if he had constructed a vast and real world. And all the spatial wonders that he had recognized could also be completely evolved and manifested in this vast world to his heart's content. I see. Lin Xing finally understood. It's impossible to create a world that holds complete spatial rules just by the void spirits themselves. They can only build and put it together in their minds based on the real world. He immediately left behind an alter ego, while his main body returned to the vacuum great curtains cultivation room. Incorporating all the spatial wonders of his own cognizance into the world in his heart also required some time, but it was also very simple, and it was the same whether or not it was advanced. Let's first metamorphose into a void lord before going to the main star, split. Chapter 275 Ambush. Along with the distortion of spacetime, Lin Xing had already crossed the endlessly distant void sea and appeared within the divine artifact boat. It's fortunate that there's the vacuum great tomb spacetime teleportation, otherwise it's quite troublesome. Lin Xing glanced at the Cardone doppelganger within the divine artifact boat, and with a movement of his mind, he instantly turned it into nothingness before recreating it through the doppelganger in the mountain and sea realm. Temporal teleportation through the vacuum tomb was something that required the consumption of gravekeeper points, and each temporal teleportation cost 1 point. But there was nothing he could do about it. Now that he had metamorphosed into a void lord and was armed with the misty hatchet secret art that he had cultivated to the limit, the consumption required when resurrecting through the gate of power eternity was an unknown number of times greater than before. The gate of eternity was, after all, only a 10th power level power. Now that he was a void lord, he was also able to see through the principles and mechanisms of the gate of eternity. The eternal gate can transform space into life. Chapter 276, The Game of Sure Kill. At the same time that Frost Extension struck, the incarnation of the Black Dayala that was shrouded in darkness on the far side of the river couldn't help but stare. I see Song God? Immediately afterward, he immediately reacted, no, this is the beast body simulated by the change, this breath. Could it be the 17th personal heir of the timeless island patriarch, Ice Frost Extension? As Yuan Huang's right-hand man, for most of the 3 Holy Land Patriarch's pro-disciples, he had heard of them and felt the corresponding recorded breaths. Everyone's aura was unique, which was a much easier characteristic to recognize than features such as looks and energy, so he naturally recognized them immediately. How did Frost Extension appear here? Black Dayala was a bit incredulous. It still looks like he's purposely waiting here for Lin Chang? I heard that Ice Frost Extension has some grudges with this Lin Xing. Could it be that he's here to seek revenge? But in a flash, he made a decision in his mind. Good, this Frost Yan's strength is better than the... Chapter 277 The Ancestors' Descent. Time and Space Island Holy Land. On top of the empty island in the center of the Holy Land, the Spacetime Island Patriarch, whose body was wrapped in bandages and only revealed a pair of cold eyes, stood at the edge of the empty island like a stiff wooden man, his gaze passing through space and time and looking at the distant main star of the life system. The depths of his eyes seemed to reflect an endless space, as well as a series of illusory but real future images. This Lin Chang is indeed extraordinary. The Time and Space Island Patriarch quietly looked away from everything that was happening on that main star, and one scene vaguely overlapped with the future images in the depths of his eyes. However, in that case, one should be dead, and if there are no accidents, one will definitely lose the star god position. There was a touch of confusion in his eyes. If it's only to this extent, there will be several of them appearing in every epoch. That old thief of the heavenly origin seat doesn't think so highly of him, to the point of taking the initiative to show his goodwill. He was very clear. Chapter 278. The moment the Timeless Island Patriarch's words came out, everyone present was baffled. Although Frost Extension was sealed, unable to move or transmit sound, he was also able to perceive the outside world. At this moment, his entire person was like falling into an ice cellar. The excitement and thrill he had just felt was completely doused, and his heart was even colder. How is it possible? Frost Yan's heart was filled with disbelief. It's obvious that Master asked me to deal with Lin Chang, and now he's actually skimming over the relationship and wants to hand me over to this Lin Chang to dispose of? Even if he was stupid, he had reacted. Master Teacher was using him to test Lin Chang, and now after the results of the test came out, he was already considered an outcast. But what could he do? Even if Master Teacher didn't seal him, he wouldn't dare to say anything more, and next, even if he was killed by Lin Chang, Master Teacher would be able to resurrect him, but if he angered Master Teacher, it would really be the end. And Black Dayala was also head over heels. Chapter 279 11th Level Powers. Although Black Dayala's frontal battle power wasn't great, the terrifying ability to preserve his life had long been rumored throughout the Void Sea. And such a top-tier powerhouse died so silently? Even after seeing the Chaos Divine artifact in his hand return to its ownerless state, Lin Qing still felt a bit magical. Looking at the entire Void Sea, I'm afraid that there were only a few strong people who could kill the Black Day True Lord. The Time and Space Island Patriarch was undoubtedly one of them. It was one thing to know, but it was still shocking to personally confirm that even though Black Dayala's main body was hiding in the secret realm, he had still fallen. Lin Qing also understood in his heart that if he didn't have a split body hiding in the vacuum tomb, the three Holy Land Patriarchs wouldn't have been able to spy on the vacuum tomb and truly kill him, or else he would probably be in a worse situation than Black Dayala right now. Carrying a heavy treasure without the means to protect it would undoubtedly be a disaster. This matter is over. Time. Chapter 280 Preparations for the Civilization War. As for the Frost Extension, Lin Qing took another look at the always sealed Frost Extension, and could sense that this petrifying seal was easy to break from the outside. He didn't bother to talk too much with the Frost Extension, and with a wave of his hand, he turned it into nothingness. Anyway, this Frost Yen had already lost his powers and talents, and was the personal disciple of the Time Island Patriarch. God knows what taboos there were, and he didn't dare to use it as a diversion rashly. Not to mention, if the Eternal Gate wanted to replace a new doppelganger, it would have to destroy the corresponding Eternal Gate and regroup again. A Star Being level Eternal Gate would need thousands of years to recover, while a Void Lord level Eternal Gate would need up to millions of years to recover. It was too long, he couldn't afford to wait. Nowadays, Lin Qing was already able to have all of his various detachments raised to Void Lord. However, Cardone, the Scholar Aspect bilocation, as an ordinary priesthood, had already gone to the Chapter 281 Ruins of the Liege King. It's alright, it's definitely far inferior to you anyway. Shi Lingxiao, who had just finished his cultivation and was still holding a long stick in his arms, sked and sighed. I heard that you've even killed a number of Void Lords? In more than 20,000 years, it's possible that the first civilization war will come. Lin Qing shook his head slightly and said, even if I'm stronger, I can at most resolve the enemy's secret realm lord, and I'm afraid I'll have to give up on the Juggernaut level battlefield, so we'll have to look at the Void level battlefield then. What's the approximate strength of Pavilion Master Qi now? Only created the third move of the 6-phase divine skill. Shi Lingxiao scratched his head somewhat embarrassedly. It hasn't even been blended to create a combination divine skill yet, and even though there are secret arts from the Tsang Dome archipelago, it's only at the peak of the 14th level of the Astral Abyss, I guess. 3 moves of 6-phase divine techniques? Lin Qing's eyes lit up. Normally, as long as a void being who created a 7-phase divine skill was at least at the peak of the 14th star abyss layer of battle power, and the powerful ones could even reach the 15th layer. If Chapter 282 Transcendental Universe. Lin Qing felt a bit odd. He had only picked a random time to activate the king's certificate, so how could so many people have popped up just as soon as he entered the ruins of this king's realm? Exactly 300 people, appearing almost simultaneously. Knowing in advance that I would open the realm of the Liege King ruins at this point in time? Or some other reason? Lin Qing couldn't help but have all sorts of speculations flash through his mind. At the same time, he could also tell that there were star beings, and void masters amongst these people, who were obviously here for the test just like him. But he didn't recognize any of them. It was normal that he didn't recognize the little ones of the star beings, but among the Void Lords of the Void Sea, there were only so many that were powerful, and the ones that were qualified to receive the king's certificate were even rarer. How could he not recognize any of these Void Lords? Most importantly, all of these people were also in groups of 3 just like him, a star being, Chapter 283 Great Harvest. With the foundation of these 2 doppelgangers of your guest, it is not difficult to get the highest class rewards of the star level test and the void level test. The red-robed old man glanced at Lin Qing's Black Flame Clan bilocation and the Blood Cauldron King bilocation, and then looked at Lin Qing, his main body, and said, however, the requirements for the sovereign level test are very high, and if I'm not mistaken, it hasn't been long since your guest became a void sovereign, has it? That's right. Lin Qing nodded and added, I've heard that the test of the ruins of the Liege King looks at potential talent, not strength, right? It's true that it doesn't look at strength. The red-robed old man said, but the one who set up the master level test was my Liege King realm's infamous King of Light Majesty, plus the fact that the master level test is already extremely difficult, and His Majesty the King of Light's screening conditions are extremely harsh. He looked at Lin Qing and consoled, furthermore, your guest, as the first gravekeeper, for the new civilization birthed by the beginning realm, you are the pioneer who cuts through the thorns and does not enjoy much of a Chapter 280 for the future. Time passed. As each and every test taker was eliminated, there were but a few who passed all of the tests. However, the tests of this Hall of Kings were originally part of the benefits, such as the secret art test, which not only allowed one to learn a sovereign-level secret art for free, but also allowed one to obtain quite a few cultivation resources, and the bloodline gene test, which allowed the gene index to be improved. If one was able to pass all of the tests, the rewards were more than enough to make even a Void Cleric envious, at least a Chaos Divine artifact at this level of supreme treasure. Of course, Lin Qing also knew that he was so outrageous because he possessed the reception seal of the Lich King realm, which raised the rewards by a level. Another 3 months passed. Lin Qing passed the first 6 tests in the sovereign level test without any problems. After all, the tests were ultimately those aspects, and there wasn't an exact standard, it was mainly about judging potential. At this point, the vast majority of the testers had been. Chapter 285 King of Light. In an instant, the images presented by the third future line flooded into Lin Qing's mind. Chaos God, born. On that supreme star that contained the most mysterious place in the universe, endless cosmic origins could be seen descending and converging, and the Lin Qing in the future image appeared as if he had become the center of the universe, dazzling beyond measure and imposing in all directions. Below them, there were 6 figures emanating terrifying pressure, also triggering endless rays of cosmic origin, as if they represented the will of the universe. Among them, the life system Lord God was clearly Lord Mirror, clearly the 6 Lord Gods of the Void Sea. Receiving the future message observed by that Lord of Light, Lin Qing couldn't help but be a little puzzled. Really became a Chaos God? What about that immortal realm's supreme heavenly pride? Actually lost to me? In the second future, he also had an innate suit-type Chaos God artifact, and his strength was already extremely horrifying, but he was not at all a match for that immortal realm's absolute heavenly pride. Chapter 286 Rules of the Future. Lin Qing, Beginning Realm, Vacuum Tomb Keeper. On the throne, the great and majestic figure emitted a voice that shook space and time in the endless light, indistinct and distant, as if it had been transmitted from the future. Your Majesty the King of Light? Lin Qing spoke with some uncertainty. You passed the test I set. The great figure in that endless light indifferently said, It's rare to come across a little fellow who has such talent in the rules of the future, so this king is naturally willing to give you some guidance. Passed? Lin Qing couldn't help but be stunned and said, But didn't I fail? That test required a full 1-year period and not getting lost in the future, and surpassing the future in the simulation to be considered as passing the test. Although he didn't know what lost in the future meant, he didn't change the final result, so naturally he failed. From the results, you have indeed failed. Came from that endless light. Chapter 287 The New Son of Chaos. Second Cosmic Network, Mountain and Sea Realm's highest meeting space. The above is the next development plan for the Mountain and Sea Realm. Lin Qing sat at the highest part of the conference hall and looked at the representatives of the various districts of the Mountain and Sea Realm below and said, The main resources are focused on the first-class elites among the Void Beings. Make sure to cultivate a group of elite powerhouses with a battle strength at the peak of the 15th tier before the Civilization War, and the grassroots cultivation is also invested in as much as possible. Speaker. Below, a young woman with black hair and mixed-race appearance stood up and respectfully said, If the plan you proposed is implemented, the consumption of treasures and resources will reach an unimaginable level, and I'm afraid that even 10 7-colored divine artifacts would be far from enough when measured by their value. No harm done. Lin Qing casually said, The resources and treasures required for the cultivation plan are not high-end, nor are they non-renewable resources of the Void Sea. As long as there are 5-colored divine artifacts that can be exchanged with other civilizations, I will do my best to. Chapter 288 Advanced Layout. The Divine Skill Advance is complete. Lin Qing felt the terrifying power in his body that was very different from the past at this moment. Then with a movement of his mind, a strange divine artifact as splendid as an icicle appeared in his hand, and he could feel the chaotic obscurantist aura within it. Set-class chaotic divine artifact, Silent Vacuum. The preciousness of a set-class 7-colored divine artifact was already comparable to a single chaos divine artifact, and a set-class chaos divine artifact was even more precious by more than 1,000 times. Set. Lin Qing immediately manipulated the origin of this set divine artifact, Silent Vacuum, to modify and finalize it with the perfect grade combination divine skill that he himself had created. The aura emitted by the divine artifact's origin also began to cultivate closer to him until it was completely consistent with him. Not long after. It's done. Lin Qing revealed a hint of a smile, and immediately integrated the set divine artifact, Silent Vacuum, into his body, and instantly clearly felt the aura that was like a party of the vastness of the world. Chapter 289. The imperial capital of the water and world. Inside a retro-style speakeasy, in the hidden room on the lowest floor of it, Lin Qing looked at the bald man lazily leaning on the sofa not far away with black feathered wings on his back, and spoke in a faint voice, "You're Fu Kuan?" As he spoke, he didn't completely conceal his Void Lord level of pressure and life aura. The bald man with black feathered wings on his back also didn't expect a Void Lord to appear, and couldn't help but change his face as he scrambled to stand up and respectfully said, "I'm Fu Kuan, I don't know who your lordship is?" There were only so many hundreds of Void Lords in the entire water and world, and he had felt the breath of almost every one of them and had memorized them all, except for this Void Lord in front of him, whose breath was unfamiliar. Is it a newborn? Or is it a foreigner? But no matter what the origin was, it was not something he could afford to mess with. "Fu Kuan, I've heard that you have the best information in the imperial capital." Chapter 290, A Finger Flicks and It's Gone. Lord of Water and Civilization? Under the pressure of endless world power, even if the pure world pressure didn't have any special subtleties, in the face of such boundless might that converged a world, the average Void Lord would have to be unable to move and could only wait for death with his hands tied. Lin Qing didn't resist either, he just raised his eyebrows slightly and looked up. The transaction had only just begun, and this Lord of Water and Worlds had descended, so vigilant that it seemed to be keeping an eye on him at all times. It was rumored that the Lord of Water and Worlds used to be quite low-key and calm, but after stepping into the ranks of the Void Sea's superpowers, his nature had become much more domineering. Now, it seemed that the rumors were indeed correct, and he actually had to manage even this trivial matter? "Lord of Water and Worlds, I'm just trying to save a little guy, why bother?" Lin Qing said with a faint smile. The patrol guard commander next to him also blanched and hurriedly knelt down respectfully. At the same time, he carefully observed the Emperor. Chapter 291, Supreme Secret Art. Vacuum Tomb. Lin Qing and His Highness the Custodian stood at the edge of the platform, looking at one of the many tombs floating in the dark void, chatting idly as they waited. "It's fine for you to act in accordance with the simulated future, but you have to pay attention to one thing." His Highness said casually, "The future simulated by the King of Light is also just a possibility of the future. He is a high-level observer and is able to see the future in a very comprehensive manner indeed, but every move you make will result in the future changing differently, and the final route and the original may be worlds apart." Lin Qing nodded thoughtfully and added, "In the simulated future, there was a son of chaos from the immortal realm who came. He's much stronger than me. Why did he specifically come to the Void Sea to become a Lord God? The position of Lord God is of great benefit to the sensing of spacetime and the origin of the universe." His Highness said, "The small universes where third-level civilizations are located don't need the Lord God position, those third-level civilizations of the chaos." Chapter 292, The War Begins. Rumble. In the sky above the mountain and sea realm, the pitch-black and deep massive rift nearly ran through half of the mountain and sea realm, also swallowing up a tenth of the mountain and sea realm's space, appearing hideous and terrifying, with even more boundless spatial storms hovering around it. Lin Chang stood at the top of the Buzhou mountain, tilting his head to survey the massive spatial rift, and could clearly see that 3 battlefield spaces were rapidly taking shape within it. These 3 major battlefield spaces were all augmented by vast and invisible rules, connecting to the void secret realms of the other 4 directions of civilization. The Void-class battlefield, the Sovereign-class battlefield, and the Lord of Civilization battlefield were all rapidly taking shape at this moment. What a huge civilization battlefield! Qi Lingsha beside him couldn't help but marvel. "Even when I watched past civilization wars, I've rarely seen such a massive civilization battlefield. After all, each of the 5 civilizations has split off a tenth of the world, especially since there's the Tsong Rail civilization among them." Lin Cheng. Chapter 293, 300 Mountain and Sea Guards. Along with the spatial transformation, Lin Cheng had appeared in a vast world with mountains, ice fields, deserts, and oceans. The 3 major battlefield spaces, each of which was a vast world spanning hundreds of millions of kilometers, and the century origin crystal pillar was located in the center of the battlefield world. However, with Lin Qing's speed, even though the spatial suppression of this civilization lord battlefield world was extremely terrifying and he couldn't move and break through the air, the pure speed causing the curvature bubble to accelerate would allow his speed to easily break through 10 million kilometers per second. This was still the result of not using the Misty Hatchet secret art. Once the Misty Hatchet secret art was utilized, he would be able to traverse the entire battlefield world in the blink of an eye. The world origin crystal pillar of the main battlefield of civilization will take a few hours if it wants to infuse energy to its full value. Lin Cheng was in no hurry, casually maintaining a speed of 10 million kilometers per second as he flew towards the center of the world, while the doppelganger within the mountain and sea realm was also keeping an eye on the void. Chapter 294, Escape. The Juggernaut-level battlefield was calm, and 100 Void Masters from the Cangrail civilization were pouring energy into the World Origin crystal pillar in the center of the battlefield. On the other hand, the interior of the Void-level battlefield was turned upside down, with the 300 Mountain and Sea Guards acting as if they were a single unit, killing in and out of the Cangrail civilization's army of 1 million Void Spirits, slaughtering them indiscriminately. Iris Shuechoyu was also transformed into a huge flying bird phantom, flying across the battlefield space. Wherever it passed, it was like a rainbow. The space was cut out deep gullies, although the performance was not as astonishing as Qi Lingxiao, but every time it also killed a large number of void beings. Emoluo even released a large number of strange and huge bug beasts, thousands of various types of bug beasts, each with a star up his 15th level, and extremely tenacious vitality. Every time Qi Lingxiao used his stick, the Cangrail civilization's army was terrified. One person, one stick, it was a massacre. The entire battlefield was almost one-sided, with the Cangrail civilization. Chapter 295 World Expansion. Boom! Under the 200s of kilometers long prime palms slamming down, the terrifying and incomparable might instantly exploded, and amidst the collapsing spatial turbulence, the powerful physical body that the Lord of Cangrail was proud of directly turned into a pancake, and his life force was nearly annihilated. The pancake that was even thinner than paper twisted crazily in the void, and while trying his best to recover, the Lord of Songrail was desperately begging for mercy. "Let me go. Spare me. Mr. Lin Chang. I admit defeat, Mr. Lin Light. Didn't we agree to coexist peacefully? I mean you no harm. Don't kill me." However, what answered him was the world god's huge palm that resembled a heavenly cap. In an instant, the vast mighty energy came crashing down, directly turning the Lord of the Pale Rails into utter nothingness. The Pale Rail Lord, a top powerhouse that had been running across the void sea, fell into oblivion. Within the vast civilization Lord Battlefield world, only the majestic world god that was thousands of kilometers tall remained standing in the void. Chapter 296 Outsiders. The Holy Land of Spacetime Island. On that island hidden in the depths of heavy spacetime, the Time and Space Island Patriarch, who was covered in bandages, stood at the edge of the island, his gaze observing the illusory future line through endless spacetime. This Lin Ching. A flash of astonishment surfaced in the deep eyes of the Time and Space Island Patriarch. He suddenly disappeared into the universe a while ago, and after he came back, I couldn't see his future line anymore, I couldn't find his location, and just by going on a trip, his strength was actually able to progress to such a level? He had already crossed the threshold of the future rules, thus contacting the spacetime origin, plus the deduction class void-level priesthood, so he was very good at projecting the future. Over the years, he was constantly keeping an eye on Lin Cheng. As long as an existence that hadn't transcended the universe yet, it was reasonable that it should all be under his observation. Even if it had obtained treasures from a tertiary civilization or was too involved, it would only increase the difficulty of his observation. No. Chapter 297 Gap. The weapons that turned into terrifying streams of light instantly tore through space, falling towards Lin Cheng like rain. Lin Cheng's face sank slightly, and he directly put away his divine weapon boat, while his entire body transformed into a gray wind and dived into the deepest layer of space, almost touching the boundary of the universe. That terrifying weapon tore through layer after layer of space, but it failed to touch the wild wind that Lin Cheng had transformed into. Ha! Nice recluse secret technique. Only a slightly mocking cold laugh echoed up through the heavy space, continuously solidifying and blocking the space. At the same time, Lin Cheng sensed an invisible ripple continuously penetrating into the deepest level of space, transforming into wisps and strands that were like fishing lines continuously winding towards him. Sure enough, this is the trick. Lin Cheng's eyes surfaced with a touch of coldness. In the simulated future, he had fought with this son of chaos from the immortal realm. Chapter 298 Future Realm God. More than 70,000 years, finally not in vain. Lin Cheng let out a slight sigh of relief, and then he realized that he had appeared within an empty and tranquil sea, with a small island full of flowers and plants visible in the distance. It was exactly the same as what was seen in the simulated future. Only, in the simulated future, he was already a chaos god when he arrived and was unable to transcend, so he was turned away by the guardians of the island and gained nothing. This time, Lin Cheng looked at that distant island and immediately flew over. Not long after, the island that was full of flowers and grasses and had an extremely beautiful environment appeared in front of his eyes, and on the island that was only a few square kilometers in size, an exquisitely compact white wooden house was visible in the center of the island that was surrounded by a large amount of flowers and grasses. The white wooden house was located in the middle of the flowers, appearing unusually harmonious. Lin lightly drifted and landed in front of the wooden house, and was immediately enveloped by the fragrant fragrance, his mind having a. Chapter 299 150,000 Years. Mountain and Sea Realm. Accompanied by a change in space and time, a handsome man with long blood-red hair quietly appeared within a hidden space on top of the Buzhou mountain. It was clearly the Blood Cauldron King's doppelganger. 9 Void Gold, Feather of the Flying River, Undying Heartgate. Lin Xing counted the many treasures he had harvested this time out while sending all of them into the void treasury he had set up. These treasures were all found by him in the simulated future, basically hidden in relatively hidden places, and most of them could be used to refine life system chaos artifacts. Almost all of them were called the top treasures in the universe, and the conditions for their birth were all extremely harsh. If one still wanted to find higher treasures, it would only be possible to find them outside of the universe. After becoming a life system Lord God, his senses for life system energies would reach an unparalleled level, which was why he was able to find so many life system top tier. Chapter 300 Cosmic Upper Limit. In the simulated future, before Emperor Yuan's breakthrough, he was chased by the 3 ancestors and the 6 sovereign gods, and relied on a sliver of the Star Abyss monarch's power to save his life and escape, and under the pressure of life and death, it was normal for him to break through. Lin Xing secretly pondered, and now that I've deliberately avoided the conflict with Emperor Yuan, he's not under pressure and hasn't broken through. This was somewhat out of his expectation. Originally, he thought that Emperor Yuan might have resolved that Immortal Realm Chaos Sun, but he didn't expect that Emperor Yuan didn't make a breakthrough, and that Immortal Realm Chaos Sun appeared earlier than he expected. Perhaps some of his inadvertent actions had changed the future direction? Let's take a step and see what happens. Lin Xing shook his head slightly. At this time, the one-horned, black-skinned son of chaos on the stage looked at Lin Xing and spoke, Lord of the Mountain and Sea Realm, with your strength, you are also considered a major potential threat to that strange son of chaos. Has he ever looked for you? Looked for me 150,000 years ago. Lin. Chapter 301 Anger. Mountain and Sea Realm. From the outside world, the huge void mystery realm appeared to occupy tens of thousands of miles in the void sea, resembling an egg-like ellipsoid, absorbing the origin energy of the endless void sea at all times, in order to feed the countless living beings therein. After the mountain and sea realm formed an independent spacetime, even the Void Master, if his knowledge of spacetime is not enough, he will not be able to find the traces of the mountain and sea realm, and even if he can find it, he will not be able to enter the realm unless he can manipulate spacetime. Suddenly, a figure with bandages wrapped around its body suddenly emerged outside the mountain and sea realm. The mountain and sea realm can actually form an independent spacetime as well. The Time and Space Island Patriarch surveyed the secret realm in front of him that was hidden in the depths of space and time, and in his heart, he became more and more certain that the Level 3 civilization behind the mountain and sea realm was extraordinary. The Level 2.9 civilization was able to jump out of this side of spacetime and form an independent spacetime by virtue of his world origin after metamorphosing with the rules of spacetime. Chapter 302 Blood of the Cosmic God. After only a few hundred years, the debt of the secret art of will, illusory world extinction, had already been made up. Lin Xing opened his eyes, looked at the black-haired woman like guardian, and spoke, "It's done." What? The black-haired woman was puzzled. Haven't you already gotten started? Even if the subsequent progress is arduous, as long as you slowly polish it, you will eventually be able to make slow progress, and it will only be considered to be the end when you feel that you haven't made a single progress at all for tens of thousands of years. She sighed and said, "But this secret art is indeed incredibly difficult. You must construct a complete illusory world of will before you can descend into the real, or else not even a hair's breadth short of it will do. It's fine if you want to give up, and hope is indeed. Anyway. No." Lin Xing interrupted her and shook his head. "I mean, I've already succeeded." What? The woman in black couldn't help but stare. The illusory world great extinction, I've already cultivated the first. Chapter 303 Ancestor? In the blink of an eye, another 1,000 years had passed. Under Lin Xing's deliberate control, the bloodline genes, which were originally quickly raised to their limit, took 1,000 years before the bloodline energy within the bloodline divine crystals was slowly depleted. And Lin Xing's gene index continued to rise during this 1,000-year period. Finally, on this day, the gene index couldn't rise at all, as if it had encountered an incomparably strong layer of shackles, ushering in the true limit. My gene index. Lin Xing muttered, slowly opening his eyes and sensing the changes in his body. He couldn't help but softly say, 3,800,000 times the cosmic standard? Originally, his genetic index was roughly 560,000 times the cosmic standard, but now that it had increased by more than 3 million times, the enhancement was naturally extremely great. The increase in his gene index alone had raised his own strength to the peak of the 21st layer, and if he then performed the supreme secret art and catalyzed the Chapter 304 Third Class? Inside the Great Hall, most of the pirates had sat frozen in place in an instant, looking as if they were still alive, but their consciousness had been completely annihilated. There were only a very few pirates who didn't have detachments that were also as principled as General Zhua that had survived. At the next moment, the blurred figure in that space-time distortion disappeared, along with the treasures in the inner void that were collapsing in the bodies of all the dead present, instantly disappearing without a trace. I survived? Does this senior only target evil pirates? What means? Soul extermination? Wait, Aller's bilocation and my bilocation are both in the hometown, and his soul clearly has the world origin of his hometown civilization sheltering it, so how did it dissipate as well? Could it be that those with bilocations also died together? Among the Rain Emperor's 3 major bilocations, one of them was beside that great chaos system Lord God, with the Lord God. Chapter 305 Amazing Luck. Tiannanhai, the sea area wasn't big, it was just millions of billions of miles across, but its fame in the entire Void Sea was very loud. This was because this was the territory of one of the 7 marshals, Martial Tiannanhai, among the Void Pirates. It was rumored that before she was born, Martial Tiannanhai was lucky enough to inherit a great fortune from her home civilization, and then after the lord of her home civilization was killed, the secret realm broke down, and she became a wanderer. She was also targeted for her fortune. Later, while fleeing, she inadvertently discovered the ruins of a level 2.9 civilization, and from then on, she began a legendary life of continuous strange encounters. Secret art inheritance, bloodline treasures, chaotic artifacts. All kinds of strange encounters are countless. Even after becoming a pirate, Tiannanhai Marshal is often encountered a big fat sheep, and the luck is staggeringly good. At this time, located in the South China Sea within a hidden place. Here is in the deepest layer of the void, but also in the Void Sea mysterious rumors of Tiannanhai Marshal's lair. Chapter 306 Chaos-Colored Godhead. Tianmu Sea. In the depths of the huge crack above the sky dome, there were endless energy storms brewing at all times, and from afar, it looked like a heavenly eye watching the sea below, hence the name Tianmu Sea. A man with a one-horned black skin is flying slowly in the sky above the Tianmu Sea, at the same time focusing on the eye of the sky above, seems to be waiting for which spits out treasures. Those void lords who were looking for treasures in the Tianmu Sea, at the sight of it, stepped back in awe, not daring to fight for it in the slightest. After all, this Tori, the son of Chaos of the Temporal Island's sacred ground, was the pinnacle of the Void Sea's powerhouses. While they were unaware that at this moment, this son of Chaos was a bit worried in his heart. Why did Master specially ask me to come to the Sky Eye Sea to search for treasures? The one-horned black-skinned man frowned. Could it be to lure that Lin Chang? He knew that Master Teacher and that golden-armored Chaos Son had joined forces. Chapter 307 Outbreak. Outside the mountain and sea realm, a hundreds of kilometers tall glazed spire-type domain artifact hovered above this square lump of a world. The endless fields of light fused together with the space-time domain, shrouding the entire mountain and sea realm. The incarnation of the Time and Space Island Patriarch had already been here for a long time to blockade the mountain and sea realm. Suddenly, a wisp of space-time rift unfolded out of thin air, and then 2 figures appeared. It was clearly the Timeless Island beginning ancestor and that golden-armored youth. Your Highness, after this mountain and sea realm actively closed itself, it is indeed difficult to penetrate. The Timeless Island beginning ancestor looked at this side of the mountain and sea realm and said softly, I've tried quite a few times over the years, but nothing has worked, so I can only look to you. After all, it's the beginning realm, even if it falls, it's still just as extraordinary. The golden-armored youth said in a faint voice, how could the power of one person like you possibly compare to the power of the vacuum tomb to manipulate space and time? However, in the end, it's just a means within the universe. As he spoke, he. Chapter 308 The Chaos God's Shelter. The incomparably huge city suppressed from the firmament, causing endless free energy to spread into ripples that nearly filled the entire mountain and sea realm. Wherever it passed, layer after layer of space collapsed and shattered, revealing a gorgeous cosmic boundary divide. Can be seen in the city has a high platform and pavilion. High platform and pavilion are a piece of endless aura of weapons, endless power convergence as one, along with the lofty city together with the bombardment of pressure down. The speed of the downward pressure of the city is very slow, just tens of millions of kilometers away, but it takes more than 10 seconds. Such a destructive aura, such a long time, was enough for the entire mountain and sea realm subjects to notice this despairing scene. What is that? Lin Chang? Is it talking about the speaker? The speaker will flee? What kind of person? To destroy the mountain and sea realm? The Speaker of the House shouldn't really be releasing the